In 2025, catacombs appear all over the world. The catacombs caused massive earthquakes when they appeared, and with them came things known as the Holy Relics. The Holy Relic changes the world 180 degrees, just like what is written in ancient myths, fairy tales, legends, folktales, and epics. Holy relics contain great power within them. The holy relics that appear in our world are no different. They contain power that leaves their owners with countless different abilities. Because of this, stories of how many people's lives changed due to possessing the holy relic spread everywhere, and people began to risk their lives to hunt for the holy relic. The story begins, under a grave with only a few dim candles, surrounded by cold cells, a spine-chilling sound is heard. A ferocious buffalo with red eyes and gnashing teeth was staring at something. Turns out this is our protagonist. Somehow he's badly injured and sweating like this. He was gritting his teeth and groaning. Something was wrong. He kept punching the stone floor without feeling anything, even though his hand was bleeding profusely. The stone slab below was also cracked by that punch, leaving bloodstains. The surrounding demons kept making horrible sounds like a wife demanding her salary. While he was using his two hands to drag his bloody body, screaming out words of hatred and resentment, "How dare that old man treat me like that? No, I can't die like this," he said as he raised his head with sharp eyes, facing that chilling sound. What a terrifying sight. It turned out that the sound was that of an ancient tomb monster, a giant python. It roared, revealing a mouth full of teeth, red eyes, and a disgustingly long tongue. It looked no different from a debt collector. But he faced it without any fear. "I will not die humiliatingly like that. In a dangerous situation, please take a minute to introduce yourself. I am Seo Ju-hyun, 38 years old. I think I will die here today. If I had to say when everything became chaotic, it would have to go back 15 years. I started this adventure later than most. After much hardship, I finally obtained an amazing holy relic, the Architect Holy Relic. It is a holy relic that grants the owner a wealth of knowledge about the catacombs and other important information related to the holy relic. The Holy Relic Architect, I can finally escape from a miserable life and start a new life with the power I get from it." A new law was enacted throughout the world. The bastards who collected countless holy relics began to want to monopolize the holy relics, and they created a new society by establishing laws restricting the use of holy relics. The only option left was to work for those greedy bastards. Because of my outstanding ability, a big company called TKBM hired me to work for them. The CEO of this company, Kwon Tae-jun, said that my job was not easy at all. Because of that, my job was extremely difficult and I had to get my hands dirty many times. I could say that my job was smuggling, stealing, and spying, but the most important part was tomb raiding. I honed my skills and could sneak into any forbidden area to steal holy relics. The tomb raiding group I led achieved great results. Years later, this CEO became known as the strongest holy relic user. But that was because all the holy relics we stole were taken by him. The more famous this CEO became, the more people despised me. They said I was a piece of trash working for a dictator. Ignoring all that, I continued to try to work. What else could I do to survive in a world engulfed in the power of the holy relic? But honestly, I never thought I would end up like this. The mission I'm on right now is a trap set by Kwon Tae-jun. Because of the superior skills we possess, he feels threatened. This bastard has put me and my teammates into this impossible and dangerous mission. Because of the superior skills we possessed, he felt threatened. What a shameless bastard. Screaming in pain, he dodged to the side to avoid the bite of the giant python. Seo Ju-hyun reached out to grab a medium-sized rock. His angry voice rang out, "Person. Damn python, I threw a rock hard at its head. You ate all my teammates and you're still not satisfied? Okay, come here, I'll tear you apart from the inside." He looked very agitated right now. The giant python, as he said, opened its mouth wide again, and that bastard Kwon Tae-jun. "Even if I become a ghost, I will ruin your life," Seo Ju-hyun said the poisonous oath. He once again dodged the python's storm-like attack. Suddenly he heard a voice, "My God, you were such a talkative guy." The python retracted its head and stuck out its tongue to survey the surroundings. The protagonist frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" "Oh, what? You can hear me." To the surprise of the person who just spoke, he replied, "Do you think this is the first time I've heard the voice from the holy relic? I don't know which god you belong to, but while I'm still talking nicely, you better deal with this python and let me out of here." The voice rang out again, "You really believe you can survive with a body like that? Your body has been cut in half, you are still dying, but it won't be long. This is the end of your lowly life. Even though you possess outstanding talent, it seems like you were born late, and you can't even enjoy the power you have." Seo Ju-hyun gritted his teeth in anger and resentment. "Don't talk like you know me. Do you think I want to live this way?" "My life," he said, became more and more choked and indifferent. "Damn it, just thinking about it makes me angry, that bastard, I have to kill him at all costs," he emphasized his voice, saying what he was always thinking at this moment. A beam of light appeared along with a voice. "Ha, you've got me interested. It's really a waste to see a talent die like this." The protagonist's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked, "What are you doing?" The mysterious voice rang out. "I will give you one more chance," the mysterious voice rang out. "One bird, I saw from the light source a black crow spreading its wings. Let's see if this time you can really take the throne." Seo Ju-hyun opened his eyes and looked around as he escaped the darkness brought by the crow. What the hell was that throne? A holy relic hero rank. Or maybe god rank. Looking at it like a crow, he was lost in thought when he was surprised to see that his legs were still intact. The protagonist was so shocked that he stood up straight and said loudly, "What? My leg." He looked at his hand and body in confusion and thought to himself, "I don't have any scratches, what happened?" All the wounds disappeared. A moment later, he felt something strange and turned his head to look around. Next to him were a few policemen interviewing criminals. They all looked at him with curious eyes. On the other side was the high school kid and his mother, who was having an unpleasant attitude. Seo Ju-hyun wondered to himself, "Police station, what's going on?" The police officer in charge of questioning him spoke up tiredly, "What are you babbling about? I'm asking for your information. Do you think we have all night to play?" "Oh, I see." He obediently sat down in the chair and the policeman continued, "Please state your name." "What's your name?" But he seemed lost in his thoughts and didn't hear any other calls. Did that crow do this? Was it a dream or a hallucination? It was clearly not a dream or a hallucination. "Damn it, what's your name?" The young cop was furious. "I'm going crazy, hurry up so we can go home." Another cop was on the verge of tears, saying, "I give up. This year is known as the year everyone stays at the office, a terrible 2025. Hearing the crucial time mark startled him out of his endless train of thought. He quickly looked at the calendar on the wall and thought to himself, "This is 2025, clearly not 2025. Ha! January 1st, 1025, what the hell is this?" Seo Ju-hyun looked at the time and was stunned. "Wait, that high school brat looks familiar. I remember a high school brat got drunk and got into a fight with me. So we got dragged to the police station." Seo Ju-hyun clenched his hands and placed them on his thighs, thinking, "Unbelievable, is this true?" Seo Ju-hyun almost couldn't believe this fact. "I've gone back in time 15 years. Let's see if you can really take the throne this time," the voice of the crow rang out in his mind, making him suddenly realize everything. If this is January 1025, then the world is still at peace. This is the time before the holy relic appeared. This was before the holy relics and god rank appeared. If that's the case, then I can collect all the holy relics. Seo Ju-hyun smiled with satisfaction as he thought about what could be done. With my knowledge and memories from the past, I can start collecting holy relics earlier than anyone else. Ha! Seo Ju-hyun laughed out loud, thinking about the chance to remake that miserable life. Seo Ju-hyun's handsome face showed no small amount of interest. Things were starting to get exciting. After the world was engulfed by the holy relic, but now I believe that nothing can surprise me anymore, because today itself was full of too many surprises. First of all, I never believed that there existed a tomb that would make an experienced grave robber like me tremble in fear. Second, my mission was a trap set by Kwon Tae-jun. And finally, right before I died, I suddenly went back 15 years to when he was still a high school youth and those holy relics hadn't appeared yet. I didn't know this was possible, but it seems like this is the biggest opportunity ever. I can get the holy relic before anyone else. While I was sitting happily thinking, a shrewish woman's voice rang out, "Did you hear what I said? What's wrong with you? You're just staring blankly and not paying attention to what the police officer is saying. Do you think this is a joke? You hit my child, a high school student. If something happens to my child, will you be responsible?" Now he could either pay the settlement or go to jail. Seo Ju-hyun did not respond immediately to her threats but frowned and thought. She was so annoying. I have to deal with this problem first. Even though it happened 15 years ago, I remember it all clearly as if it just happened. A high school kid asked me to fight, even though I wasn't really interested in it. He kept following me, making me angry and beat him up. But that must have been the brat's intention from the start. Because before I even touched him, he was already throwing a tantrum. In the end, I had to apologize and beg them to reduce my sentence by paying compensation. Thinking about compensation reminded him that I don't have any money for the settlement now. The architect's tools and holy relics aren't here either. Damn it, I don't even have a salary. How am I supposed to collect all the holy relics? At first I thought something was wrong with my brain, but it turned out to be a prank. The guy sighed tiredly and ran his hand through his hair. The woman beside him was furious. "How dare you ignore me?" She raised her hand to hit him. Her mouth was screaming, "When other people talk, you should pay attention to them." The high school kid and the police officers followed her movements in amazement. Seo Ju-hyun sensed malice and squinted his eyes to look over warily. Before she could swing her arm down, he promptly raised his hand and grabbed that aggressive arm. He seemed a little shocked that he was able to grab her hand in a flash. I can block it, because I have 15 years of knowledge, experience that has increased my combat ability. That's also an advantage. He stood up straight from his chair and spoke, calm down, auntie. Your son is the one who started the fight, and don't you think you're being rude? Like mother, like daughter. The high school kid heard that and jumped up to hit him. What did you say, you bastard? I was going to be generous and forgive you, but that brat swung his fist straight at him. But the punch missed. The protagonist promptly leaned back to avoid it. With quickness and agility, Seo Ju-hyun grabbed the boy's wrist, scaring him but unable to do anything. A shoulder tackle sent the boy face-first into the floor, causing him to cry out in pain, ouch, ouch, ouch. Feeling the obvious strength of his body, he thought to himself, his body is lighter than before, probably because he hasn't yet suffered the side effects from the holy relic. The policeman then grumbled and shouted. Stop it, what are you guys trying to do at the police station? Our protagonist could only raise his hands and surrender. Look, I don't have any money to give them, so just lock me up. His blunt words made the woman surprised and exclaimed, what? Are you crazy? You'd rather have a criminal record than pay compensation. Okay, what a loser. Seo Ju-hyun squinted at the shameless mother and daughter, his stubborn eyes filled with complete contempt. Criminal record? That doesn't matter now. Once the holy relic appears, this world will fall into chaos. And because he did not pay compensation, he was locked up in a temporary detention cell. Seo Ju-hyun sat with his back against the wall, thinking. It was good that he was still good at fighting, but that wasn't enough. He had to make money quickly. What to do? His face was filled with sadness. But suddenly he discovered something very strange. A line of text appeared before his eyes, Tomb Raider Seo Ju-hyun. He wondered in surprise, what is this? Why is it floating? Thinking he was seeing things, he raised his hand and hit his head, annoyed. Are my eyes broken? Great, now I'm hallucinating. But another line appeared below that line, a cowardly pickpocket who couldn't even lift a shovel. At this moment, he was really angry and wanted to stand up straight. This must be caused by the holy relic, that Crow did this. He stood up straight, looked around and said loudly, Crow, are you following me? What have you done to me? Then suddenly strange purple notice boards appeared around his location, causing his anger to turn into surprise. What is this? On the system notification board is the basic skill of Tomb Raider, 1 of 4, rank F Scout, allowing you to observe within a 1-meter range around yourself. After reading it once, he calmed down, stared at the notice board and thought, is this a game window? But he was still very angry and swung his fist at the empty space where the skill board was and shouted, you damn crow, do you think my life is just a game? He got angry and frowned, looking at another bulletin board with a frown. What is this? Oh, the skill window is now a quest window. It shows a new quest, restoring the 4 basic skills of Tomb Raider. To become a fully fledged Tomb Raider, you need to awaken all 4 skills. Just then, a police officer guarding the criminals came in and asked, what's going on? Maintaining order, Seo Ju-hyun replied blankly, oh yes? Am I the only one who sees these symbols? They look pretty cool. I think the purple glitter is pretty cool. Interesting, just like what this window says. Seo Ju-hyun clearly saw a small cricket crawling at the cell door. I can clearly see every detail of everything around me within a 1-meter radius. This skill is exactly the same as the skill from my architect holy relic. All my previous skills turned into this. If it's 1 out of 4, then I can get 3 more skills. If I really have such a skill, I don't need to look for the architect holy relic anymore. This is really useful, but what is that holy relic Crow up to? Normally, holy relic doesn't just help people out of nowhere. While he was thinking, a familiar voice called his name, Seo Ju-hyun. The man came and helped him out of the detention room. The two of them walked out of the police station. He said, I told you, that kid is a criminal. You shouldn't have to go to jail. I've already taken care of this, so you don't have to worry too much. Seo Ju-hyun smiled back at him, thank you Ji-woo. He is Detective Kim Ji-woo. This is the older brother who took care of me when I was an orphan and treated me like a brother. Ji-woo seemed very happy and replied, what, you really thank me? It must have been a scary experience to be in the cell, ha ha ha. Protagonist smiled gently looked at his brother, I didn't realize he was so young 15 years ago, isn't this a bit too much? I have something to ask you. Hearing the protagonist's serious tone, he stopped laughing and asked, huh? Any reports of unusual events, or reports of supernatural powers? Hearing him mention such dreamy things, Kim Ji-woo asked back, what, are you drunk? Actually, thinking back, his wife had some kind of superpower, he didn't know why she could easily find out his secret. Seeing him thinking seriously, So Ju-hyun just smiled to himself, thinking that no holy relic user had appeared yet. Kim Ji-woo reached out and placed his hand on his shoulder and warmly said, "Go home and rest." He raised his hand in farewell with a big smile on his face. Although the crypts have appeared in many places, there have been no public cases yet because the holy relic user has not appeared yet. In other words, this was the perfect time to act. Since I could use my skills, the chances of success were high. Seo Ju-hyun also raised his hand and waved goodbye to his dear brother. Walking back to his own small house, Seo Ju-hyun put his hands in his pockets and said to himself, "The problem is that he has no money. The best holy relic appears somewhere outside of Europe or America. Where can I get the money to pay for the plane ticket now?" While he was feeling sad, a despicable voice rang out, "Oh, Seo Ju-hyun." A group of thugs surrounded him and threatened him. "Why are you wandering around here? You should try to earn some money since you met them." Seo Ju-hyun looked at those people with a bit of surprise. He had a dangerous and exciting smirk on his face. "I found a place to make money." Three men with fierce looks appeared. The one in the middle laughed meanly and said, "Hey Seo Ju-hyun, don't you know any manners? When you see a senior, you should kneel down and greet him." Probably the new bully, protagonist's monologue. This bastard is Park Kyung-tae. He was a street crook, but now works as an art dealer. He works with his sister Pak Kyung-ju and the two of them run an art gallery, and they're good for nothing but causing trouble. He recalled that in high school, "I needed money urgently so I worked for them. I only intended to work for a short time but they did not let me go easily. They made me work until I was 20 years old. It's not that I'm useless, I work like everyone else, but do I get the same respect as everyone else? No, not at all." He thought back to the past and complained. "They kept me there by threatening not to pay my salary, treating me like a dog." Then a gray-haired guy shouted at him, "Why don't you answer me, you bastard? Do you need a beating to wake you up?" The guy had just finished cursing when suddenly a punch came towards him. It hit him hard in the face, causing him to fall down without knowing what happened. He fell down to the shock of his juniors. After punching him, he calmly said, "You trash, go tell your boss that I'm not working for him anymore," he said decisively. A gangster, who had just heard him say that, came up with a fierce look and put his hands in his pockets and asked again, "You're not working for us anymore, are you kidding?" That was Park Kyung-tae. He didn't care about what he said and continued talking, "And before I left, my late salary and severance pay, you guys pay it all." As he spoke, he laughed ominously, cracking his knuckles as if to warn them that he would beat them to death if they dared to swindle their wages. They frowned and looked at him with displeasure. Then they burst out laughing at each other and mocking him. "I think this guy has lived long enough, don't you?" Then, he suddenly threw a punch at him and shouted, "What did you just say, you dog?" Before his fist could reach him, something faster flew towards his face. A straight punch landed on his tough face. He got punched until his nose bled, but he still cursed fearlessly, "You bastard." Hearing that, he grabbed his head and kneed him straight in the face. He painfully shouted for his big brother. The remaining two started to rush forward, shouting to each other, "Shut up, let's go fight him." He elbowed one of them in the face. The other kicked him. After taking down two of them, he looked at the remaining two who were quite scared. One of them trembled and cried out, "What the hell is going on?" Ju-hyun smiled smugly at their expressions. He thought, yes, panic. This is the result of 15 years of facing all kinds of enemies. He told them, "Are you done? I feel sorry for you. The world will become more and more difficult to live in from now on." He clenched his fist and looked at it, thinking. It was good that his body was still moving like before. But his strength was still not enough to withstand the force of these punches. "I will have to end this soon." The beaten man pulled out his knife. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "We took you in and taught you a lesson. And this is how you repay us. Do I have to kill you to open your eyes?" The gray-haired one said to the other one in confusion, "Brother, we need to be careful when using knives." The other one shouted back, "I don't care." The gray-haired one didn't give up, still hoping the other one would reconsider. "But that knife is for sale, what if it breaks?" Ju-hyun was a bit confused after hearing that. He seemed to have realized something. He looked at the knife, it was emitting a faint green aura surrounding the blade. He suddenly became thoughtful. That knife, wasn't it a holy relic? Why did that bastard have it? Not surprisingly, most holy relics attract humans by creating giant catacombs, but some holy relics secretly hide within human society. He smiled mysteriously to himself. "Anyway, now it will be mine," the knife-wielding man called out loudly. "Die." He was about to stab him hard. He slashed a knife through him, but he quickly dodged it. He wrapped his arm around his arm to block the attack. Then he grabbed the hand that was holding the knife, controlled it and put it on his neck and threatened him. "You're brave enough to use a knife on me," the other guy said with trembling hands. "Wait." His two underlings rushed over and shouted, "Brother! Bastard!" He was not afraid at all, took the knife from the other man and said, "I will use this knife for you." The other man cried out when he was robbed. "Oh, my knife!" He gripped the knife tightly and looked at it. A faint smoke from the knife began to surround him. He said to them as a reminder, "Now see clearly how you should use this." His eyes became sharp like the eyes of a falcon preparing to hunt. What he saw now was not the image of a normal person, but only a skeleton and internal organs. The skin had completely disappeared, leaving only the insides. He thought to himself, "This is interesting, so this holy relic allows its owner to see inside the human body." The others shouted to each other, "Capture it." They swung at him, but it seemed to pass right through. When he realized, one of them turned to look at his confused companions and asked, then he disappeared. Suddenly, a red figure passed by them at an extremely fast speed. By the time he understood the situation, he had already used a knife to injure them, blood gushing out. After finishing, he reached out to touch the knife and thought, "How convenient, it's quite strong too." The two guys were still talking to each other in confusion. "That bastard suddenly disappeared, I'm bleeding." After listening, he calmly took the knife and approached them, saying as he walked, "Stop whining, I didn't cut too deep, but if you still don't vomit money, things will get worse." He threatened. He frowned and looked angry, growling, "Give it to me, if you don't want to die." They seemed scared so they could only hold their wounds and answer with trembling voices. "Okay." Dark night under the city lights. A building with the sign "Seen Gale," a scream echoing from inside. "What did you say?" It was Park Kyung-tae's older sister, Pak Kyung-ju. She angrily put her hands on her hips as she answered the phone. Her words clearly showed her confusion and annoyance. The whole group was beaten up and robbed of their money by Seo Ju-hyun. What could be a better excuse? Who would believe that reason? She yelled into the phone. On the other end of the line, he had to hold the phone away and frantically explain. "Damn it, big sister, I really don't understand what's going on either." He started talking about Ju-hyun. Yesterday, he didn't even know how to fight, but now he was completely different. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He kept explaining and thinking about Ju-hyun. After listening to her junior, Pak Kyung-ju could only hold her forehead helplessly. She asked again, how much did it cost in total? The junior also obediently answered with his head in his hands. "I lost all the money in the bank." "Oh, and the goods that were about to be traded." After hearing the report from his junior, she went completely crazy and shouted, "You idiot, you lost all the statues?" The junior added another sentence. He also said that the money was too little. He remembered that time, they all knelt down in front of Ju-hyun. He just stood there counting the money he took from them. He counted and said, "You guys are so poor, don't you have anything else?" The one at the top said, "That's all I have." He asked again, "Are you sure?" He replied meekly, "Yes, that's all." He suddenly stared at him, making him confused. He added another sentence. "If I find anything else, you guys are dead for sure." His words made the three of them turn pale with fear. The gray-haired one even called him with a trembling voice. He held out the golden statue and asked, "What is this?" "It looks expensive." It makes them beg in fear. "Please, not it." Seeing their reaction, he laughed and said, "If you guys say please, then it must be very expensive, right? I thought, it's mine." The other guy shouted in panic. "Wait, so Ju-hyun, please come back here." He didn't care, put his hands in his pockets, turned around and walked away, amidst their screaming pleas. "Please, anything but that." The boss lady frowned after hearing the story and ordered, "At all costs, take it back." Park Kyung-tae was confused and could only stare blankly. Pak Kyung-ju yelled into the phone, "Get it back right now, you idiots." At the ancient art center. Looking at the golden Buddha statue on the table, a voice spoke up in appreciation. "This statue is probably not worth 50,000 won. You should take it home and display it nicely." Seo Ju-hyun couldn't believe his ears. "No way." The man who bought the archaeological item quickly waved his hand and replied, "Trust me, I can tell just by looking at it that no one would buy it." Protagonist's mind blankly thought, "Strange. That bastard Park Kyung-tae. He acts like he's worth millions. Is this all just trash in the end?" Seo Ju-hyun had no choice but to take the Buddha statue and go home. He was still not satisfied. He looked at the antique shop with his mouth wide open. While walking, the protagonist thought, I clearly feel like this is very valuable. Could it be that my feeling is wrong because I don't have the holy relic architecture here? Suddenly the golden Buddha statue emitted a purple aura. It was slowly spreading into the air. A system notification suddenly appeared in front of Seo Juhian. He was a bit surprised when he saw it. The message reads, the spy skill is activated. You detect something suspicious from the Buddha statue. He wondered, what's inside the Buddha statue? Then he waved his hand and said, okay, I get it. The notification window disappeared. Seo Juhian's eyes were glued to the statue and he silently evaluated it. So that's how it is, I knew it. There's no way Park Kyung-tae would be so distraught over a 50,001 statue. Juhian smiled slightly as he looked at the Buddha statue in his hand and said, let's see what's in here. As he spoke, he pulled out his dagger and got ready to act. Just a few cuts. The statue was cut into many pieces. Inside was a bottle of some kind of solution. A young man who happened to witness this scene could only gape. Surprised. The bottle of solution was lying on the ground. He said softly, oh, look at this. Some kind of medicine. Just put a few drops on a cigarette and smoke it. The young man from earlier looked at Juhian with a very puzzled look. Seo Juhian quickly looked around and thought to himself, this must be expensive. Is that bastard selling drugs? Juhian walked down the street, his eyes still on the bottle of liquid. He silently evaluated. Thinking back, they owned hundreds of art studios. If all of them contained drugs. It was already late afternoon. The protagonist's excited call. His tone was filled with excitement. Brother Jian-woo, it's me. The reward for reporting stimulants is 100 million. In the showroom, a voice rang out. Not like that, Mr. Chairman. Pak Kyung-ju replied, but her face showed fear. Tension. I assure you it's not because the goods aren't ready. We're just being careful because someone is watching us. But it seemed the man on the other end didn't accept the explanation. He yelled so loudly that she had to pull the phone away from her ear and let out a soft cry. Ouch. Pak Kyung-ju still tried to humbly admit her mistake. Yes, I am very sorry about what happened. I will contact you as soon as possible. After hanging up, she angrily looked at the phone and cursed. That old bastard. Why did I want to keep all the money? I hope this old man rots in hell. The door was suddenly opened. Pak Kyung-ju thought it was her men who had come, so she turned around and shouted, where have you been? Have you found the Buddha statue yet? But when she saw the two people following her subordinate, she suddenly stopped. The young man looked miserable. His face was covered in bruises. His nose was covered with cotton balls. He said in pain, we've been found out. We're all dead. Pak Kyung-ju asked. What's the matter? Kim Jian-woo led the police. He flashed his police badge and said, we received a report that you guys were organizing illegal drug trafficking. Pak Kyung-ju quickly denied it. Drugs. There's nothing but art here. We're law-abiding citizens. The man picked up the bottle of solution that was wrapped in a bag and said, why do you guys always say the same thing? It's so entertaining. We have enough evidence. I also know that this is not all you have. Do you still have a lot of these things in your warehouse? She was hit in the heart. She could only grit her teeth. Her face was covered with beads of sweat. Then she frowned and thought to herself. Damn it. They know where my warehouse is in Gyeonggi-do. It doesn't matter. The warehouse room is locked with a combination. Thinking so, she still denied it. I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't have solid evidence, please don't blame the innocent. She suddenly shouted. You are a policeman, that does not mean you have the right to interfere in other people's business. Officer Kim smirked slightly. He turned on the walkie-talkie for the woman to hear. The 600 works found in the Waziansi exhibition have all been examined. We found stimulants inside them. She couldn't believe her ears. She screamed loudly. Wait a minute. You guys opened my vault. Impossible, they all have the code. While she was talking crazily, another policeman quickly handcuffed her and said, here are handcuffs for you. Jian-woo just sneered at the woman and replied. She was right, but we have our own ways. Luckily, we have someone working with us internally. One person glanced at the protagonists and said, Student Ju-hoon, it seems like this warehouse hasn't been opened yet. Is that so? He quickly replied. Seo Ju-hyun stepped forward. Entered a few numbers. The door quickly opened. The man was surprised. He asked. That's surprising. How do you know how to open all these? Seo Ju-hyun replied slowly. I have a good memory. Seo Ju-hyun confided. The truth is, my memory is extraordinary. You could say it's my only talent. Because of that ability, Pak Kyung-ju wanted to take advantage of me. When I worked in the warehouse. At first, I had a hard time because each warehouse had a different password. I didn't suspect anything at the time. But it was so unpleasant that I remembered them all. Protagonist's mouth twitched slightly in thought. I never thought it would come in handy. Everything went according to plan. I'll be rewarded. That's money. I can start collecting holy relics soon. While Seo Ju-hyun was happily thinking about the future, the man in blue suddenly shouted. Look! There's still medicine here. He had a small bottle in his hand. The other man replied. These guys are really bold. You did a great job, student Ju-hyun. He smiled and replied. Yes, I'm glad I could help. Oh, right, can I ask you guys a favor? Hearing Ju-hyun say that, the other two immediately listened attentively. Back to the other side. Pak Kyung-ju was quickly taken away. But she still wouldn't give in. Screaming, useless, let me go. Ji-on-woo answered the phone. Hello, Ju-hyun wants to talk to me. Ji-on-woo asked softly. My little brother, what's wrong? Police Kim called back. Hey, wait a minute. My brother wants to talk to this lady. The other lady doesn't look pleased at all. The phone slowly made a sound. Hello, auntie. You should have treated me better. She felt a little familiar but still couldn't recognize who it was. The protagonist continued to speak. If I work hard, the auntie should pay me in full. Now she was suspicious and shouted loudly. This voice. Seo Ju-hyun, it's all because of you. Ju-hyun joked. Also, you should change your password every 6 months. Enjoy your vacation in prison. Pak Kyung-ju was angry. What did you say? As she was being taken away, she still tried to scream loudly. Seo Ju-hyun. I'm going to kill you, you hear me? Bastard, this is how you repay me. It was getting dark. The big city with its tall buildings was really captivating. Our protagonist slowly walking down the street. He said softly. How comfortable. Suddenly the phone rang. He glanced at it with a questioning look. It turned out to be a message from Detective Kim. He sent it to the protagonist. Ju-hyun, you did well. I'm proud of you. You'll soon receive a reward of 100 million won. Don't waste it all. Learn to spend money wisely, okay? Looking at the messages that came in, Seo Ju-hyun silently evaluated. It was indeed Ji-on-woo. He always worries about me. But now it's different. I have the money so I can start preparing. And I'll find the holy relics before that bastard. Just you wait. Seo Ju-hyun said to himself. In his mind now was the image of old man Kwon Tae-jun. While walking, Seo Ju-hyun suddenly stopped for a moment. Standing on the railing, he looked down. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked. Ha! Where is my house? In front of him now is a huge pile of dirt. Or rather, a mountain of dirt burying the buildings. Looking at what is happening before his eyes, Ju-hyun explained silently. The apartment where I live is covered by a crypt. It must be a crypt created by the holy relic. The residents in the apartments were talking nonsense. They were arguing. What the hell was going on? Why did you push me? When did I push you? Calm down, the child is crying because of you. How can you be calm in this situation? Young soldier, please tell me what happened. Please calm down. Everyone is in a panic, not understanding what is happening around them. Protagonist slightly separated from the crowd. His eyes were slightly thoughtful. He thought to himself, it was no surprise that people were panicking. Both the holy relic and the crypt contained terrifying power. That was why they caused such a huge commotion. Thinking back, I got a call from my roommate around this time. He said my apartment was missing and he didn't know what I was going to do next. I didn't understand what was going on because I was being exploited by Pak Kyung-ju. When I finished work and returned home, everything was normal. If so, then someone completed the crypt. Whoever is responsible for that is around here, I can't lose to that person. This holy relic must be mine. Suddenly, a pleading voice rang out, please don't shoot me. That voice also caught the Seo Ju-hyun's attention. He thought to himself, this voice belongs to his roommate Kim Dong-hyun. The soldier suddenly got angry, his gun was raised at the ready. He threatened, be quiet, do I look like I'm kidding you? Stop asking nonsense, where are you? Seo Ju-hyun couldn't stand his arrogant tone, so he kicked the soldier hard in the face. Dong-hyun was quite shocked when he saw his friend act like that, he stammered and called out Ju-hyun's name. The protagonist angrily said, how dare you point a gun at civilians? Seo Ju-hyun came over to his friend and greeted him, long time no see Kim Dong-hyun. Dong-hyun looked a little bewildered, as if he was thinking, what do you mean, long time no see? Seo Ju-hyun continued, you haven't changed at all, the fat crybaby. The soldier lying on the ground slowly got up, he let out a soft cry, the protagonist shouted loudly, wake up officer. The young officer replied with a sweaty face, sorry, I just lost control for a moment. Seo Ju-hyun continued, whatever, explain everything that happened here. Why is there a military, aren't these matters usually left to the police? The officer slowly replied. Because. Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, something is wrong, why are they sending so many soldiers here? Then he asked again, are you guys trying to enter that too? This is top secret information, the officer quickly replied. Seo Ju-hyun glanced and thought, no, I need to know the reason. All I know now is that the government could be my opponent, how did the government know about the existence of the holy relic? Seo Ju-hyun firmly told the officer, stop joking, I live right over there so I have the right to know, I need to know why the fully armed army is here. I think you are fine but you are making a big mistake. Do you know I can report you pointing a gun at civilians to the authorities? Don't make things worse, I just want to know the reason. Ju-hyun's threats seemed to have struck a chord with the young officer. He quickly replied. Well, we are trying to understand that thing over there and excavate what is inside it, you don't have to worry about danger, we will ensure everyone's safety. Seo Ju-hyun stroked his chin and thought, they will explore it, there is no way they can open the tomb like that. The other soldier continued speaking. We have invited foreign experts so I am sure everything will be fine. The protagonist heard this and thought. Foreign expert. Now everything is clear. After thinking this, he said. Is that so, thanks for telling me, now I feel safer. After saying that, Seo Ju-hyun turned around and left. Okay, keep up the good work. Thank you. The officer replied. Dong-hyun quickly asked, are you done talking to him, what did he say? Seo Ju-hyun replied, don't do anything and stay here. After saying that, he left, leaving Dong-hyun still bewildered. He shouted. Ju-hyun. Hey. He's acting weird today. Dong-hyun silently commented. At that mysterious tomb, some soldiers were outside to slowly keep watch. As the two soldiers were talking, the agent slowly approached. She picked up the phone and asked, are you sure the Korean government doesn't know anything about the catacombs? The other end of the line replied, I believe so, why do you keep asking? Linda looked at the soldiers and said, because a lot of soldiers were sent here. The line continued, because they are trying their best to support us. Also to avoid public curiosity, there are people who understand English. Linda continued walking, the question still ringing on the other end of the line, how is the mission going? Linda replied, the explosive device will be activated soon, everything is going smoothly. The men in black saw her and immediately spoke, there you are, Linda. Okay, don't let your guard down until the last minute. Linda heard that instruction and the corner of her mouth slightly lifted up and replied, I understand. Suddenly a man approached Linda and said, good evening. She didn't know who the man was. He was. It was Abe Kiyoshi, a member of the Japanese excavation team. He chuckled and said, why are you so surprised? I should be the one here, not you. We are neighbors with Korea and you are from America, quite far away. You guys are so greedy that you came here to steal. Linda was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Then she quickly replied, we are just recovering the holy relic that was stolen from the International Police Organization. Our mission is to maintain peace and conduct safe experiments related to the holy relic. Kiyoshi quickly replied in a mocking tone. Oh, that's great. If we promise to be able to perform experiments safely now, then we get to keep the holy relic? We all know you guys aren't allowed. Linda replied firmly, why do you think we should believe you? He replied, well, it doesn't matter. We're all on the same page now, so let's not talk about such useless things. I guarantee the holy relic will be ours. You're pretty confident, huh? We'll see. Linda replied. Ju-hyun saw the two talking from afar. He wondered. What is this? They seem to have some talent. It's the CIA and the Japanese excavation team. Although catacombs began to appear all over the world, at first the existence of holy relics and catacombs were seen as omens. At that time, there were a few countries that began to understand the true meaning behind the existence of the holy relic. Among them Japan and America realized it the earliest. They began to conduct secret research on the holy relic and searched in other countries. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, he cursed under his breath, "Those bastards, I dare you to take it, this holy relic will be mine." "Why are they still idling there? There's not much time left." "Wait, they said they were going to blow up the crypt, are they waiting for something to happen?" "What amateurs," Ju Hian thought to himself. "Then I'll just go first," thinking that, Seo Ju Hian slowly walked away. Red characters began to appear on the ground. "There it is," Seo Ju Hian looked down at the ground and his face showed a hint of joy. "These are ancient tomb letters. Holy relics are very funny entities, they want to introduce themselves in their own way and want the world to notice. It's as if they think they are the main characters in a fantasy world, trying to attract people." Ju Hian took the lead, followed by a few others. Looking at the things in front of them, they were all amazed and exclaimed, "Oh my god, what is this? It's so annoying to look at. If you can decipher the runes, it will tell you where the entrance is and what kind of traps are inside. It basically gives you information about everything in great detail." Seo Ju Hian slightly bent one knee, he thought to himself, "Well, you can also consider it a trap because most people can't decipher them correctly. But I'm different, it's too simple," Seo Ju Hian said confidently. "Okay, I know the entrance," Seo Ju Hian thought to himself. The notice board suddenly appeared. The announcement is, "Special Decoder, you have awakened the basic skill of Tomb Raider, Rank F Linguistics. Rank F Linguistics means you can understand, learn and conceptualize any language, you can hear the voice of holy relics and communicate with them. You have great ability in deciphering ancient tomb scripts. Next up is the basic skills of Tomb Raider." This is pretty good. Seo Ju Hian judged as his face was rather indifferent. He quickly used his hand to swipe away the notifications. He said, "Now get this window out of my sight. Can't see anything." The protagonist thought, "Now I need to unlock 2 more skills." Because the others couldn't see the system notification. Seeing Seo Ju Hian's actions, they could only look at him blankly. In a flowing canal, under the foot of the bridge, there is a place that emits red light because it has the characters of an ancient tomb. On the pillar is a U shape and surrounded by red characters. Seo Ju Hian slowly walked over and said, "Here it is." He pulled out his spear, smiled and said, "Time to start hunting." He quickly rushed forward, slashing at the characters at the base of the pillar. Then a source of power was released, lighting up the entire area. Seo Ju Hian held the knife firmly in his hand, his face full of pride, a slightly mocking smile on his face, and proudly said, "Let's begin." Immediately after that, the guy rushed forward towards the wall with a decisive movement. The strong impact caused the wall to emit light, which was surrounded by dust and smoke. Seo Ju Hian glanced at the scene that was unfolding. A warning message pops up, "You have detected a terrifying pressure approaching." Suddenly something unexpectedly shot up from the ground, causing Ju Hian to cover his face and step back. Always let that page light up the whole city in the dark. That strangeness attracted everyone's attention, causing the crowd to exclaim in amazement, "What the hell is that?" The brown-haired man quickly turned back to the woman and said, "It seemed like the crypt gate had been opened." The curly-haired man beside him asked with a somewhat angry expression, "The place he was going to was the entrance." Then he immediately ran away, leaving the woman bewildered, causing her to call out, "Wait." The man walked to the guard and pointed carefully, "You guys stay here. A second explosion could happen at any moment. Make sure people don't come near, understand?" The 2 men ran quickly towards the explosion. The woman scolded, "What a bastard." The man replied, "If that person interferes in our work, things will only get more complicated, you know that. Why are you still blaming me?" They finally ran to the source of the light and there it was. Both of them started checking everything around. The man looked down the hole and cursed, "Damn it, it's so bright, I can't even see." The woman held the stone in her hand and dropped it into the deep hole to examine it. 2 people stood above looking down waiting for the results. The rock fell into the hole and made a sound. The man immediately said it seemed like there was water underneath. The woman saw the slightly happy expression on the man next to her and reminded him, "But what?" But before he could finish his sentence, the man jumped down as he spoke, "If that's the case then." The woman was shocked by this thoughtless action and said loudly, "Wait. Below." The main man Ju Hian was walking towards the tunnel when he heard a noise. The guy with an indifferent and somewhat contemptuous expression glanced at them and said, "Stupid, they are chasing me." Then the guy smiled wickedly and started to play tricks, singing vaguely, to give them a little trouble. On the stone surface filled with strange words, the protagonist Seo spoke up, activating the trap. The man with blue hair climbed out of the water looking disheveled and out of breath, learning to be underground. In contrast to the man's wet appearance, the woman used a climbing rope to get down. She saw that and immediately mocked. He didn't even bother to plan ahead.
Smart.
The man heard that and sighed uncomfortably. Suddenly a strange sound came from somewhere, causing the two people to turn around and look. Both were extremely alert to this strange sound.
What is that sound? It's getting closer.
The water flowing out of the pond like a waterfall made the scene chaotic. This surprise made both of them extremely scared and confused.
What the hell? Where did the water come from?
The strong stream of water poured out, making it impossible for the two people to escape, and were immediately swept away by the water.
Both Abe and Linda could only helplessly raise their hands, hoping to escape, and cry out miserably.
On the other side, protagonist Ju Hyun looked forward with a cold face. The guy suddenly stopped and looked straight ahead as if he had discovered something he had said, found it. At the end of the road is a clear blue lake. Protagonists look at the knife he's holding tightly in his hand. This is all he has now, so he'll have to use it. Immediately after that, the guy put one hand in his pocket, looked serious, and dropped the knife into the clear lake in front of him with the other hand.
The calm lake began to ripple due to Ju Hyun's actions.
Immediately a giant white snake appeared from the water before the protagonist's calm. The white snake with yellow eyes asked which poor soul just dropped the item.
It opened its giant mouth holding two knives. Now answer me. There is a golden knife and a knife.
Silver, which knife is yours? Protagonist heard that and the corner of his lips slightly curled up, showing satisfaction.
It was such an easy question.
The holy relic in this crypt is called the Golden Axe and Silver Axe. It is based on a fairy tale, derived from Aesop's fable, The Goddess and the Woodcutter. The story is known in many countries, so foreigners can easily overcome this challenge. But it's too late, this holy relic is mine. Ju Hyun smiled and replied, neither of them are mine. Bak Se stared at the boy in front of her and kissed him.
Then it opened its mouth and took out another knife and asked, so this is yours?
Protagonist's face remained calm and thought to himself.
Yes, it's mine.
If I answer like that, I will not only get the knife back but also get a gold and silver axe. The guy frowned, his eyes cold, but...
Ju Hyun asked proudly with his hands in his pockets, can I check if that's really my weapon?
Bak Se also accepts this request. He advanced and held the sword in the white horse's mouth. The knife was near in his hand. The protagonist held the knife in his hand and immediately made a cut on the white horse's body, causing red blood to splatter everywhere, causing the white horse to scream. The white car was in pain at this unexpected action.
It screamed, what are you doing? Why did you do that when you were about to complete the trial?
Ju Hyun said with a sinister smile, silently, I never believed you, holy relic.
Even if I pass the test, there's no guarantee you'll reward me with anything ordinary.
You holy relics are always like that.
Bak Se looked at the guy very angrily.
Protagonists, we continue, who knows the reward you give me won't turn me into a psychotic killer. Bak Se was stunned by those words. How could a mortal like you know about that? The truth is that the owner of the golden axe and silver axe has turned into a mad murderer. The number of people who died because of this holy relic is countless. The guy calmly smiled and replied, you intend to give me a fake holy relic that is covered with a curse. Ironically, this was the real purpose behind this challenge from the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy quickly walked forward. The protagonist's decisive and powerful slash made the white horse cry out in pain. Ju Hyun's face was full of anger as he said, pay for your crimes, holy relic. Not giving in to this attack, Bak Se widened his eyes and roared, you really believe that you can use me this way? After passing through the trap-filled crypt, if you pass the Holy Relics challenge, you will receive the leftovers. Overcoming challenges and overcoming adversity, the Holy Relic will grant the user a variety of special abilities. After that, the Holy Relic and the user develop a mutual relationship. This is what is called normal in the relationship between humans and Holy Relics. However, Holy Relics have always had a grudge against humans due to their design and purpose of harming them. After using the Holy Relic for a while, people often become ill. Therefore, Holy Relic users often possess healing Holy Relics to gain more power and authority. That's why Wu always takes advantage of me. So, I don't need the so-called relationship with the damn Holy Relic, the guy thought as he thrust harder, causing the white snake to cry out in pain, it hurts so much, damn it. The protagonist's face was full of hatred as he ordered, let's see how long you can endure. I will assert my dominance and make you obey. The protagonists continued to increase his strength and attack, causing the white snake to scream and curse uncontrollably. Hisses, stop it, human. Ju Hyun laughed scornfully. It hurts, doesn't it? Let's see how long you can endure it. The knife was stabbed deeper and deeper into the white snake's flesh. The guy affirmed that he would assert his dominance and make you obey. You need to have some level of talent if you want to control Holy Relics. If you don't have any talent, you will be devoured by them. Those talents are divided by scholars into three main groups. The first group is the social elite, abilities formed from the relationship with the holy relic. The second group is dominance, the power to command and control the holy relic. The third group is compatibility, a strong emotional bond between the user and the holy relic. As if they were made for each other. For example, a musician finds a holy relic musical instrument. Most people want to increase their social abilities. It is the easiest way to use the holy relic and allows you to gain full control of the holy relic. But choosing that path is still too bold. As holy relics become close to their masters, they begin to emit poison that gradually weakens their masters. The protagonist's attack said, "That's why I never followed society's path. Those who choose that path are just dogs. Kneel before me. Holy relic." The guy with cold eyes threatened, "If you don't obey my orders, I will tear you into pieces." "Do you think I won't do that?" Holy relic was stunned by the screaming boy's words. "What? I thought you humans lusted after us." Protagonists, we hold the golden axe in hand and exclaim, "Success." Then the guy glanced at the notice beside him with an indifferent expression. "You have experience with the tomb, you have unlocked the title and discovered a new skill. You have unlocked the basic skill of Tomb Raider, the Tomb Rank F opening." The notification panel shows basic skill information of Tomb Raider. First is F rank Scout, which allows you to observe within a meter of yourself. Next is F rank Linguistics, which gives you a better understanding of all languages. And F rank Tomb Opening increases your understanding of tombs. Protagonist Ju Hyun is happy to receive new skills. "I can skill again. Now I just need to unlock one more skill. What should I do?" Then he glanced at the information board next to him. Holy Relic Abuser, you have unlocked a title that enhances your dominance. Dominate Holy Relic A+, Oppression. Communicate Holy Relic D, Coercion. The information board left the guy confused and bewildered. "Ha!" The SEO guy said irritably, "Hey Crow, how am I considered abusing the Holy Relic? It doesn't matter if my social ability is reduced. I don't need to use it." A voice from afar made the guy turn his head and find it. A pond. Protagonists, we hid in a corner. Abe saw the lake in front of him and was happy. This was exactly as the prophet had predicted. Ha ha ha, he heard the two of them clearly annoyed. Those bastards came faster than he thought. The man holding the red bottle in his hand smiled and said, "Come here, Holy Relic." Linda, who was standing next to him, saw this and asked, "What are you going to do?" Linda had barely finished speaking. Abe threw the red vase down to the woman's astonishment. "What were you doing?" The guy in the corner saw their actions and laughed mockingly. "Fools, it's too late." The protagonist silently watched their every move. He thought to himself, "I'll try to keep an eye on them for a bit. I have a feeling they'll get in my way later." Ju Hyun held the knife in his hand and thought, "Should he just kill them?" The guy suddenly turned back to look. The knife in his hand showed information. Egyptian funeral knife, rank C, type, common. Holy Relic can absorb, maximum uses 54 out of 100. He was surprised by this data. Protagonists is a bit confusing. Used. It's been used before. He smiled. "Haha, is this your way of reminding me to think carefully?" Crow. On the other side, excavation team member Abe cried out after throwing the vase down but seeing no response. "Why is there no reaction? The prophecy said that we must throw an object into the lake." Linda heard that and asked, "Prophecy? So there is a person using Holy Relic prophecy in Japan?" Abe beside him was still annoyed and replied, "Ha? Anyway, that's not important now." Abe said to Linda, annoyed, "Someone took the Holy Relic away? This is troublesome. That means many people know about them." "That's right," Linda replied. Linda looked around and spoke. The traces on the ground seemed to be someone's footprints. Someone must have been here. A strange noise made them both turn around in alarm. Abe asked, "What was that?" "Sound from over there." Protagonist Ju Hyun held the stone in his hand and laughed as if he was watching a funny story. Then he looked at the golden axe in his hand and thought, "These guys are easy to fool. I wonder how they will escape when the tomb collapses." The man raised his golden axe and commanded, "Close the crypt." Holy Relic. The catacombs shook. Rocks and dirt fell, scaring both of them. What the hell was that? The guy left while the other two were frantically searching for a way out. The exit was ahead. Wait. Where was the exit? Let's go back the way we came. An arm is pushing up the manhole cover.
Protagonists, we brush the dirt off our clothes. The exit of the catacombs leads straight to this sewer. Our clothes are all dirty, but we probably won't be noticed. When I returned to the apartment, the crypt that had enveloped it was no longer there. At first everyone was confused, but eventually everyone returned home. The guy called out, "Kim Dong-hyun." He walked over and asked, "Why are you so absent-minded?" Dong-hyun replied, "Ju-hyun. It's gone. The big mountain is gone." Then the protagonist waved and left. "That's great. I'm hungry. Let's go home." Dong-hyun asked, still worried, "Is it safe to get home now? Remember what if I was buried alive?" He just replied, "It's okay," and left. Japanese excavation team member Abe answered the phone and said loudly, "What did you say?" There was another prediction. That someone in Korea had gotten it before us. Abe was furious. "You should have said so sooner. What were you thinking, leaving out such important information?" The other side of the phone said, "We didn't find out until now. You know how the holy relic guides its future?" Abe asked, his hands on his knees shaking. "Wait. They can't read kanji?" The other side replied, "Exactly." Abe was furious. "You guys are all scholars and you can't read it. It's so annoying." The other end of the line explained that he knew kids these days. "I will try my best to make sure that tonight doesn't happen again. Don't let your guard down and keep trying. And you better be on your guard. The person who took the holy relic today doesn't seem to be ordinary. The prophecy regarding that person is quite unpleasant." Abe clenched his phone and gritted his teeth in annoyance. Ha! At home, the protagonist has finished dinner. It says that the person who will swallow the world. Ju-hyun picked up the beer can and drank it while watching the news on the computer. This linguistic skill is really convenient. I can find information in any language. But they didn't seem to be of much use. This was before the existence of the holy relic spread throughout the world. I need to know what Quan is up to. But I can't find any useful information regarding TKBM. Dong-hyun walked over to the computer and asked Ju-hyun, "Can you really read it?" The guy turned around and said, "Of course, you want me to read it to you." Dong-hyun refused, "No need. I didn't expect you to be so good." Then the protagonist asks his friend, Dong-hyun, "Do you know any information related to TKBM?" Dong-hyun replies, "No, why?" The guy replied, "I just want to know the details of the CEO of that company." The confused friend asked, "Why do you need to know?" Dong-hyun scratched his head and said, "Because of work? I don't know if I have any information for you. But such a big company doesn't go to meet small companies." Protagonists turned back to the computer and said, "I quit my job." The guy was surprised and asked, "Huh, what do you mean?" The guy was silent. Then he started to focus. "Wait, Pak Kyung-ju has an art exhibition. I'll use these guys to get information about Quan." He was so focused that he didn't care about what his friend said. "Are you okay? You're like a different person. Why did you quit your job? Hey, are you listening?" One morning in an office. A group of people were checking everything in the office. The platinum-haired man angrily shouted, "Damn it, they left without leaving anything behind." The junior beside him asked, "What should we do?" Hyun Nim. They started to complain, "We've been arrested, we can't continue this job anymore. We're really unemployed now," the platinum-haired man said helplessly. "Yeah, I know." He started cursing with a cigarette in his mouth. It was all that bastard Seo Ju-hyun's fault. "I won't let this go. I'll kill him." The juniors heard this and joined in. "That's exactly our Hyung Nim. We can't let him go. That's right, we have to avenge our seniors." Hearing his junior's flattery, he put on a handsome face. "Ha ha. Of course, I'm Oh Sung-woo, I can't live without repaying my big sister. The big brother you should follow," his junior continued. The ringing of the phone cut through the air. Someone was calling him. Oh Sung-woo looked at the phone uncomfortably. Ha. Just mentioning Ju-hyun's name made him surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is this? Everyone was confused by this call. Why is that bastard calling me at this time? It really is a CO Ju-hyun. Answer him. Hyun Nim. Oh Sung-woo frowned and hesitantly answered the phone. Hello. Contrary to the confusion on the other end of the line, our protagonist calmly replied. What took so long to answer? Hearing Ju-hyun's voice, he gritted his teeth in anger and cursed under his breath. This bastard. Immediately he shouted loudly. Ungrateful bastard. How dare you sell out the bosses? The protagonist's voice shouted. Shut up. The guy asked smugly. Are you guys still selling contraband?
I know you guys haven't signed the contract termination yet.
The silver-haired O shouted angrily. So what do you want, you bastard? Because of you, all the big shots were arrested. Even the art supplies were confiscated. Now we have no choice but to stop doing business.
So you guys haven't stopped doing business yet?
That means you're still working, right? Perfect. I want you guys to come to Midas. Ju Hyun said.
The other end of the line exclaimed.
Midas. Midas is the world's largest secret auction house located in Las Vegas.
Many of the world's great treasures are gathered here. I learned that Kwon Tae-jun participated in the auction here and bought a lot of powerful holy relics.
Midas is the best place to get holy relics.
If I had someone there, I would have gathered almost all the information related to that bastard Kwon Tae-jun. Protagonist Size coldly ordered, within this month, quickly go find some items and the whereabouts of a person at Midas auction for me.
The person you're looking for is Jack Kamen. Jack Kamen is an alias Kwon Tae-jun often uses. If you can't find him, let me know. If you dare to give false information, don't blame this guy for being evil.
Sung Woo couldn't stand this request and slammed the table.
You're being unreasonable. How did we get into Midas?
We've only been able to work this far thanks to the connections and skills of our eldest sister. Ju Hyun ignored the people who were upset with him and left a sentence. You guys have to figure that out yourself.
Not as free as you guys. I have some work to do.
What I just said is considered work, so it depends on the quality of the information.
I will pay.
The other end of the line shouted.
What did you just say? He said angrily. No matter how much you pay me, I will never listen to you. His underlings also said. I told you. Leave it alone. Where are you now?
But the protagonist's words silenced them.
If I don't take the job, then fine. Consider it as saving some money. Because no matter what, you guys are going to Midas. Looks like the beating last time wasn't enough. Then I'll beat you guys up when you agree. Is that okay?
The guy's words made him speechless with anger.
But the fear was still overwhelming. He called. Wait, Ju Hyun. He didn't let him finish. Ju Hyun said. I'll give you more details. Wait there for orders. Then the guy picked up his backpack and left. Okay. The matter regarding Kwon Tae-jun has been settled. Let's go hunting for holy relics tonight? The evening streets are busy with traffic. People walk on the streets.
At the convenience store, the news is playing. Today, at the Yangdongpo-gu Square around 3 a.m. a 40-year-old woman is trying to commit suicide by burying herself alive. According to the witness, Ju Hyun listened and thought, wondering if that incident was a sign of the next crypt's appearance.
Probably unrelated. Worth thinking about. While he was thinking, a loud voice rang out, making the guy turn around and look. Are you done yet? How long are you going to stand there? This place is quite narrow, I can't get through. The guy was quite surprised to see the man in the crypt again, the bastard. Why is he here? This is the bastard from the Holy Relic Crypt, the gold axe and the silver axe. Abe was angry and thought to himself, but it doesn't matter. He must have seen how angry he was. Get out of the way. What? You don't understand because I'm speaking in a foreign language.
Protagonist's eyes widened at the sight of him. I understand. If this bastard is here, it means that there will be a new crypt appearing around this area. Abe felt even more uncomfortable under the gaze of the young man in front of him. Hey, get out of the way. The guy smirked. Right now, in Japan, there was someone who possessed the holy relic of prophecy to help them. Immediately he replied, shut up, you're being too noisy. Do you think I don't understand what you're saying? Abe was startled, the Japanese. Abe awkwardly apologized, are you Japanese too? Ha, sorry for the rude action just now. I had a bad day today. Ju Hyun heard that and laughed in his heart. Ha, linguistic skills are quite useful. Then the guy replied, sorry, what did you say? I only speak Korean. This change made Abe confused. The anger appeared again, the man shouted. Ha! That was Korean just now. You are Korean, why did you lie to me? The guy with the can of water in his hand walked and joked, you started the fight, you idiot. Abe got mad when a younger kid scolded him, you bastard. What did you say? You made fun of me. Abe followed the guy all the way to the counter and said, do you know who I am? The protagonist doesn't care about him. Anyway. This bastard brought a holy relic with him, and he didn't even bother to hide its power.
What an amateur.
I don't know what kind of holy relic it is, but I want it. The man refused to give up and chased after him. Stop and come back here immediately. The man held the guy's shoulder.
When someone else is talking to you, you have to listen to what they say, right?
The guy turned around and opened the can of soda in his hand, causing water to splash all over the man's face.
He was furious.
What the hell?
Ju Hyun looked apologetic.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Everyone does, I wonder why they do it. Abe angrily spoke loudly, attracting the attention of passers-by. It got all over my clothes. Bastard, you have to pay for my laundry.
Taking advantage of a slight gap, the guy touched the man's pocket.
It's a small holy relic bracelet. If I steal it now it will be exposed. Protagonist's laugh said, never mind, I don't have any money with me, and the clothes aren't that expensive.
Then he bent down to pick up his things. He dropped something. He picked up the card. He should have paid attention to his ID card.
Abe quickly took it back from the guy. Give it here.
The man thought, he hasn't seen his ID yet. If the members of the Japanese opening team were here, things would get very complicated. But he was just a citizen, so he probably didn't have anything to worry about. There was a loud noise. The two turned to look at where the sound came from. Everyone around was also surprised and panicked.
What the hell was this? What just happened? An earthquake.
The loud noise continued, and people staggered and fell. Protagonist's chuckle, bingo, I was waiting for the crypt to appear.
Abe smiled wickedly, what chaos. Everything was going exactly as predicted. Abe answered the phone and said, sorry, the crypt has appeared.
The other end of the phone replied, I see, there's one more thing you need to know.
We just got another prophecy.
It says that a Korean who took the gold and silver axes is nearby. Abe was so shocked that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. This part of the prophecy is not very reliable, but you should be careful not to drink alcohol. The man remembered the guy he just met, the bastard from earlier.
If that's the case then.
That bastard is the one mentioned in the prophecy, Abe said angrily. The earthquake appeared and made people scatter like a broken beehive. Kiyoshi was still on the phone. The person on the other end reminded him to be careful and not to drink alcohol.
Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, what if? That bastard is the one mentioned in the prophecy. Damn it, where did he go? Kiyoshi then realized that Ju Hyun was the one in the prophecy. He looked around for him.
I will go find him. If there is any prediction, report to me immediately. Back to the protagonist's side. Why does it feel like someone is bloodthirsty here?
It's completely different from the last tomb. It seems like this holy relic will be harder to tame.
Ju Hyun slowly looked around while the others were still running away in panic. At this time, Kiyoshi had already caught up to the place. He said loudly, hey you there.
Stop right there, if you don't want to get shot, don't move, he said, pointing the gun at him. Standing in front of the gun, Ju Hyun only had a look of surprise. It was him again? Kiyoshi asked him to open his backpack. How long are you going to ignore me? He snapped.
But before he could do anything, something happened around him that made Kiyoshi confused. At the same time, your system also displays a notification, warning that you are detecting a terrible pressure approaching you. The ground where they stood was covered with cracks.
And it glowed extremely brightly. A beam of light erupted in the darkness.
The scene began to change. The people were pulled into an unfamiliar space. They had no idea where they were. Ju Hyun woke up, his head still a bit dizzy. He thought to himself, a lot of people were dragged into this mess. Holy relic put everyone in danger because of them, those bastards. His gaze moved down. The crypt was filled with broken weapons. I had been here in my past life.
This was the crypt of the Japanese holy relic katana, Muramasa. Muramasa was a famous swordsmith in Japan during the Muromachi period who founded the Muramasa school.
Swords forged from the Muramasa school were very famous and considered to be masterpieces. During that time, their relationship with Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu was not very good.
Muramasa's entire family was killed by the katanas he forged. Because of that incident, Tokugawa ordered all of Muramasa's swords to be destroyed, and there were rumors that Muramasa's swords were all cursed katana. So this is the kind of holy relic we have to face. This holy relic holds a lot of resentment towards humans.
His system sounded an alarm. The holy relic's bloodlust is clinging to your body. Your skin is being damaged.
Your body needs protection.
Ju Hyun also felt the burning of his skin at the same time. His arm already had a few wounds from the holy relic. It had already started.
I needed to quickly deal with this crypt. But Kiyoshi kept following him.
He pointed the gun behind him and said,
I said don't move. Open your bag. Pour everything out. Ju Hian cursed under his breath. This bastard is really vengeful, but he still raised his hands and said, "This is called robbery. Why should I listen to him?" He laughed when he heard that. "Are you tired of living? Stop joking around or I'll pull the trigger." Ju Hian was not to be outdone either, he even provoked Kyoshi. "Then shoot me. But I advise you not to do so. It's useless." Kyoshi lost his patience and shouted at him. "You bastard will regret it if you think I'm just joking. I'll shoot you in the leg so you'll understand your situation now." "Fine if that's what you want." He fired. Only saw the automatic gun explode on the spot. His hand was injured because of that. He cried out in pain. Ju Hian laughed at the side. "See, I told you so. That holy relic is mine now. So don't even dream about it anymore." Kiyoshi was dragged away by his collar and asked in confusion. "What are you doing? Let me go." "Because you are in my way. So go away." With that, Ju Hian was able to knock him down with just one hand. Ju Hian began to explain. "When you enter the tomb, all modern weapons become useless. Because Holy Relic does not want humans to easily pass through the tomb." Kiyoshi was knocked down by him and became even more grumpy. "How do you know that? The one who took the gold and silver axes was definitely you." "That's right." Ju Hian once again grabbed his collar and threw him aside. From the ground appeared mud-shaped like Japanese soldiers that were constantly clinging to Kiyoshi. "What the hell is this?" Ju Hian laughed heartily. "Lie still, idiot. Let me tell you. The traps here are quite annoying." With that, he ran off, leaving Kiyoshi still clueless about what was going on. "Wait. Damn it. I have to kill that guy to feel satisfied." The chaos between the two had attracted the attention of the crowd. He spoke up to calm them down. "Hello everyone. Everything is under control so there is nothing to worry about. Does anyone here speak Japanese?" A boy in black stepped forward. "I could speak a little." Kiyoshi was overjoyed as if his life had been saved. "So can you give me a hand?" But at this moment someone stopped him. "Wait a minute everyone." The man in blue said. He had a gun. The man in the suit was suspicious. What if he was dangerous? The Japanese-speaking bottler argued. But that didn't mean we could just leave him like that. Kiyoshi felt something was wrong so he spoke up. "Hello. Please believe me. I'm from the Japanese excavation team. I've been trained to handle situations like this." Because the crowd was in conflict, he was forced to show his employee ID. "I promise to get everyone out of here safely." Scene changes to Ju Hian's place. "Okay, let's see what holy relic this guy has." Just now when he threw him away, he had time to reach into Kiyoshi's pocket. He was about to confront him even though he knew nothing about fans, he was truly a frog in a well. Ju Hian looked at the two items in his hand, a bracelet and a small rice cake. He recognized this holy relic from the Korean folktale of two brothers becoming the moon and the sun. The tiger killed the mother to eat more rice cakes. Just as it was about to kill both brothers, a string came down from heaven and saved both of them. "This holy relic isn't the best but it's quite useful," he said and put it back in his pocket. The system panel popped up, congratulating him on unlocking a new title and new skill, Sharp Beat Pickpocket. You have awakened the basic skill in Tomb Raider, Nimble Fingers, rank F. Ju Hian has 4 basic skills. Nimble Fingers, rank F, just touch the item once, you can clearly know how to use it. When using consumable holy relics, the holy relics wear rate is significantly reduced. The ability to repair holy relics is increased. High success rate when stealing holy relics from others. Tomb Raider's basic skills are Scouting, Linguistics, Tomb Excavation, and Agile Fingers, all of which are rank F. The system continues to display new notifications. You have awakened 4 basic skills in your body, now you are officially becoming a Tomb Raider. The mission is completed, you will receive a reward after leaving the tomb. There's even a reward? Ju Hian smiled wryly, that crow treated me like a game character. Whatever, just keep playing with me. I'll still take the reward, no complaints. At this moment he heard something. There were constant cries for help coming from ahead. Ju Hian curiously followed the sound. He looked down. Ju Hian was surprised because there were so many innocent people below. Someone is being controlled and attacking someone else. Ju Hian quickly realizes this is a trap. Below, there was a female student who was losing control, holding a weapon in her hand and attacking people. Everyone was shouting, "Someone stop her, that student calm down." But with her eyes so white and her face so crazy, she must have lost control. Ju Hian thought to herself that she was being possessed. Anyone who touched that knife would be possessed. Once a person is possessed by that knife, it is very difficult for the possessed person to escape from it. In the end, everyone will die. That is the nature of the trap. The more people die in that pit, the more this bridge is developed. It is a sacrificial trap. He asked the people below. Hey, who brought you into this hole? Was it a Japanese guy? One of them answered. Yes, it was him. He sang some strange songs and then escaped from there. After we pulled him out, this is what happened. He said we need to die to protect the secret. Ju Hian felt like a bastard after hearing that. He guessed that was probably what the holy relic user told him to do. Ju Hian did not hesitate to slide down even though there were many blades on the wall. He pulled out his knife. Just a few basic strokes are enough to clean up the mess of knife fragments stuck in the wall. Ju Hian landed safely to everyone's surprise. The female student smelled a stranger and turned around. Immediately, she rushed straight towards him. I'll use this. Ju Hian took out the rope he had stolen from the Japanese earlier. He threw her out and tied her up. The rope quickly wrapped around her. Immediately her whole body was controlled. He was surprised at how convenient it was. He held the knife that fell from the female student's hand and reassured her, just stay there, I'll save you right now. But the knife suddenly spoke, who the hell are you? It doesn't matter, now kill them, kill those humans. Ju Hian said with disdain, how dare a useless holy relic like you lecture me? This time the knife picked the wrong person to poke. He used his skill to test its aptitude. It was just a C-rank holy relic, it wasn't even a proper holy relic, what a piece of trash. A useless holy relic, where is the boss relic of this tomb? He mercilessly threw away that useless thing. The girl was now free from possession, she was panicking and begging, please untie me. And your holy relic is teasing me, play with me human. He retracted the divine thread, the holy relics did whatever they wanted when left alone. Everyone follow me, I will get you all out of here. Don't ask me anything, I'm not a bad person. The scene changes to Kiyoshi's side, he is laughing excitedly, calling himself a genius. I eliminated all the troublesome witnesses and I also found the holy relic room, the Muramasa sword. Now I just need to find it, and then get out of this annoying country of Korea. That bastard took my relic, you wait, I will definitely make you suffer. He searched hard but found no trace of the real sword. Kiyoshi was furious, damn it, it's all fake, where is the Muramasa sword? At this moment there was a voice behind him, found him. Those are the people he fooled earlier, they look angry because they were fooled so badly, how dare you trap us you bastard? The Japanese man was amazed, how did you guys get out of there? He was surrounded and beaten by them, his body was pulled to the ground and continuously stepped on. Ju Hian came over and said, damn, you're ridiculous. Kiyoshi realized that it must be Ju Hian who brought these people here. He smiled happily, of course, if not me then who would be here? I can't believe you couldn't identify the relic even though you were there first, you idiot. Locate it, golden axe. Immediately after, the Muramasa sword was revealed, Ju Hian saw that and immediately sarcastically said, are you kidding me? The holy relic is right in front of you. Kiyoshi never expected that a broken sword like that would be the Muramasa sword. He held the sword in his hand and said, that's because it only reveals its true form when activated. The holy relic noticed that someone was trying to activate it so he spoke, another human trying to dominate me, how foolish. My body has been weathered and broken. If you wish to use my power, you must sacrifice 10 people. I need human blood to restore my original state. If you cannot do so, you will be buried here with the rest forever. Kiyoshi heard voices, wondering who was talking to him. Hearing that, the people were worried, they were afraid they would be one of those 10 people. Ju Hian pondered for a moment and then replied. The holy relic, are you always like this? Are you trying to test me? It replied, yes, what are you waiting for, quickly sacrifice 10 people for me. Ju Hian frowned, I refused. Not giving the holy relic time to react, he played his old trick, controlling it instead of obeying. Why should I do that when I can control you? The Muramasa sword screamed, what are you doing? It hurts. Ju Hian threatened it, the one being tested here is not me but you. If you don't submit to me, I will break you into 100 pieces. At this time, the surroundings also began to shake as each piece of broken rock slowly cracked. Listen to my orders, Muramasa. Under his coercion, the holy relic was driven mad, damn it. How dare a mortal do this to me? The impact of the conflict and the blinding lights made people blindfolded. In the end, Ju Hian successfully made the holy relic submit to him. The Muramasa sword returned to its true form, a sharp katana, the tomb was completed. After all is done.
Ju Hian used his magic rope to tell everyone to climb up this rope and everyone would get out of here safely. They left one by one, not forgetting to leave words of thanks. Kyoshi tried to hide, but it was just an old trick. He caught him easily. Don't just blend into the crowd like that. Are you planning to kill them all when you get out? Ju Hian seemed to understand his human nature too well. After witnessing Ju Hian forcing the holy relic to submit to him, Kyoshi became very impressed. No, I promise I won't do that, please let me leave. If you leave here, I can introduce you to work for my government. You can earn up to 10 billion a month if you work for the Japanese excavation team. We also possess the holy relic of prophecy, which guides the future. You can use that holy relic to make your life easier, how about that? Ju Hian boredly said something interesting, causing the rambling Japanese man to freeze. As far as I know, the holy relic that guides the future can only be used by its owner. How do you want me to use it? He quickly replied, there was a team maintaining that holy relic, they would make sure to help him as much as possible. Ju Hian didn't bother arguing with him anymore, he agreed to let him use the rope but he had to be the last one to climb up. Kiyoshi was happy inside, he was alive, he was just a commoner, hearing 10 billion made his eyes go blind. He climbed up and made a peace gesture, I apologized for my previous actions. People with skills like you are always welcome on my team. Ju Hian grinned and said, tell me more clearly, I want to know about the Japanese team that is using that holy relic. If they are an untrustworthy group, I don't want to work with them. You don't have to worry about that. That's the famous group, TKBM. Hearing the name of this group, Ju Hian seemed to realize something. He smiled at him, so what? Suddenly Kiyoshi received a kick from him. Because of the surprise, he did not have time to react. Falling from such a height, his leg was injured. He looked up at Ju Hian. Ju Hian said, thanks for the information. I think you were so eager to live that you threw up all the important information. Who would want to work with trash like you? The words were like a bucket of cold water that extinguished Kiyoshi's hope of living. No, wait. Do you really want to kill someone in cold blood like this? Come back here, you bastard. His voice will be buried forever with the soil of the crypt. The sky turned to evening with a starry night. In the men's room, Seo Ju Hian was washing his hands and thinking to himself. Let's see. The sword kept on cursing him. Let me go. Bastard. I'll kill you. It was so much that it made Seo Ju Hian feel extremely uncomfortable. Seo Ju Hian was furious. He ran out and said. You bastards are the ones who need to shut your mouths, who did this? The curses inside were still going on. You bastard. How dare you do this, you bastard? He picked up the sword and said. Is that you, Muramasa? The sword still refused to yield. What? Leave me alone, you bastard. Seeing that, he immediately threw the Muramasa sword into the toilet. Shut up. Toilet flavor is quite nutritious. Muramasa scolded. You dog. Suddenly he began to feel so much pain that he cried out. There was a large wound on his arm. Seo Ju Hian said. Damn it. This is all because of that thing. It was the result of the ability to dominate. To obtain a holy relic, the usual way is to pass the holy relics trial. But by ignoring this rule, I suffered some damage while trying to dominate these holy relics. The stronger the holy relic, the greater the resistance. If I continue down this path, my body won't be able to take it much longer. But I really have no other choice. If I don't dominate these holy relics, they will eventually betray me. He began to look and observe on the system notification display board. You have escaped the dungeon, unlocked the basic skills for the dungeon conqueror. You will now receive the reward for completing this quest. Seo Ju Hian looked at a new notification and found it quite surprising and interesting. What are these, you ask? These are the reward options for this quest. Choose wisely, the path of domination and the path of blessing. Seo Ju Hian spoke up. Are you telling me to choose which one I use the most, Crow? Is it some kind of test? Just because my hands are in this state doesn't mean I'm going to stop what I'm doing. I choose the path of dominance. Then he was very determined and chose according to his original intention. The system displayed a notification, you have successfully received the mission reward. Seo Ju Hian stood there waiting in a daze for a while, not understanding what was happening. He searched everywhere, what the hell, why is there no difference? Shouldn't there be some kind of prize box in this situation? If you're making a game-like interface, you should do it properly. At this moment his hand was in his pocket when he realized there seemed to be something in it. A silver pill. It is a holy relic in silver pill form, because it has a system interface here. The system does not record the rank number, it is a consumable holy relic and requires immediate consumption.
It says it's a ready-to-eat food. I'm wondering, should I eat it?
But then he thought it over. He had nothing to lose anyway. If he died after eating this, he guessed that was his fate. Then without a moment's hesitation he immediately threw it into his mouth to eat, to see what would happen. Then he went into the bathroom to get the sword out.
Okay, let's get out of there and go home. This smell is so bad. I regret pushing you in there. Niramasa's sword kept cursing. I'll kill you, you bastard.
At this moment suddenly his body changed. He felt a little uncomfortable. The medicine was starting to take effect. Seo Juhian closed his eyes for a while before slowly opening them. He was surprised to find that the wound on his hand was healing.
Was that the holy relic healing?
He said the holy relic was extremely rare and valuable.
At this time the system will start displaying the notification board.
It says that you have suffered poison from the holy relic and have completely recovered from your wounds.
You have acquired the skills of endurance and immunity.
Seo Juhian was quite surprised, the endurance, the first time I saw this kind of skill. Then he had a moment of thought, wait, maybe this is a unique skill created just for me.
Right now on TV news, tonight in Soleondungpo district a major earthquake occurred. A strange architectural model appeared at the epicenter of the earthquake.
This mysterious structure trapped 50 people inside. According to many witnesses, there were many dangerous traps inside.
Some people there even tried to kill them. Kim Do from Gyeonggi-do County. That person said he was part of the Japanese excavation team.
Therefore, our government has contacted the Japanese government and is waiting for their response.
On the other hand, due to this incident, the Chinese and Russian governments are also demanding answers from the Japanese government about their responsibility in this action.
The US government was making an official announcement when someone took the remote and turned the program off.
Bastard! What did you do? At the Japanese excavation team's government meeting room. Now the media is talking about the holy relic and the crypt.
Not only that, this is a great disgrace to Japan. The bastard who caused this is also dead.
Death is not enough for someone like him.
The subordinate bowed and said, I am truly sorry. This person was Mori Hiroyuki, the leader of the Japanese excavation team. He said, we just received a prophecy from Korea. The higher-up said, whoever tells you will have the right to handle the matter related to the prophecy. Mori Hiroyuki replied, we tried our best, it's just that there are many difficult things surrounding this issue.
But now it's different.
We can use the holy relic to guide the future to find his location. The higher-ups continued, didn't you say that the person who used the holy relic to predict the future needed conditions to determine the location? Mori Hiroyuki explained, we can do that because he has contacted his people.
Although it is not finished yet, we can still determine his location.
Scholars who do not use future guidance are looking for a way to use it without having to own it.
The TKBM team is spending a lot of time and money to complete this research. The superiors heard this and immediately said, okay, we will give you a chance.
Mori Hiroyuki replied, thank you, I promise we will do our best to destroy that Korean. Seo Juhian was at home lying on his bed, looking at his healed arm.
He thought to himself. Endurance, if it could withstand the holy relic poison, it would be great. All users of holy relics suffer from side effects.
In their previous lives, they had entered an era where finding holy relics to heal wounds was the #1 priority.
If it's really as described, then it's a great ability just for me. Is it all because of that Crow holy relic? Seo Juhian continued, what are you up to, Crow? What do you gain by giving me these things? Answer me, you talk so well, always using those shiny windows to talk to me, speak.
Seo Juhian was silent for a while waiting to hear an answer but still couldn't hear any answer.
He said, damn it. At that moment, the phone rang. Phone? Oh, it was Sung Woo. He picked up the phone and said. What? The lackey.
The person on the other end replied.
What did you say? Never mind. In Las Vegas, America, Sung Woo said. We checked the list of bidders for this auction. Seo Juhian asked, and? Sung Woo replied. There are 3 people with the name JK. He heard and said. So I have to go check myself. Sung Woo asked. Are you going here?
At this moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification board. You have been marked by a rank as holy relic. Your future may now be exposed.
Seo Juhian wondered. Is it a future guide? This is getting annoying.
Sung Woo saw that he didn't say anything, so he spoke again.
Hello, Seo Juhian. I will come to you guys but not right away. I have somewhere to visit first. Prince Shitoku's future guide. Prince Shitoku's was a politician and administrator during the Asuka period, and the future guide is a prophecy book written by him. Although there is no evidence of its existence, this ancient book is considered a legendary item. But it seems that it is the first holy relic to integrate itself into human society. Instead of creating a tomb, it chose its own owner. At this moment, a girl stepped forward, the book placed right in front of her. She picked it up and said, "What is this? It's all dirty." Sasaki Yuka, she is the one who was chosen as the future master by the guide. Since then, the future guidance has always followed her wherever she goes. Even though she tore it, burned it, and threw it away, it kept appearing before her, which scared Sasaki. However, the Japanese government soon got wind of Sasaki's future instructions and offered to support her in using it for the Japanese excavation team. Because of that, Sasaki's family escaped from their difficult life and began to enjoy happiness. With the help of the future guide, the Japanese excavation team collected countless holy relics. It seems like everything is going well for that Sasaki girl, but not for long. Because Sasaki dropped out of school to use the future guide for the government, so Sasaki should ask, what does this word mean? She was the only one who could see it. She couldn't understand the true meaning when the kanji appeared and couldn't fully utilize the power of the future guidance. Then there was a holy relic user who could read the future and outclassed her skills, leading to her death. At first I was going to ignore that holy relic prophecy since she was dead and gone anyway. At Incheon International Airport. But now that they dared to find my location, everything changed. Not only that, they are also in cahoots with that bastard Wu. They won't be able to get along with me. I will ruin their plans. At this time at Sasaki's house, someone called out to her, Sasaki-chan. Right now she was sitting at home watching a music show without going to school. Her family was still calling her, but she probably couldn't hear them because she was too busy watching, Sasaki-chan. Sasaki laughed happily and said, Sasuke-san is not only handsome but also sings very well. Someone came and told the little girl, Sasaki-chan, it's time to read the holy relic that guides the future. She was a little displeased because she was interrupted while she was watching. Now, the good part is coming. He said, this is the 4th time I've watched that show. Sasaki replied, 4 times, I still think it's cool. The other person quickly said, I'm sorry. At this time, the girl's manager spoke up, welcoming back Sasaki-chan. Sasaki said, I always have to read and translate difficult kanji. If there is a word I don't understand, I draw it and show it to everyone. At this moment, the little girl suddenly screamed loudly. You two quickly come up and ask what's wrong? Sasaki hugged them tightly and said in a tone full of fear and worry. It said I will die. This time it was written very clearly, I will be killed. They were all very surprised when they heard this. What was going on? Sasaki shouted loudly, it must be that Korean guy. Abe-san also lost his life because of him. The two quickly calmed the little girl down, Sasaki-chan. Calm down, did you see any other prophecies besides that? You have the power to see the future. Sasaki-chan, don't worry. Look back. That's right, if that guy was going to kill you, there would be many prophecies about it. I can see the future. Only then did the little girl gradually calm down and become less worried. Yes, I cannot lose to him. At Haneda Airport, the airport announced through loudspeakers to everyone, all units pay attention, emergency situation. A Korean using the holy relic has come to Japan. Should we arrest him at the airport? No, just leave him alone, we'll continue to monitor him through the future guide. I don't think the future guide can pinpoint him. No problem, just tell us his next move. Mori Hiroyuki was giving orders to his subordinates. This is our chance to take care of any trouble. We will make the first move. Everyone else is on the right track, understood, sir. At this time, Seo Juhyun had already gotten off the plane and was calmly sitting down to eat and drink. He said, sushi made by Japanese chef is so delicious. Anyway, when are those guys going to attack me? I will keep threatening her life. Then they will definitely appear. Seo Juhyun thought to himself, the future diary will definitely inform Sasaki Ayuka about the wish he wrote for her. That holy relic will definitely notice it. Because that holy relic doesn't specifically identify me. So I'll carry out the plan slowly. The Japanese soldiers must be here. They were indeed lying in ambush outside and signaled to their comrades. Silence. The chef outside the door quickly spoke up. Sorry. At this time, Sasaki is pretending to be a waiter at this restaurant to approach Seo Juhyun. Sasaki-chan, are you ready? The little girl wondered, wait, what's so absurd? That guy is trying to kill me. Why should I go in there? Just look him in the eye. That way I can keep an eye on him. We'll know everything about him then. He doesn't know what you look like, Sasaki said. That's right.
If things get complicated, everyone is here. She thought to herself, yes, she will get through this.
People say that the ability to see the future is the strongest ability. Now I have the advantage, he doesn't even know what I look like. Here is your order. Seeing her enter, Seo Ju-hyun smiled because it was just as he planned. He turned around and smiled a bright, dazzling smile. Sasaki was also overcome by his initial fear due to his handsome appearance. He was so handsome, even more handsome than Sasuk-chan. Oh my god, were they trying to kill him?
As she gave him the food, she thought to herself, what a waste.
Seo Ju-hyun spoke up, thank you, do you know what?
This is the person who uses the holy relic to guide the future.
She came to see me herself.
Everyone in the observation room saw it and immediately informed their teammates.
That bastard is drawing his weapon. Get in now. Sasaki-chan is in danger.
People outside wondered what the girl was doing. Why didn't she leave immediately after looking at him? They didn't understand what she was thinking. At this moment, the door suddenly slammed shut.
Everyone around was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Even Seo Ju-hyun was surprised, he didn't know what she was planning to do. Sasaki Yuka turned around and smiled, Oppa, can I be your fan? Seo Ju-hyun didn't understand what was going on. What the hell was going on? Sasaki said, right, he's not a celebrity.
Everyone in the observation room was surprised. Why did the little girl close the door? Wait, look over there.
The girl is talking to him, probably trying to get more information. Are you sure? Check with Captain Mori. Seo Ju-hyun asked her again, what did you say? Sasaki continued, I just want to talk to you for a bit, don't you understand what I'm saying?
She quickly typed the text into her phone and showed it to him, here.
Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, what is she writing? I know what she's going to say, but what's wrong with her? Does she know she's in danger right now? Whatever, perfect opportunity for me.
Then he also typed the answer into the phone and gave it to her, here.
Sasaki was so happy that both his eyes lit up. The people outside were in a panic. Did you hear anything? No. Suddenly a table was thrown out. What? Table. Wait, what's over there?
They looked into the room surprised at what they saw.
What? They are being tied up by Seo Ju-hyun. What?
He looked at them and smiled. I knew you guys were going to play a trick, so I prepared the rope in advance.
Don't worry, I'm just tying them up a bit so no one will bother us. Let's go on a date. They're tied up and screaming. Wait. Seo Ju-hyun is typing on his phone. Then give it to Sasaki Yuka. The girl opened it and asked, do you want to go on a date? Sasaki Yuka suddenly said, huh, you know Japanese? He replied, a moment, you didn't come here alone, right? She might have come here with the Japanese army. Sasaki Yuka honestly replied, yes, that's right. Seo Ju-hyun said, they don't like me so they won't let me go with you. They're pretty boring, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if they make you study and do boring chores every day.
She replied, yes, that's right.
He raised his hand to pat her head.
Alright, let's escape together and make some noise. Remember to follow me, okay? Sasaki thought to himself, he's not as scary as I thought. Is he really the one who wants to kill me?
Since I can read his future from the moment I made eye contact with him, I still have the advantage. Seo Ju-hyun turned back to her and said, it's probably far enough, she thought to herself, it's a shame I left my future notes at home.
But I guess it's not important anymore since I met him.
Suddenly he pulled out a sword and put it against her neck to threaten her, don't say anything, give me your phone. He looked at her and smiled, good. Then she immediately stomped on the phone, breaking it in half. Sasaki Yuka saw that and shouted, my phone.
What the hell are you doing? Then Seo Ju-hyun signaled her to lower her voice, shush. I just want to get rid of the things they will use to track us.
It would be troublesome if the Japanese found out. Then he suddenly leaned close to her ear and said, do you really think I don't know who you are?
Are you the one who used the holy relic prophecy?
Sasaki saw that and started to feel scared and worried.
What should I do now? He knows who I am. He's really scarier than I thought.
At this time, Seo Ju-hyun took her to a shop to sit and drink water.
Have a good time, he said.
He continued, tie it up, and immediately the rope wrapped around and tied Sasaki's hands.
Sasaki Yuka shouted angrily. You've gone too far, you liar. I can't believe you said this was a date. Seo Ju-hyun immediately replied, what's wrong with you? We were together in this couple cafe, weren't we? If this isn't a date, then what is? The little girl worriedly said, what are you going to do to me? Are you really going to kill me like the prophecy said?
I was going to kill you sooner, he replied. If you had come any closer to me, I would have thought of slitting your throat with the Muramasa.
But you're more stupid than I thought, we could have gone this far.
Then he gave her a notebook about that prophecy, writing down everything she saw in it. Sasaki was confused, but she left it at home.
Seo Ju-hyun immediately continued, do you think I noticed that? This tattoo appeared after you started using the holy relic prophecy, right? Touch your tattoo and call out that prophetic holy relic, you can summon it here.
Seo Ju-hyun sat down on the chair, unable to believe that she didn't know something so basic. After Sasaki did as he said, it was true, the holy relic prophesied, it really appeared. He told her, write as much as possible, missing a line will cost you your life, focus. At this time, Sasaki's hands were tied and he had to write down the prophecy in the book for him. She took notes with worry and fear clearly showing on her face.
At this time, Seo Ju-hyun had also finished his ice cream.
And was waiting for Sasaki to write down the prophecy in a notebook for him. Then he looked up at her.
Said, don't even think about resting, why are you writing so slowly?
Sasaki Yuka replied, because my hand hurts, how much more do you need?
Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, the more the better.
Sasaki spoke, I will give you instructions for the future, please let me go.
He said, no, go on.
He thought to himself, if I wanted it I would have snatched it away long ago, but it was an S-rank holy relic.
It's almost the highest rank.
The holy relic Pandora rank analysis table.
Rank S is God tier, rank S is future guidance, rank A is Muramasa, rank B is gold axe silver axe, rank C is Egyptian dagger.
If I try to suppress the high-level holy relic, the effect will be unpredictable. When I tried to control Muramasa, which was lower ranked than the future guide, my arm was severely injured. If I tried to steal it now, it might not be just my arm.
I also don't have any healing holy relic with me.
While he was sitting on the phone, he heard a commotion outside. The shop owner said, please stop, my customer will be disturbed.
Morihiro Yuki said, we will handle it quickly, please step back. He gave the order, check every exit into each room one by one.
The others obeyed, understood. Seo Ju-hyun sat in the room and said, they have arrived.
Then he turned back and asked her, how much have you written?
Sasaki replied, I am almost done with the first book.
He took the pages she wrote, that was enough. She spoke, will you let me go? Seo Ju-hyun then continued, there is one more thing.
Then immediately drew his sword.
Sasaki Yuka was terrified when she saw it.
Please don't kill me, I will write more for you.
Killing me won't benefit you at all. Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, do you think you have much value to me? Forget it. I think you're misunderstanding something now.
You think you're the one using the holy relic, but unfortunately, you're just the one who's been using the holy relic.
This is the only way I can survive. Sasaki felt extremely scared. Seo Ju-hyun held out his sword and smiled.
I thought he would kill Sasaki, but no, he took the sword and stabbed the prophecy book, making it cry out in surprise and scream.
What are you doing, human?
The book cried out in pain.
Sasaki was surprised to see him, not understanding what he was doing.
Then the book was destroyed, so she was also affected and fainted. The system displays a message board, the evil destroyer of the holy relic. You have unlocked the title and increased your dominance, decreasing your harmony. Your ability to detect the holy relic has increased, and your scouting skill has increased to rank E, because you destroyed a high grade the holy relic, you are known as the giant hunter.
Seo Ju-hyun was quite surprised, why were there so many windows?
At this time, the other group of people had also found him. They kicked the door open and rushed in.
So you're in here.
Morihiro Yuki spoke up, what happened?
Seeing the book slowly being destroyed, what happened to the future guide? Seo Ju-hyun just calmly replied, what's so surprising, I destroyed it. Morihiro Yuki was shaking with anger, you.
Then he shouted loudly and ordered his subordinates to kill him.
Morihiro Yuki pointed at Seo Ju-hyun and shouted, kill him.
But he just looked at them with a smug look. Seo Ju-hyun said, kidding, try shooting if you guys are capable.
This made Hiroyuki even more furious, what?
Then suddenly he threw something up at the ceiling and said, here eat.
This is the maid's delicious mochi, with rank C, the normal level is the holy relic consumable, it is instant and one-time use type. Seo Ju-hyun said, it belongs to Abe, now I will return it to you guys.
I heard it tastes delicious, he said and left with a smile. They picked up the mochi and angrily said, that bastard disappeared, what was he going to show them, when suddenly the mochi emitted a fragrance.
All three of them were intoxicated and inhaled the fragrance.
They started fighting to get the cake, that's my mochi, give it to me.
Mori Hiroyuki angrily pulled out his gun. You bastards. This is my machi, you have to know your place. I have a gun too, give me that machi, it's mine. Just like that, the three of them fought over the machi, forgetting their main mission. At this time, Seo Juhyun was also on the plane to return to the country. He happily said, there is no escape method like the delicious machi of the made the holy relic. Not only does it charm the enemy, it also allows the user to teleport. Anyway, let's take a look at the future directions. There is a support group for the holy relic of future guidance in Japan. Because of that, Sasaki may have contacted Quan. In the prophecies here sometimes talk about him, let's see, where is he? He flipped through a few pages and finally found it. Within a month, he headed straight to the underworld filled with greed, where there was an omen related to the world's greatest disaster about to begin. Seo Juhyun finished reading and thought to himself, to the underworld filled with greed, I'm pretty sure it's in Las Vegas, the auction house in the underworld, Midas. That's where Sung Woo and his group went to gather information regarding CEO Quan. He said that there were 3 people who registered the name JK, he was definitely one of them, the prophecy also had just this. But the last part, the omen related to the world's greatest disaster, is definitely that disaster. The Great Human Disaster, an event described as the holy relics appearing en masse all over the world. After that event, everyone knew about the existence of the crypt, and the number of people discovering the holy relic increased rapidly. But as far as I remember, the disaster didn't start that early. Not only that, in the next round, the god who understands your greed will offer to cooperate with you. Meaning a god-level holy relic will appear at the auction. CEO Quan is aiming for it so he can become powerful like in his previous life? If so, I must take it from you. Scene changes to the Japanese excavation team meeting room. Although Sasaki has regained consciousness, he is still very weak. As for the future guidance, it was completely destroyed. Meanwhile, Captain Mori and his men opened fire on each other, eventually all of them were injured and removed from duty. The subordinate replied, yes, sir. A senior angrily shouted, what kind of ridiculous thing is this? The subordinate quickly spoke up, I am really sorry. You think this is a joke? Please calm down, Mr. President, we need to. This situation is still calm. At this time, the girl standing outside the door called someone, confirming that the future guidance had been cancelled. The Japanese self-defense forces had also suffered heavy losses. The person on the other end was very surprised, was she serious? Damn it. She said there was only one person who did all this. She replied, yes it seems so. The other person was furious, who is this crazy bastard? What should we do? Should we take revenge for this loss? But her master said, revenge, there is no need to do that. But the money we invested in future research is now in vain. He replied, yes, but think again. If someone has the ability to destroy the future guide, then this person also has some power. What if we recruit this person into the team? The girl continued, but this person destroyed the rare holy relic without hesitation. What if he did the same to the company's holy relic? What should we do if he damages the president's holy relic? The person on the other end laughed out loud after hearing this, ha ha ha, it won't be a problem if we pay him handsomely. There's nothing that money can't solve, all you need to do is find this person's whereabouts. In Las Vegas, USA. Seo Juhyun was in a high-rise store and was sitting there drinking water. He put down his cup and said, why are these bastards so late? At this moment, he heard some noise and glanced over. It turned out that they had arrived, here was Seo Juhyun. The other two were talking to each other, what did you say? No, I'm going with the person sitting there, we have something to discuss, understand? Seo Juhyun said, you guys are 30 minutes late. He pointed at one guy and said, it's because that tall guy didn't let us in. The staff continued to remind, this is the Midas auction, only auction participants are allowed in, if you are not a participant please leave. He said angrily, see, this guy is just babbling like that, what did we do wrong that you have to treat us like this? If you three keep acting like this, we'll have to use strong measures. They don't understand anything, what the hell is he saying, speak Korean. One guy spoke up, look at him, always acting so arrogant, you're in America and you want to speak Korean, well. At this moment, Seo Juhyun spoke up, these 3 people are my guests, please allow them to sit with me. The staff quickly said, I'm sorry it seems I made a mistake. He replied, haha it's okay, it's understandable, look at how sloppy they are dressed. He suddenly asked Seo Juhyun, you can speak English? He replied, that's no problem, report what you found. He said, okay. This is a document related to 3 people named JK. It seems you guys have done your research. He thought to himself, these guys are quite useful. Seo Woo said, so you found the person you wanted? He replied, yes. This must be CEO Kwan's fake identity. If he's here, it means there's a very valuable holy relic here. I have to check it out first. If there really is a god-level holy relic. Sao Wu wondered, why are you looking at the auction catalog? Only the extremely rich gather here. If you succeed in bidding, even selling your house won't be enough. Sao Wu sat thinking for a while. Look, no god-level holy relic here. What is the prophecy about? Hammurabi's code in Shakespeare's pen. There are a few things I want to buy. He was very surprised when he heard that. You intend to participate in the auction? He replied calmly, yes. Sao Wu said, are you kidding me? This is Midas auction house. Bidding usually starts at 10 billion or 20 billion won. We're just here to make connections, we don't have the money to buy anything. Sao Wu closed the book and said, you're telling me I don't have money to buy things here? You forgot this is a gambling city. The three of them immediately ran after him. Wait, where are you going? You have to do something to earn some money. Sung Wu was shocked. You intend to make money from gambling? You are crazy. This guy is crazy. People outside were talking excitedly, wondering how much higher the number would be. He still had 10 more turns, it could go higher. The guys who were with him were extremely surprised and couldn't believe it. This machine can give out that much money. If you don't withdraw money immediately, it can accumulate that much. But that makes it even crazier. He made a few million won with just a slot machine. How did he do that? After the game ended, So Juhyun took out the paper to exchange for cash. He told the other three, go somewhere else, don't hang around, follow me to change money. Their eyes lit up. How much is this? So Juhyun, I admire you a little. What if some crazy guy comes and kills all the robbers? As he was about to step out, the staff raised his hand and said, stop there. May I search you? We don't have many jackpot winners. So Juhyun smiled and replied, okay. There's nothing to look for, the staff replied, you're right. Then the staff saw something yellow in his hand. May I ask what it was? He replied, a souvenir I bought. It was beautifully gold-plated, so I often carry it with me. After the staff checked it carefully, it was indeed just an ordinary souvenir. So Juhyun thought to himself, of course, it looks like that. But that knife was actually a gold axe and silver axe in disguise. The gold axe and silver axe kept lamenting, why did I have to transform into this humiliating form? How long must I remain in this form, master? Changing the appearance of the holy relic is one of the most important skills of the user of the holy relic. The golden axe has the ability to detect the wealth of value. Therefore, I know in advance which machine will give me more jackpots. I also found which casino will make the most money. What a precious holy relic. The staff member, after checking carefully, said, I'm sorry, it seems you were very lucky. He had to say, wow, you actually didn't get caught for fraud, you crazy guy. What's the secret to your success? The staff also checked the machines. I've never seen that before. So Juhyun said, let's go to another casino, don't make a big deal out of this. Sung Woo was curious, hey So Juhyun, tell me your secret. He took out the voucher to exchange for cash. The clerk said, how can I help you? He said, change it all into cash. The staff was very surprised. Everyone, we will take you to the VIP room, please wait for us a moment. So Juhyun smiled and said, no need, I'm in a hurry, just give me the cash. Mom, I have never seen so much money in my life. This place is enough for us to enjoy the rest of our lives, we are rich, millionaires. So Juhyun immediately spoke up, it seems like you guys misunderstood something, that's not your money. They said again, well of course, but this amount is still too much. So Woo said, hey Juhyun, do you really need to participate in the auction? Wouldn't it be better to take all this money home and enjoy it? With this money, you can buy whatever you want and live happily for the rest of your life. He quickly replied, no. He didn't say it out loud, but only thought it in his head, because his goal was to get the holy relic at the auction. If he wanted to compete with CEO Kwon, he still needed some more money. Hurry up and eat, I have to go to another casino. They're surprised, huh? At this moment, the golden axe and silver axe were talking, hee, I could smell the scent of money. That's right, when will master turn me back into my original form? Whatever, I'll enjoy the despair of these casinos a little longer, hee. So Juhyun said, stop beating and rubbing, quickly find me another jackpot machine. They replied, okay. They started using their powers to search, let's see. The system pops up a notification, you have come close to where the holy relic can enjoy comfort. Your compatibility with the holy relic increases, your scouting skills increase. Although the casino is a place to make money, there is a problem. It is similar to the battlefield, a place where people seek despair and sorrow. Wherever people suffer, that place is paradise for the holy relic. I do not like doing things that the holy relic enjoys. Hurry up and make money and get out of here.
Suddenly someone called out to him, "Wait, Ju-hyun.
What's in your pocket? Why is it so natural?" Seo Ju-hyun immediately opened the bag to see and was very surprised. Inside is the silver axe that keeps screaming, "It's coming, it's almost here." If the golden axe has the ability to find wealth and prosperity, the silver axe has the ability to detect enemies who intend to threaten its owner. He wondered, why was this axe making a noise? Right now, two people were arguing across from them. That bastard cheated. What do you mean by cheated? Throw up your money. The staff quickly ran out, please calm down.
This place is dangerous, all the machines are down.
Someone pick it up for me, damn it, I lost everything. Sunwoo stood there watching everything, very surprised. What the hell was going on here?
Right now, behind him, there was a person holding a weapon, preparing to attack.
He jumped up to attack Seo Ju-hyun, vomiting money. He just glanced up and saw him.
Then immediately counterattacked, causing him to fall to the ground.
Seo Ju-hyun said, "Looking at your clothes, you are a casino dealer, are you crazy? What are you thinking attacking a customer like that?" He thought to himself, there were no tombs nearby, why would he suddenly? Suddenly he felt a strange aura and glanced over to see. A person slowly walked towards him. An extremely beautiful girl appeared here with long blonde hair and sparkling blue eyes. The other two guys saw a beautiful woman and their eyes lit up. Who is that beautiful girl? Is she an actress? I bet she must be famous. Seo Ju-hyun shouted, "Let's go, pack up quickly." Why? You said you were going to make money. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to meet her here. No wonder all the bad luck spreads like an epidemic, we have to stay away from her. Irene Hilton, youngest daughter of the wealthy Hilton banking family. But there was just one thing wrong with her. The Holy Relic God is the most powerful of all the holy relics. The one who possesses the Holy Relic God stands above all others. Because of that, those users were called by the title of God, titles like God of Fate, God of Conquest, God of Wealth. Those people held great power in the era of the Holy Relic. Among them, Irene Hilton is the possessor of the extremely terrifying Holy Relic. Her title is the Invincible Goddess. Everything near her becomes unlucky. Everyone will lose all their money and go bankrupt. She has also caused global economic chaos, so she must be avoided at all costs. Irene Hilton ran after him and said, "Hey you, wait a minute." Seo Ju-hyun was scared when he saw it, so he pretended not to hear anything and left. He was about to step out when a strange aura emanated from the door. At this moment, the system suddenly displayed many notification boards, making him startled. You detect a murderous aura from the door, your holy relic suffers severe damage. Warning, your holy relic's uses will be greatly consumed. Seo Ju-hyun said angrily, "Damn it." Irene Hilton ran up to him and said, "Can you hear me?" Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, "Oh no, I've been caught by her." Irene Hilton smiled happily and said, "Can you listen to me?" When her hand touched his body, he was affected by her holy relic power. The system keeps on notifying you that you are being surrounded by murderous intent. Due to the heavy murderous intent, your holy relic has suffered severe damage. The number of times you use your holy relic will be greatly consumed. Your luck is overwhelmed by murderous intent, everything you do will lead to failure. Seo Ju-hyun quickly shook her hand off and let me go. Irene Hilton quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I was so excited to see you that I went a little over the line." The two people who were with him saw this and said, "Why is Seo Ju-hyun acting like that? How do I know, does he look like he just saw a ghost or something?" One guy suddenly remembered something and spoke up, I remember who that girl is." "What?" "She's Irene Hilton, I'm sure of it." "What?" "That American girl from the Hilton family." "Yeah, I've seen that face on the internet." Irene Hilton spoke up, "He is the one who keeps winning the jackpot that everyone is talking about. I have been looking for you. If so, can you tell me how you did it?" Seo Ju-hyun felt very curious, why was the richest person in the world like her curious about winning the jackpot? Strange, then he immediately said, "She had the wrong person." Then he immediately left, leaving Irene Hilton standing there, not knowing what to say. Sunwoo immediately said to him, "Crazy, don't you know who this girl is? She is Irene Hilton, she came all the way here to find you and you disappointed her. Do you hear me? Stop, let's talk things out with her, don't miss this chance." Seo Ju-hyun cursed inwardly, "Those idiots." Then they turned back to her and said, "Sorry girl, just a moment." When he turned back to look, the other three had been affected by her misfortune. 911, call 911. Ah, my stomach, Irene Hilton said, excuse me.
Seo Ju-hyun scolded each of them, you idiots, come here. Ju-hyun, be gentle, wait a minute. He continued, listen carefully, stay as far away from that woman as possible.
Sung-woo was a bit confused, what do you mean?
He told the three of them to take the bag somewhere when they get better and keep the money safe.
Sung-woo wondered, where are you going?
He replied, the auction house, after we're done I'll call you guys to bring the money.
I was going to get a little more before the auction started. But I can't afford to lose any more money. Seo Ju-hyun is standing outside the auction and the auction is about to start? He was thinking, why is she looking for me?
Then there was a voice behind him, or that guy, stop blocking the way, move aside.
This is the VIP path, normal people go over there. He thought to himself, Yoon Si-woo, he is CEO Kwon's right-hand man.
He is much younger than before but still has that unpleasant look.
If this bastard is here, then CEO Kwon is here too, Yoon Si-woo said, right Mr. President. He looked at him and repeated his name in his mind, CEO Kwon Tae-jun. I finally met you. Seo Ju-hyun remembers his past life self? Okay, come here, I'll tear you apart from the inside. And that bastard Kwon Tae-jun, even if I become a ghost, I will ruin your life.
The memory faded back to reality and the image of Mr. Kwon Tae-jun was still standing right in front of him. He thought to himself, he doesn't recognize me. Then he smiled schemingly, I will take all the holy relics you intend to buy at the auction.
The winner will be me.
Then he noticed the people around him, it seemed like something was making everyone excited.
What? Stocks are down. I lost all my money on the flight. What does that mean? My phone isn't working. It was fine a minute ago. Seo Ju-hyun started to feel something was wrong. Wait. Don't tell me. I saw Irene Hilton coming this way. She followed me this way.
Irene Hilton called out, wait for me.
Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, how did she find me in the crowd?
Irene Hilton said, please listen to me.
I'm really desperate. I don't know what to do.
He was walking and hit his face on the door. She was very worried.
Are you okay?
He ran straight into the door quite hard.
He was so angry that he shouted loudly. Do I look okay? Stop following me. This all happened because of you. Irene Hilton immediately took the blame. He was right.
It was my problem.
Seo Ju-hyun was surprised to hear her say that. What was that answer just now? She looked around.
Seeing that there weren't many people around, she decided to tell him everything.
I don't know if he'll believe me. But it seems like I bring bad luck to anyone around me. I wish I was as lucky as you. Because I believe there is a way to make everyone around me happy. He thought to himself. She is the god of failure. The one who ruined countless people financially. Destroyed many countries. Why is she like this? Acting?
Irene Hilton begged him.
Could you tell me how I can be as lucky as you? I will do anything to find out. If it were money, I would give you as much as you want.
She touched him so the system kept warning.
Due to the killing intent from when the holy relic god reappeared, immunity was activated.
You are attacked by a holy relic god, immunity is increased. You are attacked by a holy relic god, immunity is increased. Seo Ju-hyun was surprised, immunity, that was the skill I got from eating the silver pill from the quest reward.
At that time, I only knew it gave me a skill.
This skill is activated by the holy relic god. It is activated by the holy relic she attacked you. The system displays a notification board, due to the effect of immunity you have resisted the power of the holy relic. Due to the effect of immunity, you have resisted the power of the holy relic. You have escaped the effect of the holy relic god.
Seo Ju-hyun smiled at this, she was right. He said, I'm fine, I was just thinking.
She quickly said, I'm really sorry, my request was a bit sudden. He thought to himself, if this really happened, then he wouldn't need to avoid her anymore.
Not only that, her proximity would strengthen his immunity.
She can help herself in the auction by disrupting other bidders.
Kill two birds with one stone. Wait, what about CEO Kwon? Yoon Si-woo suddenly said, the company just informed me. CEO Kwon Tae-jun shouted. What? Our company in China suddenly caught fire. What does that mean? What about the production schedule, can they deliver it on the scheduled date? What are you doing standing there? Call them back and ask. Yoon Si-woo replied, yes sir.
Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, he was hit by the holy relic god. Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, in the past, he would have immediately left this area.
That means he didn't know about the existence of the invincible god. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I can use her.
He said, her offer is not bad. Irene Hilton was delighted.
Really?
Seo Juhyun continued, but let me tell you one thing in advance, having luck like mine isn't easy.
Although I want to go into more detail about this. She immediately replied, of course, I understand very well.
He made an offer, but I needed to attend the auction.
If you don't mind, could you join me? It's understandable if you don't want to, because the entrance fee is too expensive. Irene Hilton immediately said, it's okay, money is not a problem for me.
After she agreed, he smiled smugly.
I knew you would come along. Buying an entrance ticket here is like buying candy to you. Irene Hilton, I wonder what you will become. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin the 74th auction. The auction has begun. The first item on the list is. Seo Juhyun thought to himself, there are so many empty seats. After Irene Hilton joined the auction, within 3 minutes, there were only 2 competitors left. Most of the people had to deal with the unexpected misfortune. CEO Kwon didn't leave even though his factory in China burned down. That means he really wanted something from this auction. At this time Irene Hilton said, that item is Russian royal wine over 100 years old, are you planning to buy it?
He replied, the item I'm interested in appears in the second half of the auction.
Irene Hilton laughed and said, ha, is that so? Seo Juhyun glanced at her.
She was the god of failure, Irene Hilton, but she was completely different from what I remembered.
But it didn't seem like she was acting.
The strangest part of all this was, he remembered what she had said to him. I don't know if he would believe me, but it seemed like I caused bad luck to anyone around me. The truth was that she knew nothing about the holy relic. If that were possible, the holy relic would have latched itself onto her.
That sounds pretty reasonable.
Irene Hilton said, well, I really appreciate what you've done.
He asked again, do what?
She continued, he listened and believed me.
I feel so much better having someone to tell my problems to. He replied, haha, it's not a big deal.
The system suddenly displayed a notification, because the owner's mood was happier, the power of the holy relic was also enhanced, the power of the holy relic increased rapidly. Irene Hilton smiled, what do you mean it's no big deal, it makes me extremely happy. Whenever Irene Hilton is happy, the power of the holy relic increases.
People around started screaming, earthquake.
The system also displays continuous notifications, the influence of the holy relic spreads within a radius of 1 kilometer, bad luck is surrounding you, the holy relic you are using is seriously damaged. His holy relics were screaming miserably, I'm cracking into pieces, what are you doing master, do something quickly. He thought, it was unbelievable that the happier the user was, the stronger the holy relic became. Irene Hilton was surprised, what just happened?
He felt, what kind of psychopath is the holy relic?
The system continues to display, you were attacked by the holy relic god, your immunity increased. You were attacked by the holy relic god, your immunity increased. Your immunity has reached rank E. Rank E immunity is the ability to withstand the influence of the holy relic is enhanced. The ability to withstand attacks from the holy relic has increased. The ability to resist diseases has increased. He thought, this immunity skill has increased so much. If this continues, the holy relic will fall apart. Seo Juhyun turned to her and said, don't get your hopes up, I'll feel bad if we can't come to an agreement. Irene Hilton replied, thinking back, we haven't discussed what we can do for each other yet. He said, with her luck getting better, how could she be sure she wouldn't bring bad luck to those around her anymore? He finished speaking and she felt sad again. He was right, I think there is no guarantee of this. Because her mood dropped, the power of the holy relic also decreased a little. Because the owner's mood dropped, the power of the holy relic also gradually decreased. The bidder continued to talk, it seemed like there was a small earthquake but it was resolved. The current bid is $770. Anyone else want to bid higher? One person spoke up, $1 million US. Another person immediately said, what are you going to do? If you don't like it, you can pay more. I'll take any price. Do you think you can beat me? Seo Juhyun thought to himself, their minds are not very stable, due to the influence of the holy relic. Wait, I can use her to eliminate the remaining opponents. He continued to say to Irene Hilton, you don't need to be sad. Everything is still unclear. Who knows, if you are lucky, everyone will not have bad luck anymore. Let's get this over with soon. You said you wanted to know how to get lucky. I'll show you how. Immediately Irene Hilton was happy again. Really? He smiled because making her happy was his goal. I said that on purpose to make Irene Hilton happy. I tricked her into believing that I could solve her problem. Because when she is happy, the power of the holy relic increases many times.
As a result, the remaining opponents lose control and bid on everything they see.
In the end, they burn all their money on useless, luxurious things.
I am glad that everything is unlucky. Because everyone had already poured all their money into the first half of the auction, I was able to secure all the holy relics I wanted in the second half of the auction. There were a few holy relics that I had to give to CEO Quan. That was because he was not affected by the powers of the holy relics. It's because the holy relic's dominance is too high, that bastard. But my understanding of the holy relic is much better than his. So I just gave him the less useful the holy relics. Let's see, Hammurabi's code, Shakespeare's pen, Marie Antoinette's necklace. The god-level holy relic mentioned in the prophecy has yet to appear. The auction is almost over. How strange. Then suddenly Irene Hilton spoke up. So are you going to make a deal with me? I feel like you're beating around the bush. He immediately replied, I'm sorry. I think it's time for me to get serious. Let's go somewhere quieter and discuss the details and make a deal. This auction is almost over.
At this moment, the auctioneer on stage spoke loudly.
Alright, we will start tonight's surprise event. Let's reveal the last item.
It was the mysterious almond tree that had been attracting a lot of attention recently.
Seo Ju-hyun was surprised to see it. Wait. That was. Even CEO Kwon Tae-jun was surprised.
Qin Shi Huang's elixir.
It was a god-level holy relic. Not only that, it was a healing type.
The elixir said, arrogant humans, take care of me properly.
Stop using this fake sunlight and bring me some real sunlight.
Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, I must get it at all costs.
But CEO Kwon Tae-jun also got his hands dirty.
He was furious, damn it.
Did he know that the holy relic was extremely valuable?
Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a powerful man of the Qin dynasty.
When rumors of the elixir spread, the emperor sent people everywhere to find it. After many years it was finally found, the almond tree. Before I died, CEO Kwon owned it.
At that time, my body was full of diseases due to the influence of the holy relic.
Because of that, I had to depend on the fruit of the elixir tree to survive.
As a result, instead of receiving money, I was only rewarded with this fruit and ended up having to do everything CEO Kwon ordered. Simply put, that holy relic is what CEO Kwon holds onto my life for.
Bastard, so that's where he got it from. This time, I will take it from you. If this holy relic falls into his hands again, my life will repeat itself as before. The auctioneer laughed and said, haha, we have attracted the attention of a few people. As expected. The fruit from this tree has the ability to restore male vitality.
After the bidder said this, both of them felt very embarrassed.
Even so, Seo Ju-hyun still had to continue raising his hand. Bastard, do you know what male vitality is and introduce it?
How humiliating, the starting price is $200,000. He shouted, $300,000.
CEO Kwon Tae-jun raised the price, $400,000, $500,000. Why did Ju Huang stand there stunned after hearing this? Others joined in too. CEO Kwon Tae-jun decided to raise the price very high, $10 million.
Making his secretary Yoon Si-woo extremely surprised. What, Mr. President?
He was worried, bastard, you're not going to give up?
He suspected, he knew it was the holy relic god rank healing. I don't know much about the holy relic, but it's true that if we compare money, I can't beat him.
Then he said to Irene Hilton, now let's start trading. I promise to find a solution to your bad luck. But in return, you have to buy me that thing up there. So Ju Huang continued, we exchange what we both need, okay? Irene Hilton confidently replied, I see.
When it comes to money, I am not inferior to anyone.
The bidding is fierce.
$46 million, $47 million, $48 million, $49 million. A price was announced, $50 million.
Everyone who heard it looked on in amazement.
The bidders saw how high the price had gone and started to speak up. It looks like we've reached $50 million.
Anyone else want to bid? CEO Kwon Tae-jun raised his hand and shouted, $100 million. Everyone was shocked.
Holy shit, he paid $100 million.
Crazy. Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself. That bastard. Over $100 million is beyond my ability.
A clear loss from the start. The auctioneer spoke up and asked, the current price is $100 million.
Does anyone want to bid higher? Suddenly a raised arm broke the atmosphere. However,
Irene Hilton said, $150 million. Seo Ju-hyun smiled smugly as his plan worked out just as he had calculated. This was the perfect time to send in reinforcements. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The bidder also had his mouth open in surprise.
What? CEO Kwon Tae-jun was both surprised and angry. What? He stood up and shouted. $160 million US. Everyone around was talking excitedly. Damn, the price was still going up.
But Irene Hilton still smiled and calmly increased the price because for her money was not a problem.
$200 million US. CEO Kwon Tae-jun angrily said, What? You didn't even bid before. Why are you joining in now?
His secretary spoke up.
I think we should give up. President. The president asked angrily. What did you say?
The secretary continued.
If I'm not mistaken, that woman is Irene Hilton,
the youngest daughter of the Hilton family.
This family's money can be burned for decades.
Hearing this, Kwon Tae-jun could only curse angrily and could do nothing.
Damn it. I thought he would reluctantly retreat.
But no, the chairman shouted loudly.
$220 million US. I will not retreat.
The secretary spoke up to stop him.
Mr. Chairman.
The bidding continued.
The price kept rising. $300 million US. Everyone outside was amazed.
Oh my, they keep raising the price by hundreds of millions.
Seo Joo-hyun secretly felt pleased. Ha ha ha. How satisfying. We have already overpowered CEO Kwon twice. CEO Kwon Tae-jun shouted. Let me go. How dare you?
His secretary tried to stop him. Mr. Chairman, please calm down. The elixir eventually went to Irene Hilton for $500 million. When the two of them finished the auction and were sitting around chatting, Seo Joo-hyun said, $500 million is quite a price for you, huh?
Irene Hilton replied.
No, money has never been a problem for me.
That's right, she continued. How do you decide to solve my problem? Are you going to share your luck with me? Or give me some kind of lucky charm like a rabbit's foot? Seo Joo-hyun spoke up. Actually, I won't give you anything.
Irene Hilton was startled when she heard that.
She said. Are you kidding me? He quickly replied. No, please hear me out. Seo Joo-hyun continued. Her problem could not be solved even with a lucky charm.
The only way to solve this problem was to separate the thing inside her. Irene Hilton listened but did not understand what he was saying.
Separat. He explained again. Simply put, she would hand over the thing she possessed. He thought to himself. That's right.
The only way to solve this problem is to deal with the holy relic she possesses.
If I do that, I will also possess the unlucky holy relic. I will be the one who benefits the most. Seo Joo-hyun said.
I'm sure you've noticed that there's a strange object that follows you wherever you go.
Just give it to me. Your problem will be solved. Irene Hilton thought for a moment. Something had always followed me. I didn't think I had anything like it.
He heard that and continued.
Nonsense. Try throwing all the things on her now. One by one. She replied.
I tried before but nothing came back to me.
He said. Strange. Then Seo Joo-hyun looked at her and asked. And tattoos? Do you have any tattoos on your body?
Irene Hilton seemed to remember something when she heard him say that.
Ah, Seo Joo-hyun thought to herself. So there is? The holy relic is divided into two types. The holy relic consumed and the holy relic possessed. The tattoo will appear on the owner of the possessed holy relic.
So Sasaki also has a tattoo on her hand. He remembered when he asked Sasaki when he saw the tattoo on her hand.
She got this when she started using the future diary, right?
Creating a chain of connection with the owner through the tattoo. Anyone can use the consumable holy relic but they have a limited number of uses.
Unlike consumable holy relics, possessed holy relics have no limit on uses but only the owner can control them. All the powerful holy relics are owned by the holy relic. Irene Hilton said, let me show you the picture.
She immediately took out a photo from her bag and gave it to him.
Here.
Seo Joo-hyun looked at the photo she gave him carefully and thought, wait, that's it.
Irene Hilton saw him like that and immediately asked, what's wrong, is there a problem?
Irene's holy relic is a parasitic type, he thought to himself. This type of holy relic is quite rare, but they are inside the user's body. Because her holy relic is God class, bringing misfortune to all things, I expected it to be like Eris Golden Apple. What kind of holy relic does she possess?
But one thing is certain, I cannot separate that terrifying power from her body. If that's the case then. Seo Joo-hyun said, I thought this would be easy, but it seems I was wrong.
Then he handed her a piece of paper, here's my number.
When we have more time, let's try to think of a solution together. He thought to himself, I can't force the holy relic out of her. So it's best to make her an ally. Making connections with others isn't a bad idea, who knows, they might come in handy one day. Moved to another time, the auctioneer said that since he had paid for the almond tree, it was now his. He could pick up the other items after payment. Seo Juhian said, okay, let me call my subordinate to pay. The auctioneer replied, take your time. He said, why don't the bastards answer the phone? He began to think, something is wrong. He started to remember when he left. They asked, where are you going? He said, after you recover, protect the money. He thought to himself, did I give the eggs to the devil? Seo Juhian had to speak up, wait a minute, I have something to ask. Nothing special, I just want to pay for your handsomeness. At this time, the people holding the money were trying to run away with that pile of money. We've run too far, he can't be found, take a break, big brother. This thing is too heavy, maybe we should take a break. Okay, let's take a break, I'm tired, my wallet is still full. They were extremely happy, of course, we're rich now. Haha, this is more than enough for us to enjoy for the rest of our lives. At this moment, suddenly someone rushed from behind towards them at a very fast speed. It was none other than Seo Juhian. He said, how dare you take my money and run away? When they saw him, they shouted, Juhian, how did you find us? He thought to himself, with the golden axe in hand, it's not difficult. Bastards, they're looking for an excuse to get away with it. Juhian, we just. He said angrily, don't make any more excuses, or you'll all lose your heads. They're scared and begging, we were wrong. Seo Juhian said, I guess I'll have to use this now. One of them wondered, a stone to rub your feet on. He replied, look here and you will see. Then he took the stone in his hand. But out of nowhere, a giant rock appeared behind Seo Juhian. All three of them were shocked, what the hell is that? One of the famous sayings in this law is, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And just like that, whatever the enemy does, it will be reflected back. This is called the Holy Relic's perfect counterattack. Seo Juhian said, a holy relic from the auction house I just bought. I got it earlier because I had to ask the staff there. Then he shouted, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I will repay your betrayal with another betrayal. Seo Juhian read, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I will repay your betrayal with another betrayal. Suddenly, powerful beams of light from somewhere grabbed the hands of the three men, surprising and shocking them. I thought to myself, I was worried it wouldn't work the way I wanted it to, but it turned out fine. The Hammurabi Code stone statue, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth is the saying that activates the ability to counter anything that is only used for attack. However, since Hammurabi's code is a law book, I was curious to see if this holy relic could control the opponent's current and future actions. That was the law I needed. After the other three were released and could move normally, they were very curious, what just happened? Seo Juhian smiled and replied, nothing. I'm just using you guys to test my strength, as long as you don't betray me, nothing will happen. If you guys try to do anything else, your bodies will be torn into pieces, they shouted loudly, what? The system also displayed a notification board. According to the Hammurabi Code, the Holy Relic had started monitoring the designated opponent's actions. He continued, you guys can consider it as signing a slave contract with me. Sungwoo was very curious, what the hell, with what conditions? The others also whispered, big brother, it seems like he's telling the truth. The stone tablet appeared and disappeared in a split second. Sungwoo asked, do you have superpowers? He just calmly replied, yes. One thing you guys should know is that this world is about to turn upside down. As long as you guys become my slaves, everything will be fine. Even though this is a slave contract, it's not bad at all. If you do a good job, I'll reward you. You guys can make more money than what you just tried to steal from me. I'll give you as much as you want. They asked again, really? Sungwoo replied, okay, but what should we do? Seo Juhian replied, you'll find out soon enough. Time has changed to the next day. I told you to come here at 9 o'clock. Sungwoo wondered, what is this, Juhian? Why is there a basin? He replied, what are you guys so confused about? This is part of your job. Do you see that tree over there? You have to plant that tree for me. The tree kept cursing. How dare you treat me like this? Filthy humans. All three were surprised. What the hell? Why is there a tree there? Seo Juhian said, it won't bite you. Hurry up and plant it in a pot. Don't make me say another word. That tree is worth $500 million. Take good care of it. Sungwoo couldn't believe it. 500 million. The elixir tree saw someone else holding it and screamed. What is that? Filthy humans. Then his attitude began to change. The way you hold me is quite pleasant. That's right. That's how humans should treat me. Very well, I accept you now. Hold on tight. Seeing this made Seo Ju-hyun very pleased. It seems like these guys have high compatibility with the holy relic. Last night I had a hard time making a deal with the magic tree. But it was so noisy that I couldn't sleep. The elixir hates dominating owners and usually prefers those who are more harmonious. It seems like these guys are the perfect nannies for the elixir. The other two are taking care of the elixir. Get the shovel here, use that shovel. He smiled and thought, I gave them the task of taking care of the plants simply because I don't like taking care of them. I didn't expect them to be unexpectedly suitable for this job. At this moment, suddenly a strange phone number called Seo Ju-hyun. He wondered who this number belonged to. Even though I didn't save this number, it felt surprisingly familiar. He finally picked up. Hello. The caller said, this is Seo Ju-hyun. I am the CEO of TKBM, Kwon Tae-jun. He replied, really? What business does the director have with me? He thought to himself, this is his private number. At this moment, he realized that if he called him, it meant he had started investigating him. Kwon Tae-jun said, I want to get straight to the point. I heard you were the one who bought the almond tree from Irene Hilton. He thought to himself, bastard, he gets information fast. He continued, I want to talk to you about this matter. Seo Ju-hyun quickly replied, if it's about that tree, I have nothing to say to you. I'm busy right now so I'm hanging up, Director Kwon Tae-jun. He was very surprised. Kwon Tae-jun was furious, this bastard. Yoon Si-woo, his secretary, quickly asked, is there a problem, Mr. President? The conversation did not go smoothly. He slammed the phone on the table and said, he didn't even listen to me and hung up, damn it. The secretary was surprised, he hung up. Yoon Si-woo scolded him, what an idiot, he probably doesn't recognize the chairman. He already called himself the CEO of TKBM Group. Kwon Tae-jun told his secretary, even though he is like that, he still owns that almond tree. Of all the holy relics, it is the strongest one I have ever seen. I should have got it at all costs, if it weren't for you stopping me, I would have fought to the end. Yoon Si-woo bowed, please forgive me. But he had a completely different thought in his head, come on, is this my fault, I just judged based on the situation. I need to find some way to resolve this situation. This is the perfect opportunity for the chairman to recognize my abilities. Then he spoke up and said, I will take full responsibility for this and find a way to get that almond tree back. Even if my hands are dirty, I will bring the almond tree back to the president. He's just a normal person, this is easy. Allow me to use some of the holy relic in the company. At this moment, Sung-woo and the others were advising Seo Ju-hyun. The person you just talked to was the CEO of TKBM Group. Do you know who that is? But Ju-hyun hung up. Sung-woo shouted, you idiot, don't you watch TV? He is the most powerful man in this country. He thought to himself, noisy. Then he took out the golden axe and threatened, you dare to be rude to the master. Do you want me to use this axe to chop you off? Sung-woo said fearfully, sorry, I just ordered. Seo Ju-hyun said to Sung-woo, I'm going out here, take care of the plant for me. Remember to take pictures continuously to monitor the plant's growth. You try to do something and see what the consequences will be. Sung-woo startled and shouted loudly, damn it, I know. He walked out but kept thinking, Kwon is the type of person who will do anything to get what he wants. He will soon find out where he is and take the elixir, if he wants to ensure its safety. I have to make the first move. Then in his hand he held a silver axe. The silver axe is reacting, which means he has started to act. I'll go to an open area to lure the stalker out. Finally I accidentally came across it. Seo Ju-hyun was sitting drinking water while observing. Then I saw Yoon Si-woo, he came alone. Looks like they're looking down on me, wait. He carries the holy relic, I can feel it. Then Seo Ju-hyun smiled, if that's the case. Right now Yoon Si-woo is calling and yelling at me, how many times is this? How can I believe it anymore, is it that hard for you to find someone? If you keep doing this crap, don't expect to get a bonus. While he was cursing the person he hired to find Seo Ju-hyun, he suddenly saw him when he entered. He was secretly happy, there he was. Yoon Si-woo walked towards him and said, sorry, are you Ju-hyun? He secretly felt pleased, he took the bait, stupid. He didn't realize he had walked into his own trap. Yoon Si-woo was angry when he saw that he was silent and did not answer. Bastard, I know he heard. But I still had to continue pretending, apologizing to Ju-hyun. But there was still only silence. This made him really angry and he slammed his hand on the table. He said to him, Def, if someone talks to you, you should at least reply back. At this moment, Seo Juhian turned to look at him. The staff next door was also startled by the noise.
Seo Juhian kicked him to the floor, causing him to scream in surprise.
Tell him again, where did you learn that habit? Shouting at someone when you first meet them. If you want to talk about work with me, ask politely. Unisaiwu was angry, you started it first.
He thought to himself, I can feel the holy relic getting stronger. I will take that holy relic.
Old man Quan Taejun found out that I had the elixir.
But just as I thought, he sent someone to hunt me down.
However, the one who received the mission was Unisaiwu and him.
Even though he was quite a proficient user of the holy relic and brought some of the holy relics with him, it was still not enough.
If he only sends Unisaiwu a CO like this, it means he still looks down on me. Unisaiwu angrily said, you bastard, how dare you hit me?
Seo Juhian thought to himself, I will take all of this fairy's holy relic. He said, you should have asked more politely. He told him, but you have something important to tell me so I will listen to what you say. Unisaiwu was still very angry, you bastard. Then he continued, I will let this go for the sake of the president.
We met the other night at Midas, remember? I want to talk about that. You deliberately didn't recognize him, did you? I don't remember meeting you. Unisaiwu was angry, don't joke, I know you saw me. Seo Juhian continued, you remind me.
You are the loser who flattered that old man. This statement touched his pride.
He said, what did you just say?
He was glad that he had followed his plan, as he had predicted. This was the weakness of this guy. The system displayed a notification, the opponent was starting to lose his composure and thus had begun to lose control of the holy relics.
Unisaiwu was always easily swayed by other people's words.
Even though he looks good on the outside, he always has a big inferiority complex inside. He used to be the heir to a big company, but because he did some stupid things he was disinherited.
Thanks to CEO Quan, he has achieved some success in life.
He works hard under that old man because he wants to be recognized by the old man.
He has never knelt before anyone. When I was working in TKBM, that bastard tried every way to confront me.
But if I hit his weak spot, he would get angry and lose control.
Unisaiwu said angrily, are you done talking? I won't let this go. He pointed the holy relic in his hand towards Seo Juhian, you. Because of that, he couldn't properly use high-level holy relics. Because controlling the holy relic was highly dependent on the owner's condition. He shouted, stop right there, I'm talking to you. I need to take advantage of this. He spoke up, thinking back, CEO Quan had contacted me. But you see, I really need the elixir. What do you think I should do? Unisaiwu said, what nonsense are you talking about? He replied, I said that I won't give that tree away easily. If you ask politely, I might give it to you. I was given that tree as a gift, so I can give it to you if I want. He got even angrier after hearing what you said, you bastard.
But because of the chairman, he still had to humble himself again, bowing to him and asking him.
Thank you for your cooperation, could you please give me that tree? It is a very important item to our company.
Even though he wished he could tear him to pieces, bastard, just carry on. After I get the tree, I will tear you to pieces. Seeing that he was actually willing to bow down like that, Seo Juhian burst out laughing.
You really believe it?
I wish I had an entertainer like this as my subordinate. At this moment, he really made Unisaiwu mad, how dare you? He decided to use the holy relic he brought with him to attack him. He said, I knew I should have done it from the start.
I will enslave you and kill you. He watched him do it and stood there saying, are you really going to use that? You easily dodged his attack, I don't think you should. Unisaiwu was curious, why didn't it work? Immediately he was grabbed by Seo Juhian's hair.
Then he slammed into the wall, he said, I warned you.
He cried out, ouch, my nose.
He immediately answered his question, of course it had no effect, after your control of the holy relic had decreased. The opponent had lost control, the opponent had lost control.
The control of the holy relic had decreased from a rank to D rank. The control of the holy relic had decreased from a rank to D rank. His words surprised Unisaiwu. What the hell? You know about the holy relic?
Of course, I'll take it, he replied. He exclaimed, reluctantly.
No. Seo Juhian said to the holy relic? So you are the ruling the holy relic. Now your new master is me. The ruling the holy relic said, who are you? Human. Your command is not bad. I will follow your orders. He poured it on Unisaiwu. He yelled, stop. Anything but that please. Seo Juhian laughed smugly. This holy relic is the zombie powder of the evil witch. Aside from being a rank a holy relic, it has great abilities. African witch doctors have the ability to control other people. They turn sinners into zombies. This rumor spread and this medicine appeared, as if to prove it true. If you touch or inhale this powder, you will temporarily lose consciousness and become a brainless zombie. Being controlled by your own holy relic, you deserve it. Co Ju-hyun smiled and left. This will slow down Kwan's plan. I should quickly pack my things while there's still time. When he got home, he said, it was time to leave this place. CEO Kwan Tae-jun was extremely surprised, shocked and angry when he saw his subordinate. They asked him, this is your subordinate? They said again, I'm asking. The others immediately answered on behalf of the chairman, yes, it was department head Yoon Si-woo. At this time, the news was all over the news that in broad daylight, in Las Vegas, a naked man was running on the street. This Korean man wanted to sexually harass people, and shortly after, he was arrested by the police and thrown in jail. The police discovered that the man had taken some kind of stimulant drug to get into this state. On the other hand, they also diagnosed that this man was suffering from psychological trauma. Kwan Tae-jun read the article and was furious, that bastard. His men ran in and said, Mr. President, what should we do? They won't let this go easily. It seems that the department head Yoon Si-woo is still unconscious. Kwan said, there's nothing we can do, just follow their orders. He shouted loudly, if this matter spreads to both America and Korea, my reputation will be tarnished for being involved in this scandal. How dare he do that? Go get back the holy relic that bastard is using. They immediately started reporting. You see. When they found the section chief Yoon Si-woo, they said he didn't have the holy relic with him. It was probably confiscated by the police or stolen. Kwan Tae-jun shouted. What? We will start investigating the places where department head Yoon Si-woo has been. CEO Kwan spoke up. No need. It was obvious that the one who turned CEO Yoon Si-woo into this was the one who took all of the holy relic. His men wondered, why would Section Chief Yoon Si-woo be like this because of someone? Section Chief Yoon Si-woo was a very skilled user of the holy relic. Who could do such a thing? Kwan Tae-jun started talking. It must be that bastard. Co Ju-hyun. He must have a big corporation behind him. Or he's really good at using the holy relic. Call my lawyer, Lee Jin-ah. He laughed and said, he's just a brat. Just give him some candy and he'll be fine. At McCarran International Airport, Las Vegas. Sung-woo asked Seo Ju-hyun. Ju-hyun, what's this again? He said, I thought I told you to call me Big Brother. He called back. That's right, Big Brother. Don't lose it, he reminded. That bottle of medicine makes us a lot of money. Sung-woo wondered. It doesn't look valuable. Seo Ju-hyun thought happily. I can get some of the holy relic in a place like this. Now I need to bring them back to Korea safely. The holy relic I collected in Korea is an Egyptian funeral knife. The golden axe, the silver axe and the cloak of escape. Mora Mesa. At the Midas auction house, I got the coat of Hammurabi. Shakespeare's pen, Marie Antoinette's necklace, and finally Emperor Qin's elixir. I also got zombie powder from Yoon Si-woo. He also has foxtail millet and Mamoru's glasses. This is more than enough money for me to continue earning the holy relic. Now I can get more the holy relic. At this moment, a person stepped forward and said, I am Seo Ju-hyun. I am the senior lawyer of TKBM Group, Lee Jin-ah. He thought to himself, there she is. She is CEO Kwan Tae-jun's second in command. Lee Jin-ah thought to herself, what is his intention? We know you have something that belongs to Yoon Si-woo, no matter how much you deny it, it's useless. Our president has thought a lot about your skills. So I'm here to make a job offer. We want you to work for the TKBM Group's excavation team. Seo Ju-hyun smirked in response, I was wondering why she came here. Turns out she came to give me a slave contract. The senior lawyer calmly continued, you're exaggerating, you won't get a better offer than this. We'll pay you $1 million. Not only that, you can get an annual salary. We also won't interfere with your daily life. Your job is just to connect with TKBM Group and... Not wanting to listen to a long explanation, Seo Ju-hyun interrupted. What if I refuse that offer? You see, this offer is worthless to me. I know exactly what that old man is up to. So right after that, you get a lecture from the lawyer. Mr. Seo Ju-hyun, I'm just giving you advice. When you talk about this with others, please use your words wisely. It's not only good for you but also good for everyone. I let this go because you are still young and don't have much life experience. Have you thought about the consequences of your theft? If CEO Quan were to attack you, for example, in a traffic accident, a person would disappear without a trace. There are many cases like this, people disappear without a trace. Don't think you can be an exception. But the response was a challenging look. Ha, now that you've put on a fox face, are you threatening me? Basically, she said if you don't want to die, come work for us. Lawyer lady, let me advise you. If you're going to fight someone first, you better pick your opponent wisely. It could cost you your life. The one who would disappear without a trace would be her. A wise person like the lawyer could tell what that bottle of medicine was just by looking at me. Oh, zombie powder. Even though she knew that the medicine could be deadly, she still tried to stay calm. I know you can't use the holy relic in a crowded place like this. Do you want the existence of the holy relic to be discovered by everyone? If you dare someone, then dare the right person. So you're quite confident about this matter. Do you really think I don't dare to do it? Seeing the button being gently opened, the lawyer also began to worry. Then, a loud scream was heard, attracting the attention of the people outside. Was that sound coming from the cafe where Ju Hyun was sitting? Should we go over there and check it out? The girl who was threatening earlier was now screaming in fear. Get it off me. Are you crazy? I can't believe you would dare use the holy relic here. But Seo Ju Hyun's face was not afraid. I don't care if the world knows about the existence of the holy relic or not. I'm different from you guys. He even kindly let everyone film and take pictures like on TV. What are you doing? Film it quickly. It's pretty cool, right? Watch the glowing powder flying around. Remember to post it online after filming. Just a joke, but he also knew that the person in front of him would be fine if she touched the zombie powder. After touching the zombie powder, she was still fine, which proved that her ability to control the holy relic was quite high. If she had brought the holy relic, she better use it now because my next attack won't be easy. With such a direct challenge, she had no choice but to make a move. Taste my water cannon. Not bad. Immediately the password appeared behind Seo Ju Hyun. But before Seo Ju Hyun could even touch a drop of water, the code had already counterattacked and knocked her back. I will repay your betrayal with another betrayal. The fragile lawyer said indignantly that it was the Hammurabi code. Yes, it was. Now kill the enemy who harmed your master with the silver axe. Wait, I lost. Please spare me. Just then, Seo Ju Hyun's juniors ran over to stop him. Seo Ju Hyun? What are you doing, big brother? Are you trying to kill someone in broad daylight? That said, the holy relic can't kill anyone. Don't worry, it can't kill anyone. The lawyer was completely at a disadvantage. She couldn't fight back. We just heard an explosion in the cafe. It's most likely a terrorist attack. Block all exits and form a defense line. We got word that there was a naked woman running around the cafe. Kwon Tae-jun was livid. Are you kidding me? How dare you? Seo Ju Hyun? Returning to Seo Ju Hyun, he had also obtained the holy relic ink from the lawyer. It was unbelievable that there were souls residing in objects. She dropped this thing, I wonder what it does. Is it the holy relic? We'll find out soon enough. It's the holy relic Parisian ink. Or some rare variety. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Humans, follow my voice. It seemed that only Seo Ju Hyun could hear these words. The place you are standing now will soon fall into chaos. Seo Ju Hyun looked up and asked. Is that you, Crow? Scaring the faces of the people standing around. Crow. What are you saying, big brother? Big brother is scaring me. Suddenly mumbling to himself. Seeing that the people couldn't hear his voice, he didn't want to explain. Quickly follow my voice. Being ordered around by a crow makes Seo Ju Hyun extremely uncomfortable. Stop ordering me around. The hateful holy relic. Then he started punching the air like a fool in front of his juniors. You sent me back in time and turned my life into a video game. Now you're going to talk to me? You will regret not listening to me. Seo Ju Hyun was speechless with anger. Don't joke. Do you think I will believe the words of a holy relic? You're pretty good, aren't you? The manager behind him also came here after hearing about the incident at this cafe. You are Seo Ju Hyun, right? The guy glanced back and guessed who it was? Kwon Tae-jun. That's right. Mr. Kwon Tae-jun. The juniors looked worried when they saw the scoundrel coming. It's true. Everything will be fine. At the same time, the guys also started to lose control of their bodies. My body couldn't move. Seo Ju Hyun knew at a glance that the guy in front of him was up to something. His strength is not to be trifled with. To protect himself, he slowly pulled the knife out of his shirt. He quickly rushed towards the director Kwon Tae-jun. In less than a second, he had a knife to his neck right behind him. You're in trouble if you keep doing that, Mr. Kwon Tae-jun. You shouldn't control other people. Especially when they're someone's subordinate. Shouldn't you have stopped? The director is not stupid. Even though he is not willing, he still has to endure. I understand. With that threat, the underlings broke free from their bonds. So this was why Yoon Sai-woo and my lawyer were like this. I can move now. Your skills are better than I thought. You have a good ability to control the holy relic. I don't think I can hold back any longer. Seo Ju-hyun gave a disdainful smile. Oh. There is a prophecy I recently heard, that one day the entire world will know about the existence of the holy relic. You see. I don't want that to happen. I have a lot of things I want to do with the holy relic. Seo Ju-hyun also realized that through those words. So he also gathered information from the future guide. So I made a decision, kill anyone who knows about the holy relic, push back the prophecy for as long as possible. It's a great reason to kill people, huh? With that, he activated some kind of skill to attack Seo Ju-hyun again. Just as Seo Ju-hyun thought, he finally showed his face. Seeing that his power had no effect on the brat before him, he seemed stunned. Why don't you disappear? This holy relic will transport you to another dimension, far away from this world. Oh, so this is what you're talking about. In his hand were 2 coupons that he had stolen. Needless to say, the timing was right when he put the knife to the director's neck. I stole it from you earlier, I was pretty quick. I will make good use of this for you. Seo Ju-hyun gave a sly smile. Kwon Tae-jun was furious. This bastard. Disgusting. How dare you steal my holy relic? Seo Ju-hyun sneered. You should blame yourself for not protecting it better. With a provocative expression, he silently said to the system. You once praised my pickpocketing skills as too good. How do you feel now? Your pickpocket skill has been promoted to D rank. You have unlocked the title. The pickpocket ability surprises the gods. And the opportunity to change the rank of your ability, and you have discovered a new skill, the thief's hand. You still plan on continuing this as a game? Crow. Tomb Raider, Seo Ju-hyun. Whatever. Find out about this guy's the holy relic for me. The ticket that Seo Ju-hyun had just picked up turned out to be an invitation from the god of loneliness. It was a gold-level holy relic. My domination ability was a bit low to use it. Damn it, I want to kick this old man into another dimension. In response to the previous resentment, Tae-jun prepared his next plan. You still intend to fight me. You are so wrong to think that I only brought the holy relic. The implication was clear. Wait. Him. I always knew that CEO Kwon always carried a bunch of powerful the holy relic with him. In the holy relic his strongest is the conqueror. The holy relic has the ability to control the minds of others and make them completely obedient. Like Irene Hilton's the holy relic. It is a parasitic the holy relic. I could never find out exactly what this holy relic was because the old man was so secretive. I only know that this holy relic was somewhere on his body. Maybe I should try cutting off his arm to get more information. But I can't do that because he has the holy relic armor on him. Kwon was about to make his move, and he was very confident in his provocation. Is that so? Are you scared? I haven't activated even 1% of the holy relic yet. Ju-hyun was racking his brains to counter it. In other words, his body was a fortress with a very powerful weapon. However, the holy relic the conqueror directly affects people's minds, so it is quite a terrifying the holy relic. When he starts using it, the whole place will fall into chaos. Seo Ju-hyun replied with a smirk, what kind of tricks are those? Don't you want others to know about the existence of the holy relic? I only need to deal with a few more people later. As for you, I have to kill you now, or there will be many consequences later. Be good and follow my orders. At this moment, the sound in the air rang out again, surprising both Ju-hyun and the director. Stupid person, stop. This is not a place where you should stay. Tae-jun was startled and angrily shouted, what the hell? Even Seo Ju-hyun was stunned by the scene before his eyes. A series of warnings appeared. A large amount of Egyptian murderous aura was about to cling to your body. According to the power of the deadly holy relic, your holy relic was severely affected. A large amount of powerful holy relic that could cause apocalypse had begun to appear. Ju-hyun looked out the window. Damn it. The disaster begins here. He began to reminisce.
The scene I witnessed was the great catastrophe of destruction. This event was the sign of the chaotic era for the Holy Relic. The airport was destroyed by an Egyptian structure emerging from the ground.
It must be the Holy Relic. Airport?
No, maybe this world turns into a giant tomb. The great catastrophe begins when giant catacombs appear one after another. It affects the entire world. The first places affected are major cities from developed countries.
Las Vegas is in Europe. Volcanic eruption in Tokyo, Japan.
Or the lightning disasters in Seoul, South Korea.
Deadly Egyptian tombs have begun to appear all over the world. So it has begun. What should I do?
Ju Hyun was deep in thought when a loud voice called out, "Ju Hyun."
What the hell is going on?
But he replied very lightly.
Nothing. We are trapped in a dangerous tomb.
This happened because that old man kept bragging about his power. He glanced at the hateful old man with a reproachful look.
Taejun defended himself. This never happened when I used the Holy Relic.
The junior was in a panic. What the boss meant was that we were trapped.
How can we get out? If we want to leave this place, since it is a tomb, we have to complete it. Once completed, it will disappear. How to complete it? The problem is that getting through this tomb is not easy.
That was only natural. He knew that in his previous life, it had taken him 3 months to get through the catacombs created by the Great Disaster.
Things were very different now than they were then.
But to reassure his men, he calmly said, "Fortunately, we are in the center of the crypt.
Follow me, let's go meet the owner of this crypt."
All right. But the crowd forgot that there was still a very troublesome person here.
Wait a minute. I never gave you permission to leave here.
Ju Hyun looked at the old director in front of him dejectedly. "You still want to act like this even though everyone is in this situation?
Shouldn't we find a way to get through this crypt first?" But with his pride being bigger than his brain, how could he think of such a thing? "I will think about it after I kill you.
Besides, I can take that holy relic for myself."
The more Ju Hyun thought about it, the angrier he got.
That arrogant bastard, but he wasn't just talking.
Damn old man, I have to get out of here alive at all costs. The signal sounded and his holy relic was executed. Obey me.
Seo Ju Hyun's group immediately lost control of their bodies.
You are always so impatient, old man.
Taejun said smugly, "Your way of speaking is too rude.
You shouldn't talk to your master like that. The juniors are even worse.
We're going to be crushed to death."
Ju Hyun, are we all going to die?
But there was still one thing that made the director suspicious.
Strangely, I couldn't control them. Normally, people would lose their minds.
He was right, these mortals could rule us.
That taunting voice rang out again in the air.
Taejun turned around and saw a giant standing tall.
"Who are you?"
"I should say that, you mortals dare to make trouble in my territory." The white dog bared its teeth and brandished its claws as if it was ready to devour the people below. But it was because of this that Ju Hyun's men were able to escape Taejun's control. I was freed. Because of those bastards, the Conqueror's holy relic couldn't function properly. It must be the holy relic god.
Of all the gods, it must be the god. Looking at the mascot in front of him, Seo Ju Hyun could somewhat guess.
In Egyptian mythology, Set is one of the 9 main gods.
He is a god of the dark desert, chaos and evil. Because of this, Set's holy relic is extremely violent and demonic.
That holy relic is known for its ability to destroy the life of any other user of the holy relic.
Being dominated by humans, it's unbelievable. We must destroy them all.
Another Egyptian god suddenly appears.
Of course. We will kill all these mortals.
At the same time, Ju Hyun's men saw it and were shocked.
Another one appeared. Ju Hyun frowned and thought. Wait. That's not it. That black hunting dog face must be Anubis. The necklace it wears is Osiris. The carvings and emblems of Osiris. Osiris is one of the 9 gods. He is the god of fertility and the afterlife. Anubis is the god of death and the tomb. He is the one who leads the dead to the afterlife. There is also Set. 3 holy relic gods appeared in one place. No wonder so many tombs appeared in my previous life.
The 2 gods began to discuss increasing the difficulty for mortals.
But suddenly Set roared. Wait, there is no reason to test them. Let's show off a little, Anubis said. What the hell is this pretense? Just being with these humans makes me want to die. Ju Hyun laughed at that. How interesting. Ha ha. Due to the dense killing intent, your immunity is enhanced.
The message is displayed 3 times. I don't think these dogs intend to let us live.
Set roared. I will test you first. The best way to deal with these inferiors is to overwhelm them with strength. Ju Hian also got into a fighting stance. He started to make his move. As the holy relic set started attacking us, 2 others joined in. In an instant, killing intent enveloped everything. The people below were starting to show symptoms of overload. What the hell? I'm having a nosebleed. Tired. Ju Hian's Jr. started to bleed from his mouth. Are you okay? Ju Hian saw those symptoms and was not surprised. Without immune skills, his body would quickly deteriorate. Even the director with such a high holy relic level couldn't escape the murderous aura of those Egyptian gods. What the hell is this? Why can't even that old man escape my body? He immediately ordered his men. You guys quickly find a place to hide. Since those holy relics don't care about worthless people, you guys can leave this area. His words were both a slap and a pat. I didn't know whether to be happy or sad when I heard that. But to save their lives, those people quickly left. Okay, let's carry him up. Big brother, I'm bleeding too. Only the director is still stubborn. Where do you think you're running to? Why are you not hurt at all? Seo Ju Hian looked at him disdainfully. You could say that it was a difference in ability. You bastard, what are you saying, damn it? Even the 2 dogs were surprised. How come that man was okay? We were too lenient, let's be more gentle. Wait, that guy smells familiar. That's it. Besides. Is that all you have? As Ju Hian spoke, he summoned the holy relic, the Hammurabi statue. The 2 gods couldn't help but laugh when they saw that brat actually wanted to provoke them. What are you going to do with him? That holy relic's level is far from ours. I will make you regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Set continuously attacked downwards with countless lightning energies. But this did not bother Seo Ju Hian. He smirked, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I will repay your betrayal with another betrayal. For some unknown reason, Set's power was easily stopped by Ju Hian. The unexpected counterattack caught the 2 black and white dogs off guard. How could this be? If we have questions, Ju Hian will also answer them. That's when you look down on others and show your weakness. Osiris in his magic necklace form, the situation is not good, he knows what to do. We need something else, or let me use my power. But that idea was immediately stopped by Set. I refuse. If we use our power, our lifespan will be reduced. And so a heated argument broke out. In other words, Set and Osiris were about to come to blows. Is your nose broken? How dare you look down on me? My nose is perfectly fine. You want to fight? Ju Hian saw the situation and didn't know what to say. I was a bit curious because they didn't fight at first. Because of Set and Osiris, it was inevitable that they would fight. In Egyptian mythology, Set committed a terrible crime. He was jealous of his brother Osiris, and killed him. If history is correct, the relationship between these 2 the holy relics would be the same. I have to take this chance. This is my chance. I need to attack them while their attention is elsewhere. But Ju Hian's mysterious actions have also been noticed. This person is scheming something. Can the 2 of them calm down and focus on the main mission? I guess I have to take care of this. Ju Hian came before the black dog and said, it seems you are the only one who is sober. I will take you down first. The provocative words angered the arrogant Anubis. Let's see if you can survive. A circle quickly surrounded Ju Hian's body and dragged him somewhere. This move from Anubis was something he did not expect. What the hell is this? Someone like you could never pass my test. Seo Ju Hian thought angrily. Challenge? So this is a challenge. Ju Hian stood up with his back against the pane. A scale. Very soon, Ju Hian was put on a scale. Before him stood none other than the god Anubis. Yes, this is the scale of judgment. I will begin to judge you. It seemed that what Anubis did was also within his plans. This was his trump card. If I overcome this, this holy relic would be mine. His murderous aura couldn't affect me, so I came up with this plan. But it accidentally created an opportunity for me to get the holy relic. In my previous life, I met someone who used the holy relic Anubis. That person told me that the holy relic Anubis would ask me some questions and I needed to answer no. He didn't remember what the holy relic asked, but he said the question was pretty easy. If the question was easy enough for a child to answer, then he didn't need to worry. With that thought, the jury was in full force. All the jurors were present. Now I will ask you 42 questions. If you can answer no to all of those questions, you will pass the test. If you lie, the monster lurking in the dark will read your heart and devour you. Ju Hian thought he had victory in his hands this time, just like the boy had told him. But the very first question left him speechless. This was the first question. Have you ever stolen anything? Anubis looked at the mortal before him smugly. Haha, I knew it. You can hear the second question. Have you ever lied? This is less like a question and more like a list of every crime Seo Ju Hian has ever committed, hateful, and on a regular basis. Have you ever hit anyone? Have you ever broken someone else's property? Have you ever caused someone else's property to be damaged? Damn it, I get it. It is not an easy question, because children do not live long enough to commit such sins. I guess you're thinking that you can't answer no to even one question. I'm not wrong. As he spoke, Anubis took action, grabbing Ju Hian. You are truly a filthy sinner. Your heart is heavier than steel. Stay in hell where you belong. Along with that, a monster appeared, ready to devour Ju Hian. What the hell? Wait a minute. I'm done for. Is this where my life ends? What's even more annoying is that I feel like my body is in free fall. Sometime later, Ju Hian was thrown into a barren land filled with corpses. He painfully tried to get up. It hurt so much. Hearing some strange sounds around, Seo Ju Hian slowly looked forward. Before I could calm down, another melee was about to break out. The demons here had found a new target. Seriously? Can't you give me a break? There was no other way to save his life. He had to protect himself. The situation called for it. Ju Hian picked up a bone. Let's have a life or death duel with these ghosts. Come here, do you want my life? If you are good, come all the way up here. A battle of wills began. Alone against 8, he used all his martial arts skills. But 3 hits a mouse also lame. He alone could not fight against this unimaginably large crowd of ghosts. And then what had to happen happened. Ju Hian quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The ghosts took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Ju Hian was not convinced. This would be the end of his life. Was he going to die again? Looks like you need help, human. You're such a fool. A sudden burst of power erupted from Ju Hian's body, knocking away the surrounding ghosts. And the one who just did that was none other than the crow, the holy relic, who told him to run but didn't want to run, just wanted to stay there and take the hit. The appearance of the crow made the ghosts scared and retreat. It spoke, "It's been a while since I did that to myself." Ha, no matter what timeline. Ju Hian was furious. What the hell are you doing? Those bastards are still following me. The crow continued, nothing has changed in this space. I'll help you get out of here, see, it's much more fun to use the power of Egypt to defeat the ancient Egyptian gods. But who would believe the words of a crow? Who the hell are you? Why are you helping me? While Seo Ju Hian still didn't understand what the hell he was, a burst of power was released and completely destroyed the surrounding ghosts. Outside, Set and Osiris were still intently observing Anubis' space. It took longer than we thought. With that said, the sphere in front finally cracked. Was it finally over? No, something is wrong. What? The judgment space created by Anubis is being torn apart. Do you believe that a mere human can do such a thing? Not letting them speculate any further, the space slab was quickly shattered into pieces. Before the astonished eyes of Set and Osiris, wait, this power. Not the power of the sun god. What kind of god? I knew it, it was that bastard, the hateful crow. Anubis, what happened? Get up. Set was shocked by the situation. It was obvious that the crow was helping the human. I was sure he was imprisoned. Why was he here? I still remember you siding with humans to destroy my brothers and absorb their energy. You dirty bastard. Ju Hian turned to ask doubtfully, is what they said true? Osiris spoke. Set, use our powers. We must handle this and warn the others. Hateful. Nothing can change that. I will wipe out anything that dares to stand in my way. As soon as he finished speaking, Set used his power to collapse the tomb. The speed of the power was so fast that Seo Ju Hian and the crow couldn't stop it. The vengeful zombies gradually rose from the ground. This is only in this space and this timeline. The dead rise all over the world. I can't help you anymore, human. Crow spoke. Ju Hian didn't expect anything more either. I know, I didn't expect anything more either. The crow wondered at the man's composure. Aren't you afraid? Do you have any idea? Everyone had run away. There was no way out of this tomb. But Seo Juhian confidently drew his sword. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm different now. I can use my holy relic. And I know they're around here somewhere. Their true form is that of ordinary objects, unable to move anywhere on their own. I'm not mistaken. Then Juhian immediately rushed to fight the zombies of the tomb. This bold and daring attitude amused the crow. Haha, this is fun. I'll sit back and see what happens next, human. An unequal battle broke out. Seo Juhian fights alone against thousands of zombies that have emerged from hell. At first glance, it seems like Juhian has the upper hand. But know that these zombies are endless. Above the 3 zombies with the holy relic in the middle of the upside-down cage are Anubis, Set, Osiris. Look, that human is happy. He has his limits. The army of the dead is endless. The stake belongs to Set. The hourglass belongs to Osiris. And the Ankh cross of Anubis. What? What is this? Get your shit together, Anubis. We'll deal with him in your name. Try harder. Ha ha ha. Good idea. Let's destroy him once and for all. The 3 Egyptian gods began to transform. They transformed into giant mummies. They stood right in front of Juhian with eyes that seemed to want to devour him. Seo Juhian looked at the gods playing dirty and exclaimed. What kind of group is this? They didn't hesitate and rushed straight to Juhian, directly launching attacks. They started attacking him with physical attacks instead of the holy relic like before, because in this space, after all, there were real images of the holy relics. Juhian fought back, but the sword seemed to have no effect on them. It was harder than I thought, but I'm Seo Juhian, there's no way I can lose. It's okay, I have another knife. The thing he pulled out also surprised the crow. This energy is, I feel like I'm at home. This knife belongs to your Egyptian priest. You react like this because you are also the Egyptian holy relic. Lord Anubis is near. It feels powerful. Can you find him? Go say hi, good idea? Juhian spoke without hesitation, leading me to him. While Seo Juhian was getting closer, the 3 holy relics were still chatting away. Ha, it's comfortable in this huge form, I have more free space in here. You two use your powers, yes, we have no other choice. I don't know why, but the holy relic, the Raven of Prey, has reappeared. It turns out I was the one who was defeated. Yes, it appeared at this bad time, we must warn the others. While they were still engrossed in their conversation, one of the 3 mummies was successfully ambushed by Juhian. He was seriously injured and his outer shell disappeared. How do you know? Successfully dealing with one, Seo Juhian smiled smugly and went to die. The one who just fell was none other than Set. The remaining 2 could not escape the fate of being dealt with. The next one to follow Set was Osiris. His holy relic was cut in half, impossible. The only survivor was Anubis, he shouted, Lord Osiris. But not realizing that he himself was in danger. By the time he reacted, his entire body had been chopped into hundreds of pieces. The holy relic inside was also revealed. He angrily spoke, You. What is your purpose in doing this? Let me take the challenge one more time. I think the last result was wrong. I have never done this to a human. Even if I test you again, you will not pass. But Juhian's eyes were filled with determination. I assure you that won't happen. You must change your question list or you will be cut into pieces. The holy relic Anubis had no choice but to reopen the trial. The great scales and the 42 jurors appeared once again just like before. Well, not all of them, they were the same as before. Anubis's power was weakened, and the jury members were not spared. He said wearily. Now for the first question. Seo Juhian thought to himself. I remember it was bigger last time. The jury didn't even get to ask their first question. Juhian threatened them with force. Shut up, dog. You will ask me the question I told you to ask, understand? Here is the first question. Have you ever stolen from anyone? The dog was angry. What? What do you mean? You ask like that you commit a sin. What is the purpose of asking such a question? But the more he spoke, the tighter Juhian clenched his fist. Like I care. This isn't even a fair judgment. You think I'll die? Answer me. Repeat my words if you don't want to die. I will tear you to pieces if you do not obey my orders. The powerless judge. Why do you not want to own us? Do you not care if I am torn to pieces? I will own you or I will destroy you. If you are broken, then we cannot be together. Simple. The holy relic Anubis was so angry that his eyes turned red, but he couldn't say anything more. He had no choice but to listen to Seo Juhian. Damn it. Have you ever stolen from anyone? What? I can't hear you, say it louder. Damn it. Have you ever stolen from anyone?
Even though he listened to Ju Hyun, Anubis still wasn't at peace.
Watch your mouth. Don't swear. Speak to humans respectfully. Have you ever stolen from anyone?
Ju Hyun confidently replied.
Yes. Now for the second question. What should I say? The holy relic growled impatiently. Do you intend to go through all these questions? Of course. Stupid question.
I will answer yes to all questions by changing them to my advantage. The holy relic Anubis is crying as the trial is about to end.
You have completed the task given by the giant crypt. One of the 3 holy relics that created the crypt has completely surrendered to you.
You have completed the crypt of the holy relic Anubis.
The holy relic of Anubis finally falls into the hands of Aseo Ju Hyun. Countless notification windows pop up.
Because I got the holy relic god, the information board showed an upgrade notification. You have completed defeating the Egyptian god of the holy relic. Your ability to dominate the holy relic has increased. Due to the holy relic Anubis, your immunity to the deadly holy relic has increased. Your immunity has increased to level C. You have obtained the title of Tomb Raider, increasing your tomb excavation skills to level E. You have earned a title that reduces your relationship with the holy relic and increases your tomb raiding abilities.
This crow is having fun. How do I use these titles? Come on, clean this crypt for me. What to do after getting a new weapon? Ju Hyun immediately used the power of Anubis to clean the tomb.
A major earthquake caused the collapse of the entire interior structure.
Meanwhile, the spy is still trapped. He's confused.
The crypt is crumbling. The kid has the holy relic.
Looking at Seo Ju Hyun's back as he left, Kwon Tae-jun knew that Ju Hyun was a man with very scary skills.
He was not a kid he could joke with. If he couldn't kill him, he would have to work for him. At the same time, a message appeared that part of the crypt covering the earth had been defeated. There was no energy to maintain the giant crypt. The huge crypt completely disappeared from the world.
Ju Hyun looked satisfied. Good. Now I can breathe some fresh air. Hey, I didn't realize your ability. I apologize for being rude earlier. Kwon Tae-jun now had an extremely sincere and affectionate attitude when talking to Aseo Ju Hyun. I have an offer. Would you like to work with me? I thought you wanted to kill me.
No, that was when we didn't understand each other. The holy relic will change this world.
In the new world, people like you have the greatest potential.
As the chairman of TKBM Group, I promise to support you with all my heart.
You can swim out to sea. I want to hone your abilities. Come work for me.
But that very saying touched the pride of a grave robber.
Ju Hyun drew his sword and pointed it at the director.
You dare say you work for me, right after saying you work together.
Could that be your true ambition? Okay, you will invest in me. But you will make me vomit the results that you deserve.
Then you will kick me out like trash when you want.
All you want is to use me and yet you dare to say you work for me. Ridiculous.
At this point, Kwon Tae-jun can no longer pretend to be gentle and friendly.
Haha, you. I was just saying. Why are you so sensitive?
I had more valuable things than you just now, so it seems like you were working for me.
But why is it evil to expect good results from your investment? You scratch my back, I will scratch yours.
That's how the world works.
Seo Ju Hyun thought angrily. What a cunning fox. Think about it.
You've gone through countless dangers to collect the holy relic. You'll find it difficult to handle this alone.
If you get hurt, I can talk to the hospital that works for the corporation.
But before he could finish his words, a sword slash cut across that talkative neck.
Ju Hyun has seen through this poisonous snake's heart. You intend to provide medical services to me. I cannot stand standing here listening to you babble.
I still remember the day Boskniaki Arashia ended under your hands.
You treated me like a slave. Could it be that a mighty holy relic like the chairman could die so easily?
Of course not, he revealed an evil smile. The blood that was splattered everywhere returned to his body. It was as if nothing had happened.
That's surprising, you're good, quite quick.
The cut automatically healed. This was the power of the holy relic he possessed.
How disgusting.
I agree, Achilles' body was soaked in Styx's life, considered to be a god-level holy relic. Achilles was a warrior who appeared in Greek mythology. His mother was the sea goddess Thetis, and his father was the human Peleus. Thetis wanted her son to be immortal like her. So he dipped his son's body into the living water of the Styx by holding his heel. Achilles had a strong and sturdy body, but his heel, which was not dipped in water, was his weak point. Achilles died from an arrow in the heel. That was Achilles' holy relic, so it must have been his weak spot. The problem is, I don't know where that weakness is. He can even reattach the head after cutting it off. Quan Tae-jun continued to mock. Now you understand that you are only under my command. I understand your abilities, but you cannot defeat me. I do not want to fight. I want to be your ally. Isn't it obvious? Seo Ju-hyun sneered. Gather all your power, Muramasa. What are you doing? Human. The answer to the chairman's call was the sword in his hand. Have you heard of mutiny, old man? That's what I'm about to do. You're right, I should choose your side. But I don't want to. Just seeing your face is enough to make me hate you. Quan Tae-jun was furious. What? Muramasa is a perfect weapon for mutiny. It becomes stronger against higher-level opponents. Let's see if you'll shut up when I stab you with Muramasa at full power. Quan Tae-jun shouted in fear. You're crazy. Why did you do this? As soon as the sound ended, the chairman's body was slashed in half. The strong impact left him seriously injured. Seo Ju-hyun's eyes were filled with determination. We cannot let this disaster become a hindrance to future threats. I slashed him with maximum domination on Muramasa. You can create power many times higher than the actual level of the holy relic, but in the end, the holy relic will be destroyed. The old man mumbled that I was wasting my efforts. And he was right. This was really reckless. But to let your sworn enemy escape like that would be even more wrong. CEO Quan Tae-jun screamed in pain. I guess it felt threatened, so that old man's dominating holy relic activated itself. If I had stepped into the holy relic's range of influence, then I would also be in danger. I can reflect some of the shockwaves using Hammurabi's code. And have them all reflect back at that old man. The holy relic Hammurabi was also slightly influenced. Both sides are fighting fiercely and neither side wants to give up. At this moment there was a huge explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. It exploded, causing the earth and rocks to explode. Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, the holy relic Achilles and the holy relic ruler must have suffered quite a bit of damage. He won't be able to cause any harm for a while. But my Muramasa is broken. And the holy relic Hammurabi is heavily affected. Seo Ju-hyun spoke up, I tried so hard and still couldn't take your life. This is so frustrating. Suddenly someone called his name, Ju-hyun. It turned out to be Sung-woo. He asked, what happened? He suddenly said, are you guys still alive? They wondered why there was a dead body here. He replied, I wish it was a dead body, but it couldn't be. Sung-woo asked him, are you going to kill him? He said, leave him alone, he'll be stuck in the hospital for a while. There's no way I can kill him either. Then he continued, I'm so hungry, let's go eat something. I wonder if any restaurants are still open after the recent earthquake? Sung quickly said, wait for me. He said, speak politely, we are starting to lose our temper. They replied, yes, the TV is talking about the incident right now. Report on the damage caused by the recent terrible event. We received information from eyewitnesses of the monsters. A corpse rose from the ground, yes, a mummy, it looked like a mummy, I wish this was just a dream. And some people use superpowers with strange objects. Seo Ju-hyun said while eating noodles, look at them. The whole world will know about the holy relic. Sung-woo said, all channels are talking about this, the holy relic. Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, the thing I left on the bed. Sung-woo was a bit skeptical, that? He continued, as he said, this world will change. Those who have good holy relics will be the ones in power. Right now, his holy relics are constantly complaining, ego ego. Egu, you damn master, you act like you have a mouth, my body is about to fall apart. Sung-woo wondered, aren't they about to break? He replied, that's the problem. We have a solution for this, we have very useful friends. Sung-woo asked, what are you? Seo Ju-hyun immediately picked up the phone and called someone. Dear Irene, I know this is not the time to call you. But I have found a way to break the curse. Irene Hilton was delighted to hear him say that. What? Really? Of course not, he thought. But it wasn't a complete lie. I need some more elements to find a solution to your curse. Seo Ju-hyun immediately told her, yes, I need you to find me someone. I hope you can help me with that. Of course, Irene Hilton replied cheerfully. But who is that person? Seo Ju-hyun smiled when he heard this. Yu Jae-ha, a holy relic restoration expert. All holy relics are destroyed due to durability or overuse.
There is no way to restore a destroyed holy relic. However, there are some holy relics that have the ability to restore other holy relics. And those who possess them are called restoration experts. Ujeha is one of the best. He monopolizes the black market and is called the king of scammers. However, he caught the eye of Quan. And we were on the same excavation team. I had to get him to work for me, so that the holy relics breakdown would no longer be a problem for me. Sungwoo said, that girl probably doesn't know what punctuality is. He wondered who it was that he had such a hard time finding. Seo Ju-hyun replied, it was Ujeha. Sungwoo said, whenever he mentioned the holy relic, he was like an expert. He replied, but restoring the holy relic is very difficult. Most of the holy relic restorations are art. They require a high level of sophistication. Trying to use them would be a headache. If you can't use them, then find someone else to use them for you. Simple. Those are the eyes of a slave trader. At this moment Irene Hilton sat down in the helicopter and said, sorry, I'm a little late. I'll be down there in a moment. Sungwoo gasped in surprise, a helicopter. Irene Hilton got down and smiled, I don't live far away but the traffic was so bad. So I tried to come as fast as I could. Sorry for being late. Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, she even has her own helicopter. Just like I thought, different class. He said, okay, let's go somewhere to talk. They all went to a coffee shop to discuss business. Irene asked, who am I looking for? He replied, he is a Korean named Ujeha. Do you know him? I've never heard that name, she said. He said, she wasn't sure he was using a fake ID. Did she know someone who collected art? Irene Hilton remembered. She said, my brother did. He also met people with similar interests. Seo Ju-hyun gave her a picture of the person he was looking for. Great, if she was interested in that then she must be related to him. He looked like this, ask your brother if there was anyone who looked like the one in the picture? Irene Hilton looked at the photo and said, this person. Are you sure you're looking for him? Seo Ju-hyun asked again, yes. Why did she ask? Do you know this person? She replied, of course, a month ago he cheated on my brother. I met him when I visited my parents' house. She continued, I remember that face very well because he was so kind. I was surprised to hear that he cheated on my brother. My brother bought a piece of art from him but it turned out to be fake. 20 people have the same piece. Seo Ju-hyun heard her say that, he thought to himself, ah, the king of fraud. At this time, he is deceiving others, who can stop him? Irene Hilton said, but I don't think you can find him. You're surprised, what? She replied, I heard he died. He was caught trying to scam my brother's friend. My brother saw him with his friends. I don't know if the brakes failed or they were going too fast. The car flew off the edge of the cliff after crashing through the guardrail. Seo Ju-hyun was stunned. Ujeha was dead? It didn't make sense. He is only 26 years old now, in 5 years he will meet me for the first time. There's no way he could die? I have a doubt, has the future changed? Thinking back, not everything was as it was before I died. The holy relic that created the tomb appeared to be in India, this time in Egypt. This event is not like the past. But no way, I need his ability. Seo Ju-hyun said, let's try to find him. Irene Hilton was surprised, what? Could he be alive? He smiled and replied, he is a tough guy, we have to hope. One evening at the hospital. TV is reporting that a strange phenomenon has occurred all over the world. Huge structures shaped like ancient tombs have appeared. Breaking news, the government has decided to research the holy relic. CEO Kwon Tae-jun said on his hospital bed, those bastards. When will they get tired of babbling about this nonsense? He angrily said, damn it, I tried so hard to keep the existence of the holy relic a secret from the community. It was all because of that bastard Seo Ju-hyun. I have to kill him, but why isn't my body recovering? Mr. President, please calm down. Someone spoke up, haha, what's going on there? You look terrible, Chairman Kwon. Kwon Tae-jun said, Edward. Edward told Kwon Tae-jun's subordinates to get out. Yes, sir. He sat down on the chair and said, you've been going a bit overboard lately. Summoning a crypt of that size. Kwon Tae-jun replied, I swear to God I didn't know the crypt would appear at the airport. It was an accident. Edward said, that's not the problem. It doesn't change the fact that the crypt appeared after he activated the holy relic. You should keep quiet for now. My client is very angry. Kwon Tae-jun was surprised. What? Everyone already knew about it? Of course, he said. I'm their source of information. Kwon Tae-jun shouted. Why are you telling them?
Edward said, I'm not just an arms dealer, I also sell information.
Kwon Tae-jun replied, I understand. You don't care about gaining my trust.
He continued, I have to give accurate information to gain trust.
If you make a mistake, you have to make it right. But look, why don't you heal your wound? I know you have the immortal holy relic. Kwon Tae-jun replied, I don't know why it doesn't work.
Maybe the holy relic is damaged. It's all because of that bastard Seo Ju-hyun.
At this moment Edward said, Seo Ju-hyun, that guy seems interesting.
To be able to cause such damage to an immortal holy relic.
He continued, the holy relic immortal damage is your business.
Just fix it. Kwon was quite surprised.
What? Is there a way?
Edward immediately said, I will contact the person who restored the holy relic. You just need to continue collecting the holy relic to give to the broker here. After saying that, he left. Take care, I'm going home. After leaving the room, Edward gave orders to his subordinate.
Find out what kind of person Seo Ju-hyun is. The subordinate quickly received the order, yes sir. Cut to a scene in a city at night. Yoo Jae-ha was sitting working when he received a call. Who was calling? How distracting. He picked up the phone and realized it was Edward who called him. He picked up the phone and said, Edward, it's been a long time. Edward asked Yoo Jae-ha, why did you answer my call so quickly? Yoo Jae-ha picked up the phone immediately, meaning he ran out of money, right? He laughed and replied, ha ha ha, you know me too well.
Yoo Jae-ha immediately said, I just fooled a few people so I had to fake my death.
My car broke down so I had to pay to keep the secret. I couldn't go out, I was going crazy.
Edward on the other end of the line laughed loudly, haha.
You faked so many things and now you're faking death. Yoo Jae-ha replied, is that a compliment? Thanks. Then he asked, did you call me for a job?
He said, yes. There was a request to restore the holy relic.
He replied, restore the holy relic. I don't like those kinds of requests because restoring is tiring. Edward immediately said to him, do you think money is easy to earn?
But the person who requested this time was a big shot.
It was Kwon Tae-jun, the president of TKBM Group. Yoo Jae-ha was so surprised that he shouted. Really? Edward laughed and said, haha, you know what? You don't have to worry about the salary. Yoo Jae-ha was overjoyed. I will do it. 100%. Thank you, old man.
On this side, Seo Ju-hyun and the others have also arrived at a place.
This is the address Irene Hilton gave us. Do you believe he is still alive? Seo Ju-hyun replied without hesitation. He won't die easily. Let's go. The staff inside said hello. Welcome. He asked. Excuse me, is Yoo Jae-ha there?
The girl was surprised.
What?
Sorry, but our CEO is not in the office, he replied.
Is that so?
Seo Ju-hyun smiled. I can feel the energy of the holy relic.
Sung-woo angrily slammed his hand on the table. He wasn't in the office. Did that mean he was faking his death? Seo Ju-hyun quickly pulled Sung-woo out. What are you doing? This idiot. Sung-woo said. We have to talk to her. He continued. We're here to lure Yoo Jae-ha out. Use your brain. Sung-woo quickly said back. I'm sorry. The employee said. I don't know what you're here for, but you shouldn't act like that. Our executive chairman passed away in a car accident.
Seo Ju-hyun immediately put the very large bag he brought with him on the table.
He pretended to be regretful and heartbroken. Oh no, Yoo Jae-ha is dead? What am I going to do with these things?
She looked at the bag he was carrying and wondered.
What was this? She thought to herself.
The holy relic. There are more than 10 the holy relics. And high-grade the holy relics.
The girl in front of me. I could see the expression on her face. Let's get this over with. Seo Ju-hyun said. Do you realize what this is?
Please help me. They are all valuable but broken.
It doesn't have to be Yoo Jae-ha, but I need someone to restore them. Working with Yoo Jae-ha? You are so lucky. What do you think? Can you fix the holy relic for me?
She stood there thinking for a moment. Then she replied.
Please wait. I'll be in the recovery room. Soon. He replied. Okay. I'll wait here. He smiled. I knew you would. That girl is Yoo Min-hai. Yoo Jae-ha's assistant. She is as greedy as Yoo Jae-ha. She wouldn't let go of the chance to snatch the holy relic from me. Yu Jaeha is definitely still alive. Yu Minhai called Yu Jaeha. President, we have a problem. It's the holy relic. Yu Jaeha wondered. What are you talking about? She replied. Someone came here to ask the chairman to restore the holy relic. Yu Jaeha said. Chase them away. I'm working with TKBM Group now. That's busy enough. Yu Minhai said. That's not it. He brought over 10 holy relics. It seemed like there was even a god-level Egyptian holy relic. Yu Jaeha was surprised. What? She continued. They look easy to fool. What should I do? Yu Jaeha replied. Leave that to me. He was delighted. I thought I could make some more money. Take that holy relic and bring it to the restoration room. I'll be there soon. I'll create a perfect fake and swap it for the real thing. Yu Minhai turned back and said. Sorry for keeping you two waiting. Seo Juhian smiled. Ah, it's okay. She said. This is an urgent matter, so I will restore it for you immediately. He replied. Thank you very much. Yu Minhai continued. Can I bring them to the recovery room to assess their condition? We need to use machines to check. Seo Juhian immediately agreed. Ah, of course. Seo Ungwu whispered to him. Hyun Nim. All of your holy relics are in there. What if they escape? She brought out the contract. Here's the estimate and the contract. You can read it while you wait. She took it all away. Seo Juhian said to Sung Woo. If you want to catch good fish, you have to have good bait. Sung Woo said. But he had nothing to negotiate when he had already given away all the good stuff. You're right about that part, right? Seo Juhian smiled. Let's just consider this a gamble. Let's see if our plan succeeds or fails. Yu Jaeha saw the issue of the holy relic and exclaimed. Oh my god. These things are really amazing. This stuff is good. The rank seems to be very high. Yu Minhai was a little worried. What if we get caught? There are also a bunch of thugs out there. He said. Okay, get out. Let me check. I'll make a copy in a jiffy. Try to reply. Oh, okay. Yu Jaeha smiled smugly. Counterfeiting this was as easy as baking a cake. The fake artist's forgery has shocked the world. I'll take it all. Rare B rank. Super power type. That's Yu Jaeha's the holy relic. That guy used it to make a copy of my the holy relic. He'll use it as a basis and remake it. Simply by touching a holy relic with something you want to fake, you can create a fake that looks exactly like the original holy relic. This fake holy relic somewhat mimics not only its appearance but also its function. The fake holy relic that was created exuded an aura that was no less than the real holy relic. Others would never notice that it was a fake until the half-day maintenance period ended. But right now, I was in my second life. Sung Woo was reading the contract when he shouted. What the hell? Is it that expensive to restore the holy relic to its original state? It costs 10 million won for each wound the holy relic suffered. This is blatant robbery. Seo Ju-hoon said. I don't care. I have no intention of paying anyway. Yu Minhai came out at this time. Sorry for keeping you waiting. He replied. It's okay. How's the status of my holy relic? She replied. I'm very sorry, but your holy relic is too damaged. Recovery may be difficult. These holy relics were almost completely destroyed. He said. Oh. Then he looked at her and continued. Really? He immediately threw all the things in the bag. It made her very surprised. Seo Ju-hoon shouted loudly. Who are you trying to fool? Making Sung Woo, who was standing next to him, startled. Hey big brother, what's wrong all of a sudden? He replied angrily. This woman turned my stuff into fakes. They were all surprised. Why? Yu Minhai was very scared now. What should he do? Her face turned pale. Sweat poured down her face. Yu Minhai pointed to the right. I'm sorry. That's some weird stuff in there. I'm not a counterfeiter. Please spare me. Yu Jaeha heard from inside. He said. What the hell? How did that bastard know? How? Before he could finish his sentence, the door was kicked open. Yu Jaeha fell to the ground. His head hit the table in excruciating pain. He held his head and cried out. Seo Juhian stood outside the door and said, "It's you, you dog." He was surprised. "What?" Seo Juhian took out the holy relic and ordered, "Capture him?" Yu Jeha was surprised. Screamed. "What the hell? Where did he get so many of his holy relics?" He screamed. "Let me go." The holy relic said. "Play with me, human. Play with me." He asked him. "Where is my stuff?" He answered quickly. "It's in the safe." "Let me go, I'll get it back for you." "Let me go quickly." Seo Juhian said. "Too noisy. Time to pack my things first." He struggled. "What?" he said suddenly. "How the hell do you know the password to my safe? Is that what you came here for?" He replied. "So what? You are the first offender." He doesn't understand what you are saying. "What are you talking about?" Seo Juhian wondered. Why is he like this? I don't remember him having this personality in his previous life. Yu Jeha is not this kind of person. As a new and emerging artist, he is living a peaceful life and also studying at a famous university in America. But he lost the artistic style he had developed by spending so much time and effort drawing. Not for anyone else but for his teacher. His name is Jean Richard. He got a lot of attention for his stolen painting style and won prizes. There was a copyright lawsuit but it was invalidated. On the contrary, Yu Jeha, who existed in the cognitive aspects, was buried deep inside despair. This little fellow started cheating from this moment. He cheated the extraordinary talents he had. But thanks to that, the holy relic of the fake also approached him. The liar attached wings to him. He thought to himself, if it continued like this, it would be very difficult to convince him to work with him. Yu Jeha shouted loudly at this moment. What did I do wrong? It was all a lie. Think about it. Idiot. Seo Juhian heard him say that and started to lose patience. What kind of persuasion? Then he took out a pen. Do you know what this holy relic is? It's called Shakespeare's childhood pen. There will be some things that will come true when I write. Yu Jeha was surprised. What? What are you going to do? He started to scare him. In memory of Yu Jeha, who died by strangulation with a rope. The source of the pain was his whole body. At this moment, Yu Jeha screamed in fear. What the hell was he thinking? I'm so dizzy. I'm sorry. I won't accept the restoration fee. I'll do as you ask. Seo Juhian smiled. Oh, as expected. He said, no fee is a given. Sign a contract with me. I will spare your life. He said, what? Contract? The contract has been signed. The master Seo Juhian signed and the slave Yu Jeha signed. Yu Jeha was released at this time. He cried, this was ridiculous. It was a blatant slave contract. He replied, how could it be called a slave contract? There's a better word for it called exclusivity. He said, okay. Yu Jeha continued, the recovery fee is free. I will come whenever you call. I will not accept anything except your request and will not betray you. Am I still human? Seo Juhian immediately said, in addition, if you break the contract, you will be punished according to Hammurabi's law. Don't do that, he continued. Read it all. It's no small matter. A $6 million down payment is fine. Also, for every restore I will pay you an extra bonus. The terms say that Mr. B will be responsible for all the rituals, convenience, and safety of the owner. Did you read the contract carefully? Don't be so subjective. Yu Jeha stood up and pointed at him in dissatisfaction. Why does everything benefit you? I don't accept it. Objection. Having said that, he ran straight out. Sung Woo saw that and asked. Boss, do you want me to go find it? He replied. Okay, go. He did not forget to warn. And do not be too harsh on him. They replied. Yes. He thought to himself. Even though the contract was signed. But it was forced. Not voluntary. I think otherwise. Yu Jeha quickly ran and took out his phone to call someone. Hello. Mr. Kwon. I'm Yu Jeha. You've heard my name from AdWords, right? Kwon replied. Yes, but I didn't think you would call me first. He said. Oh my gosh. Of course I had to contact you first. He laughed and said. Thank you for that. Yu Jeha said. I want to restore your holy relic. Let me do it. Leave it to me. Kwon Tae-jun ordered his subordinates. Turn off the TV. Yes. He smiled. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the terms of the deal. Yu Jae-ha said again. I mean, I want to restore your holy relic. Let me go. Leave it to me. Kwon Tae-jun laughed and said. Haha, let's see. Okay. Let's define the specific terms of the deal. At that moment, there was a knock on the door from his side. Bang. Yu Jae-ha said. Oh, it was just a knock on the door. A moment later, there was screaming. No way. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. You bastards. Seo Ju-hyun ordered. Go get his phone. Seo Ju-hyun wondered. Who is this? He is Chairman Kwon. Does my Mr. Kwon also need to restore the holy relic? Kwon Tae-jun was surprised. This voice is. He continued. But there's one more thing. Yu Jae-ha is my exclusive restorer of the holy relic. You got the wrong person. Stupid. Kwon Tae-jun was very angry after hearing that. Seo Ju-hyun. That dog. He shouted. You again. Yu Jae-ha said. Hey, what did you just say? He replied. Say what I want to say. He continued. He intended to obey Kwon of TKBM. What a fool. You better stop dreaming about far-fetched things. Chairman Kwon and TKBM are a rotten organization. I'm the rope you should be holding on to. Yu Jae-ha shouted. Ha? What are you saying? Why should I work for you? I'm not that stupid. Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself. Yu Jae-ha must be really angry. I should convince him in another way. He started talking and said, let's get to know each other first. My name is Seo Ju-hyun. I'm from Seoul. Do you want to be the head of this excavation team? I will let you do the restoration. I'm done talking. Now it's your turn. He was surprised. What? He said. Why are you asking me to do this now? Bastard. He replied. I wanted to say hi to you later because I'm very careful. I'm a little sensitive. He picked it up and said, I'll do something if you don't want me to. Name is Yu Jae-ha. A college student. Has a strong passion for art. But not long after, the artist scams someone in Los Angeles. Yu Jae-ha was surprised. What the hell? How did you know about that? He replied. Maybe he didn't know that the rumor had spread. He continued. Even copied other artists' artwork. His painting was said by others to resemble the famous painter Jean Richard. He said. Watch your mouth, if you know anything about art. Yu Jae-ha said angrily. Jean Richard, that bastard stole my work. Seo Ju-hyun took his fist and said. What did you say? Jean Richard stole? He replied. So what? He asked. Drawings aren't easy to copy, are they? Yu Jae-ha replied. Of course. He continued. However, I thought that if I didn't do anything in front of him, there was no way he would know. But for some reason, that bastard knew what I was going to do. It was like he knew what I was going to do. It was ridiculous. He answered his question. No, it could be it. There were some holy relics that had the same ability. Jean Richard is a user of the holy relic. It is also possible that his holy relic allows him to transform into the character he desires. Even knowledge and abilities are copied perfectly. Yu Jae-ha was a little skeptical. How do you know that? Are you sure? Seo Ju-hyun replied. I'm sure he used the holy relic. He started to make conditions. How about it? I will help you regain your reputation and style that was stolen by Jean Richard before. In return, you will be my exclusive restorer. Yu Jae-ha was very surprised when he heard that. Huh? He continued. Isn't this a good deal? He thought to himself that these were the things he wanted most. He said. Get my style back. He thought to himself. The game is up. There's no way you can refuse this offer. At this moment Yu Jae-ha spoke up. Wait a minute. He continued. Give me some time. I have to think before I decide. He said. Still thinking? It was a condition that even someone like me could answer without thinking. Could it be that Kwon Tae-jun, you're trying to get along with that person? Yu Jaeha denied. No, that's not it. Whatever. Seo Ju-hyun said and threw the phone back to him. He said. Oh, it's up to you. Whatever you decide is up to you. I respect your choice. He replied. Oh, okay. I'm not stupid enough to be fooled. Although you talk very nicely. Then Seo Ju-hyun threw him a ring and said, take this with you. This is the holy relic that protects the body. You must return here in good health anyway. Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, he had to go there anyway. If there were many benefits, being near Kwon might turn his back on him. Yu Jaeha would definitely think so. The next day, as soon as it was light, Yu Jaeha would go to Kwon Tae-jun's appointment. Kwon said, nice to meet you. I heard you wanted to make a proposal. Yu Jaeha asked. Do you know Jing Richard? He replied, oh I know. Isn't he a world-famous painter? Some say he is a genius. But why do you ask that? He said. That guy stole my work. He used the holy relic to steal my work. That's how he got his reputation. I want you to make him admit his mistake. Then I will sign an exclusive contract with you. Hearing this, Kwon Tae-jun laughed out loud. Why, ha ha ha. Very interesting. Quite funny. But what to do? You picked the wrong person. He's on the phone with Jing Richard. Oh Richard, I've heard some pretty interesting stories. Do you know Yu Jaeha? That guy. He was extremely surprised and stunned. What? Could it be? This old man knew Jing Richard? It's not just a matter of knowing each other. They are key members of Pandora. A group of people hunting the holy relic is about to appear. Jing Richard on the other end of the line said. Yu Jaeha, don't you want to live like a mouse and want to die? Or do you want me to bury you somewhere sacred? Kwon Tae-jun replied. Calm down Richard. I'll do it myself. Yu Jaeha, he was probably so angry he wanted to cry. Kwon spoke up. As you can see, Richard and I have a pretty close relationship. Yu Jaeha angrily left, I didn't know before. Just pretend I never said it. But he said. Stop there. Old Kwon Tae-jun said. I haven't seen you off yet. At this moment, his subordinate suddenly rushed out and grabbed Yu Jaeha's neck. He yelled. Damn it. Let me go. Kwon laughed. Don't break anything. It'll cost you money to replace it. He shouted. What gang are you guys? Thugs. At that moment he remembered. That's right. The holy relic that the guy gave him yesterday. Yu Jaeha took it out of his pocket and held it up. Die, you bastards. The atmosphere was silent and still and nothing happened. Yu Jaeha shouted helplessly. Why isn't it working? If you appear at a time when others are desperate, this is the best time to know who is coming to you. Is it too touching? Yu Jaeha suddenly shouted. What the hell is this? Seo Ju-hyun said, I came to help you. Get up quickly. Kwon Tae-jun was very angry when he saw him. Seo Ju-hyun, this bastard. He shouted. You again. He turned and replied. Long time no see. Old man. I don't want to cause trouble. I'll take this guy out. Besides, you can't beat me when your holy relic is broken. Kwon Tae-jun shouted angrily. Don't joke around. What are you guys doing? Get up and arrest that bastard right now. He took out a pen and a notebook called the holy relic and said. There was nothing else I could do. He wrote as he spoke. The bodyguards who beat Seo Ju-hyun and Yu Jaeha would suffer the ultimate pain before dying. The source of the pain this time was. Right now. It was dark at Seo Ju-hyun's house. Yu Jaeha said. So, what do you want me to do first? He said. First of all, my holy relic is broken. Since you are the one who restores our excavation team. Yu Jaeha wondered. Wait a minute, that's not an excavation mission. He replied. It was just a lie I tried to convince you of. Just a few more fancy words. Yu Jaeha shouted. You liar. Seo Ju-hyun said. What lie? Call me boss. Yu Jaeha was furious. What big brother? You look younger than me. You should be the one calling me big brother. He was immediately punched. Seo Ju-hyun said. Stop talking nonsense and start recovering right away. Yu Jaeha replied. Yes. He instructed. You must repair all the holy relics here within 3 days. Hearing this, Ujeha immediately jumped up. What the hell? That's ridiculous. How could he do so much in 3 days? You see, there are more than 10 holy relics. Give at least a month. Seo Juhian thought to himself. Another prank. He asked. Why did it take so long to restore the holy relic? Ujeha replied. Of course. I don't know much about it, but I found it very difficult. Besides, all of his holy relics were about to break. These things, if calculated together, would take about a year. He said. Oh, your mouth is full of lies. He spoke up. Don't you feel guilty or something? Instead of being a lazy idiot, you should have some conscience. Ujeha objected. No, that's not it. How did he know that? Seo Juhian continued. So can you prove to me that? Can you restore it as quickly as possible? Can you do it? Ujeha said. How? Ujeha said. How can I prove it? He replied. I will give you something. This will help you a lot in restoring the holy relic. Just try it. This is a B-grade brush from the Joseon Palace Garden. I don't know how durable it is. But I'm afraid you'll feel hurt if I use it. Ujeha quickly said. Shut up. If you can do it, I'll bet anything. Ujeha continued. If he fails, all future holy relic restoration work will be unified into one holy relic repair per month, okay? He replied. Huh? Well then if I succeed. Ujeha said with a smile. I will bet my salary. Seo Juhian smiled and replied. Oh, I didn't ask. You volunteered. Ujeha was extremely surprised. How could this happen? What is this crazy speed? Why did he recover so quickly? Seo Juhian raised his golden axe. How is it? Did I win? He shouted. Impossible. What a pro. If you're already this good, what else do you want me to do? Just for a few minutes. He handed the pen to Ujeha. Here, try it. The pen screamed. The smell of shame was no less than my master. No, go away. Ujeha said, I'm still not used to it. But I heard that if you want to use the holy relic, you need to have high compatibility. And if we use it a lot, the durability will decrease. He said, just try it. Ujeha was quite worried. But even so, I still couldn't do it as fast as you. No matter how you think about it, you probably found the wrong person. Seo Juhian laughed and said, don't complain. Let's get started. Work is everything. Ujeha cried. You're crazy. You give me the conditions, I will pay you. But in the future, not now. Do your best. I'll be there. Call me if you need anything. Ujeha exclaimed. This guy is like a fortune teller who knows everything. Even my safe was stolen. At this moment, Ujeha's phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it and saw that the caller was Edward Hargan. Seo Juhian went outside and asked how the tree was doing. They said it was doing great now. He said, okay. Go ahead. Suddenly he saw the system notice board. Dexterity has been upgraded to C rank. Dexterity rank C, even when you first touch something new. You can immediately know how to use it. When the holy relic is destroyed, the damage will be significantly reduced. Joints are more flexible. The probability of successfully stealing the holy relic from humans increases significantly. Restoration Specialist, you have received a title, and thus discovered a new skill. F rank Dungeon Recovery, skill acquired. He wondered, what is this skill? What should I do with the grave after restoring it? At this time Ujeha called him. Said that there was someone who wanted to talk to him. Edward said, hello. Seo Juhian was quite surprised. This voice is. He said, it was Edward. Ujeha was surprised. How did he know him? It is known that he has the title of the Rich King. He is also a big investor in the Holy Relic market. Perhaps now it is called the intermediary that connects the Holy Relic users together. Edward replied, oh, that's interesting. You know me. He must have a lot of important information. I have to be careful. There are many users who bleed when they interfere with that information. Edward said, I'm interested in you and what you did to Chairman Kwan. What do you think? I'd like to introduce you to some good jobs. Seo Juhian replied. Sorry, I don't care. Edward continued to tell him, if you join, I'm sure you won't regret it. He asked, but what kind of job is that? How much is the pay? He laughed and said, obviously you are reacting. He continued, I will explain to you. He replied, I am listening. Edward said, a dungeon appeared in the government in China. If you join, I will pay you billions of won. If we secretly get the holy relic there, we won't be discovered by the Chinese government. Then he took that holy relic and gave it to me. Is that all? Edward asked him, so what do you mean? If everything goes well this time, I want to treat you like a VIP customer. Seo Juhian replied, don't think you can fool me. You told me what happened yourself. He was startled, what? How could this happen? You think I'm an amateur, he continued. I know all about you, old man. You lie about the Chinese government or something. Tell me who gave you orders. What do you mean? Who do I work for? Edward asked. He continued, this is not a normal request but I will let you in on it. This is an order from General Kara. Seo Juhian was surprised when he heard it. What? Kara Clark is a general of the United States. She is the general in charge of affairs related to the Holy Relic. She is a terrible woman nicknamed the King of War. I don't want anything to do with that woman. I don't want to help. I have to refuse this offer. He said, hey Edward, before you could say anything, Edward spoke up, that person is gathering the ancient map artifacts. And of course China also contains ancient maps. But the War King had monopolized those relics. It seemed. Edward asked him, I told you everything. What are you going to do now? Seo Juhian smiled. Then he replied very firmly, I will take it. This is ridiculous, Ujeha said angrily. Why are we leaving already? We just accepted the job. Ujeha just got angry at Seo Juhian. On the other side, Seo Juhian still calmly replied, since we agreed, we should leave already. Jeha still couldn't accept the fact that they had to go to work so early. Scratching his head, he said loudly, why are we getting on the plane right after I got the call? And Seo Juhian was already used to this scene, so he calmly replied, if we have time to chat, let's fix the holy relic. Irene then walked up to him and said, I hope the seat is comfortable. As soon as Juhian saw her, his mouth broke into a friendly smile and greeted, oh, there you are, thank you for helping us. Because all the airports and hangars around here were cleared. Ujeha was immediately attracted to Irene's beauty as soon as he saw her. She's so pretty, wait a minute, I think I've seen this girl somewhere before, I'm glad I could help. Seo Juhian turned around and saw his friend's bewildered face. He immediately reminded him to say hello to her. She's letting us go on a private jet. Only then did Jeha come to his senses and greeted Irene, nice to meet you. She also smiled back at Ujeha, nice to meet you. The other party's next 3 words made him speechless on the spot, you liar. Seo Juhian also smiled and introduced her to him, she is Irene Hilton, you have heard of her. If you have anything to say, say it now, because from now on, you will see her more often. As soon as Jeha heard about Irene's background, he could not keep calm for a moment, she was from the Hilton family. Just like that, he called out to Irene and kept saying, I'm really sorry, please don't hand me over to Hilton. Alright, Irene replied slowly. Seo Juhian was silent for a moment, but how could he miss this opportunity to humiliate Jeha? He immediately turned to her and whispered, come on, scold him a little, this guy is quite stupid. This guy even asked for a month to fix a holy relic, even though I made him work, he always thought of laziness. As expected, Irene became angry upon hearing these words. She frowned at Jeha and said, are you serious? It made Jeha cry, hey leader, don't say that to me. Knowing Jeha's personality, Irene also reminded him that this man is very important to me, he needs to work harder if he wants me to not say anything to my brother. Yes ma'am, Jeha replied softly. You don't have to act too much, this guy is also a part of solving your problem, Seo Juhian said while closing the book. The next second, the other party made a proposal, from now on, learn how to use the holy relic from the 2 of us. This proposal of his made Irene a little surprised. Seo Juhian then explained that the unlucky holy relic was a parasitic holy relic that lived in her body, meaning we couldn't completely separate it from her. So it's best that you learn how to control and use it, we're looking for the best solution, but why not try everything? I use control ability and this guy uses social ability to control the holy relic, you can slowly learn both ways. Although it was difficult to control its power, it was possible to control its effects. Irene heard this and immediately responded with an O to show that she understood. Okay, so the 3 of them went to the next land together to search for the holy relic. Macau, I can already hear Jeha's angry voice, why? All my stocks are falling, Jeha's voice trembled slightly as he watched his stocks continue to fall. Hearing this, Seo Juhian kindly reminded him to stop playing stocks for the time being, if he didn't want to end up dead.
2/3 of Macau has turned into a crypt, the entrance is near Taipa Island, the bridge to the island is cut off. This is the work of the Holy Relic, the only way is by boat. What's the problem? This Holy Relic has some connection to the ship? Jaeha knew this bad information and couldn't help but curse out loud. Shit. Hearing him make such strange sounds, Juhyun couldn't help but be curious, so he turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" What caught his eyes was Jaeha's panicked gaze. "I lost the Holy Relic." "Why are you?" Juhyun hadn't even finished his sentence when Irene spoke up and gave him some bad news. "No, my Holy Relic." "Where is my Holy Relic?" "Damn it, mine too." The system also gave an urgent notification that a cunning thief is targeting your Holy Relic. Pickpocket, these 3 words caught Seo Juhyun's attention. Ha! Damn, those 3 aren't bad. But he left out the most useful Holy Relic, this rope, to catch that bastard. So he immediately sent his rope ahead to catch the target. The rope was extremely excited when it was released. "Are we playing? Are we playing?" Jaeha didn't expect that Seo Juhyun was robbed of the Holy Relic too. Even the team leader. How convenient. You can tell by the frown on his face. Unless you know how to teleport, you can't escape that thing. See? The rope doesn't come back. Let's see what we can catch. That sound was constantly coming from the women's restroom. Without hesitation, Juhyun walked straight in, making Jaeha feel a little uneasy. Wait, that's the girl's WC. Regardless, he only cared about that target. Damn, I heard the sound coming from here. Just as he had predicted. The rope had already caught its target. Human. Let's play. Master. Over here. The other person was struggling to escape. Juhyun looked at the girl in front of him, his voice showing a bit of interest. Look who this is. Jaeha heard his voice and immediately thought. He knows this girl. At first glance, Seo Juhyun had somewhat guessed the other party's identity. This girl used the Holy Relic Medusa. She worked for the government. Jaeha was extremely surprised when he heard that. The government. Immediately after that, I was flustered and covered my eyes with my hands. I would turn to stone if our eyes met. Juhyun could only helplessly remind me. Don't be afraid. How could I not be scared? What happened to her hair? The girl in front seemed to be trying to use the Holy Relic to break free from the rope's restraints. Seo Juhyun simply snapped his fingers? The rope immediately received the command to tie up her hair. It's useless. Little girl. Seo Juhyun smiled provocatively at the girl and said. Before she was cursed, Medusa was known as a woman with gorgeous hair. How to explain Medusa's beauty to this kid? If you want to fully use the Holy Relic Medusa, you have to become an adult first. Jaeha felt a little more at ease when he heard this. Is that so? But don't underestimate them, Juhyun reminded in a low voice. No matter how young they are, the wielder of the Holy Relic is dangerous. Understand, kid? If you're going to do anything, you know. Okay, rope, relax a little. Seeing the captain doing these actions, coupled with those words of yours, really made Jaeha feel like, for some reason, we look like criminals. Rope heard Seo Juhyun's orders and felt a little speechless. Why, not playing anymore? Now the rope only bound her hands. The girl looked at the two of them with eyes filled with anger. Seo Juhyun knelt down to her level, and sternly reminded the girl, you shouldn't be here. She was still stubborn and boasted loudly that there were a lot of us. That made him a little interested. Wow, how many? More than the students in our school. Judging by her appearance, Juhyun guessed that she was an elementary school student, at least 20. If that was true, then he could conclude that it seemed like the excavation team was here. Jaeha heard that and wondered, why? We handled this trouble for Edward, it was assigned to us, wasn't it? They made sure we got that Holy Relic, they know how big the Chinese excavation team is, so Juhyun replied in a low voice. Kira is dying to own it, this Holy Relic must be very useful. This is worth stealing. Thinking about this, Juhyun couldn't help but let out an evil smile. Jaeha knew what he was going to do at a glance, so he loudly reminded him, wait a minute, there's still a request from a customer. Of course we will hand over the fake goods you made. Jaeha immediately refused when he heard Seo Juhyun's idea, no, they will find out. But it won't change Juhyun's mind, a big scam. Okay, leave it to me. Especially warning Jaeha, contract page 1, clause number 5, little flies do everything boss says without question. Now Jaeha has nothing more to say to him, only knows how to cry silently blaming himself for being so foolish, the person I used to be would never point to that piece of paper. Anyway, thanks for the useful information, we have to hurry before they get in the way.
I want to shut this girl's mouth because I don't want to talk around." As he spoke, he took out the holy relic. Jae-ha saw the item and immediately stopped him. "Team leader, wait, no." It turned out that the reason Jae-ha stopped Seo Ju-hyun was because I still hadn't fixed it. Sure enough, Ju-hyun gave him an angry look as soon as he heard it, gritting his teeth and saying, "Oh my god, I told you to fix it already. I broke Hammurabi's code when fighting old man Quan. It's not that I can't use this holy relic, just can't maximize its power." But the Seo Ju-hyun didn't forget to warn the girl anyway. "Listen, if you dare to spy on us again, don't blame me, even if it's when you use the holy relic. Let's get back all the stolen holy relics." Yes, no matter how you look at it, we still look like criminals. Jae-ha still couldn't shake this thought. Looking at him turn around and fall, the girl angrily said, "What did you do to me?" After dealing with that girl, the two of them continued on their way. "We can't waste any more time." "But why are we going into the crypt now? We don't have many of the holy relics repaired yet. This wasn't part of the plan." Jae-ha couldn't help but wonder about this. "Why did you say that and then get Ju-hyun's cold gaze? I told you to fix it quickly. We know the American excavation team is here, so we have to hurry. Or we go back empty-handed." That's Jae-ha's thought, not the thought of someone with great ambition like Ju-hyun, who must get his hands on the holy relic at all costs. There will be a way. Being by Ju-hyun's side, Jae-ha had to scratch his head several times a day because of discomfort. He wasn't prepared for anything. After the little girl returned to the base, she received the wrath of her superiors. She lost all the holy relics she brought with her. What else could this brat do? "Calm down, Thomas, yelling at her will only make things worse." Linda Walker, a CIA agent, quickly spoke up to remind her colleague when she saw him losing his temper. "We shouldn't put a kid on the team who always messes things up. And Thomas, the CIA agent, can't keep his cool. I didn't screw up. And the girl who was captured by Seo Ju-hyun and the others was Vivian Lucy, a CIA agent. Losing the precious holy relic, isn't that a bummer? I didn't lose it, it was stolen." So Thomas and Vivian immediately started arguing. In her anger, she accidentally said that. Thomas and Linda heard this and looked at her in surprise. What? Only then did Vivian realize that she had made a mistake. Ju-hyun's warning at that time suddenly came back to her mind. "Listen, if you dare to spy on us again, you will suffer pain, even if you use the holy relic." This made Vivian shiver. Oh no, he said something about pain? Once Thomas found out, he couldn't help but ask. Who robbed him? Who? Vivian tried to hide it at first. I forgot. Her words successfully angered the beast inside Thomas. He couldn't help but curse out loud. Don't joke around. At this moment, Linda immediately stepped forward and softly advised her. Vivian, you have to tell the truth. We have to prepare in advance. I said I would help everyone. Linda's gentleness convinced Vivian. That's right. She slowly told the two of them there were two men, and Linda impatiently continued to ask. But as soon as she said this, the holy relic that Seo Ju-hyun had put on her earlier started to flare up. It caused Vivian to lose control and laugh out loud. Oh, so sad, ha ha ha. Just like that, she rolled on the ground, holding her stomach, laughing so hard that tears came out. Ha ha ha, stop. Thomas thought she was trying to be funny, so he reminded her, stop joking, hurry up and say it, oh my god. But the truth is Vivian wasn't kidding. This was the after effects of the holy relic. The excruciating pain was the tickling. I'm glad it didn't hurt, but I can't do anything about this terrible curse. At this time, near the entrance to Taipa Island, there were many boats on their way to the island. Jae-ha and Ju-hyun also managed to get a set of clothes to impersonate and board the ship. I don't know, we actually broke in here without any holy relics. Hearing Jae-ha whine all day long really annoyed Ju-hyun. Stop whining. Take the holy relics we got from the kid, there might be something useful. Nothing was helping. Just then, a panicked voice suddenly rang out from outside. We're done for. Immediately after that, a demonic voice rang out. A fleet of starships, humans. That's right. This is what you call a fleet. I give you permission to pass. It makes everyone nervous. What's happening in the sky? We're entering the tomb. Someone passing by saw the two of them still standing there and quickly reminded them, hey, what are you two still doing here? It's urgent. Jae-ha saw a stranger appear. He immediately turned to ask Seo Ju-hyun in Chinese. What did he say? We've been exposed. He said that the fleet was being attacked by monsters. Ju-hyun's calmness in saying this information made Jae-ha extremely panicked. What? The boat naturally could not stop halfway. It had no choice but to continue sailing on the sea. Suddenly, a series of strange monsters appeared from below. The direction the boat was aiming at made everyone extremely worried. They were coming. What the hell? What are they throwing? Poison. Damn it. A snake bit me. Don't shoot. It's going to explode. In an instant, the scene on the boat turned chaotic. Luckily, Jaeha and Juhyun were on this side of the boat, so they weren't attacked yet. Damn it. At this moment, Juhyun still appeared quite calm. They were less than I thought. Not even that big. That was his feeling, but Jaeha was so scared that he was sweating. Really? Looks like there's no need to use the holy relic if we have this, he said as he took out the holy relic. Jaeha also let out a sigh of relief after hearing what he said. We shouldn't have to worry about dying here, right? Damn it. Now those monsters are also attacking their boat. The ship is losing balance. Look, Jaeha's eyes were filled with panic as he saw the scene ahead. They were under control. The group of people on the boat who were normal just now had transformed into different beings. Their eyes looking at the two people were also filled with ferocity. Looking closer, it was controlling them. The eerie voice spoke again. That was human. One sudden event could change everything. These are the dangerous things at sea. Ha ha ha. This scene scared the weak Jaeha to tears. What should we do? As for Seo Juhyun, he just felt so uncomfortable. Immediately after that, he turned around and ordered Jaeha. Run quickly. Hearing that, Jaeha could only do as he was told. But he still couldn't help but wonder, we're in the middle of the ocean. Where are we going? Then the two of them hid in the cabin. While those idiots are dealing with the monsters. I'll activate the holy relic. Luckily they are human. Just use this. A pen was taken out accordingly. Juhyun's command was immediately passed on to the holy relic. The one controlled by the holy relic. All realized their stupidity and licked the floor. Immediately, the group of people did what Seo Juhyun said. Jaeha was extremely surprised. What happened? Now all that was left to do was worry about the monsters. Seeing that Seo Juhyun could control those humans, the holy relic spoke up. Not bad. Human. Seo Juhyun somehow felt. Why are the words of this holy relic aimed at me? It was just as he felt. Its words were aimed at him. Ha ha. As expected of the chosen one from that crow. Rumors of you have spread among all the holy relics. Jaeha heard about this for the first time. He couldn't help but turn to look at Juhyun, wondering. Are the holy relics in contact with each other or something? Juhyun just sneered and replied. They're a bunch of bastards. They like to torture people. Who would have thought that these words would immediately enrage the holy relic? Stupid human. Lowly human dares to call us bastards. Don't worry. Your arrogant mouth won't last long, because all of the holy relic will vent their anger on your arrogance. It would be great if they came to us to do that. Right? They all went into the bag. Juhyun looked so calm, but his companion was very worried. You guys talk too much. If you want to take me down, you should have ambushed me or something. Somehow, the holy relic was rendered speechless by his words. Taking advantage of the situation, Seo Juhyun continuously provoked the other party. Alright, the holy relic is cheap. Why don't you tell me more? What is this crow you speak of? Seo Juhyun elaborated from the holy relic. The reason he wanted to ask about the crow in detail was because the Egyptian holy relic also mentioned the crow last time. It was likely famous among the holy relics. The holy relic had not fallen for the trap yet. Why should I tell you? Think for yourself. But it had no idea how cunning Juhyun was. How could he let this matter go so easily? He suddenly raised his voice. Don't tell me you forgot. The holy relic is smarter than humans, but what a pity. As he expected, the holy relic has started to pay attention to his words. Ha! And it fell into the trap. I remember it clearly. You dare to look down on me? Seo Juhyun also cooperated enthusiastically. Prove it. A scornful smile appeared in his heart. Simple-minded people. You think I can't? A common human. Every time the holy relic gets angry, the boat rocks. Oh, big waves. And it gradually told the story of that crow. That crow was a revered holy relic. It could devour its enemies and absorb their power. He was a very strong comrade, but then suddenly he made a pact with humans and betrayed us. Countless holy relics were devoured by that crow or turned into human slaves. We couldn't stand the damn crow, so we pushed him into the pillars. Hearing this detail, Ju Hyun immediately remembered that the pillar, which was his tomb at the time of his death, was the crow's prison. I knew there was something strange with the scenery there. If it was a tomb, then all my subordinates would have finished it. Knowing some information, don't forget to exploit more from it. I thought it could swallow the holy relic. How did you imprison it? The holy relic had completely dropped his guard and told the whole story. Of course, it was difficult to fight him head-on, but we had fooled the humans. Humans are very simple. When we see something better than the crow, the humans do not hesitate to abandon the crow. Thanks to that, we were able to seal the crow and kill that human. A round of applause for our plan, humans. Ha ha ha. I don't care about that stuff, but I got some good information from you. Hearing you say that, it seemed like you had been tricking it all along. Ha. I don't know what that crow is, or if it's okay to listen to it, but after hearing what you said, I think shaking hands with that guy is quite okay. The holy relic heard that and immediately thought Aseo Ju Hyun was stupid. Okay, did you hear my story? If you join hands with him, all of the holy relic will turn against you. I don't care, I don't intend to be friends with you holy relics, Ju Hyun replied in a low voice. The more he spoke, the angrier it became. I couldn't take it anymore. Die. Immediately, a large number of monsters appeared, this time much more terrifying than before. But Seo Ju Hyun still calmly sneered and said, the second wave ha. This time the monsters have just appeared in large numbers and their ferocity has also increased. Even Seo Ju Hyun is having a hard time, they keep appearing, they're surrounding us. What's more important is that they don't care about others, they just madly rush at us. If so, then just one hit would be enough to kill them all. Ju Hon's hand was currently working at full capacity to kill all these monsters. At the most urgent moment, a sudden breaking sound rang out, causing Jae-ha to immediately turn around and look at Aseo Ju Hyun with a worried look. This sound. So that was the sound of the knife breaking in Aseo Ju Hyun's hand. Damn it, it broke. The Egyptian funeral knife activated. That's why I told him to be careful. Stop talking nonsense and run, we don't have any holy relic left to fight them, Ju Hon said as he turned around and ran away. Being with Aseo Ju Hyun really makes Jae-ha go to heaven soon, oh my god. Let's run into the cabin, the situation is completely unfavorable for them right now, it really makes Ju Hon want to give up. Damn it, there's no more the holy relic to fight, I should give up. But Jae-ha was unusually resilient this time, saying whatever, we have to try to survive. Analyzing carefully, this tomb is difficult to conquer, it is very large, this sea area itself is also part of the tomb, it is very difficult to find a way in. Those idiots got angry and came in droves, they sent a bunch of subordinates to hunt us down, because I know where it is. But we don't have any more fighting holy relics here, without the holy relic in hand they can't fight those monsters, they can only hide here. At this moment, Aseo Ju Hyun immediately noticed the boat in front of him and quickly suggested to Jae-ha, let's get on that boat, we will escape from it. Looking for the boat steering function, we will use it to cross the sea. What Jae-ha cares about is, do you know how to steer? And by chance and surprise, the two of them accidentally met Vivian here again. Oh, the stolen hat, Thomas heard that and quickly asked, where? Are those bastards the ones who stole the holy relic? Thomas looked at Vivian, angrily confirming once again. On the opposite side, Ju Hyun also recognized that girl. Now he knew which team they were from, so they were with the girl, meaning they were from the American excavation team. There were some familiar faces. Jae-ha couldn't help but worry as he saw them approaching, but so Ju Hyun calmly replied, just leave them alone. You have some good stuff too, with that smirk of yours, you want to steal the holy relic from that group again. Thinking is doing, he immediately assigned the task to Jae-ha, I will handle these guys, quickly go find a boat and a rope. Yes, the rope had the opportunity to show itself again and was very interested, human, let's play, let's play. At this time, Thomas had already jumped onto Aseo Ju Hyun's boat, and questioned him harshly, you are the one who stole our things. I will take them all back, Aseo Ju Hyun replied calmly, who said you could do that? Looking at Thomas with challenging eyes and smile, it seems you have some useful holy relics, do you mind handing them over to me? Being provoked by him, Thomas immediately went crazy, you bastard, I will make you stop laughing. Thomas was the one who attacked first, Ju Hyun was able to dodge his slash for the time being. But you can't underestimate the opponent, for a big guy he's quite fast, but that holy relic. As an ranker, of course Seo Ju Hyun couldn't just stand there and wait to die, he had to return the favor, so Ju Hyun's elbow hit Thomas straight in the stomach. Immediately after that move is a straight punch to the opponent's face, I said hand them over. The punch was so strong that it caused Thomas to bleed from his mouth. But surprisingly he was still able to stand firm after those two consecutive attacks from Ju Hyun, he didn't fall. Oh no, and so, the person being chased now is Seo Ju Hyun. He even had a piece of his shirt torn off his shoulder by Thomas's steel pipe, luckily his body was still uninjured. It looks like a steel pipe on the outside but inside is a holy relic sword. If I get hit by one slash, I'm done for, with that speed and power. It was best to avoid a direct confrontation. So Seo Juhian decided not to run away anymore and immediately took out his axe to fight his opponent. It seems like you understand your current situation, but that doesn't change anything. Unexpectedly, Juhian used extreme speed to rush towards Thomas, surprising the opponent. What do you think? I always have good luck blowing up all the enemies. Silver axe, so Juhian's axe just like that tore apart Thomas's clothes. Leaving the opponent completely naked now, what the hell? You should have avoided that, why did you block it? So Seo Juhian successfully took Thomas's steel pipe. Show your true form, the Holy Relic. The Holy Relic's information includes, the Holy Relic of the Flower Knight bestowed upon the brave Shinra by the king, the Holy Relic rank A, the Holy Relic consumable, durability 2594 out of 5000. Seo Juhian seemed very satisfied with this item. Great, it looks quite nice. Just in time, Seo Juhian had just defeated Thomas when Jaeha arrived by boat. Team leader, get on. Before Juhian left, he did not forget to provoke the other party with a few words. Just in time, hey big guy, I will use this Holy Relic effectively, rest assured. Thomas could not do anything to him now, he could only angrily shout, come back here, you bastard. Give it back to me. Having just had the Holy Relic stolen, Thomas now has to face those monsters as well. Juhian had successfully boarded the boat, seeing Thomas like that really satisfied him. Where are we going? Just go straight, I'll show you the way. So Juhian and Jaeha left this dangerous sea together. But what worried Seo Juhian now was, this better have a lot of fuel. It should be enough, how far do we plan to go, Jaeha said to him wondering. Speaking of which, before Seo Juhian could finish his sentence, an unexpected item was thrown onto his boat. Turning to the side, I saw Thomas and several other CIA agents walking alongside me. Stop there, you bastard. Damn it, his friends saved him. There were 2 people on that boat who had a grudge against him, Vivian and Thomas, give them back, you lucky bastard. Let's try something different this time, go rope. As soon as Seo Juhian gave the order, the rope immediately went. It was playtime, he turned to Linda and wrapped his arms tightly around her. Let her go down, then directly drag Linda away, making the rest of the people extremely worried. Linda was thrown straight into the sea by the rope. Seo Juhian now let out a sneer, sending them a message, it's best to quickly save her, that Holy Relic has summoned monsters underwater to hunt me down. Linda, wait a minute, turn the boat around. On the other side, Linda was in a panic as she was thrown into the sea like that. Another agent expressed that he did not want to do as Thomas said, but if he turned the boat around, he would escape. This made Thomas even angrier. I said turn the boat around. Bastard, you will pay for this. So the 2 Seo Juhian successfully escaped the pursuit of the CIA agents and reached the place where the new Holy Relic was located. The Holy Relic was hiding right under that tree, almost there. Juhian took the sword and walked towards the tree in front of him. The Holy Relic saw him and immediately spoke in a provocative tone, you have found me. Human, if you want me, you must offer something worthy. Come here and satisfy me. What if we say no? While it was not understanding what he meant. Then a slash was about to be launched, it was time to eat the Holy Relic, making it uneasy. What are you doing? I will show you how sharp I am. Just like that, the sword tip aimed straight at the tree trunk and rushed forward. Just then heard a scream of the Holy Relic, no? Seo Juhian successfully captured it in a moment? Impossible, the tree trunk was just cut off in the blink of an eye. It fell down directly. And the Holy Relic that Juhian got this time was Zhanghe's map, the Western Treasure, the Holy Relic rank A, the Holy Relic consumable, durability 2 out of 5000. Look, Zhanghe's map. Jaeha was a bit curious when he heard this name, Zhanghe. Going back a bit, with the Western Treasure map, he traveled all over the West to collect treasures. Zhanghe explored the Northern Sea under the order of the Ming Dynasty Emperor. With more than 60 ships, he traveled across Southeast Asia, passed through India and reached Africa, recording all the treasures he passed through. I could feel it right away, fix it as soon as possible. I cut Kirai in half so the durability is reduced. An aggressive Seo Juhian and Jaeha always have to bear his aggression, for God's sake, go easy on the Holy Relic next time. Alright, the Holy Relic, close the crypt. After getting the map, the 2 of them continued on the boat to another location. A plan was also formed in Seo Juhian's mind at the same time. The scam began. The city they went to was Macau. Juhian looked at his companion repairing the Holy Relic with some concern. How long would it take to create a copy? I just started, Jaeha leisurely replied. But team leader, we are really going to hand over fake goods. I think it's too risky. He still has some concerns about Seo Juhian's plan this time. Is it really worth the risk? We'll be paid a pretty penny, why don't you hand over the Holy Relic? Even Irene had the same thought as Jaeha. I also thought it was too risky, it was best not to make too many enemies. After saying that, Juhian explained that she did it because it was necessary, especially to solve her problem. She didn't understand what this had to do with herself. Ha! Just listen to Ju Hyun's suggestion, try putting your hands on that holy relic. As soon as Irene placed her hand on the holy relic, So Ju Hyun immediately ordered it, listen, the holy relic. Mark all the points related to her misfortune. Right now, the holy relic starts to operate, the places related to Irene's misfortune immediately appear on the map. Making Irene surprised, oh, it has this effect. And the place with the most unlucky points is Turkey. It seems we need to go to Turkey to deal with her problem. We need the map for this reason. Of course, I also want to use it later for personal reasons. Even though what Ju Hyun did just now was right, Jae-ha still intended to stop his plan, even though we needed it. But that doesn't change, this fake will disappear after a while, we're done for. We're talking about Kara Clark, she'll hunt us to the ends of the earth. Just thinking about it makes Jae-ha shiver. You're right, except she's going to hunt us down anyway. Ju Hyun's calm response made Jae-ha wonder, what? Ju Hyun slowly explained to the two that Kara wanted to take over the entire Holy Relic map. She had a few useful subordinates by her side, she would find each tomb and conquer them. I also knew that the Columbus map was the most annoying thing in her Holy Relic pile. Once a location was marked, it would be filled with information about the catacombs and the Holy Relic. Many catacombs around the world are in her hands, Turkey being one of them. And yet we are going to Turkey? Not only that, she will steal all the holy relics we have. She will target you too, your holy relic. Hearing this, Irene paid more attention to his words. Ju Hyun continued seriously, I don't have much of the holy relic to lose, but for her it's a different story. She craves for powerful holy relics like her, but because it is a parasitic species, she cannot directly steal it. That is, she will use any means to obtain the holy relic, kidnapping, blackmail, she knows no limits. This really happened before he died, there was no way someone like Irene could become a god of destruction. He didn't tell the two of them this thought, he just let himself know. Don't worry, I won't let them touch you. Oh, Ju Hyun, the two of them just acted out a love scene in front of Jae-ha, causing Jae-ha to instantly turn into a light bulb. So Ju Hyun told herself, but this time she wouldn't be like that, the power of the god of bad luck and the endless source of money of the Hilton family would be hers. For that reason, I need to do this trick, we will tease and lure her out. Recently, Kara is somewhere around Macau, when she finds out that the holy relic is fake, she will lose control. That's when I showed up to explain everything, she would ask to meet me to give me a bullet. A perfect plan was drawn up by SEO Ju Hyun. What Jae-ha was concerned about was, what was he going to do after meeting her? Only to see SEO Ju Hyun give a devilish smile and reply, I will destroy all of her the holy relic maps. Hearing this, as usual, Jae-ha immediately put on a panicked expression and shouted, what kind of desperate plan is this? Ju Hyun was no stranger to this kind of personality of the other party, he just calmly said, shut up, if you've heard it then quickly get to work. The reason SEO Ju Hyun came up with this plan was because he thought that if he kept ignoring Kara, he would sooner or later run into her, so it was best to take this opportunity to play with her. At the CIA headquarters, the agents were talking about the matter, you said that the crypt was sealed even though you hadn't found the holy relic. That means some bastard stole it, the blonde man shouted loudly to the others. The others could only lower their heads and say in a low voice, I'm really sorry. Not only that, agents Thomas and Linda were captured by the Chinese side, doing a good job. But we didn't expect to be attacked, I didn't know that a very skilled user of the holy relic would appear, we weren't informed at all, they replied worriedly. This made the other party even angrier, he was saying that it was the headquarters' fault for not communicating clearly, right? Just then, another agent came over to announce that there was news from General Kara. There was news already, damn it, prepare yourself, you guys are all dead tonight. On the screen, Kara appeared accordingly, what's all the fuss about, cheer up, I'm not angry. But General Kara, before the blonde boy could finish speaking, directly interrupted him and said, we have obtained the holy relic. By the way, he hesitated not daring to finish his sentence. Kara on the other side understood what the latter part of the sentence meant, directly interrupting him, failed but we used another method, quite sad. I really wanted to see you complete the mission, but the world-famous CIA failed. This failure made the CIA agents not dare to face her, they could only silently listen to her teachings. I made a request to Edward and he was successful, the deal is about to happen. You guys can investigate the user of the holy relic very well, so surely you won't fail? Yes, they replied in unison. I am very interested in strong people. Jae-ha soon completed the forgery and handed it over to Edward, who then handed it over to Kara. No matter what happened after the transaction, it seems Kara didn't realize it was a fake. Thanks to that, Jae-ha could focus on repairing the holy relic. Some of the holy relics I often used in the holy relic maps were already repaired. But the repair process was also very hard, and it took too long. One person was repairing forever, while the other person could only stay by the side and urge him to hurry up.
I told Irene to practice using the holy relic. It looked a bit uncomfortable, but she was a newbie.
Yes, that's right.
Old man Edward paid us right away, so we ate a little extravagantly. That old man would be shocked if he knew the truth. Ujeha was so shocked that he couldn't speak after just a glance at the bill.
What? That's an outrageous price? Ah, all the good stuff.
My turn, everyone else's part is done.
Now it's your turn to act. Early in the morning, Seo Ju-hyun was already being scolded by someone. Seo Ju-hyun? That damned liar. You sold me out? What did you do?
Edward said angrily, pointing the gun at Ju-hyun. Everything was going according to his plan, so Ju-hyun was very calm when he met him.
Hello, Edward. Nice to meet you. You're finally here. But the other party is almost out of control. Don't joke around. Do you know what you did? What do you mean?
I sold the holy relic like you said. Edward was so agitated that he started swearing.
The holy relic, you bastard. You swindler.
Ju-hyun heard this and simply let out a contemptuous laugh in his heart.
You finally realized?
But on the outside, he still acted calm as if nothing had happened.
Calm down. There's no way I would lie to you. Holy shit. What the hell? You seem to be playing the part. What's wrong? Tell me. Edward finally calmed down. He slowly told me. The holy relic he gave me disappeared. General Kara was hunting for my head. Ju-hyun went with the flow and said.
They abused the holy relic and made it disappear.
They said it worked well. Of course he understood that. He was the one who made it.
Of course, the fake one had some potential.
But there was a bigger problem. Edward's tone became serious as he spoke.
When the holy relic disappeared, a number of others disappeared with it. And the British Prime Minister was one of them.
Ujeha, who was standing next to him, couldn't keep calm and shouted. What?
The Prime Minister suddenly disappeared.
This is a big deal. Edward replied with a headache. You think I don't know? He's about to meet with the general. And this happened. We're dead to her. What should we do? Ujeha turned his eyes to Seo Ju-hyun for help.
And what came into his eyes was Ju-hyun's face, smiling with satisfaction.
He was smiling. Jaeha couldn't help but question his captain. Why did he open the door?
The British Prime Minister was in trouble.
This was bad.
For Edward it was bad news, but for Seo Ju-hyun it was.
Yes, and it was also a great opportunity. Jaeha still didn't understand what he was trying to say. Opportunity. Seo Ju-hyun slowly explained that Kira always threw herself into trouble.
This was the best time to trick her at this desperate moment.
Look and learn, little brother.
Every time he heard these words, Jaeha's tension grew.
What was he up to? Seo Ju-hyun walked towards the gloomy Edward on the other side. He said in a low voice. Edward, stop it. How long are you planning on staying here?
It made him feel confused.
Ha! You can contact Kara now, right? I need you to connect me with her. Ju-hyun's request took him by surprise, General Kara.
Edward hesitated a bit. Calling her now would only make things worse.
Seo Ju-hyun heard him say that. She cursed inwardly.
So he didn't want to contact her directly.
That coward. Oh well, he was just a middleman. He still put on a good face and said, I didn't ask you to call me to give me some stupid explanation. If only I could help you, as if the other party had immediately taken notice when he said he wanted to help. Really? He took out his phone and called Kira. Give me a minute. I know. Call her.
It's better than sitting there waiting to be killed.
That's true.
So, Edward talked to Kira for a while on this side and Ju-hyun stood by the side silently observing him.
Finally, Edward called Kara. It seemed like he was scolded quite heavily. After a while, he handed the phone back to him. Here. Seo Ju-hyun didn't hesitate, quickly picked up the phone and spoke to Kira on the other side. It's an honor to talk to General Kira.
Kira heard his voice and replied coldly.
Great. I didn't know I would talk to you like this.
I heard you played some of my men and took the holy relic.
Because the holy relic you gave me had some problems. It's wrong to say that you have to take responsibility for this. After saying that, Kara's eyes suddenly turned cold.
But her voice was not enough to scare him. Ju-hyun on the other side still calmly replied.
That's right. But it was no fun being accused like that. I took back the holy relic and gave it to Edward. His words directly agitated Kara. I will kill you if you lie. Tell me. What did you do to the holy relic? I didn't do anything. Ju Hyun replied calmly. Your arrogance makes Kara extremely uncomfortable, you bastard. Without further ado, Sao Ju Hyun went straight to the point that I wanted to help, so I contacted the general. I heard about the British Prime Minister. Kara remained silent to listen to him. This was not something I could ignore, because after dealing with me, both she and Edward would probably not want to work with me again. It's terrible for a newcomer like me, someone who has the talent to use the holy relic. If I lose all my business like this, how will I survive? So as an additional service, I'll give you a hand. I really hope we can cooperate more in the future. The other CIA agents were a little curious to see Kira so serious. Who was she talking to? I don't know, probably Edward. Of course, she took Ju Hyun's words to heart. After a while, Kira asked him, how do you plan to help us? You said you could find the British Prime Minister. The course of this conversation was completely within what Sao Ju Hyun had planned beforehand, having grasped her weakness. Ju Hyun immediately got closer to what she wanted. Exactly, I heard from Edward that she owned a few the holy relic maps. I wouldn't reveal myself if I used those holy relics in the normal way, but what I wanted to do was activate the power hidden within those holy relics to locate the British Prime Minister. Many people think that the power of the holy relic can be used, but that is wrong. I can use the hidden power in the holy relic too. Edward and Jaeha's eyes widened in surprise as they heard this. They both looked towards Sao Ju Hyun to confirm, really? What caught their eyes was Ju Hyun's face that clearly showed the word no. He was really a cheating bastard. On the other side, Kira also seemed very eager to hear this information from Sao Ju Hyun. You said that you can use the hidden function of the holy relic, really? She's starting to believe it, Ju Hyun thought with a satisfied smile. He continued, that's right, I was able to shake off the CIA and preserve the holy relic by using the hidden power of the holy relic. How about it? Kira naturally couldn't immediately agree to his suggestion. She silently thought for a while. Finally agreeing to his compromise, fine, I will let you use my holy relic, but on one condition. Even though she agreed with Ju Hyun, Kira was still very wary of him. You must go to the place I designate and you cannot bring any of the holy relic with you. You must do everything under my supervision, understand? Okay, Ju Hyun replied directly, temporarily gaining the other party's trust. Very good. After that, the conversation quickly ended. Ju Hyun's eloquence surprised Edward. It was unbelievable. He had convinced the general so easily. You sit here and relax, I'll go there alone. Edward heard that and looked a little surprised. Really, thanks. What about me? Jaeha said excitedly. As for you, Ju Hyun immediately gave you the task. You can follow me, you can't go anywhere else. And finished fixing the other stuff. Jaeha was still excited, but when he heard Ju Hyun say this, he wanted to collapse on the spot. At that moment, the system immediately appeared a notification that, the scammer is invincible, you have received a new title. Sao Ju Hyun, the grave robber who scammed instead of digging graves. As soon as he skimmed through it, he immediately thought, Crow, are you watching everything? Are you kidding me? Social ability has decreased. The success rate of scamming the holy relic has increased. You can show the holy relic your bad side. Ju Hyun was a little annoyed with this function. Why should he show his bad side? Listen stupid, go to work, I'll go wherever. Okay, good luck. The only one suffering and having a sore spine here is Jaeha. Kira called me to a location, which was a hotel near the one I had stayed at before. She told me not to bring the holy relic, but a soldier can't go anywhere without a gun. I gathered all the useful the holy relics and disguised them to carry with me. Because I used domination to make them change their form, but it didn't last long, so I had to end this quickly. Jaeha was overwhelmed by the luxury of the hotel as soon as she entered. They were in a luxury hotel. Sao Ju Hyun was not surprised because he understood, of course, this was her class. At this moment, a hotel employee walked towards Jaeha, smiling and asking, what do you need help with? He was a bit confused when he was suddenly asked, huh? Ju Hyun, who was beside him, immediately spoke up and said that she came to help him because he looked like he was lost. Okay, we came here to meet someone. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Finally someone came to welcome us. In the distance, two tall and strong men were walking towards them. You are Sao Ju Hyun, yes, the general must have sent you too. Lead the way, Ju Hyun suggested in a low voice. The other party also immediately turned around and led him away, following me. Very quickly, Ju Hyun and Jaeha arrived at Kara's room. Hearing their footsteps, she guessed that they had arrived, so she turned around and greeted them. Hello, So Ju Hyun. I don't see you carrying any holy relic, it seems you followed my orders. Standing in front of Kara, Ju Hyun calmly replied, of course. Seeing the other party for the first time made Jaeha surprised about her. I thought she was a general, how come she's a general so young? So Ju-hyun replied in a low voice, she must be wearing a lot of makeup. Shut up.
Seo Ju-hyun didn't beat around the bush, going straight to the point, the holy relic. His calmness made Kira very uncomfortable, but she still had to lead him to the holy relic, the arrogant one, this way. As soon as he glanced at the things on the table, he immediately recognized them as a rank B pirate map of Barbarossa, a rank C hand-drawn world map of Anaximander, and a rank A map of Columbus.
I have to handle them all here.
Now show me, I hope I do well, or I'll get shot. Kira looked at him with cold eyes, not forgetting to give him a warning. Don't worry, I can borrow a pen. Ju-hyun's suggestion made Kira confused. Pen. But still get the pen for you, don't play any tricks. The general saw that I didn't bring the holy relic. Then allow me, he said and started writing on the pile of maps.
At this moment, the CIA agent saw Ju-hyun's action and shouted loudly. What did you do with the general's precious holy relic?
Seo Ju-hyun remained calm and replied that this was a necessary step to activate the hidden power within the holy relic.
Leave him alone. The CIA agent wanted to say something, but since Kira already said so, he had no choice but to stop.
But, hopefully it works. Leave it to me, Ju-hyun replied with a meaningful smile.
They stood there and saw Seo Ju-hyun doing that and couldn't help but wonder about those characters. What did he write?
According to Ju-hyun's explanation, this is called tomb hieroglyphics, the language of the holy relic.
She knows they love to talk, right?
They even have their own characters. This ability of his made Kira a little interested.
Oh, so you can read it. A lot of things happened, and rightly so.
The reason Ju-hyun could understand these characters was because, before, I had the holy relic for archaeology. But now, I don't have the holy relic.
The crow must have done something. What is it planning?
After a while, he finished writing. The incantation was complete. The hidden power would activate.
Let me show you.
Okay. What they didn't know was that the spells with hidden powers were just a hoax. What I wrote had nothing to do with finding the British Prime Minister. Before coming here, I had determined the Prime Minister's location using Zheng He's map.
I already knew the answer.
In order not to arouse suspicion, Ju-hyun immediately shouted happily.
Found it.
I know the location of the British Prime Minister.
That surprised Kira. Really?
You can even tell me the exact location where the British Prime Minister is missing. He is in the Sahara Desert.
Give me a piece of paper. I will write down the exact location. Because he's on the move.
So let's expand the search area. We should hurry because he's in the middle of the desert. Just recorded the coordinates for them. After receiving the paper from Ju-hyun, Kira quickly ordered her subordinates to contact the nearest base at this location. I authorize the use of the holy relic to probe and find the British Prime Minister immediately.
Yes. Just as her subordinates left to look for the British Prime Minister, Kira's gun was pointed at Seo Ju-hyun's forehead.
Even though the gun was right in front of him, Ju-hyun still spoke calmly.
Now I've kept my word. Kira didn't seem to intend to let Ju-hyun go so easily. Not until the Prime Minister was safe. In a moment, the two of them were surrounded by CIA agents.
The two of them stayed there until they found him.
Jae-ha couldn't help but feel indignant when he heard that. How long would it take to find him?
Don't worry, my men will find him in no time.
What is Kira up to in the meantime? Why don't you tell me more about the language of the holy relic? Ju-hyun immediately refused upon hearing that.
Sorry, but that's a secret.
This answer of his made the other party very unhappy. You want to continue doing business with me without giving up some of the cake?
If she said so, then you can only explain the language of the holy relic to her.
I understand. To make it easier to understand, I will demonstrate the first step first. I will explain the next steps. Okay, that's it for now. Seo Ju-hyun silently looked towards Jae-ha, signaling him to start the plan they had discussed earlier. Jae-ha behind saw his eyes and immediately understood.
While Seo Ju-hyun on this side wrote down a series of symbols that were said to be the language of the holy relic. Then suddenly, Kira's subordinate returned to report that General, we have found Prime Minister Albert.
Is he okay?
Yes, he is weak but his life is not in danger.
See? Now I can. Not letting Ju-hyun finish his sentence, Kira directly interrupted. Hurry up and finish. Your excessiveness is making Seo Ju-hyun a little uncomfortable.
General, don't you think you're pushing things a little too far?
I don't think you'll let me go anytime soon. Am I wrong?
With that, he turned his head slightly to look at her. What caught his eyes was Kira's cold face and her warning words.
If that's true, then what are you going to do? Shut up and follow my orders.
There's no way I'll let someone with such abilities go easily. You'll have to cooperate with us and understand how to activate the hidden power of the holy relic.
Is that so?
The pen in Ju Hyun's hand suddenly stopped.
He looked at Kara with a devilish smile and said, "What if I say no?" As soon as he saw Ju Hyun smile, Kara felt something was wrong. What? Sure enough, right after that, a loud explosion suddenly rang out.
The situation became chaotic.
What was going on?
The explosion left Kara's map scorched.
She hastily ordered her men. "Damn it, my holy relic, put out the fire, yes."
"Hurry, yes," Kara's subordinates rushed to put out the fire. But as soon as they saw the words on the map, their facial expressions immediately turned ugly.
Bloodshot eyes also appeared. Ha!
Immediately after, they crazily tore up the map.
The damn map made Kara panic. "What are you doing?"
Just like that, all the CIA agents jumped in to tear Kara's holy relic apart.
"We must tear it apart." "Me too, I will tear it apart." This action of theirs made Kara extremely angry. "What are you doing?"
To stop them, she could only shoot bullets at their legs, my legs. It was definitely caused by the holy relic.
Where is SEO Ju Hyun? He is the culprit. At this time, the CIA agent informed that, General. Both of them disappeared. In the chaos, Seo Ju Hyun and Yu Jae-ha had already escaped from here. Being played by Seo Ju Hyun like that made her very angry. That bastard. And now, as for Jae-ha and Ju Hyun.
Somehow, miraculously, they escaped through this path.
We escaped? That's great. It's just a little embarrassing to be in the middle of a fountain like this.
The two of them quickly jumped out of the fountain under the puzzled gazes of passers-by.
Well done, you drew all that in such a short time. I have confidence in my drawing ability. Jae-ha replied proudly. Going back a bit, right after the explosion happened, I took Yu Jae-ha the holy relic and escaped.
In the panic, using the holy relic, he would come to this fountain.
As a result, we succeeded.
As planned, before going to see the general, I made sure he painted this fountain.
The holy relic we're using is the holy relic that Kwan's lawyer carries. This holy relic is a bit ordinary, but it can be useful if you have an artist around. Paris Manhwa Artist Ink is rank B of the holy relic is consumable, durability 50 out of 100. Only after escaping did Jae-ha dare to ask Ju Hyun, what did he do this time? Ju Hyun didn't try to hide it.
He immediately told him, it was nothing. When I borrowed her pen, I transformed Shakespeare's pen into hers and switched them. What I wrote on the map was the command that scared the holy relic. I remembered a few things from before to make things easier. Seo Ju Hyun also took advantage of the hotel staff they met at first.
Okay, we're here to meet someone. And Kara's two subordinates were also in his sights. He was Seo Ju Hyun.
That's right, the general must have sent the two of them. At that time, he started talking to the two of them as he walked, trying to get their personal information.
Why don't we talk for a bit? Introduce yourself. Kira's subordinates were initially very cautious, so shut up and follow.
But with my talent for persuasion, come on, don't be like that.
I'm not your enemy. I'll help you a lot. I know a lot of things to help you, General.
In return, tell the general to go easy on me and let's be friends.
Weird name.
Then you have successfully known the opponent's name as you wanted.
John.
Then, while writing on the map, I wrote the orders in their names, in a language none of them understood. For the hotel staff, I pushed her to the extreme of fear. That place was room 2002. John Smith and Jim Evans were terrified when they saw the evil spirits emerging from the holy relic map. They thought the general would be in danger of his life if they did not destroy them. That was why they frantically tore apart Kara's the holy relic. As for Kara, she was currently dealing with the aftermath of what Seo Ju Hyun, the general, had connected with.
What's up, General Clark? Long time no see, Richard.
Without beating around the bush, Kara went straight to the point of this call. I heard you can use the holy relic to restore.
My holy relic is severely damaged. I need you to repair it when you return from America. Richard immediately agreed happily after hearing that. Of course, no problem. Ha ha.
There are a lot of holy relics that need repairing lately. I just received a request from TKBM Corporation.
I'm busy repairing them now.
I think the one who caused this is the same one who caused trouble with TKBM Group.
Richard's expression immediately became serious when he heard Kara say that. The guy who was with you, Jae-ha-ha?
If we don't hunt him down, he'll definitely get in our way later. Richard had the same thought as her.
Exactly. There is good news that he wants to tell you. Don't worry, General. Pandora will be activated soon. Normal people cannot use or possess them. Here is your feebad.
Irene smiled as she took the feebad from the seller.
Thank you. It looks delicious. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The boss was a little confused by her sudden question. Huh? What problem? No, have a good day. Irene quickly turned around and fell away as fast as she could. She is currently in central Turkey. After buying Feebod, Irene quickly returned to the car. I brought you this food. Thank you. Irene happily informed Seo Juhyun, I'm starting to get used to controlling the holy relic. It's worth the time to practice. Well, nothing happened on my way to buy bread. It's all thanks to you. Thank you. Suddenly, there seemed to be some chaos ahead. Oh my god, the sign fell down. Drive like a human. That guy. Oh my god, that car. Seo Juhyun saw that and immediately spoke up, it's a bit early to thank her, right? Irene heard that and could only smile helplessly. But things are better. I think you have good social skills. From now on, you should practice your dominance. As soon as Seo Juhyun said this, Jaeha, who was sitting next to him, stopped eating Feebad. What do you think he means? She still has a lot to learn. She only knows the basics of social skills. But Seo Juhyun immediately explained to them that, to prevent the holy relic from harming her body because it was a parasitic the holy relic, otherwise I would never have made her do that. Understand? Social skills are trash. Jaeha didn't think the captain would use such harsh words. Trash, that hurt. Okay, I get it. Hurry up and eat and let's go. Okay, wait. The next place they went to was Turkey, Cappadocia. As soon as he arrived here, the first feeling Juhyun felt was, how strange. This crypt is fine, because the holy relic is inside Irene's body, the crypt should have disappeared. Look, the other side of the crypt collapsed. Yes, it's very strange. At this moment, they discovered that there were many people here, all of them soldiers. It's American Special Forces, they work for Kira. On the other side are the Turkish soldiers, it seems they have allied with each other. With that level of realm, nothing can surpass it. That's right, there's no way we can enter it directly. But that doesn't mean there's no way in. Jaeha couldn't help but ask when he heard Juhyun say that. What? I said it before, I'm not a tomb raider, I'm a grave robber. Seo Juhyun seems to be very proud of his title. Watch and learn, I'll show you how to act like a real grave robber. They then chose the toilet as the place to carry out their plan. Why do we always have to go to the toilet when we are about to do something? It stinks. Juhyun knew that, but he was at his wit's end. Well, it always happens, I don't like it either. Normally, the artificial aura of the holy relic surrounds the crypt, protecting it from others. It always has one weak point, and it's right here. We'll make a hole to enter. As soon as Seo Juhyun took out the holy relic, Jaeha immediately realized. Wait, that's the holy relic. What's this again? Is there a holy relic with C4 explosives? Seo Juhyun continued to explain that this was not just an ordinary tomb. It's one of the holy relics I got from the super sweet potato brother Medusa, rank D, it makes it easy for the user to fart. Hearing Seo Juhyun say that, he understood what this thing was. Jaeha immediately got angry and said. What? That useless thing. But Juhyun didn't think so. It was quite useful in this case because it was useless. Basic skills of a tomb robber. Explore the tomb. If I use this skill, I can create a hole in the tomb. I can penetrate a tomb wall without tearing it apart. Since I'm lacking in power right now, I'll destroy a holy relic to increase the effect. The system immediately informs that exploring the tomb activates, enhancing spatial awareness and understanding of the tomb's structural characteristics. Digging a hole or destroying any area related to the tomb will increase power by 20%. Seo Juhyun specifically told the other two to cover their ears. Immediately after, he quickly used the holy relic to create a hole in the crypt. Come on, explode, I'll use some of your energy. As Juhyun squeezed the holy relic tightly, it kept screaming in pain. Stop. What are you doing? It hurts. Stop. Immediately after, the holy relic couldn't take it anymore and exploded. The loud explosion attracted the attention of the soldiers here. The scene before their eyes left Jaeha and Irene shocked. The holy relic exploded. Seo Juhyun tried to reassure them that it wouldn't harm anything unrelated to the tomb, but Jaeha noticed that it had created a hole. Seo Juhyun led them through that hole. Is this hole okay? It leads us straight into the crypt. Hurry! As soon as he went downstairs, Jaeha couldn't help but feel worried when he realized, I heard the soldiers above, it seemed like they had discovered me. It's okay, there's a place to hide in here. No matter what Juhyun said, it wouldn't stop Jaeha from doubting his actions this time, but this was a dead end. Looks like we need to explode another holy relic, Ju Hian said as he took out the next holy relic from his breast pocket. Just like that, another explosion rang out. The soldiers above also determined their position at the same time. The sound came from over there. Hurry! Ju Hian and the other three were slowly going deeper into the crypt. We're really inside. I told you, have some faith. Co Ju Hian glanced at Jaeha and said. Wait a minute, I need to gather some information about this tomb. Jaeha and Irene heard that and quickly followed Ju Hian, leaving me behind. Co Ju Hian carefully used the torch to shine light on the lines of characters carved on the tomb. It wasn't hard for him to figure out what these symbols meant. It was quite interesting. Did you find something? Irene asked curiously. According to what was engraved here, Ju Hian could understand that. First, the holy relic of this tomb was the hand of Midas. Therefore, the holy relic in her body was a bit confusing. Jaeha immediately dismissed Ju Hian's words. Midas, the story of someone who turns everything she touches into gold. That's ridiculous. She's just had bad luck all around her. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately received a sidelong glance from Sao Ju Hian. But in the story, that golden hand turned into an unfortunate hand at the last minute. Remember the last detail. According to Greek mythology, Dionysus, the Greek god of wine, granted King Midas one wish in thanks for protecting his student. Midas wished that he could turn anything into gold with just a touch. Although the god thought it was foolish, he kept his promise. However, Midas' happiness did not last long. Whatever he touched, that is, ate two waters, everything turned into gold. He gradually starved to death. Poor Midas begged Dionysus to take back his wish. He thought that if he washed himself in the Pactolus River, he would be able to wash away his wish. This information made Ju Hian realize one thing, that's right, Pactolus River, if there's something like that here, then there must be a way to separate the holy relic from her. And I'll take control of that holy relic. So he happily turned to tell Irene, I figured it out, really? At first, but Ju Hian had only just said 2 words when a sudden gunshot rang out. No one else, those soldiers have found them, damn it, the soldiers are coming, run. Just like that, a continuous rain of bullets aimed at them, over there, shoot. Jaeha ran while wondering why they were shooting in the tomb. Ju Hian could only explain this simply, maybe because the tomb was already damaged? Irene, are you okay? Co Ju Hian asked her worriedly. I'm fine, Irene replied from behind, panting. She's out of breath, I can't drag this out much longer. So he decided to stop. Ju Hian's action made Jaeha feel very confused. Why did he stop? Ju Hian wanted to stay and deal with those soldiers, buying time for the 2 of them to escape from here. You 2 go ahead. I'll chase after this bunch. I'm not the type to run away. General Kara turned around, her face angry as she spoke loudly. What? There's a request for support from the crypt in Turkey. The other girl replied with a worried and scared face. We can't contact the person there, although the content of the message seems quite complicated. The woman with a serious face firmly told the other person. Report it. They found some suspicious people entering the crypt, 2 men and a woman. I don't think they were fully armed. The girl recounted the incident at the scene. General Kara became more and more agitated. She shouted with great anger, as if her emotions had exploded upon hearing this information. Why did you let them in when they were unarmed? They brought the holy relic. The girl was afraid to utter each word. Please forgive me. Suddenly Kara stopped and wondered. Wait, 2 men with the holy relic. It seemed like she had recognized the intruder in the crypt. Her emotions were uncontrollable. She gritted her teeth in anger as she spoke each word. It was that bastard. Back to Seo Ju Hian. He was doing very well in his exploration. He looked very pleased with himself. Not only that, he was also acting as a leader, clearing the way for his teammates. This way. Idiots. Yu Jaeha behind him looked worried as if he knew that danger was coming to them and shouted a warning to Seo Ju Hian. Stop it. Even if your sword is holy or not. It is no match for a gun. The guards of the crypt saw an intruder and were alerted and charged at the intruder. They all raised their guns and shouted loudly. Fire. However, the speed of the bullets could not catch up with Seo Ju Hian. He shot forward like a rocket, leaving the others unable to react. They were confused. He ran. Chased. Seo Ju Hian had a sinister smile. It seemed like he still had no fear. A thought flashed through his mind. From now on, I will attract their attention by using the holy relic. I will increase my speed by using the power of the Flower Knight sword. They will fall into the trap and follow you. Into the trap room. Just as Seo Ju Hian planned. The soldiers guarding the basement are running after him into the place where he set the trap. For the guards, Seo Juhian had no way to escape. They shouted at him. Dead end. Surrender. You are surrounded. But for Seo Juhian, this was just the beginning of his battle. The soldier stepped forward and said, quickly throw your weapon away and raise your hand. It seemed like he had stepped on the brick that Seo Juhian had arranged. It was the exact trap he had set to lure the soldiers in. Immediately a yellow light flashed along with the scream of the soldier from earlier. Ah! The blinding light spread all around, no one could face it and immediately covered their eyes. No way, he turned into a golden statue. While the soldier wasn't paying attention, Seo Juhian took the opportunity to grab his sword and charge straight at him. Resolutely, he seemed satisfied with his plan and proudly swung his sword towards the soldier. In just a moment the soldier was caught off guard and lost his balance, our gun. In a flash, Seo Juhian had defeated all the soldiers with only his single sword. He said smugly after his victory in a sarcastic tone, poor flies. Irene exclaimed happily at his victory, Juhian. Seo Juhian did not rest on his laurels. He quickly moved on to his next plan and calmly walked out. Let's go, I found a path to the Pactolus River. Jaeha said anxiously, and the soldiers? He replied in a decisive tone, I took them down, isn't it obvious? Jaeha looked at Seo Juhian's current appearance and was terrified. This guy is so scary. At this time, they went to another place together. The scenery here was so magical that they exclaimed. Wow! Jaeha was curious about the scene before him. There was such a large lake underground. Seo Juhian looked at the terrain and felt pleased. It seemed like it would make it easier for him to carry out his upcoming plan. Very good, just like what the ancient tomb text said. Having said that, he turned to Irene and told her. Go take a bath there. Irene was extremely surprised by Seo Juhian's words. Huh? Take a bath there? Seeing her hesitation, Seo Juhian convinced her with his knowledge. King Midas threw away his golden hand power by bathing in this lake. I hope we can deal with the holy relic that is parasitic in your body. As he spoke, he put his hand under the cool water of the lake. As if to convince Irene, he reached down to test it and then turned to her and said. There's no trap. Hurry up, we'll be over there while you shower. After being convinced by Seo Juhian's words, Irene finally felt a little relieved. She slowly replied to him. Ah, okay. Then, Irene took off her clothes and let herself fall into the cold tears and enjoyed it. In the crevice of the rock, Seo Juhian peeked at where Irene was bathing. Seeing this, Jaeha felt uneasy and said to him. Is it okay to peek at her, don't you have any conscience? But Seo Juhian defended himself by saying, I did it just in case something happened. Remembering what Seo Juhian said to Irene earlier, the boy immediately argued back. He said there was no trap. Seo Juhian heard that and calmly replied. Unfortunately, the holy relic separated from her and attacked her. We should not be careless when facing the holy relic. In the face of Seo Juhian's reasoning, Jaeha had no more words to refute. Irene put her hand down into the lake to feel its cold tears. While taking a bath, she thought about Seo Juhian's words about King Midas and wondered to herself, would it work? Suddenly her eyes lit up at something, seemingly surprised. A voice echoed from somewhere in the space, welcoming my friend. Seeing that something bad was about to happen, Seo Juhian quickly ran towards Irene who was taking a shower, damn it. The system panel immediately appeared, the holy relic sleeping deep in the lake had awakened. The holy relic's golden hand emitted a murderous aura. Warning, a sudden drop in luck could be dangerous. Without the system's reminders, Seo Juhian already knew that danger was coming. He didn't care about it anymore and just quickly ran to save Irene before it was too late. I understand, stop it, Irene. He stood on the shore and shouted loudly at Irene, get away from there. Unfortunately Irene seemed to be held back, she replied to him in panic. I can't move. Suddenly, Irene's hand gradually turned yellow, as if she was about to freeze like a stone statue. She couldn't help but be surprised at the change in her body. Irene started to speak out in fear, my body started to turn into gold. Seo Juhian's mind at this moment seemed to be thinking of nothing else, he seemed helpless before the situation before his eyes. Damn it! Without further hesitation, he immediately jumped into the lake to rescue Irene. Under the deep blue water, Seo Juhian tried to find a way to save Irene. What should I do? Think quickly. This is not a trap. The message says that the holy relic has awakened. Irene seems to be in great pain as her body turns into gold faster and faster. She is afraid that she will never be able to return to normal again. Seo Juhian is getting closer to Irene. But isn't this tomb's holy relic parasitizing Irene? Could there be another holy relic?
That was very possible as the tomb did not disappear and the trap worked normally. There was clearly a holy relic here.
Irene's body was about to turn completely into gold. Fortunately, Seo Juhian arrived at her in time. Could it be possible to turn her back to normal? To Irene's panic, Seo Juhian immediately reassured her. Don't worry, I'm here.
The voice from the water shouted angrily.
Who are you? Don't stand in our way.
I will reclaim my brother. Oh no, Irene's body is turning into a ring. She is scared and calls for help from Seo Juhian.
Mr. Juhian. Seo Juhian's body was also turning into gold like Irene.
Seeing that, she told him.
Stop, or you will turn into gold too. At this point, Seo Juhian didn't know what to do anymore. Damn it, this is why I can't move my legs.
The vicious water laughed triumphantly and threatened him.
Ha ha ha, just as she said.
If you want to live, take your hands off her and come to shore.
I just need to kill her.
Leaving her, feeling my brother residing inside her.
Seo Juhian was in pain, but he did not succumb to the cruelty of the holy relic on the water. She kept persuading Seo Juhian.
I will spare you because today I am reunited with my brother.
Seeing Seo Juhian holding on to her despite the danger, Irene was extremely grateful and said, Brother Juhian. Suddenly something popped into his head. I see.
I always find it weird that this damn holy relic mentions some brother.
Thinking back, it makes sense.
He uses his knowledge to explain this phenomenon to find a way to save Irene from the danger of turning into gold.
The holy relic of King Midas is split into two pieces. The golden hand and the hand of failure.
Of the two, she had the hand of failure.
Irene couldn't believe her ears when she heard Seo Juhian say that. Impossible. Seo Juhian continued.
The golden hand is trying to take back her failed hand.
We must fight against it. We must subdue the golden hand by defeating it.
Seo Juhian's rage overwhelmed the ferocity of the water.
He exclaimed.
Using her dominance ability was like what I practiced.
Not social ability but dominance. I will help you. We will win easily if we combine our powers to dominate.
Seeing that Seo Juhian had found a way to defeat him, the water became even angrier.
Damn it.
Ujeha sat on the shore and shouted in fear.
Captain.
The water cried out in pain.
How dare you hurt me? Stop it.
Irene's screams grew louder and drowned out the roar of the water. She was fighting for her life. She no longer had the weakness she had shown earlier.
Irene was stronger and fought back fiercely. No. You must be the one to stop resisting. Submit to me.
The holy relic. Seo Juhian was pleased and extremely satisfied that Irene had realized and was fighting for herself.
He said proudly. Great. That's it. I have taught a good student. The match is still going strong. Submit to me. Irene turned around in surprise.
Ha! The gold flakes on her body were slowly dissolving.
My body was returning to normal. We did it.
She was happy with her efforts. She looked at her body and said.
The tattoo changed too. Seo Juhian explained. Because the contract was complete.
Irene was still stunned.
Then, Seo Juhian continued.
She didn't need to worry anymore. The power of the golden hand would balance the power of the failing hand.
Hearing Seo Juhian's words, she replied happily. It would be easier to control the failing hand.
It wouldn't go crazy anymore.
Without waiting any longer. Overwhelmed with happiness, Irene hugged Seo Juhian as a thank you. Thank you very much.
It was all thanks to Juhian.
Ujeha on the shore finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Calm down first.
The water is going into my nose. Move to another scene. What do you mean you can't find them?
The soldier reported to his general Kira. All the soldiers went into the tomb and there was no response.
Could they all be dead?
The female leader was extremely angry when she heard that. She immediately shouted at the soldier's face.
How dare you say that to me?
The soldier was scared.
I'm sorry. Once again, Kira assumed it was the Tomb Raiders' doing. It was them. I was sure of it.
In the face of dire circumstances, the soldier was trying to find a way to help when General Kira said,
Don't send any more help.
The soldier was puzzled.
What?
But.
She continued.
I will use the holy relic and burn them to ashes. As she spoke, her eyes showed hatred. The soldier looked surprised.
Is that okay?
The holy relic will be completely destroyed if the general does that.
The government in Turkey will complain about this. But all words were rejected. Anger now filled the leader's soul. She growled. I don't care. Recalling the brutal destruction of the past. The biggest reason Kira is called a warlord is because she possesses the holy relic Sekhmet. In Egyptian mythology, Sekhmet is the goddess of destruction sent to punish humanity. Perhaps because it is on the level of God, it can destroy targets no matter how far away they are. So she actively collects the holy relic map. Let her launch a devastating blow when she determines the enemy's location. Dust and smoke flew everywhere, the air became hazy. Ujeha tried to cover his nose with his hand and said, Am I dead? In the dust, Juhian replied to the boy's mindless words. No, he was still alive. They were taking shelter in a basement, which was quite cramped. Ujeha looked around curiously and said, What is this? A holy relic? A voice echoed. It's so heavy, what did you do to me? Juhian calmly replied to the echo. This was the Hammurabi cipher, but it wasn't normally used this way. Ujeha breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and said, Phew, we escaped death thanks to that. Irene still seemed to be on guard. But if we stay here, we'll be buried alive. Ujeha looked around and found that there was only one hole in the cliff. It was slowly filling up. She was right, let me out of here. Juhian saw that everyone was worried and spoke up. I won't let that happen, don't worry. Remember when we got in here by creating a new entrance? I'll do it again. Juhian tries to calm everyone down to find a solution. Ujeha looked worried and seemed a little angry as he turned back. He blew up a bunch of low-level holy relics to get us in here. He planned to blow up the remaining holy relics. Seeing this, Juhian said, Isn't it more important that we get out of here? I can always collect new holy relics. Ujeha said in surprise. Really? Maybe he was worried that Juhian would lose all of his holy relics, so he was angry with Juhian. Having said that, the young man spoke. But before that, I wanted to try something. A few days ago I got a skill called Tomb Restoration. Juhian recalled, if someone gets the holy relic the crypt will collapse. I don't know where to use this crypt restoration skill. At that time, I didn't know when to use it. In a situation where we are stuck in a collapsing tomb, this skill will be useful. Let's see, the system announced. Tomb Restoration, if your dexterity skill is above D rank, you can restore the area inside the holy relic. If your skill is above C rank, you can restore the path inside the tomb with a radius of 2m. Seo Juhian seems to be studying hard, restoring the Rodha, great, that's useful. He placed his powerful hand on the ground. As he did so, he shouted, restoring the crypt. The other two seemed to be amazed by his actions. They were watching Seo Juhian's every move. The pieces of rock and soil gradually flew into the air, the debris moving on its own. Wherever he went, Seo Juhian used his power to clear a path. They could all easily move out of this place. We can escape from here by repeating that skill over and over again. We can escape from here. Seo Juhian turned back to Jeha and said, It's written in our contract. I have the responsibility to ensure your safety. Ujeha seemed to get angry and replied, There are times when you can't keep your promises. Seeing Ujeha say that, Seo Juhian replied, You don't have any trust in me. Irene wondered blankly. What kind of contract is this? Seo Juhian kept clearing the way to find a way out as he explained to Jeha, Trust me, I can't let my slave die in front of me again. Both Irene and Ujeha exclaimed in surprise. What did he mean again? Outside, the soldiers were still trying to find traces of Seo Juhian's group. One said, Found anything? The other replied, No, I didn't see anything. At the headquarters, the crypt guards were restless as they still had no trace of Seo Juhian. Still no news, it had been 3 hours since the crypt collapsed. The headquarters is getting more and more chaotic, they are using the holy relic to search, they can detect the power of the holy relic. A soldier spoke up. We used it but there was no response. The dark-skinned man said. This is troublesome, how should I report this to the general? Another soldier ran in and reported urgently. According to the news we just received, there is a new path appearing in the crypt. The tall man from earlier suddenly exclaimed. What? Without waiting any longer the man quickly went to the crypt. The soldier added. That path led straight to the nearby village. Arriving at the gate, the man was questioned by the guard. What do you want? The tall man replied. I have urgent matters to report to the general. But the guard objected. No, the general is busy now. The tall man could not keep his composure and said, What? This is urgent. I need to inform the general as soon as possible. At all costs the guard would not let the man see the general and said, "Tell me and I will pass it on." There was no other way. The man could only agree to the request. "All right." This bald man looks very upset. "Hello, is anyone there? Are you trying to video call me?" On the other side was a crying baby. Baby? Where were the parents? Who was on the video call? Hearing the call, the guard ran in and answered. "This child is General Kara." The person on the other end of the line said in surprise. "What?" The guard continued to explain. This was the risk of using the Holy Relic Sekhmet. Normally he would not know about this top secret. The man on the other side laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Shapeshifting is a side effect. Legend has it that the goddess Sekhmet had another form that was considered the goddess of love. Hathor. The bald man seemed convinced to continue. If that was true, then she had used too much of the Holy Relic's power. Had she defeated them? The soldier replied to the child. "I was about to report that. We lost them." Hearing the bad news. A child's instinct is to cry. How terrible. The bald man was confused because he couldn't understand what the child was trying to say. "Calm down. I don't understand what you're saying." The guard spoke on behalf of the general. She asked about the progress with Pandora. The bald man said in surprise. "How do you understand?" Then he continued. His face was full of mystery. "I have news for you. Pandora's inauguration ceremony with the International Catacombs Control Board took place today. From now on, the catacombs and the Holy Relic will be under Pandora's management. It is forbidden for all humans to make a pact with the crypt or possess the Holy Relic. The Holy Relic is Pandora's box that will bring us destruction. Anyone who breaks the law will be considered an act of terrorism and will be punished accordingly. Pandora will protect humanity from the Holy Relic." The sentence ended the announcement at the crypt's opening ceremony. Elsewhere, the flight had just taken off. A voice said, "We were taking the Hilton family's private jet back to New York. Even though Irene was supposed to take us to where the elixir was being grown. She invited us home because her parents wanted to see us. It seems she told her family that she was freed from bad luck. The Hilton family was overjoyed and wanted to meet the person who helped Irene. Of course, I took the opportunity. I was wondering how to get the Hilton family to join me. Seo Ju-hyun was very excited about this trip." Continuing Seo Ju-hyun's line of emotions. "Because I played a big trick on Kara, I need someone to back me up. This makes things easier." Seo Ju-hyun seemed to be looking forward to having more allies. But at John Kennedy International Airport, seeing Seo Ju-hyun engrossed in something, Yoo Jae-ha grumbled. Ready to go, Seo Ju-hyun remained silent. Then Seo Ju-hyun also opened his mouth and said, "I felt the Holy Relic was very strong at the airport." Hearing that, Yoo Jae-ha couldn't help but be shocked and stunned. He exclaimed. "What?" Seo Ju-hyun gritted his teeth and continued, "It seems like some troublesome bastards have appeared here." Elsewhere, Pandora's people were at the airport. Seeing that everyone seemed scared, they tried to calm them down. "Please calm down, we are from Pandora. This is just to ensure everyone's safety." The surroundings became noisier than ever. Pandora's soldiers continued to speak. "All owners of the Holy Relic, please step forward. From now on, Pandora will manage the Holy Relic." Everyone seemed angry and annoyed when they heard the request. A man spoke up. "Nonsense," the others also made a fuss and expressed their dissatisfaction. "What, not allowing us?" While everyone was talking, a soldier spoke up. "I received a signal from the Holy Relic detector, 1 o'clock direction, tall figure, arrest him." It was the man from earlier. He was possessing the Holy Relic. Seeing that he was discovered, he immediately turned around and ran away. While running he shouted back. "Don't make me laugh. This is the Holy Relic." Pandora's soldiers immediately chased after the man. A soldier left behind shouted, "Thieves in uniform. I repeat, all those who possess the Holy Relic, please step forward." The passengers in the airport were still chattering. A man spoke up, "Very good, the first mission went quite smoothly. Punish those who oppose to set an example." With that the soldier obeyed. "Yes, sir, Colonel." The soldier stepped forward and announced, "Colonel, we have discovered a very powerful Holy Relic recently. We heard this Holy Relic is related to wealth." The colonel exclaimed in surprise, "The Holy Relic is rich?" Having said that, the colonel ordered the soldier, "Very good, lead the way, understood." On this side, Seo Ju-hyun was still very calm in the face of the chaos outside the airport. He told Irene and Yoo Jae-ha there was no need to be so scared. Seeing that Seo Ju-hyun was not afraid at all, Yoo Jae-ha said. "What are you not afraid of? We are surrounded by enemies at the airport. Seo Juhian kept his previous attitude and replied, "It's okay."
Oh, that reminds me, Irene, you were still on guard, and when you heard your name called, you were startled.
Seo Juhian turned to her and said, "We've finished the holy relic Midas, should we try them here too?" Hearing Seo Juhian say that, Irene hesitantly replied, "But I've never tried using it before." Seeing that, Seo Juhian immediately persuaded her again. It was easy, just like when she ordered the holy relic. "If anything happens, I'll help." Seo Juhian seemed very confident in his abilities.
Suddenly a voice came from behind, "Stop." In a moment they were surrounded by Pandora's men. They pointed their guns at Seo Juhian and the other two and ordered them not to move. The colonel quickly led his soldiers to Seo Juhian, who was in possession of the holy relic, which was said to be very powerful. He spoke to them. "We are from Pandora, the organization that controls the holy relic. We know very well that you guys possess the holy relic."
Seo Juhian then changed his expression, "Pandora.
They made up a reason to protect humanity from the holy relic. But the truth is that they want exclusive possession of the holy relic. Because you guys, this world is too unfair. But, in my memory, Pandora was founded the year after the distinction about the holy relic was somewhat evident, at least 3 years from this point. The future has changed again," Seo Juhian read his inner dialogue. While Seo Juhian was analyzing in his mind, Pandora's colonel spoke up and threatened them. "It seems you guys are all afraid of death, don't worry. If you obediently hand over the holy relic, we'll let you all go." Instead of following the colonel's offer, Seo Juhian responded fearlessly. "Go away," the colonel exclaimed as if his pride had exploded. "What?" Seo Juhian said with a disdainful look, "What right do you have to demand that I hand over the holy relic? Go away if you don't want to die." The big guy still stood firmly and confronted Seo Juhian. "What? Go away if you don't want to die." He laughed loudly and continued, "Ha ha ha, you think this is a joke?" He gradually became angrier as he heard Seo Juhian's words. He gritted his teeth. "I'll shoot you in the head to wake you up, right?" Without a trace of fear, Seo Juhian even challenged them. Glancing at Irene, he said, "Give it a try, you idiots." He said and then signaled to Irene. It was now. As if she understood Seo Juhian's meaning, she nodded as if she had received the signal. Seeing that Seo Juhian still didn't make any move, the boss got even angrier and shouted loudly. "Idiots, this is my final warning. Shoot." Before he could act, smoke and dust covered everything. The boss couldn't believe his eyes and was confused. What was happening? A soldier spoke up. The gun suddenly went off, and the colonel was stunned. What the hell was this? On this side, Seo Juhian was extremely happy about the situation just now. After completing the mission, Irene turned to Seo Juhian and asked, "Did I do it right?" He immediately told her. "See? You succeeded," he said and reached out and took Irene's hand. It was good for the first time. "Try making it stronger this time, I'll help you if the holy relic gets out of control." Irene didn't think twice and immediately agreed. "Yes." After a while, the colonel appeared again. "Bastard, you seem to be smart. Let's see if you can handle it this time." As soon as he finished speaking, other soldiers gradually appeared. This time they switched to different weapons and tactics. One of them shouted, "Everyone, switch to close combat. Prepare the holy relic. We can use the holy relic to control the target." They all have different weapons in their hands, but the common point is that they all use the power of the holy relic. Seo Juhian and Irene's hands clasped together even tighter. From that connection, a golden light appeared that resembled power. Seo Juhian wanted to let it go, but it seemed like those guys didn't know what was going on. "You say, you dare to confront me?" System notification. The 1 kilometer radius is under the control of the failed hand. Killing intent consumes the enemy's holy relic. Seo Juhian looked at the system board and said, "It seems everything is as expected." Suddenly, the weapons in the hands of the Pandora soldiers all disappeared. One of them cried out in horror. "The holy relic is broken." The blood in their mouths also suddenly spurted out. They seemed to be in great pain as they spoke. "My body suddenly. Run away." Seeing that all the soldiers had run away, the colonel said angrily, "Where are you all going? Come back. You cowards." Seo Juhian approached the colonel and grabbed his collar. "Pass my words to Pandora. Instead of creating useless laws, use that time for something more useful. If you can come back, please pass on the message." The colonel was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth when he heard the words coming from Seo Juhian's mouth, but was helpless because he couldn't do anything. The whole building suddenly exploded. Not long after, the media began reporting on the incident.
An explosion occurred at John Kennedy International Airport at 2:00 p.m. on March 1. The number of casualties is still unknown. But because of the extensive damage, the airport will not be able to continue operating. Pandora will be held responsible for this loss. Sitting in the car, So Joo-hyun was extremely happy about the news he just heard. He laughed smugly. "Ha, you guys deserve it." Seo Joo-hyun turned to Irene and said. "Because they made a fuss at the airport, they will be suspicious now after the disappearances of the holy relic." He happily praised Irene. "Thanks to you, Irene. We took them down easily." Irene replied shyly. "Nothing, but..." Seo Joo-hyun interrupted and said. "Do you feel sick or something wrong with your body?" Irene asked back in surprise. "What, not at all." Seo Joo-hyun started to feel something was wrong. Strange. She used a large amount of power, but there was no way it wouldn't have side effects. The side effects are something that the user of the holy relic must endure. In exchange for the power they borrow, the holy relic tortures the user every time they borrow the power. Irene used a large amount of energy while at the airport. Irene's holy relic will definitely come at a price. The problem is I don't understand what that price is. Seo Joo-hyun was still lost in his thoughts. Suddenly Irene's body glowed as if it was about to explode. She hugged her body in fear. "I didn't see Irene like that." Seo Joo-hyun exclaimed in surprise and fear. "Irene!" Irene was terrified. She said breathlessly. "I can't breathe." The side effects finally hit Irene. This was something that even Seo Joo-hyun didn't expect to be this serious. Damn it, it's starting. The black car sped down the road. There was a loud cough inside. The driver shouted in panic. "Are you okay, miss?" Jae-ha, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also turned around quickly. "What happened?" In the back seat, Irene bowed her head and clutched her chest. She seemed to be in terrible pain. Her voice was broken. "I couldn't breathe." Joo-hyun frowned and thought, it seemed like the aftereffects had already begun. This was to be expected since she had used too much power. Seo Joo-hyun looked at Irene's beautiful face, sweat was continuously flowing down. "This is causing pain to the body, damn it, this is so troublesome." Seeing Irene starting to panic, Joo-hyun gently placed his hand on her shoulder. His voice carried comfort, calming Irene. "I will try to restrain it with my dominating ability," he continued. But before he could do anything, the girl's body collapsed, seemingly losing consciousness. Joo-hyun called out, "Irene, wake up, Irene." The call was useless, Joo-hyun cursed in a low voice. Jae-ha also turned around, worry evident on her face. Why did she suddenly become like this? What happened next was even more bizarre. The girl who had fainted earlier suddenly sat up. Joo-hyun cautiously called her name, "Hey Irene." The girl heard and turned to look at him with a bewildered expression. Seeing Irene approaching him, Joo-hyun reached out to stop her. "Wait a minute Irene, I'm sorry to say this but you look like you've lost your mind, are you okay?" But she remained silent and did not respond, which made him even more worried. Suddenly Jae-ha turned around, the team leader. In the back seat, Irene wrapped her arms tightly around Joo-hyun's neck. This unexpected action left him a bit at a loss for what to do. The sound of her breathing close to his neck made him uncomfortable and avoid her. Was she smelling him? Jae-ha's voice rang out, "Are you okay?" Joo-hyun replied, "It seemed like she was fine." Irene's eyes were closed at this moment, her breathing was even, making him conclude that she had fallen asleep so quickly. The system screen appears. After using the holy relic Midas, the user will manifest deep involvement, they will feel a strong urge and do everything they want for that desire. Joo-hyun finished reading and immediately spoke up, "If you knew, then tell me sooner." The system appeared again, this time she craved your body scent. As soon as she finished speaking, Irene, who was sleeping, suddenly sat up, drooling from the corner of her mouth. Irene's cheeks suddenly turned unusually red. Immediately after, a scream with a high pitch that pierced the eardrums rang out without stopping. Irene seemed to have regained consciousness, she sullenly covered her face and did not dare to look up. "Sorry, I don't know why I did that." Joo-hyun quickly replied, "It's okay." He patiently explained, the holy relic made her do that, it was the price to pay for using the holy relic's power. Irene turned to look at him uneasily, "I shouldn't use it carelessly, but..." Suddenly Joo-hyun blurted out, "Do you like the smell of men's sweat?" The question made Irene stunned. Then the guy continued talking, walked away. I asked him politely, "And I don't smell like sweat, I don't know what smell she likes." At the Hilton Mansion. Jae-ha's worried voice rang out, "Team leader. I don't feel very well, can I stay in the car?" Joo-hyun asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Jae-ha replied, I shouldn't meet George Hilton if he catches me then.
Irene comforted him, don't worry, my brother isn't home right now, I know that's why I came with you. Sweat was pouring down Jaeha's forehead, he was still a bit scared, I felt like I was in danger, now I also have that sixth sense. Ju Hyun interrupted him, stop talking nonsense and go, we will visit the Hilton family often so don't hide. If we get caught, just beg for forgiveness, you will pay for your actions. Hearing that, Jaeha became even more uneasy, I will die before I can beg, you liar. Finally the car stopped, 3 people got out one by one. Irene spoke up, please go this way, thank you. She seemed very excited, a happy smile on her lips. It had been a long time since I had been home, I was afraid that bad luck would affect my family so I had always stayed in hotels. Now I don't have to do that anymore, it feels like a dream, thank you, Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun replied, don't mention it, you also helped me with the auction, it's nothing. Suddenly their eyes turned to the cars over there, what's that, a blue Ferrari? Irene's uncertain voice rang out, it was my brother's car. As soon as she finished speaking, Jaeha was in a panic. Immediately after, the pitch-black gun was placed right next to Jaeha's temple, leaving him no time to react. George was so angry, you are the one who sold me fake paintings, Jaeha called out tremblingly, big brother. The shout rang out again, who is your boss? Irene asked curiously, are you home? George replied to his sister, I had something urgent to do so I came back, long time no see, Irene. Seeing her attitude soften a bit, Jaeha pretended to beg, I was wrong, please forgive me. This made George's anger flare up again, shut up, if you want to beg for mercy, why not ask for it earlier? This time, I will kill you myself so I won't have to play dead. Jaeha looked at Ju Hyun worriedly, say something for me, I'm going to die. Ju Hyun ignored his pretense and coldly replied, pay for your actions. Jaeha immediately cursed after hearing that, you mean guy. Ju Hyun suddenly continued, but this guy's life is worth it. We helped your sister remove the curse, he helped too so can you let it go? Let's call it even, Jaeha saw him finally open his mouth and emotionally called out, team leader. George spoke up, that reminds me, Irene told me about you, you helped her break the curse. Ju Hyun nodded, yes, so today. Not letting him finish, he interrupted, so what, instead of separating the holy relic from the girl's body? And then making it completely parasitic in there, how can that be called breaking the curse? He raised the gun in his hand, another scammer, it's obvious, you two are on the same side. The situation became extremely tense, but Ju Hyun calmly replied, he knew nothing about the holy relic and could only scream. Ju Hyun's expression gradually became impatient, the holy relic had been parasitizing her from the beginning, we helped her control it. The holy relic in her body can never be removed, George shouted again, how can you be so sure? How can you guarantee that? Does Irene have to live like this for the rest of her life? His rude voice kept ringing, just you wait, we'll find an expert to remove the holy relic from him. Ju Hyun frowned and cursed under his breath, this bastard. He thought, he doesn't listen to me, he hates the holy relic too much, huh? The Hilton family is Catholic, and I heard they have negative thoughts about the holy relic. He wondered, but to this extent? Suddenly Irene spoke up, don't say that, you make me sad. She continued, even though the holy relic became one with me, I'm still me, nothing has changed. Don't talk like that to Ju Hyun, he's my benefactor. Hearing that, George frowned in annoyance. In the end he had to compromise, I was going too far, but the holy relic is dangerous, Irene. He looked at his sister worriedly, she would die because of it. Ju Hyun heard that and immediately showed a puzzled expression. He raised his voice, what happened? George replied, you don't need to know. He said that and immediately confirmed Ju Hyun's thoughts, 100% sure, so something happened. Ju Hyun spoke up, what's going on here? Irene looked up at him worriedly. George gritted his teeth and did not answer, seeming to be trying to hold back something. Finally he said, I told you, you are not welcome here, understand? You should be glad you don't have a hole in your head. Ju Hyun replied disdainfully, I don't have time to talk to you. He continued, could you take me to meet Irene's parents, I was invited here for dinner? Hearing that, George's emotions exploded. Don't mention it. That appointment was cancelled. My parents don't want to see you right now. Ju Hyun frowned in disbelief, huh? Suddenly he rushed forward and punched George straight in the face, making him unable to dodge. Finally his patience reached its limit. Are you kidding me? Then he turned to remind Irene, don't let your brother catch up with me. Ju Hyun ran away at breakneck speed, I had to go check on her parents. His voice echoed back, something unusual, this action surprised Irene for a few seconds. Ju Hyun's voice rang out loudly, Mr. Hilton, are you there? Inside the villa, the voice was even louder, Mrs. Hilton. George angrily chased after him, you dog, where are you going? Irene worriedly stopped him, big brother.
Ju Hyun continued to search the mansion, the smell of rotting flesh and this feeling, that was definitely it. He gritted his teeth, this thing was the thing that had caused his death before. Suddenly he stopped, staring at the scene before him. On the large bed, someone was half lying and half sitting. But that person doesn't seem normal anymore. As soon as Irene caught up, the sight scared her to death. Father, what happened? George raised his hand to stop Ju Hyun. Are you satisfied? My parents don't have time to deal with you. Jae-ha was stunned as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really Mr. Hilton? No, it couldn't be. Mr. Hilton's body turned purple. Ju Hyun asked, when did this symptom start? George replied, I don't know when, I was busy with all sorts of things. It's been a while, and it's for this reason that I've been isolated from the holy relics. Jae-ha asked, what's wrong with him, is he sick? George said, I don't know exactly, I just called my family's private doctors to diagnose. What, do you know about this disease? Ju Hyun thought to himself, no need to diagnose anymore, this is the holy relic syndrome. His face was pensive, I knew it too well, I understood everything about it better than anyone, I had also suffered from this disease. Anyone who has been exposed to the holy relic for a long time can get sick, especially if the compatibility is low, so this condition can occur. It can cause hallucinations, self-harm, and a series of subsequent symptoms. Symptoms include acute bleeding, internal organ dysfunction, and blood poisoning. Ju Hyun explained, to put it simply, it was a disease that crushed a person from the inside out, there was no way to cure this disease. George couldn't believe his ears, how could it be? In the past, a third of humanity died from this disease, and as long as there are humans, any holy relic holding will suffer the same fate as them. While half dead, the only voracious eater benefited from the holy relic medical. I also had to work hard to get a pain pill. I can't stand it, the pain it causes is too terrible. But surely none of them knew the horror of that time. George said in despair, no way, is my father going to die like this? Just then, Ju Hyun's voice rang out, not quite. He heard and turned around, what? He continued, I have a medical holy relic. George shouted, do you think it's that easy? Facing his panic, Ju Hyun calmly replied, so do you think there's any other way? He continued, I know you hate the holy relics, but I only do good things, will you let me help? Irene interjected, it's okay bro, you can trust Ju Hyun. Finally he agreed, okay, let's try it. But Ju Hyun said, but not now. George jumped up in frustration, this brat wants to play with me? Jae-ha quickly stopped him, brother, be patient, who is your brother, you liar? Ju Hyun said, although there is the holy relic medical device, it is not yet complete. If used now, it will not prolong life for more than a week, by the way, there is something strange about it. And this is also the final stage of the holy relic syndrome. This disease is not a sudden disease that appears, but to this extent in a short period of time. Irene said worriedly, when her father called to invite you over, his voice must have been very healthy at that time, and if her father was sick like this, he wouldn't have bothered you to come here. Hearing that, he bowed his head and thought again, yes, not long after that, the holy relics started appearing. Even if it started from the time the holy relics appeared, it still couldn't be this bad. Or is someone intentionally making it worse? In my mind, there is no other reasonable explanation except that. It has been a long time since Hilton had mild symptoms of the early stage. Since then, he lived away from the holy relics for a while. Irene's bankrupt holy relic was still around, and I recently resolved that issue. I was invited to a meal as a thank you. It would make sense that the disease would have ended in its terminal stage during the days I was invited here. However, what if someone uses some tricks to speed up the progression of this disease? If so, based on this situation, then I can know a little. After thinking, Ju Hyun turned to George and asked, has anyone come here often lately? He replied, I don't know, but my parents always have a lot of guests. Do any of your guests use the holy relic? Probably not, because none of my guests use the holy relic. Ju Hyun continued, not sure, maybe they hid it when they came in. George wondered, why are you asking this? He quickly replied, because someone intentionally transmitted this disease to him. Someone increased the symptoms of the stages of the holy relic syndrome in Mr. Hilton? Perhaps that person used the power of the holy relic. George shouted in shock, who is it? Ju Hyun said, then I will leave the task of finding that person to you now. You turn around, I have to collect the rest of the holy relic medical. Irene interjected, I'll go with Ju Hyun too. The guy disagreed, Irene, you should stay with your father. The girl firmly said, don't you already have the holy relic, I also want to help you. George also did not accept, what are you thinking, Irene, it is very dangerous. But she was determined, it's okay, let me go. I can help like at the airport. Hearing that Ju Hyun said, okay, then let's go. Then he looked at George, don't worry, I won't let your sister be in danger. The car sped down the road. Ju Hyun spoke up in frustration, "This is really, after such a stressful time, I want a rest." Jae-ha also said, "I've been like this for 10 years. Irene heard that and said, I'm sorry." Ju Hyun replied, "I was just joking, don't worry too much, your father will be fine." Jae-ha asked, "So what do we do now?" The guy replied, "We're going to find a pair of the holy relics." "Which pair?" Ju Hyun curled his lips and went to find a pair of the holy relic called Shufu. The holy relic of Shufu, which is the key to awakening the true Qin Shi Huang. Shufu was a man from ancient China, said to be a Taoist priest. He was one of the people that Qin Shi Huang hired to seek immortality. He convinced the emperor to let him go to the place where the immortals lived to learn the secret of immortality. Thousands of children, gold and silver treasures, even soldiers were on the way. But he went out to sea and never came back. Some say he went far away and found a land and became king. And no one knows whether he found it or not, no one is sure. Yu Jae-ha wondered, but why did he suddenly come to the subway? Seo Ju Hyun quickly replied, "Because there was someone I wanted to meet." The two of them walked and talked. Yu Jae-ha continued to ask, "Who is he planning to meet at this subway station?" He replied, "In general, someone very special." Two people were walking when they suddenly came across a homeless man lying in the middle of the street. Suddenly he smiled and glanced at that person as if he had discovered something. Seo Ju Hyun went to shake him awake. "Hey, wake up." He quickly threw the homeless man in front of him to the ground. Yu Jae-ha was startled when he saw this. What was wrong with him? Why did he hit a homeless man? After being knocked to the ground, he painfully tried to get up. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Yu Jae-ha was surprised when he saw his face. What? Edward Hargan? What's going on?" Seo Ju Hyun looked at him and laughed. A person like him would like to be homeless? The old man was so angry that he was speechless. Edward Hargan reached out and grabbed him by the collar. "You son of a bitch. It's your fault I'm in this situation." He calmly provoked him. "What's wrong with you? I helped you find the British Prime Minister." He was still angry. "What did you do then?" "Burned all the general's relics." Edward Hargan was getting more and more impatient as he spoke. "She suddenly took her anger out on me. My assets and the holy relic were confiscated and I am still being pursued. It seems like it is all your fault. What should I do now?" Seo Ju Hyun suggested. "But show me where the holy relic is. I will give you a new life. And I will give you some benefits." The old man was surprised to hear that. "Benefits?" He continued to ask. "Do you know where the holy relics of Shufu are kept?" Edward Hargan suddenly turned away, pretending not to know. "No, I don't know." You could tell by his reaction. "You knew." "I'm looking forward to that time." In the past, Quan had retrieved the rest of the Shufu from his information. Seo Ju Hyun picked up the phone and threatened him. "It seems like I smell something fishy. Do you want me to report a wanted person here?" The old man was immediately alarmed. "Don't do that." Edward Hargan quickly told him. "Kira. It was Kira. I gave her to that damn woman." He continued asking. "Kira? Why does Kira need the holy relic?" He replied. "You think I care? I only get paid." Seo Ju Hyun looked at him for a moment and thought. There was nothing that an intelligence expert didn't know. It really didn't make sense. He hesitated. Should I try again? Then he quickly grabbed the man by the collar. "Listen, Edward. You negotiate. I used to call you my future partner. That's not just talk. If you help me, I will help you make more money than you did in America." The old man's eyes lit up when he heard about money. "A lot of money. Is that so?" He said calmly. "Of course. I wonder what my abilities are like." He hesitated for a moment and then replied. "Okay. Let's make a deal again." He explained. Shufu's holy relic seemed to have something interesting about it. It had become a very powerful support item for the holy relic medicine. Seo Ju Hyun heard that and said, "I have the main ingredients. Now I just need that." Edward Hargan was also surprised. "You have it. What a surprise." He negotiated. "If I had the remaining holy relic, I could make more powerful medicines. And what if we used it to make money?" He smiled at the old man convincingly. "This is not a lie. I really will create a pharmaceutical company. Earn money by distributing drugs to treat the holy relic syndrome at low prices. This is to avoid the misunderstanding of pharmaceuticals. Intoxicating those with the syndrome. Avoiding the risks that happened in the previous life. This is the fastest and most profitable way to earn money. After negotiating, they boarded the plane together and left. The two bodyguards looked at the person in front of them and said, "This is probably the first time we've met you." Seo Ju-hyun looked shyly at the bodyguards around him. Irene Hilton saw this and explained, "I'm sorry about this. My brother must have sent bodyguards to protect me." Jae-ha looked at him and asked, "Is it okay to let them follow like that? It seems a bit uncomfortable." Seo Ju-hyun said frankly, "I can't lead you guys into the dungeon with this many people." They heard that and replied, "We understand. I have heard a lot about you. You are an experienced person in this matter. But we will still do our best to help you." Seo Ju-hyun spoke up. "Okay. Thank you guys." After saying that, they quickly set off. "Then let's go." Edward Hargan says the remains of the Shufu are in Ghana, Africa. And Kira seems to be doing something with it. But this seems a bit strange. It's obviously related to the dungeon. But she didn't mobilize any troops. It seems to be done in secret with some of her subordinates. Seo Ju-hyun asked him, why was it so difficult? But he didn't seem to understand either. "I don't know. But there was something fishy about them." Seo Ju-hyun got excited when he heard that. It must be very interesting. They also quickly reached the outskirts of Accra, Ghana, Africa. Through the binoculars he saw what he was looking for. Sure enough, it was here. Seo Ju-hyun looked forward and said, "Kira's people. Especially since she also uses the holy relic." Yu Jae-ha heard that and asked, "So what do we do?" He turned to walk back to them. They were probably just at the casino. "Should I bet with them on this holy relic?" They just walked around there and waited outside. Irene Hilton realized what he was going to do. She asked, "So you're going alone?" He replied, "I need you to help me outside the casino. If I signal, use the power of bankruptcy." After saying that, he left. That was today's homework. Seo Ju-hyun and Yu Jae-ha quickly arrived at the casino. In front of him was a group of people happily playing cards and betting. He glanced at the red-haired and blonde-haired men. How? Blame it on his low morals. The other person was not convinced. But this was impossible. How could there be such a series of victories? Seo Ju-hyun walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, it's my turn. I want to play with these guys too." The red-haired man looked up at him. "This is the first time I've met you. Do you think you're up to it?" Seo Ju-hyun smiled and replied, "I want to try it too." The other person also agreed. "Okay, then come sit here." Very quickly he was dealt the cards and the two of them played together. Seo Ju-hyun still did not forget his mission and explored everything around. He looked towards the corner of the table. The medicine and food were scattered on the corner of the table. Maybe she had hidden the holy relic in the middle. Use it to boost your luck. It's a nasty the holy relic. He smiled determinedly, "Let me teach you what real bankruptcy is." Seo Ju-hyun kept winning hands. Straight flush, four of a kind, he didn't give the person in front of him a chance to win. Seo Ju-hyun happily looked at the bewildered person in front of him. She trembled. How could this be? How did this happen? He saw that and smiled. Seo Ju-hyun said, "Maybe it's because I'm lucky, isn't it like you just now?" He continued in a low voice, "I also know you used the holy relic to increase your luck." Suddenly her secret was exposed like that, she was scared. He reached toward the corner of the table and looked at what was here. He held the coin in his hand and said, "The coin of the goddess of luck, it depends on the owner's wish to help it come true." He continued to provoke, but with a common the holy relic like this, it was still not enough. Did she know that the holy relic was very weak, only at C rank? I thought to myself, and I'm pouring SS class power on them. Irene Hilton came out of the casino and was using her bankruptcy power on everyone except Yu Jae-ha and me. Looks like she's gotten better at controlling it after the last few times. Everyone was unlucky except me anyway. She got angry when she saw that. "You bastard, you knew about the holy relic from the beginning." He heard that and replied, "Don't be silly, give me the money." She reluctantly turned around, took the bag of money and handed it to him. He looked for a moment and said, "That's not enough." He heard and was stunned. What did he say? Seo Juhian said loudly, "You have to pay more for cheating me, $1 million per game, give it to me now." She immediately panicked, "What, where is the law?" Seo Juhian heard that and immediately pulled out his sword and threatened, "Oh, so you're not going to give it back to me?" He continued, "If there is no money, I will accept to pay with other things, because I am quite easygoing. The holy relic of Shufu, give it up, and what is Kara doing here, tell me everything in detail." She still couldn't stop asking him angrily, "So you intentionally approached us for this purpose? You think our confidential information is that easy?" Suddenly the soldier beside her painfully held his stomach. The people around asked, "What happened?" He painfully replied, his stomach felt like it was crushed. Seo Juhian was confused, "What's going on? I haven't done anything yet." The other guys kept screaming, "Suddenly all my teeth fell out, it hurt so much." I think he just realized something. Could it be Irene Hilton? Sure enough, she was extremely panicked. Something was wrong, I think I couldn't control it anymore. The bodyguard beside her saw this and asked, "Miss, are you okay?" She was worried. Seo Juhian told me not to overdo it, what should I do? On the other side, she was painfully holding her chest. I will say everything I know, so stop immediately." Seo Juhian was a bit surprised. I also wished she did it sooner. However, I still don't know how to solve it. She replied painfully, "If you go a little north of this place, you will find a forest, and inside there is a dungeon. There is something being grown under the dungeon." Seo Juhian and Yu Jaehao were both surprised. What the hell is down there? She painfully tried to say, "I'm not sure. Anyway, if you want to enter that tomb, you must be a child, because the holy relic Shufu only allows children to enter." Seo Juhian understood, "So that's how it was. I thought that woman had some weird the holy relic." She continued, "That's all I know. Can you stop it now?" Seo Juhian smiled and replied, "Sorry, I couldn't stop." "Oh dear, this guy is a bit too stubborn." After saying that, he took out a medicine, "But I will help you forget the pain this way." Yu Jaehao standing by saw this and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "This way is too painful." Seo Juhian spoke up, "I only did it because I needed to keep it a secret. If we untie her like the girl last time, they will immediately report to Kira. Then there will be trouble like when we were in Turkey." Yu Jaehao reluctantly agreed after hearing what he said. "I think you're right." Suddenly, a system notification screen appeared in front of him. "You have obtained the title of Unforgivable Prisoner, with the titles of the Destruction of the Prisoner. The Holy Relic Destroyer and the Shameless Rogue have been combined to obtain the hidden skill. The Cruel, the skill is always activated, helping you to increase your strength." Seo Juhian didn't seem to care much and asked another question, "Where is Irene Hilton anyway?" He picked up the phone to check the situation, including the bodyguard's name. Seo Juhian called her bodyguard to ask if she was okay. She used that power just now and might have lost control. Maybe it's too risky to use it. Suddenly a bodyguard appeared behind him following her. He said in panic, "Something serious happened." Seo Juhian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What?" He replied, "I lost track of Irene Hilton. I suddenly felt a little weak, so I was a bit negligent." He recounted the incident. "Suddenly she kicked me and ran away. I tried to chase after her but couldn't catch up. I couldn't believe how strong and fast she was." Seo Juhian was worried after hearing that. It was true, risky. He said, "Look around this place, she's just here." Yu Jaehao and the bodyguard also said one by one, "I'll be in charge of this place. I'll go in the opposite direction." After dividing up, they immediately set out to find Irene Hilton. Seo Juhian ran while thinking hard about what would happen if he couldn't find her. Should he use the purification map to find her? But to use it, Irene Hilton's help was still needed. Wait, I think he realized something. Seo Juhian immediately stopped. He just needed to find the light of power that Irene Hilton used just now. Focus, I'm trying my best to think. Suddenly Seo Juhian's eyes lit up as if he had found a clue. It's over there. After finding him, he immediately ran forward. Seo Juhian arrived at a small hotel after a while. As soon as I stepped in here, I wondered why she came to the hotel. I didn't understand. Seo Juhian walked up to the staff and asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Do you see a white girl with blonde hair here?" The staff quickly replied, Yes, you are her boyfriend?" "How lucky." She said tiredly, "Please take her out of here and use me, it's too noisy. Even though I took her money, I can't accept this." After saying that, she gave him her room key. Seo Juhian quickly used it to open the door. He just walked in and found the person he was looking for. Irene Hilton was so drunk that her face was red. She kept calling Seo Juhian's name. He quickly went to clean up the bottles of wine she had drunk. Was this a case of alcoholism? She drank too much. He looked at the amount of alcohol she had drunk with some concern. Even if the effects of the risk wore off, she had drunk too much and he wouldn't be able to ask her anything until tomorrow morning. Seo Ju-hyun sighed. It's better to sleep here until morning. He reached over and brushed Irene Hilton's hair back. She looked so sound asleep. I thought someone had taken my bag. Turns out she had.
Irene Hilton was immediately happy when she saw him.
This is the real Seo Ju-hyun. He asked her. Did she sleep well? Why did she drink so much?
But Irene Hilton threw her arms around his neck.
Seo Ju-hyun was startled at once. She quickly pulled him closer to her. I was waiting for Seo Ju-hyun, so I drank while waiting for you.
Seo Ju-hyun saw this and started sweating.
The risk is not over yet? Then what is the risk?
Irene Hilton still doesn't stop causing trouble after being drunk.
The two people lost their balance and quickly fell down.
Irene Hilton's hair smells so good. The two of them were already lips touching.
Seo Ju-hyun didn't react too strongly when he saw her like that.
Very quickly after that the two let go. Irene Hilton seemed unaware of the situation and still happily smiled at him.
Very quickly she completely collapsed.
At this moment, a system notification quickly appeared beside him.
This time the risk was aimed at your lips.
Oh my god, you just said something that everyone knows, I saw that and cursed under my breath.
Tell me before it happens, you damn crow. That was a damn risk.
But fortunately, I returned to the United States safely.
Their general asked, have you followed them like I said?
The other person quickly replied, they had traveled from Turkey to New York and then back to Ghana. People nearby said they used a special plane belonging to the George Hilton family. She heard that and thought for a moment.
Hilton?
Besides, one of the intruders in the Turkish dungeon was a woman. If she was a woman from the Hilton family, it was very possible that Irene Hilton knew them.
She continued to ask, so is there any news from Ghana?
The other person hesitated after hearing that, yes, but it was not good news. Some of the soldiers stationed there appeared to be mentally disturbed and were arrested after walking around the province naked.
They seem to have been mind-controlled by some ancient artifact.
She gritted her teeth in anger after hearing that. These bastards, don't even think about escaping from me this time.
Kara Clark sat down on the chair and asked again, but why did they go there?
There was nothing special there.
The other asked back, did the general have a dungeon in Ghana?
Kara replied, yes, but that holy relic was of no use in actual combat, so I took it to a faraway place.
Kara still had many questions, moreover, why did they need it? The other person replied, General, do you want us to launch a surprise attack?
She replied, this is not that serious yet, what I need is about the Hilton family.
The general ordered an investigation into the Hilton family. After finding Irene Hilton, they got in the car and left. Yu Jae-ha angrily asked, why didn't you contact me yesterday? If you found Irene Hilton, you should have at least given us an hour notice. Do you know how cold it is for me to sleep outside?
He replied shyly, there was a problem, Yu Jae-ha kept asking, so why didn't you pick up when I called? He recounted the incident, she hugged him so tightly, I couldn't get out, maybe that was the risk this time.
Yu Jae-ha was shocked after hearing that, what is this, don't tell me it's two people. Seo Ju-hyun didn't let him say anything and immediately shut him up, that was impossible. Yu Jae-ha kept teasing him, well, there's nothing to be shy about.
Irene Hilton's bodyguard begged her, Miss, please don't drink alcohol again in the future.
Everything is settled, Seo Ju-hyun said, okay, stop talking, we are entering the dungeon.
The system notification screen appeared in front of him again. Note, this dungeon can only be entered when you are a child, this dungeon has been conquered, and now has an owner. Seeing this, he immediately thought, someone went before him, but why didn't the owner of this dungeon close it, why did he have to do that? Thinking so, he still drove in, never mind, just go in and you'll see. He drove while talking, giving me some low-grade holy relics.
Yu Jae-ha heard him say that and became worried, was he planning to destroy the holy relic again?
He quickly accelerated and headed straight for the dungeon ahead, and sure enough, it was.
A huge explosion quickly followed. There is a hole in front, was it filled by someone else?
Seo Ju-hyun spoke up, why are you so surprised, once you get inside you'll be much more surprised. The guard beside him was also scared, what, where are you going? Seo Ju-hyun did not answer but only stepped on the gas to speed up the car. They in the car quickly rushed straight into the dungeon ahead.
The car is shaking non-stop, what the hell, is this a plan?
He smiled, if it is not a road then we will create it. They are not listening anymore, what is the reason now, let me up. It seems like there's still a dungeon left down here, I just have a feeling it's there. This is the best way, the road ahead is blocked again, are you going to continue to destroy it? Sure enough, the car went through the rock ahead. After the car stopped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had stopped, they were alive, they thought they were in heaven.
Next to him appeared the system screen again. This is a dungeon that has been conquered by humans, so you can use human items. He picked up the phone to examine it. Oh, the phone really works. Ujeha looked forward in surprise. What the hell? Big bro, look at that. Hearing the noise, Seo Ju-hyun immediately looked over. Before their eyes was an endless expanse of green, a large tea field. How could they grow it in this place, as wide as 3 football fields combined? And those kids too, are they being controlled? I clearly made a loud noise. Seo Ju-hyun said in a low voice. This was truly a confusing scene. The system screen quickly explained, these people were controlled by the remains of the Shufu, the tea leaves were being harvested under the orders of the holy relic. Seo Ju-hyun still didn't understand. Tell me more, you damn crow. Is this tea garden also made of the holy relic? It is a tea leaf that embodies a kind of human power. Even the dead can feel this power, once tasted it, a very indescribable fragrance. Ujeha kept looking around this tea garden made of Shinnone's the holy relic. Shinnong is a humanoid being with a pair of terrifying horns on his head, also known as Shinnong in Chinese mythology. Shinnong was the first to create farming tools and teach people how to grow crops. He also personally tasted herbs, including poisonous ones. If poisoned, simply chewing tea leaves can detoxify. Ujeha asked him, what about the rest of the holy relic Shufu? Seo Ju-hyun replied, it's also nearby. He frowned, now thinking back I feel a bit. This dungeon was created by the holy relic Shinnong. Could it be that Kira has been here before? Why did she waste this tea plantation? If she didn't need it, then why didn't she close this dungeon? It is also possible that they wanted to take more of it instead of closing the dungeon. There was a restriction that only children could enter this tomb. She took the rest of the Shufu and lured children from nearby Ghana into labor. After Ju-hyun spoke, we need to find the other half of Shufu. On-duk looked around, it was just somewhere around here, it also gave off a nice smell. Suddenly there was a loud noise that made him turn around in surprise. A child was biting Ujeha's hand and wouldn't let go. He was in pain. Big brother, my hand, those children are crazy. He also felt the danger and turned his head behind him. Sure enough, there were 2 children looking at him with very dangerous expressions. Seo Ju-hyun did not give in and looked straight at them. They saw his scary face and immediately backed away. Seo Ju-hyun quickly threw the rope towards everyone and said, tie the children up. Ujeha quickly grabbed the rope and knocked down the children. Very quickly, each one was completely controlled by him. After finishing, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he only got a small bite. Seo Ju-hyun stepped forward to ask, are you okay? Ujeha replied uncomfortably, can't you see my hand is swollen? He didn't seem to care much about him and asked the other 2, how are you 2? They quickly replied, fine, but is Ujeha okay? He shouted again, big brother, it's over. Ahead were a series of children looking at them with bullet-like eyes and filled with dark aura. The children looked at them with threatening eyes. Ujeha was scared, it seemed like these kids were going crazy. Seo Ju-hyun also realized that the situation was not good and troublesome. But he remained calm, but it also had a good side, because maybe the children were reacting to the remaining half of the holy relic. Ujeha was still worried. Are you going to let us get bitten by it like before? Seo Ju-hyun reassured. It's okay, the first time was just an accident, don't worry, it won't happen again. Suddenly a voice rang out from afar, those damned humans, daring to obstruct me, the kids can't concentrate on their work. Seo Ju-hyun saw that and smiled, there you are. He quickly ran forward, got close to Irene Hilton, the holy relic going bankrupt will help us. The holy relic seemed to be angry this time, its aura was a bit special. He advanced and ordered, tie up the people in front for me. In a flash the rope caught the children. It just keeps grabbing them all. Almost all were contained. The holy relic shouted, you bastard, what have you done to the children? He said, I am your new master. That's it kids, I won't let any of you get away. The children saw him angry and immediately backed away in fear. Seo Ju-hyun spoke up, if you don't listen to me, it will come true right now. Underneath his feet was an earthworm running away. Come out, the holy relic. He quickly stepped on it, where did you put the sashimi branch? It struggled in fear, how do you know me, you bastard? Seo Ju-hyun laughed and replied, if I didn't know, there would be no way the tea plants here would be flourishing. Seo Ju-hyun said loudly to everyone, is there a room nearby? I need everyone to help me find it, okay? He turned to the holy relic, so you still intend to bargain, huh? I also know you love money, I want to buy you, tell me, how much? Hearing him say that, he was surprised. How surprising that a person like you knows this. Actually, the money to bribe me is a bit expensive. Ujeha came forward and said, there is no room, big brother, but what about bribery and money? He took out the land and said, "It's because of this." Xu Fu in the story when he left received a lot of support even though he left, but in the end never came back. In this sense, this guy brought the holy relic to blackmail. We need to sign a contract with it to use it, so while we were at the casino, I collected all their money. He looked at the earthworm and said, even this thing is risking its life for money. What a stupid holy relic, what does it use money for? He asked him, how do you see this contract? With that, he quickly opened his wallet to show the holy relic. It quickly crawled towards the money bag, the smell of money was unforgettable. Seo Juhian said, there was only 2 billion in that bag. Hearing that, he immediately raised his price, but it was still not enough. Human, you think you can bribe me with just this much? He quickly took out another bag of money, I knew you would say that. Another bag of money, it was immediately captured, with this much I can take my girlfriend out. Seo Juhian smiled, this amount was more than what Quan had paid him in his previous life, it was enough. He asked again, okay, now it's enough. She fumbled and replied, wait a minute, I'm counting the money. It replied, still not enough, man, we need a little more, still not enough tax money. Seo Juhian was surprised, Kira, how much did she give you? Yu Jaeha whispered to him, actually, most of the leader's money is poured into it, it must be quite a lot. He was a little embarrassed, oh, is it that terrible? After all, I gave up all the cash I had prepared, everything I brought had to be handed over, including jewelry. In addition, the contract documents that are brought, all are delivered to it. Finally it is satisfied, I will follow you, master. After receiving the money, he immediately turned around, hee, my previous master was not like that, but you are quite rich, so what can I do to help you? After capturing him, he locked him in a jar. Seo Juhian looked at him, I finally caught you. I will take good care of you, he panicked, I followed you, what is this? He ordered, this was the first order, unhypnotize the children, let the children go home. He continued, making an exit. It panicked, what? If we do that the holy relic Shinon will go crazy. I'll take care of it myself, he replied. He asked for money again, okay, so the first fee is 7 million won. He angrily said, you want to collect more money again? She calmly replied, isn't it a deposit, no one works for anyone for free. Seo Juhian had no choice but to give in, okay, I'll give it to you when we get out. But he was unreasonable, just give it to me now, why did he have to give it to me when we got out? After hearing that, he immediately got angry. He quickly shook the jar in his hand, do you want to pay first? I'll give it to you, I'll pay you back later, okay? It was scared and quickly agreed. The order was given again to hypnotize the children, you guys go to work. In a flash they were working at full capacity. Seo Juhian saw that and said, we should also pack our things and get ready to go. The children were very good at harvesting tea leaves, some tea seedlings had been dug up and packaged. It was a terrible speed. The preparations for leaving here are over, but there is one problem. I can't leave too many of these kids in the car. Yu Jaeha asked, what should we do? Seo Juhian calmly replied, the only way is to take the luggage down and try walking around. Earthworm, help me get out of here. It was angry, the owner still hasn't given me the money just now, this sly thing. I knew what it wanted so I said, if you escape from here, then add 7 million won, okay? After hearing that, it turned around, we'll take a shortcut. He threw it towards Yu Jaeha, take it, it will guide us. He looked at him confusedly, but what about the boss? He turned his head away, I need to get some more of the holy relic, give me the bag, I'll pick out a few things that might be useful. Another terrifying voice rang out, those humans. How dare they destroy my garden? Agriculture is the most important and profitable thing. Seo Juhian seemed to have found what he was looking for, appear, the holy relic Shinon. He told them, everyone get out of here first, the holy relic Shufu will lead the way. After saying that, he ran forward, I will follow everyone later. Yu Jaeha shouted, you must succeed, I'll throw it. Having said that, he immediately threw the bag at him. Suddenly a halo appeared before him. Is it coming from that briefcase? A barrier suddenly appeared around him, blocking everyone around. Seo Juhian looked at them and said, I'm fine, go out first, I just need to deal with this holy relic and it will disappear. The holy relic Shinon said, you think you can catch me? You arrogant bastard. That is impossible. You will be punished for taking my farmers out of here. A series of tree roots quickly appeared under his feet, restraining him. Seo Juhian quickly used his weapon to cut it off. He quickly focused his strength to form the move. That is the ice cover. He quickly escaped the trap that the holy relic created. He was surprised, how could a human like you? Seo Juhian glanced around. I saw it. It was hidden in the middle of the tea tree. It was also a holy relic like the tea tree. He moved quickly. He had to get to it first. Suddenly Seo Juhian stopped as if something was blocking his way. It's the poison that's constantly coming out of the tea tree ahead. He threatened. No matter how long you hold your breath, you will still die, let me see how long you can last. He heard that and immediately despised. Do you think I'm that easy to defeat? He held in his hand a holy relic. This was humanity's first Homo erectus stone, rank D, it was the holy relic that I got from those CIA bastards. Seo Juhian quickly lit the fire. I'll burn this whole place down. Fire quickly spread throughout the place. He saw that and shouted loudly. This bastard. All around here is filled with fire. He said painfully. It's so hot. How dare you do that? Seo Juhian laughed at that. Aha, this is better than I thought. He quickly ran towards him. There was also a story that Shinnong could rule over fire. But unexpectedly, that was not the case. He took up his sword. You are now my holy relic. Suddenly the surrounding earth and rocks shook violently. He said loudly. I may not know how to use fire, but I know how to rule you. I will send you down to the bottom of this hole. Ujeha, who was outside, couldn't help but feel worried. He kept hitting the barrier and shouting his name. I'm falling down the rabbit hole. It's annoying. It's too deep. If you want to die, then die. Don't drag me down with you. From below, several tree roots appeared and wrapped around his legs. This time I won't let them go. I will turn you into fertilizer for the plants. Seo Juhon is being dragged down the deep hole by him. The earth and rocks collapsed once again. It fell straight into the deep hole where Seo Ju was. The guard announced. This is bad. This place is about to collapse. We have to get out of here. Ujeha said worriedly. But then my big brother will die. And my things in the basket too. The tired bodyguard held his head. But don't you see that we are separated by a wall? The earth and rocks kept collapsing. Ujeha hesitated. Damn it. Finally he made up his mind. We have to get out. There is no other way. Seo Juhian is still being controlled by him? He said. Now you are just a mouse in my hand. Dying down here seems more suitable for you. There is no hope left for you to live. Ujeha quickly cut off the tree that was binding his legs. Your existence makes me feel uncomfortable. Ujeha pondered for a bit. Shinnong was also a god. And this thing was likely anew the holy relic. It is difficult to control long term. He sheathed his sword and advanced towards him. Seeing this, he immediately provoked him. You give up? Are you sure? Seo Juhian said. I want to try it once. He picked up a stone. If you die before me here, I wonder if I can escape? If there's a big enough explosion, I'll be out of here. This is the only way I have left. He got angry when he heard that. What an idiot. Aren't you afraid? Are you also dragged into this explosion? Seo Juhian smiled. I don't care. He commanded the stone. The holy relic, use all your power now. It said painfully. Master, if you do this, I will be ruined. Seo Juhian didn't care and quickly lit the fire. A huge explosion followed immediately afterwards. The three of them outside also noticed the incident. Fire is constantly coming out of the mountain. Damn, this dungeon is about to collapse. In a moment it collapsed completely. From the smoke and dust a figure emerged. It was Seo Juhon. Luckily he escaped. Ujeha and everyone else immediately ran over. I thought you were dead. Weren't you locked in there? How did you do that? Seo Juhon replied. How could I die so easily? Don't worry too much. This dungeon has already been cleared by me. Irene Hilton said, Ujeha was very worried about you, Seo Juhon. He immediately retorted. When was I worried? I was just asking. He continued to explain shyly. Because he is my big brother. If he dies, I don't know where to go. That's not good either. Seo Juhon threw a few holy relics at him. That seemed like a good idea. Unfortunately, we will be busy for a long time. So prepare yourself. Ujeha looked at what he had just thrown at him and asked. Big bro, what are these two things? Seo Juhian quickly explained. It was the holy relic Shinnong. It was injured. The rest of the flint was ruined. I need you to fix it. He looked at it, a little speechless. It was a lump of coal.
Seo Ju-hoon heard that and threatened.
You mean you can't fix it? Yu Jae-ha was scared. No, I never said that. Of course I will fix it.
But in his heart, he thought differently. I think it's about to die. He threw another thing at him, along with the Hammurabi stone. With that, they turned and left.
Let's go home. I have some things to do.
The scene has shifted to Los Angeles.
They were fanning the tree. Playing flutes for it. Watering it. It looks more alive than I do now. Oh, Sung-woo asked in frustration. Are we going to continue like this forever, like farmers?
The other guy said.
No, I think we're more like plant stewards. How much longer is it? Suddenly a call from Seo Ju-hoon appeared on the phone screen. Oh, Sung-woo quickly picked up. Hello, big brother. Long time no see. What's up, big brother? To New York. Bring all that stuff? Yeah. I get it. The people behind heard that and asked, is it Seo Ju-hoon? What did he say? Oh, Sung-woo replied. We need to go to New York. He said it again. Seo Ju-hoon told us to go to New York. Let's pack. We haven't been out in a while.
The plane finally landed. Ju-hyun was still sleeping soundly with his strange eye mask.
Jae-ha went to wake him up.
Big bro, hearing Ju-hoon slowly sat up.
What is it?
He replied.
We're in New York. Let's get off the plane. He was still in a daze. Yeah, I know. I'll be right up.
Even so, he still couldn't get up. His body kept swaying.
Irene also spoke up. Ju-hoon, we're here. Oh, you're awake?
She continued hesitantly, but we have some problems.
Ju-hoon asked. What problems? Irene replied. I can't get in touch with the driver. This has never happened before. Ju-hoon heard and said. We can take a taxi. It's okay. Okay, I'll try to contact you again. Hopefully nothing happens. Let's pack.
After getting in the car, Jae-ha said excitedly.
It's been a long time since I took a taxi. Ju-hoon seemed unaffected by his mood. He calmly asked. Still haven't been able to contact your driver? Irene replied. Yeah, I'm worried something happened at home.
Hearing that, his comforting voice rang out.
Don't worry too much. Irene. He smirked. We're almost there. I'll treat your parents right away.
Suddenly the phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Ju-hoon looked down and saw the tree planting team calling. It was Oh Sung-woo.
He just picked up the phone.
The other end of the line shouted loudly.
Big brother.
Sung-woo hurriedly continued.
We are heading to the designated location, but the Americans keep chasing us.
Ju-hoon's voice rang out.
Are you guys being tailed? Why? They keep chasing after us to take that almond tree. Hearing that, Ju-hoon fell into thought. That was true. Because it was something everyone wanted.
It seemed like he was too careless. I guess I need to summon a fire to get there in time. The holy relic elixir. The system screen appears.
The summoning is rejected. Elixir is rebelling against your domination.
After reading those lines, Ju-hoon was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat. The other end of the line kept asking for help.
Big bro, what should we do?
Ju-hoon had no choice but to give the order.
Go to the location I told you earlier. Now try to run. The gloomy voice that came through made Sung-woo panic no less. If you get caught, you're done with me.
Irene, who had been listening, turned to ask.
What's wrong? What happened to your friend? It's a bit troublesome.
They'll take care of it, he continued. But Irene's face still showed worry.
We just need to get to the appointed place quickly. Driver, can you go a little faster? Not knowing what to think, Irene's emotions suddenly sank.
Jae-ha spoke up. Well, this path was blocked from the start. The traffic on the road was jammed. The sound of digging continued.
What kind of business was this? Why didn't they take another route?
But there was no other way. The driver frowned in frustration.
You think we're the only ones stuck here? There are many people behind us just like us. Let's take another route. Hurry. He replied. We've been in here for a while now. There's no turning back.
Hearing that, Ju-hyun frowned uncomfortably. Irene's eyes filled with tears.
What should I do if something happens to your friend and my parents?
Suddenly a loud explosion interrupted the girl's words, smoke and fire billowed. Ju Hyun poked his head out to listen in on the situation.
What's going on?
Screams are going on all around, the bridge is collapsing, it's exploding, where are your eyes?
Jae-ha asked worriedly, what's wrong, big brother? Do you know what the hell is going on? Suddenly thinking of something, Jae-ha's expression became extremely bad.
They turned to see Irene seemingly in a state of panic.
Irene, calm down. Ju Hyun tries to wake Irene up. Irene, wake up.
The system displays a warning, according to the user's sensitivity, the holy relic will rely on emotions, the bigger the stronger the power. Warning that the user's negative emotions are being leaked violently.
Ju Hyun cursed under his breath and grabbed Irene's hand tightly.
He reassured her, don't waste it won't help us solve any problems right now. Then the fighting emotions in Irene's eyes gradually calmed down.
She panicked, what did I just do? I'm going to call the police.
Before her finger touched the screen, Ju Hyun stopped her, never mind, all the police in this state are bankrupt, they can't come here, so what am I supposed to do?
Ju Hyun smiled mysteriously and said, it's time to use this.
The holy relic of Quan that I got earlier, at that time, I couldn't use it because the control wasn't strong enough. His eyes were determined, but now it was different.
In a small alley in New York City, an annoyed voice rang out, where the hell are they?
The leader frowned, we would get billions of dollars if we got that tree.
Another guy chimed in, but they didn't seem to understand what we were saying, should we get an interpreter?
He made a decision, there could be no more delay, although he was very reluctant, but we had to rob. The guy cocked his gun, no one cares about the disappearance of a bunch of foreigners, deal with them as soon as they are discovered. They must be nearby, hurry up and find them.
Sung-woo, hiding behind the wall, heard their plan.
Waiting for them to leave, the three of them happily looked at the potted plants in their hands.
Luckily, they were gone.
It was because we disguised ourselves so well that they didn't recognize us. While they were complacent, an officer shouted, it's them, I received a report that there are some suspicious men dressed as nuns. Sung-woo saw that he was discovered and quickly turned around to attack that guy. The screams echoed throughout the hallway, running quickly, being chased by the ghost soldiers, then the police. He angrily took off his hood, who started this nun disguise, it's not me bro. Just disguise yourself as a tourist, don't let them catch you. At the fork in the road ahead, the group of people suddenly jumped out, there they were. Sung-woo saw the situation before his eyes and knew that this matter had become extremely troublesome. Damn it, he was discovered, and this time he even brought a gun. His face turned pale, oh, there's another policeman behind us, the other one didn't hesitate to shout, kill.
Mori trembled and warned them, the police are behind you.
The guy shouted carelessly, I don't care. The situation before their eyes was extremely dire, their group was surrounded on both sides, it was very difficult to escape. He said with determination, General Kara will take care of this, shoot. Sung-woo's group saw their indifferent attitude towards the consequences and frowned in panic, this was really over. The police on the other end are coming too, I will throw you guys in jail for impersonating nuns. Suddenly, while he was speaking, his body faded and disappeared before everyone's surprised eyes.
Sung-woo felt unbelievable, that policeman disappeared.
Another person also looked around in shock, the others also disappeared. A voice rang out from afar, I came just in time.
Ju Hyun stepped forward and appeared in their sight. He smiled confidently, they shouted happily, it's the boss. Sung-woo wondered, what happened? What about them?
Ju Hyun replied, disappeared as if they never existed, a place that could also be called the end of the world.
All three of them were stunned after hearing that. At Kraid's house. The scream echoed in the dark night, what the hell? Where are we? We were on the road, why are we suddenly in the plains?
The group of people who had disappeared earlier now reappeared in this desolate place.
They looked around in confusion, what the hell was going on?
This little horse was so beautiful, where the hell was this?
The crowd shouted in unison, where is this? Ju Hyun held up the tickets in his hand, it was an invitation from the SS Rank Lord. This is a holy relic that originated from the ancient concept of kamikakushi in Japan.
They thought that if they suffered too much, God would take them there. Sung-woo called him, oh right bro, this tree.
He smirked, it finally had a complete form.
Looking at the tree full of life in front of him, Ju Hyun was very excited, we were able to wake it up too.
In the dark basement, the light bulb was the only source of light.
A gloomy voice rang out, what, that tree over there, feels like it's my lost half.
Ju Hyun said, I will help you improve. Then he yanked the tree up, it screamed, what the hell?
No, go away, I hate this man, his ability to dominate is disgusting. Sung-woo saw that and broke out in a sweat, big brother, be gentle with it, its leaves are very weak.
Ju Hyun curled the corner of his lips. He wasn't worried at all. 1 or 2 leaves wouldn't hurt anything. The tree kept screaming, "You bastard, where are my servants? Give them back to me, it hurts." He held up the vase in his hand and said, "Okay, go to your new house." Ju Hyun smiled wickedly. Luckily he has a roommate. The worm crawled down and said, "My other half found it." The tree tried to protest, "Trying to take my territory." The worm wriggled again. "We all belong to each other." "Ignore its screams, continue with your work, stay away from me, I don't need anyone." Ju Hyun poured the bag of soil into the pot and stomped a few times, replacing it with new soil. Then he used his dominance to stimulate the growth of the plant. It screamed, "What domination? No, never, I hate it. It hurts." Regardless of its emotional ups and downs, Ju Hyun continuously used his strength on the tree. Bright red berries began to appear on the foliage. Seeing his work, Ju Hyun happily shouted, "Done! Anyone who eats this fruit will be cured of all diseases. Now all we have to do is feed your parents. Let's go." Irene also happily replied, "Yes." The orange car sped down the road. It gradually entered the Hilton Villa area. Suddenly the driver's face turned serious. What? What? The bodyguards were lying on the grass. Why were there people lying here? Ju Hyun quickly shouted, "Stop the car quickly." He stepped down with a displeased look on his face. What the hell was going on? The walls were splashed with dirt. The railings were broken everywhere. Jaeha asked worriedly, "What the hell is this?" Irene replied, "I can't get in touch with the private driver." Ju Hyun quickly walked ahead. He called everyone. "Come inside." The villa door was pushed open. At the same time, Irene's scream rang out. "Brother!" On the ground was George's motionless body. The wound on his back was bleeding non-stop. Seeing someone coming, he frowned and tried to make a sound. "Thank goodness." Ju Hyun spoke up. "Hey, wake up." He tried to sit up. Luckily, he was back. George endured the pain. "We were attacked." Ju Hyun thought to himself. "The wound is deep. It seems to be from the holy relic. Do you know who they are?" He frowned and replied, "My father and mother." They aimed at the two of them. Then they were sucked into a strange painting. Ju Hyun heard and turned to Jaeha and said, "Check Mr. and Mrs. Hilton's room quickly." Jaeha replied, "Okay," and quickly ran off. Suddenly the phone on the cabinet rang. He looked at it warily and thought. The other end of the line began to speak. "Hello, is anyone there? Irene Hilton, do you know? You lost your own family overnight. But don't worry. Only your brother is very stubborn. But don't worry, your parents are still alive." The voice continued to ring in everyone's ears. "If you promise us one thing, your parents will be safe. If you are ready, please contact this number. Don't forget, my patience has limits." "You know what I mean?" Sungwoo asked in frustration. "What? Who is that woman?" Irene replied. "Kira, that's a threat. Only she would do this." After a while of searching, Jaeha hurriedly ran downstairs. Mrs. Hilton's room was empty. "I didn't see anyone." Hearing that, Irene seemed to collapse. The emotion in the girl's eyes was extremely panic. Ju Hyun comforted her, "Calm down, Irene. I have a way. But save her brother first," he said as he reached out to pick some berries from the tree. The tree kept cursing. "It hurts, damn humans." He bent down and handed it to George. "Now, eat this, it will be fine." He tilted his head in wonder. "What is this?" Ju Hyun didn't bother to explain and stuffed it straight into his mouth. "Eat, you talk too much." George's scream stunned everyone. Ugh, the smell was like bad breath. "Damn it, I'm definitely going to kill you. This smell is unbearable." Suddenly the scolding stopped. A beam of light appeared on his chest. The wound healed itself, George said unexpectedly. He was finally able to sit up. Ju Hyun's voice rang out. "How was it? Was it effective?" Irene rushed to hug him. She called out emotionally, "Brother." George smiled and patted her on the shoulder. "It's okay, Irene. I'm fine. Besides, we should take care of our parents now." Ju Hyun interrupted. "Don't worry about it." The two people turned to look at him in confusion. The guy came to a conclusion. The parents were not kidnapped. George's emotions exploded when he heard that. What did you say? Are you kidding? I saw the two of them get sucked into the painting with my own eyes. Ju Hyun calmly replied. Yes. That's right. But they're fake. His words made George gasp in surprise. What? What? Jae-ha waved his hand and smiled. I did some tricks before coming to Ghana. George grabbed him. How could that be? So I was protecting my fake parents before? He tried to calm him down. Okay. Calm down, brother. I'm just doing what Big Brother said. Ju Hyun continued. Anyway, thanks to that, he avoided kidnapping his real parents. It was all thanks to me for planning this. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Irene turned to look at him. Her eyes seemed to be shining. If so, that was lucky. How could Ju Hyun think that? The girl's question rang out. Did he know it would happen? Not everyone knows. The bankrupt king of the past is very different from the current Irene. But it must have been because of this incident that she was forced to work for them. Her parents are weakened by the Holy Relic explosion syndrome. That is her fatal weakness. Plus the disease was progressing faster than expected. It was too dangerous to leave them alone. So I made my decision. It would be too long to explain. His voice rang out as he thought that. That meant I was prepared for the worst. Someone deliberately accelerated the growth of her parents' disease. So I was worried. That's why I took them away. George glared at him. Why didn't you tell us? He replied. If you want to fool your enemies, you must first fool your allies. Now let's get down to business. He smirked. I will get revenge on the woman who did this. The luxurious black car sped down the road. George turned to Ju Hyun and asked, what's going on with you and General Kira? She has a very high status. Even I would have a hard time getting close to her. Ju Hyun smiled back. He didn't seem worried. I have my own way. His plan left the two people sitting behind a bit stunned. It was Edward. I had him write some reports. It should have started now. Jae-ha asked. What report? He replied. If you have any questions, go online. Suddenly he said. Oh, no need. The radio is fine. He pressed the button. The radio started playing. Breaking news. There were a bunch of missing children in Ghana. The culprit was us General Kira. It seems shocking that a general is exploiting child labor. According to sources, children are being exploited by General Kira. Jae-ha wondered. What's going on? How did you get this news? Ju Hyun interrupted him. How is it? You can't believe it, right? The system screen displays a message. The dungeon in Ghana is conquered by Kira. This is a dungeon that has been conquered by humans. So you can use human items. Ju Hyun looked down at the phone in his hand. It was true. His phone was still working. Knowing I could use my cell phone in the dungeon would be very useful. It was also because of Edward's help that I found out that Kira was doing something secret in this dungeon. Furthermore, I wondered earlier why she left this place after conquering it. It was possible that it was for some purpose of hers. I saw that something was wrong. Kira had been kidnapping children in Ghana and exploiting them, forcing them to work. Ju Hyun continued. And I also took a video of the children harvesting tea leaves. Just a small scene can excite the audience, of course I will take this opportunity. I sent this video directly to Edward. Edward used his media contacts to write the article to start the attack. I helped him become a rich man again, so he was willing to help me. Jae-ha replied after hearing that. She must be very confused right now. Ju Hyun laughed and said. I have prepared a lot of plans anyway. Now is just the beginning. Jae-ha exclaimed softly. How scary. George praised. This is a very good plan. Is that so? Ha ha. Irene said while scrolling through her phone. She topped the search results in just one day. Even the president of Ghana said he would leave Pandora. Ju Hyun turned his head to look out the window. It was going smoother than he thought. The radio crackled again. There had been a great demonstration against the exploitation of black labor. The Foreign Office had blamed the incident on General Kara's arbitrary action. A purple light suddenly appeared before Ju Hyun's eyes. Alert system. There is a suspicious picture aimed at you. He quickly ordered, stop the car immediately. Even though he didn't understand what was happening, George quickly stepped on the brakes. The sound of the wheels rubbing against the road was extremely deafening. Ju Hyun shouted urgently. Get out of the car quickly. Or we'll die. The incident happened so suddenly that Irene and Jaeha didn't have time to react. A terrible sound rang out. The body of the car began to melt. The once sturdy car was now nothing more than a mass of mud. Luckily, everyone got out in time. They couldn't hide their shock. What? The car. Suddenly it moved forward as if it encountered some kind of gravitational force. Then the black goo shot straight into a picture frame. They looked up just in time to see the scene. These people were. Damn. That was the painting my parents were sucked into. Jaeha wondered. Hey, is that it? That's a Vincent van Gogh painting. That's a holy relic. George replied. Shouldn't it be in Holland? A person standing on it causes a feeling of extreme oppression. Isn't this General Kira? Just mention General. General comes. She sarcastically said in annoyance. You did some really cute things, Ju Hyun. Finally she could no longer hide her anger. Her eyes seemed to be on fire. How dare you blame me? Ju Hyun smiled provocatively. Oh, so it's the General? Why do you think I'm blaming you? I've never bullied anyone before, how could that happen? Are you trying to frame me? Where's the evidence? His calm tone made her even angrier. I was just showing the world the General's daily life. I'm not at fault in this. And even if I don't expose everything, you'll get what you pay for sooner or later. Kira. Kira gritted her teeth after hearing that, seemingly unable to refute even a single word. She couldn't control her emotions anymore. Hatred poured out. Shut up. You think I'll fall just because of something like this? Ju Hyun calmly replied. So what? What are you going to do to me when you've lost everything? Kira grunted and raised her voice. I will hold you responsible for this. Don't forget that the Hilton family is in my hands. Hand over the holy relic you just got and Irene Hilton, or you'll see how the Hilton family dies. Irene worriedly stepped forward but was immediately stopped by his hand. He reassured her. Don't worry. I'm here. It's okay. His provocative tone echoed again, making Kara extremely angry. If you can, then try it. She also threatened back. This son of a bitch. Hilton's parents are in this picture. Don't think I'm kidding. That statement made Jaeha and George furrow their eyebrows. Ju Hyun didn't look worried at all. He replied comfortably. Is that so? Are you sure? Kira saw this and immediately gave orders to her subordinates. Take out the two Hilton family members and kill them. Suddenly the officer's voice trembled. Ah, no way. This. He shouted. I don't see the two of them in the picture, General. Kira heard that and turned around immediately. What did you say? The two officers hesitated. They were gone. They are not here anymore. Seeing her trump card disappear without a trace, Kira's emotions were burning fiercely at this moment. She screamed madly. Ju Hyun, what have you done? His response was a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha. Ju Hyun curled his lips in a disdainful smile. He would never tell her, that was an internal secret. Kira gritted her teeth and cursed at him. Bastard. Suddenly the dangerous purple light appeared again. Kira's command rang out. Suck them all up. She said determinedly. I should have done this from the beginning. Jaeha shouted anxiously. His body was slowly being sucked in. Suddenly a golden light appeared like a barrier protecting them. The officer said urgently. The holy relic suddenly lost control. Ah. Back to the beginning. Ju Hyun bowed his head and smiled. He. Back to the beginning. He turned and said. Thanks to her. I lived. Irene. Irene's determined voice rang out. Dare to take my parents hostage. She said firmly. Ju Hyun. Let me take care of these people. Go save my parents first. The system appeared again. The holy relic was broken and reacting to the user's emotional changes. The destruction was being strengthened. Ju Hyun pulled George's hand. Hey. Let's go. What? He said worriedly. But my sister was still there. He smiled back. You're worrying about the wrong person. Ju Hyun's voice rang out. His sister was not simple. Irene shouted firmly. I will end it here with you. Kira curled her lips in disdain. It seemed she didn't believe in the strength of the girl before her eyes. Oh, she was so bold. The scene was terrifying and gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder and lightning filled the sky. The system also said that the Holy Relic went bankrupt and that the Holy Relic War was nearby. That means that the Holy Relic War is still nearby. It all ends here. Kira smirked with disdain. Ha ha ha, forgive me? Someone like you. How ridiculous. You're quite bold. I'll keep an eye out for what you can do. It looks like she has a very useful holy relic, but don't get too cocky. If you are against me, then I have no other choice. After saying that, Kira immediately shot an arrow straight at Irene Hilton. The arrow flew towards Irene Hilton as fast as lightning. Make a big bang. Everything around was shattered into hundreds of pieces. Dust flew everywhere in the space. The soldier next to him immediately said, "General, aren't you going to capture that girl alive?" Kira smiled coldly in response. She might be a danger in the future, so it was best not to leave her for long. Besides, she's alone now, which is very beneficial for us. Suddenly, the other guy shouted in panic. "General, look over there." She was still intact, without any harm at all. Irene Hilton remained standing there, staring defiantly at Kira. Kira saw that and lost her initial composure. She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it. She was really stubborn. Irene Hilton shouted loudly. Now it's my turn. No scene moved to another location. While Irene Hilton was confronting Kira, Seo Joo-hyun and Irene Hilton's brother quickly drove away. Irene Hilton's brother asked worriedly, "Is my sister really going to be okay?" Seo Joo-hyun replied with a calm smile. "It's okay. Don't you trust your sister?" "But what if I say it's not okay? What are you going to do?" "So what can you do if you want to go back when you can't even use the holy relic?" His words left him stunned, not knowing how to respond. It was only natural, since it was the undeniable truth. Irene Hilton's brother gritted his teeth in frustration because he was so useless and could do nothing to help her. Seo Joo-hyun saw that and had to explain, "Okay, you don't need to worry too much. I mean, your sister is much stronger than you think. We're almost there. Get ready to meet your parents." Oh Sung-woo carried the potted plant inside and asked in confusion, "Big brother, isn't this a hotel? Is it okay for us to go in like this?" Seo Joo-hyun said softly, "No problem. I bought an apartment here. Let's go." Hearing that, he was surprised and said, "What? So rich?" Then they entered a room together. As soon as he entered, Irene Hilton's brother excitedly called out to his parents. Seo Joo-hyun said to Oh Sung-woo, who was covering his nose because of the unpleasant smell, "Go get some fruits from that tree for me." He nodded. Okay. I'll go now." Seo Joo-hyun held the fruit in his hand and said to them, "I should have handled it in several stages, but we don't have time now," he said, and then squeezed his hand tightly, causing the juice from the fruit to flow straight into the old man's mouth. Then a beam of light appeared. The old man's body gradually regained vitality. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. "Oh my god, the recovery speed is so fast. It's truly miraculous." Seo Joo-hyun said. "It's not enough for Mr. Hilton. And Mrs. Hilton. Just do as I did." Irene Hilton's brother nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Oh Sung-woo's eyes widened in surprise. "This tree is so cool." Then he unconsciously reached out to touch the leaves. The tree immediately got angry and shouted, "Don't touch me, human." At this moment, Irene Hilton's father, who was lying in bed, woke up in a daze. He held his head and asked tiredly, "Where is this? What happened to me?" Seo Joo-hyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Hilton. Your health is much better now." Irene Hilton's brother called out excitedly, "Dad, Mom. Mom, can you hear me?" Seo Joo-hyun comforted him. "She'll wake up soon. Don't worry too much." "Okay, I'll go back and get Irene Hilton. You stay here and take care of your parents." Watching his back as he left, Irene Hilton's brother called out worriedly, Hey! Are you going alone? Be careful. Thank you very much for this." Seo Joo-hyun quickly replied, "Okay, I'm going." Even though Irene Hilton is stronger, she still can't control that power well. "In my previous life, I had a hard time killing her." At this moment, a notification appeared in the system. "The Holy Relic is bankrupt and the Holy Relic War is around here." Seo Joo-hyun thought happily. "Oh, so she's around here. Suddenly Ujeha, who was standing beside him, pointed forward and shouted loudly. "Oh, look, big brother. This place has completely turned into a sea of fire." Seo Ju-hyun immediately jumped out of the car and said, "Let's just drive here." Ujeha looked at the ruined scene around him and couldn't help but tremble in fear. He stammered, saying that this battle was really scary. Seo Ju-hyun glanced at him and said bluntly, "There are many things scarier than this." Unfortunately, he couldn't retreat anymore. Usually, coming to a dangerous place like this can only bring a feeling of fear. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of them, staring at the two of them. Ujeha asked worriedly, "Big brother, what is that?" Suddenly that person spoke, Ju-hyun. Seo Ju-hyun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was still safe and sound. Luckily, she was fine. Ujeha, standing next to her, felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She spoke so loudly and nervously, she scared me to death. Seriously, what a weird person. Irene Hilton told the two of them. Kira suddenly disappeared. "We were fighting and then she suddenly disappeared. Did she run away?" Seo Ju-hyun frowned and thought to himself, this woman definitely isn't someone who likes to run away like that. The system also said that the Holy Relic went bankrupt and that the Holy Relic War was nearby. That means that the Holy Relic War is still nearby. Suddenly something flashed through his mind. He smiled mysteriously. Her risk might have already been triggered. Irene Hilton looked at him in confusion. "What risk? What the hell are you talking about?" Seo Ju-hyun then explained to her that she had a holy relic called Sekhmet, the goddess of destruction in Egyptian mythology, another goddess of destruction called Hathor, also known as the goddess of love. According to this theory, the holy relic had transformed. "I was told it was nearby, but I can't find it. Something must have changed here. Maybe we can take this opportunity to get an advantage over her. But finding her in this neighborhood is not easy, but there will still be a way to find her easily." Elsewhere, a larva was wriggling on the ground. Kira inside the larva was gritting her teeth in anger and helplessness. "Damn it, did I use too much power and the risk came too quickly? So this is the risk this time? I can't see anything, my body can't move. If they catch us in this state, it'll be dangerous." Ujeha happily called out from afar, "Big brother," while running, he almost stepped on Kira who was writhing on the ground. "I found this thing, it's the holy relic." Seo Ju-hyun looked at the thing he was holding in his hand with a cold expression. "So you went around just to get this?" Ujeha said in confusion, "I felt like I needed this, so I went looking for it." That's what they left behind when they disappeared. Even though it was the holy relic, it was a very famous painting by Van Gogh. Before he could finish his sentence, Seo Ju-hyun had already torn the painting without hesitation. Ujeha saw that and cried out, "Oh my god, what the hell are you doing? It's a beautiful painting and a limited edition, and it's a holy relic too. I don't know, quickly pay me back." Seo Ju-hyun said calmly, "The purification map I disguised as a notebook, it is a very useful thing. Now tell me where the owner of this holy relic is." Kira suddenly felt something was wrong. She said in confusion, "What is this, what is this?" Seo Ju-hyun looked at the larva wriggling on the ground in surprise. He didn't expect it. He caught it, General. Looking at the larva in Seo Ju-hyun's hand, Ujeha said doubtfully, "What, is this really her? Is there some mistake?" "It's just a larva." Seo Ju-hyun confidently affirmed, "No, I'm sure General Kara is in here, just changed form. First of all, we won thanks to you, and I also saved your parents, so don't worry." Irene Hilton heard that and said happily, "Really, thank you Seo Ju-hyun, I don't know how to thank you anymore." Seo Ju-hyun smiled and said to her, "It's the right thing to do, we're just helping each other, nothing more." After the war ended, New York became peaceful. The family and Mr. Hilton's wife said they would gather at the mansion to hold a celebration party. I still had some things to deal with General Kara. The scene changes to another place. Ujeha asks Seo Ju-hyun in confusion, "Hey, why do you want to make a copy of the original painting? Aren't you going to give me a break? You're too much." Seo Ju-hyun looked at him coldly and said, "Because it's still useful, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Oh, and can you make a copy that functions like the real thing?" Ujeha replied, "Well, it's very similar, I often use it to scam people, so I'm very familiar with it." Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, he needs to take down General Kara as soon as possible. A moment later they finally arrived. The person next to them told them that this was the Hilton family's second villa. It was rarely used, so it wasn't very neat yet. Was there any problem? Seo Ju-hyun quickly replied, "No problem, I don't intend to stay long anyway." Then the two immediately went inside. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ujeha exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, this house is so beautiful, it really is a rich house." Before he could rest, Seo Ju-hyun directly poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Go to any room and work, finish the copy as soon as possible, don't stay there and write essays. Ujeha cried silently, helplessly saying, I know. Then, Seo Juhyun smirked sinisterly. He looked at the box in his hand and thought to himself, now he needed to reduce General Kara's ability to dominate. Come out here, you must be punished for what you have done. He said and threw her to the ground. General Kara lay on the ground in pain, miserable. Bastard, who do you dare punish? Do you think I will stay like this forever? I will be back, just you wait and see. Seo Juhyun continued, I have thought a lot about torture, you can't do anything when you are just a small larva. Then let's see if the old larva soaked in alcohol is good. Then he threw her straight into the wine bottle. Then he started shaking her wildly. General Kara trembled and said, this, too much alcohol, I will die. Just then the system appeared a notification, the goddess of war was feeling paralyzed, the goddess of war's power was weakening, the goddess of war's spirit was significantly reduced. Seo Juhyun laughed with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, what do you think? According to mythology, humans rebelled against the sun god Ra, who then sent Sekhmet. Sekhmet was so cruel that humanity was in danger of extinction. God Ra saw things were beyond his control, so he secretly poured a large amount of vodka on the battlefield. Sekhmet thought it was human blood, she drank it and became drunk, and gave her a new name, Hathor, the goddess of love, and humanity was saved from destruction. Because of these anecdotes, these holy relics were also affected and vulnerable to alcohol. I used this method in my previous life, I guess I have to wait a little longer. It would obviously be a taste of death, but General Kara is still alive, is it because she transformed into this form? And Ujeha is making a copy of Van Gogh's paintings in the studio, which will be the core condition for the effectiveness of the plan later. In the middle of the night, Ujeha took out the painting and said, Big brother, I'm done, are you asleep? Good night. Seo Juhyun yawned and said, You're not asleep yet, I'm glad you finished in time. Maybe it's almost time. Hearing him say that, Ujeha asked in confusion, huh? What's about to happen? Suddenly there was a loud noise outside. Ujeha shivered and asked, What is this? What is this? Are you talking about me? Seo Juhyun immediately told him, General Kara's men, they probably surrounded this house. Ujeha panicked and shouted, What, then what should we do now? Seo Juhyun calmly said, No, it was me who intentionally attracted their attention, I left them many clues before we went home, but this is a clone, right? Ujeha asked in confusion, Why did you do that? Seo Juhyun quickly explained, Just removing the king doesn't mean the risk will disappear, we need to clear out her remaining pieces, only this way can we completely eliminate our enemy. That's why I used her as bait to lure them here. Immediately after, her subordinates rushed in, they shouted loudly, everyone stood still. Everyone was surrounded, Ujeha said confusedly, What's with the temper like ice cream, come on, sit down and have a cup of tea, let's talk slowly. Where did you hide General Kara? General Kara in the wine jar heard the noise and vaguely woke up, this sound is, it's my people coming here. He shouted urgently, Hand her over to us, do I need to shoot a warning shot right at your feet? Seo Juhyun smiled and said, calm down, I will definitely cooperate. General Kara behind him kept shouting, It's here, come save me quickly. Seo Juhyun saw that and glared at her angrily. I hope we resolve this peacefully and I give you this bottle of wine. Come and get it, he then threw the bottle straight at them. They looked at each other in confusion, what the hell is this? The wine bottle shattered on the ground. Ujeha told them, No, it's nothing, it's just a normal bottle of wine. General Kara angrily cursed. Seo Juhyun, this damn bastard. Seo Juhyun laughed happily, I have helped your general relax with wine, no need to thank me, wine made from such large worms is very precious. The other guy quickly became angry, he stomped on General Kara who was crawling on the ground, and shouted loudly. You bastard, are you kidding us? Quickly hand General Kara over to us. General Kara was trembling and shouting, Stop. It hurts like hell. Then he suddenly felt something strange, what was that? It was very soft and hard. At this moment, the system displayed a notification, the Holy Relic user is injured, the rule is shaken, the Holy Relic war is temporarily unusable. General Kara was now cursing like crazy, You bastards, who dares to step on me, I am your general, you are really a bunch of idiots. The target's dominance was temporarily reduced. Seo Juhyun immediately seized the opportunity, quickly took out the fake painting, come on, right now. Then they were quickly sucked into the painting, what, our bodies, it was melting, no, it was disappearing. This is an unfinished painting by Van Gogh, damn it. It sucks everything to complete a complete drawing, stop it, Seo Juhyun, this bastard. Seo Juhyun looked at them screaming with delight and said, How is it? It feels like being in your own holy relic isn't bad, ha ha ha. They got angry and said, Let us go, you bastards. General Kara standing next to him couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, What a bunch of idiots, you guys are useless. Seeing her going crazy, they looked at each other in panic and said, General, why are you here? It's not like that. General Kara yelled and beat them up. If it's not your fault, then who else's fault? They kept saying, hoo, sorry General. Seo Ju-hyun smiled from outside, welcoming back his beloved general. General Kara's face darkened. Hurry up, find a black point coordinate to escape from this holy relic. The subordinates obeyed and replied, yes. Then they frantically searched every corner. Seo Ju-hyun said to Yu Jae-ha, there's no point in them trying to find the coordinates of the black spot, right? Yu Jae-ha replied, of course. They're already exhausted after running 7,749 laps. Hurry up, I can't go anymore. Found it. Yu Jae-ha asked Seo Ju-hyun, I don't think it's that useful, what do you want to draw? Seo Ju-hyun said directly, draw the ugliest thing possible, show its power. Seeing the scene before their eyes, they couldn't help but panic. What the hell is this? Is that a monster? All of them did not dare to move forward. The monster chased them madly. General Kara tried her best to touch the black spot in front of her. Damn it, was she crazy? There are countless black dots in front. General Kara wondered in confusion, damn it, if I touched the black spot I should have been able to escape. Seo Ju-hyun told her, it's useless, there's no way to get out of here, give up. Should I start interrogating her a bit? General Kara and her men were tortured repeatedly for their crimes. I finally got some useful information. After asking, Seo Ju-hyun calmly took the painting and left. There was nothing more to ask. General Kara shouted angrily. Hey, what do you want to do? Didn't you tell us that the information would release us from this damn painting? Seo Ju-hyun smiled coldly and said, what are you expecting? Do you think I will save you? If I save you, it will only cause more trouble. General Kara gritted her teeth and said, you are a devil. He said goodbye to her. Good night, General. General Kara begged in a panic. No, please don't. Seo Ju-hyun then quickly burned the painting. That was the end of the King of War. The TV bulletin board is currently playing, recently causing a lot of controversy about the disappearance of General Kara. In addition, all the key staff officers under the general are missing. There are no traces left, making it difficult for the investigation team. At the same time, Seo Ju-hyun and Yu Jae-ha were happily enjoying themselves on the luxurious yacht. Yu Jae-ha happily said, this place is so beautiful. Big bro, what should we do here? What do you think about this place? About the party on the Hilton yacht. Just then, Mr. and Mrs. Hilton came over from afar and said with a smile, haha, it's all thanks to Ju-hyun, sorry for causing you so much trouble because of my family. Seo Ju-hyun politely replied, I just did what I should do. Mr. Hilton continued, okay, don't do that, just say what you want, our Hilton family will do our best to help you. Hearing that, Seo Ju-hyun smiled and thought to himself, of course I want to, well then, I have a business project. Mr. Hilton asked curiously, how is the business, can you tell us more details, no need to be shy, you are our benefactor. Seo Ju-hyun continued, I have some useful antiques, I want to turn them into products and sell them. Typically the fruit of that almond tree, you know the effect, that's an example. Not only that, there are also tea tree items that are excellent in taste, and if excavation continues there will be more artifacts, the holy relic, and more that can be used as supplies, and I also know a very good manager. Mr. Hilton laughed happily and said, ha ha ha, so that's the situation now. We will help you, I feel quite interesting about the plan you came up with. What do you want to name your company? Seo Ju-hyun thought for a moment and said, let's see, then let's name it Grave. Suddenly from afar a black crow flew over, it spoke in a very creepy tone, it seems like you are very happy. Seo Ju-hyun looked at him blankly, not understanding what was going on. A crow? What the hell was that? Then, Irene Hilton ran over and shouted, Seo Ju-hyun, I find this holy relic strange, I brought the weapon. Suddenly Irene Hilton felt something very strange, she wondered in confusion, what the hell is going on? What is this power? The holy relic is bankrupt and out of control. Seeing her daughter fall to the ground, Mrs. Hilton worriedly ran to help her up. Irene, what's wrong? Honey, are you okay? The black crow continued, I didn't think you had such strong teammates. Seo Ju-hyun glared at it, you've been following me for a long time. The crow said, this is the first time I've met them anyway. Seo Ju-hyun directly warned him, okay, don't appear like this again next time. Everyone, don't be afraid, it won't hurt anyone, everyone go to the dining hall first. Mr. Hilton asked him in confusion, what the hell is it? Seo Ju-hyun calmly replied, it's just something that stalks and follows others. The black crow heard that and looked at him angrily, what did you say, stalking, seriously? He said, it has always been like this. The crow sighed and continued, let's assume that's the case. Then Seo Ju-hyun asked him curiously, but why did you suddenly appear here? The crow immediately said, human, you are doing very well, you are very smart in handling things, but in the end you were just a stinking whore. Seo Juhian got angry when he heard that and coldly said, "If you want to teach me a lesson, do it another time. If you have nothing to do, then quickly leave." The Black Crow continued speaking, "I have nothing to say to you, I came here to see your face. Besides, the holy relics out there are all paying attention to you." Seo Juhian told it, "The last time the purification map said the same thing, in the holy relic, about the rumor spreading that I was a target that needed to be eliminated." The Black Crow nodded and said, "That's right." He said again, "They also said you are a crow that eats its own kind." The Black Crow immediately said, "However, it is also beneficial for you on the path to unifying the holy relic, and will not be affected by the holy relic. The holy relic always considers humans as enemies in particular. I came here to tell you that your enemies are watching you. Among those who use the holy relic, there are some who have deceived me before. So be careful, the recent movements of the holy relic are very unusual, the dungeons will once again escape from their original location to come looking for you." Seo Juhian laughed out loud confidently, "Ha ha ha, very interesting, I'm not afraid of stains." After saying that, the Black Crow quickly flew away. "Strong human, must be careful. I happened to pick it up on the way here, this is for you." After saying that, it directly threw something down below. Seo Juhian was startled and asked, "What the hell is this?" The Black Crow flew away and said, "It will be useful to you in the future, remember to keep it carefully." Seo Juhian looked at its back as it left and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Every time he wanted to say something, it would leave like that. Let's see, Hungbu and Nulbu Gourd ancient artifacts given by the crow, number of uses, 1. "Ha, look at this," Ujeha approached and asked in confusion, "What the hell is this, big brother? Is it from that strange bird? Is it gone?" Seo Juhian immediately said, "Yes, it's gone, this is what it gave us, I think there might be treasure in it." Hearing the word treasure, Ujeha immediately became excited, "Treasure, oh, then let's quickly open it." Seo Juhian immediately told him, "No, we can't open it here for now, we still have a lot of work to do so we'll deal with this later. It might not be the right time to open it here." Irene Hilton's brother came over and asked curiously, "Where are you going to put this?" That problem was no longer a concern, he said, winking at Ujeha. He quickly understood what he meant and slowly pulled something out of his pocket. This holy relic was obtained from General Kara, and is considered a pretty good bag. Ujeha then quickly collected the treasure into the painting. "It seems like I'm not used to controlling it yet, but this little guy is really useful." Seo Juhian said, "Okay, let's go play, everything is fine. When I came back, I started building the company, I got funding, so I signed a contract with Edward. Of course, and it was a contract between the Hammurabi stone, a slave contract, until one day." Irene Hilton walked in from outside and said happily, "Mr. Seo Juhian. What do you think?" "I think that's an invitation." Then she handed him the letter. Seo Juhian took it and said, "It's a party where all the major antique miners from all over the world gather, but the host of the party is Pandora." Hearing that, Ujeha asked a little worriedly, "Then is it okay if we go there?" Seo Juhian smiled and said, "What was even funnier was that this invitation came from Quan." Irene Hilton asked curiously, "So are you going or not?" Seo Juhian replied directly, "Of course not, but there would probably be some trouble at the party." Suddenly he saw the name in the letter and couldn't help but be surprised. "Ha, this name is..." Irene Hilton looked at him blankly, "Did he know any of these people?" Seo Juhian smirked and replied, "A user of the holy relic. The complete opposite of me, Julian Miller." Immediately after that, he changed his attitude and said excitedly, "I changed my mind, we will attend this party." At the party that day. "So? Seo Juhian is also coming to the party today?" Austin Rockefeller asked with a smile. The woman next to him quickly replied, "Yes. He cured the Hilton family despite my best efforts to make them sick. I'll teach him a lesson, let's go down to the party." At the party, Mr. Edward said excitedly, "Oh, who is this? Isn't this our director, Mr. SEO, and the Hilton family princess?" Ujeha heard that and angrily said, "Hey Mr. Edward, can't you see me?" Mr. Edward deliberately teased him, "Do I know you, he he he?" Seo Juhian also came forward to greet him, "You've arrived, Edward." Mr. Edward continued, "Of course, I came early to find out information and see what's going on here." Seo Juhian wondered, "So what do you know?" Mr. Edward shook his head and said, "I don't know much, but there will be a chaos, because people are recruiting a group to go into the tomb. Pandora is doing the same thing. It seems like they are short of manpower. Perhaps this was the purpose of this party, the holy relics were gradually increasing in number. I thought this was a natural phenomenon." "Ha, our director is joining them too." Seo Juhian bluntly said, "No, I won't join any group." Mr. Edward said again, "No, even if the problem is not recruiting, look around. On the other hand, many people are interested in him." He said calmly, "I don't know, the reason I came here is for business, so I don't care about other people. Just then, someone behind him suddenly spoke up. Are you the famous Seo Ju-hyun? I have heard about your abilities. As one of the organizers of the party, I would like to say hello to you. I am Austin Rockefeller. Yu Jae-ha looked at him in surprise. Oh, he really is Austin Rockefeller. Seo Ju-hyun asked curiously, who is he? Yu Jae-ha happily said, he is a very famous star. Irene Hilton also praised him, his talent is extraordinary, writing short stories, acting, and even performing music. Seo Ju-hyun looked at him and thought to himself, it seems like he really is a celebrity, all eyes are on him. But this man. What is this feeling? Austin Rockefeller laughed and said, ha ha ha, I thought I would welcome you normally, but I didn't expect it to be this noisy. I'm glad to meet you. Seo Ju-hyun said doubtfully, I don't feel the energy of the holy relic, but I'm sure he's hiding it, he has some skill too, right? Yu Jae-ha excitedly ran up and said, Mr. Austin Rockefeller, can I have your autograph? Austin Rockefeller smiled friendly and said, of course it's okay, I have a pen here, so I'll sign it for you. Yu Jae-ha gratefully replied, wow, thank you. He smiled sinisterly and thought to himself, haha, you gave me the chance to use the holy relic, you will be surprised with this the holy relic. With this holy relic, I will make you my fanatic and you will become my slave. Just as he was about to sign, the paper was suddenly torn. Yu Jae-ha was frantically tearing the paper into hundreds of pieces, he was stunned and didn't understand what was going on, he quickly explained, no, my body moved on its own, this feeling, I really want your autograph. Don't tell me, bro. At this moment, Seo Ju-hyun was standing next to him pressing something on his phone. Yu Jae-ha, the crazy fool who tore up another fan's autograph. Yu Jae-ha then understood everything. Him, that's right, it was the holy relic Shakespeare. I don't know, all the people who have signatures here, I will tear them all up. At this moment, Seo Ju-hyun glanced at Austin Rockefeller. He quickly snatched the pen from his hand. Austin Rockefeller looked at him, startled. Seo Ju-hyun immediately crushed the pen in his hand and said, I don't believe you would use such a common skill. If you use it wrong, the holy relic will kill you. Mr. Edward standing beside him said in surprise, you said the holy relic? Why don't I feel any energy from the holy relic? Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, he cleverly hid it. You really have talent. But when you use the holy relic, the energy leakage is so small, but I can still feel it. Austin Rockefeller shouted angrily, how dare you destroy my holy relic? What are you talking about? This is clearly a fabrication. Seo Ju-hyun said directly, if this is a valuable holy relic, then don't use it to fight. He thought to himself, this guy's name is Austin Rockefeller. Actually, I know him. He's a rich American corporation like the Hilton family. The Rockefellers are a family that supports the users of the holy relic. They have great potential, they can even create artificial kings. The war god Kira works for them too. They also have close ties to Pandora, which I find very hateful. Besides, he can erase those who are incapable of becoming kings. I'd better get rid of him now. I've also destroyed his holy relic. But this is strange. In her previous life, the user of this holy relic was not a man but an actress. Also, he can reduce the energy of the holy relic, but can't hide it. Will the future change again? But I don't care anymore. Austin Rockefeller said angrily, you bastard, watch me deal with you. Just then, a group of reporters from afar approached and excitedly said, Austin Rockefeller, can you show everyone how to use your holy relic? Austin Rockefeller turned to look at them, startled. Damn it. Is it the same as the one Pandora uses? What kind of holy relic do you usually use? The reporters kept asking. Austin Rockefeller was embarrassed to answer. No, that's it. Something seems wrong. I just wanted to say hello. Seo Ju-hyun standing beside him couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. You're a celebrity but you're afraid of cameras. Is that true? Austin Rockefeller was so embarrassed that he got angry. Shut up. I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Seo Ju-hyun said again. Can you speak clearly? I'm curious too. What holy relic are you using? Yes. Are you using the holy relics that you can't say? The reporter heard that and said, is that so? He responded directly. That's a lie. That's completely untrue. Seo Ju-hyun still wouldn't stop. I'm not a celebrity. I don't care how much you talk bad about me. Austin Rockefeller gritted his teeth and said. You really are shameless. Just then, a voice rang out. All right. Let's start the meeting. Seo Ju-hyun thought, bewildered. This voice. The other continued. More and more people are dying because of the appearance of the holy tombs.
Our organization has set up shelters and provided relief supplies.
Julian Miller when he was under Quan. He and I had the same role.
If I was Quan's right hand, then he was his left hand. He had the holy relic Zhuge Liang.
The holy relic could see through and retrieve information from the tomb.
With this information, the team came up with a solution and a way to execute it perfectly. Unfortunately, however, we were not a good fit for each other. The two of them had argued countless times in the past, so Juhian, someone was killed in this excavation.
Seo Juhian gritted his teeth and said, no one was killed. The two of them argued endlessly.
No, actually there were a lot of people who died.
Even if I didn't excavate, they would still die. It was all because of the crypt. No, not long ago, Ujeha also had an accident, right?
Because they moved for a long time.
Anyway, we're fine.
Seo Juhian angrily cursed at him.
You annoying bastard. Julian Miller also responded in kind. Seo Juhian, you've gone too far. Haha, I don't want to think about it. I don't have to deal with him this time.
The information provided by the holy relic Zhuge is also not unique, because I have the experience of living for the past 15 years and the help from the crow. But the reason I came to this party was really because of him. After that, he turned around and left. I'm leaving, have a good interview. Austin Rockefeller saw that and said angrily, hey, wait, so Juhian? The one who sent the invitation was Old Quan, so he must be around here.
I won't let you work for Old Quan. Of course, the others involved with Pandora too.
I just hate him, I'm going to ruin all his plans for today.
On the stage, Julian Miller was loudly telling everyone that charity activities will be carried out today. I hope everyone here will join in donating. Thanks everyone so much.
Seo Juhian stood below and thought to himself, the meeting was over, he couldn't let old man Quan talk to him now. The crowd beside him rushed forward and shouted, we are from Chairman Quan's side, Mr. Julian Miller, please stop and give your opinion on joining the TKBM group.
Quan Taejun laughed sinisterly below and said, ha ha ha, why are you in such a hurry?
Thanks for the speech, let me take a moment to say hello first. Your presentation is very convincing, no need to worry about money if you work for me.
Julian Miller quickly replied, thank you. Seo Juhian saw this and thought to himself, what does this mean?
He had clearly talked about joining the TKBM before the briefing, he had convinced him from the very beginning, this old man was really cunning. Rotten old man, no matter how the future changes, old man Quan is still the chairman.
Then Seo Juhian picked up the phone and texted something.
At the same time, Ujeha's phone immediately vibrated, oh, this is a message from the boss.
Mr. Edward next to him said, do you have a notification from Seo Juhian?
I don't know why, but if the boss gives it, we have to do it.
Ujeha turned to Irene Hilton and said, wait a moment Irene, I'll be right back. Irene Hilton nodded gently and said, yes.
The crowd on the other side was full of praise. Chairman Quan, I heard that to commemorate the cooperation between you and Miller, you donated a lot of money to a star orphanage. The person next to him also added, I also heard that Professor Jean Richard donated his paintings. Jean Richard broke out in a cold sweat when he heard them say that, and stammered, who said that? The others then said, since you have published your latest work, will it be used for donations? Can you tell us about your new work? Jean Richard replied with a confused smile, ha ha ha, where did this come from? As you all know, Pandora has been busy with many things recently, so I haven't had time to do it right now.
Before he could finish his sentence, Seo Juhian quickly interrupted him, which was funny to hear.
It wasn't like he didn't have time, but rather that he couldn't copy anyone else anymore. Jean Richard was immediately furious as if he had been hit in the heart by his words.
Seo Juhian, Ujeha, why are you here? And Edward is even here? Julian Miller stood beside him and said, you said the reason was because you were busy with Pandora, right? That means you can't draw stars. Seo Juhian smiled and said calmly, haven't you heard about the rumors?
In fact, Jean Richard was accused by some people of blatantly stealing ideas and passing them off as his own.
The people around also began to doubt. Actually, I have always doubted when I think about it.
Jean Richard was like a dog with fur bristling, angrily shouting.
Those fabricated rumors, do you really believe in such nonsense? It's unbelievable. Ujeha told him bluntly, if that's the case then prove it, create a new work.
If you want to prove you're not a fraud then prove you can draw right here. Jean Richard quickly turned to curse him, Ujeha, you idiot, you ungrateful bastard, I am your teacher. Ujeha was really angry now, he cursed straight to his face why? He used the holy relic to steal my idea and make it his own, and now he dares to call me ungrateful? The reporters around heard such hot news and hurriedly wrote articles, is what he said true? Hurry up, write articles, take pictures quickly, is he really crazy? Doesn't want to live under this media anymore?
Jean Richard charged towards Yu Jae-ha. Don't you want to live anymore? Do you think you can go home safely? Yu Jae-ha also refused to give in. Do you think I will be the victim again like last time? If you want to do something, then do it, I'm not afraid. Nearby, Seo Ju-hyun said to Julian Miller, are you Miller? It's better if you don't get involved with these people. There were a lot of problems between the two of them and we were both victims. Especially that guy over there, the fearsome Chairman Kwan, who has the holy relic to conquer, forcing others to obey him. Oh, don't tell me you're also a victim. Don't you feel like you suddenly have to sign a contract? Try to remember. Kwon Tae-jun heard that and hurriedly shouted. That's a lie. I didn't use the holy relic on you. It's not a holy relic that can be used secretly. Julian Miller said in confusion, anyway, I feel compelled to sign the contract. Felt a lot of energy coming from him. Kwon Tae-jun explained in confusion. No, that is. Seo Ju-hyun silently thought to himself that he definitely wouldn't use it. If it was used, this party would definitely collapse. Kwon Tae-jun immediately pointed at Edward standing in the distance and said, yes, over there Edward, a merchant of the holy relic can guarantee. Edward, why are you staring like that? Please tell him that the truth is not like that. Edward pretended not to hear anything. He replied indifferently. I don't know. I don't know anything. Kwon Tae-jun shouted angrily. What? What? The reporters were now rushing in to get the latest news. Kwon Tae-jun questioned Edward. Why did you do that? If you did, there would be no cooperation between us. Edward replied disdainfully. Cooperation? Oh my god, when I was kicked out of the street, you didn't even ask me a question. And now you dare to say that? In the distance, Yoon Asai said to Julian Miller, because it's a bit noisy now. Let's go to a quieter place and talk later. Julian Miller immediately refused. There's no need. It's noisy because of you guys. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Yoon Asai said confusedly. What? How could you say that? Kwon Tae-jun said annoyedly. You believe their words. I will definitely make you regret this. Julian Miller glared at him coldly. Seo Ju-hyun stood beside him and laughed with delight, thinking to himself. He has no control over that. Besides, this man was protected by an aura. What was that aura? Yeah, but I don't care. Watching his back as he left. Kwon Tae-jun shouted. Hey, you can't just leave like that. Seo Ju-hyun looked at him defiantly. Oh no, you lost someone important, didn't you? Kwon Tae-jun gritted his teeth in anger. Seo Ju-hyun? You bastard. Immediately after that, thunder and lightning appeared everywhere outside. The whole building started shaking violently. Everyone was screaming in fear. Run away. Kwon Tae-jun angrily said to Seo Ju-hyun. Do you think you will come out alive? Yoon Asai was standing beside him saw this and immediately ran over to stop him. President, are you planning to use the holy relic? If you plan to do that here, we will suffer huge losses. He was no longer listening. I said bluntly, I don't care. I can't take it another minute. Seo Ju-hyun is not afraid at all? Directly provoking him. Ha ha ha, if you want, then try it. I am much stronger now than last time. Just as Kwon Tae-jun was about to make his move, someone suddenly ran out from somewhere to stop him. President, please wait a moment. That person was Austin Rockefeller. He quickly said, let me deal with him. If you use the holy relic here, the whole building will collapse. Besides, the other administrators of Pandora won't like this either. And I have an unfinished business with this guy. I'll settle it once and for all. Kwon Tae-jun heard that and smiled happily. Okay. Austin Rockefeller to Seo Ju-hyun, are you ready for the show? Then slowly took out a book from the bag. Seo Ju-hyun smirked and said, let's play with feelings. You stupid fanatic. If you use a mental attack, then I will do the same. Mr. Edward was surprised and said loudly. Wait a minute. Why did you draw your sword? Are you going to kill these people? The people here can hinder your company. They are just being controlled. Seo Ju-hyun immediately rushed forward with his sword. He didn't need to worry. Just watch. Because this is a mental attack. Austin Rockefeller stood staring at him in amazement. Seo Ju-hyun gently brushed past him. Immediately after that a stream of fresh blood flowed out. Austin Rockefeller painfully cried out, no, why? He touched his neck in panic. As soon as he put his hand on it, Austin Rockefeller was immediately stunned and couldn't believe it. What, my neck, why wasn't it broken? But I felt so much pain and it was being torn apart. Seo Juhyun saw that and laughed out loud with delight. Ha ha ha, it's funny to see you like that. Look, you've shit your pants, how embarrassing. Austin Rockefeller gritted his teeth and said angrily, you gave me hallucinations. Seo Juhyun replied calmly, of course, not just you but I do it for everyone here too. Austin Rockefeller glanced around in amazement. Everyone was losing control, unable to control their own actions. Seo Juhyun continued, I can show everyone the horror of the dark battlefield, you're not the only one who knows how to use mental attacks. Anyway, I'll be using this the holy relic. Austin Rockefeller said unwillingly, you bastard. In the gap, my holy relic. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was already unable to make any sound like normal. Seo Juhyun smiled at him, oh no, he must be very scared. From now on, this holy relic will be mine. Suddenly the system appeared a notification. This holy relic still has owner, cannot be used, need to reduce owner's dominance. Seo Juhyun thought to himself, he threw up everything, but he's still alive. Austin Rockefeller forced himself to say, stupid, don't you know it's not good to take someone's holy relic? Having said that, he immediately shouted, come back to me quickly. Seo Juhyun quickly threw the rope at him. The rope immediately wrapped tightly around his neck, angrily saying, don't bother my master. Seo Juhyun calmly said, I didn't call it, it tied you itself, I don't know anything. At this time the system displays a message, dominance has decreased, dominance has decreased. Seo Juhyun smiled and said, the air in your house will be better, you should leave this place soon. Alright, now go. Strangely enough, the master's dominance is declining. The system continued to announce, the owner's domination power dropped to rank B, the owner lost contact with Avesta. Now let's see how far I can go, the book said in amazement, who are you, you bastard? Seo Juhyun happily thought to himself, I'm dominating it, at this rate it seems possible, my dominating power has increased a lot. Last time I burned my arm trying to master the holy relic Muramasa, but I don't think I'll lose to this SS rank holy relic. The book said contemptuously, your strength is weak, you are just a human. Austin Rockefeller said with difficulty, you bastard, what are you doing to my Avesta? Don't tie me up anymore, rope. You are just a low-ranking holy relic, I will show you my dominating power, obey me now. Yeah, that's how it happened, now it's going to strangle you. Immediately the rope tightened more and more, it said uncomfortably, die, die. Austin Rockefeller screamed in pain. Just then Vera ran over and cut the rope for him. The painfully cut rope ran towards Seo Juhyun, hoo, it's cut, I'm cut, it hurts master, it hurts so much. Seo Juhyun glared at her and reminded her, you can't destroy someone else's holy relic. Austin Rockefeller immediately responded when he heard that, you just stole and destroyed my holy relic, you bastard, don't you have any shame in saying that? Seo Juhyun shrugged and said bluntly, it's because you started it, anyway, I've already completed dominating this holy relic. Our feud is over, I'm leaving, you should enjoy this party too. Austin Rockefeller shouted angrily, you bastard, stop there for me. Vera, catch him quickly. Seo Juhyun immediately threw a smoke bomb at her, I don't have much time to play with you. Immediately the whole room was covered with thick smoke and dust. Seo Juhyun said to Yu Jae-ha and Mr. Edward, let's go, I have prepared an escape route for us. First, we need to find Irene, and then we'll leave right after that. Yu Jae-ha immediately replied, yes, big brother. Seo Juhyun suddenly glanced to the side, hey, Miller. Julian Miller turned around and said, are you the guy from earlier? Seo Juhyun told him, the party is over, come with us. I have the holy relic to escape from here. Julian Miller said warily, how can I trust you, you are the reason why the party is so chaotic. Seo Juhyun glared at him, his mouth wasn't pretty but he was right. That's their business, after all, I've always helped you, now if I wanted to do something to you, then why would I offer to escape together, right? Julian Miller wondered, why are you helping me, we don't know each other. Seo Juhyun smiled meaningfully and said, I don't know either, maybe we had a close relationship in our previous life. Outside, Yu Jae-ha quickly drew on the ground. Julian Miller asked curiously, once his drawing is completed, can we really walk through this painting? Seo Juhyun quickly replied, yes, the painting will be completed soon. Oh, by the way, I've heard about your sister. Julian Miller turned around in surprise and said, how did you know? Seo Juhyun immediately said, I saw it in the newspaper, information spreads fast these days, do you want me to help you find your sister? He thought to himself, this is probably the reason why he wanted to sign with old man Kwan. Julian Miller said a little disappointedly, I found my sister, but then. His voice was a little shaky, she died right in front of me. Seo Juhyun couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that, what, it can't be like this. At this moment, Ujeha said, "I'm done, everyone come here quickly."
Seo Juhyeon looked at him pensively and thought, "That's impossible, even though it will take a long time, I will definitely find her for you. Well, at least you should be alive by then, right?"
I tried, but it seems I was wrong.
Then, all of them stood in the drawing together, teleporting to another place.
Julian Miller said gratefully, "Thank you for helping me out of there, and now I will leave."
Seo Juhyeon hurriedly said, "Wait a minute."
Ujeha asked curiously, "Is he your acquaintance, big brother, what? Is it really just going to be like that?" In New York City, at Seo Juhyeon's private company.
The news reported that Pandora's party ended in chaos, with 80 people injured and 300 others slightly injured, and many others reported missing. Civilian groups denounced Pandora as a war factor, but Pandora explained that the person who caused the riot was not a member of Pandora. There was no way to quell the spread of criticism.
While watching Seo Juhyeon, I couldn't stop laughing. "It's troubling me if you guys are okay, Pandora." Irene Hilton asked him. He had interfered in the party. Was everything okay? Seo Juhyeon immediately replied, "Everything was fine, everything was according to plan."
"You also received the holy relic as a reward," Irene Hilton smiled and said, "That's good." Seo Juhyeon thought to himself, with this holy relic in his hands, their chairman's seat is still empty, the future king will definitely be different from before.
And Julian's sister is dead too, things are getting more and more different from the past.
The information I have had for 15 years will be limited from now on.
It's time to be more careful, this is happening faster than I thought. Just then Ujeha shouted loudly, interrupting his train of thought, "Big brother, help me quickly." Seo Juhyeon asked, "What's wrong?"
Ujeha quickly replied, "The rope is broken, I'm trying to fix it, but there's something very strange. This isn't the first time but, the rope is constantly wriggling, I want you to be careful."
Seo Juhyeon asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Ujeha hesitantly said, "No, it's good now, when I tried to touch it." Seo Juhyeon looked carefully and still didn't see anything strange. "I think it's still normal, right?"
Ujeha stubbornly said, "No, really, it's very, very strange." He turned to the rope and said, "Hey, you'll be fine." The rope directly got angry, tightly wrapped around him, "Don't cause trouble for my master."
Ujeha panicked and explained, "No, I just want to fix you."
"Look quickly, big brother."
Only now did Seo Juhyeon feel that something was wrong.
This was really strange.
"Rope, come here quickly." Rope heard that and immediately released Ujeha and walked towards him. "Yes, master."
"What can I do, master, you're taller now."
Seo Juhyeon asked him directly, "Why don't you fix it, you just broke it."
The rope quickly replied, "Sir, I am in a very strange mood."
Seo Juhyeon asked what it was. Suddenly the rope glowed.
The system pops up a message, "The rope has achieved a new achievement, there is a change in the rope body. The rope is evolving, achievement does not obey the dominating power of the masters."
Seo Juhyeon thought to himself in amazement, so at that time Austin Rockefeller tried to dominate it and attacked him.
The rope is a holy relic that has no definite owner, it should be dominated in return and attack itself.
But it refused to do so. This achievement seemed to be of the rope.
Multi-purpose silver rope purity 0%, rank has increased, rope has changed to the holy relic attribute, the holy relic's power has increased.
Additionally, it transforms into the holy relic attribute. The rope happily said, "I feel very good, I feel very good." Ujeha asked in confusion, "What happened?" Seo Juhyeon immediately replied, this was the first time he saw the holy relic evolve.
The system pops up a message, "It is an ownerless holy relic." He said to the rope, "First, we need to make a contract."
The rope happily wrapped around him, "Yes, sir." The system reappears, the contract is executed.
Ujeha smiled in admiration, "It's amazing, it doesn't need to be repaired anymore, but there's a risk of it becoming the holy relic attribute."
The rope said again, "Sir, look at my new skill. Risk praise." Seo Juhyeon was stunned and confused, "What is this praise risk?" Ujeha couldn't help but tease him, looking at him like a dog, "Ha ha ha."
"I think every holy relic has some strange risks, like the rope, a holy relic wraps around its owner." Seo Juhyeon told him, "No, this is just a normal case." The system continues to announce, receive the title of the Holy Relic Trainer, increase compatibility with all the holy relics, the ability to use available the holy relics up to 90%. Seo Juhyeon smiled happily and thought to himself, "It's hard to say because it's related to talent, I get it. This is the key to winning the jackpot, if the other holy relics can evolve, then we will win. We need to do some research on the development of the new holy relics." The scene shifts to Pandora's headquarters. The recent turmoil is a huge loss for Pandora. A product of a team within Pandora created a radar with exceptional performance. The Pandora system successfully scanned all the statistics of the participants. Through this we can get user information and the holy relic. The plan was to lure neutral holy relic users to Pandora and we would recruit them.
But the party was interrupted and the plan failed. "Can't we have another party?" someone above suddenly said. The host shook his head. "We don't have much time left." The other person asked in confusion, "What do you mean? What do you mean we don't have time left?" The host immediately said, "Some crypts have appeared. Exactly 7 crypts will appear soon. The level of danger of the 7 crypts is different from the previous crypts. There will also be rare and powerful the holy relics, as predicted by the holy relic Pandora users. Those who conquer this world will change the world. That is why we must attack these catacombs, no matter how dangerous it is." One brave person said, "I will go." The person next to him hesitantly replied, "Really, I doubt my ability." The host continued, "That was why more manpower was needed for this, even though the plan was to get strong people as soon as possible." "That's a big problem. Anyone have any ideas?" One person said, I will spend a lot of money." Another person directly objected, "How stupid, our problem is human resources, not money." Someone said, "Let the Pandora system choose the person who is capable of conquering the crypt, even if it is an individual. Can the system do it?" The host replied, "That's also a good idea. Take a look at the top 50 here. There are many people who have been our members, such as the conqueror Kwon Tae-jun or the artist Austin Rockefeller. These people are all very excellent. The people we need to find are these people." They looked at Irene Hilton and said doubtfully, "Wait, did she use the holy relic?" Then they looked at Edward. This man was unexpectedly on the list. "First, let's approach these people." Suddenly someone approached and whispered into the host's ear. The presiding officer immediately told everyone, "Honorable members, that there was in fact one more person above all. This is so extraordinary that I knew that. He possesses countless the holy relic. This is extraordinary. And that person is the tomb raiding expert Seo Ju-hyun." Everyone above was so shocked that their eyes widened. What? He had 50 holy relics? What the hell? This was unbelievable. The host continued, "In addition, there are some people on the list above who are working for him, up until now. Unfortunately, he has a hostile attitude towards us, and so he is Pandora's biggest threat." The crowd immediately fell into chaos. How could this be? A young person couldn't do such a thing. The host told everyone, "Calm down, honorable members. Although he has the ability, Pandora has his own intelligence. Also has rich resources and extraordinary talent. He will never enter the tomb before us. We have information he doesn't have about the 7 catacombs. The basic condition for the evolution of the holy relic with specific values. Rank D to rank C, applied by daily actions. Rank C to rank B, applied by rare measures. Rank B to rank A, applied by performing designated work. Rank A to rank S will apply by heroes of the era. Rank S to rank SS, the owner must become a god-level user." Seo Ju-hyun sat in deep thought. I need to achieve this condition to evolve the holy relic. Hey Crow, can you explain further? What does it mean that there is a level designated as treasure? And what does it mean that the owner of the holy relic is said to be the hero of the era? I need my reputation to evolve the holy relic." He sat there waiting for a long time, but there was no answer. Seo Ju-hyun said in frustration, "Damn it, what should I do now?" "Do you know?" The holy relics all said, "I don't know, sir." "Me too, sir." Seo Ju-hyun angrily cursed inwardly, "This damn crow, seriously." Yu Jae-ha saw that and said, "Big brother, are you done? Go check the news, another strange thing happened." Seo Ju-hyun wondered, "What is that?" The TV is broadcasting the latest news. A large number of crypts have appeared. It's strange that if we mark these crypts on the map, we will have a connection. Hearing this, his eyes suddenly lit up. That is, we have asked Pandora a question to answer. Pandora is investigating, so it is difficult to answer. There is no clear answer to this matter. Seo Ju-hyun frowned and said, Pandora, you guys don't know, there's no way that's happening, they must be trying to cover this up. The government is currently evacuating the residents near the crypt. Yu Jae-ha turned to Seo Ju-hyun and asked, "Do you know about it?" "Big bro," he immediately replied, "I know. It is a sign of the appearance of 7 crypts, there will be 7 crypts appearing soon. It should have come out a few years later, but the future has changed again." Yu Jae-ha looked at him blankly. "What do you mean? I don't understand." Seo Ju-hyun explained to him, "They were bigger and more dangerous, but there were also a lot of treasures in them. These are the catacombs representing the 7 deadly sins in Christianity, the catacombs that just hearing the name makes you not want to go near. Last time I got the holy relic that gave me the ability to steal, it came from one of the 7 crypts, the Crypt of Greed. I am just a robber working under old man Kwon. The ones who conquered these tombs are almost at the level of a king. These tombs we need to enter," Yu Jae-ha said. "It seems like they are extremely difficult tombs." Seo Ju-hyun sighed and continued,
that was the problem, but letting Pandora go in first was bad. We need to get a few more holy relics to enter the crypt. These holy relics need to be strong with good performance. In the short term, I couldn't find a good solution. In the end I had no choice but to upgrade the holy relic. Wait a minute. Then he walked over and opened the safe. He held the book in his hand and gave it a sinister smile. I can easily increase my reputation. Maybe we can use this to add new conditions. Now Avesta, your first task is to make me your master. The system immediately displayed a message. The conditions for using the holy relic have not been met yet. The holy relic mission requires reputation and popularity of users. You need to have at least 10 people fascinated by you. Seo Juhian angrily stomped on the book like crazy. You useless thing, if I'm famous then what do I need you for? So Austin Rockefeller is an artist. I'm sure I could charm 10 people easily. Austin Rockefeller, what does he do? Yu Jaeha quickly said, he sings and acts. He also wrote some novels. I read it and it was really good. Seo Juhian said, novels? Singing and acting are too difficult for me, but if it's a novel, it's different. I always thought that writing novels only required a computer, so I started by reading a novel by Austin Rockefeller. Inside, Seo Juhian was shouting in frustration, I didn't understand. Why is this shit so popular? What the hell is this? I'm reading this for inspiration to write my own novel, but this is not a good thing. Novels can become popular if they have explicit content. Oh Sung-woo smiled and said to him, oh, you're really reading it. Anyway, it's best to write with a focus on desires. Seo Juhian confidently said, I believe in my heart. I will be more confident, I will write something beyond this novel. Oh Sung-woo wondered, what kind of novel will he write? Seo Juhian left saying, secret and see you later. After that he spent hours writing, he was in a very good mood to write more things. It turns out writing is fun, and I might even have fans. Maybe this will be my side job in the future. Finally done. Did you really write it? There is a novel in front of me. Seo Juhian smiled confidently and said, please read it. Yu Jaeha looked at him in surprise. How could the boss write so much? He writes really fast. It seems like you use sexy things. Seo Juhian said, just read it first. And be my fan, including all 4 of these people. At least 6 people or more, isn't 6 people too easy? What about publishing it? What if the book sells so well that I can't write it in time? It's so hard, I'm so busy with the fans. Hey, have you finished reading it yet? What do you think about it? Yu Jaeha smiled awkwardly and said like a pre-programmed robot, I would say it's very good, 10 out of 10, that's all. Hearing that, Seo Juhian suddenly realized something was wrong, his face also darkened. You should tell the truth, by the way, I will use the holy relic to test your honesty, if you lie then don't blame me. Yu Jaeha panicked, hurriedly said, okay, I will tell the truth. Big brother, this is not a magic book, the content is ridiculous, and there is not much joy, and there is not a single bit of desire. Yu Jaeha's words were like thousands of knives stabbing straight into Seo Juhian's body. His arrogance and confidence from earlier had now all disappeared, he was stunned speechless, boy. Yu Jaeha continued to vent his annoyance, and the most confusing thing was that the whole story was about the holy relic. What the hell, are you serious? Seo Juhian angrily replied, the holy relic is all I can think of. Yu Jaeha said in dismay, oh, there really is nothing else in your mind. The person next to him immediately said, big brother, really? There are some words that I can't understand, Seo Juhian angrily shouted, what? The other person said, what does Siberian mean? Seo Juhian replied, bone-chilling cold. What about the word endeavor? It's nerve-wracking. And what is the word despise? It means study. But that's the top word. Yu Jaeha added, and one more thing, you use too many difficult terms. This is not your field, big brother. Yu Jaeha's words once again stabbed straight into his heart. He is a user of the holy relic, not a writer. Seo Juhian mused, novels, this damn thing is much deeper than I thought. I realized that I should only focus on the things that I can do. There is no time to prepare anymore. At this moment, Seo Juhian opened the door outside and walked in. He threw the backpack towards Yu Jaeha and calmly said, you quickly pack all of the holy relic, we're leaving now. Yu Jaeha turned around and asked in surprise, big brother, where are we going? Seo Juhian immediately replied, Kyoto, Japan. Many civilians are missing in Kyoto, the number of missing people is already 2,000. And strangely enough, all of those missing people were women. Seo Juhian told him, I feel this. The only person who can do this is the user of the holy relic harem. Yu Jaeha heard that and said, the holy relic harem? Seo Juhian continued, although it is not a strong holy relic, it can manipulate women. It's useful, isn't it? Yu Jaeha said excitedly, if I had it, I would flirt with all the women in the world.
Seo Juhian smiled sinisterly, and I will use it to seduce women, he he he. Yu Jaeha said in panic, big brother, do you still want to find fans? Seo Juhian arrogantly continued, I will definitely get 10 fans and will immediately sign a contract with the Holy Relic Avesta. If you understand the situation, then let's go quickly. The scene shifts to Kyoto, Japan. The missing people gathered at the temple inside the bamboo forest. All entrances are heavily guarded by police. The police are so crowded because an artist's daughter went missing, Yu Jaeha told Seo Juhian. Seo Juhian said a little uncomfortably, why do you keep clinging to me, are you scared? If you're scared then go home. Yu Jaeha trembled and said, big brother, a police officer already lost his life here, so why do you say that the Holy Relic is harmless? Seo Juhian pondered, the Holy Relic was only used to manipulate women, the Holy Relic was famous for its 3,000 palace maids, the Holy Relic Casanova only manipulated ordinary women. None of them have the power to kill, which means that the Holy Relic harem user has other Holy Relics as well. I'll go around and check it out, you stay here, don't run around. Yu Jaeha kept saying, big brother be careful, where else would I dare go? On the other side, the police were carefully checking every corner around. Just as he was checking, there was a loud noise behind him, something was flying towards him. He stammered, startled, what the hell? Of course, that person was none other than Seo Juhian, he gave the policeman a painful kick. Good night, the Holy Relic harem is mine. Just then, police sirens could be heard from afar, over here. Seo Juhian said cautiously, they must be another group nearby. The policeman saw the women in front of them and said, we are police, you can trust me, you will be safe from now on. Everyone is safe, we will lead you out now. Seeing that their reaction was a bit strange, the two policemen looked at each other in confusion. Hey, do you guys understand what I'm saying? What's going on with you girls? Don't be reckless. Immediately afterwards, a deafening scream rang out. The woman frantically charged at the policeman, causing him to scream in panic. What? What's wrong with these women? Seo Juhon immediately said, they were like bloodthirsty zombies. It seems that not only is he the Holy Relic harem, he turns women into a weapon. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly someone was approaching from behind. When Seo Juhon discovered it and turned around, he saw a group of women surrounding him. He said with some surprise, Madam, listen to me, I don't want to fight. And of course she didn't listen to what he said. Seo Juhon sighed in frustration, this was really pointless. Calm down, I'm just here to look around. I will leave now so. Just then, his eyes accidentally caught the figure of a little girl passing by. Seo Juhon said in surprise. That girl. Isn't the Holy Relic user the guide to the future, damn it. There is no way out. Immediately after, he reluctantly drew his sword to fight the women. The little girl fiercely rushed towards him with a knife, but was immediately blocked by his sword. The dagger also flew to the side. Seo Juhon frowned and reminded her, don't move, you idiot. This is the instruction of the future. If I'm not mistaken, Sasaki Yuka, upon hearing that name, her eyes immediately changed, Sasaki, my name. Her complexion had returned to normal. At this moment, the system displayed a notification, consciousness began to recover, the influence of the Holy Relic began to weaken. Seo Juhon asked her, hey, are you awake? Sasaki Yuka was still dazed and mumbled, my name is. At the same time, Yu Jaeha was still sitting outside waiting for him. After a while, Seo Juhon finally came out, sighing, oh, this is so tiring. Yu Jaeha said, big brother is back, oh, who is this girl? Seo Juhon continued, I know this Japanese girl, it just so happens that she was caught here. Hey, are you awake? Sasaki Yuka frowned and said, oh, I'm so dizzy. Seo Juhon asked her directly, do you remember what happened before you were hypnotized, what happened here? Sasaki Yuka vaguely recounted that the man who hypnotized her was an American, a soldier, named Simon. Seo Juhon quickly realized, he might be Kira's subordinate. Yu Jaeha nodded in agreement, probably so. There are many people hypnotized in this temple, now there are more than 2,000 people. Their fighting power is abnormal, not simply hypnosis, right? Sasaki Yuka replied, yes, Simon has the necrotic holy relic. Seo Juhon said, oh, so it's a type of necrotic holy relic. Simon is no ordinary playboy. By using the Holy Relic harem and the Holy Relic necrosis, women have become his powerful weapons. It will be difficult to find Simon, because he always has an army of hypnotized women around him. Seo Juhon also said, of course it is, moreover it is 2,000 soldiers. But I still have a way to deal with him. I'm going back to the inn now, do you have the car with you? Sasaki Yuka said confusedly, what, no. Immediately after that, he threw some cash to the little girl, then instructed her to quickly take this thing home, and not to get involved in this matter anymore. Sasaki Yuka hesitated a bit and then awkwardly said, Mr. Seoju-hon. I said I saved the future, is this it? Today I saved you in the future. But Seoju-hon said harshly, the future will be disrupted because of your interference, hurry home so I can work. His words were like a thunderbolt to the little girl. Although his words were gentle, they had a huge impact. Ujeha took the opportunity to tease him, since when did he become such a playboy? Seoju-hon told him, stop making noise, be quiet, you're still just a kid. At this moment, the system pops up a notification again. Some basic requirements to use the Holy Relic of Vesta. Condition, 0. Popularity, 10. Unsatisfied, above 50. Number of people you need to charm, 10 people. Seoju-hon silently thought, I think the little girl is charmed by me, but why are there 4 people? The Holy Relic Anubis saw? It's here, but it's unusable now. Even though all the other holy relics had been restored, the Egyptian holy relic still didn't allow him to recover. Ujeha immediately said, yes, he could see. Seoju-hon smiled and said, it's time to train the dog. Ujeha looked at him blankly, huh, what did you say, train the dog? Then he quickly went to a garden, this seemed like a good place. Come here, puppy. As soon as he threw that holy relic out, it immediately emitted a beam of light. A huge dog appeared, puzzled, asking, what happened, where is this? Seoju-hon happily greeted him, long time no see. The dog looked at him warily. Ha! You are it. It gritted its teeth in resentment and said, this time I will kill you, you bastard. But before it could move, its entire body collapsed. It couldn't understand what was happening. It asked in surprise, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Why can't I move? Hey, what the hell did you do to me? Seoju-hon quickly replied, I didn't do anything. You're just broken. If you want to recover in the best way, then make a contract with me. Of course the dog didn't agree. It angrily said, a contract with a human, huh, don't make me laugh. Seoju-hon heard that and calmly said, that's exactly what I was expecting. Time to train this stupid dog. Then Seoju-hon used the rope to tighten it. The dog was in so much pain that it grimaced, it hurts you bastard. Seoju-hon laughed and said, we're just starting out, should we take a light walk? The dog roared angrily, damn it, who the hell are you to order me around? Seoju-hon immediately tightened the rope. As if you can disobey me, you ungrateful brat. The dog was whining in pain? Oh my god, this damn rope. Hey, you and I are both the holy relic, why are you serving him? You and I are the allies. The rope said, hey, what are you talking about? Boss, look at it. Seoju-hon said smugly, that's a lesson for stupid dogs like you. What else? The rope quickly replied. Yes, master, and the dog still stubbornly said, you are really annoying. I can't stand it anymore, let's sign the contract. So quickly restore it for me. Seoju-hon happily said, I'm very good at this is my job, so don't worry. Otherwise, sit down. Okay, then let's do the next step, you quickly throw the ball for it to pick up. The dog felt insulted and angrily said, hey, do you know that I am a god-level holy relic? You want me to do something like this? Before he could finish speaking, the rope had already dragged him away by the neck. Hey, run quickly, or I will kill you. Boss, I brought it back, the string happily wiggled in front of Seoju-hon. Tell it, what are you going to do with it? One more time. The dog was terrified and thought to himself, no, if he does that again he will die. So as soon as he threw the ball, the dog quickly ran over and grabbed the ball. Seoju-hon immediately praised it, good job. Then the training continued, so I could contract this dog. Now we will sign the contract and I am your master. The dog immediately agreed, human, I accept your offer. Confident, strong and calm in judgment, I felt like I was about to die a second time. I see, you are quite a strong person. I accept, agree to let you be my master. Then the two of them immediately signed a contract with each other. Seoju-hon smirked with satisfaction, okay. Go back to the inn and heal yourself, the dog said tearfully, no. Seoju-hon coldly continued, just a little more and you will be crushed. The angry dog said, should we run away? You guys aren't doing anything bad, are you? Seoju-hon said calmly, if you recover, you'll be useful to me, doing a good job in the future. Scene changes to another location, sir. There's an intruder outside. The man heard this and sat up tiredly, saying uncomfortably. Damn it, what are they doing this early in the morning? How dare you attack my holy relic harem and wake me up? Even though I don't know who you are, I will make you die miserably. I don't hit civilians, call your master out here. Come out, you can only hide inside, Seo Ju-hyun said provocatively. The man from inside stepped out. Hey, who are you? Seo Ju-hyun looked at him warily. The man said arrogantly, although I don't know who you are, you will die here. This is the first time I've seen someone break into this place. All these women are my weapons, and you are surrounded. Besides, these women are also very strong. Their souls are like mindless warriors. There are 2,000 of them, and you won't be able to defeat them. Seo Ju-hyun smirked contemptuously. Really? Are you sure? With that, he immediately attacked, causing a huge explosion. Immediately after that, suddenly from underground there were human skeletons rising up. So here I also have 2,000 soldiers. They are eternal warriors, called to be servants of the holy relic. How do you feel? The man saw this and frowned worriedly. How could that be? Seo Ju-hyun told him, at least you can see the difference between us. Now you're the one surrounded, you fool. The man gritted his teeth and said angrily, you bastard. Hurry up and attack them, they are just skeletons, hurry up and attack. Seo Ju-hyun smiled sarcastically, are you crazy, it seems like you're desperate. 10 times, that's 10 times, that's called suicide. Your soldiers are unarmed, if that is the spirit of true warriors, think about it. A commander pushes his subordinates to death, is this worthy of your loyalty? Hearing this, the women immediately knelt down and looked at him respectfully. The other man shouted unwillingly, damn it. Why are you standing still? Catch him for me. Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, this is ridiculous. Hurry up. The soldiers heard that and quickly ran up to subdue him. The stubborn man said, what a pity, just a few more days, I will be different. I have prepared everything to conquer the 7 tombs. Seo Ju-hyun heard what he said and asked, what? 7 crypts? There are 7 crypts nearby? The man told of the 7 tombs, seemingly running out of energy. After being threatened, he said that a person would appear near Kyoto. Seeing Seo Ju-hyun approaching, he was startled and stopped him. Stop it, I told you everything. But the Seo Ju-hyun didn't mind and said, don't grumble, there are still some things left for you. The others suddenly seemed to be hypnotized, their eyes gradually turning purple. Seeing this, the man panicked and said, what happened to them? I don't know. But you reap what you sow, Seo Ju-hyun replied. Notification system. Your opponent's popularity is constantly decreasing. Your opponent's popularity is divided into 2. You now have 200 followers. The owner has changed. The man exclaimed in panic. What? Seo Ju-hyun said with a murderous look. Pay the price. Before he could figure it out, the man was about to be taught by Seo Ju-hyun. He was scared and asked for help. Save me. The sky is filled with warm sunshine. How many days will you be here? Well, the crypt will come out soon now, so let's take our time. I originally came here to get the holy relic harem. The other replied. Oh, I forgot to bring my favorite, the holy relics. Yu Jae-ha said while enjoying the delicious food. I didn't even bring much change of clothes. Seo Ju-hyun suggested. You can buy them. He was talking non-stop from outside. Wow, boss, what did you do? A crowd of fans was crowding around the glass door. It was a bit scary. They are truly Ju-hyun's crazy female fans. Ju-hyun, I love you, Ju-hyun. Look over here, my love. Seeing that, Ju-hyun stood up with a bored look on his face. I'm sick of celebrity games. Outside, people were still delighted to see Ju-hyun's beauty. Seeing him stand up, they even had the illusion that he was coming out with them. A girl exclaimed. Oh, he's coming out. Ju-hyun. He did come out, but instead of the romantic story that the female fans thought, he said. All of you should go home. We'll see you later. As soon as he said that, everyone objected enthusiastically. Why Appa? No, what? The girls all used all their strength to beg to stay and admire his beauty. No Appa, we are not going anywhere. Appa, seeing the situation getting more and more complicated, Ju-hyun immediately said that there might be consequences if they continue to stay here. They might bother others. To convince him, he immediately gave them a link and told them. But it's okay, this is my fan page. Come join me. Seeing that, everyone happily shouted. Appa, we will definitely join. Yu Jae-ha ran over and asked curiously. Boss, when did you start it? Ju-hyun replied. Since when did you help me make them? Because she's a fan. This will make me breathe easier. Ju Hian was suddenly distracted by another train of thought when he saw a girl. A familiar face. The girl had red hair and was wearing black clothes. After thinking for a while, he finally recognized the girl. It was Li Xiaola. Li Xiaola was previously a member of the excavation team at TKBM, under me. Her ability to search for and conceal the holy relic was very good. Therefore, she acted as a spy within the organization. Ju Hian remembers, in his previous life, she and he were very close. Why is she in Japan? He checked his weapons. Let's see. Even as reputation increased, some of the holy relics were upgraded. System announcement: 3. The holy relic changed from rank D to rank C. Little by little, they started to level up. The holy relic Shakespeare pen. Suddenly he exclaimed happily. Ah, this pen has leveled up. Ju Hian seemed to be deep in thought, even though it wasn't a new product. In this case, the work this time wasn't in vain. Also, I signed a contract with Avesta and I got Casanova perfume as a reward. It's used to slowly increase my popularity. What's new first? Ju Hian gave a mysterious smile. Hey boss, your eyes are scary. Suddenly there was a noise outside the door. Ju Hian glanced over with wary eyes. He slowly walked out the door, seeing that Yu Jaeha asked. What's wrong? Ju Hian replied, I heard a scary voice. This is the sound of a trolley. I guess it's a hotel staff. It's the girl from earlier, Li Xiaola. Look at this. Ju Hian was full of surprise. He smirked and thought to himself, Li Xiaola became a waitress. This makes me laugh. Besides, I also smell the holy relic. Li Xiaola's hand suddenly emitted a blue light, and Ju Hian immediately stopped her. Hey, stop. Seemingly having been discovered something, Li Xiaola felt a little scared. Seeing that she didn't react, Ju Hian put his hand on her shoulder and said, Hey, I told you to stop. Li Xiaola turned around in surprise and spoke. It seemed like she was very upset by Ju Hian's actions. What's the matter, sir? Ju Hian quickly continued. I want to ask you something. She had been following me since before entering the hotel. But she was pretending to be a hotel maid. She thought I didn't know. Ju Hian tried to interrogate Li Xiaola in a rush. Seeing this, she immediately pushed his hand away and looked annoyed. She immediately reacted. I don't know what you mean. Seeing Li Xiaola's appearance right now made Ju Hian even more suspicious of her actions. Still refusing to admit it. He continued, but I smelled the holy relic from her body. How do you explain this? I already know. Ju Hian was extremely determined to question Li Xiaola. She was speechless and didn't know what to do next because it seemed like he was discovering her true identity. In response to Li Xiaola's current attitude, Ju Hian continued to speak. She was as straightforward as ever. Yu Jaeha stood behind him, his face filled with fear as he asked, who exactly was she? Li Xiaola finally revealed her true nature. She immediately attacked the two of them. There was no other way. She had to take a risk. In just a moment she transformed into a dangerous beast. Looking at Li Xiaola's current appearance, Ju Hian felt a little scared. That was the Moon Assassin. This was a ghostly holy relic that appeared in the history of the Three Kingdoms. This holy relic is dangerous. Then, Ju Hian's eyes were filled with caution. Without waiting any longer, he immediately ran into the room and slammed the door shut. Seeing Ju Hian's strange actions, Yu Jaeha flew into a rage and yelled at him. What are you doing? He said, panting. I don't have any holy relic to fight her. If you make a mistake, your soul could be taken. Yu Jaeha's eyes widened when he heard that. He muttered in fear. Soul taken away. Ju Hian added. That means death. Yu Jaeha was scared. If I do something wrong, you. The murderous aura emanating from outside gradually seeped through the crack in the door. Li Xiaola shouted in defiance. Hey fool, you think you can stop a soul with a door? Open the door. No need to use too much force. The murderous aura from earlier manifested into a hand and turned the door latch from the inside. The voice from outside still echoed in. Kill them quickly. I still have to interrogate him. On the other side, Yu Jaeha was trying to find a way to escape. As for Ju Hian, he was racking his brain trying to figure out how to solve the problem he had just caused. Do I have any holy relic to counter this ghost? I thought not, but I have a replacement. This is crazy, by the way. There was a huge murderous aura behind Ju Hian. Seeing that, Yu Jaeha shouted a warning. Boss, you're going to be caught. A murderous aura surrounded Ju Hian. He turned around to see the Moon Assassin approaching him. There was no other way. It seemed Ju Hian had figured out a way to deal with it. Li Siola felt her power suddenly stop moving. She urged impatiently. What was she doing? Quickly attack him. The moon assassin responded hesitantly. It seemed like the holy relic was blocking it. Zhu Hian was lost in thought. It was really possible to resist. He hesitated before the weapons before him. Which one should he use? There were so many. The moon killer gradually disappeared. This was terrifying. Seeing this, Li Siola reached out as if to hold back. Hey! Zhu Hian looked smug. Oh, this holy relic ran away without even fighting. Bastard, what did you do to my holy relic? Li Siola was furious. The magic thread gradually appeared from Zhu Hian's sleeve. I don't know, but she's very lucky. By the way. The magic rope rushed towards Li Siola and wrapped around her tightly. Zhu Hian continued. She would be punished for entering someone else's room. She was not afraid at all and challenged loudly. Hurry up and kill me. Zhu Hian saw that and said. I can't do that. I'll ask you something. His face was so scary and sinister right now. I had so many questions. Zhu Hian began to question the girl. First, about her identity. Now tell me. Who sent you here? Who are you? Li Siola was furious. She kept protesting. Humph, do you think I will say anything if you do that? Seeing that Li Siola seemed stubborn, Zhu Hian immediately said. You should speak softly. I have many ways to make you talk. The girl's hateful gaze stared at Zhu Hian and thought to herself. It seems like he's not an ordinary person. He knew even though I was disguised. I had to stall for time with unimportant information. Then she started to do as she was told and tried to change the subject. I was checking on the missing women at the temple. But you showed up and took those women away. So I focused on investigating you. It seems like she's on the right track. Zhu Hian suddenly asked. She's a police officer. But Zhu Hian still didn't have any trust and continued to question the girl. Impossible. Seeing that, Li Siola quickly interrupted. What makes you think I'm not? What do you know about me? Zhu Hian didn't hesitate to say. I know a lot. Li Siola's sharp eyes seemed to be trying to hide something. The more nonsense I say, the more beneficial it is for me. Even though I'm about to collapse, I can still hold on until my colleagues come to the rescue. This strange man seemed to be Li Siola's man. He suddenly realized something. Quickly. What? In front of him was a sleeping dog. It would be difficult to pass if the dog woke up. That dog is too big. The man said. Then they decided to continue walking towards the dog. One said. I think it is sleeping. Don't worry about it. Hurry up. It seems they forgot that this breed has a very good sense of smell. Suddenly it woke up. There was a noise outside. The dog and two people outside were making noise. Zhu Hian heard that and said. That dog is very useful when it comes to guarding the house. Knowing that it was the pet that Zhu Hian had left to guard, Li Siola was furious. What is it? Zhu Hian calmly replied to her. Looks like we have a guest. Outside the man was struggling with Zhu Hian's dog. He kept giving out SOS signals. Help me. The dog suddenly spoke. You mean because I'm a stupid dog, there's no need to care. Just then, Zhu Hian opened the door and saw the man struggling in front of his house. Zhu Hian smiled and said. You are here to help me. The man stammered in fear. What do you mean? Seeing Zhu Hian holding a knife in his hand, he was sweating profusely. Zhu Hian continued. It's okay. Let's continue investigating. He raised the knife and quickly took the man's bracelet, staring at it and wondering. Where have I seen this bracelet before? He was a member of the Chinese excavation group. There was also a strange symbol printed on the bracelet. And this symbol meant corpse. Really? Corpse? The man was shocked when he heard that. He exclaimed in surprise. What? How did you know? Zhu Hian said to the man. You can contact your superior now. Pandora, an international holy relic management organization led by the United States and Europe. But China does not participate in Pandora because China has formed an alliance with Russia. The China-Russia alliance began to act. Zhu Hian was quite surprised by the information he had just received. Then he continued. I will ask again. Lies will not be allowed. Zhu Hian ignored the previous matter and returned to his main investigation. What are you guys doing in Japan? And why are you following me? As if hit in the heart, they didn't know how to react next. This matter.
Seeing that the man seemed reluctant to tell the truth, Ju Hian interrupted him.
Don't answer yet. Let this dog help you answer. The dog appeared again.
Ju Hian continued to use it to get them to reveal the information he needed. The man turned pale with fear.
Sweat was pouring down his face. This time it wasn't the front. Biting there. How humiliating. Do you like to torture people? Besides, he ignored you. Not letting the man react further.
The dog immediately rushed towards him. The bastard ignored me. Out of fear, the man had no choice but to obey.
Ah, I'll tell you. We're tracking Simon. Was Simon the one who kidnapped the girls?
The man cried as he spoke. That bastard said he could conquer the 7 crypts. He was so confident because he had obtained important information from us. Ju Hian seemed very interested and pleased when he heard this.
This is interesting. This is not information from the United States but from China. Of course, I also have information from the United States. The man quickly responded. No, you betrayed Kira.
Ju Hian didn't explain anything further as he continued.
This is very interesting information. Thank you. The man hesitated.
Okay. Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled by Ju Hian's sudden question.
Try answering how China got information about the 7 tombs.
Ju Hian said with a sinister look.
Actually, that's more important information, right?
A few days later.
In Otsu City, Japan.
I received the information I gathered from the assassins. It turns out these people have hacked the Pandora system.
Pandora has a top-notch detector called Pandora.
So I have enough information about the catacombs and I am trying to monopolize them.
But is China's information network secret? Does Pandora have intelligence about the China-Russia alliance? A series of questions appeared in Ju Hian's mind.
Although there is no news from the Pandora system. But that is not good news, because the Chinese and Russian alliance, and Pandora both have them. To control the people's use of the holy relic.
Both have the same goal. I don't like either side. Suddenly Yu Jaeha interrupted Ju Hian's train of thought and asked. By the way, that assassin, why did you let him go?
He will definitely die after returning.
Ju Hian didn't say much, he answered briefly. Whatever. I won't lose her again. Hearing that, Yu Jaeha was extremely confused. Back to Ju Hian's train of thought. Before releasing them, I used the holy relic to mark them.
I wanted her to be my comrade again.
Of course not yet.
Because she is a very disobedient person.
I will use the information from China. Tell Yu Jaeha. He intends to use it to excavate the tomb. Yu Jaeha was extremely surprised by Ju Hian's words. Ju Hian continued.
I have to research them more now. I still don't know what they plan to do to prepare for this excavation.
The driver interrupted.
Hello, sir.
Where would you like to go? Ju Hian smiled and replied. Take us to Kyoto.
Hearing that, the driver was extremely surprised.
Really? Do you know what's going on in Kyoto?
Ju Hian replied without thinking.
I know. I won't let you be in danger. So take me there.
As Simon said, a crypt will appear here in 3 hours.
It's not fun being stuck in tall buildings. So I moved to the dormitory. Finally they arrived. Wow, look. Yu Jaeha was curious and surprised by everything around him. It looked like a Roman arena. Ju Hian spoke up. The city was completely invaded. The scale of the tomb that Pandora warned covers an area of 1,027 square kilometers. Pandora has issued a level 3 evacuation warning. Thank you for bringing me here.
Thank you, sir. Ju Hian and Jaeha started to explore around.
This place was a mess. The entrance to the tomb should be there.
Although it was late, the seal on the entrance had not been removed yet.
There were people from the excavation team gathered here. Yu Jaeha looked around. There were also excavation teams.
Ju Hian looked pleased. It should be so, because Pandora had predicted the appearance of this crypt. This was a troublesome thing. Suddenly a voice came from afar.
"Co Ju Hian, this bastard."
The man wearing glasses walked out looking very upset. Ju Hian recognized the familiar person and replied.
Look, why do you look so miserable?
The man gritted his teeth angrily and said.
You are the troublemaker at the party. How dare you interfere with the cooperation between the chairman and Julian?
Despite the man's madness, Ju Hian remained calm and said.
I lied, I just told the truth. The man was furious.
Don't smirk, you started a war with us in the first place.
Another voice spoke up. Calm down. This is not the time to fight. The voice interrupted Ju Hian and the other man's conversation. Ju Hian seemed to recognize this person by his voice. This bastard, I apologize to you on his behalf. Dear Mr. SEO.
The man walked over and handed me a business card.
I apologize for bothering you. Mr. SEO. I am Yang Chen from TKBM. We don't want to be your enemy.
If you have any problems, please contact us.
We would be happy to help you.
Ju Hian coldly replied.
No need.
He said and then tore the business card from earlier.
Seeing this action, Yang Chen was extremely shocked. Oh no.
Ju Hian tore it into hundreds of photos and threw them away. I'm warning you this time, if I see you again, you'll die.
How can I forget him? Ju Hian thought to himself. This guy is the bastard who put me in the last crypt.
He was the one who carried out Tae Jun's dirty plan.
Quan said if you do this, I will give you the position of TKBM director. The problem is he is a member of my group.
Even though I knew the truth too late, I used to think of him as my brother.
I never thought he would deceive us.
Ju Hian thought back to his past about that man named Yang Chen.
Ju Hian, I'm feeling a little tired so I can't go this time. But the crypt won't be able to trouble someone like you. This is a runaway holy relic, you can use it in a bad situation.
All right. Yang Chen had warned Ju Hian very carefully, but at that time he didn't know that it was an unforgivable betrayal.
And why didn't he leave Du Jeha at home? That way he wouldn't be able to bother him.
Ju Hian saw that what he said made sense and said. Although he seemed to be a clumsy person when entering the tomb, he was my comrade.
Ju Hian, this is an important matter. Yang Chen kept persuading. But any crypt is easy for you. Whatever it is, it depends on you. Ju Hian was finally convinced and agreed with Yang Chen's opinion.
Okay, I get it. I should have known, that was his plan. A crypt is easily the worst difficulty. The Holy Relic escape uses the crypt escape, but it is actually a trick. So I lost my great comrades. But before I died, I met the crow and got a new life. Now I want to say thank you. Although it's hard to pretend to be close to this bastard.
Yang Chen was still shocked by Ju Hian's actions.
Why did he suddenly do that? Ju Hian was still in his own thoughts. But why did he still feel disgusted with him? He's like a piece of trash.
Ju Hian replied to Yang Chen's question. Because I don't like seeing you. The man with glasses spoke up.
Look, he was still confident that he could convince him.
What are you doing, you stalking dog? Without wasting any time, Ju Hian and Jeha immediately left. We'll go straight to the crypt. The man with glasses was angry at Ju Hian's disdainful attitude. What? You guys want to enter the crypt?
Ju Hian turned back and added a bonus sentence.
That's right, do you have any complaints? The man with glasses was furious. You bastard, my entire team is stuck at the entrance. You think you're any different? Regardless of what he said, he and Jeha continued to move forward.
Yes, of course, he could stand there and watch.
Boss, can we go back? Go deeper inside. Are you worried because we're getting close to the tomb? Ju Hian said to Jeha. Standing in front of the tall gate, Jeha was amazed. Wow, it's like we're in Italy. There were a lot of people lying on the ground. Jeha shouted.
Boss, all these people are unconscious.
It was a relief to see them like that. They just lay there. Oh, I really do. A voice said. Jeha said fearfully. Oh, what happened? Boss, can we rest here? But Ju Hian refused. We need to hurry. The Holy Relic's influence was stronger than I thought. It didn't affect me.
As Ju Hian walked, he dragged Jeha along.
What happened? Why are you being dragged on the ground? Ju Hian replied. It's the laziness in him. Jeha reacted. What? Laziness. Ju Hian continued.
The 7 tombs have the attributes of the 7 cardinal sins in Christianity. Wrath, greed, envy, sloth, lust, gluttony, and pride. This was the tomb of laziness. It seemed that even as he approached the entrance, his mind would be swallowed by extreme exhaustion. It's so troublesome to get out of the excavations. This place is so comfortable.
The man said dreamily. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Jeha felt uneasy. I think I want to get out of here. Hearing that, Ju Hian interrupted. What? He wanted to get out of here.
Ju Hian immediately held up something and ordered.
Go, dog. Human, it turns out you didn't forget me. Here, we can only care about defeating Queen Xinli. It can be for naturally lazy people. Not letting the dog say anything more, Zhu Hian interrupted. Noisy, I called you because I have something for you. Jeha's body was held down by magic rope. Let's start, let's go. Boss, why did you do that? Zhu Hian replied, so he wouldn't be able to sit and sleep again. Notification system, because of the patience effect, lazy attacks are disabled. Lazy is exempted because of the patience effect. Obviously this is very useful. I have to hurry, this is quite worrying. The dog spoke, this is amazing. How did we get here? Wait a moment, the entrance will open soon. So what are you going to do? What's the plan? Good point. We will search here. The dog wondered, what do you mean? Zhu Hian replied, I won't be able to get in when the entrance opens. So I need you to make an explosion. The dog had already figured out Zhu Hian's plan, so he wanted to use it to ensure his safety. What? Without further explanation, Zhu Hian quickly carried out his plan. Easy, I'll help you after I'm done. The dog was furious. Hey human, you. As expected, an explosion occurred. Oh, shit. Smoke and fire flew everywhere. Jeha immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The entrance exam was over. Zhu Hian quickly ordered. Come on, help me fix it. The dog cried out in pain. Hey, hurry, it hurts. Jeha was stunned. We really came to this crypt. By the way, there are the holy relics in here. What appeared before their eyes was a golden palace called Domus Aurea. Did you know? The emperor is a famous horse, Zhu Hian said. Jeha asked with a face full of curiosity. Who is that? The light before his eyes further attracted Jeha's curiosity. What was that halo? Suddenly it exploded everywhere. Ah, what is that? A big fire broke out. Ah, suddenly there was a fire. Jeha seemed to realize something. Wait, if this is fire, Emperor Nero. You're right. Zhu Hian replied. Damn, Nero was known to be a tyrannical king. This tomb is dangerous, boss. Zhu Hian replied. I think so too. Zhu Hian then gave the next thing to do. We need to put out the fire. Take out the holy relic Van Gogh. Use it to absorb the fire. This can be used as a weapon later. Trust me. Jeha took out the painting and sucked all the fire into it. Suck all this fire. After a while the fire was completely gone. Oh, that worked. Much better. Over there. From the door, a mighty army rushed out. Idiot. Damn it. Why were you sleeping at the door? There were too many of them and they were coming. Seeing that, Zhu Hian still smiled wickedly. No, I will play with them. The footsteps grew louder. Intruders. Zhu Hian felt fearless and extremely pleased. They had fallen into his trap. The man with glasses from earlier appeared too. He gave orders to the others. Capture them and get information. I know these people. Zhu Hian thought to himself. And some of them, I just saw. Like a monk. I have observed and analyzed them. But there is no other way to deal with them in the current situation. Suddenly the ground in front of them began to crumble, making it impossible for them to pass. An explosion occurred. Ah, shit. Get out of the way. Jeha was worried. This was useful when going on an archaeological dig. If this was an excavation, then maybe archaeologists would come. The system appeared again and gave a notification. You have obtained the title of expert in destroying buildings and the skill of excavating tombs has been upgraded to destroying tombs. Let's go, boss. Destroy the tomb. The damage is higher when using this skill. If used on the ground, it will be expanded. Now you can destroy any tomb. The higher the level, the larger the range and destruction target. The others had escaped the blast. They rushed through. It wasn't working anymore. Hurry up. They seemed to be arguing. Zhu Hian smiled smugly. Try out my new skills. Not long after, large and small rocks appeared on the ground again, flying through the air. Everyone looked at them in amazement. This time it was the ceiling. Zhu Hian said proudly. It will be useful. Act fast while they're still unconscious. Oh yeah. Jeha looked scared and wary. Wow, this is scary. Zhu Hian continued to use his strength to control. Seeing that, Jeha asked curiously. Boss, what are you doing? I blocked their way up. Destruction skill has improved. Destruction skill has reached C rank. This skill is quickly going to C rank again. Jaeha suddenly spoke up to stop him. Stop it. I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Ju Hyun replied. I understand. Jaeha was amazed by the scene, he had to exclaim. Wow, this is a Roman theater. Ju Hyun looked around and said. The holy relic Nero is in this room. Suddenly the iron door behind slammed shut, leaving neither of them in time to react. The building was very tall, its ceiling must have been several dozen meters high. All the doors in the building were tightly shut. This was like a trap. Jaeha was extremely surprised. What? All the doors were closed. Suddenly a huge fire rushed towards the two of them. A voice echoed from somewhere along with a very savage laugh. Ha ha ha, welcome. The building was now engulfed in flames, and the same voice rang out. Now watch the performance. This pan is called Chiing. The best part begins. Ju Hyun still has no idea what's going on with them right now. Emperor Nero, who was known as a tyrant, was also an art lover. I think he wanted to be an artist. He seems to want to become a famous writer. But he writes very badly. During that time, a fire broke out in Rome. It is said that he was the one who created that fire for the sake of art. All the above details have summarized the life of King Nero as well as explained the appearance of the burning fire. Holding the glasses in his hand, Ju Hyun confided, that's why I have these. Homer's glasses, the ones I stole from Yoon Si-woo. I have prepared everything. The holy relic glasses Homer previously obtained from Yoon Si-woo. Homer was a Greek writer, his epic works were Iliad and Odyssey. Ju Hyun puts on his glasses and tells the whole story of King Nero. Nero was a Roman but was fascinated by Greek culture. A fire rushed in and blew away Ju Hyun's glasses. Seeing Ju Hyun injured by the fire, Jaeha asked worriedly. Are you okay, boss? The voice in the air rang out again, young man, don't be in a hurry. You are not worthy to use Homer's masterpiece. People as ignorant of literature as you are cannot use it to its full potential. Jaeha was angry when he heard those words, he held the picture in his hand. We will die if we continue like this. Without saying anything more, Jaeha immediately threw the painting towards the fire. The voice rang out again, still doing unnecessary things. Looking at the scene unfolding before his eyes, Ju Hyun couldn't help but confront the voice with the fire burning inside him. Do you think this surprises me? A sly laugh accompanied by a sarcastic voice replied to Ju Hyun. Ha, surprised, are you impressed? You better compliment my work. With that, a bright light hid both of their eyes. He couldn't leave, just enjoy them. Jaeha tried to cover himself with his hands, he couldn't seem to deal with it. God, it was so hot, stop it. With these, do you think you can get out of here safely? It seems that the character has become angry and wants to burn Ju Hyun and Jaeha alive. Ju Hyun did not expect that it could cause such terrible destruction. This is really a big problem, if this continues, I will wither to death. Suddenly the fire died down. Ha! Wait. Oh, look who it is here. The smoke and dust that remained after the huge fire surprised both of them. The fire was out. The voice was filled with sarcasm. Isn't this SEO Ju Hyun? The secret instrument maker, Ju Hyun had a sullen face at the fairy's words. Yu Jaeha wondered, hey secret diary writer. What exactly is he talking about? A voice rang out again. That's right, I've been waiting for you. The only human saved by that crow. Ju Hyun was angry. What are you talking about? How do you know? The holy relic Forden talked about this. Seo Ju Hyun, yes, you are very famous. At this time, Seo Ju Hyun turned to ask Jaeha, he had secretly moved the holy relics to Dekern. Yu Jaeha replied angrily. Why are you asking me? The voice continued to ring out, come closer to me, I'll give you a chance. Seo Ju Hyun slowly walked over, thinking to himself, what happened? I haven't even finished writing the novel yet. At this moment, the holy relic appeared before the two of them, happily saying. Nice to meet you, Seo Ju Hyun who is on the rise. Fear, Yu Jaeha said. There is a holy relic that looks like a human. I have never seen such a case. Nero laughed arrogantly. A high-level holy relic could do such a thing. Even though it was just an illusionary screen to communicate with humans. Ju Hyun, I read your novel in Secret Diary. It was really different from what I thought. It was very touching. Jaeha heard that and asked, where do you feel me moved? Nero replied. When I see them, I feel a green color. Little friend. Extraordinarily creative. Glorious expression. The secret diary is the masterpiece of this century. And human hands are not allowed to touch it. I can understand what you mean since Seo Ju-hyun's fans are gradually decreasing.
Hearing that, Jae-ha sarcastically congratulated him on having a big fan.
He would be deified immediately. Seo Ju-hyun widened his eyes in anger and replied briefly, closing his mouth.
Nero then continued, "That's a good thing.
Seo Ju-hyun, please try to develop your literature. Yes, there is no difference between you and the people around you." The two people who heard these words were stunned. What? The voice was full of confusion. What is he talking about? Nonsense. The pig praises love. Nero continued, Seo Ju-hyun, this is a lesson learned the hard way. Yes, young and old are really the same. Like the clothes in a suitcase.
Brothers, protect each other.
Nero instructed Ju-hyun and Jae-ha.
Both of them felt that this was a strange thing.
Jae-ha burst out laughing. Ju-hyun said in confusion. What are you talking about? Ju-hyun seemed to feel a little embarrassed.
On the contrary, Jae-ha still laughed and said to Ju-hyun,
why don't you do it? Jae-ha's question seemed to make Ju-hyun feel even more uncomfortable. Can you shut up? Nero saw Jae-ha's attitude. He became even angrier at the two of them joking around. He thought this was a joke. He didn't understand what I meant. Seo Ju-hyun thought, this is not the time to talk nonsense with him. I need to convince him. As said, it is one of the 7 high-level holy relics. So I need to use it properly. I can't stand the fire alone. Other things. Nero looked very angry. It was like a fire was burning behind him.
At this moment, Seo Ju-hyun turned his attention to the group of people who were in a state of panic.
Because they were locked in a room. I saw them.
They were downstairs.
What was that? Was it the holy relic? They were talking excitedly, I found them. They are there. Look. Seo Ju-hyun could only exclaim, what are these idiots doing?
But suddenly the fire flared up fiercely, causing everyone upstairs to scream in pain.
It's too hot. Let's get out of here. It's really unbearable.
The crowd screamed in panic. They were facing Nero's wrath. Nero became more frustrated. He could no longer contain his anger and shouted.
I don't care about you. Get out of here. Don't come back here again.
Ju-hyun paused, lost in his thoughts.
Luckily.
It helped me escape from these bad guys.
Looks like I have a chance. System notification. The holy relic tactical energy is approaching. Powerful holy relics can identify the weak points of the crypt and the holy relic. Ju-hyun was stunned to realize.
The holy relic tactic.
It was Julian. Julian Miller is running somewhere right now. He's here too. Julian has the holy relic Zeegle resonance. Ju-hyun thought.
It can see the weaknesses of the holy relic Nero.
The fire inside Nero flared up. He shouted, what's wrong with you? We need to fight to conquer me. Ju-hyun panicked. I can't stand still. What is he going to do?
Nero's words were filled with determination.
I won't let others get in your way. Let's go. Ju-hyun remained silent, thinking.
Then he suddenly exclaimed, good.
Jae-ha was surprised to hear that. Boss. Ju-hyun thought to himself. It would be a way to keep Julian from touching Nero.
Even though this was like a solo challenge.
But I don't care.
At this moment, Seo Ju-hyun spoke, but I have one condition.
Huh? What condition? I don't want to fight here.
Ju-hyun said with a smirk.
If you follow me, I promise to fight you. Nero shouted angrily. It seems like you are tricking me. Nero's anger flared. You want to destroy my pride as a ruler? What if you don't keep your promise? Ju-hyun calmly replied. You can kill me with your fire. Jae-ha heard this and turned around in panic. Huh? Boss.
A flame was approaching Ju-hyun and Jae-ha at a rapid pace.
This flame wouldn't kill me easily. It was very unpleasant. I had already felt death once. Nero was upset. What? That's impossible. Ju-hyun's voice rang out. I just want to fight fairly. You are a strong man. But you certainly know the importance of environment. Here you can use your power freely. Everything around here is collapsing.
But this place is very uncomfortable for me. It's natural that I can't use my power in this place. As if they had realized it, Ju-hyun and Nero looked at each other affectionately.
Ju-hyun said. If you want to compete fairly, you have to come to the place I choose. Nero replied, "You're right." With that, Nero slowly disappeared into the dim light. "I understand. You must keep your promise."
Nero finally disappeared, leaving only the crown on his head falling down.
Ju Hian said. "Good, I convinced him." Ju Hian sneered and picked up Nero's crown. "Time to get out of here."
Speaking of this, suddenly a fire broke out from above.
Ju Hian couldn't help but be surprised. A voice said.
Ju Hian replied, "Forgive me, Julian."
Ju Hian said proudly. "Forgive me, you are late and this holy relic is mine." Julian Miller shouted angrily. "Don't lie. This crypt is unconquerable." SEO Ju Hian replied, "Huh, what do you mean?" Not letting him say anything more, Ju Hian immediately handed over Nero's crown.
"The holy relic, get out of here."
Nero replied. "Okay." And so the entire SEO Ju Hian group gradually disappeared in Julian Miller's helplessness. No. The holy relic's energy disappeared. Did he really have that holy relic?
Even the crypt wasn't cleaned.
Julian Miller panicked. The owner of the crypt was gone. The crypt would collapse soon. I had to get out of here. The catacombs were now beginning to collapse. Everyone was confused and scared. What was happening? Everything was falling apart.
A horrible scene was unfolding.
A news report on the news channel. The large crypt appeared in Kyoto and suddenly collapsed.
The international organization The Holy Relic Pandora said that the crypt had been conquered.
Kyoto began to restore life to normal. Austin Rockefeller shouted angrily. "What the hell is that?
They say the catacombs have been conquered.
Why don't they mention who conquered them?"
A voice came from the door.
"Mr. Austin Rockefeller, new information has arrived. The person who obtained the holy relic in Kyoto was SEO Ju Hian." Austin Rockefeller was surprised to hear that. "What?" Austin Rockefeller was even more angry now and shouted, "Is it him too? What is our excavation team doing? How much did I pay them?" The assistant replied in a cold sweat, "It's all because they couldn't find the entrance and were blocked at the door."
They all got in with the help of Julian Miller, but it was too late.
Austin Rockefeller put his hands on his head and said, "Damn, this is making me sick."
Sitting down in his chair, Austin Rockefeller continued speaking, SEO Ju Hian had taken the holy relic and now had taken the holy relic from the 7 crypts.
"Damn, have you investigated him? If there's nothing on him, surely you must have investigated something else, right?" The assistant still said obsequiously, "SEO Ju Hian, there are some very good destructive holy relics. Not only that, he even brought a subordinate." "Huh? What? Only brought one subordinate?" Austin Rockefeller was surprised. Only 2 people entered the crypt? Besides, the crypt could not be conquered by 2 people.
"No, how would you know?" Austin Rockefeller explained. "I spent a lot of time training gravediggers.
It took 100 men to conquer the catacombs. So I think he has a smart strategy and strong subordinates. All the people I sent couldn't attack the crypt, but the 2 of them entered normally and easily destroyed the crypt." Austin Rockefeller now ordered, "Tighten the surveillance, I want to know what he is doing." The assistant replied, "As you command." Cut to SEO Ju Hian's place, we're outside. "Let's get started." "I'm ready." Ju Hian said with a serious expression, "I want to ask you one more thing." "What?" "I hope you can help me by investigating." "What investigation?" "How did you read the secret diary?" "I think it was distributed through a route I don't know about." The crown replied angrily, "I paid to read it." It was true. Ju Hian heard that and thought doubtfully. "What? Pay? Does that mean someone stole my novel and sold it?" The crown continued, "I just read it. I don't know where the direct delivery room is." Ju Hian turned away with an angry look. "Okay, I'll investigate further." Ju Hian muttered as he left. "The suspect is here. I will question everyone." Suddenly the rope wrapped around Ju Hian's leg. He looked down with a searching gaze, first starting with the rope. The rope spoke. "You're calling me handsome." Ju Hian was angry. "Stop talking, answer me. Do you know the novel I wrote?" "Ha." The rope said nothing but just swayed. Ju Hian saw that and glared. "Do you know him?" Ju Hian was getting frustrated with a sneer. "Look at it. Tell me. Why don't you tell me?" Ju Hian was getting more and more frustrated. "Tell me the truth." The silent rope exuded sadness. Ju Hian said. "Did you sell that novel?" "Did I say something wrong?" Ju Hian shouted. The dog next to him said. "Your answer is very interesting. Rope. Where did you learn to lie? Rope said. No, no. The rope took the blame. I just read it. I did nothing else. Did someone take it? Ju Hyun sighed seriously. The rope continued to defend itself. I really didn't take them. Seo Ju Hyun also continued to ask, so who really took them? On the other side, Jae-ha paused as if he had waited too long before speaking up. Boss, hurry up and eat. Or the food will get cold. Ju Hyun replied, wait for me a moment. Then he turned to Jae-ha with a doubtful look. Are all the holy relics in your room? That's right. Is there a problem, boss? Nothing. So the rope has no reason to take it. So who? Suddenly there was a voice at the door, extraordinary. This is my income. It's easy to make money. Seo Ju Hyun's eyes turned sharp when he heard that. This voice. Could it be? Ju Hyun ran to open the door. The holy relics, axes, paper, ink, pens, knives, and stones. All are gathered here. Seeing that, Ju Hyun angrily shouted. Stop it right now. Ju Hyun's eyes were full of murderous intent as he ordered. Everyone gather here. The holy relics who saw Ju Hyun's anger couldn't help but feel scared. Everyone ran away. This pressure. Ju Hyun continued, who gave you permission to sell my novels? How did you know? Jae-ha walked in, bewildered. What happened? Everyone cried out. Who reported us? Ju Hyun looked serious. I'm trying to find the culprit who sold the novel. Jae-ha smiled faintly and said, so who do you think it is? Ju Hyun's expression grew more and more ferocious. Who was behind this? And started all this? All eyes immediately turned to the worm. Being betrayed and revealed as the mastermind behind it all, the worm couldn't help but feel angry. You bastards. Ju Hyun stared at it and spoke. Are you an earthworm? The earthworm shouted angrily. That's it. What's the problem? Immediately a foot stepped forward. Ju Hyun stepped on it and sneered. You're very brave. Anger rising, Ju Hyun shouted loudly. Why are you here? You should be with the Holy Relic medical staff. The voice from the worm said, because it hurts. Damn it. You still haven't sent me the money. You cheated. Ju Hyun was confused. I don't understand. What do you mean? The worm, now flat as a piece of paper, tried to explain. Since you hadn't given me the money, I tried to find a way to earn it. And then I found the novel. Ju Hyun picked him up and interrupted him, you've caused me trouble. You sold my novel to someone else without permission. And so a heated argument ensued, Ju Hyun shouted. Give me all the money now. The other holy relics heard that and raised their voices. Damn it, that's my money too. Ju Hyun glanced at them. Looks like you guys are joining in too. Should I beat you up? The holy relics replied, we don't have any money for you to extort. When there was money, the whole group enjoyed it, but now he was left to suffer. The worm couldn't help but get angry. Hey, you guys also participated. Why are you just standing there? But it was too late, Ju Hyun threw the worm out of his hand. It cried out in despair. Help me. Ju Hyun then spoke. The end. And so all the money from the worm fell down. Jae-ha suddenly looked down at the pile of gold coins at his feet. This was crazy, so much money. Ju Hyun continued to ask, how much did you sell my novel for? The worm, stripped of all its money, became indifferent and replied, I think it's because my technique is good, but your novel is. Jae-ha stood in front of the pile of money, unable to hide his greed, and said with drool. Do you intend to write a second novel? Ju Hyun also broke out in a sweat when he heard these words. Back to the money, both of them now felt troubled with this money. But it could buy anything in the world. Seeing that, the worm immediately came up with an idea. Yes, it is very difficult to clean, but if I let it. But the response was Ju Hyun's face full of horror. No. Suddenly Seo Ju Hyun noticed something. In his hand was something with a blue light. He asked. What is this? Seeing that thing, the worm was startled and scared. No, why was it there? Who did it? I already got rid of it. Ju Hyun asked again. What is it? The worm stuttered, unable to say, no. Ju Hyun seemed to have lost his patience and blared. If you want to get beaten again then. And so the harsh sounds rang out, only to hear the worm begging endlessly. Stop. After a while, the worm obediently explained with its wounds all over. That is the nature of the holy relic.
You can get it from the damaged holy relic. There is something inside the holy relic, yes, like a soul, and I can say it gives life. Hearing that, all of the holy relic looked at the worm with a mixture of worry and anger and said, "Damn it, what if he takes all of our souls?" Jaeha couldn't help but be surprised. Interesting. The holy relic has such a secret. Ju Hyun was interested. Worth investigating. It took half a day to clean up the money from the earthworm. I have to admit that the worm is really rich. Return day, now that Kyoto is over. And we want to relax in New York. Co Ju Hyun was staring at something at the moment. By the way, it turns out he was standing on the balcony and below were fans. Ju Hyun, our excavation team wants to invite you to join the team. Shut up. We were the first to invite Ju Hyun. Everyone was shocked. Was that him and his assistant? What holy relic was he using? Ju Hyun, this isn't a holy relic. Ju Hyun then spoke to Jaeha. All the excavation teams had gathered. It seemed like they already knew who had obtained the holy relic Nero. Which meant there was a witness. There was no such announcement in the news. Jaeha heard this and wondered, who was it? Ju Hyun explained. As soon as we leave the tomb, it will disappear. If we don't conquer it, there will be no way out. It wouldn't have been easy for the stupid miners to get out. But they got out safely. Ju Hyun continued his speculation, then it could only be said, Miller saved them, Julian Miller. While he was there, it seemed like he found a way out or something. Even if it was an enemy, he wouldn't let anyone die. Jaeha choked up, isn't that good? Looking down at the pile of messages on his phone, Ju Hyun looked unhappy, which made me very annoyed. If this continues, it will be very difficult for me to get to the airport. The people below are still shouting, hoping for your response. Ju Hyun, you are right, please look here. Ju Hyun. Jaeha's eyes lit up as a thought came to mind. Boss, I have an idea. What idea? Sell them fake goods. Ju Hyun was stunned when he heard that. The fake one you made before disappeared. So I'll do it differently. Just shell the holy relic, then put your soul inside it. Jaeha laughed loudly and continued talking about his idea. Like this the copy effect quickly disappears, but the appearance lasts longer. If you put the soul inside, then it is very possible. Co Ju Hyun laughed smugly upon hearing this, and then sold them to attract attention. Very good, otherwise we'll go to the airport. The two discussed with each other, it won't be a problem if we destroy the holy relic. Then let's do it quickly. The holy relics were startled when they heard that. A minute of silence for them began. Jaeha also had some demands. This is my idea, if there is a reward I will work better. Ju Hyun generously replied, okay. Hearing that, Jaeha ran off, okay, I'll get to work right away. Ju Hyun watched Jaeha and thought to himself, this is the future king of con artists. He thought with a sinister smile, in the future, it will be fun and interesting. And so the two of them got to work, starting by posting an ad for the holy relic. Where are you going to post it? Jaeha replied, there is a forum called the Holy Relic created by Pandora. There are a lot of the holy relic here. Users collect the holy relic on this website. Do you know? I have heard about the site news, but do not know the owner. Ju Hyun attentive, this is a very diverse type of website. Yes, that's right. Ju Hyun thought to himself, this is also created by a smart monopoly. I will take advantage of it now. Jaeha scratched his head at this point wondering what to title this. The excellent excavation teams would see it, this was a concern, right? Ju Hyun immediately pushed Jaeha aside. What are you talking about? Let me. Jaeha helplessly shouted, this place is mine. Ju Hyun immediately wrote the first lines. The team excavated the holy relic in the tomb in Kyoto. Jaeha, surprised, exclaimed, boss. He was going to play big. Ju Hyun replied with a sly look on his face, the more lies we write, the more benefits we will get. Meanwhile, Jaeha couldn't hide his extreme worry. What's in there will cause us trouble later. Ju Hyun quickly reassured him. If we don't sell them, we'll be stuck here forever. So take care of yourself. It's a secret plan. And so the first title was completed, the announcement, the conquest team in Kyoto is considered the holy relic of Julius Caesar. Jaeha just read and shouted, wait, that's not the holy relic of Julius Caesar. Ju Hyun had to explain again to reassure him, no one knows that. With this, we will have more customers. It'll be fine. With that, Ju Hyun pressed the post button. Then he stood up and walked towards the door. Ju Hyun said, I've posted, you should prepare the fake holy relic. Jaeha immediately obeyed. I understand, boss. Just a moment later there was a loud shout from Jeha, the boss, this is amazing, it seems the view rate is increasing rapidly, Jeha said while laughing loudly, every website is exploding.
TV channels are talking about it. Requests have started to increase. Phone calls and emails are pouring in. Many journalists are talking about it too. Because the post was so hot, I just received another notification, the deal is in the form of an auction and the location is Los Angeles. The time is this month.
After arriving in Los Angeles, Jeha began creating a high-quality replica of the Holy Relic Nero.
I did other deals like shopping for auction sites. Time flies, the day is full of price.
There's a crowd of people here, but they seem unhappy.
What? There's only a few people.
But he rented a place like this.
Ju Hyun was watching them from afar. While the screams continued, why hasn't he arrived yet?
Jeha saw this and said with concern, boss, we're late.
So Ju Hyun calmly replied, let's go in now. I will run the temporary Danlam auction. I will take all the tickets and not let any intruders in.
Jeha still worriedly replied, okay. Seeing Jeha's worried expression, Ju Hyun reassured him that he would be fine and not to worry.
But Jeha was still worried. Why?
Ju Hyun explained to him, Lee Seola seems to be here, is she the girl from the Chinese excavation team? Yes, I know this because before leaving I let the Holy Relic mark them.
This is a guest. The people here are very worried. This plan will only succeed after the auction ends safely.
Okay, do your best.
Jeha shouted, I will do my best. Ju Hyun came out and said, is everyone gathered?
Everyone around worriedly said, you can't be late, especially if you're not the organizer.
Calm down, let's go in now. Ju Hyun's expression was arrogant.
Sharp eyes, each person's entrance fee is the Holy Relic.
Everyone heard that as if thunder struck their ears, what?
Ju Hyun reaffirmed once again for them to understand, as a reference, it doesn't matter if you're in the same group or not.
Each person is required to give the Holy Relic to enter. It's an interesting way of bidding. Austin Rockefeller shouted angrily, you want to take all of the Holy Relic? Ha, so you're here too.
Ju Hyun glared at him, as he knew, there wasn't enough space in the auction house.
1 Holy Relic for 1 entry. Was it a big expense? People were even more angry now and started to protest. What kind of logic is this? These are the richest people. If you can't manage them well, how can you bid? That's what I'm doing after all. The Holy Relic will be handed over to my subordinates. I'll prepare for the first auction. Jeha thought happily.
Back to Ju Hyun, he looked down at the stands and asked them.
And like I said, did you guys know that there isn't enough room for this auction? You guys better think carefully with all your IQ about this. As if provoked, everyone became even angrier. It was obvious that he was robbing. Jeha thought to himself, I think the auction needs to start.
Thinking about it, he turned to reassure them, calm down everyone.
No matter what level, just 1 Holy Relic is enough.
Isn't it great for high-level Holy Relic users? Before he finished speaking, the Holy Relic was brought out. No, this was necessary for the auction, now let's start quickly. That Holy Relic could only scream in vain, this evil person. Oh, this is bad, things are getting worse.
Jeha saw this and couldn't hide his greed, he rushed out to receive the Holy Relics that the auctioneer brought. I will give the Holy Relic, let me in. Let's go one by one. Me too.
And so the auction proceedings began, and everything returned to normal. There was an advantage to renting a small place like this.
Bidders competed with each other.
There are also some high-level users of the Holy Relic to enter.
You can get in by searching this. Austin Rockefeller replied, agreeing. Jeha and Austin Rockefeller looked at each other. Nice to see you here. Obviously you're a potential customer too. We will show the goods to the customer right now.
The crown was immediately brought out, everyone was amazed when they saw it, wow, everyone looked at the crown intently.
This is the Holy Relic Julius Caesar.
It looks like a noble flower crown. It seemed like everyone was getting impatient, one person shouted, stop talking nonsense and started bidding.
But Seo Ju Hyun stopped him. Wait a minute, not everyone is in yet. Outside, Jeha was warmly welcoming. Thank you, you are the last customer for today.
He turned back to announce the closing, the rest of the people couldn't help but feel regretful but there was no other way.
It couldn't be. Jeha thought to himself. Luckily, they got out of here obediently. The auction will also go well. Jeha then turned to ask the maid how many boxes of the Holy Relic he counted. There were 3 boxes of the Holy Relic in total. We have a lot of the Holy Relic. How much bonus will we get? The two happily walked and talked.
But suddenly a person appeared with a not-so-happy face.
You are? Jaeha smiled shyly. I didn't expect you to come. But what's going on?
Julian Miller immediately spoke up. I'll make it short for you.
Are you guys selling fake the holy relic?
What are you guys up to?
Hearing that, Jaeha panicked and thought to himself. Does he know that?
He recalled his previous conversation with Ju Hyun. He knew a lot about the holy relic. He could see the entire features of the crypt and the holy relic.
Jaeha was scared. Was it true?
Yes. A copy containing the core of the holy relic also states that this person cannot be deceived.
Jaeha immediately thought he had to do something. Huh, what do you mean? Are you serious? Don't lie, my eyes can't be deceived, Julian insisted seriously. I'll pay the entrance fee and head straight to the theater. It's obviously fake. Why would you do that?
I was very careful when it was unusual.
What is your goal in helping people use the holy relic? Jaeha was constantly questioned, his head bowed, sweat pouring down like a shower. I'm going to go crazy with his questions. What should I do? I don't know what you mean. Are you trying to use it to reduce the entrance fee? Julian now passed by Jaeha.
He was moving this pile of the holy relic.
As he walked, he turned back to look at Jaeha. You go. Then I will tell the truth.
Looking at Julian's shadow walking inside, Jaeha worried. No, he will ruin the auction.
No, why is he doing this?
He gritted his teeth and decided to stop Julian. And then Jaeha immediately shouted, damn it, stop and listen to me.
Where are you going so fast?
But he pretended not to hear Jaeha's words, continuing to walk towards the door despite Jaeha screaming from behind.
Until Jaeha says so, I will tell you everything I know. Hearing that, he immediately stopped and turned around, wondering what he was telling me. Jaeha hugged the box and replied, I will tell him the truth. They are really fake holy relics. But we didn't do anything wrong or evil. Can we give you some of the auctioned holy relics? Jaeha honestly admitted everything in panic. On the surface, he was secretly calculating.
First, he would fulfill all his conditions, keep him here, and temporarily prevent him from entering the auction house. But suddenly Julian Miller's words startled him. His boss said it was genuine, making Jaeha momentarily speechless. After saying that, Julian Miller continued to turn his back and leave. You still want to deceive me, you have disappointed me too much. Jaeha saw that the matter had been exposed. She could only cry behind him trying to stop him.
Oh no, wait a minute.
Jaeha had no choice but to shout and try to stop him. So what? I will tell you the secret information we have.
Let's stay and talk about it.
Despite Jaeha's coaxing words, he still turned away, coldly saying that he didn't need it, making Jaeha's face turn pale like lightning. The scene changed to the auction house. Everyone was enthusiastically bidding on the items, under the chairmanship of Seo Ju-hoon. Sky-high prices were given from below the stands, soon from $130 million. It had reached $250 million. At the same time Julian Miller also entered the auction hall. He suddenly used light touch energy and throat. He shouted for everyone to stop. The sound he made shook the entire hall. His voice seemed to deafen everyone present, and made them look around in panic, not understanding what was going on. Until his next words rang out, he said, stop this auction, I have something to say to everyone. Seo Ju-hyun was currently in the stands, staring at Julian Miller without taking his eyes off, wondering why he was here. While he was in a daze, Jaeha quickly ran over and grabbed Julian Miller's hand from behind to quickly stop him. But Seo Ju-hyun was sensitive. He seemed to have realized that something was strange here. He absolutely could not let him interrupt this auction, immediately unleashing his strength, ordering the rope to tie Julian Miller back. Just as the other party was about to reveal the truth about the item, the holy relic crown displayed here for auction, Seo Ju-hyun's rope immediately choked his mouth shut. In no time he was tied up like an ancient Egyptian mummy, lying struggling on the ground. Seo Ju-hyun stood to the side and smiled smugly, saying to him, no matter if you do that to take over the holy relic, it won't work, I will stop you. Or even if anyone else has the same intention as him, I will do the same. While saying to him, he also said directly to the auction participants present here. He also added, in fact, I know Julian Miller quite well. Even though he really wants those holy relics, the people here can't give it up. I understand how you feel, but I want a fair auction. Then he ordered the rope to drag him out of the auction. Seo Ju-hyun successfully turned the situation around and continued the auction. Since then, the auction has continued to be safe. The value of the holy relic has skyrocketed to $900 million. At this moment, a well-dressed girl spoke up right after, making a big offer. Say you will pay for the auction item with another holy relic, which is an SS-grade holy relic. Her words stunned the entire hall, and they all listened to her continue. My reason is that since the entrance ticket also uses the holy relics, the auction requires the same. Do you like this idea?
Everyone there thought this suggestion was absurd and refuted her, but only Seo Ju-hoon smiled slyly, as if he was planning something dangerous. Seo Ju-hoon immediately spoke up. This was a proposal that was based on taste, but even SS-rank holy relics were a bit weak. Everyone heard him say that and started to compete with each other to use many SS-grade holy relics to auction. They fought each other over every little thing. Seo Ju-hoon stood above and watched with interest. From then on, he watched as they began to argue that they would join the holy relic. It was truly a sight to behold. At the last minute of the auction, the fake holy relics were all given to Princess Sophia from Monaco, the same girl from earlier, the first woman to bid with a holy relic. As soon as the auction hammer fell, Seo Ju-hoon spoke up, congratulating the holy relic Julius Caesar on its successful sale. Hearing this, Sophia jumped up and down like a child for joy. Meanwhile, the people around her found this matter ridiculous. Suddenly a blonde guy got angry and shouted loudly, "You damn bastard, I provided a lot of money. Honestly, did you give it to her on purpose?" He stared at Seo Ju-hoon with anger, and he calmly replied, saying, "I'm not stupid, the value of $200 million with SS-class holy relic, just need 2 SS-class holy relic, and 3 A-class holy relic, 10 B-class holy relic is enough." On the surface, he said that out of respect for him, but in his heart he cursed him. It was really too bad for Austin, Pandora's dog. The blonde guy couldn't talk back to him, so he turned to look at Sophia as if he wanted to eat her alive, and she also looked at him with the eyes of a victor. Seo Ju-hoon saw this scene and smirked. He was quite happy because this auction was a complete success anyway. Scene changes to the hallway of a room. Inside the car, Ju-hoon and Jae-ha were discussing how to deal with this Julian Miller guy now. He then turned to ask Jae-ha what made him appear at the auction house. Jae-ha was not sure either, guessing that maybe he came to participate in the auction. When he arrived and saw a holy relic, he immediately recognized it as a fake. Hearing that, Seo Ju-hoon sighed and said, "I can't fool him even though the quality has improved a lot." He immediately ordered the rope to release Julian Miller. As soon as he was untied, he opened his mouth and asked to Seo Ju-hoon, "Hey Seo Ju-hoon, are you a scammer? What do you think they'll do to you after they find out it's fake?" Seo Ju-hoon calmly replied, "As long as you leave quietly, you will be safe, right?" But he was still stubborn and said that he would reveal the truth if he escaped from here. He immediately told him to be patient. The person who had the holy relic now was the princess of a country. If she heard about it, then I might be in trouble. He immediately retorted to him, if it was that scary, he shouldn't have done this in the first place. Seeing him so stubborn, Seo Ju-hoon momentarily didn't know what to do with him now. Suddenly there was a movement that caught his attention. On the ceiling where the vent was, a large flame suddenly burst into flames. It was the holy relic spirit. The flames rushed to attack him. Then run out the main door. Seo Ju-hoon quickly ran after him. But when did it disappear? He immediately guessed that it seemed like Lee Seo-la had used the holy relic to listen to their conversation all this time. Jae-ha was scared when he heard that. He asked Seo Ju-hoon what they should do now. Only Julian Miller was pleased. He laughed. This was a good thing. Someone knew the truth and said he would be caught soon. Seo Ju-hoon listened to him. On the contrary, he was very leisurely. Only Jae-ha was scared pale. Until he said he would take advantage of this. And Julian Miller heard him say that and frowned in confusion. Seo Ju-hoon gave a wicked smile. Looking at Julian Miller, he said he would make him his accomplice. On the other hand, on Sophia's side, she was looking at the holy relic crown that she had successfully auctioned. Not hiding her emotions, she was overjoyed at having obtained a holy relic from one of the 7 crypts. The servant beside her continuously congratulated her. And informed her that he had paid all the cash and the holy relic she had bid on. She then gave the servant a bag containing the holy relic, telling him to keep it carefully, it was very expensive. And dreamed that she herself could become a user of the holy relic. With this the holy relic, the entire kingdom of Pandora would become famous and know her. Suddenly a voice from behind told her to stop and wait a moment. It was Lee Seo-la. She came and said, "This holy relic is fake, princess." Sophia was confused and asked who she was and what she was talking about. Then received a firm confirmation from the other party, that the holy relic she won at the auction was fake. Hearing this made Sophia dumbfounded, not believing, saying what the other party was talking about. How could this happen? Lee Seo-la continued, she could prove it herself. Ask Sophia to lend her the holy relic for a while. Seo-la looked very confident that the holy relic that Sophia was holding was fake. And wanted her to give it to her for proof, but Sophia was still very wary and said, "How can I believe you?" Seo-la replied, "There are so many people here, am I going to do something stupid?" Hearing that, Sophia wavered and gave her the holy relic, not forgetting to warn her, "If you deceive me, you will suffer the consequences." Seo-la quickly grabbed the holy relic. Suddenly her eyes turned cold. A single knife cut the holy relic in half.
Then he slashed several times in a row, scaring Sophia, who yelled at her what the hell she was doing. The high-level holy relic was thus cut in half in the confusion of the people present. At this time, Seola said that the knife in her hand was only a level 5 holy relic dagger, then asked what level Sophia's holy relic was. Sophia now froze and replied that it was S rank, and a low-level holy relic could not hurt a high-level holy relic under normal circumstances. So that meant that the holy relic she had bid on was fake. Only now did Sophia realize that she had been fooled. Sophia was furious to see that this holy relic was even below B rank. Seola immediately added, yes, the entrance fee was paid and everyone was scammed. Everyone then came to their senses. Seola didn't stop there and angrily added, calling Seo Ju-hyun a bastard. And told everyone that he was still in this auction house. We should stop him and take back what should be ours. The crowd was furious when they heard that. They shouted to find Seo Ju-hyun. Seo Ju-hyun. You are dead today. Seeing this, Seola was very pleased and secretly happy. Everything was going according to plan. That bastard probably didn't think of it. That's how I got you into prison. I'll have free access to the 7 crypts. Thinking of this, she ran away. Besides, Seo Ju-hyun also felt that it seemed like everyone knew that the holy relic was fake. On one side, Jaeha was concentrating on making another fake holy relic to replace it. Very soon, it was almost done. Seo Ju-hyun told him to hurry up. He needed to pull off another trick before it was too late. Meanwhile, Seola runs off to find where the real holy relics are kept. She is completely unable to sense them. She also wonders how Seo Ju-hyun did it. While thinking, someone ran up from behind and shouted that Seo Ju-hyun was here. And he came over at this time. Still comfortably asking, what do you all want from me? As soon as they saw him, they forced him to return the holy relic to them. Scolding Seo Ju-hyun as a fraud. They kept pressuring and scolding Seo Ju-hyun. But he just smiled lightly and explained that the holy relic that everyone took was indeed fake. Hearing that, everyone scolded him for being a scoundrel. They demanded that he return it all quickly. Only Seola stood behind wondering why he admitted it. At this time, Seo Ju-hyun told everyone to calm down. We are also facing a dangerous situation. As he spoke, he looked towards Jaeha who was standing behind. Tell everyone to look. Only to see Jaeha lift up his shirt to reveal a large wound on his stomach like a knife cut. Everyone was confused at this time. Jaeha said immediately. Actually, we didn't intend to sell the fake holy relic at first. We thought that selling the holy relic was too extravagant. But we got a threatening call, because we got the holy relic from the crypt in Kyoto. The holy relic was not very popular before. But in fact it was the opposite, and then I got this wound. Just like that, Jaeha used his eloquence to make up stories to gain people's sympathy. Also provide a copy of the diagnostic results as evidence. All of us held this slip along with Jaeha's plea to trust us. Seo Ju-hyun on the side also added, we were trying to catch the culprit at this auction house. So we fooled everyone. The person who tried to threaten us would definitely appear here. Meanwhile, in the dark corner, Julian Miller stood behind the observation door. Sophia then asked back. Why did you let me win the auction? I swear I won't be a threat. And if he was here, I would definitely catch him. Are you testing me? Seo Ju-hyun smiled lightly and said sorry to Sophia. Princess, you have a lot of bodyguards. I think it won't be a problem. If a criminal is caught, we will return the real holy relic to you. After all, this auction is still normal but things continue like this. I still can't catch that threatening guy. Seo Ju-hyun firmly appeared to be sure he was telling the truth. The people there heard that and were skeptical, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Seeing everyone being shaken, Seo Ju-hyun secretly laughed, sorry but this, Jaeha's wound was made with the holy relic. Suddenly at this moment a voice rang out. Julian Miller suddenly burst out. He was madly rushing towards everyone. Both Seo Ju-hyun and Jaeha were now staring at him, waiting to see what he would do. The two looked at each other without saying a word, until Seo Ju-hyun spoke up, which of them won the bid, there were truths that needed to be known. He is here, the one threatening us is here. Julian interrupted, saying he would say it himself. But Seo Ju-hyun interrupted him, put his hand in his pocket and said, sorry I will be honest as you said. Seconds later he pretended to be horrified, as if he couldn't find anything. Jaeha, who was standing next to him, asked what was wrong, only to find out that he couldn't find it. Seo Ju-hyun shouted loudly, saying, the holy relic, I definitely kept it in here. Everyone who heard this did not understand what was going on. Seo Ju-hyun's acting was top-notch as he almost successfully fooled Lee Seola when she saw his hurried appearance. For a moment, it seemed like his face really was being stolen. One of the 7 holy relics was stolen. Everyone was confused when they heard that. Even Julian Miller didn't understand what was happening right now. He couldn't hold it in anymore, scolding Seo Ju-hyun. "What are you talking about?" He immediately turned back and said, "That's a big problem. I need to find it and return it to the princess." Julian Miller immediately said he would find it for him, only to see him lightly touch the glasses he was wearing. But this action of his was exactly as Seo Ju-hyun wanted. At this moment a large circle of light appeared. The holy relic that Seo Ju-hyun was looking for unexpectedly ended up in Julian Miller's shirt. He looked surprised, wondering why it was in here. But as Seo Ju-hyun promised Sophia, "If the criminal is caught, I will return to you the holy relic." Seo Ju-hyun looked at Julian Miller and smirked. Then ordered someone to search his body. The crowd immediately surrounded him and caught him, telling him to cooperate a little, despite Julian Miller's objections. Miller couldn't have thought that the fact that he was able to escape from the rope was actually because Seo Ju-hyun himself ordered the rope to release him. And while he wasn't paying attention, the rope had taken the holy relic into his shirt. So now he was surrounded and searched by a crowd. And as planned, everyone found the holy relic in his person. Despite Julian Miller's screaming explanations, everyone believed that he was the one who threatened and stole the holy relic. Sophia suddenly turned to borrow Seola's dagger. Then casually slashed at the holy relic to determine if it was real or fake once more. As soon as the holy relic and the dagger collided, a loud noise rang out, and the dagger was instantly broken. And the holy relic at this moment seemed to be awakened, radiating great power, asking Sophia, "Hey girl, do you want to see my power?" After confirming that this was the real holy relic, Sophia angrily looked at Julian Miller being captured by her subordinates. Seo Ju-hyun also quickly acted out, angry that Miller was the culprit. "Miller, are you the culprit? I suspected you as soon as you entered the auction house. And now this has been proven." Hearing this, Julian Miller tried to argue back. "What are you talking about? You're the one who did this." Everyone there, after being manipulated by Seo Ju-hyun's play, all fell for the trick. No one trusted Julian Miller. Why is Seo Ju-hyun smiling victoriously? The auction just ended? Julian Miller was arrested by police for stealing the holy relic. In other words, his reputation will be weakened in the future and he won't be able to bother Seo Ju-hyun anymore. This happened to be the end for him as he always obstructed his path and plans. And to solve the current problem, he gave the holy relic Nero to Princess Sophia. Everyone also quickly left the hotel in New York. And then, at an apartment, Seo Ju-hyun called 3 people, Mori Hiroyuki and Oh Sung-woo, to come. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a shining box of gold. The 3 of them wondered what all this gold was, and that there were many more holy relics. Seo Ju-hyun looked at them and said with a happy smile, "Do you know where all these things came from?" Mori Hiroyuki's eyes lit up and replied, "It seems like my big brother did something extraordinary." So the brothers sat down on the chair and told them that it would be even more terrible if I could bring the holy relic Nero here. At this point, he sighed and asked sarcastically, "Who was responsible?" Jae-ha suddenly knelt down and admitted his mistake. It was his fault. Seo Ju-hyun immediately continued, "Then your punishment is 100 push-ups." He heard that and opened his mouth in disbelief. Seeing him lamenting there, Seo Ju-hyun glared at him angrily and scolded him. It was really noisy. If he did something wrong, he would be punished, that was obvious. What do you think would have happened if I hadn't stopped Miller from telling the truth? Seo Ju-hyun's words were so true that he could only shut his mouth and not dare to complain anymore. Seo Ju-hyun reluctantly took the blame, but we got a lot of interesting the holy relic. Suddenly he felt something strange and immediately turned around. Then saw the holy relic Nero had returned and was outside the public table. As soon as Seo Ju-hyun opened the door, the holy relic jumped inside the house. Jae-ha was now in a push-up position on the floor, looking at the holy relic in confusion. Then he immediately jumped up, pointing at the holy relic in confusion. "What? Why is the holy relic Nero here? Didn't I see you give it to the princess?" Seo Ju-hyun smiled sinisterly and replied, "Of course it came back, because and I still had a competition." Hearing that, Jae-ha opened his mouth in surprise. Until he reacted, asked Seo Ju-hyun, "Then this time our plan won't lose anything. Have you calculated everything? Of course, do you think I can ignore this holy relic?" Knowing the truth, Jae-ha cried out and asked him, "Then why are you punishing me?" "It's because you did something wrong." "So why did you let Miller into the auction house?" "I'm sorry, but I tried to stop him at all costs." The 2 of them argued back and forth, leaving even the 3 people standing nearby speechless. But at this moment, Seo Ju-hyun looked at the holy relic in his hand. He silently heard the holy relic say, "That was enough. I'm tired of this, when do we start?" Seo Ju-hyun told him to calm down, now was not the right time, but the holy relic thought otherwise. Seo Ju-hyun wondered what he was trying to say.
It would change the crypt if the duel started. If it could put out that big fire, then it would be different. Seo Juhian quickly sat down and turned on his computer, searching for the place the holy relic was talking about, the place that had been burned to ashes. The holy relic couldn't wait, but urged him to hurry. I can't wait any longer, don't be impatient, I will find it. Seo Juhian immediately thought, if possible, he didn't want the battle to involve anyone. Very quickly he seemed to have found the right place for the fight. Looking at the scene on the computer, Seo Juhian couldn't hide his happy smile. The place he was looking for was Monaco. Elsewhere, at Sophia's castle, firefighters battled to put out a fire, apparently caused by the princess's holy relic. She walked back and forth in the palace, deep in thought. At this moment a servant came in to report, "Princess, all the fires have been extinguished." Just then, she breathed a sigh of relief. The servant added, although the fires occurred in the park and the palace, they were extinguished soon after. She knew that, so she said to leave that matter for later. Suddenly the servant noticed something. Then left immediately. Sophia did not forget to tell him, "Be careful, yes, I will leave." Leaving Sophia alone in the room, she was furious, scolding the holy relic as a damn thing, she had spent so much to get it. She recalled how excited she was on her way back from the auction when she saw the holy relic. But unexpectedly, as soon as she touched it, it immediately glowed, releasing an extremely large amount of magical energy. Then flew up high, fiercely asked, "How dare you touch me?" Sophia quickly regained her composure, claiming to be its new owner. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was hit with a huge energy ball by the holy relic. The bag it was in was also broken. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth in anger. The palace had been burned down, which made her feel extremely guilty. She didn't know how to control it. Then from behind Seola came, calling her, "Princess." Seeing Seola, Sophia asked, "Did she find it?" Seola confidently replied, "Of course, Princess, I found where the holy relic is. But that place is a bit far from us, right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean." Hearing that she had to go so far, Sophia was surprised. She knew she had to go to Hawaii and started thinking. Did the holy relic cross the vast ocean to get there? Seola shook her head, not knowing how to explain this herself. Sophia didn't pay much attention. No matter how she explained, the holy relic had already run there after setting fire to the palace, but she didn't know that the holy relic was actually in Seo Juhian's hands. Sophia quickly ordered preparations to set sail for Hawaii to find the holy relic. She was determined to find it at all costs. Sometime later, in Hawaii, next to the tall buildings is a beautiful dreamy blue beach. And this place is called Kauai Island. It was a coincidence that Seo Juhian and Jaeha also came here. Jaeha looked at the beautiful scenery around and enjoyed it. Seeing that, Juhian asked him why he was happy when this place would soon be destroyed. Juhian's words just made him terrified. Why did he say this place would be destroyed? Then he knew Seo Juhian would fight Nero here. When we fought Nero, this place looked like Kyoto, so there would be a crypt here. Moreover, this is a suitable location because there are no civilians here, so no one will be implicated. No one lives nearby, so it doesn't matter if it gets destroyed. Hearing that, Jaeha immediately guessed Seo Juhian's intention. Juhian nodded at him. It was true, this was Old Man Kwan's villa. Very quickly, the two arrived in front of Old Man Kwan's seaside villa. Looking at the magnificent building, I exclaimed. Seo Juhian was very excited, thinking that a tomb would be made here and this villa would be redecorated. This was that old fox's favorite villa, so he was very excited. Seo Juhian said sinisterly, smiling lightly, "Let the game begin." At Villa TKBM. The security team is on very strict guard. Two security guards were chatting about where to have a drink after work. While I was yawning, there was a loud cheer from the other side. A pile of money fell from the sky and they scrambled to pick it up. Everyone is trying to compete. The guard was stunned by this scene, but the other people happily picked it up. Now they didn't need to work anymore but still had a large sum of money in their hands. They picked it up and called some more guards to join them. The two guards looked at each other in silence. Then quickly ran too, eyes lit up because of money. But that bag of money seemed to be luring them to follow. In a corner, Seo Juhian received a call from his junior. "Sungwoo, it's a success, the hotel staff has left. There is no guard inside." Juhian replied, "Leave the rest to me and come here quickly, I will send the location." Hanging up the phone, he turned to Jaeha and asked, "What about you? Are you ready?" And the answer was, "Of course, ready." Juhian picks up the crown and begins his plan. The ring is started. It shines and tells him, this classic confrontation, "My spirit is rising, this time it's for real." But we were missing one thing. There are no spectators or judges here, all the visitors have left. Juhian lost his patience and said, "Stop talking nonsense and get started." The crown didn't hesitate to start erupting. Then it caused a huge explosion. The buildings were shaken and collapsed. Even the most solid structures collapsed one by one. Everything gradually appeared before my eyes. This really became a tomb. But all the statues are gradually appearing. Statues with strange shapes. That was my masterpiece. A fire appeared, explaining the previous questions. Nero appears. Come on, are you ready? I'll show you what art is. This place has become a space tomb with the inside being different from the outside. It will be like a golden palace. You won't be able to leave here until you defeat Nero. In the palace, Nero's power was so strong that everything favored him. Ju-hyun smiled faintly and said, "A beautiful theater, then, you can call the audience." Nero replied, "No need to worry, I have prepared it." "Come on, I paid 10 million to get in here, hurry up, the entrance fee is not cheap at all." Jae-ha asked in surprise, "Where did the holy relics come from?" Ju-hyun replied, "It was the earthworm who took advantage of them." The objects all carry with them some doubt about the author's ability. This made the fire in Ju-hyun's heart burn brighter than ever. There are a lot of people watching around. So, Ju-hyun, let's get started. Chairman Kwon was busy looking at documents. Then the secretary ran in, panicked. Something big had happened. The secretary reported in panic, the president's villa in Hawaii. It was destroyed. Chairman Kwon was still confused. Secretary Yoon Si-woo continued to explain. The thing is, Roman ruins have grown up all over the villa. The entire mansion seemed to have turned into a crypt. Was this because of the holy relic? Fortunately, there are no casualties yet. Secretary Yoon Si-woo continued reporting. Instead, the $70 million artwork in the art gallery caught fire. Farms and factories were also severely damaged. The estimated property damage is over $200 million. Because the statistics are not yet complete. This is just the minimum figure. The figures brought down Chairman Kwon. There is also this, Mr. President. Monaco royal family just called. In the second half of this month, all orders in Monaco have been stopped. Chairman Kwon was completely out of his mind now. What happened to the goods? Was there any damage? Hurry up and tell me. But Secretary Yoon Si-woo has not yet confirmed the cause. But he received a contact from the Monaco royal family. Kwon Tae-jun picked up the phone. The voice on the other end was female. She introduced herself. "I'm Sophia Grimaldi. That is the Princess of Monaco." Kwon Tae-jun tried to speak to the princess in a gentle tone. But it seemed like the princess had lost patience with him long ago. She said bluntly, "From now on, if you answer my question with a lie, you won't even be able to step foot in Monaco. Did you know that I bought the holy relic Julius Caesar at the last auction? I bought it for a very high price. But how did the holy relic end up in your Hawaiian villa?" Hearing that, Kwon Tae-jun hurriedly explained. "That holy relic is indeed in my mansion. But it is not mine," the princess said. Hearing his answer, he admitted that the holy relic was in his mansion. Why did he steal it? Chairman Kwon was extremely angry at such accusation. He wanted to scold but could not. He still chose to explain slowly. "I know it seems like the princess misunderstood. And let me explain this. It's not me. I also don't know why that holy relic is destroying my mansion. So in this situation I also became a victim." The princess continued. "If you say so, I will personally visit your island to confirm this. And now that I am almost there, I thought it would be polite to inform you in advance. So I called you." Chairman Kwon has no choice but to let the princess do whatever she wants on his island. Call ended. Only then did he get angry and scold. What the hell were the villa staff doing? How could this happen? Secretary Yoon Si-woo could only bow his head and explain. At that time, they said, a rope and an earthworm had carried a bag full of money and let it fall freely. The staff ran after the money. I don't know exactly what happened there. But the staff there posted about this huge amount. It seems like this was planned in advance. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. The one who did all this. The man who conquered one of the 7 catacombs in Kyoto. Then he sold it to the Princess of Monaco. That was Seo Ju-hyun. Kwon Tae-jun angrily asserted that Seo Ju-hyun was the one behind this incident. Think about it, he said, wasn't he the first to conquer one of the 7 catacombs? And now that bastard is destroying my mansion. Why does he always cause trouble for me? Finally he gave the order. Get ready. We are going to Hawaii now. This is a good excuse to destroy that bastard. At the ancient tomb. People are being guided by the rope. They arrived at the place where Sao Juhian was standing. The first thing that surprised them was that there were many holy relics there.
Nero was still speaking. I have been waiting for this moment. I will prove that my art is extraordinary.
Tae-jun had a question. Is something wrong? What did I do to affect you? Nero angrily pointed his finger.
Ever since I read your novel, my mind has been enlightened.
My novels, although mediocre, still sell very well. But then because of your appearance, I lost sales.
Tae-jun spoke up to explain. It was the earthworm that sold it, not me.
Ha, your novel still sells well, even though you're the only one buying it.
This statement really touched Nero's pride.
He was furious. After all, I was the victim. Because of your novel I couldn't sell anymore.
The holy relics around were extremely surprised to hear that because they did not know that Nero also wrote novels.
Everyone was talking excitedly. It seems that the artist's title is a sign of a sad artist. All I got in return was their constant ridicule and laughter. This enraged Nero, igniting the flames of anger within him. Notice. Nero's tyrannical and brutal power is on display. In this area, whatever Nero wants will be done. Be careful. Everything is gradually favoring Nero again.
Never leave this place without Nero's approval.
Nero is losing control. You think they have the right to judge me? You think you have a chance to win a fight like this? I will kill you. The fire grew bigger and bigger. Juhian tried to think calmly. This fire could burn him. Even though he looked like an idiot.
But he was still one of the 7 holy relics.
He was crazy. The fire was slowly burning everything around him. What do I need to do to win? Juhian thought. It's hard for me to beat him. I need to stop him first. Juhian called Nero and said, calm down. Didn't we decide to have a literary duel? The novel you wrote, bring it here for us to read. We can do this before we compete.
Nero was skeptical.
You really want to read it? Juhian affirmed. Haven't you read my novels too? It would be the same for me.
The surrounding objects are also eager to read.
They did not forget to ask, do you really want to read it? We can understand human language, but can you understand the language of the holy relic? Nero explained. The backward humans cannot understand the language of the higher holy relics, or do you want me to translate it for you? Juhian doesn't want to say much. Shut up and give it to me. Nero said. Read it. If you can read it, if you can translate it or even half of it, I will let you go. Juhian said with great confidence. How did you get so much courage? He began to read aloud.
Jim saw a goldfish today. Just reading the first line made Nero extremely surprised.
Juhian continued reading. I went to the city today and you saw my luggage. I think this is a story about your royal period, he said.
Everyone was amazed, as this was the first time they had seen a human being who could read the language of the holy relic.
Juhian continued calmly. You said you would let me go if I read this. But if you can't do that, let's try something else. We're going to have a literary duel. Tell me about yourself. He commented frankly. This is the first time I have read such a bad text. Are you really an artist?
Hearing this, Nero was completely discouraged.
Juhian secretly rejoiced.
Looking at this reaction, this plan might work. Nero had no artistic talent, but he was still recognized by everyone.
Who would dare do that to a Roman emperor?
They acknowledged it because they wanted to protect their lives. That was the foundation of the holy relic Nero. So he would feel pained by my criticism.
I will attack his spirit. Juhian asked in a rush. You saw the goldfish. When you came to the village, everyone stared at you. So what do you really want to convey? I can write it 1,000 times better than this. This is not a novel. It is trash. You should throw it away. Let me make it a little more interesting. Juhian said and took out his pen.
He directly edited Nero's discussion. First of all, starting with the title, it needed to be changed.
He crossed out the old name, despite Nero's objections.
Nero, the crying artist, seemed to be doing better.
This sentence will be the emperor's suffering. Nero was furious. How dare you despise me?
But the people around were very excited about this. They all thought it was better than the old version.
Juhian directly tore up Nero's novel and said, You are not fit to be an artist. Announcement. Nero's heart is breaking. He knelt down helplessly. Nero's spirit was devastated.
He could no longer pick up a pen to write a novel.
He needed time to heal. Ju Hian chuckled. It was a symptom of mental disorder. How long would it take to cure? I don't need to fight. Ju Hian approached. How can art be made if its creator is like this? Do you like art? I will give you an example for a naive person like you. Compared to that, this is on another level. Ju Hian said and handed the manuscript he had written something to Nero. After reading it, he was stunned. Nero shouted. How could you do this? Jaeha standing beside him also asked curiously. What do you mean, boss? Ju Hian smiled back. It was a new rule in this world. Collection of examples of the most horrible crimes. The two men stood there, watching Nero kneel on the wooden floor, a piece of paper in his hand, in disbelief at what had just happened. How could this be? How could you do this? The two of them were standing next to each other, Ju Hian said calmly. That was a negative comment. There were crazy people around. His face darkened with cold eyes looking down at Nero and asked him. Do you think you're crazy? Nero buried his face in the deformed paper and cried. This, without failure, how can there be success? Suddenly everything around them began to collapse. Black air flew towards them, confusing them. It's over. Purple message appeared, Nero had fallen into a state of insanity. If the holy relic wanted to develop, there had to be a specific value in materialism. Now, so Ju Hian walked towards Nero with a smug smile. Alright, you have to give up. Nero still bowed his head to listen to him. If you do your job well, I will let you write novels. Wouldn't it be better than giving it up? Hearing that, Nero just replied, I understand. Then his entire body emitted a golden light before his eyes. The crown glowed and imprinted itself on Seo Ju Hian's arm. Seo Ju Hian looked at the arm that was just stamped with the crown, very good. The message reappeared, the contract with the lazy holy relic has been signed, obtaining the power of laziness, reducing the enemy's morale. The Golden Palace, absolute command, and all the imaginations are now available. Seo Ju Hian reached out to pick up the crown? The sudden notification confused him. There's more? On the notice it says, receive one of the 7 the holy relics of the great emperor. This holy relic is also known as the Holy Relic Emperor. Is each of the 7 crypts the Holy Relic Emperor? However, these 7 crypts are not just home to the holy relic. The battle ended so quickly. So should we go home now? Well, the battle was interesting. Let's go home now. The net was cast to encompass the items in the holy relic. Where do you want to go? The 3 nets filled with items in the holy relic were piled up like mountains. The items inside kept complaining. What are you doing? Hey, what is this? Seo Ju Hian stood to the side, pulling the net like a fisherman. A big catch. Meanwhile, the objects were panicking. Why is it so hard? It can't escape. The game is over. Hey, let me go. I want to go home. You guys seem to have misunderstood something. Hearing this, the objects in the net became worried. Seo Ju Hian smiled slyly and said, you guys watched my match for free. Now I'll collect the money. And who said you guys can go home? Seo Ju Hian stood with a rope in his hand, looking at the noisy objects inside the net. I paid that amount of money for the earthworms. Yes, all of that money was paid. He shouted, you still haven't given it to me. The other side also responded. You swindler. Okay, never mind. What do you mean by giving it to you? Seo Ju Hian just replied. You guys should take care of yourselves. The objects that give you an opinion about me, human, you are very interesting. I created this network before starting the battle with Nero. I ordered him to duplicate the net in large quantities. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. Suddenly an arm holding a hammer punctured the net. You underestimate my strength, Khalid Hedda. Seo Ju Hian stood there helplessly, damn, it was funny to think that they couldn't escape. The happy things escaped, that was great. Khalid Hedda had the appearance of a Viking with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a fierce face. There was a blue light shining around him, giving off a powerful feeling. If this holy relic was not an A rank, he would have a long time to escape. It seemed like there were still S rank holy relics among them. Seo Ju Hian's eyes flashed purple. I know, I have a way. Stop, no one move. Seo Ju Hian was covered in purple light that exerted pressure on the surrounding objects. What was this? The pressure was terrifying. Stop it, Ju Hian thought to himself, there are many holy relics who must submit under him. He then ordered the summoning of Anubis. I need to borrow your power. Anubis appeared. Anubis looked around confusedly. Where am I? What? This is. Why are you a human dog? What's going on? Anubis looked around in confusion. You can understand that the holy relics are not listening and I need you. Seo Juhian stood with his arms crossed and explained. Anubis was angry.
You called me out for that reason.
Set fell. I have no more energy. I have to say this. If Anubis has been restored, let it go. Anubis still doesn't understand. Seo Juhian, what does this mean? Anubis gritted his teeth angrily and looked at Seo Juhian, who calmly said. Forget my request. Now humans are no longer under the control of the holy relic. At this moment, the cursed lightning has also received its punishment. You guys should give up too. Supreme Being. What happened? Anubis was confused. What should I say to them? This is too disgraceful. Don't get me wrong. Anubis shouted, surprising the holy relics. Seo Juhian stood aside and laughed. Supreme Being. I think there are some incomprehensible states within the holy relic itself. A small teacup asked. So then, how do you explain the current situation? Lightning was lying there speaking. I have something to say to you. It is me and this stupid dog. Then Anubis quickly interrupted, stop it. Anubis continued stuttering. The thing is what we are talking about is the human's ability to dominate. Therefore, this man is the only one capable of ruling over us all. So that is why we follow him. The statue and the teddy bear looked at each other in confusion. Gia lay there glaring at Anubis while Anubis was still worried. Both of them were extremely surprised when suddenly a sound came from nowhere. I see, Anubis was right. After all, we have seen his dominating power. The holy relic crowd also started to share excitedly. Actually, I am also a fan of that guy. I don't have any negative thoughts about people. Seo Juhon was confused. What the hell? Everything was beyond my imagination. The holy relic happily accepted Seo Juhon as their boss. A notification appears. Conquering multiple holy relics gives multiple achievements. You have achieved a rare achievement. Because you can always reconcile your relationship with the holy relics. Learn about their conditions. That is the ability to refer to the holy relics. Seo Juhon looked coldly at the holy relics who were showing their hearts. Thanks to Anubis, all relationships are created. This is a huge advantage, just like I got Nero. Now that it's done, I've closed the crypt. With the crypt gone, it's easy to see what happened to Chairman Kwan's mansion. It looks like it'll take a long time to fix. Both of them were standing there in amazement watching everything fall apart. A loud scream caught his attention, Seo Juhon. Oh, long time no see, Mr. President. President Kwan angrily ran straight over with the security guard. He angrily asked, how dare you do that? Do you hate me? Seo Juhon smiled sarcastically, thinking it was fate. Actually, there were necessary conditions here, so I chose this place. Chairman Kwan gritted his teeth in anger. Crazy guy, don't expect to return safely. He ordered his staff to attack him. It seems like he brought all the company employees. Yu Jaeha was panicking beside him. There are so many people, what should we do? Seo Juhon smiled half-heartedly. What can I do? I haven't seen this for a long time. Seo Juhon's group is facing off against Chairman Kwan's men. It seems he has brought reinforcements. Chairman Kwan's face was like a raisin. Today is your last day, you bastard. He turned around and ordered his men to attack Seo Juhon's group. Seo Juhon suddenly exclaimed, that is. Chairman Kwan pulled out his sword, the Emperor's assassin sword. With this, he could level up and destroy higher-level holy relics. Chairman Kwan's staff also started pulling out other good holy relics. Juhon suddenly announced, I changed my mind. Run, he ran away, scaring the whole group. The other side with a series of high-level holy relics immediately rushed in to attack. The light coming from the approaching holy relics made Seo Juhon raise his guard. The golden sang flew above their heads as if none of them were there. Yu Jaeha suddenly turned to him and asked, I failed. What did you do, boss? Seo Juhon replied, I didn't do anything. Chairman Kwan angrily turned to scold an employee, why did you miss? The employee insisted that he shot accurately. The holy relics he collected also joined in to support him, attacking Chairman Kwan's employees. They looked at the chairman in panic and said, this holy relic doesn't follow our orders anymore. Seo Juhon stood there and sneered. He explained, when I became a cultural asset of the holy relics, it certainly had no small benefits. This was when it came into play. A holy relic in Yu Jaeha's pocket also spoke up, what's the matter? It seems you need me. Boss, the holy relic audience is feeling uneasy. Looks like TKBM staff is having a hard time, Ujeha replied. This is good. Seo Juhon held the holy relic in his hand and said, the holy relic's over there, do you want to join me, and here have fun with the other holy relics? Chairman Quan frowned, how is this possible, all of the holy relic is mine. He was even more furious, if the holy relic didn't work, use a gun, use anything to kill it. With a series of guns drawn, they were fired at Seo Juhon's group. Even if he did that, I could easily block them, the bullets that were just fired were blocked by his holy relics. From somewhere a loud shout, all stopped. Both Seo Juhon and Chairman Quan turned their heads to look towards the direction the sound came from. Princess Sophia and her staff appear. He turned to ask Ujeha, is the teleportation done yet? Ujeha finished looking and turned to tell him the good news, it's done boss. He excitedly stuffed his mouth and laughed, good. Then he said, Chairman Quan, give this to you, attract the attention of the chairman and the princess. The crown suddenly flew over. Chairman Quan suddenly took it in his hand. Seo Juhon stood in the middle and announced, as I said before, my job is done. With our previous agreement, I will leave and end this. The chairman immediately said, what deal, do you have a problem with literature? Princess Sophia stood behind Chairman Quan with a dark expression. She looked at the president angrily, what deal was he talking about? She angrily criticized him, I had to pay to get that holy relic. He was still standing there explaining, you misunderstood, that bastard, don't let him escape. Meanwhile, Seo Juhon's group had already started to move. They disappeared to the amazement of everyone there. Chairman Quan angrily cursed, Seo Juhon, you bastard. Princess Sophia still asked Chairman Quan to explain what Seo Juhon said. He was still trying to calm the princess down. At the Hilton family's Hawaiian mansion, we had a wonderful harvest today. Ujeha asked him, boss, are you sure we're safe? After all, we are not far from them, the two islands are right next to each other, the island is currently immersed in darkness. Irene happily shared that her family has many ways to help keep things confidential for the two of them. Juhon sat on the chair, next to him was Irene who was concernedly asking if he was satisfied with the place. Irene said enthusiastically, is that so, if you need anything just tell me, I will try to satisfy it all. He thanked Irene when she offered to prepare dinner for everyone when she knew they hadn't had dinner yet. Seo Juhon stood up, now focus, he asked, focus on what? He picked up the dirty earphone and showed him, I have installed a chip. Since Seo Juhon put it on the fake holy relic Nero, he now wears an earpiece to gather information. At the moment Seo Juhon threw the fake holy relic to Chairman Quan. He placed the chip on the fake holy relic because they certainly wouldn't throw it away. But it seemed to be a bit useless, there was only the sound of old man Quan getting angry at his subordinate. But after a while, Quan started talking to Princess Sophia. The chairman still tried to explain, I really have nothing to do with that bastard Seo Juhon. Just seeing his face makes me sick. What did I do, while my villa was destroyed like this? The villa collapsed with everything in ruins. Princess Sophia said. It really makes sense but... Chairman Quan said, I don't have what the princess really wants to hear, I will explain. She said, I didn't see him at the auction house at that time, I thought he went home early because he wanted it. It was the holy relic of Julius Caesar, everyone wanted it. By the way, Chairman Quan here is also a user of the holy relic. Chairman Quan remained calm and said, for that reason he suspected me. Because the reason was very simple, I knew that bastard had created and sold fake the holy relic. He held the holy relic and made a judgment, but now I think this the holy relic is not fake, but this is not the holy relic Julius Caesar. This I cannot say for sure, but I am sure this is not the holy relic Julius Caesar. The princess looked at him suspiciously, how could it be, he was sure. Seo Juhon is still eavesdropping on their conversation? Princess Sophia couldn't believe her ears when the old chairman said he had the holy relic of Julius Caesar. Chairman Quan smiled smugly, this is a secret, but as I said before. Seo Juhon heard President Quan say, I want to continue to maintain a good relationship with Monaco. This discovery was an exciting one for Seo Juhon. The president has the holy relic Caesar, so when I posted the fake news at the auction house, he knew about it. Perhaps the strongest holy relic he has is the holy relic Caesar, the holy relic he conquers is the holy relic Caesar. The fearsome holy relic can make people obey him. I've always tried to find out the name of the holy relic, but never did. It's easy to catch this big fish by knowing the enemy's information, we are the one with the advantage. Wait, the boss's mansion is the beginning. The sky is blue, few clouds and sunny. A group of people were having fun on the beach when a loud bang was heard. It was Ujeha complaining to Seo Juhon, aren't we a bit busy boss? We're in the Pacific Ocean and you're making me do these boring chores. He didn't care to answer, who do you think pays you and brings you here safely? Ujeha replied tearfully, even though I know you're the president of a company, I understand. The two of them continued their work while Ujeha continued to whine about not being able to go to the beach and having to work. I really wanted to enjoy the scenery here, but it seems like I can't. The beach is the same everywhere, why are you so disappointed? You're like an old man who doesn't know how to enjoy anything. Don't talk nonsense, Ujeha angrily turned to him and shouted, what are you doing while I'm working hard to restore the holy relic? He replied, during this time, the holy relics I just obtained, I will record the function and level of the holy relic. Because there are more and more holy relics, I can't remember them all, there are a lot of things for later. I want to organize the holy relics when storing them. The holy relics in use will be in the same group and can be taken away at any time. Send something useful like that to Edward. You think I'd give up on them? They'd be useful in the right hands. Ujeha said dejectedly, listening to you gives me a headache, boss. That said, everything takes time to test. Then he noticed something. There was a notification of the life necklace on his hand, this chain. Seo Juhian held the yellow string with a green chili pepper-like face and asked, is there another string like this? Wait, B grade. He suddenly realized it was referring to Bai Hyunryang in Samgukyosa. He was born between the marriage of the Silla king and a commoner. It is said that because of his strange birth, he could communicate with ghosts. The king, upon hearing the news, asked him to be the intermediary to communicate. Bai Hyunryang introduced a ghost and said that ghosts are good at their jobs. Yes, Gildal is that ghost and a dominant holy relic. Gildal is one of the ghosts related to Bai Hyunryang. That's why Gildal didn't attack me that day. There seems to be no sense of ghost existence and it is difficult to use this holy relic. Not very good, but it can be used to counter Li Seola. Seo Juhian threw the necklace at Ujeha's head, slave number 1, fix it quickly. Ujeha angrily scolded him, damn it, boss, why do you always act so suddenly? He still didn't care, managing the first holy relic army from now on. He won't even listen to me, which is annoying. News, 6 p.m. news, here is news of foreign incidents. He asked Irene, was there anything interesting, Irene? She smiled and replied, are you done with work after a long day? Seo Juhon replied, there was still a bit left but he wanted to go out for a break. He should rest soon. Behind him was Ujeha who was hunched over from exhaustion. Irene tells Seo Juhon about the news of many countries talking about his family. Inside the screen, the reporter continued, because there are too many missing members of parliament, this may affect national politics. The number of missing Korean politicians so far is. The politician disappeared, he rubbed his chin and laughed, oh, this. It looks like the second of the 7 crypts is about to appear. Irene looked at him in surprise, really? Well then. Juhon rubbed his chin and continued thinking, this is a sign, maybe this time Queen Cleopatra's holy relic will appear. He continued, among the 7 sins is a tomb filled with lust. Ujeha blushed and looked at him seriously, was that physical desire? Ujeha was immersed in lust, Cleopatra's holy relic was a nest of lust, wasn't it a tomb of that kind? Seo Juhian sneered at him, I know you're looking forward to it, but it's not what you think. Cleopatra is a character full of lust. Cleopatra was the last ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty. At that time, Egypt's internal affairs were in turmoil and there was strong oppression from Rome. Cleopatra drew on Roman power and used it as the key to solving the problem. First, she cooperated with Caesar's army to drive out her own army. After Caesar was assassinated, she worked with Antonius to gain benefits. But she was eventually defeated by Octavius and fell there. After that, Egypt became a province of Rome. Seo Juhian sarcastically said, Cleopatra's holy relic is a strong and intelligent person, you don't have those qualities. Ujeha angrily shouted, boss, you're mean. Ujeha asked him curiously, but how would he conquer it? He replied, I will use my dominating holy relic. The important thing is how to find the tomb. Suddenly Irene opened her eyes wide as if realizing something. She said to Juhian, I don't think it's just the congressmen who are missing. The news reported that a farmer in South Korea is missing. She also added that from the elderly, teenagers, women are also missing. This is another incident. He also began to doubt, strangely, he would verify it himself. She told him that she also wanted to go to Korea but he refused. Because he was afraid that when she used the holy relic it would lead to side effects that worried him. And there are many other more dire risks. He comforted her, it was fine, don't worry about it. Conquering this tomb only required his strength. When he thought about going alone, Ujeha immediately became angry and objected. Ujeha questioned why he didn't take her with him, and he replied that it wasn't an interesting place for Jeha and that it was troublesome. He said, if you have time, go back to New York and restore the holy relic. Jeha was in pain, tears streaming down her face, it was too much. After spending a day at the Hilton and sorting through the holy relics, I took some new holy relics with me and headed to Korea. I asked you Jaeha and the others to return to New York. This was made easy thanks to the holy relic stone. Without any resistance, the brat was almost unable to withstand the temptation of the holy relic Cleopatra. Anyway, I haven't been back to Korea for a long time. The moment he stepped foot down, this was Korea. He felt, yes, something was wrong with this place. In the crowded scene, I felt the energy of the holy relic. Why is there so many people here? Seo Ju-hyun stood there thinking, the holiday season was still far away and today was even a normal working day. Usually they came and visited Siarak Mountain. He observed them, their clothes were a bit strange, office workers, farmers, even pajamas. He realized that these were people who were fascinated by the holy relic. They were heading towards the mountain, so many people accidentally got injured and wandered off on the mountain. This is also a bit strange, the holy relic Cleopatra doesn't just pull people. Is it really the holy relic Cleopatra? Does the future change? He turned his head to look. It was an earthquake, rocks everywhere. Beams of light aimed straight at many places in Korea created tremors. Seo Ju-hyun thought warily, a tomb appeared. A red light covered a mountain area completely isolated from the outside. This was an above-ground tomb. The sky is red with lightning, now conquer it human, you can't get out of here now. Everyone looked at each other worriedly, no one will be able to leave this tomb, do you like this? Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, one thing is for sure. Someone created this tomb, but it wasn't the holy relic Cleopatra. This is an above-ground tomb, you cannot fall out of this area until you can conquer it. As I followed the energy of the holy relic, this crypt suddenly appeared. It seems that the holy relic intentionally brought everyone here. Again, you can't get out of here, I'll give you a hint. Enjoy the hug as much as possible, Seo Ju-hyun thought. He read the announcements that were continuously coming in, these people were directly affected by the holy relic's energy. The holy relic's energy was increasing, those who came into contact with the holy relic's energy lost their senses and started to go crazy. What is this? Seo Ju-hyun wondered. Ha 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 ha, long live the empire, everyone around cheered happily. Seo Ju-hyun gritted his teeth, at first, he thought this was Cleopatra's tomb of desire. But now I'm sure it's not, what kind of holy relic is this, never seen before? Everyone around is looking at him with strange eyes, glowing red. That man is mine, the crowd murmured. It's mine, what are you guys talking about, I want him first. Countless hands reached out to pull Ju-hyun towards them, Ju-hyun panicked, are you guys sick? The announcement continued to ring, the holy relic harem is active, how the hell did this happen? Where are you going, honey, you are mine, my love. The group of crazy women chasing after Ju-hyun scared him and he quickly ran forward. Suddenly another announcement rang out that caught his attention, this was the tomb of a lifelong widow. This really is a holy relic that I have never heard of, Ju-hyun thought. They were very much like a tomb of lust, the crazy women still followed and quickly chased him away. What, why are women chasing that guy, he must have done something. The men standing around were shocked and wondering. Men are crazy about this too, we must teach him a lesson, hurry up and chase him. Ju-hyun ran a distance and turned around to see a growing crowd of people, both men and women chasing him, why are there more and more? There you are, two women blocked Ju-hyun's eyes. He was panicking, damn it, there were even women here. Well then, Ju-hyun pondered. Ju-hyun ran quickly towards the mountain, the group quickly chased after him and continued to say, where are you going to the mountain? Honey, the crazy women chased him like moths to a flame. Ju-hyun thought, if I get caught, I might die. There, Ju-hyun saw a big tree and thought of something. Ju-hyun quickly climbed up the tree, the women below continued to laugh and say, oh, he climbed up there, come down honey. Ju-hyun looked down and saw that they couldn't climb the tree, he was relieved, he could be relieved. This is like the story of Bayan Kanso and Ongnayo, but there is something very strange, Ju-hyun thought. He remembered, Bayan Kanso and Ongnayo were the main characters in Panzuri the Powder Keeper. She was chased out of town for having sex with a corpse, Bayan Kanso met a naughty girl with rumors. That must be it, Ju-hyun thought. Ju-hyun continued to recall that the two were married, then Bayan Kanso died and the woman became a widow. This story is famous for being very naked and strange. Ju-hyun pondered, I should have known this sooner, but what rank are they both in? If you think of them as 7 tombs, then the level would be very high. But it's strange that Bayan Kanso and Ongnayo are S rank. No, this story is very good, very interesting. But still. Ju-hyun was thinking when suddenly he was startled by something. Under the tree, a woman was holding an axe trying to chop down the tree. Mao chop down the tree, the crowd shouted. What the hell? Where did the axe come from? Ju-hyun panicked. Master let me, the magic rope flew out to help. Okay, Ju-hyun smiled. Immediately, the rope pulled Ju Hyun up high. Ju Hyun exclaimed, "Rope, it turns out you're really useful, this is amazing." The rope was praised and responded happily, "Hee hee, I was praised, I understand, master." Immediately there was another announcement. "Attention, only good people can fly to heaven, karma accumulates and cannot fly to heaven, the revenge of thunder." What does it mean? Ju Hyun panicked at the announcement. Immediately after the announcement, Ju Hyun was sent flying off the rope, screaming, "Ah! Fall, master," the rope cried out. Ju Hyun quickly fell from the height to the ground. Luckily the rope wrapped around his arms and legs, making him land more gently. "Master, are you okay?" the rope wondered. I'm fine," Ju Hyun replied. Before Ju Hyun could do anything, those crazy women ran over again. "Now you can't run anymore, huh?" They rushed forward again. "He is mine, get out of my way, I was the one who got there first." A woman in pink and blonde hair rushed forward and touched Ju Hyun's face, saying, "Hey, I'm the first one here, you guys have to line up." She pressed her face close to Ju Hyun's. She looked at him longingly. Ju Hyun licked his lips and said, "You are definitely different from other men." Her hands started to touch Ju Hyun's body. Her tone was despicable. "Calm down, I will give you my love." "Damn it," Ju Hyun shivered and cursed. At this moment, the rope flew towards the woman's face, asking for my opinion. "Go away, stay away from my master." The rope flew and hit the women, causing them to feel pain and move away from Ju Hyun. "Thank you, rope," Ju Hyun said. The women were in pain and screaming, "What's wrong with this rope?" The rope wrapped around the women and tied them up, flying high into the air, the crowd screaming. Ju Hyun quickly said, "Don't overdo the rope, they are just civilians." "Stop and go," Ju Hyun hurriedly ran. "Okay, master," the rope agreed to release them and followed Ju Hyun. "Oh dear. You think?" A voice rang out. Ju Hyun turned around in confusion. "Stop those women and you'll be done with it. You think humans only walk on virgin rocks?" Something that has never happened before. Is it the holy relic on Nio? Ju Hyun wondered. "Why do you keep asking questions?" A strong and evil aura. "It seems to have evolved." Ju Hyun looked around. "It seems like this should be easy." At this time, at the Hilton family villa, a large villa located next to a large, clear blue beach. Inside the villa, a middle-aged woman said that the crypt that appeared in Kyoto, Korea was identified as one of the 7 crypts. According to Pandora, this crypt is the Crypt of Desire. It is said that the powerful holy relics were discovered inside the catacombs in Kyoto. Irene Hilton stood there listening to this, bewildered. The woman was Irene Hilton's mother. She continued, "It's not SEO Ju Hyun in the crypt, I find it quite dangerous." "Yes," Irene Hilton replied. "Mom, don't worry, he's SEO Ju Hyun." Irene Hilton replied, but her face was trying to hide something. At this time, the TV was reporting on the rampaging women just now. Various excavation teams including Pandora had already arrived at the location. "If you get close to the tomb, you will not be able to control your sexual desires." Irene Hilton saw that and thought worriedly, "I hope everything will be fine." This is a holy relic book of the Mayan gods, which Ju Hyun left behind in case of emergency. Irene Hilton looked at the book worriedly. She reached out to touch the book and said, "I'm so worried about Ju Hyun, I need to try it." When Irene Hilton touched the book, the engraved details on the book immediately lit up, emitting a bright golden light. This holy relic speaks of impending danger. Is Ju Hyun in danger? Irene Hilton wondered. Suddenly the book opened to a line that made Irene Hilton panic. Negative or positive? At this time on Sakcho Mountain in Korea, where the Tomb of Desire is located. Finally I got in, one step at a time. Although I was a bit vague about this tomb, I finally entered the tomb with great passion. It was Yu Jae-ha, he had reached the place where the tomb was located. "Boss, you didn't bring me into this wonderful crypt, is it because you want me to stay behind to repair the holy relic?" Yu Jae-ha hurriedly ran towards the crypt. He smiled smugly, and everything was going well according to his plan. But, Yu Jae-ha looked around wondering, why was there no one? Jae-ha looked up at the sky and shouted, "Even the Sudan Empire army didn't have a single ghost, I could only see the mountain when I was here." Suddenly, a few men with fierce faces ran past Jae-ha, making him confused. "Hey guys, where are you going?" Jae-ha shouted. A man turned his head and replied, "I heard the Sudanese emperor and the palace are there, even the beautiful girls are right there." "Ah, girls?" Jae-ha frowned. Saying that, he quickly ran after the men, thinking he wouldn't miss this opportunity, so he followed them. Is this a horrible sight? The group of people along with Jae-ha suddenly stopped because of the sight before their eyes. Under the ground, something was trying to break the ground, causing it to crack and try to get up. The ground shook suddenly and rapidly. From underground, a log with the face of a demon rose up and broke the ground. The crowd murmured, "What is that? It looks like a match." The thing spoke, "You need to stay here. I will save you, you poor people." The log emitted purple light and lightning bolts that made the people squint and feel headaches. They rolled on the ground, holding their heads in discomfort. "Brother, are you okay?" Jaeha was extremely confused when he saw that, but he was not like them. The log continued, "You don't need to find happiness, I will help you. For example, look at that girl over there, isn't she cute?" The log asked Jaeha, who froze for a few seconds. Immediately the men who had just rolled over stood up, but they looked at Jaeha with lustful eyes like the girls. They chased after Jaeha saying, "You look so cute." Jaeha panicked and turned to run. "No, wake up, I'm a man, you baboons. Come here, little sister, you are my type." The men continued to follow Jaeha. He ran and screamed. "No, someone help me." At this time, Ju Hyun was running in the forest when he heard Jaeha's voice. He turned his head and said to himself, he thought he heard someone's voice familiar. "By the way, I'm feeling the holy relic energy around here." Ju Hyun walked forward. "A water wheel," he shouted. Ju Hyun entered the house next to the water wheel, looking around. Suddenly from the darkness, a woman's figure appeared, revealing red eyes, startling him. "Is it Seo-ah?" Ju Hyun wondered. The woman looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. From the darkness, Seo-ah stepped out. She growled, "Seo Ju Hyun, I finally found you." Seo-ah stepped closer to Ju Hyun. She continued, "Do you know how hard I worked to catch you, after that day in Kyoto? I won't let you leave here." Saying that, Seo-ah pulled out a sharp knife from her body and stared at Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun crossed his arms and calmly said, "You should calm down." The rope quickly tied her up. "Yes," the rope responded immediately. "You think you can defeat me again?" Seo-ah shouted. "You are so arrogant." The rope rushed towards Seo-ah. Immediately, Seo-ah threw a large bag forward on the rope saying, "I will catch you here." "What? No way." Rope was surprised by the attack. "Let me go." Impossible. The rope was immediately wrapped in the bag. That was the Irish mythical Finn McCool's bag, the holy relic grade A, treasure. The Irish mythological hero Finn McCool is like a mythical figure carrying extraordinary items. It can swallow anything. What are you going to do now? Seo-ah held the rope bag in her hand and smirked. The rope couldn't help but scream, "Let go of my hand, girl." "Okay." Ju Hyun stepped closer. Ju Hyun rushed forward and said, "First I will get back my holy relic." "Humph, do whatever you want." Seo-ah looked at him with disdain. Seo-ah suddenly put her foot in Ju Hyun's way. Ju Hyun missed a step and fell down without reacting. Seo-ah immediately knocked Ju Hyun to the ground, pressing him down on the floor. Seo-ah sat on Ju Hyun and raised the knife in front of him. "You should give up and obey me," Seo-ah said. Suddenly she looked at Ju Hyun's body. Her face started to turn red. She changed her voice to become softer and more despicable. "This body." "Ha?" Ju Hyun was scared when he saw that. Sweat started pouring out. "What are you going to do?" Ju Hyun wondered. Seo-ah angrily grabbed his shoulders and said, "Don't pretend you didn't hear." "Hurry up," Seo-ah shouted loudly, and she took the knife and slashed Ju Hyun's shirt. His face turned pale. "Am I going to be taken here?" Seo-ah's eyes started to turn red like those lustful women, her mouth started to drool, her eyes turned crazy. "This is crazy, now it seems she is not normal," Ju Hyun thought. Suddenly, an announcement came, the holy relic and the woman were bound together. Damn, was that true? If the holy relic wasn't controlled properly, it might take control of it. "This idiot, wake up," Ju Hyun gritted his teeth. At this moment, Seo-ah was about to rush forward to kiss him, but Ju Hyun blocked her head with his hand. But Seo-ah's body kept getting closer. Why is she getting stronger? Ju Hyun wondered. Gradually Seo-ah's lips reached his cheek. But suddenly there was a strong electric shock that made Seo-ah fall backwards. The announcement rang out again, "The power of the holy relic broke and stopped your opponent." Ju Hyun sat up and looked ahead. The power of the holy relic collapsed? This is my chance, Ju Hyun thought. I have to separate the holy relic from her. Ju Hyun rushed to force Seo-ah. Why are you resisting? You better not resist. Seo-ah suddenly stood up against him. Nothing, it's just a change of order, Ju Hyun said. I'll do it for you myself. Ju Hyun looked at Seo-ah lying on the ground. No, this isn't bad either. Seo-ah pulled Ju Hyun closer to her body. Ju Hyun thought, I need to trick her, this is a chance to separate the holy relic. Arriving at the place with the strongest aura, Ju Hyun's hand touched Seo-ah's hip. Come out, do you think I will listen to you? Ju Hyun took something out from Seo-ah's body and laughed triumphantly. Suddenly something happened, a deadly light flashed. Don't touch me, Seo-ah shouted. Finally appearing, a pair of socks, one for men and one for women, flew up. Announcement to come, men's and women's cloth socks removed from their homeland, the holy relic rank B, rare. Ju Hyun saw that and quickly grabbed his sword and rushed forward. I will escape this border tomb, man, you are really hard to teach.
But the one who makes me happy, haha, the stocking spoke. Ju Hian raised his sword and was about to slash at the two cloth socks.
Ju Hian tore the stockings in a flash.
Oh baby, I'm cut, the men's cotton sock said. How could it be cut so easily, Ju Hian wondered. How dare you, the female stocking spoke out in grievance, the names and color characteristics of the 7 tombs, Ju Hian wondered. Shut up, find the holy relic on Nio and open the crypt before I destroy it, Ju Hian ordered. You're interesting, try to find the holy relic on Nio, huh, the delighted stocking girl. So what are your conditions for conquering the tomb, Ju Hian wondered.
You want an answer, right?
Seola woke up now, holding her head and crying, her head hurts so much. Stop joking around before I tear you apart, Ju Hian angrily pointed his sword at the stocking. It said in panic, okay, I'll tell you. It continued, you need to meet the owner of the tomb to clean it, you need to give me money to open my mouth.
The owner of the tomb, Ju Hian wondered.
Of course, there is the original owner of this tomb. How interesting, Ju Hian laughed smugly and put away his sword to prepare for the next plan.
So who is the real owner of the crypt? Seo Ju Hian asked the holy relic in a low voice.
But the holy relic didn't seem to intend to tell him that. You think I would say that? You can't say it, believe me I will cut you into pieces, he said while emitting power from the sword to increase the intimidation. But because he was so afraid of the owner of this tomb, the holy relic still chose to keep it a secret.
Damn it, I can't say anything, I'm going to die here.
You can't do anything, you will be killed by the tomb master, I'm telling the truth. Seeing how determined it was, Seo Ju Hian thought that he should not use force but compromise with it. Speak quickly, I will defeat the owner of the tomb and we will both live. The holy relic heard it but immediately thought, you can't do anything to him. You are stubborn, he said helplessly as it beat around the bush without mentioning the owner of the crypt. At that moment, Yu Jaeha didn't know what happened and rushed in here in such a hasty manner, save me. Just like that he had a landing that couldn't be more painful. Seeing Jaeha appear like this made Ju Hian very confused. Unable to help but ask, slave number 1, why are you here? Hearing the familiar voice, Jaeha immediately recognized it as Seo Ju Hian, boss. But before explaining everything, Jaeha should still lock the door first. Seo Ju Hian still didn't understand what was going on? He asked again, what happened? After locking the door, Yu Jaeha quickly turned to Seo Ju Hian, crying and complaining, boss, help me. Those perverts are following me. Hearing this, Ju Hian's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily, what? And the holy relic cloth socks, upon hearing that, immediately recognized that the person Jaeha was referring to was none other than. Oh, it was Bai and Kongso. Jaeha's face showed obvious anxiety from the pursuit of those perverts. Before he could enter the room, their disgusting voices could be heard from outside. Honey, I know you're here, open the door, making him even more scared. Come out here, let's fight. Yu Jaeha tried to use all his strength to hold the door tight, not letting them break it down, his mouth hurriedly asking Seo Ju Hian, boss, do something quickly. Now I will talk in my own way, while Jaeha still did not understand what the holy relic meant. The perverted letter broke the door and entered. He smiled wickedly, looking at Jaeha, now he can't run anymore. Jaeha's expression was like he saw a ghost, he quickly retreated, no, don't come here. Baby, you scream so cutely, they look at you with eyes filled with lust. Make Jaeha extremely scared, no, go away. Just then, Seo Ju Hian's sword appeared, stopping them. He glanced at them and warned in a low voice, what are you doing, this person is my slave, if you do it again, don't blame me. If you are tired of living, you can try death. In front of Seo Ju Hian's prestige, those people could not help but be wary. On this side, the pair of socks and the piece of wood had a chance to chat and confide, my love, what's going on, who did this to you, it's him. Speak quickly, the log angrily looked at Seo Ju Hian after hearing what the stocking said. Ju Hian knew that it was the one who did all this, so he suggested, let them go. You are the one who hurt my woman, just like that, the force around the log seemed to overwhelm him. Get ready, bastard. But it doesn't know who it's facing, if it wants to fight then Ju Hian will indulge it, even though you seem stronger, your rankings are the same. Chop, a decisive slash was thrown by Ju Hian towards the log, directly cutting it in half. Causing the log to suffer pain. The cloth stocking saw her lover being beaten up like that and was worried, oh my god. As for Seo Ju Hian, she simply gave a sneer and said, it was indeed no different. As soon as Ju Hian cut the log, the aura that was haunting the two men disappeared at the same time. That brought them back to normal. What am I doing here? Let's get out of here, Yu Jaeha finally let out a sigh of relief. You know, you can't beat me. Before Seo Ju Hian's medical strength, the pair of logs and stockings both became scared and trembled. Ju Hian asked them again in a low voice, quickly tell me where the tomb master is. As time and again, the stocking refused to tell him, you were so stubborn. But her beloved brother was not like that.
As soon as she heard Zhu Hian ask, she immediately compromised with him. If I tell you, will you conquer him? Making the stocking very angry. Are you crazy? Shut up. They just kept arguing like that. Are you tired of living? Xiao Zhuhian simply smiled and said, just say it, I will conquer him. Ignoring his darling's dissuasion, the log still decided to say, okay then, let's make a deal. But before he could finish his sentence, a bag appeared out of nowhere and covered him completely. What was this? Let me go, just like that. The log was tied tightly in a bag. And the person who did that was none other than Li Xiaola. Excuse me, but what are you doing, Li Xiaola? Give it to me, along with the rope, Zhu Hian said to the other party in a low voice. This was the second time he had been robbed by her so blatantly. However, I don't think that bag can catch them for long. Li Xiaola didn't seem to pay much attention to Xiao Zhuhian's words. She turned around and left, leaving only a message saying, think about what you've done in the past in the crypt, and this is mine, I'll take over this crypt. Just run away from here, leaving my holy relic to deal with Zhu Hian, stop him. Looking at the holy relic rushing towards him at high speed, Xiao Zhuhian still kept a calm expression and sneered. Ha, you forgot, you're the holy relic cannot attack me. Xiao Zhuhian also did not hesitate to confront it head-on. At this moment, Li Xiaola panicked and realized that her holy relic was no longer working. Why? Out of options, she could only fight Xiao Zhuhian herself. And Xiaola was no match for Zhu Hian, her weapon was quickly sent flying by him. She herself fell to the ground. Xiao Zhuhian simply wanted, give me the bag, don't waste your energy anymore. I have to conquer this crypt quickly, so we can get out of here. Li Xiaola was so easily willing to compromise with him? She slowly handed the bag towards Zhu Hian, okay? She should have done this earlier, right when he was about to reach out to take the bag. Then something suddenly flashed beside him, Zhu Hian's sharp eyes detected it. Li Xiaola's knife turned around and attacked him. Luckily, Zhu Hian had sharp senses and an agile body so he was able to detect it in time. Li Xiaola also didn't think he could avoid that move just now. You're faster than I thought. After the sneak attack just now, Xiao Zhuhian's expression instantly turned cold. He asked the other party in a low voice, I know that thing, the silver holy relic, where did you get that holy relic from? Xiaola couldn't help but wonder, what are you going to do? I just want to know, Zhu Hian calmly replied. Was it from a woman named Jin Chaiwan? As soon as that name was said, Li Xiaola's eyes suddenly became flustered. You, what are you saying? Even though she didn't answer his question, looking at her reaction, it seemed like she was right. Damn it, what kind of relationship does she have with Jin Chaiwan? Mentioning Jin Chaiwan is mentioning the king of war Kira, the missionary king, Irene, the conquering king, Quan Taejun, the greedy king, Jin Chaiwan. It is the strongest and worst enemy to deal with the greedy the holy relic, the silver the holy relic is her usual weapon. I think Pandora has started to act too, that's for sure. This is really bad news for anyone who is allied with her, I can't let her take advantage of my potential. In the end, Li Xiaola still chose to refuse to tell Zhu Hon about that matter. The only thing she cared about right now was, I don't know how you know her, but that doesn't matter, you'll end it here. She immediately ordered, destroy this place, Gildel. Once again, Gildel was summoned by Xiaola. As soon as this holy relic appeared, the blessed house immediately started shaking continuously. Following that, the ceiling was collapsing towards them, causing the two of them to panic. Boss. The current anger was clearly visible in Zhu Hon's eyes at Li Xiaola's action. The whole house burned down in a moment. Li Xiaola thought that Zhu Hon and the other two would have no way to survive after this, so she left very satisfied. Very good, idiot. He didn't know that Gildel destroyed the house while he was worrying about the other two holy relics. Die, you bastard. But the moment she turned back to look at the house, what happened before her eyes surprised her, didn't it? Somehow, so Zhu Hon and Yu Jeha managed to escape from that house. Boss, are we going to die like this? Stop talking and come here. Hurry up, it's all thanks to the holy relic in your hand. Yu Jeha couldn't believe they were safe and sound. Boss, we're not dead. Boss, we're really alive. Jeha said happily. So Zhu Hian on the other side was so exhausted that he was panting, so shut up. Before this calamity was over, the next one had already arrived. Li Xiaola was determined to kill the two of them by any means necessary. She held a machete and charged at them with anger. These trash. The sharp tip of the knife was now just a little bit away from Zhu Hon. Damn it, I just escaped from the rubble. The problem was, if I was killed by her, it would be an unimaginable scenario. At the same time, the system also announced that the holy relic energy was bankrupt and other energies were attacking each other. Fortunately, with the help of the system, Li Xiaola's attack was blocked. In a brief moment, Zhu Hon and Jeha successfully teleported to another nearby place. Now Seo Juhian could truly breathe a sigh of relief. The Holy Relic's energy was bankrupt, at least he was still alive. But I still need to verify whether it is Irene's hidden power or not. After confirming that the opponent no longer has the strength to fight, Ju-hoon and Jae-ha slowly approached her. Lee Seola's expression was contorted in pain. Looking at him with difficulty, she said, "Which holy relic did you use? Why didn't I see you do anything? How can you attack without doing anything?" No matter what she says, the important thing is that you can take that bag from her now. Seo Juhian just wanted to tell her one thing: "I don't know either, but you should know that you have no chance of defeating me." Looking at Seo Juhian opening the bag and releasing the holy relic inside, Lee Seola could only scream helplessly, "Give the holy relic back to me." Thanks to Ju-hoon opening the bag, the holy relics inside were finally released. Finally released. "Master, I miss you so much, I miss you so much." The rope quickly wrapped around Seo Juhian, Moomin said. Without beating around the bush, Ju-hoon turned to the log from earlier and suggested, "Now I want you to lead me to the owner of this tomb." But it immediately agreed with him, "Okay, but you have to keep your promise." Then just saw it open another space door. "Take them all to that crypt. What is it?" Yu Jae-ha looked at the thing in front of him, doubtfully saying, "Is this a door leading to the place where the owner of the tomb is?" "I think so," Ju-hoon replied in a small voice. "But boss, it's too dark in there, we won't know what will happen when we go in there." Jae-ha was a bit worried when mentioning this. It's not that Ju-hoon doesn't realize this, but the most important thing right now is, well, but we need to trust him. Looking at his face that was so scared that it was sweating profusely, he thought, he doesn't look like a liar, right? If Ju-hoon said so, then Yu Jae-ha couldn't help but go in. I'm not afraid either. If you want to go, then go. What Seo Juhian didn't know was that Lee Seola was also following them here. I can't miss it. She even had the holy relic Gildal with her. According to them, the two of them followed Seo Juhian inside. The scene inside was covered in a thick layer of fog, looking a bit eerie. Yu Jae-ha looked around with a wary gaze. A cave. Ahead, Seo Juhian also discovered a sign. There was a door ahead. Let's go see. Jae-ha turned to look and was immediately surprised by its size. It was so big. They both approached it and realized it was locked. At this moment, another voice suddenly rang out, startling the two of them. That voice came from the two heads attached to the door. "You guys have come this far, you guys are truly very talented." "Don't talk nonsense, open the door," Seo Juhian ordered directly. "But things can't be that easy, no one gives anything to anyone for free. If you want me to do it, there must be conditions." "So what are the conditions?" Juhian asked in a low voice. "The condition to open the main door is that only pure men can enter." "What? Otherwise, don't even think about going inside." Yu Jae-ha couldn't help but get angry when he heard its conditions. "Hey, what era do you think you're in? What's the final requirement? You think what you say makes sense?" The two heads on the door completely ignored Yu Jae-ha's words, simply reminding them that cheating was not a condition. "That's not fair, why do only men get to try?" This familiar female voice successfully caught Juhian and Yu Jae-ha's attention. "So it's an acquaintance, Lee Seola, you're still following me, don't be stupid." Ahead, the door still echoed with a firm voice. "I will say it again, the law is the law, only pure men are allowed to enter." "Nonsense," Seola said in a harsh voice. Seeing the other party so angry, Juhian just glanced lightly, sneered and said, "What are you going to do?" "Putting that aside, the important thing right now is, so, who can open the door?" Jae-ha was Juhian's first target. "Slave number 1, can you open it?" Suddenly pointed out, Jae-ha's face turned ashen as he replied, "I can't open it, why are you asking me this?" This is so strange, his words made Jae-ha unable to help but get angry. "No, what are you talking about, I also had a girlfriend." "After all, are you able to open it? You are older than me." Seo Juhian's answer was, "I can't open it either." "Well, that doesn't mean it's impossible to get in. If you can't open it, you have to break it. Don't be angry, the sword has already been drawn." Before taking action, he didn't forget to warn Yu Jae-ha, prepare to recover it. Yu Jae-ha was already used to this, he just wanted to say a word to Juhian, yes, but use it lightly. Immediately after, Seo Juhian did not hesitate, and charged towards the door with full force. Just as he was about to swing his sword to cut the door, the system suddenly appeared, which made him very confused. The system displays a message that Juhian is very suitable for the conditions. Very clean, the door is open. Even the door was surprised by this because it did not expect that, extraordinary, there would still be a person like this, a pure man. Just like that, the giant door automatically opened to the bewilderment of all three of them. "Boss, Juhian's expression gradually became unsightly even though he was the chosen one. The door opened, the door was really broken. "Damn, I forgot that was 15 years ago, you think and feel angry." But Yu Jae-ha rarely had the chance to tease him. "Boss, why do you still lie, it turns out you are a pure boy, huh?" Seo Juhian was so embarrassed that he got angry and shouted, "Come in quickly, I will say it again, you will not get the bonus." The scene inside had a magnificent, mysterious beauty, far different from what they had seen before. Making Yu Jaeha involuntarily exclaim in admiration, the scene inside was so beautiful, like spring. Even treasures are abundant here. The gold coins were scattered all over the ground, making them all stunned. This was extraordinary. But these things were not the purpose of Juhian coming here. What he cared about most was the owner of this tomb. Damn it, the holy relic, come out here. Immediately, a mysterious purple light appeared along with a somewhat sexy voice. Clearly the manager spoke. From where the light was coming from, a charming woman with a sexy body gradually appeared. "Are you a pure man?" And Juhian knew she was the one he was looking for, the tomb master, the last one here. Finally, the master of the Tomb of Desire appeared. Juhian silently glanced over the architecture here. He could somewhat judge that she was definitely not Cleopatra, when he saw the cave architecture and the clothes she wore were in Chinese style. The color of the aura she emitted was pink. If I'm not mistaken, she was the holy relic Dalji. Dalji was a concubine of a king in ancient China, a king famous for living a life of luxury. It was time to eat. Dalji looked at them with lustful eyes. The system also sent him a notification at the same time, informing him that the holy relic was using the power of temptation. If you were charmed by it, you would be killed. This aura emitted made Juhian feel something was wrong. He quickly reminded the others to be careful. She started to use her seductive power. The amount of magical energy emitted increased day by day, and in a moment, it covered them. Even a tough guy like Seo Juhian had to struggle not to be charmed by her. Attacks like this were annoying. He told himself he had to endure it. But his companion, Yu Jaeha, was not a man of steely reason. In just a few seconds, he was captivated by Dalji. "Wow, pretty and sexy girl, please take me out." Juhian must hit you straight on the head to wake you up. "You idiot, wake up. I shouldn't have told you the location of the crypt so you wouldn't come here, in which case, the holy relic could kill you in a flash." At the same time, there was a slight movement inside his school bag. Not only humans but even the holy relic has been charmed by Dalji. "Hey, look at me, I'm coming." This made Juhian a little worried, even they were affected. The holy relic even said cheesy words like, "I love you." In this urgent situation, Seo Juhian had no choice but to turn to Li Siola. She was the only one who could help him. Putting aside the animosity between the two of them, he seriously suggested to the other party, "Listen to me, we should cooperate now." Seo Juhian suddenly took the initiative to speak, making Siola surprised. "What?" Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "Why did you suddenly say that?" The simple reason was because she wasn't charmed. On the other side, Dalji was still enchanted by them. "If you need me, I will help you. Come to me." "Really?" Yu Jaeha just answered Dalji and immediately received a sharp look from Li Siola. She was truly a trustworthy companion. Who else would be as crazy about girls as Jaeha? Siola tied him up with one move, her voice full of seriousness as she said, "I'll leave this idiot to you, help me control him." Making Jaeha cry. "No, boss, save me. Go easy on him." In this case, Seo Juhian naturally chose to stay silent and ignore it. "The one you need to deal with now is Dalji. I'll finish you off before things get any worse." Dalji heard that and immediately put on a provocative expression and said, "You can try. I won't bully you." "Then let me bully her." Juhian also drew his sword. But he did not choose to attack immediately, but calmly analyzed the opponent's abilities first. She was a holy relic that used charm as its power. "Wake up, I need you to fight." Even the holy relic is fascinated by her. This is what worries Juhian. Why fight a beauty? If this continues, I might lose all of the holy relic. I have to double my dominance. He should end this as soon as possible. Thinking that, he accelerated towards Dalji. The other party appeared to be leisurely waiting for him to come. It was useless. Before Seo Juhian could touch her, a giant tail had already wrapped around him. What is more worrying is that it is not just one but many. In an instant, Seo Juhian's entire body was wrapped tightly around Dalji's tail. There was no way to escape. What the hell? The expression on his face was one of worry when he realized it was a snake, fox tail. Are you a nine-tailed fox? That's right, Dalji is a fox. Yes, that's right. How is it, my dear? Seo Juhian was annoyed as he watched the other person approaching him step by step, but he couldn't do anything about it? It wasn't surprising. Beauties were often associated with foxes. There was also a story about a goblin transforming into a beautiful girl during the Ming dynasty. Her tongue slowly roamed over his face. Which part was the best? Should he eat the whole thing? But the taste of humans was not what Dalji thought. His expression immediately turned a little disappointed. Ah, why is it so bitter? Should he swallow it? Urgent system notifications kept coming to Ju Hyun.
The holy relic is using the paralysis effect.
The holy relic is trying to deflower you. The rice will be cooked.
The crypt will not be conquered.
Anxiety gradually appeared on his face. Damn it. Next time, Dalji just like that locked lips with Seo Ju Hyun. Yu Jaeha on this side witnessed that scene and couldn't help but worry. Boss. The system is getting more and more urgent. The bankrupt holy relic is reacting. The bankrupt holy relic is reacting.
And when it couldn't take it anymore, a loud explosion followed. Lee Seol-ah and Jaeha looked towards the source of the explosion with worry.
No, boss. The two wondered why the tomb exploded.
On the other side, Dalji looked towards the crypt with eyes filled with regret.
Why did this happen? My garden, how much time did I spend building this garden? Shards continuously flew around. It even stabbed straight into Dalji's flesh. Thanks to that, so Ju Hyun was also freed from those foxtails.
He struggled to sit up amid the smoke and dust.
This was really happening.
Just then, a gentle voice suddenly rang out.
Asking him, Ju Hyun, are you okay?
As soon as Ju Hyun turned around to look, he was surprised to see that it was Irene.
Thank you for saving me, but why are you here? So Ju Hyun asked Irene. Yes.
She immediately told him what happened.
I knew you were in danger. So I used the holy relic you left behind and came here to fight. If Irene said so, then I really read it. And I came here to help you. This crypt is quite difficult.
Irene smiled at him and said.
Leave it to me. She's over there.
Irene's gaze gradually shifted towards the wounded Dalji in front of her. Looking at Irene slowly approaching him
made Dalji a little scared. Wait a minute.
She hadn't even done anything yet, but the power she exuded had already made the other party wary. What a terrifying power.
I need to stay away from her. Dalji immediately tried to find a way to compromise with her. We should talk calmly. I just want to eat that man. I'll give you an example.
Dalji said this without knowing that he was standing in front of someone else's wife. He thought that after saying this, the other party would come to his side. Who would have thought that it had the opposite effect?
Irene's eyes became even colder. The next second, a deadly aura was instantly released by Irene. Dalji now goes around blaming others. Why didn't she listen to me? What to do? My power.
Just like that, her power is slowly disappearing.
No, Dalji's unwilling scream echoed just like that.
Immediately after losing all her powers, she turned into a fox. Ju Hyun guessed that she seemed exhausted. She was returning to her original form.
Let's end it like this. Leave it to me.
Dalji tried to run as fast as he could to escape from the two of them. It chose a place to stop.
Sorrowful and regretful about my strength. Because of this disaster. First, I need to restore my strength.
But before the plan could even begin, its fate had already come.
Hey, why did you run? Why didn't you wait for me? No one else. It was Seo Ju Hyun. But surprisingly, I wasn't a ghost.
You suddenly appeared out of nowhere beside it, startling it so much that its fur almost stood on end.
Why are you here?
Without hesitation, Ju Hyun immediately ordered his holy relic when he saw Dalji was about to run away again.
Rope, tie her up. It only took 3 seconds for Dalji to be wrapped tightly and unable to move. No, let me go. Why don't you give up? Ju Hyun asked in a low voice. The two words So Ju Hyun just mentioned didn't seem to exist in Dalji's dictionary. Give up. From now on, I will be your master. He declared loudly,
making the other party immediately speechless.
You. It was stubborn at first, speaking boldly. You think I will listen to you? Don't you know who is standing before it? It seems she still needs to be taught a lesson. I have other ways. A fox is like a dog. Needs a belly massage. A familiar evil smile appeared on Ju Hyun's lips.
As his hand slowly reached out towards it, Dalji realized he had angered the wrong person.
But now it was too late.
Just like that, the Tomb of Desire was successfully conquered.
Pandora headquarters.
It's early in the morning and Pandora's employees are already whispering to each other.
Have you read the conference documents? No, why? 2 male agents from the organization walked and talked.
The thing is, we missed 2 of the 7 crypts.
Hence this conference. Aren't the tomb excavation team very professional? How could they have been overlooked? You're kidding. They're just a bunch of losers. Really? Don't believe it. If only I worked for the conqueror of these two tombs, I would be fine. The two of them continued to talk freely like that, not paying attention to the other people who were also present. What are the two of them talking about? The other party's voice startled them. Ah, Mr. Rockefeller. You two shouldn't say that. Do you want to eat dirt? Austin looked at them with cold eyes and an emotionless voice. They were so free with their tongues before. Now they were like dogs with their tails between their legs. Tremblingly, he replied. I let it slip. Mr. Rockefeller. Be careful with your tongue. Austin coldly reminded them. After that, the two of them decided that running away was the best strategy. They quickly left. What they just said made him extremely uncomfortable. This was disappointing. What's even more disappointing is that they're right. How will Pandora fix this? The holy relic he currently has is all that is left. It's all because of him. Austin resolutely opened the door and entered. As soon as he appeared, a voice rang out in greeting. You're finally here. Austin. As soon as this voice spoke, Austin's eyes filled with worry. And the owner of that powerful voice was none other than his sister. She came here to see how her little brother was suffering. She was Eve Rockefeller. Her sudden appearance made Austin a little agitated. Why are you here? Why are you? In contrast to Austin's panic, Eve spoke very leisurely. Why? I'm here because I have a stupid younger brother. Always a failure at work. Look at Pandora's current state. Words are not giving in to your brother. Stop fantasizing. Live for real. Get out of here. I'll take care of things here. Austin wanted to make a last-ditch deal with Eve. I'm not bluffing. Next time. But he didn't finish his sentence. The bodyguards Eve sent grabbed him. It's over, little brother. The next second, needless to say, Austin was mercilessly dragged away by them. No matter how much he resisted, it was useless. What are you doing? Let go. Don't kick me out of here. Don't. No, he just like that successfully took control of Pandora with absolute dominance. Goodbye, Austin. After successfully kicking her younger brother out of Pandora, Eve quickly sought information from her subordinates. By the way, who is Seo Ju-hoon? Her subordinates did not dare to delay. Hastily reported back in detail that, according to the Pandora system, he ranked first in the masters of using the holy relic. In the lazy tomb, my excavation team was surpassed by him. Is he strong? I will defeat him. Eve declared confidently. While she has never fought Seo Ju-hoon, I will lose and stab his body. The subordinate heard that and immediately reported. Yes, all information about him is handled directly by the Secretariat. Richard is directly responsible. He said he would stop Seo Ju-hoon. So, Miss Rockefeller, we should focus on the next 7 crypts. Besides, he was in Korea. Pandora knew everything about Seo Ju-hoon like the back of her hand. Their advantage is that Korea has worked with our side and has issued regulations. I'm sure it won't take long to find him. Good, juicy prey. Eve said with a satisfied smile. Seoul, where Ju-hoon is. Yu Jae-ha and Irene were a little surprised when they first came to his house. This was his house. Ju-hoon's house. Jae-ha kept asking like that. Do you have a lot of money? Even the house. The answer is, I don't have a lot of money. That was before. Returning here made him feel his heart pounding. Even now, it was still the same. There used to be a lot of holy relics and equipment here. Okay, take a break. Seo Ju-hoon just said the word rest. Jae-ha's expression fell because he knew Ju-hoon too well. Even though he said that, he was still dragging me into fixing the holy relic. At this moment, Lee Seol-ah immediately questioned Ju-hoon. Then why don't you let me go? I'm of no use to you. I have told you all the information I have. So let me go. Through the holy relic inside the backpack, he could feel that Seo was communicating directly with Jin Chai-won. I won't let her go. I should check out the holy relic of desire. I thought maybe she still wouldn't listen. Thinking so, he opened the zipper. Immediately the piece of wood jumped out of the stocking. Handsome man. Seeing them made him wonder. Bayan Kanso and Nayo, what are you doing here? The two holy relics looked at Ju-hoon with goodwill and said. Let us follow you. We have nowhere to go since the Delji crypt has been conquered. But the Seo Ju-hoon doesn't have that idea. Why don't you two find a new crypt and do what you like? The other two holy relics seemed to not care about Ju Hian's words. They even turned to each other and said some words that would make outsiders blush. "Baby, are you hard down there? You're so gross, but I like it, he he he. Besides, you've conquered Dalji. I want to see you to say thank you." "Thank you and then leave," Ju Hian said coldly. His blunt refusal left the holy relic somewhat disappointed. Why would he say that? Bai and Kanso had helped him. Seeing this, Irene stepped forward and spoke. "Ju Hian. What is this holy relic?" The moment that piece of wood saw a woman, its womanizing nature immediately revealed itself. "Oh, do you have a boyfriend? Let us help you." Ju Hian had a hard time chasing them away. He took the black bag with him. He caught them all in one go and tied it tightly. "I don't need it." He threw it out with all his might. The holy relic inside was left in utter confusion. What was going on? Irene saw him doing that and was worried and concerned. Ju Hian. Nothing. Just a bunch of troublemakers. If he said so, she wouldn't ask anymore. "Oh, okay. Hey, stupid human." Dalji just showed his face and raised his voice. And the other holy relic also smelled it at the same time. "This fox scent. Ah, it's really you. Oh, isn't this a coward?" The holy relic Anubis jumped out from inside the bag. Scared Dalji green. It shouted loudly at Dalji. "Why are you here?" Dalji was surprised to see the other party. "Anubis, you don't hate humans. Why are you with him?" "It's because he's too strong. Both the holy relics were locked up here because they couldn't fight Ju Hian." "Ah, so you're in the same boat. I thought they would be on the same side when they met. Who would have thought they would turn around and fight each other? Human, let me beat this dog. Let me beat this fox once." This scene was still the first time Seo Ju Hian saw it. How interesting. There were conflicts in the world of the holy relic. No, not as often as you humans. Just like that, they turned around and insulted each other. After all, she was just a slutty holy relic. "I must kill you, you stupid dog. Try it, ugly fox. Hey, if humans don't take away my power." Seo Ju Hong did not like this noise at all. He immediately ordered the rope. "Stop them before things get worse, rope. Anubis, stop. The fox is your ally from now on." Received orders from Seo Ju Hian. The rope wrapped tightly around Dalji in a moment. Yes, come play with me." Immediately received its sharp gaze. "How dare you touch me? Trash rope." Made the rope also have to exclaim. Too fierce, too fierce." But no matter how fierce, the rope can't control anything. The more Dalji shows off, the tighter he gets wrapped. Get up and curse. Why not curse? Curse some more. Well, look at it. Kind of pity for the fox. Seo Ju Hian was about to go in. He wanted to let the rope handle things outside, but he heard someone calling his name. "Oh, Hian." Turning around, he realized it was someone he knew. "Oh, Kim Dong-hyun. Long time no see." Dong-hyun's first question when he saw him was, "Why are there so many people here? What kind of person is Jian-woo?" Yu Jae-ha asked Ju-hon as he walked. It was said that he was a very generous person. "When I was an orphan, he took care of me like his own child. In the past, when I was put in prison, he was the one who took me out." Seo Ju Hian was eager to know, what exactly happened to him? Jian-woo. The two of them had not even reached Jian-woo's house when they heard the sound of arguing. "No, I mean, what did we do wrong? Don't treat us like criminals." It was an argument between Jian-woo's wife and two men. "We are victims of the crypt. You can justify what you said. But you still have to pay the fine for illegally using the holy relic. We didn't want to conquer the crypt. The holy relic has blessed my child." Un Iyun, Kim Jian-woo's wife, angrily shouted at the two men. "I don't care. According to Pandora's data, level 1 crypts are harmless to humans. What makes you say you're a victim?" These two people turned out to be from the Pandora organization. "Do you have proof of damage? If not, then you are opposing us." Because they could not find a common voice, the atmosphere between them became more and more tense. "What? What are you guys talking about?" Seeing this, Seo Ju Hian also hurriedly walked towards them. He asked worriedly. "Sis, what's wrong?" Sissy Yoon was surprised to see him here. "Oh, Ju Hon. Is there a problem with the crypts? Han told me that Jian Woonim is in trouble." Before waiting for Yunim to reply, Pandora's person spoke up and said, "Well, it's really not a big problem, just a small crypt. Ju Hon heard that and turned to look at them. Confirming again. Really? Being looked at like that made him feel a little guilty. Hesitantly said. Let me explain. There was a tomb in this house and her husband, Jian Wu, conquered it without reporting the incident to his superiors. So what's the problem? His eyes also became serious after that. Ju Hon's calm voice when saying that made the other party a bit agitated. Problem? He sternly stated that in Korea, conquering and using the holy relic was illegal. This required permission from the higher-ups. Seo Ju-hyun was surprised when he first heard this information. What? He frowned and thought. Korean law. The man beside him also specially added that if he conquered and used the holy relic without permission, he would be fined and imprisoned. How much is the financial penalty? Jae-ha couldn't help but ask. Let's see. Illegal conquest of the crypt is fined 50 million won, failure to notify of the crypt is fined 50 million won, and illegal use of the holy relic is fined 50 million won. He could choose between a fine of 150 million won or a 10-year prison sentence. That terrifying number made even a gentle person like Jae-ha furious. What? 150 million won. The next second suddenly became calm. No? Wait. Calming down to gather his strength to speak louder, he turned to Yi-yoon and asked again. You said you didn't conquer the tomb and didn't use the holy relic, right? You're trying to compete with her in voice, then let's see who can speak louder. That's right, we don't use the holy relic. We took too long. Sorry, the man said, pushing Yi-yoon aside and entering her house without permission. This made Yi-yoon very angry. Hey, don't just come into my house. Why is the water like this? He immediately questioned her when her water had a strange phenomenon. I can feel the energy of the holy relic here. She sold the holy relics at high prices. She better stop lying. She's been coming to the store a lot lately. She wants to sell them to the store. They've been following her since before. Yi-yoon helplessly explained, what are you talking about? The water source has been changed. I have no choice but to buy water from the grocery store. I am miserable without that water source. Pandora should be compensated for the damage. Seeing Yi-yoon being cornered by the other party, Seo Ju-hyun naturally couldn't stand still. He immediately spoke up, I don't know what kind of holy relic it is. But is this kind of inspection necessary? This is necessary. The other party replied firmly. In order to maintain order, this country has cooperated with Pandora to protect its citizens. The name of this organization caught his attention. Pandora? This whole thing happened because of that damn bunch. Then you know what to do next. Oh, okay. I'll deal with these people. But it's a bit noisy. With you here, Yi-yoon-san will be less worried. Really? Hey, what are you talking about? The Pandora employee said angrily. Nothing. Ju-hyun replied calmly. Hey, it looks like your clothes are on fire. Hearing that, he slowly looked down. Huh? The next second, both of them were shocked to see their clothes being burned by the flames. What the hell? Seo Ju-hyun took advantage of the moment when they were off guard and kicked the other person away. Calmly walked towards them. As he walked, he spoke with a contemptuous tone. Hey, what kind of comedy are you guys playing at? You guys were attacked by the holy relic. You can't even protect your best friend. How can you protect your own citizens? Hot, water, he frantically ran towards the faucet. But what came out of the faucet wasn't ordinary water. It made him want to go crazy. This development made Seo Ju-hyun, who was watching from the side, very satisfied. That wasn't water. Now they turned to Seo Ju-hyun for help. Don't just stand there and watch. Help me, I'm going to die. Of course he wouldn't let them off that easily. Calmly said, this is the power of the holy relic. What can I do when I haven't been allowed to use the holy relic? Oh, right. I'll call Pandora, someone with the power of the holy relic, and help you. But I don't know if they'll get there in time. Help me, I'm dying. I beg you. Do you know how useless you are now? Now they listen to everything Seo Ju-hyun says. Yes, I know I was wrong. Save me quickly. Okay, said Ju-hyun, simply snapping his fingers. Immediately the fire on their bodies disappeared just like that, to their own amazement. Now they realized. What? Fire. I wasn't being burned. Yu Jae-ha saw that and knew what Seo Ju-hyun had been using all this time, the illusionary holy relic, boss. Yi-yoon-san also understood. That's why there was suddenly a fire here. Being toyed with like puppets by Ju Hyun made the two Pandora employees very angry.
Damn it, you used the holy relic illusion on us.
SEO Ju Hyun simply sneered and replied. Alright, now take your men back. If you don't hurry, you'll get burned again. Just like that, they left in anger.
Damn it, just you wait. I'll arrest you for illegally using the holy relics. You don't threaten anyone, but you threaten Ju Hyun.
Ha! Arrested.
Fuck, the door slammed shut with a bang as they took out their anger on it.
Just try it, let's see who will be the loser next time. I will destroy your Pandora.
From this moment on, a new plan was drawn up by Ju Hyun.
After Pandora's men left, Yoon told him the whole story. It all started from that incident.
A few months ago, a holy relic appeared at Jianwoo's house and the house itself became a tomb.
But it is not a dangerous crypt, and conquering the crypt should not be done by ordinary people. We tried to get acquainted with the crypt.
But the holy relic has been bothering our youngest son, Do-yoon.
He's so cute, really.
Then Jianwoo got annoyed and threw kimchi at the holy relic. The holy relic said spicy, spicy human food, then the tomb disappeared. But all the water from the tap changed color. Perhaps the holy relic had moved into the water. Hearing this, he somewhat understood the story. Ju Hyun decided, I will find a way to find water for you to use.
Sister Yoon was very happy to hear that. Really? Thank you. Pandora's people have left now. They probably won't dare come again. I really thank you very much.
Then he called Edward from the side.
Hello. Pandora has issued new laws. Did you hear about this? Edward.
The laws regarding the use of the holy relic are very strange.
Edward on the other end of the line has something to tell you too. Oh, by the way. I thought I'd tell you something. Pandora's secretary has been promoted.
His name is Jian Richard. I heard he's a hard worker.
What are you going to do? However, the law doesn't seem to affect you. Ju Hyun already knew about these things. He thought to himself, this is no surprise. Pandora did this in the past too.
They monopolized the use of the holy relics.
But this is too fast.
This regulation should be introduced 10 years later. Without wasting any more time, he went straight to the point.
Edward, can you find a list of sponsors and supporters for this law? Ju Hyun's request, how could Edward refuse? Okay, I'll send it to you.
CO Ju Hyun heard that and smiled with satisfaction.
I'll start hunting them first. United States, George Hilton's company. Suddenly the phone rang. It was a CO Ju Hyun calling George. CO Ju Hyun. What's wrong? Did something happen to my sister? Mentioning Irene.
Ju Hyun's mouth unconsciously curved into a smile and said, she just got back from a fight.
It's okay. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to join Pandora.
This somewhat sudden request of his surprised George.
What?
Ignoring the other party's surprise, Ju Hyun continued speaking, and accepted the position of Senator Pandora.
The other end of the line still didn't understand what SEO Ju Hyun meant. Why? You know how much work I have.
And more than that, the position of Senator Pandora was enough. The people who got into this position were all people with strong influence. Oh, so this was beyond the Holden family's ability.
Provocation was SEO Ju Hyun's talent. And the recipient's reaction would always be a frown when he did so.
George was no exception. It was as if he had gotten mad at Ju Hyun.
Who told you that? I could go in.
But it would be troublesome and I had no reason to do so.
But why do you want me to join an organization related to the Holy Relic?
He still thought that the Holy Relic was a demon, a curse.
Seo Ju Hyun said with a smile. To put it more clearly, to some extent, the Holy Relic is something beyond human imagination. That's why I need to control an organization like Pandora.
But now is not the time for me to become a member of Pandora and I need you as a replacement for my role in the organization.
Don't worry, I'll find you a position at Pandora. Hearing this, George was even more shocked. What? George couldn't help but wonder if there would be a vacancy for me. What are you going to do? Seo Ju Hyun didn't answer right away. The phone signal was too weak. I'll hang up. Goodbye, see you later. Ju Hyun keeps playing this bait and switch, making George angry. What? Hey, tell me more. Yu Jae-ha was curious, would he accept?
He still had a bad impression of the holy relics, Ju Hyun replied in a low voice.
But I don't care. I'll make him do this. You've planned it all.
After that, the two of them quickly went home.
As soon as I opened the door, I saw Donghyun lying on the ground, holding his stomach and looking in pain. Ju Hyun saw that and worriedly asked Kim Donghyun, "What happened to you?" The girl was tied up. She ran away. Donghyun said, his body trembling non-stop. I tried to stop her as much as I could. She was very strong. And the girl Donghyun mentioned was none other than Lee Seola. Damn it, she ran away. I was so busy. So I forgot about her. The two of them entered another room and saw her. It seemed like she came to this room to find my holy relic. What should we do now? Luckily you took precautions for this. We can still find her. Because I put a GPS tag on her. I hope she doesn't notice. But now we should take care of Pandora. Here's a job for you. Yu Jae-ha is now chosen again. Okay. This is. The holy relic that was shining before his eyes made Jae-ha a bit overwhelmed. Ju-hoon took out this item meaning, the holy relic Nero. He wanted to use it. Edward has sent the list. To trap them, we need the power of Nero's golden palace. The problem is that Nero's mind is still in turmoil. The reason why Nero was mentally disturbed was because Nero was so shocked in that match. It was like a mental disorder. He just sat there. But I also have to thank him. Because he became a problem solver that time. After I summoned Nero, he just kept quiet. I have to wake him up somehow. I want to use Nero's power. But this time, what Ju Hyun asked him to do was not something Jae-ha usually did. Boss, you don't need to repair this holy relic. Yu Jae-ha was right. Because Nero was an attribute holy relic. Actually, mental disorder is not a big problem. Looking at his expression, Jae-ha felt something was wrong. How to treat it? You're an artist too. I think you'll be able to confide in Nero. Jae-ha's expression became more and more unsightly with each word the other spoke. That's right. Then, he just seduced it and hugged it tightly like this. Just as expected. This time, the thing Seo Ju Hyun asked him to do was even more shocking. What kind of person do you think I am? Ju Hyun completely ignored Jae-ha's reaction, his eyes filled with determination as he said, if you have the ability to heal physically, you can also heal mentally, right? Now even if you could, Jae-ha's answer would still be, of course not. I don't care, it's your job, don't even think about leaving here until it's done. Seo Ju Hyun finished speaking and immediately turned around and left coldly, ignoring Jae-ha kneeling behind him and begging, but it was useless, I beg you, please forgive me. He just went out and saw Irene, couldn't help but wonder, I thought you left here already, Irene. Irene immediately explained that, oh, I went to the supermarket this morning. Ju Hyun, do you have any plans? Irene looks good, yes, you have a plan but it will be finished soon. Of course you need my help. Hearing Ju Hyun say he needed her help, Irene was very happy, okay, what's the plan? But before telling her, he carefully considered for a while, thinking about Irene's jealousy power back in Sakcho. I don't think Irene can be relied on at this time. The plan this time is to lure the Pandora members into Nero's golden palace, then Irene will attack with devastating power. Edward came up with a list of nearly 200 people. This plan was effective in attacking many people at once. It would be a big problem if the side effects of bankruptcy power resurfaced. After thinking about it for a while, he had a question to ask her, Irene, has anything unusual happened to your body recently? No, Irene was a little confused when he asked that. There may be side effects that I don't know about. Irene really doesn't know about this. Oh yeah, I don't know either. I'm sorry, somehow, whenever the side effects happen, I always bother you, she said sadly. But that's not what Ju Hyun meant, it's okay, I'm sorry for asking that. He fell into his own thoughts again. If she continued to use her bankruptcy power, she might encounter more complicated side effects. The question was what would the next effect make her do? The holy relic Midas has a side effect of greed, which seems to be related to the desires of the possessing pillar. The holy relic represents the owner's wishes, for example, before I was resurrected, Irene kidnapped many middle-aged people. She then let them go and apologized, saying that she didn't know why she was like that. Perhaps that was Irene's wish, since she had lost both her parents at that time. That means, looking back at the side effects that have occurred in the past, perhaps you can predict what side effects will occur next. The first risk was smelling, then, next was kissing. Being stared at by Seo Ju Hyun for so long really made her confused. Then don't tell me, it seems impossible. As soon as this thought appeared, the expression on his face instantly became unsightly. Thinking back, but so far, she hasn't done anything too outrageous, she's also a good person. After some thought, Ju Hyun finally had an answer. Okay, he decided. I need your help, Irene. Pandora Korea branch. A meeting of the key members was held. The atmosphere of this meeting seemed to be very relaxed because they had just received the good news that, this is really happening. The holy relic is within our reach. We will all receive them as a reward. And we have received positive feedback from Pandora headquarters. They said they would give us a lot of bonus money to Korea. What about the money and the holy relic that we get? In an instant, the atmosphere became chaotic. Damn it, what the hell is going on? It's broken, it's really broken. Something is very wrong. Everyone in the organization is bankrupt. Someone did this. There were continuous crashing sounds. The ceiling suddenly collapsed. Seo Ju-hyun's plan officially begins here. The Golden Palace is appearing. Pandora's branch building has been chosen as the location for the crypt to appear. Everyone inside the building is trapped inside the Golden Palace. This information made him very pleased. Pandora's branch building was quickly replaced by a Golden Palace. The people of this organization were screaming madly inside. What is this? The crypt appeared here. What the hell is this? The scene before their eyes made them panic so much that their faces turned pale. What was it? The outline of the palace gradually came into view. A Roman theater. Up to this point, they still don't understand what happened. Even though they didn't understand what was going on, they still went inside together. What are you doing here? Aren't you from Pandora's headquarters? What puzzled them was that people from the headquarters were also here. Why were people from the headquarters here? He was from the Korean branch. The entire organization entered with a look of confusion. Was this a tomb? Did anyone know about this tomb? I saw that there were many people from the Korean branch. At this moment, the person behind this palace appeared. Someone is coming. Seo Ju-hyun and Irene were looking down at them from above? How many people were there? That young man. Jamie Crooker, Hyun Shik Lee, Julia Albertine, there are a lot of prey here. One particular name caught his eye. Oh, we have a VIP. That person is Jang Richard. There are 268 people in total. Looks like the censorship is done. Let's start the next stage. Richard saw Seo Ju-hyun up there and angrily said loudly. Hey, Seo Ju-hyun? Is this something you did? He probably already had the answer to this question. So who do you think is capable of doing this? You, damn it. I'll shut you down right here. Jang Richard said as he took out the holy relic. It instantly exploded in his hand. My holy relic. Seo Ju-hyun looked down on them from a high position. He especially warned these people. Don't do anything foolish. Try to create a splendid scene inside the holy palace. This is your fault. Seo Ju-hyun? What is art? You only invite lowly people to attend this palace. The holy relic Nero, the master of the palace, has appeared. He was still angry, but when he heard Seo Ju-hyun say, I think artists like you always show your abilities in front of any audience, no matter who it is, if there are people watching, you will show them. His tone immediately lowered, looking satisfied. Oh, you're not as bad as I thought. Very good. Ju-hyun realized that Nero was currently in a very good mood. Then don't hesitate to suggest to him, I want you to start the performance immediately. And of course Nero has no intention of refusing. Fine. Suddenly, the Golden Palace shook, causing everyone to panic. What happened? The power of the Golden Palace increases, the area will change, the interior of the Golden Palace will change. Giant pillars appeared one after another, gradually creating a maze here. Richard was worried when he realized that, this is a maze, this is not a normal maze. Of course not. That divine labyrinth, Seo Ju-hyun replied with a smile. Tell them, this is a labyrinth set up by Nero and added with the power of the holy relic gone bankrupt. Bankrupt? What will happen to us? Quickly return us to our original position. All of you must fight in this maze. Anxiety and fear are now evident on the faces of everyone here. You must find a way out of this maze. Oh, right, one more thing before the fun begins. Because you guys are playing a game, I paid each of you $100 million. As soon as Ju-hyun announced this rule, everyone rushed to check their phones. Their account balance is decreasing steadily. My money is decreasing, you bastard, how dare you? They asked him, why did you do this to us? We never touched you. Pandora's mistake is that you don't bother me, but you bother the people I consider family. Damn it, what do we do? And another thing is that all of the holy relic, one day will belong to me, and you want to covet my future treasure. Take what is mine, you all must die. Richard was so angry that he couldn't do anything else because of Seo Ju-hyun. This guy is crazy. Let's get started. You guys want to get out quickly, right? The game officially starts here. And the ones who should be shaking here are them. Damn, we're going to die if we walk in this damn maze. The senator is so afraid of death that he hastily made a deal with Ju-hyun. What do you think about this? I will give you a lot of money. Please get me out of here. Senator, why are you making a deal with him? After he opened the door, the others followed suit. Well, I think that's a pretty good idea. I'll give you the information I have. Me too. I will pay you. Let me go, I will also provide information. Seo Ju-hyun suddenly became more valuable? Is this profitable? Irene thinks, I think it's okay. If that's the case, then of course you wouldn't be foolish enough to miss this rare opportunity. Fine. You guys have to make an interesting offer so I can make the final decision. The crowd below frantically offered the benefits they could. I will give you land in my hotel. I will tell you all the information in Pandora. This made Jang Richard extremely angry. These idiots. He loudly advised everyone. Don't be fooled by him. This is his scheme. That's why he brought us here. We better sit down and discuss and find a way out. A voice suddenly spoke up, contradicting his opinion. Still. He wanted to get out of this maze. That was suicide. Richard kept trying to persuade everyone. There are a lot of people here. Don't be afraid. As a member of Pandora, don't bring shame to the organization. But Richard immediately received opposition from the people in the organization. This was completely out of his previous expectations. Did he want casualties? If not, he would be the pioneer leading out of this maze. I'm a secretary and I don't want to die in this meaningless place. Richard has absolutely no say here at this point. Seo Ju-hyun, I will give you the information. I will not cooperate with Richard. Neither will I. Seeing them bickering like that made Ju-hyun very pleased. Ha ha ha. Very good. I really like this. Ju-hyun, what's wrong? Nothing. This is a good trick to get money and information from them. Trying to get information from them directly will only cause more trouble. But if we divide them internally, their relationship will not be easy to restore. So we just have to fish for the profit. Now it's time to take advantage of this phone. Thought it would be nice to leave evidence. So just say something. Record this great information. There are some interesting facts. But what I find most interesting is Jang Richard's corruption. Jang Richard seems petrified by the accusations of people in the same organization. All of Jang Richard's dark sides were exposed. Then, he suddenly revealed that he had taken advantage of old Manhwa. After that, this place was very chaotic. They even had many conflicts with each other. Relatives betrayed each other. There were secret affairs. The group of people who were laughing and chatting happily before now turned to fight each other. It was this guy. The one who embezzled 20 billion from the organization. This guy told me that black people should not use the holy relic. Nero appeared at this moment. Sorry to interrupt. But you guys have been standing here for too long. Now you need to go through this wonderful maze. As for me, Ju-hyun is done here. You already got what you wanted. What? What are you saying? Seo Ju-hyun said. Only then did they realize that Seo Ju-hyun had disappeared. Damn it. Seo Ju-hyun? He was gone. Nero kindly sent them a few words. Thank you for putting on an enjoyable show. You idiots. That's what Seo Ju-hyun said. Now let's get started. Immediately screams rang out. Ah, it's so hot. Oh my god, we got fooled by him. He's not the one to save us. With the sounds of anger and helplessness. Seo Ju-hyun? He is a demon. Seo Ju-hyun quickly spread the video on the internet. The video was released on SNS this afternoon. It has received a lot of attention. It is because of the shocking content of the Pandora congressmen accusing each other of corruption. The incident site appears to be inside a crypt. Due to the anomalies shown in the video, many questions are raised. The controversy over the operation had gradually faded away and public opinion was harshly critical of Pandora. This information was followed very closely by George. He wondered what was going on. The announcer's voice continued to ring out. The civilians had organized a large protest in front of Pandora's headquarters. Just then, a call came in for George. It was none other than the owner of that video. Hello, Ju-hyun, I just saw the news.
George knew it was him who did this, so he asked him directly.
What exactly did he do?
Ju-hyun replied in a low voice that if he had watched the news, he would have understood. The congressmen in the video were all fired.
There are over 200 empty seats now. What do you think? So Seo Ju-hyun did this to make room for George.
He still wants me to join Pandora. I told you, I don't like the holy relics. Seeing how determined the other party was, Ju-hyun had to resort to other means of persuasion.
I want to tell you this.
Watch the video I sent.
Video. George quickly clicked on the video he had just sent. The video content is a scene of a person from Pandora talking about his family. I have something to tell you.
Do you know the Hilton family, and do you know why the Hilton family is sick? It was Austin Rockefeller's plan and some others.
We've heard about it. George heard his sister's angry voice in the video. What? What did he just say? Did I hear wrongly? Seo Ju-hyun had to try to calm her down? Calm down, Irene. I'll take care of him. Wait a minute. Say it again. Just as Seo Ju-hyun expected, George was immediately affected after watching the video. What the hell?
Ju-hyun on this side continued in a low voice.
This is part of the video. It was cut out by me. Of course I didn't upload it to the internet. Every word convinced the other party.
Rockefeller was a member of Pandora.
He would let him remember that. And there are many people like him in Pandora.
Those involved in this organization are all bad guys. Of course, the people in the video are no exception.
They are all bad guys.
They are a pile of trash that needs to be cleaned up. If he didn't stop them, his parents' illness would recur sooner or later. In the end, George agreed to his proposal.
Okay. A victorious smile appeared on Ju-hyun's lips.
Oh, okay. George's expression turned cold as well. He was eager to act, to hurry up and give him the list of people in the video. But Seo Ju-hyun had already taken care of this for him. No, he just needed to fight Rockefeller. You don't need to do that anymore because I threw them into the middle of the maze of death.
You don't want anyone to make your parents suffer. I would be a sinner if I didn't say these things. Now George is completely obedient to you. You are right.
However, when you enter Pandora, I will send a few trustworthy subordinates to follow you.
There are many vacancies. It would be better if more of our people could enter Pandora. Fine. After they finished discussing, they immediately hung up. Okay. Hang up. Good night. Seo Ju-hyun's plan succeeded easily like that. Problem solved.
I'll have a useful spy. After finishing work, he quickly returned home. Before he even opened the door, he heard a noise coming from inside, making Ju-hyun a bit confused.
He wondered. What was going on?
As soon as Ju-hyun opened the door, he saw Yoo Jae-ha trying to restrain Irene.
Her current state was not very normal. Boss. Jae-ha saw Seo Ju-hyun as if he saw a savior. He came at the right time. Please stop Irene. What happened? Ju-hyun asked the other person. Seeing Seo Ju-hyun, Irene's emotions became even stronger.
Ju-hyun, seeing her reaction, guessed that this was a side effect. Ju-hyun, just like that, Irene charged towards Seo Ju-hyun like a hungry tiger. Her eagerness made Jae-ha a little worried about his condition.
Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. Ju-hyun is probably used to this state of the other party. But Jae-ha is not used to it. Really? He looks like he's suffocating.
Irene just rubbed her head against Ju-hyun's neck like that. This scene left Jae-ha standing on the side with his mouth open in shock. The next second, he didn't know why he blushed.
Yoo Jae-ha got another chance to tease Ju-hyun. Boss, you're so lucky. What do you mean? Seo Ju-hyun glanced at him when he heard that.
After witnessing the scene just now, Jae-ha thought, boss, it seems like Irene really loves you. But for Ju-hyun, it was a side effect of the holy relic.
Didn't you see her constantly apologizing to me after she woke up? The side effect causes the owner of the holy relic to behave abnormally.
Her holy relic has me a bit confused.
But Jae-ha didn't think so. But whenever side effects appeared, didn't Irene always come to him?
And before you came I tried to convince her, if you hadn't come on time I don't know what would have happened. But why is she always looking for him? Then again, what he said made sense, if you think about it. The side effects were basically the holy relic's owner's inherent desire.
Oh, that's the problem. Jae-ha let out a small cry.
The two of them talked about this as they walked.
Why is it that I am with her all the time like you but nothing like that happens to me? Why do you think so?
Zhu Hian thought to himself, she doesn't seem to be a bad person. After the side effects appeared, only I was approached by her.
Do you really like me? I'd be happy if she didn't do that to anyone. Jaeha wondered, why would she like someone like you, boss? You keep asking about this topic, making Seo Zhu Hian want to get angry. Don't talk nonsense. Today is your first kiss, right? Are you tired of living? What do you want? Human, get out of my place.
The holy relic in Jian Wu's house was screaming madly when he saw Seo Zhu Hian.
Which house is your home?
Getting rid of you now, he directly threw it aside without mercy.
Now the holy relic in the water pipe is here. Yi Yun-san was very happy when she heard that. Thank goodness. Thank you, Zhu Hian. Can I have this holy relic?
Of course.
Go ahead. But what is this holy relic for? This holy relic is a gold bar. The holy relic rank C.
To give a brief history of it, during the Koryo dynasty, a young man was walking along the road and received 2 pieces of gold. Then he was sailing across the river and suddenly he threw a piece of gold into the river. The other guy asked why. Then he replied, if I didn't have a brother, I always thought I would get 2 gold bars. But I felt very comfortable after throwing the gold. Listening to his words, the other person also threw the gold down. This story is throwing a gold dock. It seems that this holy relic will gild the entire ground, but the value is too low, so the purity will decrease.
Okay, I'll buy it with money. Yi Yun-san heard that and quickly refused. Oh, no need. Actually, this was just an excuse so that he could transfer money to Yi Yun-san more legitimately.
He also had something to ask her.
I didn't use the money you sent me last time. Yi Yun immediately explained that, no Zhu Hian, I don't want to waste your money. Why? Jian Wu said you worked very hard overseas. So I also saved some money for your wedding later.
So this was the reason why she didn't use the money you transferred earlier. Irene was still very drunk on the soft bed. Zhu Hian walked to the bed and saw the girl sleeping soundly. Why was she here?
Wait, is she back to normal yet?
The guy stared at the girl as if to confirm. He was attracted to her seductive lips, if that.
The side effects were not over yet.
She said she used a lot of energy so it might have side effects several times. She just kissed her neck at that time.
I should leave here immediately, he said, pulling the blanket over her.
Seo Zhu Hian carefully walked softly to avoid waking the girl. But before she could take a few steps, Irene woke up and looked at him. Irene smiled brightly and said to Seo Zhu Hian, Mr. Zhu Hian, are you here? The guy replied with a bit of hesitation, I have the wrong person. Seo Zhu Hian quickly walked towards the door, intending to escape, but the handle was locked by a purple light, leaving him bewildered. How could this be possible? The guy was startled, his eyes filled with fear. Irene with her sexy body walked towards the guy and smiled, I can recognize you. Zhu Hian looked at her and asked, you are using your power to lock me up.
Helpless guy Irene, calm down, open the door for me.
Irene refused to open the door and whined, no, I can't. The guy thought to himself, oh my, this is terrible, I can't escape. In these cases, dark thoughts start to disturb you, making you a little uncomfortable. Brother, why don't you close your eyes and give up? We have prepared it for you. It was then thrown away without mercy. It was thrown out the window, unacceptable, and scolded, oh no, you are impotent. Seo Zhu Hian looked at them angrily, he threw them away, so why are they here? Suddenly a hand came and caressed his face. Zhu Hian was pulled down and said loudly, no, let me go, Irene. The guy was pushed down on the bed by the girl. Irene's voice was spoiled as she said, hoo, I've been waiting here for a long time. Irene pushed her hair behind her hand, her charming face said, Zhu Hian, I want it. Facing that beautiful and charming girl, Zhu Hian still kept his last bit of consciousness and said, Irene, don't do that. Suddenly the notification lines appeared again, the Holy Relic bankruptcy side effects are appearing, the Holy Relic bankruptcy side effects are appearing, the Holy Relic bankruptcy side effects are appearing, this is a story.
The guy was confused, wait a minute, is this a bad thing?
Seo Zhu Hian recalled the previous conversation, the side effect was coming from the inner desire of the owner of the Holy Relic, so isn't it that she loves you, boss? Now, this is Irene's wish, the girl with her charming loose hair. And now only I can satisfy her, the thoughts kept running through Seo Zhu Hian's head. Irene bent down to get closer to the guy, making the scene even hotter. The guy looked at the girl with fierce eyes, then he moved closer, their lips closer together. I like her, I can't deny it anymore. Ah, this feeling. Two people kissing passionately, is this? No, this is. Let me go somewhere else, it's embarrassing, I'm very sure, I love her. Then I did it more enthusiastically, the Holy Relic was terrified.
I think we did it right, so the holy relics are like the audience watching the movie. What should I do next?
But the next day, many unexpected things happened.
Ju Hyun was falling asleep when he was awakened by something.
The guy opened his eyes and woke up confused. Why, he felt like something was pressing on him. Suddenly a gold bar fell from nowhere right in the middle of the guy's face, making him unable to react in time. Damn it.
Seo Ju Hyun is buried in a pile of gold trying to get out. What is this? Why is it so heavy? Seo Ju Hyun looked around at all the gold, his face was blank and confused. What the hell is this?
Gold, precious stones, expensive minerals, are all valuable things. He raised his hand to rub his head as if trying to remember something. Where did all this come from? I really don't remember anything. Then the guy was surprised as if he had discovered something.
Seo Ju Hyun quickly rummaged through the pile of gold and silver to search. Irene, are you okay? Damn it, it seems like she's buried underneath.
The guy also saw the girl, Irene. Irene was stunned as she was buried under this pile of treasures, barely able to call out, Ju Hyun. She was really buried inside.
Ju Hyun began to follow the information attentively.
The power of the Holy Relic Midas has been boosted. The power of wealth. The Holy Relic Midas users can now use the power of bankruptcy and the power of wealth. The guy raised his hand to support his chin and thought to himself, in the catacombs in Turkey, when Irene absorbed the golden hand, she suffered a lot. But the power of bankruptcy is far from the past. The Holy Relic Midas has not been used properly.
Midas are famous for turning everything they touch into gold. Perhaps strangely, they cannot use powers related to gold.
Now it seems that the Holy Relic is locked for some reason.
The result of this solution is here.
Yeah, this is really hard to explain. Where does all this come from? I think it all comes from Irene's side. Irene struggled to get up and asked, what did I do? The guy replied, this accident ended well, don't worry.
Irene heard that and exclaimed in surprise,
Ju Hyun laughed at her reaction. You don't need to be so surprised. Now I can use the power of bankruptcy and wealth. She was very surprised.
Yes.
Irene went from surprise to joy. How could that happen? I've been taught a lot by you before but never got it. He immediately replied, but it's okay now. She opened her eyes wide and her lips exclaimed in surprise.
Really? Can we try it? Immediately she took action, making Ju Hyun helpless. Take it easy.
Gold, silver, and jewels suddenly flew up into the air, looking magical.
At the house, a voice suddenly rang out. What? What's going on? Both Dong Hyun and Jaeha were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Jaeha asked, what's going on, boss?
Looking at the pile of gold that was piling up like a mountain, Jaeha asked, where did this pile of gold come from?
Ju Hyun then explained to them the origin of this gold. Irene created it with the power of wealth. Jaeha was shocked and couldn't believe what he heard. What? Are you kidding me? Seo Ju Hyun immediately reminded, don't talk too much, it's better to quickly clean them up and start a new job.
In the green forest filled with light and flower scent. The four of them entered the forest. Dong Hyun complained, the weather is so hot, where are you taking us? He replied, finding a secluded place and said.
Dong Hyun said tiredly, how do you know where is a deserted place? Ju Hyun said coldly, if you keep complaining then you better go home.
Hearing that, Dong Hyun immediately replied, no, I want to know the holy relics you mentioned. Jaeha on the side also asked, but boss, will this be okay?
Seo Ju Hyun smiled and said, okay, we'll do it here. Everyone heard that and asked, what are you going to do? Take out Hungbu and Nulbu from Van Gogh's painting. This is what the damn crow brought.
It brought this thing that was also just waiting for today, even though there would be a catastrophic disaster if Nulbu appeared. If Irene used her power, I could open 100% of Hungbu, Irene replied with a smile. Oh, okay.
Jaeha was surprised by those words. Can we use it? Ju Hyun laughed and said, I didn't hear the crow say that the power of wealth can't be used on Hungbu and Nulbu. Use all the power you have, okay? Dong Hyun was confused about what was happening.
Seo Ju Hyun told her, then use the power of wealth, Irene replied, okay. She immediately started to act on his words. This would be a 100% victory for the opening of Hungbu and Nulbu.
The gourds that received Irene's power began to glow. Nulbu and Hungbu, 3 gourds that emitted dazzling light.
The changing power source makes the gourds take on a new appearance. They turned into extremely beautiful golden gourds. This scene made everyone exclaim, turned into gold, this is real. Jaeha couldn't believe his eyes and asked, the outside is gold, so what about the inside? Ju Hyun said excitedly, open it and you'll know. Immediately after that, the guy took the saw and sawed hard at the golden gourd, now, first, pulling slowly then pulling quickly.
The guy next to him saw that and asked, where did you get the saw?
Seo Ju Hyun smiled a little sinister and smug.
The gourd instantly exploded, causing Jaeha to cover his face in fear. It exploded. What? Many Hungbu and Nulbu gourds are falling from the sky.
The gourd is bred by the power of wealth. Seo Ju Hyun crossed his arms and spoke as if he had expected everything, just as I thought. Contrary to his calm demeanor, Jaeha was still stunned and panicked. How could this happen?
Jaeha still not calmed down and said urgently, if so, we can clone these gourds, we can get more gourds. Irene beside spoke, is that beneficial to us? What should I do?
The guy replied to her, we'll try again, saw it off. Irene couldn't hide her excitement when she heard that, her eyes lit up with anticipation. The two guys on the other hand complained, huh, why is it us again? Suddenly the gourd emitted a bright light that made everyone squint. A blurry figure appeared in the mist. 3 people with blonde hair and angel wings appeared, making everyone exclaim, what? Angels. Summoning successful, feel the atmosphere of the supreme angel, divine energy. Seo Juhyeon saw the angel smiling smugly, an angel, this was truly a great achievement in his tomb raiding career, however, was this power easy to control? Juhyeon folded his arms and called out, hey, angels. Are you bringing us blessings? What are you bringing? Hurry up and stop wasting my time, you look so calm and simple. In response to the man's words they said, hey, human, you think I'm an angel? This answer took the man by surprise. Their faces began to change, they held weapons in their hands looking terrifying. Then they turned into complete demons. The demons with horns on their heads looked scary. Jaeha and Donghyun saw that and their faces turned pale with fear, they cried out, there's a ghost in the gourd. Boss, what's going on? The demons growled and said, you think someone like you will be blessed, you are too greedy, the Hungbu egg has acted contrary to normal. Seo Juhyeon's face showed his displeasure, he cursed. Damn it, wrathful angel. You will be punished. The demons rushed at the guy threatening, go to hell. Demons in angelic costumes also threatened. You too, quickly confess your sins, making the two guys run away in fear. Please. Seo Juhyeon reminded everyone as he ran. Everyone run quickly, we need to get away from them first. A demon raised its hand and began to attack. The axe spun around and flew towards the guy. He nimbly dodged the axe. The axe hit the tall tree behind him. He suddenly realized something. Ha! Looking at the axe on the ground he wondered. Isn't this a holy relic? The demons saw the guy in a daze and asked. Have you given up? Juhyeon looked at the demons with fierce eyes and spoke. Now I understand. He held the sword in his hand and said. This is truly a blessing. Then he quickly walked towards the demons resolutely. The demons that were hit by Seo Juhyeon's sword were in pain. Blood was everywhere. The guy stood calmly looking at the scene before his eyes. He turned his head back and said sternly, we can take all of their holy relics, that's no problem. Irene, attack them with your destructive power. She obeyed. Yes. Then she began to use her powers. There was a loud noise. Everything seemed to be falling apart. Seo Juhyeon stood in the dust with a face full of fear. It seemed like she had become much stronger after that night. The fallen angel was defeated, the angels dropped the holy relic, the fallen angel left and dropped the S rank the holy relic. All the weapons were scattered on the ground. Here it is. Jaeha turned to look at Irene and praised her. Irene, you are amazing. You defeated them all. Juhyeon said, picking up the weapons in his hand. We need to get them all quickly. Hurry up. We'll do it again. Hearing that, Jaeha and Donghyun exclaimed in disbelief, what? We'll fight them again. Seo Juhyeon laughed smugly. That's right. We'll take all of their holy relics. Jaeha cursed furiously. What the hell? The guy turned to ask her. Are you okay? If you're tired, just say so. Irene smiled gently and replied. I'm fine. They both started sawing the second gourd. Okay. Second gourd. The second gourd is the scary evil spirits calling. Handsome, Appa. Immediately move on to the last gourd. Everyone speak. Next contestant. This gourd has strange animals. They say. Honey, do you want to borrow my shoulder? Without needing to continue, everyone took action. Continue. Another morning begins in the city with skyscrapers. In the room the models are lined up on the shelves. The video game is still going on. The boy's face was completely focused on the game. Suddenly a young man rushed in and called out, Mr. Joshua, causing the guy to turn around and look at him in annoyance. He was so angry, he startled me. Didn't I forbid you from coming in? The other guy was confused and scared. I'm sorry, but something big is happening. The young man quickly said. Your land prices have dropped, and your stock prices have also collapsed. Joshua was so angry he couldn't speak. The work he had done had also turned into a pile of trash.
Joshua didn't want to hear anything more, his hands trembling as he said, "Enough."
And many of the holy relics were also destroyed, Joshua angrily shouted, "I told you to shut up." The other guy still wanted to continue the announcement, but Joshua with dark circles under his eyes said, "I predicted this through divination, and soon, Pandora will be destroyed. But I didn't know I would be implicated too, damn it." As expected, the person behind this was a man named Seo Ju-hyun. Joshua was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What exactly did he do? "I can't sit still any longer. I will find your weak spot and squeeze you like a frog. I will make you regret ever touching me, because I have the holy relic of divination." At the TKBMS branch building, the security guards were talking to each other. Joshua, still wearing the cat ear shirt, quietly walked into the building. Immediately the security guard pointed and asked, "Young man, where are you going?" "Have a card, show it to me." The guy sitting at the desk also glanced to hear everything. Joshua replied, "I came to see Kwon Tae-jun and Jang Richard." "Are they here?" The bodyguard said, "What the hell are you talking about?" The young man broke out in a nervous sweat after hearing those words. He rushed out to stop the bodyguards. "Stop you too. Do you know who he is?" "He possessed the holy relic temple of Nostradamus and Delphi." Joshua walked forward, his entire person exuding power. "Called the King of Destiny, Joshua, that VIP guest." In the office, Mr. Tae-jun's face was distorted with anger and he shouted, "What? What do you mean by saying that I am corrupt to Pandora?" The bald Richard was scolded and immediately cowered and denied, "No, that's not it." Mr. Tae-jun pointed his finger at his face and shouted, "What is this?" He threw the phone at the bald guy, who took it in confusion. People all over the world saw this video. He was the one who said that on the video. In the video, Richard strongly asserted, in fact, Chairman Kwon embezzled money from Pandora, and there were also several others who embezzled with him. Richard was sweating in fear as he explained, "No way, if I don't say this, Seo Ju-hyun will kill me? And now I can come back here safely." The man was still angry and did not calm down. "This is not a small matter. There are many problems." Richard tried to explain. "But he really did this." Mr. Kwon angrily put his hands on his hips and said, "Shut up. I have to find a way to explain this to the public." He turned away and said, "However, I am very disappointed in you. You betrayed me. Do you think I can still trust you?" Chairman Kwon glared and said, "You've gone too far. You can't kick me out of Pandora." Richard couldn't help but respond, "Why did I do that?" "Because you betrayed me. I had my reasons for doing that." A foot with golden shoes was outside the door listening to everything. Immediately Joshua kicked the door open and walked in. Boom, "Hello fat fuckers." The two looked in one direction and frowned. "Nostradamus. What are you doing here?" The bald old man asked, "Why did you get involved in this?" Joshua put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, "You two know? There are things I cannot accept." Richard asked seriously, "What happened?" The guy smirked sinisterly. "Are you guys worried about that Seo Ju-hyun guy? I think I need to join you two to punish him. I have a very good plan and I think you are the right person for it." Chairman Kwon listened with a serious face. Joshua raised his hand arrogantly. "Can you lend me some?" Tae-jun heard that and angrily rushed over. "What are you talking about?" Joshua recounted. He knew Francisco, a cunning thief. The holy relic summoned. This is the holy relic related to him. Chairman Kwon asked curiously, "Why use this holy relic? This holy relic is very weak in combat." Joshua smiled smugly. "I don't use it for combat." He continued, "If I teach you about it, you will be able to use it more effectively. It can not only summon objects, but also summon people. Somehow we can eliminate each member of Seo Ju-hyun, or use them as hostages." "Okay," the voice interrupted, making the guy confused. Kwon Tae-jun put his hands on his hips and frowned. But today was a bit different from usual. He usually attacked the opponent's weak points thanks to his prediction. Why didn't you do the usual thing? Joshua was helpless against him. He was really an idiot. "I really want to do that, but I can't predict his future." Kwon Tae-jun exclaimed in surprise at this. "What?" The guy explained. "Of course I have used the holy relic Delphi before. You will regret messing with me." The holy relic obeyed the command, quickly displaying all the information about Seo Ju-hyun. Joshua put his hands in his pockets and calmly watched everything that was happening. He walked towards the soft bed. "Then lie down comfortably." "Okay."
Let's see. He began to close his eyes to fall asleep. But he opened his eyes in confusion. When I sleep in the oracle room, future goals appear in my dreams. Strange. I don't see any information. I tried saying it many times. No matter how many times I did it, it was meaningless. That's why I used this method. I can't forgive him. My power is useless now. I also don't know if my subordinates are capable of capturing Seo Ju-hyun. So I came here to cooperate with you too. Kwon Tae-jun finally agreed after hearing that. Okay. We will support you, Joshua happily replied, yes. We will cooperate happily. Happy cooperation. Joshua's smile had a strange, indescribable quality to it. In the forest as the sky was starting to turn yellow, another loud explosion erupted, causing chaos. The demons thrown away by this explosion cried out in pain. Ah ah. The silhouettes of a powerful man and a girl in the hazy smoke. Seo Ju-hyun smiled smugly. This time the harvest was quite rich. The guy holding the pile of the holy relic in his hand happily said, "This is the last time. Quickly put everything into the holy relic Van Gogh." Jaeha heard this and his face was full of fear. This was a very crazy thing to do. Jaeha acted as he spoke. I didn't think it would end so quickly. Ju-hyun replied. I thought so too. The guy turned back to thank the girl. Thank you, Irene. It's all thanks to your help. Irene looked at him affectionately in return. I'm glad I could help you. Then they left the forest. Now let's go home. The forest is on fire, boss. In the evening the houses began to light up. Seo Ju-hyun started checking everything he received today. Jaeha saw that and asked. Boss. This is. Looking at a pile of gold on the table, he asked. He intended to check everything right now. The guy replied coldly. How? No way. That's a big problem. The house is getting very cramped. If you want to be comfortable, then come and help me check it. Jaeha asked, putting his hands on his hips. What can I do? Ju-hyun said. There are a few holy relics that match your level of evaluation. Hurry up. Jaeha was annoyed with this brother's nagging. It's more like arranging these things. Then he started sorting through them. Was there anything useful? Ju-hyun held up a holy relic and said. Almost all holy relics were as rank or higher. And they were all classified. He was carrying the holy relics to attack. And in front of him were medical the holy relics. In addition, there were a number of diverse the holy relics. The guy began to explain everything. The best part is there are a lot of holy relic defenses. The youngest pig's brick house. And the reversed dragon blood Siegfried. Before, there was no holy relic defense. And before that I could only escape from the opponent's attacks and if there was this dragon. That was a worrying matter. Jaeha continued, but we don't need to worry about that anymore. Suddenly Seo Ju-hyun saw something. Odin Crow Tear of Munin. Uses left 10 out of 10. The holy relic is of unknown level. The guy is surprised by the holy relic in his hand. He clutched it in his hand. This could be a gift from the crow. Odin is a Norse god and he looks after wisdom. He has 2 ravens that he uses to gather news of the world every day. One of them is Hugin, which means mind. The other is Munin, which means memory. Because this is Munin's tear. Is it related to memories? Hey crow, can you tell me how to use it? In response he was only silenced to the point of fear. The guy also put it back. Okay, just put it away. The more the holy relic, the higher the efficiency they bring. There was no time to rest, as the work of arranging the holy relics took quite a while. I'm not complaining about this, because everything has its cause. The phone screen is open to today's news update. A tomb has appeared in Syria. According to Pandora, this is the 3rd tomb of 7 tombs. Many excavation teams have set up bases around the crypt. Seo Ju-hyun heard this and wondered why this crypt suddenly appeared. I still haven't finished sorting out the holy relics and haven't prepared anything for the crypt this time. And it's too late even if I go there now. Until now, I could go ahead and defeat any crypt that appeared, but I can't do that now. Jaeha heard the news and asked anxiously, what should we do? Are we going there? Irene beside him was also willing to take the mission. I will prepare the flight for you, but was rejected by Ju-hyun, no? There's still a lot of work to do. Look. If someone conquers this tomb, we can take it back from him. Jaeha heard this and felt helpless. Right now, he was like a real robber.
What an unfortunate family, a helpless family head.
I didn't leave immediately.
I paid attention to the situation. This time, the military report was very detailed and helpful.
The most popular news is that there was a conflict between the excavation teams. Perhaps it was the effect of the holy relic. So they couldn't hold back their emotions.
So the tomb appeared this time, angry, the guy lying on the bed attentively watching the news on the phone.
A new day has begun, the house has started to be noisy. Boss, look at this. Seo Juhyun turned his head and replied. What is it? Yu Jae-ha said urgently. This is a report saying that the tomb in Syria has been successfully identified. They say this is the tomb of jealousy.
Juhyun sat on the chair, indifferently reading the report.
Ha! Jealousy. This means. Yesterday I read it and it means anger. But if it was jealousy, it made sense.
The guy explained, causing Jae-ha to exclaim.
Oh. Seo Juhyun continued.
Then we don't need to rush. His calmness made Yu Jae-ha a little confused.
Why?
The guy explained to Jae-ha. The difficulty of the crypt was quite high.
Competition between mining groups would also be fierce.
He turned to look at Yu Jae-ha and said. So, we should prepare everything. Quickly fix the holy relic slave.
Jae-ha was so angry that his face darkened and he shouted. Is this necessary? What if the tomb is conquered before we start? Juhyun just replied indifferently. That's why you need to hurry up.
Jae-ha scratched his head in frustration and cried out in pain.
I don't even have time to rest.
The beautiful Irene opened the door and walked in to announce the news.
Mr. Juhyun. Please look at the news. The guy asked again. News.
Irene began to recount.
Jang Richard was being interviewed and he said that the catacombs in Syria were almost conquered. Juhyun quickly looked up the news on the computer. Jang Richard. Mr. Jang assured the media. This time we will definitely conquer the tomb. Jae-ha asked. Boss, how can he do that?
Irene's face showed a hint of worry.
Something must have happened in the crypt. I think someone helped him. The news is still being broadcast. Jang Richard's excavation team will conquer this tomb. Next, we will explore Jang Richard's conquest process.
Irene glanced at the young man and asked. This was beyond his expectations.
Would they really succeed? The guy replied.
The journalists nearby were also jealous because of the nature of the catacombs.
I need to see the real news. Because we don't know what the situation is like there.
But things seem strange. Juhyun felt something different here.
The night is coming, the stars are twinkling in the sky and the buildings are lit up. Jae-ha was sitting studying the pile of the holy relic. The guy started to groan. Damn it. When am I ever going to finish this? Boss seems to be making things difficult. A dark shadow suddenly appeared around the guy.
This made him turn around and look.
Ha!
Seo Juhyun, who was looking at his phone, was also distracted by the noise. The table began to shake violently.
The wall began to crack. The rocks started falling. Everyone ducked their heads.
Donghyun covered his head and shouted.
Juhyun. Is this an earthquake? Juhyun. If this continues, the house will be destroyed. Someone is trying to summon. The notification popped up. The guy still hugged Irene, confused by the notification. Summon.
The rocks that had fallen down shattered.
This makes it all confusing.
Donghyun breathed a sigh of relief and asked.
Is this over?
He answered while still hugging her.
It's probably over. But no one was hurt.
Then the guy realized something was wrong.
He quickly opened the room door to check. As expected, Jae-ha was missing. Damn it, that idiot was taken away.
In the catacombs of Syria, Jae-ha is free falling in the air. The guy screams, whoa. He was in pain as he hit the ground and held his head. Then he finally realized the difference.
Where am I? Is this underground? What the hell is going on?
A voice rang out, human, you can't scream like a child. Jae-ha looked around him. This was boss's holy relic. He held the painting in his hand. Luckily I still have this painting, come in guys. Then he took the phone in his hand to check. There was no cell phone signal. I hope I can use the flash. He looked around. This was a crypt, so cell phones couldn't be used. He hoped he was wrong. A light is ahead. Oh, there's light. Okay, I'll go there. He was a little scared. Okay, this place. A rope appeared behind him, causing Yu Jae-ha to scream in fear. Where are you going? Jae-ha shouted,
Are you trying to scare me to death? The guy asked him, do you want to go there? Can you help me find a way out? The rope suddenly hit the guy repeatedly and cursed, coward, coward. Jaeha was in so much pain that tears came out. No, it wasn't like that. The guy carefully took each step forward. Step into the majestic castle. He looked around and saw everything. Wow, there's an underground palace? Then the guy held his head and screamed in terror. The strange sound made the guy cover his hand in pain. What was that? A demon playing an instrument angrily said, who is tired of living and dares to come here? No kidding, wake up, he continued playing the instrument that made that scary sound. The rope beside reminded, don't let it defeat you. Jaeha was in so much pain that he was sweating and screaming, ah. Then the rope wrapped around the guard, you are really a loser. I will save you. The devil still tried to ruin the party. He threatened, you think you can escape me? Jaeha calmed down now, what exactly is going on? Cello, piano, trombone, I don't know but it seems like he's related to music. He shouted, standing there, Jaeha cried for help. You look so scary. Boss, save me. A monster was playing a guitar, creating a loud sound, annoying you Jaeha. The loud sound filled the place, making Jaeha unable to believe it, screaming loudly, what the hell is going on? Suddenly, the door opened. The rope seemed to have power, pulling Jaeha towards the door to rescue him. Then the rope made the door close. The rope dropped Jaeha to the ground causing him pain. He sat up angrily and said, hey, it hurts. The rope immediately replied, shut up, shut up. The monster didn't see Jaeha anywhere, he quickly went to look for him. While looking he said, where are you, human? Come out here quickly. Hearing his voice made him extremely scared, he had to cover his mouth to avoid being discovered. Outside the door, he looked around excitedly and said, let me see how long you can run. He went through the door where Jaeha and the rope were hiding. Jaeha was worried, opened the door a little and looked outside to see the situation. Then, he said, he left, I thought he was dead. The rope replied, don't make noise, he's coming back now. He lay down on the ground and sighed, why are there such weirdos here, why is it like this? I'm in the boss's room. The rope heard him and said, we're in the boss's room. Jaeha's face showed worry, how do we get out of here, damn it, this is pointless. He picked up his phone but the screen was dark, seeing that Jaeha said, the phone still doesn't work, I still can't contact boss to come save me. He turned to the rope and said, rope, can you contact boss, you are boss's holy relic, you should be able to use telepathy. The rope side made sounds of hello, hello. Come out here. Jaeha sat up immediately to see if he could contact her, he asked worriedly, is that possible? So can you contact the holy relics next to the boss, or something like that? Suddenly remembered something, oh. He stood up, happily saying when he found a way, right, using the holy relic communication network, I will think about the content, and you send it like the earthworm did. Unfortunately, the monster discovered where Jaeha was hiding. He threw open the door and said, you're so unlucky. Jaeha quickly ran away with the rope wrapped around her. Jaeha helplessly called for help, boss, come save me. The scene changes to a modern high-rise building, a voice comes from an apartment somewhere, it's just you and me here. Seo Ju-hyun spoke, some of his holy relics also disappeared, it seemed they were also pulled by the energy flow. Jaeha stood up, propped himself up on his hands and looked at his holy relics, then continued speaking to Irene Hilton and some of the other holy relics he was using had also disappeared, the code ring, the golden axe, the silver axe. And the ropes had also disappeared. Irene Hilton heard him and replied, what should we do? These are the holy relics you use the most, right? You can't summon them here. Seo Ju-hyun quickly replied, well, you're right, we should summon them back here. The system displays a message that the holy relics are in an area where you cannot summon them, their power is too strong. Seo Ju-hyun read the notice and thought, what? He opened the map and said, I haven't used this for a long time. Then he said to her, Irene, you can prepare to go to the catacombs in Syria. She heard and replied, yes, then quickly left. Seo Ju-hyun held Jaeha's hoodie up to the map, saying, Jengi map, find out where the owner of this hoodie is. The phone Seo Ju-hyun had in his pocket rang. He picked up the phone and said hello. The voice on the other side came out, what to do with Seo Ju-hyun, is he in trouble? He thought to himself, this sound. He continued to ask, where is Irene Jaeha? I know all that. Seo Ju-hyun immediately knew he was Jang Richard. Jang Richard continued, do you know what will happen if there is no one to restore the holy relic in the excavation team? That means all of the holy relics will not be able to function? Seo Ju-hyun calmly talked to him, you are the one who captured Jaeha. His laughter rang out on the other end of the line, that's right. I sent him to the tomb of jealousy. Hearing this shocked him greatly. At this moment, Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, he was there alone. I hope that idiot is okay.
Suddenly, at that moment, a yellow color appeared on the first map as if marking the location that Seo Juhian wanted to search.
Seeing no response, Jang happily continued, "Do you want it to die? If you accept my offer, trust me, I will take him out of the tomb.
If you don't make a wise decision, the boy may die."
Seo Juhian heard and immediately said, "What do you want?" He smiled incomprehensibly when he saw Seo Juhian ask that.
Jang Richard replied, "You can conquer all the crypts with a team of only 3 people.
So you must have a secret, give it to me." Hearing him say that, Seo Juhian burst out laughing. Hearing Seo Juhian's crisp laughter, he angrily said, "Why are you laughing?" After laughing, Seo Juhian returned to his serious expression, saying, "Even though you threw that idiot into the tomb of jealousy, but you couldn't conquer it, so what guarantee do you have to bring it out?" He was extremely angry, replying, "You." Immediately after, he continued, "You are right, my group is much smaller than Pandora, compared to the tomb-conquering companies in and out of the world like Pandora, you guys have nothing but the holy relic. Honestly, you guys searched for information about me, right?
But there was nothing.
You think there is some secret in the holy relic that I used?
If I had such a powerful form of the holy relic, I would have ruled the world. I would have gone through life and death to achieve it." He got angry after hearing that and said, "Then."
Seo Juhian smiled and continued to say to him, "Should I tell you this? Do you believe that there are special holy relics that can only be used by certain people? I don't know the answer because I don't know what's really behind it. Even Old Quan, a pillar in Pandora, is still no match for Anubis. I don't know which holy relic is my secret. I don't know what will happen if I share it with you, so I won't give it to you, rather you don't have the ability to use it. And cornering you Jaha as bait in this deal. And separate that idiot from me, and everything will be over." Seo Juhian continued, "You guys couldn't get you Jaha out of that tomb in the first place." Jang Richard angrily said loudly, "We can take you Jaha out of the tomb, and Pandora will clean the tomb of jealousy." Seo Juhian immediately replied, "Really, you can get you Jaha out of there, at least Pandora should join the Facebook group of people who love coffins and it's not too late. Or the tomb of jealousy will become a tomb for Pandora." He was extremely angry when he heard those words, he immediately threatened him, "Seo Juhian, you wait." He quickly hung up. Seo Juhian immediately said, "Ha, idiot." A voice said, "Seo Juhian." He looked up, looked, ha. Nero appeared and said, "Seo Juhian, you wrote a trailer for a new novel. So when will the novel be released?" Seo Juhian felt extremely confused, saying, "What are you talking about, what novel?" He read the paper Nero gave him clearly, then he suddenly realized, this. On the paper was written, Seo Juhian's new super special work, The Stingy Boss, vague as a joke, the target is Seo Juhian, this is the communication network the holy relic that Seo Juhian mentioned. Nero smiled and said, "I will be very happy when you will release a new novel, this makes me very excited, so when will you release this work?" Seo Juhian happily replied, "Ha, you have one thing that makes me crazy with joy." The scene shifts to Syria, the area near the Tomb of Jealousy, where there are buildings surrounding a large hill. Upon arrival, Seo Juhian carried a large backpack on his shoulder and said, "Okay." He turned to talk to Irene. According to the Holy Relic Van Gogh, there was a large hole inside the crypt. Having said that, he looked towards the system notification screen. The system displayed a notification, "The Holy Relic Greed is expanding its energy, you are in the sights of the Holy Relic Scouts from the Holy Relic Greed." After reading the notification, Seo Juhian thought to himself, "The Holy Relic Greed, Jin Chaiwan is here, how terrible." After thinking, he spoke up and said, "We need to stop for a moment." Irene stood beside him and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Seo Juhian quickly replied, "If we keep charging in there, we'll be discovered." "Maybe everything around the entrance is within detection range," Irene said in surprise, "so we can't go in there?" Seo Juhian glanced at her and replied, "No, we don't need to go into that area. After destroying the detection ranges of the crypt, we can enter it, just. To find the weak points of the crypt, we need to avoid areas within the crypt's detection range." Seo Juhian continued to explain to her, "The problem was going around and finding the right place, he would be happy if we could find it quickly, but it probably wouldn't be that easy." He continued, "Let's go back to the car." Then Seo Juhian turned and walked away. Irene quickly replied, "Okay," and left with him. But unfortunately, Juhian and Irene were in the sights of a certain group. When they saw the two leave, they wondered, where are they going? Are they coming back? On the side of the Chinese and Russian alliance, the young man watched them and said, "What should I do? Should I shoot him?" Decide quickly. Li Seola stood beside him. Hearing him say that, she thought, After thinking, she spoke up, "Attack them before they leave here." The young man standing next to her immediately replied, "Okay." Li Seola continued, "But don't destroy the holy relics." This sentence made him extremely surprised. "What? Why?" She immediately explained that not long ago, he had raided Pandora. At that time, the holy relics were robbed, including us. One of our superiors, an undercover agent inside Pandora, said he had a very important holy relic and she asked us to bring it back to her. Professor Jean Chai-won, speaking up to hear, her face looked extremely angry. He didn't care what she said, speaking up, well, it doesn't matter, I'll end his life with this shot, right now he doesn't have any of the holy relic defense. He continued smiling, and this is a gun, the holy relic, no one can escape from God. On Joo-hyun and Irene's side, they were still on their way back to the car. Seo Joo-hyun suddenly felt something was wrong as the sand around him flew everywhere, Seo Joo-hyun with his good reflexes, immediately thought, the holy relic energy, this way. He quickly told her to hide behind Irene, then he pulled out the holy relic to defend against the attack. Irene was extremely panicked by this unexpected situation. With the holy relic in his hand as a shield to protect him and her, Seo Joo-hyun said, it was time to use the newly obtained defense of the holy relics. The bullets quickly flew towards the two people. The bullets collided with the protective shield, creating ear-piercing sounds that made Irene scream. The holy relic's defensive voice rang out, hey, human, it hurts. Seo Joo-hyun immediately replied, the first time, it was really impossible to stop because the level of proficiency wasn't too high. He turned to Irene and said, Irene, I will give the signal, I will wait for you behind the rock. She quickly replied, yes, okay. Seo Joo-hyun took out smoke bombs and clone techniques from his backpack. Then he threw it hard towards the direction the bullet was fired from, and said loudly, kill him quickly. The smoke bomb then exploded loudly, creating a deafening sound. Smoke surrounded the place, making it impossible for him to find the two people. He angrily shouted, damn it, he disappeared. Damn it, I lost him, Lee Seola asked from the side, did you aim wrong? He quickly replied after hearing that there was no problem with aiming. But at the moment the bullet reached him, something happened, the two of them didn't notice the ground cracking. The system screen displays a message, Nero establishes an empire. The 50-meter radius will become an impenetrable area for Nero. Nero's ability to be silent and do anything will be activated in that area. Everything there started to fall apart. Lee Seola angrily said loudly, what happened? There was a huge explosion and a fierce fire, causing panic among the people present. He immediately said that it was a bombing. In that big pillar of fire, the image of a citizen appeared with a voice saying, how dare you attack an artist, you will pay for what you did. Now let's respect this genius artist, Seo Joo-hyun. At this moment, Seo Joo-hyun appeared before them. They witnessed Seo Joo-hyun appear with Nero, leaving them speechless. Seo Joo-hyun turned to Nero and said, you're too flashy. Nero replied, this is just a stepping stone for your sublimation. A female shooter saw Seo Joo-hyun and immediately ordered her teammates to shoot him. Seo Joo-hyun quickly took out his defensive holy relic to shield himself, then said, all of you. He stared at them and continued, you guys are from the Chinese excavation team. When he saw Lee Seola, he said, we meet again, Lee Seola. Nero angrily said, damn it, I will chase you until I know what art is. Joo-hyun spoke up and said, Nero, deal with them. Receiving Seo Joo-hyun's order, Nero immediately took action. The fire grew stronger and stronger around the area where they were standing. Nero said as he acted, I understand, how dare you lowly people attack us. Another huge explosion occurred, the destructive power was hundreds of thousands of times greater than before, everything was destroyed along with the screams of the people of that organization. Seo Joo-hyun gradually appeared from the black smoke after the fire had burned down the entire place. He laughed and said, okay, now. He looked at Lee Seola and said, long time no see, Lee Seola, how could you leave me without a word? I thought you would run away again, but it seems I was wrong. I worked with the Russian, Chinese, and Jin Chai-won alliance, am I right? Lee Seola looked extremely tense at Seo Joo-hyun's question. Seeing her not reply, he continued, this is not your fault at all, this is your family's fault. Is there something wrong? Lee Seola spoke up now, how did you know? In her previous life, Lee Seola said that she was abused a lot, especially by her father and brother. She is so different now from the first time I met her talent is extraordinary. Seo Joo-hyun told her, he knows a lot about you. Lee Seola was surprised after hearing that and said, what? He immediately made an offer to her, do you want to join me, isn't this a good offer? Joo-hyun smiled and continued, how much do you want? Just give me a quote and I will agree. Seola was so angry that she trembled after hearing that. Immediately, she replied, no kidding. Seola held the sword in her hand, she looked straight at Seo Joo-hyun and said, I don't trust people like you, especially those who know my weakness. Seo Joo-hyun seemed to know that Seola was going to attack him, so he held a shield to protect himself and asked her, what should I do? Seola angrily replied, don't talk too much because it will make my mood worse. She then screamed loudly, died, and swung her sword towards Seo Joo-hyun to attack him. Seo Joo-hyun suddenly turned his head back to look at something. The system screen announced, Nunan's tears have found a target to demonstrate his abilities. After reading, he immediately said, Munin Tears. The Munin Tears bottle also suddenly lit up. The system continued to announce, you can use Munin Tears. Seo Juhyun held the bottle of tears and said, this is the time to use it, isn't it? The system displays notifications, used on the object. Seola was still focused on swinging her sword to attack Seo Juhyun. The system also sounded a notification to warn him, you need to act soon. Seola swung her sword towards him. The collision of the sword and Medusa's shield released a great pressure in all directions. Seo Juhyun frowned, struggling to resist her somewhat overwhelming power. Another sword slashed down without mercy. The speed of the slash was truly too fast. A series of powerful slashes were directed straight at the shield, causing it to cry out in pain as it endured the blows. Hey human, you hurt me. The shield couldn't bear it and complained, but she didn't care at all. You are a shield, so don't say much. Looking straight at her angry face, he suddenly smiled faintly and said, I'm waiting for an opportunity, perhaps. This was the moment. Taking advantage of Seola's carelessness, the guy pushed the shield forward strongly, approaching her. The guy put his dirty shield hand aside so as not to obstruct the next action. Seo Juhyun threw the tear bottle towards her person just as Seola was pushed backwards. The vase glowed with a soft and magical light, and a small amount of the god's tears spilled out. Tears flew from the air, straight towards the girl who was gaping in horror. And then the water droplets stuck to her face and emitted a white light. Munin's tears seemed to have taken effect. A highly lethal electric source surrounded her body, constantly stimulating her, causing her to cry out in pain and use both hands to cover her face where tears had stuck. She fell to the ground in pain, and then Lee Seola suddenly fainted under the stimulation of the electric source. But that seems so painful. What exactly is the effect of this Munin tear? Is she going to die? Seo Juhyun felt her pain and was really worried. Because she suddenly cried out miserably and held her head, he hurriedly ran over and called her name, Lee Seola. She held her head and screamed from the excruciating pain. Strange memories suddenly flooded her mind. What exactly was this? The memory now flashed back to the image of the first time she received her work badge. She seemed to be looking forward to it. She saw many treasures placed in the small office and thought, this memory, this is the first time I've seen it. The image changed again to two men talking to each other. She wondered, why does this feel so familiar? The two men glanced at Lee Seola, focusing all their attention on her. Seo Juhyun in her memory smiled and said, oh, you're here, yes, this man is my captain. She remembered the memories of the two hugging each other intimately, and also, perhaps, she had a special relationship with him. Our group is always left behind and discriminated against, but our real achievements are always at the top. It is the result of hard work from all team members. And in the final crypt, which holds deadly traps and terrifying memories, that giant snake was opening its wide mouth filled with sharp teeth to attack everyone. At that time, Lee Seola was severely injured and helplessly looked at that monster. The group members died one by one, including herself. She suddenly woke up from the painful memories and opened her eyes wondering, wait a minute, what about the captain? Lee Seola sat up, anxiously searching for his image and asked, Captain, are you okay? How is your leg? But then she held her head in confusion and said in panic, you're not the captain, no, this way. He was really surprised by her unusual behavior and thought to himself, she called him captain, she even knew that her leg was cut. Is this a holy relic to restore memories of past lives? And this holy relic is named Munin, which means memory. Munin's Raven's Tears, rank unknown, the holy relic consumable, available uses 9 out of 10. Number of uses, and strangely enough, this is the number of members in my party in my previous life. Is it to restore the memories of my party members? Thinking of this, he smiled slyly, his eyes seemed to emit an immortal light. I will revive their memories. The first thing he had to do was take care of the girl who was still struggling with memories from her past life. He quickly asked with concern, Lee Seola, are you okay? Lee Seola, he called a second time before she raised her head, opened her tired and uneasy eyes and looked at Seo Juhyun. She was overjoyed. Without hesitation she jumped to hug him and cried out passionately, team leader. Being hugged and comforted by him, she almost collapsed and kept asking, how could this be, that moment? Feeling that she was crying, he gently comforted her, you have to calm down first, tell me what you remember. The two then let go of each other, facing each other closely. At this time she continued talking, that crypt was very different from the other crypts. Her face was filled with horror and darkness. First Ilya died, then. He tried to save us, but his legs were gone. As a result, we were also killed by that monster, no, the snake. Realizing she was in crisis again, Seo Juhyun gently reassured her, calm down because I'm here. Do you remember anything else? When was the first time we met? The memory of the first time the two met appeared. All I remember is Christmas Eve. That was the first day I joined Team 13. I bought Santa Claus donuts to eat together, also as a gift to meet my teammates. The atmosphere between the two became lighter and more familiar, Seo Ju-hoon continued nostalgically. He also remembered that, working on Christmas Eve, we had no right to resist the chairman's orders at that time. Anything else? At his question, she seemed to be thinking a lot, rolling her eyes in thought. Then suddenly she said, "Yu Jae-ha gets drunk in meetings and pees in the closet. I don't know why I'm thinking about that anymore." When he heard that, he laughed out loud. Seo Ju-hoon's face showed peace for a moment, and then he thought to himself, it fits my memory, I almost forgot these memories. He looked at the face of the red-haired girl, thinking happily, it turned out he wasn't the only one who was resurrected. Lee Seo-ah suddenly remembered the unusual events and worriedly grabbed his hand to ask the main story, but what happened, was she just dreaming? The guy slowly recounted how he was reborn again. You died and he was almost killed by that snake, just then the holy relic suddenly appeared. And time went back. Hearing this she couldn't keep calm and said loudly, "What?" Seo Ju-hyun continues to tell about the strange crow and what it told him. It then helped him reincarnate 15 years ago. Raising her hand to count, she roughly determined the current time, and it was now July 2025. The guy smiled and said, "Exactly. And really we shouldn't have met, the future has changed little by little since I was reborn. My memories are revived thanks to this holy relic." She looked at the bottle of tears in amazement and said, "I understand." But, the sudden change in Seo Ju-hyun's tone made her look at him seriously. That was then and now in reality things are very different now. I don't mean to arrange your loyalty, because this life is your life in this lifetime, very different from your previous life. Seo Ju-hyun spoke the next words in a low, stern voice, on the contrary. Don't ever appear before me. Seo Ju-hyun looked at her with dark eyes as if looking at his enemy. There was no longer gentleness and familiarity in his eyes, distance and hostility took over his face. The guy continued to warn, next time we meet, we will no longer be. Receiving cold words from Seo Ju-hyun, she unexpectedly smiled slightly. Lee Seo-ah raised a finger to the guy's nose, rendering him unable to say another word. Her face softened, a smile appeared on her lips as she replied to him, honestly. What should I do as your subordinate? She asked frankly with her hands on her hips and received an answer. It's Jin Chai-won, I don't want her to benefit. I want you to betray her, ha ha ha. Lee Seo-ah suddenly laughed out loud, making the guy momentarily not know how to react appropriately. But it seems she has made up her mind. Very good, you have restored all my memories, this is the kind of captain I can trust. Having his old teammate back, Seo Ju-hyun smiled slyly and promised. I'll give you all the money when I come back. Below the lobby floor was a group of unconscious people lying against the wall. Nero was standing in the middle of this crowd when he noticed two people coming down the stairs together. Seeing him and Lee Seo-ah naturally walking down together, he seemed very surprised and thought, this is truly a spectacular twist. The two of them finished talking, he asked Seo Ju-hyun. But he asked about the other's problems, how are they? Nero said arrogantly, it's nothing compared to my strength. And what is this woman? Hearing him ask, Seo Ju-hyun gently looked at her and introduced, now she is my partner. What should we do now? She asked him and got a new direction. He would go to the crypt, because we needed to save an idiot. She didn't understand and asked again, idiot, Seo Ju-hyun gave another hint, he was a restorer of the holy relic. Lee Seo-ah paled, immediately thought of someone and replied, if he was a restorer, then. The guy confirmed, you guessed right, it's none other than him. He seems to be in danger inside the crypt right now and is trying to hide in the hidden corners. Moments later, Seo Ju-hyun's team gathered together beside the camper, ready for the next adventure, saving another member. Seo Ju-hyun took the initiative to introduce a new member to the team, now let's get to know each other. Irene, she is Lee Seo-ah, she will be a member of our team from now on. Seo-ah, this is Irene, she has helped me a lot. Hearing him mention the name of the girl in front of her, she felt that this person was very familiar. Wait a minute, Irene Hilton. She pointed at the blonde girl and emphasized, she is Irene, the goddess of bankruptcy. How can you cooperate with the goddess of bankruptcy? She is someone who likes to destroy things and cause economic panic in all countries. At her warning, Seo Ju-hyun could only laugh and explain, it is true, but isn't it a bit rude of me to say that in front of Irene? Basically she is a good person, in her previous life she was a thing, but in this life I have prevented it. It seems that the secret conversation between the two people made Irene Hilton feel very confused. She looked worriedly at her new teammates and thought to herself, I don't understand what they are saying because it's in Korean. Irene Hilton was on guard, not taking her eyes off Lee Seo-ah. Even though she was now a teammate, she still didn't like her for some reason. She moved closer to him and whispered about what was bothering her. Ju-hyun, let me tell you something. Isn't she an enemy? You said she attacked you many times at the catacombs in Korea. With her wariness, he could only try to reconcile slowly. The situation was different now, he was sure we could trust her. But Li Xiaolao was frowning at the moment, wondering why they were so intimate with each other. Xiao Juhian took the initiative to walk towards the car and said, "It would be great if we talked a little more. But we don't have time now, we need to go save that idiot, no problem, right?" The field vehicle's headlights flashed as it sped across the fine sand, speeding towards the crypt this time. As the three of them sat inside the car moving towards the crypt, Irene Hilton turned to look at him and asked, "Is Yu Jeha okay?" So Juhian calmly replied, "He's fine and has used his own method to contact you. He can describe the inside of the crypt and the abilities of the holy relic he comes into contact with. The owner of the Envy Tomb could be Salieri." Irene Hilton asked again when she heard the strange name. The guy started explaining Antonio Salieri. He was a musician from Italy and also famous in Austria. Salieri was a great musician who successfully nurtured students such as Beethoven and Schubert, and was also famous for his jealousy of Mozart. At first, it was just a rumor, but then the story was often mentioned in many TV dramas. Then there was a real term called Salieri syndrome. He fell silent at this, thinking to himself that it was fitting that he should be the master of the Crypt of Envy. Even the name had become a proper term. Xiao Juhian, a new message from the novel appeared not long ago. Nero appeared from his backpack and reported. "You read it. This episode will have a very dramatic chase." Xiao Juhian did not understand the meaning of the sentence, so he asked, "What does that mean? Tell me more." Suddenly, a soldier that you would never think of, there is actually another, the holy relic. The main character has finally been captured. "It seems there are still many things hidden from the enemy," was his last sentence. Different from his slightly speechless expression, Irene Hilton worriedly asked back, "Will he be okay?" Xiao Juhian spoke up, holding on tight, and then he started to accelerate, trying to get to the crypt as quickly as possible to rescue him. In the artistically styled tomb, Yu Jeha was running with all his might to avoid the monsters running behind him. They shouted, "Chase, don't run, come here, stupid humans." He turned his head to look back and cursed out loud, This is crazy, where did they come from?" Salieri should only attack with voice, moreover their clothes are not very suitable. While trying to escape, Yu Jeha's rope, the holy relic, appeared, quickly flying towards him. There must be other holy relics, he thought as he ran, until he realized that the rope of the holy relic was already wrapped around him. The rope tightened around his upper body and with lightning speed, pulled him in a certain direction to escape from the monsters. They reached out and shouted, "Humans don't run." The holy relic rope dragged him into a room with the door wide open and emitting light that was different from the darkness outside. The rope threw Yu Jeha to the floor violently, making him scream and not forgetting to close the door to block the others. "Why are you going alone?" The holy relic rope angrily hit his cheek and scolded him, causing him to cry out in pain. It hurts so much." "It hurts, Yamit Oniai-chan." He got up, waving his hand to push the rope away. But it seemed like his holy relic was really angry, so he said loudly, "What, Oniai-chan, Oniai-chan, he? You should listen to Oniai-chan, Oniai-chan." The rope angrily wrapped around Yu Jeha's neck and tightened it, causing him to suffocate and cry out, "Resisting is the end," the holy relic angrily reported. Following that, his voice, "Yamit, do you want to suffocate me?" The monsters outside who heard his voice couldn't understand what was going on. Yu Jeha, after being released, angrily said loudly, "I ran away because the holy relics were very scary, they could kill me immediately." "Really?" Oniai-chan apologized. The rope teacher's attitude changed 180 degrees, making him say, "What a pervert, why are you suddenly so kind?" Unexpectedly, as soon as he escaped from the rope, those monsters broke down the door and wanted to beat him up. They rushed at him like crazy murderers. "You can't escape, son," he shouted, "What?" And then they came forward. The whole group pressed Yu Jeha down to the ground, making him feel pain. There were too many of them. Yu Jeha's the holy relic struggled with the monsters to save him. The jealous holy relic stood out the most in the crowd and laughed slyly. The intruder was finally caught. Yu Jeha hurriedly spoke up, "Why are you here?" He shouted and explained, "Are you crazy? I did nothing wrong, let me go. Those who are more talented than me must die." The holy relic's jealous face spoke up, making him even more. "What do you mean? What did I do to you? You've talked too much, write something nice, go die." He used the power of sound to attack. Yu Jeha's ears bled from the horrible sounds and he screamed in pain, "What the hell?" Just as danger was approaching, the ceiling suddenly cracked open with a powerful force, signaling the coming of a tidal wave. And then a blazing hot flame broke through the ceiling straight towards the holy relic of jealousy, to the surprise of everyone in the room. The flames poured down fiercely like a volcanic eruption, causing the entire large room to become desolate because of the overwhelming pressure. The explosion caused by the previous blow caused everyone in the room to faint. Yu Jeha was also sent flying and fell to the floor unconscious. In his dream he found himself suddenly awakened by a bright light. A girl stood in front of him and said, it was easy to find him because he was always noisy. Xiao Juhian also appeared before him and said thank you. He was so happy that he cried and called out to the captain. He gave the earplugs to Lee Seoa and said, "Now put these earplugs on before we go inside. This holy relic attacks with sound." She complied and replied, "Okay." In the real world, Seo Juhyun and his teammates entered the room and confronted the jealous holy relic. He shouted, "How dare you destroy my workplace?" Seo Juhyun stood opposite him and smiled sarcastically. "Even when beating a dog, you have to look at its owner. What a sexy pig. Accept your punishment." The jealous holy relic started playing a deadly music to attack, then said cruelly loudly, "Go die. Seoa, finish him off quickly." He covered his ears and turned to the girl next to him. She was also struggling to cover her ears to block out some of the noise as she replied, "Okay." He held two flints in his hands and groaned, "You play the zither so badly." A confident smile appeared on Seo Juhyun's face. "You need a fiery stage to play better." And then Seo Juhyun used the flint to rub on the floor, creating a red-hot flame. The flames split like snakes and charged at the jealous holy relic, surrounding him with no escape. The flames attacked him, creating another huge explosion that lit up the surrounding space, destroying everything once more. The jealous holy relic was wrapped in flames all over his body and gradually burned his life. A miserable voice rang out, "Hot, so hot." Hot, the last scream of the jealous holy relic lingered in the raging flames. Meanwhile, a monstrous soldier holding a mace wanted to attack him. But with Lee Seola there, he basically couldn't do anything. With a sharp gaze, she rushed to attack that guy. The monster was slashed through, but her speed was so fast that he didn't even feel any pain. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Under Lee Seola's sharp slashes, he could only die here and cry out in grief, "Damn it." Lee Seola mixed up the original form of the holy relic that represented her power and then ordered Gildel to take them all down. The holy relic Gildel heard the command, immediately raising his hand, concentrating power in his palm. And then she swung her arm in a circle, the energy spread out everywhere, blowing away all the strange soldiers, not leaving a single one behind. The monstrous soldiers could do nothing but endure the pressure from the stronger one and were sent flying into the wall. While letting Gildel fight the monsters, she walked closer to where he was lying. Yu Jaeha backed away. "Ha? Not her? Aren't you a Chinese spy? Why are you here?" Seeing his strong reaction made her think to herself, he doesn't remember her. Ignoring Yu Jaeha, who was trying to avoid her, she still went forward, thinking that he was still an idiot, just like a child. Or maybe he just remembered it. Looking at that surprised face, Lee Seola could guess. She helped him up and said, "I'll help you, stand up." Yu Jaeha panicked and asked back, "Why should I trust you?" The words successfully angered her, causing her fist to be raised in front of him, making a fuss. He was so scared that he cried, "Look, how can I trust you? Come with me, you will be safe." She grabbed his arm and dragged him along. Ignoring his cries, could she really trust her? But then Yu Jaeha looked in another direction and opened his mouth in surprise and shouted loudly. This was really confusing. "Damn it, Captain," he looked at the huge fire burning the holy relic's violin, and the guy who wasn't dead yet and screamed. "With this fire, your concert will definitely be lively." Seo Juhyun stood with his arms crossed leisurely looking at him in the fire, and he seemed to say bitterly, "How dare you?" Unexpectedly, the jealous holy relic was not affected by the raging fire and even extinguished the flames to his surprise. His body was still intact and unharmed thanks to the protective outer layer not being burned. The fire was out and all the wounds were healed. This was a great help. "If I have it here, I am invincible." Faced with his arrogance, the guy calmly asked, "Is this another holy relic appearing here?" Above his head is a holy relic shaped like a medieval chessboard. This holy relic is indeed a chessboard that is scattering pieces. The pieces on both sides are made of both gold and silver. The holy relic chessboard spoke up in annoyance as it hovered above Seo Juhyun's head. "How dare you disturb me, foolish human?" Seo Juhyun seemed very calm about this. He seemed to have succeeded in provoking the holy relics. Just then the red-haired girl ran up to him, holding something. "Captain?" She handed the picture to him and said, "Jaeha asked me to give this to you." Seo Juhyun happily said, "Good." From within the painting, he reached into the energy and pulled out a sword. Holding the new weapon that was emitting powerful energy, he excitedly said, "It's time to get to work." His teammate also spoke up, "Let's fight." That thing wasn't just one the holy relic, the guy looked at two the holy relics that appeared at the same time. Seo Juhyun felt very excited about this battle, the sword in his hand and his whole body radiated a stronger and more warlike energy than ever. Their enemies now were two holy relics and a group of monstrous soldiers who lived as long as leeches. Seo Juhyun readied his fighting stance and shouted, "Let's begin, holy relic treasure." The holy relic chessboard thing called the holy relic of that treasure emitted a green light that shot straight towards our Seo Juhyun.
The green light was like a scanner, scanning his entire body without causing any other phenomenon. The Holy Relic wealth speaks, there is no artistic talent in you, you do not like the Holy Relic to criticize your novels. You are just a useless person. Facing his hurtful words, the guy only smiled half-heartedly. You are also my fan, you don't know what respect is. At this moment, the Holy Relic jealously interrupted and said viciously, my art will unleash even more powerful power and kill everyone, haha. I am full of power, haha. His 3 demonic masks emitted a dark light, and then began to release evil energy. My musicians, this will be the greatest orchestra in history. The demonic soldiers surrounded the two of them, each holding a musical instrument in their hands. Seo Juhyeon had to be late to complain when 2 notice boards appeared in front of him, you guys are so noisy. On the notice board it says that the power of the enemy's holy relic is enhanced, the enemy's holy relic starts moving. He held a small wooden stick in his hand to direct the orchestra and then said loudly, let's start playing. First came the rumbling of drums, followed by the loud blare of saxophones. Next came the sound of violins, flutes, trumpets, and drums blending together to create a symphony that brought great pressure to the enemies. Seo Juhyeon used the Medusa shield to block some of the pressure coming from the orchestra that was playing crazily. He couldn't stand their music, so he said, damn it. The painful groans of the 2 men in the shield echoed, unable to bear these terrible sounds. The shield took the brunt of the sonic attack and quickly succumbed. Damn it, this is too strong, I might be destroyed. The Holy Relic jealously smiled strangely like a devil, his arms continuously directed the orchestra and said loudly, this is my favorite song, enjoy the music you pigs, huh? Seo Juhyeon felt the shield wouldn't last much longer as a large crack appeared, damn it, if you like then listen to it yourself. The guy released a large amount of energy, summoning of the Holy Relic that appeared like a small mountain behind him, then he shouted back, I will return it to you, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, feel your own music. The stump emitted a bright light and then released a powerful stream of energy that suppressed the unbearable sounds of the jealous Holy Relic, causing him to suddenly scream in horror, what? He raised his hand to shield his face from the powerful attack of the Holy Relic that Seo Juhyeon had summoned, muttering, very interesting. While he was defending and thinking about random things, he suddenly felt a wave of energy coming towards him. When did Seo Juhyeon approach him with a sharp sword, ready for a close combat? The guy resolutely swung his sword towards the jealous Holy Relic with a powerful blow. The sword slashed down, cutting off both of his arms at once, causing him to cry out in pain, my arms. My fortune, the Holy Relic enviously screamed in pain, but his wound quickly healed as another Holy Relic blessed him. You bastard, do you know that a musician's hands are more precious than their lives? Seo Juhyeon smiled especially confidently and said, you don't need to worry about that. The jealous Holy Relic exclaimed in surprise, what? He turned away and looked in another direction and said, I'm not good at this but I know a few things. Who knows, damn it, he shouted fiercely when he saw Seo Juhyeon's arrogant attitude. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, after thinking about him, he had a very good plan. Even though this guy doesn't look like Salieri, but everything about him is related to him, I'll make it unstable and full of jealousy. This is the same way to defeat Nero. Irene and Nero are waiting in the car. I know a little about music, Beethoven, Schubert and Haydn. The jealous Holy Relic did not understand what was going on and hurriedly spoke up, what are you trying to say? Seo Juhyeon just smiled and replied provocatively, but the most I know is that Mozart is more talented than you. The words immediately hit his pride, making him agitated and angry, shouting loudly. As for you, you made a mistake, you shouldn't mention him. The jealous Holy Relic went berserk and released a great amount of energy. A large piano appeared right above Seo Juhyeon's head and fell at high speed. He quickly dodged and jumped out of the way of the falling piano, just before it hit him. And then the jealous Holy Relic kept throwing musical instruments at Seo Juhyeon, forcing him to run away. What kind of musician was he to throw his own musical instruments? Seeing Seo Juhyeon able to run away and avoid everything he threw made the Holy Relic even more mad, dying. He retreated back to where his teammate was standing, and then she said strongly, I will try to block his attack. He cried out, Seola. Okay, he realized her intentions and became more and more determined to defeat him. Passing the strange soldier she had taken care of, he leapt up to face him. A voice filled with hatred rang out, Mozart. Seo Juhyeon frowned, his eyes focused to the extreme and then released energy into the sword in his hand. The jealous Holy Relic fought back while screaming in anger. Why? Why do people recognize that damn name? He slammed his hand down but he jumped up to avoid it. Seo Juhyeon appeared high in the sky opposite him. The Holy Relic's jealousy seemed to be too heavy on the musician. Oh my god. Why aren't we recognized? Where is the justice? He gritted his teeth in annoyance at his babbling. With a slash, Seo Juhyeon cut his body in half. Ha! The jealous Holy Relic couldn't believe he was taken down by such a blow.
Our guy glanced at him indifferently and complained. "You're too noisy." He groaned and was gradually torn apart by the power of the sword. The Holy Relic's wealth was also affected, causing the entire board to be in disarray, and it cried out miserably. "Oh my God." Looking at the Holy Relic, he smiled wickedly and said, "I will give you a favor. I will not use this sword. I will only attack you once." But at this moment, the crypt suddenly had an earthquake, everything was shaken violently. The system panel appeared, the Holy Relic was greedy and in a rage, so Ju-hyun looked at the system notice board and angrily shouted, "The Holy Relic was greedy." Lee Seola used her hands to clear the falling debris and shouted, "Captain, this place is about to collapse." The guy hurriedly walked towards his teammate and said, "We saved Jae-ha, let's go." She pointed to the exit and said, "The exit is over there." But the jealous Holy Relic did not intend to let them leave so easily and shouted, stopping. Then the voice of the Holy Relic greedily cursed his comrades, "You incompetent bastards, you can't defeat even a single human." Internal strife broke out among the Holy Relics, and the Holy Relic angrily yelled at the one who once protected him, "What? Let me take control of this crypt," the Holy Relic greedily commanded, but the Holy Relic chessboard immediately refused. "No, it couldn't be. Shut up, I told you to give me your power." The greedy Holy Relic erupted in anger and released a high-voltage electric current that burned both the jealous and the rich, causing them to scream in pain. The greedy Holy Relics are dominating this crypt, the crypt's traps have been redesigned, the crypt's difficulty has been increased. The Holy Relic fork laughed heartily after a tug of war and gained the advantage. But then the greedy Holy Relics gradually became weaker and fell, "It seemed too much, all my power was taken away." The Holy Relic, So Ju-hyun spoke up as he saw them lose all their strength and fall to the floor one by one. "The Holy Relic has spoken to the master of the crypt, how should I tell you now?" Seo Ju-hyun was now unable to move due to the lightning attack, so he stood still and reasoned, "This is terrible, I can't move my body." "Oh, this power is really useful," his deep voice rang out, making Lee Seola say to him, "My body can't move." The voice spoke again with a sinister tone, "Now I will test the power of jealousy, this is one of the bad qualities that everyone has. The system notification board shows a warning, strong jealousy erodes the mind, people around you are starting to be jealous of everything, you can't get along with your friends." The guy raised his hand to hold his head, trying to keep his thoughts clear, "I am very jealous of him and have the desire to kill him, I have to endure it or I will be in danger. The difficulty of this tomb is really high, those who enter this tomb will all die for their friends." Lee Seola was heavily influenced by the jealous Holy Relic and grabbed the sword in her hand, her eyes bloodshot as she called out his name, "Ju-hyun." Seo Ju-hyun hurriedly stopped her, "Wake up Seola." She was losing control, he backed away as her sword was pointed at him, "I will kill you. I'm so jealous of you, Lee Seola has the murderous intent to kill him, she's completely under control. I have to find a Holy Relic that can control her." Seo Ju-hyun hurriedly searched through his backpack. But the other Holy Relics in the backpack were almost crazy and were arguing. "Huh, why are you guys fighting? I am the Holy Relic he needs, I will kill you all." He was helpless in the current situation, thinking urgently, no Holy Relic was useful at this moment. But she was so overcome with jealousy that she took action. Kill, hearing her say that he quickly raised his hand to mediate, "Hey, calm down." The sword in her hand began to emit dark energy. Seo Ju-hyun thought to herself, "I'm cornered." Lee Seola charged forward with a sharp sword in hand. Her face was completely filled with uncontrollable hatred and jealousy. Everything was falling apart, the brown-haired boy panicked and backed away. "What happened? God, please save me." "Ah, a rock fell on your head." Yu Jae-ha held his head, crying in pain. "Boss said he would come save me." "Wait, how is boss?" He raised his head and shouted, "Oh my God." Many large and small rocks fell down, the boy was about to be buried. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Jae-ha closed his eyes and sat there holding his head. "Ah, is this over? Am I dead?" "You peeked, didn't you?" "I'm alive, I'm fine." The boy couldn't believe it, feeling around for any injuries. "Thank God, I'm alive. I don't feel any pain. I don't know why, but I'm very happy." A voice somewhere shouted. "Calm down." Yu Jae-ha awkwardly searched for the source of the sound. "Huh, isn't that the boss's voice?" The red-haired girl slashed angrily. "Scream, die." The black-haired boy stepped back, muttering under his breath. "I'm in trouble. My Holy Relic isn't here either. And Lee Seola is still slashing away." The hidden voice rang out. "Why aren't you affected by jealousy? You're pretty good." But the voice stopped. A fire flared up. The lamp lit up. A dark purple aura was emitted. The voice continued. "What if I increase my power? Let me see how long you can hold out." Seo Juhian cautiously covered his nose and mouth. He looked around. Incense smoke. Was that the master here?
It seemed like the greedy holy relics had left this room.
Meaning if destroy it.
The mysterious voice laughed at him.
It was useless. The purple screen showed lines of text.
The intensity of the jealousy increased continuously.
Another powerful form of jealousy arose. The jealous quality was maximized. You became jealous of yourself. Seo Juhian stood still? Was his leg held by something? He gritted his teeth. Damn it! Blue light surrounded Juhian's body. His hands were shaking. Damn, I can't move. What? It's controlling me.
He glanced at his arm, which had naturally straightened.
Looks like you're about to lose it.
The mysterious man taunted. A sword appeared in Juhian's hand.
Damn it, his hand brought the sword to his neck.
The person behind him said with satisfaction.
Goodbye, boy. Seo Juhian broke out in a cold sweat as the sword pressed against his neck. He wondered. Is this the end for me? Will I kill myself? Juhian turned around. Was there any way to get out?
He saw Li Xiaola also in a position of preparing to slit her own throat.
Damn, she was in the same situation.
Seo Juhian struggled to hold on. Suddenly Yu Jeha clamped his arm to stop him.
Screamed. Boss, what are you doing? He pushed Juhian's head.
Why did you kill yourself?
Seo Juhian was surprised. Yu Jeha. Yu Jeha also ran over. He patted Li Xiaola's head and called out. Red hair. Why do you want to commit suicide too? Seo Juhian looked at Jeha in surprise.
That idiot was not being controlled. The young man confiscated 2 swords. Confused, he asked him.
What happened here? Why did he commit suicide? Juhian, can't you say it? What are you really doing? What are you trying to see? Ah, Jeha's eyes lit up.
Yu Jeha saw the lamp emitting dark smoke behind him.
He shouted. You mean this?
The mysterious man was surprised.
Why can you move? In that case, I'll increase the power. The lamp lit up. The incense smoke was thick. Jeha covered his face and cried out, Huh! What is this smoke?
He angrily swung his sword and slashed the lamp. Inhaling smoke is bad for the lungs.
I slashed.
The person behind him suddenly panicked.
This guy. Why isn't it working? Yu Jeha was still enthusiastically destroying the dark lamp. The smoke cleared. Juhian could move. He exclaimed. I'm free. The red-haired girl also knelt down. Juhian called, Xiaola. He helped her up. Come on. We need to get out now. Seo Juhian took Li Xiaola away from the smoke.
He suddenly noticed the items that fell on the floor.
These holy relics. Seized the rare opportunity. He took advantage of it to collect them. Hey Yu Jeha, get out of there before it does anything else. Jeha nodded in response. Yes, boss. Seo Juhian reminded, don't forget to bring your bag.
The mysterious voice rang out again.
Oh, it seems I understand. Why is he holding a girl and the other person holding a backpack? He's just an arrogant and mean person. Yu Jeha frowned and bit his lip. Seo Juhian's face darkened. What did he mean? Was he trying to cause internal strife?
He turned to his younger brother and said.
Come on, hurry up. Jeha replied. Yes.
The mysterious man said.
You think I'll let you go? The bag Jeha was holding suddenly emitted a bright blue light. Come and play. Light flew out.
The brown-haired boy panicked.
Ah, something just flew out. Seo Juhian gritted his teeth. What was that?
The mysterious people looked surprised again.
Wait, what is this? Let go. Ha! How dare you? Ah, the 3 people stood still and watched. Something that looked like a white rope tip shot out. Seo Juhian smiled with relief. I was wondering where you were going. The rope happily squeaked. Master, master. Look at this. It dropped what looked like a coin into his palm. Seo Juhian held it up to observe. Mnemosyne memory. Yu Jeha looked down. We have the holy relic like this. He said. These are the holy relics I got from Pandora. Ah, so that's it. Jeha asked back, puzzled. What? What is it, boss? Mnemosyne is a Greek goddess of memory. In other words, this is a holy relic with a very good memory.
In her previous life, Jean Chai-won was the owner of this holy relic.
It seems she still owns it in this life.
The strange thing is that Jean Chai-won's holy relics are all in Pandora's hands. Maybe Jean Chai-won sent someone into Pandora. Seo Ju-hyun frowned. That stupid woman had been tracking him from the beginning with this thing. She must have known he would appear in the crypt.
Lee Seowa said.
It's true, Jean Chai-won did this. She wanted to take the holy relic then kill him.
Yu Jae-ha wondered. Jean Chai-won. Who is she? She's a conqueror in China. Quite the troublemaker.
The mysterious voice sounded panicked.
What are you doing? Seo Ju-hyun's hand holding the coin flashed with light. He crushed the holy relic. Seo Ju-hyun smiled.
Let's pay tribute to this holy relic.
It cried out. Ah, it hurts. So the thing behind it all this time was an Mnemosyne coin. He held up the coin. The light kept coming. There had to be a good way out. We had a bomb to open the door here. Yu Jae-ha was surprised. Boss, didn't you say this was a useful holy relic? Why did you destroy it? Seo Ju-hyun explained. If he kept this holy relic, Chai-won would always be able to track it down.
Also, I have a lot of the holy relic.
Purple screen shows notification. Destroy the tomb. Rank C. The coin cried out in fear. No. Boom. The catacombs exploded. A huge explosion destroyed the crypt.
The blonde girl behind the wheel suddenly witnessed the explosion. Her eyes were serious.
An explosion.
Ju-hyun was there.
Was he okay? She stepped on the gas and sped away. Dust flew everywhere.
I'll come pick you up right away, Ju-hyun.
The exit appeared.
A holy relic groaned.
This couldn't be. This crypt could be easily crushed by weak humans.
A group of 3 people appeared from behind the smoke and dust.
It said sinisterly. We shall see. Man. The boy looked up and asked. What the hell? He sneered. The greedy holy relics were not here now. We would be safe if we were out of their range of detection. Yu Jae-ha looked surprised. What? A holy relic can do that without being nearby? Seo Ju-hyun replied. If the real holy relic really appeared, things wouldn't end like this. It was no ordinary holy relic. Jae-ha felt like electricity was running through his body. We have to go quickly anyway. Yes.
The 3 of them hurriedly left.
The light came from somewhere and illuminated the 3 of them.
The car sped up and stopped.
The window rolled down. The blonde girl greeted them happily. Mr. Ju-hyun. They shouted happily. Irene.
The 3 of them got into the car.
Seo Ju-hyun smiled.
Thanks to you, we were able to leave here safely.
Irene Hilton asked curiously. What happened? There was a problem. But it's okay now. He also got a holy relic of jealousy.
Ju-hyun showed her the red-covered book he picked up in the crypt.
Good. Is it the holy relic from the crypt? Its information pops up, Salieri's music. The holy relic rank S, the holy relic legendary class. Seo Ju-hyun nodded? Here's more. He picked up the fork. The real one from the Catherine de' Medici house.
The holy relic rank S, the holy relic class legend.
He muttered. The fork. I don't think the original shape of the board was like this. Catherine de' Medici was a famous member of the Medici family.
She became Queen of France and later became temporary ruler of France. At that time in France, religious conflicts were very fierce.
So she tried to consolidate royal power by maintaining a precarious balance between the 2 sides. There is much debate today about what she actually did.
Yet she has been branded an evil woman and blamed for the massacre of tens of thousands of believers.
But what could she do about jealousy? Well, this wasn't the first time Pandora had done something like this.
Since her husband was attracted to a woman named Diane, Catherine naturally became jealous.
Irene asked him, what kind of power does this holy relic have? Seo Ju-hyun replied. I don't know. I haven't sworn to it yet. Yu Jae-ha explained seriously. I don't know what but Salieri attacked me with sound. Ju-hyun replied. Maybe so. And this fork's ability is a buff. Irene said. I see. Seo Ju-hyun looked at the fork. He saw it use this ability in the crypt.
Suddenly their car collided with another line of cars.
What? Why are there so many cars? Everyone is confused. What is it? Yu Jaeha shouted. It had a TV station logo on it. It was definitely a TV station car. Lee Seola looked out the window. Maybe it was because of the explosion earlier. Yu Jaeha replied. Ah, right. They're already here to get the news. Seo Ju-hyun rested his chin on his hand and smiled. Can you turn the car around, Irene? What? I'll tell them we conquered this crypt. Irene was surprised. What? You're doing it differently. The car swerved to chase after the TV station cars. Ju-hyun replied. Appearing on TV is a bit uncomfortable. This time I want to help this idiot. Yu Jaeha was surprised. Seo Ju-hyun looked at him and said. This is a fatal attack for Jang Richard. He shouted. Why all of a sudden? Seo Ju-hyun replied calmly. He was the one who brought him into the tomb. Jaeha was stunned. Isn't it Jin Chai-won? He replied. That woman is just against me. He asked hesitantly. Jang Richard threatened you over the phone, right? Seo Ju-hyun replied. I'm sure it's him. We'll appear on TV. Then I'll tell you the truth about him copying my work. Yu Jaeha was confused. That whole thing? Why did you react like that? Because I was scared. But you yelled at him at the party. Well, that took a lot of courage. Jaeha said confidently. But do you think I've changed since then? Not at all. This time will be different. Seo Ju-hyun said. Because I will help you. Lee Seola smiled. She sighed helplessly. The reason why the Tomb of Jealousy didn't affect Yu Jaeha probably had to do with his low self-esteem. This was understandable. After being robbed of his drawing style and beaten up, he was treated like a criminal. Even when he became my subordinate, he was forced to do a lot of work and was dragged around the crypts. I made a clear promise when I invited him in. I will take back all of your drawing style and reputation from Jang Richard. I think it's time to fulfill that promise. I can't let my subordinates be like that. On TV, right now, special news on the 7 mysterious catacombs. The professional host said, we will return to Jang Richard. Jang Richard's excavation team had reached the deepest part of the Tomb of Jealousy. The bald man laughed with satisfaction, haha, that's right. The MC talked to him, everyone has been pretty quiet these past few days, when will his team conquer that crypt? If everyone succeeds, they will be the first ones to be able to confront Seo Ju-hyun's one-man show. Jang Richard replied, once we finish the renovations, we will proceed with the crypt. I am excited to see what holy relics will appear in there. The host smiled, once you have it, please introduce those holy relics to television. There is a big problem, someone suddenly shouted interrupting the interview. The staff reminded him, hey, don't you know it's a live broadcast? The other person immediately shouted, there's urgent news. A huge explosion occurred in the Tomb of Jealousy and now there is a big hole there. The conqueror of the tomb has also appeared. The screen showed a picture of a guy, he smirked, hey, Jang Richard. Are you doing an interview now? Sorry to say, but the holy relic belongs to me this time too. Jang Richard couldn't help but look at the screen angrily, you bastard. No idea what he was talking about anyway, Seo Ju-hyun continued. Well, it's no surprise that I conquered this tomb, right? So let me tell you some news. He sneered, those who are watching the broadcast, listen carefully. Jang Richard kidnapped my restorer, Yu Jaeha, into the tomb to kill him. He went to the depths of the Tomb of Jealousy just to summon Yu Jaeha to that place. In his excavation team, there was a man named Francisco. He had a holy relic that could do that. How would I know? He was in the news studio. After seeing that, I was not very happy. Because I saw a familiar face. The reporter next to him looked confused and doubtful, is this true? Of course it is true. Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, the kidnapping of enemy restorers happened frequently before I died, but that was a trick used by the King of Fate. Is this just a coincidence or is he really the one behind Jang Richard and Francisco? But that doesn't matter now. He confidently said into the microphone, from now on, everything we say is the truth. Write it all down, it will be special. There is a reason why Jang Richard wants to make Yu Jaeha disappear, just listen to this person's explanation. Jaeha, the camera moved to the tense brown-haired boy beside him. He made up his mind and said loudly, Jang Richard plagiarized my paintings. This happened when I was a student and he was a teacher. Yu Jaeha shouted, Jang Richard's drawing style known to the world is actually mine, that bastard. Seo Ju-hyun continued, and that's why he wanted to cover it up,
He wanted to kill the owner of the paintings he plagiarized. It was disgusting.
The host frowned at him. Was that true?
The bald guy replied nervously, no, it was, but he couldn't come up with any excuse. Come to think of it, there was a similar scandal before.
On the other side, Ju Hyun grinned. Now, why don't you explain?
Jang Richard gritted his teeth. He smiled smugly. If only he had that ability.
The projection screen enlarged the image of Sao Ju Hyun and Yu Jae-ha standing. The sound coming from the projector, say it son, say it louder.
Jang Richard clenched his hands on his thighs and trembled as he opened his mouth to say, me. He sat up and pointed his finger, shouting, he is a bastard, he is a liar, don't believe him. The man in the black suit sat there calmly, telling him that he thought the boy was not telling the truth. When asked, he shouted back, of course he was. The man in the black suit seemed to be a lawyer. He continued calmly. If so, try to provide some evidence.
The question made him stunned and asked back, what? It seemed he didn't have any evidence.
The lawyer smiled gently and explained that he had the right to remain silent, but anything he said would be used as evidence in court. He was at a loss for words, so he gritted his teeth and looked at her angrily, unable to say anything. The three men remained standing at the camera, their faces tense. The lawyer was still smiling. He looked on angrily thinking, damn, this guy is forcing me into a corner. He looked at them tremblingly, thinking in panic that if he didn't say anything, he would lose everything. But if he said the wrong thing, it would be the end. He gritted his teeth, looking quite frightened, sweat pouring down his wrinkled face. Jang Richard was nervous, pointed at himself and looked at the lawyer and said, okay, I will say it. The words made the lawyer sitting there gasp and smile. He continued, I originally came to the tomb to conquer it but was defeated by it, so there was no other way.
The lawyer asked again, so now what, they conquered the third crypt before him? Sweat still dripping down his face, Jang Richard tried to calmly smile and replied. No problem, I will definitely repay him with another tomb.
He looked at the lawyer, deliberately changing the subject.
Leaving that aside, I'll talk about someone saying I plagiarized.
He frowned and gritted his teeth in anger.
In essence, none of that was true. On the contrary, Yu Jae-ha was the one who plagiarized my painting.
Night comes, at the motel. Yu Jae-ha was wearing a suit of armor. His face was tense and shy as he asked.
Boss, the sexy pig.
Seo Ju Hyun stood in front of him, hands on hips, smiling smugly. In one hand he held a holy relic with a golden goat head, causing Jae-ha to scream in fear.
What are you doing?
Hearing the question, he brought it closer to Jae-ha's face and answered. These were all defensive holy relics, including the withered dragon blood holy relic.
He brought it closer, causing you to quickly move away. He asked you. Are you done asking? You panicked and shouted. Wait, why do I have to use these things?
A bright light appeared from somewhere, blinding the entire area.
Jang Richard and Francisco covered their eyes. Two people appeared out of nowhere in front of Jang Richard, to his surprise and anger. These two people didn't even care and were talking to each other freely. Look, it worked. Ah, you're right.
Seo Ju Hyun smiled mockingly and turned his head back.
You think I don't know your plan, Jang Richard? He could only curse angrily and tremble. Damn it. He raised his pistol. Shouted. Fired.
Ju Hyun used the holy relic as a defensive shield,
covering him with a blue veil that blocked attacks.
Jae-ha screamed in panic.
Mom, save me. Ju Hyun turned to look at Jae-ha and ordered, not caring if Jae-ha was scared or not. I will defend.
You attack.
Jae-ha shouted loudly, not believing what he just said and asked again. Me? And make sure you hit that guy.
That guy has the holy relic kidnapped. I mean the man standing next to Jang Richard. A pink staff slammed down on his shield, causing him to curse.
Damn it. 5 people surrounded 2 people. They shouted. If guns don't work, then use knives. Don't let him go. Yu Jae-ha screamed in fear.
His eyes were tightly shut.
I'm going to die. Mom, save me.
As he spoke, he raised his hand.
The weapon in his hand began to glow.
The beam of light released made Ju Hyun look back a little nervously.
Everything exploded. Yellow smoke appeared. Someone shouted. What? What is this smoke?
Red arrows started flying towards them.
Candy and baseball bats also flew towards them, making them scream and ask. Where did the arrows come from? Where did the trash come from?
With that, a demon appeared, covered in black mist.
Weapons were flying around it. Music and colored lightning came from somewhere. It said, "Stupid humans. Let the show begin."
The others covered their ears when they heard the music from it.
It looked quite painful. Yu Jeha was also affected. His eyes rolled around and he fell down with a groan. Damn it! It hurts. Ju Hian saw him faint and turned his head to look back. His face was tense as he thought. Did he faint because he used too many holy relics at the same time? He knelt down and groped around, thinking. I need to find the painting. Let's get out of here. He opened his eyes wide. Suddenly realized something. He shouted happily. Here it is. Now I just need to draw the final stroke. What Sao Ju Hian was looking for was a piece of paper with a pencil drawing of a building. Jang Richard covered his ears with one hand to block out the deafening sound. He held the gun in one hand and called out to the unconscious man. Francisco. Wake up. This guy. He gave up on everything. He aimed his gun at him and shouted. At least I will kill you. Die. He picked up the brush. It emitted a faint golden smoke. He raised it with a smirk. Too late. He put down the pen. He drew a long line on the paper, forming the final line of the building drawing. A golden light surrounded him. He smiled smugly and glared as he added, goodbye. With that, he quickly disappeared before Richard's eyes. The beam of light closed, causing him to cry out in panic. Ah, no. Anger surged through him. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and cursed. Damn it. Richard's expression was dark now. He knelt down on the ground. He clenched his fists and raised his head to shout loudly. I will kill you, Sao Ju Hian. At this moment, he and Jeha appeared in the room thanks to teleportation. He turned to look at the still unconscious boy and laughed helplessly. He was knocked out. And here is the breaking news. The news says Francisco has been taken to the hospital. Salieri is attacking him repeatedly. The paramedics are pushing Francisco into the ambulance. He smirked as he watched, thinking, he's stronger than I thought. He looked at the TV. Jang Richard was trying to explain this incident. He was afraid that this would affect the previous scandal. At that time, Richard was trying to call something. He crossed his arms and smiled, looking at the screen thoughtfully. What should he do now? This was just the beginning. The scene changes to the high-rise building where Ju Hian lives. Sao Ju Hian shows a piece of paper on the table. Says, look at this. Lee Seola picked up the paper. What is this? Sao Ju Hian quickly replied. A contract agreement to join his group. Lee Seola asked after reading it. The name is this a grave robber? He replied with a smirk. This would be more intuitive and better than a name like Squad 13 in the previous life. He continued, this is a contract for reference. When you sign the form, you will be sworn to the Holy Relic Hammurabi. If you break the contract or betray me, then watch the Holy Relic Hammurabi torture you. Hearing Sao Ju Hian's words, Seola was startled. Sao Ju Hian looked at her and continued. It was a standard contract when he was dealing with people who had nowhere to go. Seola replied to him. Why are you telling me everything? Ju Hian quickly replied to her. I just thought that you would never stab me in the back. I don't want to lie to you. Yu Jeha's yawn interrupted the conversation between the two. Yu Jeha walked over, looking angry. He said to Sao Ju Hian. It was different when you gave me your signature. Sao Ju Hian looked up at him and said. Are you awake? Sao Ju Hian pointed at the food. He said. I made breakfast. Come and eat. Jeha replied after hearing that. What happened? My taste buds are strange. Sao Ju Hian replied immediately. It seemed like it was affected because he used multiple holy relics at the same time. The image of Jeha being helpless against the holy relics appeared. At this moment, he could only cry for help. He continued. You're useless over there. Maybe you need training. Hurry up and eat. Jeha sighed. Then turned and walked towards the food. Seola glanced at Jeha who was eating deliciously beside her. Then she asked him. He hadn't restored his memories yet. So there's no problem. 15 years of experience. Sao Ju Hian replied. Yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, Jeha was busy enjoying the bread and yogurt that Sao Ju Hian had prepared. Ju Hian continued. But the problem was that he couldn't restore his memories. Yu Jeha was a good painter. After the incident, he gradually lost his confidence. And his precious ability was only used for scamming. Thus, the adverse effects increased and Pandora recognized him as the king of swindlers. His personality is getting worse and worse. I honestly don't want him to have that personality. Of course. He's still a weakling now.
And now just need to train him a little. Also, I will overthrow Jang Richard and restore his honor.
I thought again about whether I should restore his dark memories. Having said that, Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself.
Seeing this, all the conditions are better than the previous life.
I hope this is the right choice. Seola called boss, pulling him out of his thoughts. He looked at her and asked, "Oh, where were we?" She quickly replied to Seo Ju-hyun. In Jaeha's case, it seemed like restoring his memories was a problem. He immediately replied. "Oh, you still remember his previous personality?" Seola continued. "I see. Looks like you made the right choice." Ju-hyun asked. "Really?" Jaeha was still enjoying the bread. Seola made her decision. "Tell him." "Okay, I'll sign the contract." He listened and said. "This is a contract. But why don't you read it?" "I'll make sure you're safe first." Jin Chai won. Seola happily replied. "Oh, thank you."
The two of them talked without noticing the rope moving past where they were sitting.
The rope saw Yu Jaeha and appeared in front of him. "Say. I found you." Yu Jaeha was startled. "Say it loudly. You scared me." At this point, Yu Jaeha had calmed down. The rope continued to talk to Jaeha. "It was fun playing with you." Seeing that, Jaeha replied. "I'm not happy today. I'm not feeling well." The rope quickly said. "Promise me." Jaeha held out his hand and said. "Okay. I promise to play with you next time." Suddenly the rope got angry when Jaeha said that. It quickly tied Jaeha's body. While tying him up, it said, "You're lying." Jaeha's whole body trembled. Screamed. "Ah, you hurt me." And Seola and Ju-hyun just sat there and watched. Watching the fun. Seola saw this and asked him. "Do things like this happen often?" Seo Ju-hyun listened. "Answer her. I'll get used to it soon." At that moment. At the airport. An angry voice rang out. How will he be held responsible? Kwon Tae-jun called Jang Richard to scold him. Because of him, Francisco was hospitalized and became a useless person. Jang Richard held the phone in one hand. He held his head in the other. He complained. "Oh. My head." The other end of the line was still cursing. "Why didn't you say anything? Are you deaf?" He said. "Yeah. I heard. But there's nothing I can do about it." His answer was 2 words. "Idiot." Then came the curses. There was no chance of catching Yu Jaeha now. He couldn't contain his anger and mess things up. Besides, he used it twice. How can a fool like him survive in this world? Kwon Tae-jun was angry. "Continue. Why do you always do stupid things like this? If you continue like this, it will be difficult. Find a way to fix this quickly," Jang Richard replied. "I understand." The phone call between the two people ended. Jang Richard was angry. He looked at the phone and cursed. "Fix it, damn it. Right now I'm being brought down by that bastard Yu Jaeha. Bastard. I can't do anything. Who can I trust now?" His face was full of murderous intent. He said. Jin Chai won. She was the only one. Then he picked up the phone and called Jin Chai won. The scene changes to Damascus, Syria. At the luxury hotel. A man's voice rang out. "I would like to report." 2 young men are standing reporting the situation. 2 catacombs have been successfully excavated in Lebanon. A deal has been made with the holy relic merchant here. Jin Chai won sat facing the window. After listening to the report, he said, "Very good. Everything is normal. Now only the unresolved tomb of jealousy remains." A young man rushed in and said in a panic. "Chairman Jin Chai won. Urgent news. How did Ju-hyun escape the tomb of jealousy?" Hearing that, she turned around and asked, "What?" The young man explained. During the process the crypt was destroyed and the holy relics inside were robbed. Jin Chai won rested her chin on her hand. Smiling wickedly. Said. "Strange. Isn't that the tomb being watched by my holy relics?" Now. A puff of orange smoke surrounded her along with the words. That was true, but he had a trick up his sleeve. It was a strange and annoying skill. "I followed your instructions. The three people standing in the room were all shocked by this situation. The voice continued. However, he did something to your holy relics. Chai Wan heard. Angry. Said. What? She looked at them and asked. Did you find my holy relics in the crypt? One of them replied. We didn't find anything. A voice rang out from the smoke. The holy relic had been destroyed. We could have stopped him if we were there. Jin Chaiwan replied with a sour expression. Shut up. I have a job for you. She stood up and continued. You said you can monitor all users of the holy relic. You said that all users of the holy relic leave behind auras. When she finished speaking, Lin immediately had a reply. But Xiao Juhian is a strange person. We must stop him immediately. Jin Chaiwan looked out the window, looking at the tall buildings and said. Interesting. The voice continued to be spoken by the holy relic. Interesting. What do you mean? She replied. The holy relic. I have lived a life where I could have had everything I wanted. This is a test for me. Chaiwan's face became scary. She continued. How dare you bother me? What kind of man is he? How to use him? I want to know. Eat him slowly. Right? Saying this, she used her tongue to lick around her mouth as if preparing to enjoy a delicious dish. One of her juniors announced. Chairman Jin Chaiwan, Professor Jang Richard called. She suddenly startled and glanced back. Then she ordered. Connect and report back to me. He listened. Bowed and replied. Yes, okay. The holy relic beside her saw this and said. There is no time for such a person. Jin Chaiwan said. Wait a moment. I will check that old man first. She started talking to Jang Richard. It was easy to observe the tomb of jealousy. Thank you, Jang Richard. We must maintain the minimum courtesy. But I will not fulfill your stupid requests. Jang could not help but be surprised when he heard that. Jin Chaiwan looked extremely sinister at this moment. She continued. Right now, I have to focus on a guy named Xiao Juhian. Jang Richard is still at the airport to talk to Jin Chaiwan. No, this girl. He's trying to convince her. What we need to do is we're going to conquer the fourth crypt. As he spoke, he was afraid, thinking to himself. Once the crypt was conquered, his scandal would be forgotten. Why wouldn't this woman do as he wished? Chaiwan replied to him. Professor Jang Richard, we don't have time to make a plan. And doesn't Professor Richard have a problem that needs to be solved first? He said suddenly. What? She continued. I heard that you are a plagiarist. Jang quickly explained after hearing that. Ha! That is nonsense. Jin Chaiwan continued leisurely. You should find a way to cover up this hoax. He quickly replied. What? Then she continued. Before this hoax became a gun to his head. I'll contact you later. Jang Richard looked worried. He said loudly. Just listen to me for a moment. His face scowled. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Even though conquering you might help me cover this up. But you're too much of a bitch. You think I can't handle it? At this moment, a plane took off. Xiao Juhian has left Syria and returned to New York. There is much to do. But giving interviews is the top priority. News, newspapers, radio, and the internet. Edward connected them all and we had interviews. This will make old Jang Richard fall quickly. I have to increase the news level to the highest level. Because this is a rare opportunity. If I remember correctly, he has a troublesome the holy relic. Xiao Juhian and his teammates are still giving as many interviews as possible. The new holy relic from the legendary detective novelist. That is the Vidic mirror mask. His stories have inspired many writers. He created famous characters that everyone knows. Specifically, Sherlock Holmes. Perhaps because of his job, his holy relic is a secret. By using that holy relic, he can excellently turn into a target. But he has a fatal weakness. To draw in Ujeha's style, he must transform into Ujeha. So he never saw the picture of the target. He always hid it. Those were the words of Seo Juhian when he answered the interview. Then he said, I'm done talking. I'm going to leave. The reporters heard this and hurriedly said, wait a minute. Let me answer one more thing. At this moment, in a modern city with skyscrapers. At a cafe right next to the beach, Taejun and Jaeha were sitting there. Seo Juhian spoke up, "Hey, this is tiring. I think this is enough. We've talked about a lot of things on the media." Jaeha replied to him. "Finally. Boss, do we really need to do this?" Seo Juhian picked up the phone and said while looking at it, "Are you going back to pessimistic mode? I already have a plan. Do you think I will fail? Let's watch our interview videos." Jaeha replied. "Oh, okay." Then he quickly took out his phone to watch. Seo Juhian focused on his phone and said, "We got many different views and opinions, because this is a hot topic." On Jaeha's side, he looked extremely scared. Noticing something unusual, Seo Juhian suddenly said, "Huh? Why did our first interview disappear?" Hearing you say that, Jaeha was also surprised, "Huh?" Jaeha thought Juhian was joking, so he said, "Are you kidding me?" Seo Juhian thought deeply, "This is the truth, Jang Richard did it." He was angry and continued, "This is unacceptable, I will arrange the next interview." After saying that he stood up and left, Jaeha heard that and said angrily, "What, I haven't finished eating yet." After all, his interviews all disappeared, something happened, Jang Richard's scandal will not be announced. Seo Juhian sat on the computer and thought further, "I'm sure of this, Jang Richard did something. Does he intend to restore his reputation?" Interviews away from the scandal began to appear everywhere. Taking him down probably won't be easy, since he was a man with a lot of connections to begin with. This is the difference between Seo Juhian and him, he easily gets the attention of many people. Seo Juhian stood up and said to Jaeha, "I can't let this continue. He has deceived the public, I will fight him to the death." Jaeha heard that and asked, "What are you going to do?" In his hand he was holding a necklace with a glowing blue gem. He looked at it and said, "Marie Antoinette's necklace, this is the holy relic that can create bad rumors about the opponent." Marie Antoinette, the French revolutionary queen, lived with many bad rumors. Her most famous quote was, "I don't think it's too difficult to buy expensive diamond necklaces." Having said that, Seo Juhian thought to himself, "This is the holy relic born from that story. In situations like this the holy relic is perfect." Seo Juhian glanced at Jaeha, smiled and said, "The problem is that to use this holy relic, one needs to meet the target directly." Jaeha felt confused and asked, "Who would do that?" Seo Juhian quickly replied, "Fortunately we have a spy now." Jaeha was still puzzled, staring at Seo Juhian. Juhyo turned to Seola and said, "Seola." She heard that and replied, "Boss." He gave her the necklace and said, "Approach Jang Richard, then use this holy relic on him, can you do it?" Seola confidently said, "Of course." Seeing Seola so confident, Juhyo felt satisfied and said, "Okay, go." At this time, Jang Richard was constantly being interviewed. It was not difficult for her to disguise herself. Then, the report came right after. Seo Juhian felt happy when Seola called to inform, "I succeeded." After listening to her phone call, he said, "Let's check the results." Then he used the computer to look it up. Jaeha knew and sat closer to him to see it together. Reading Jang's articles, Jaeha was surprised and said, "Oh, there are so many articles about Jang Richard. Why is there no plagiarism?" Seo Juhian replied, "It's here, Jang Richard, the original is trash." Jaeha looked at him worriedly, asking, "Boss, what do you mean?" Juhian didn't answer him because he was busy thinking to himself, "Damn, I didn't think about it. There are indeed many bad rumors, but the topic is not plagiarism. On the contrary, the plagiarism case will probably be forgotten." Seo Juhian looked disappointed, bowed his head, and said, "Damn, it really isn't easy." Suddenly, he looked up at the computer screen because of a notification. Seeing a message in his email, he wondered, email. He clicked on that message, read it and said, "What?" It was from the person whose email Hereway90 sent him. At the end of the message there was an appointment to meet Seo Juhian another time. Seo Juhian finished reading and then thought deeply. He immediately asked Jaeha who this was. Jaeha didn't know either, so she said it was a stranger. Not long after receiving the email from a stranger, something extraordinary happened. News of Jang Richard's plagiarism suddenly appeared everywhere. It seems to have become the hottest trend in the world. Not only the United States, but also China and Europe, everything is related to Jang Richard. Seo Juhian wonders how that happened. But he had guessed who had done this. It's the king of gossip, Wade Harmon. He can control all kinds of media. The news of Jang Richard's plagiarism cover-up has exploded, even though I'm getting help. But Seo Juhian is sure he is not a good person. He is someone who does not hesitate to turn his back on anyone. Jaeha stood next to Seo Juhian and said, "Why would someone like him help us? He even said he would see you later." Seo Juhian replied, "He's probably attacking Jang Richard more than us, because he's that kind of person." Juhian smiled sinisterly, then continued, "However, this is a great opportunity for us, right? The media war continues to turn, and bad rumors about Jang Richard begin to increase. It has something to do with the king of rumors. Perhaps Seo Juhian will use this opportunity.
Seo Ju-hyun immediately increased the interview schedule. He asked Jang Richard to prove himself by drawing in front of everyone. The number of people following this case also increased. Everyone was anxious, not knowing the truth. And Seo Ju-hyun also started doing something else to solidify Jang Richard's scandal. Seo Ju-hyun called someone. When the person picked up, he slowly said, "Hello." "Yes, James Wright, are you a former student of the same university as you?" Jae-ha, hearing the name of that former student, Jae-ha, who was drinking water, immediately choked. Jae-ha was angry and shouted, "How did you know the former student's phone number?" Seo Ju-hyun slowly used one hand to block him, continuing to talk. "Shut up, I'm on the phone. Yes, tell me. What I want to ask is, how is it, do you understand me?" Jae-ha felt extremely worried but couldn't do anything. Seo Ju-hyun is still talking to the former student. "Have you seen the news? Isn't it better to speak the truth boldly?" Jae-ha approached him and asked, "Are you threatening the school's alumni?" Seo Ju-hyun replied while taking notes, "No, I just forced him." He turned to look at Jae-ha and said, "The more witnesses, the better, right?" Jae-ha immediately replied, "They won't help. If they were on my side they would have helped me a long time ago. Before, they feared Jang Richard's power and reputation. Is it different now? Right now, all the news is against Jang Richard. They definitely want revenge on Jang Richard." One by one, in France, Seo Ju-hyun received accusations from Jae-ha's classmates, including former students in Tokyo. In New York, currently looking for alumni, as expected, there are many people on Seo Ju-hyun's side. A series of evidences were sent. Seo Ju-hyun immediately said to Jae-ha, "Look, how much evidence is there to convict him?" Jae-ha replied, "Oh, too much. I never thought this would happen." Seo Ju-hyun glanced at him and thought to herself, "He looked so happy. I was also happy. He didn't have to repeat the same mistakes from his previous life." After thinking, Ju-hyun spoke up. He was happy because he thought Jang Richard would be defeated by these things. Jae-ha looked at him and asked curiously, "What else?" Ju-hyun immediately replied, "This is just the beginning. We will give Jang Richard a fatal blow." At Jang Richard's place, he was sitting reading articles about himself. He was angry, talking loudly, "All this is driving me crazy. Why is the media targeting me? I bought dozens of them." He ordered his men, asking them why they were doing this. The men immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." Jang Richard was still extremely upset. His former students were also against him. This was terrible, terrible. After saying that, he went to open the door. When he opened the door, a group of people said in unison, "Surprised?" A group of reporters were standing in front of him. He said awkwardly, "Guys, this is not the time for interviews." Seo Ju-hyun walked up to him and said, "I'll take you there. Is it fun?" His face scowled as he looked at Seo Ju-hyun, then said, "Seo Ju-hyun, you?" Seo Ju-hyun ignored him and spoke up, "Stop avoiding it. The whole world knows that you plagiarized Jae-ha's painting. If you want to prove it is false, then prove it." Jang Richard frowned at him and said, "Seo Ju-hyun, okay? On the contrary, if all those baseless accusations are not true, you must hand over all of the holy relic to me." Jae-ha felt extremely worried after hearing that. Ju-hyun said, "Why, the accused is you," he said loudly, "because you make me crazy." He smiled provocatively and said, "You have threatened the honor and career that I have achieved in my entire life, so I must threaten you in the same way. How is it, Seo Ju-hyun?" Ju-hyun quickly replied to him, if he liked it, he would do it. Jae-ha stood behind him, worried, and stopped him. "Boss, we are making an unreasonable bet." Seo Ju-hyun looked at him arrogantly and said, "Okay." Jae-ha was angry and shouted, "Boss, you're crazy." Seo Ju-hyun quickly covered Jae-ha's mouth and turned to talk to Jang Richard. "You said the bet. Then I will choose the time. What about now?" His words startled him so much that he trembled and replied, "Now?" The reporters there shouted as if they wanted to attack him. "Speak up, choose quickly." Jang Richard said angrily, "Damn it, I need to prove it now." The venue for the competition was immediately prepared. There were many people here, from reporters to national arts organizations. Jae-ha was scared, continuously shaking his head, telling him, "You're a bit arrogant, we should stop." Seo Ju-hyun leisurely crossed his arms and said to Jae-ha, "What are you talking about?" Jae-ha was scared, looking at his hands and said, "Think about it, this bet is not in our favor." Seo Ju-hyun reassured him, he would not use his holy relic in a situation like this. Jae-ha still couldn't hide his anxiety, continuing to speak. What if he succeeded in drawing a picture without using any of the holy relic? He was still a painter after all. Since his basic knowledge is solid, he can imitate you. He will have an advantage if it looks similar to a certain extent. Jae-ha continued, "Have you thought about it? He can draw without the holy relic." Seo Ju-hyun immediately replied, stopping. "Don't be so stressed, come what may, I have planned everything very carefully, very safe. But I trust you completely. If you're worried I can stay by your side while you draw. How about it, okay?" Jae-ha worried, kept sighing, "Hey. The match between you Jae-ha and Jang Richard has begun.
The female referee spoke up. Okay, the theme is Professor Jang Richard's work, wonderful park landscape. Just repaint a similar picture. Ju Hyun stands beside cheering for Jae-ha, focus it brother. Jang Richard stood opposite, silently watching the two of them talking. He thought to himself, huh, idiots, they think they'll lose. I can still draw without the holy relic, I've seen this picture 1,000 times. He was arrogant, smirking, thinking to himself, it seems like this is my victory, this playground is mine. He confidently started drawing, the reporters behind him started working, taking pictures of him with exclamations. At this point, he became nervous, thinking to himself, I can't perfect it as much as I can, but if I make it look similar, then maybe it's okay. The two focused on their paintings. Ju Hyun stood there glancing towards Jang Richard. Looking at him, he thought to himself, it's been a while, I can hear the sound of pens moving, everyone is quiet to let the two artists concentrate. This will be Jang Richard's victory if he can draw it, otherwise we win. Good, after a long time finally, on Jang Richard's side at this moment, his face became worried. People standing around there, when they saw his painting, immediately started talking, what is that? What did he draw? Is there a problem with my eyes? He looked at his trembling hands and said, this is strange, why can't my arms move as I want? The two reporters standing behind him reminded him, Professor, this is not the time to play around, be serious. Seo Ju Hyun turned to Jang Richard and said, he was serious, but not as expected. I guessed right, Jang Richard. Seo Ju Hyun pointed it out to him and accused him of using the holy relic to plagiarize the painting. The reporters standing there heard and started talking loudly. He used the holy relic. The professor got angry and said, what are you talking about? Seo Ju Hyun continued, the holy relic that he used to steal Yu Jaeha's painting style was the Vidic mirror mask, by the way, didn't he think of its side effects? If you keep changing yourself into someone else, you will become someone else more and more, you will lose yourself. And he painted in someone else's style, he lost his ability to paint. After hearing Seo Ju Hyun's words, Jang Richard was shocked and said in fear, no, it can't be. Seo Ju Hyun stared at him and said, this is the truth, the holy relics are like that. What do you want to do, you can't avoid it anymore, plagiarist. Seo Ju Hyun continued, what are you trying to do, you can't hide from the truth anymore, you are a plagiarist. Now, he can only admit the matter, it's too late to do anything now. Seo Ju Hyun also advised him to quickly confess to the crime of theft, including Yu Jaeha's drawings. The reporters, upon hearing the hot news, rushed to get the news, demanding to bring it back to report to their superiors. Oh, hot news, report it quickly. Jang Richard immediately went crazy and threw all kinds of things at the camera. He stubbornly denied it, everything was to slander me, it was all slander. But Ju Hyun immediately laughed and said, you want to resist to the end, whatever, if you like. You're just avoiding the fact that you're going to jail like some piece of trash, you bastard. Too angry at Yu Jaeha's teasing. So he immediately pulled out the holy relic to shine light to blur everyone's vision. Everyone was immediately blinded by it, too bright to see anything. Ju Hyun was angry, damn it, he was so stubborn. Ju Hyun was afraid that he would take that opportunity to escape, so he ordered the rope the holy relic, don't let him escape from here, the rope obeyed and rushed away. The rope quickly rushed to lock the door so he could not escape. A moment later when the light finally dimmed, Yu Jaeha. Realizing this, the light had already dimmed. The light had already gone out, everyone was surprised by the strange disappearance of Jang Richard, damn it, where did he go? But Ju Hyun immediately advised everyone to calm down, everyone stay calm and stand still, make sure that everything now is not a trick. Ju Hyun explained that because he still had the holy relic mask Vidic could disguise himself as some of the people here were the person he knew best. Ju Hyun asked everyone present to take a test to find Jang Richard's name. At this time, a female reporter asked, how are you sure that he is still here? Ju Hyun replied, because if he could use the holy relic to teleport out of here, he wouldn't have bothered to dazzle us like this. Besides, the original door was not open and was now locked by the holy relic, so he couldn't go out the front door. So he suggested that everyone cooperate with me to investigate who Jang Richard was impersonating. Everyone just stay still, through an interrogation I will find out who he was impersonating. Of course, to be sure, the reporters also filmed the details of how the interrogation took place. But unfortunately, after several rounds of interrogation, no matter how carefully Ju Hyun checked and paid attention to every detail, it seemed that he was no longer impersonating one of the reporters here or someone he knew. Yu Jaeha was worried, was he okay? What if he had another holy relic to hide? What's everyone talking about? Where is he? Are there no suspects? Did he just disappear? Ju Hyun also started to panic, no way, maybe he was hiding somewhere. Ju Hyun decided to review the entire room. There was a bust in the distance that caught his attention. Because the statue bore a strong resemblance to Jang Richard. He looked at the statue suspiciously. To be sure, he turned on the holy relic eye to check. The statue looked scared. Later, news broke that Jang Richard was arrested at Pandora headquarters, right in New York City. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Ju Hyun was instrumental in capturing Jang Richard. And at this moment, somewhere else, Joshua accidentally saw this news and was furious. This was too absurd. He started cursing Ju Hyun. Not only did Ju Hyun beat Francis to the point of hospitalization, he also put Jang Richard in jail. And Joshua was also not convinced by his fast speed of capturing the holy relic. In addition, the holy relics in the 7 crypts had appeared. 3 out of the 7 crypts of the holy relic had been conquered by him. Seeing that things were not going well, Joshua immediately ran out to discuss another plan. I have another plan. I cannot fail this many times. After just opening the door, Joshua found Pandora's new senator George Hilton waiting for him. He said powerfully, "Man, slow down." Joshua turned pale with fear. Monster or what? Ah, sorry. Joshua regained his composure and shouted. Wait a minute, George Hilton is just a member of Pandora. Then he yelled at him for this rude action. How dare this guy scold me? You are a bodyguard. How dare you be rude to me? Do you know who I am? But George didn't care at all because he knew Joshua's identity very well. I know you, Joshua. The brother said angrily, you are the one who helped Austin Rockefeller in murdering my parents. I know very well who you are. Hearing this, Joshua suddenly panicked. What? The bodyguard reminded him. He was George Hilton. He turned to the bodyguard and asked, what's going on? Why is this guy here? The bodyguard told him. He was the newly elected senator of the Pandora organization. Joshua was surprised. What? What's going on? The organization has lost a lot of members recently, so they're looking for new members. Before Joshua could finish his confusion, George Hilton patted him on the shoulder. After all, I am a senator. I'm hungry. Let's have a simple drink. A drink that is really just to get information from Joshua about his parents. Joshua had no choice but to listen to George Hilton. In contrast to the tense atmosphere, at Taejun's house there is a party to celebrate Yu Jaeha's new job. Congratulations, slave number 1. Ha ha. Thank you all so much. Irene Hilton wondered, will you start a new job now? Should we call you an artist now? Yu Jaeha was shy. Artist. That doesn't change things much. Taejun was surprised. What is it? Even though the party was fun, Ju Hyun felt that Yu Jaeha still wasn't really confident in her artistic talent. Ju Hyun asked Seola to give Yu Jaeha a special document. I was going to give it to you, but I'll just give it to you now. Yu Jaeha took it in confusion. Boss, what document is this? Just open it and find out. What's so secret about that? But when he opened it, he was surprised by what was inside. Because it was a flyer for an art exhibition of Yu Jaeha's paintings right in the lavish city of New York. Yu Jaeha cried out in surprise. Ju Hyun replied, Yu Jaeha has also gotten rid of the burden. Ju Hyun, I want Yu Jaeha to be a real artist, you understand? And of course I will pay for every drawing you make. Your job is to draw. But he also reminded Yu Jaeha to still prioritize fixing the holy relic. Before Ju Hyun could finish speaking, Yu Jaeha burst into tears at his kind act. Yu Jaeha sincerely. Thank you to the man of my life. I will never forget this favor. I vow to be Ju Hyun's slave for the rest of my life. Ju Hyun was also scared to death after hearing that. The screen now appears. You have gained the loyalty of the first slave, which has also increased his charisma and his ability to use the military holy relic by another level. In addition, Ju Hyun has also achieved the inner evil of infinite kindness, making the holy relics who hate him become weaker. In addition, he has also achieved F-rank training skills. Seeing this growth, Ju Hyun turned to Yu Jaeha, who was crying, and said, turn it over and continue reading. Because the next place is about Yu Jaeha's earnings. The proceeds will be divided as Yu Jaeha's portion and Ju Hyun's will be the remaining portion. Ju Hyun pointed to the paper and said, it's written on the contract. Not that page. Go on. Hey. No, that next page. Yeah, that page. Yu Jaeha was furious after reading it. Boss, are you kidding me? What exploitation is this? Not long after, Edward called Ju Hyun back. Boss. I have important news for you. I sent it to your Gmail. Check it out. He heard that and asked him back. Okay. Is it that important? You look in a hurry. Edward replied immediately. You will know. This is really important information. Ju Hian opened the machine and read the title. Determine user rank. What does that mean? He told him. Just read it all. On the screen was the user ranking of the Holy Relic. King, level 4, can use his power to start a world war. Professional, level 3. Ability to use the Holy Relic professionally can create a world disaster. Expert, level 2. Ability to use the Holy Relic fairly well can create a national disaster. Amateur, level 1. Ability to use normal the Holy Relics can create a city disaster. Ju Hian thought to himself, I get it, Pandora, they want to set standards for everyone. Pandora set the standard for ranking on crypts and the Holy Relic, now they set the standard for users of the Holy Relic as well. Yu Jaeha saw Ju Hian like that and curiously ran over to ask, what's the matter, boss? Oh, look. Pandora is starting to create ranking rules for the Holy Relic users, let's see how we rank. Yu Jaeha suddenly said, are we on the ranking list? Ju Hian said while typing on the keyboard, they have a very wide information network. So let's see where we are. Yu Jaeha looked around and said, without me, the boss's name is here. As soon as he saw Ju Hian's name, he held his stomach and laughed out loud, King of Thieves, ha ha ha. Ju Hian was speechless with the name Pandora gave him. Li Siola happily said, boss, you're on the king ranking. Ju Hian helplessly said, oh right. While the two were talking, Yu Jaeha beside him was still laughing uncontrollably. Li Siola continued, this is a good start for us, but it doesn't seem like he's the king of tomb robbers. Ju Hian immediately replied, well, it's just a nickname, whatever. My nickname, Yu Jaeha said while laughing, you are a bastard, boss. Ju Hian angrily slapped him and asked, do you like noise? Yu Jaeha was beaten and cried out, hic, after being slapped until his face was swollen, Yu Jaeha stopped laughing. Ju Hian said, the king of thieves sounds strange, living in peace, passionate about speed, how could he be a robber? I will contact George Hilton. Suddenly at this moment the system board pops up a notification, you have received the title of King of Thieves. I think this nickname is a bit wrong, do you want to change it? Ju Hian read it and got angry and said, you crow, are you kidding me? He made the other two people not understand who he was talking to. Without stopping, the system panel continued to appear, although this title is quite suitable for you, ha ha ha. If you change your title, the skills you have will disappear, instead you will have new skills depending on your title. Do you want to change your title? Ju Hian was angry, damn it, I just want to change my nickname. Ju Hian calls George Hilton, he answers the phone, what's up? By the way, congratulations on becoming the King of Thieves. He couldn't help but say, I want to ask who gave me that nickname? He also quickly replied, it was the Holy Relic Pandora again, that day it could not be used, in the end the senators took turns voting. Ju Hian said with a dark face, so you? George Hilton asked back, you don't like it? I think it fits, King of Thieves, you should be glad your name isn't King of Pickpockets or King of Harems or something else dirty. Ju Hian helplessly asked, why don't you write the Nameless King or the Dark King for example? He immediately said, it doesn't suit you at all. I can't change it. I have an interview coming up. I'm very busy. Goodbye, King of Thieves. After George Hilton hung up, Ju Hian said angrily, I will bury you alive when I have the chance. Yu Jaeha calmed Ju Hian's anger by saying, boss, we can continue looking at the rankings. Ju Hian tried to calm down and looked at the rankings. Next rank, here it is, both of them. Yu Jaeha asked in disbelief, really? Li Xiaohua is a spy, and you are a pushover swindler. This nickname isn't that bad. Yu Jaeha heard his nickname and said loudly, what the hell, what kind of stupid nickname is that? Ju Hian chuckled and said, hey slave number 1, can't you just shut up? Yu Jaeha replied indignantly, how can I shut up about that stupid nickname? Hearing Yu Jaeha's words made him feel uncomfortable. Ju Hian told Yu Jaeha, shut up, you should be happy that your name is here. Ju Hian continued in a low voice, Yu Jaeha a pushover swindler, at least you are still ranked as an expert to professional. Hearing that, he jumped up and said loudly, what's so good about it? Who the hell gave him that name? And you don't want to be king, right? You just need a cool name. Ju Hian stood up and denied Yu Jaeha's words, no, the king that Pandora named was nothing, because in the end I would become the lord of the holy relics. Also those names aren't just names, there's something called the king's treasure, you need to find it if you want to become a king. This is the first time I've been called a king, so I don't know what it means because the treasure is a very powerful the holy relic, Yu Jaeha said in confusion. Wait. You became king, so what holy relic did you conquer? By the way, what does a king do after that? Dominate territories, build armies? Ju Hian heard that and also felt sympathy with Yu Jaeha's words, immediately said, very good idea, solidifying the position of world domination. After saying that, Zhu Hian thought to himself, even so, then said that perhaps only the Holy Relic wanted to rule the world. Humans would fall into misery if they let the Holy Relic manipulate them. The Pandora system has a big impact on the Pandora organization's decision. I know that the Pandora system is of the Holy Relic. When that Holy Relic chooses the strongest king, it will cause suffering to humans. Yu Jeha said with a bit of fear, the Holy Relic is evil. Zhu Hian continued, so if we want to ruin its plans, we also need to become kings. The more the better, we will get the treasure together. I heard that there are 15 royal treasures. Currently there are only 5 people, so there are still many opportunities for you. Yu Jeha asked a little worriedly, brother, how many people are in the professional company? Hopefully not many. Li Siola replied, there are currently 180 people at the professional level. Yu Jeha suddenly said, how can I get past all of them? Zhu Hian confidently pointed at himself and said loudly, don't worry, I'm here, I will do everything to make you a king. Yu Jeha heard that and immediately broke out in a sweat and said, are you planning to kill someone to usurp the throne? Zhu Hian replied, of course not, like Quan Taejun, but then, no. Zhu Hian thought back to that man. He had had many meetings with Zhu Hian before. Zhu Hian was thinking, but it came out of his mouth, how should I do it? That old man, Oh well, Quan Taejun, Yu Jeha thought, what the hell is he talking about? Suddenly, an unknown number called. Zhu Hian picked up the phone in surprise, an unknown number? It seemed like something was up again. Zhu Hian picked up the phone and asked, who is it? A man's voice came from the other end, you don't know me? You think you can handle Jiang Richard alone? Am I helping you? Zhu Hian thought, so it's him. When your benefactor calls, you have this attitude? The other end of the line said. The man continued, are you curious to know who I am? Zhu Hian didn't care about the man's question and just replied with compliments, you talk cool. I know Wade Harmon. The man heard that and was scared and whispered, oh my god, him. The man regained his composure and said loudly, hey, how do you know my name? Zhu Hian calmly replied, well, I know, even though I know it's unnecessary, thank you for your help. Now goodbye. The other end noticed that Zhu Hian was about to hang up and said quickly, wait, so the rumors were right, you are very strange. I called you because I want to form an alliance with you, Zhu Hian flatly refused. The man angrily said, hey you, do you know how hard I worked to write an article denouncing Jiang Richard, you bastard? Zhu Hian heard that and immediately said, you do what you want, why are you telling me? Yu Jeha asked curiously, what's the matter boss? Zhu Hian replied, the king of rumors, he invited us to form an alliance. We're going to ally with him, this is crazy, I personally don't like the Holy Relic. The king of rumors, he has the Holy Relic by Joseph Goebbels, he was Hitler's henchman and minister in Nazi Germany. Extraordinary propaganda when in power, resulting in World War II and massacres. Don't expect us to be allies, goodbye. The other end interrupted again, wait and listen to me, Zhu Hian thought, if you're going to give me the Holy Relic, I don't want it, I have plenty. Harmon said, I want an alliance in digging 7 crypts, you have intelligence but you lack information, right? I'll tell you everything about Pandora, the King of Destiny, and also about the King's Treasure, Zhu Hian thought, the King's Treasure. He knew about the King's Treasure. The man replied smugly, do you want to know what the King's Treasure is? I know a lot of that, how about an alliance? Zhu Hian had no choice but to compromise with Harmon's invitation, that's it, Harmon laughed happily, good choice. Oh yeah, do you know who we're about to face? I need your help with the excavation. Zhu Hian quickly understood and said, this is the real purpose, who is that person? He is a very strange user of the Holy Relic. His name is Julian Miller. Zhu Hian thought, the rumor king is involved in capturing Jiang Richard. He's not helping me just for fun, he wants me to form an alliance with him. But surprisingly his terms of exchange were quite simple, in exchange for information about the King's Treasure. He wanted information about Julian Miller. The last time I saw Miller was when I played a prank on him at the auction house. I never heard from him again. Harmon asked, do you know the Holy Relic Lightning? Zhu Hian replied, Holy Relic Lightning, I've never seen him use it directly. Harmon said, that's the information I just heard, if you want to know more details you can come see me directly. Zhu Hian agreed to meet him, Harmon happily replied, really? You are really interesting. Okay, we will meet in. Zhu Hian interrupted him, wait a moment, I will confirm the meeting place. Although quite surprised, Harmon still calmly replied, oh okay, no problem. Then Zhu Hian hung up. Li Siola asked, didn't you say before that you didn't like him? Zhu Hian smirked and replied, if it's beneficial then do it, right? Okay, get ready. At night the tall buildings are lit up by beautiful lights. On a plane Harmon's voice rang out. We'll meet in the sky, you're crazy. Is your home on the plane? Or are you trying to trap me? If so, how can I trust you? Xiao Juhian sarcastically said, you're different from what I thought?
So this is the king of rumors.
Juhian said, you don't have to act so extreme. Do you like my plane? Harmon was startled, what the hell?
Juhian asked Harmon to sit down and discuss business. Harmon nodded in agreement.
Harmon shows Juhian a video of Julian Miller using the Holy Relic lightning. Jaeha was surprised, what the hell, amazing, he's so strong. Juhian just watched attentively without saying anything. Harmon said, here is the video I have, do you know what the Holy Relic is? What a madman, what a terrorist.
Miller attacked the excavation teams when they were off guard and destroyed their Holy Relic.
He also ambushed a few of my teams.
We have to kill him first, then the tomb will be conquered very easily.
I'm sure you can finish him off easily, right? Of course the rewards after conquering the tomb will be divided equally. How about it? Juhian smiled and said. It won't be a problem. Okay, I'll ally with you. Harmon said happily. Oh, is that so? That's easy. Juhian said. Okay, now I'll explain my plan. Harmon was confused. Now. Juhian slowly replied. Do you feel like when we discussed on the plane? We're going straight to the tomb. Harmon said. Juhian, very good. Just as I expected. They set foot in Syria. Jaeha said. We're going to Syria again. How many times? Juhian said. What else can I do? The tomb is here. Pandora holds Europe and America. The Chinese and Russian alliance dominates East Asia.
The miners of the African continent of West Asia have formed small to medium-sized excavation groups.
Li Xiaola asked.
But isn't this the area of the preacher King Ali? There won't be any preacher king because you already took his main holy relic.
Even though he doesn't have the main holy relic, he still exists. Li Xiaola was confused. Boss, when did you take it? Juhian continued.
He wouldn't be as strong as in the past and he still had a lot of subordinates. There are currently 3 groups of people in this area, Julian Miller's team, Ali's team, and the teams under Wade Harmon.
Jaeha said. It seems like Miller is our toughest opponent. You want to prepare well, right? Juhian replied. Well, those guys aren't much of a problem. Jaeha wondered. What about the Holy Relic lightning? Juhian said.
Through Harmon's video I probably know what Miller's the Holy Relic is.
Jaeha was curious. What is the Holy Relic? It was a Holy Relic lightning that originated from India. The god of war Indra. Juhian thought, I have seen this Holy Relic in the past.
Indra is a very powerful god and so is the Holy Relic about him. But luckily he also has a weakness.
Indra is known as the god of war.
He is the son of the god of earth and the god of sky, and is a very powerful Holy Relic.
Jaeha asked. So isn't that Holy Relic very scary? Juhian said. Strong is strong but still has weaknesses. Jaeha was confused. Then we can win if we exploit this weakness. Juhian replied. That's right. Li Xiaola said. We finally meet the vice captain again. Juhian said. Wait, don't be so happy. Li Xiaola wondered.
Why is that? Juhian thought back to the argument in her previous life and didn't reply but just said, forget it.
Li Xiaola was shocked. Hick, what's the problem between the boss and the vice captain?
In a barracks area surrounded by smoke and fire everywhere.
A crowd of people knelt down and begged. Please spare our lives. We haven't even set foot in the crypt. Julian Miller said coldly. I'm not doing this for you to wander around the catacombs. Think of the damage you've done by taking the Holy Relic away.
The terrified crowd begged for mercy.
Miller warned them.
Murderers set up camp and bandits in this place. You have no right to keep the Holy Relic.
All the Holy Relic will be confiscated.
The other people suddenly said.
What?
A young man standing next to Miller said.
Didn't you hear what Captain Miller said? Hurry up. The group had no choice but to obey. All the holy relics they had were taken out. Miller's subordinates were surprised. It turned out they had a lot of holy relics. Stealing a few things should be fine. Don't be crazy. Keep them safe. You should respect Captain Miller. He's trying to fight for those oppressed by the holy relic. Well, that's true. He's been fighting bad guys all this time. Our captain is a great person. I am very proud to be his subordinate. He is a hero of justice. Hearing these words from his subordinate, Miller said shyly. Too bad, I can hear what they say. The other two continued. But why is the captain only active in this area? This area is not affected by Pandora. Don't you know? The captain is wanted. He was set up for a scam. Really? Miller couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. Don't talk too much nonsense. The other two replied. Yes, Captain. Suddenly someone ran up and said, Captain Miller. Information about the excavation team alliance. Miller told him. Tell me. The subordinate hurriedly said. There are rumors that someone named Sister Ju Hyun has joined the alliance. Because he is an acquaintance of the captain, so I immediately reported this to you. Miller said. Very good. He put his hand on his chin thinking about Ju Hyun. One of the other two wondered. Who is Ju Hyun? The other replied. You don't know. I don't know either. It seems to have something to do with the captain's scam. What is that? Does it mean the captain is a professional con artist? Miller asked. How much truth is there in this rumor? The subordinate replied. I heard it directly from the high-level excavation alliance. Miller said. I understand. Let's move. We have to attack the next target quickly. Before we face Ju Hyun, we have to finish our job first. A subordinate asked. Do we need to take a break? Miller replied directly. No, we don't have time. From here on we have to act fast. We are facing one of the dangerous excavation teams. I know you're tired. But please hang in there a little longer. Together we can make this world a better place. Everyone said in unison. Yes, Captain. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky and struck another barracks. The people there said in panic. It's Miller Julian. We're surrounded. He came to kick our holy relic. Why did they appear so suddenly? At the Excavation Alliance headquarters. A group of people were discussing. Another report came from Anderson's group. Damn, they were getting rampant. Everyone is in a panic over the attacks. What's going on? What is Ju Hyun doing? Didn't he say he would help us? Hasn't he signed the contract yet? Damn, what does he want? I don't know. At Ju Hyun's place, everyone was quite calm. Except for the silver-haired man who seemed a bit rushed. The room was unusually quiet. The three of them attentively flipped through the contract documents page by page. There was a cautiousness about Ju Hyun's contract signing. It seemed that he had heard about the many attacks that had occurred. The man sitting opposite him could not bear it any longer and spoke up. Sorry to bother you. But you have been reading this paper for a long time. We are in an emergency situation. Please make a decision quickly. The man showed a worried face. Ju Hyun calmly replied. That's your problem. I don't care. I have the right to review the contract I'm about to sign. You should know that. The man wondered. These contracts were very good for him. Lots of incentives. Why think so much? Lee Seola seemed to have discovered something unusual in the contract. Ah, here it is. All the profits after conquering the tomb will be divided 70-30. The 73 here means there are 7 people and we only have 3? The other man spoke impatiently. Yes, that's it. So what's the problem? Seola said, Boss. Isn't this unfair? Ju Hyun nodded in response. Yeah, I think so too. The man who was about to lose control spoke loudly. How is it unfair? There are only 3 of you. Getting 30% of the benefits is already a lot for 3 people. Your demands are too much. Ju Hyun continued. Numbers don't matter. I'm sure my team will carry this battle. Ju Hyun continued. I want to split 91. Of course we are 9 and you are 1. The other man said angrily. Are you crazy? That offer is unreasonable. Yu Jae-ha thought to himself. 91, I also feel it's a bit too much. Ly Seola also thought. This is a very interesting bargain. Suddenly a group of people walked in from outside the door and said. The contract hasn't been signed yet? What's taking so long? The director in charge was furious. Do you know how many of our excavation teams have been attacked? Do you really want to help us? Ju Hyun calmly replied. If you guys agree to the contract like I said, we will cooperate. I don't want to waste time here. He continued. I just want to split the profits at a ratio of 91. I am 9 and you are 1. The other people heard what he said and said angrily, 91, are you crazy? The group started arguing with each other. Why did Wade ally with this guy? Even though he was very strong, the price was beyond imagination. Fuck it. Kick this brat out of here. Ju Hyun watched with interest. Another, calmer one said. Is there any other way you can sign a contract with us? I mean, Julian Miller is constantly attacking our excavation team. So now we. Ju Hyun laughed and said. That's your business. One of them lost his patience and gritted his teeth. Damn it. 91 then 91. Sign it for me. Instead, you have to try to conquer the tomb even if you get buried alive. The others were stunned. The silver-haired man grabbed the collar of the person who was speaking and scolded him. You can't just talk nonsense. Do you really want to sign it? The man who just agreed to the terms with Ju Hyun replied. Is there any other way? The silver-haired man shouted. We won't get any profit from that contract. Ju Hyun stood up and said. Hey, hurry up, old men. I'm thirsty. Those guys are still arguing about the pros and cons of this deal. What do you mean? No way. They finally agreed to Ju Hyun's request. Then they went straight to the rescue area. Everyone had to move quickly. Before Miller moved on to the next target. Yu Jae-ha pointed forward and said. Boss, there's a huge black cloud over there. Ju Hyun calmly said. It's most likely the power of Miller's the holy relic. Jae-ha was confused. How can we deal with this thing? Ju Hyun replied calmly. We'll try one of my plans. If it fails, we'll run away with the holy relic. The base was now ashes. In the place I had just conquered. Miller said. Take inventory of the holy relics we have obtained. I will proceed to the next target. Subordinate, obey. Ju Hyun suddenly appeared from somewhere and walked over to say. Where are you going? Hearing a familiar voice, Miller turned around and said, Ju Hyun, you appeared earlier than I expected. Ju Hyun replied. The Excavation Alliance has informed me of your location. So I came to say hello to you. Why did you attack the small camps? Miller said. You wouldn't understand because you have no conscience. The people from the Excavation Alliance used the holy relic to threaten the surrounding people. I want to help the people around here. Ju Hyun sarcastically said. Oh, you're playing superhero. Don't you realize that you are mistaken? There are people who are not involved in threatening the people. Hearing that, Miller angrily reached out and used his holy relic to attack Ju Hyun. Luckily he was quick so he avoided it. Ju Hyun said. Your power has increased significantly. But the use of the power of the holy relic is still lacking. Miller said angrily. Shut up. Ju Hyun saw that and said, oh my god, he's crazy. Then he took out his own holy relic. Now arrayed, the third brick house. Ju Hyun is confident. With this holy relic we won't be struck by lightning. Ju Hyun called and said, I've successfully lured him. Moving on to phase 2. At this moment Jae-ha went around the cloud, he received the order, quickly release them. Yu Jae-ha stuck his head out of the car and said, okay I'll do it right away. Ju Hyun asked to release the civilians, Yu Jae-ha obeyed, Yu Jae-ha took out the holy relic, a painting by Van Gogh Ji-ha, and said, now come out ladies. The girls who were brought out immediately asked, where is this? Jae-ha, did you hide Appa Ju Hyun? Yu Jae-ha immediately denied, no, it's not me, Ju Hyun is there. After looking in the direction Yu Jae-ha pointed, the girls immediately rushed towards that direction, Appa Ju Hyun. On the way here boss gathered all the women we met, he seduced them with the holy relic Casanova and put them in Van Gogh's painting. From there I collected a lot of women. After I received a call from the boss, I would release them and let them go to the boss's place. They will definitely go to the boss no matter how difficult the situation is, and that is the boss's plan. From the small speaker mounted on the roof a voice rang out, hello, can everyone hear me clearly? Is this your limit? You're really weak, you can't destroy this small house? It seems you're even weaker than Pikachu, aren't you ashamed? Hearing Ju Hyun's mocking words, Julian Miller was extremely angry. He immediately used all his strength to attack the house and shouted, come out here, you damn bastard. The house began to show signs of collapse. Ju Hyun said, it looks like he's about to lose it. Lee Seola asked, boss, why are you provoking him? Ju Hyun explained, he will have to continuously attack us so he won't realize that there are many women here. Many women ran to this place. Here it comes, Julian Miller's subordinate saw it and said, Captain look. They were full of surprise, people, there were so many, why were they here? The other subordinates tried to stop the women. Everyone, this area is very dangerous. An angry woman said, "Hey, get lost." Miller's subordinates shouted in panic. "Hey, don't push, who are these girls?" As if realizing something, Julian Miller turned to Ju Hyun and asked, "What are you doing?" Ju Hyun calmly replied, "How would I know? I didn't do anything, they came if they wanted to, who could stop them?" Then he smiled and said, "Should we start now?" Ju Hyun thought the plan went very smoothly. These women were under the influence of the holy relic Casanova, and came to me. According to the plan, Miller would no longer be able to use lightning, nor would he attack any of them. Now it's time to get out of here. What's the plan? Ju Hyun opened the door and stepped out to enjoy the fresh air outside. The others got excited and shouted as soon as they saw Ju Hyun. He held out his hand to them and told them not to look so greedy, people were judging. Ju Hyun pointed at them and said, "If anyone dares to come near me, don't expect to see me again." A girl wondered, why? Before Ju Hyun could answer, Miller looked at him and asked, "Are you the one who brought these people here?" Ju Hyun looked up and said, "Who knows, I'm innocent." Miller grimaced, lying habitually. Ju Hyun looked at him and smiled provocatively, "If you don't believe it, then forget it." Miller looked at Ju Hyun with lightning and said, "There's no way they could have come here by themselves." The holy relic, who was crazy about girls, saw a beautiful girl and immediately said, "There are so many beautiful girls here. How could these beautiful girls come here?" Miller turned around in surprise to see the holy relic thunderously appear behind him. What? Ju Hyun saw the thunderous appearance of the holy relic and said, what he had been waiting for had finally come. Ju Hyun looked at the people here and said, "All the women here are in danger and there is a hero here, what will you do?" Miller looked at Ju Hyun with an angry expression, "So all this was your plan, knowing about my holy relic?" Ju Hyun replied with a very calm expression, "Forget about bad luck." The holy relic, the womanizer, immediately shot lightning towards the girls. "Sweet girls, here I come." But was stopped by Miller. He was surprised and then he got angry and attacked Miller, chasing Miller away. "Get out," he said, "I lent you my power, why are you stopping me?" He told Miller to move aside, but Miller refused. He angrily shouted, "So you choose death," and launched a powerful lightning bolt towards Miller. The lightning struck him down, the other said. This was something he brought upon himself. Ju Hyun looked at Miller and said, "It looks a bit painful, and now the sisters. While he can't move, I need the girls here to seduce him." But the women said, "We don't care about anyone else but you." Ju Hyun immediately said, "I know, if I say that, everyone won't accept it, so I'll use my beauty as bait, I'll date the person who does this best." When they heard that they would be going on a date with Ju Hyun, they all rushed towards Miller like hungry tigers, all for the sake of a date with Ju Hyun. Everyone rushed to fight. "Let me go first, let me seduce him first, he is mine." Miller tried to tell the women to wake up. The holy relic said, "It's rare to be surrounded by so many women." Ju Hyun held his phone and thought to himself, if he uploads this, the others will probably like it. There was a call from afar. "Boss." Ju Hyun turned around and it turned out to be his number one slave. Jaeha ran over and asked, "How is everything? Is everything okay?" Ju Hyun replied, "The plan was very successful, they came, just in time as I thought, he would never attack a woman no matter what the circumstances." Jaeha said, "Why do I feel like we are more like criminals?" Miller was now extremely angry at being oppressed. He immediately released small lightning bolts around. Ju Hyun was surprised. What, he attacked innocent people? No way. Lee Seola said, "It seems like the others are just paralyzed, there are no injuries." Lee Seola continued, "It seems like he has adjusted his power, so he can perfectly control that power." Ju Hyun laughed and said, "It was natural that he could adjust it himself." Miller looked at Ju Hyun angrily and said, "Only you would use such a despicable plan." Ju Hyun replied, "Never mind, this is war." Miller's teammates arrived. Miller pointed at Ju Hyun and said, "You really are a scoundrel." Ju Hyun calmly replied, "It's okay." Ju Hyun turned to Lee Seola and said, "Prepare for the worst." Lee Seola obeyed. Ju Hyun took out his battle holy relic and said provocatively, "I'll fight you for real, let's fight." "But you don't look so good right now, you used a lot of energy to block the attack from Indra, didn't you? Want to take a break?" "I'm generous, Miller." Miller said angrily, holding his mouth, then he rushed to attack Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun used the holy relic shield to block, it shouted, "Don't, it hurts." "Even though it doesn't affect you, it still hurts," Ju Hyun lamented, "even though you are the defending holy relic, why are you so afraid of pain?" Miller attacked again and this time he used more force. This causes Ju Hyun to be pushed back. Miller said, "You're just a punching bag, useless as hell." Ju Hyun calmly replied, "Hee, no, I just attacked you." Miller looked behind him and saw something stuck to his back. It said, "My lord, mission completed." It turns out to be a part of Ju Hyun's the holy relic. It taunts the god of thunder and says he's weak. Miller tries to take it out but can't. What the hell is this? Ju Hyun agreed with his holy relic saying, the holy relic is useless trash, but why did he tell Miller? This thing might not affect him, but it would affect the holy relic's unstable emotions. At this time Miller's holy relic angrily said, how dare a low-level holy relic like you mock me, you will regret this. Miller screamed, damn it, you crazy guy, don't do that. The holy relic didn't care and struck down with a lightning strike. Feel this, Miller screamed in pain. Miller's holy relic said, just a low-level holy relic dares to look down on me. Ju Hyun stood to the side sarcastically, so happy. He's been struck by lightning twice, will he turn into a piece of burnt meat? Miller was now burnt dry and unconscious, so Ju Hyun immediately brought a rope to tie him up. The holy relic then felt something was wrong and shouted, Miller, leave quickly, I think this guy is very sinister. Ju Hyun said, wait a minute, I heard you like women. If you sit still while I negotiate with Miller, I will introduce you to some girls. The holy relic was bribed upon hearing this, he said, it will be interesting, you must keep your promise. Ju Hyun stepped forward and said to Miller, your failure this time is really funny, you were attacked by your own holy relic. For a holy relic as powerful as this, you should conquer it first, whether you use domination or social power. Miller asked, you will kill me? Ju Hyun was surprised, huh? Miller said again, if you want to kill me then let my teammates go. Ju Hyun put his hand inside his shirt and said, what are you talking about, who wants to kill someone? Ju Hyun took out a contract and gave it to Miller. Here is the contract for you to join my team. Miller was quite surprised. Ju Hyun said, you feel shocked because I'm so nice, right? You should feel happy. If you can see it, you can join the group. Miller interrupted, I can't. No, I will never sign a contract like this. Do you want me to be your slave or what? What do you mean when you call me I have to be there in any situation? I have to do whatever you want and this contract is also bound by the Holy Relic Treaty. Jae-ha heard the things in the contract and had to sigh, our boss is really too despicable. Miller said, it would be better if you killed me. Ju Hyun replied, so that was your answer. Your pride is more important than your life. Sorry but I have many ways to force you. If you don't sign, I'll post this video on the dark web. The topic will be Julian Miller and his 500 wives. This will be the hottest clip of the century. Miller screamed, you can't threaten me with that. Why is my life so miserable? Ju Hyun scrolled through his phone and said, oh, I have a lot of cool stuff. Miller was shocked, how did he get these things? Ju Hyun said, you should think carefully now. Look at the annual salary, not bad. Miller is helpless, shut up. Okay, I will do it. After the fight, Miller finally signed. Ju Hyun said happily, happy cooperation, don't be sad anymore, cooperating with me is not as bad as you think. Miller asked with a grimace, not so bad that I have to cooperate with a villain like him. Ju Hyun happily replied, villain, am I that bad? The Holy Relic Rope said, my master is not a villain. Miller said, the Excavation Alliance is a bad alliance, maybe you don't know. They are all a bunch of people who don't care about the common people, they are greedy and selfish. Ju Hyun asked, do you know anything about them? Miller replied, can I tell you here? Ju Hyun affirmed that it was no problem. Miller said the alliance displaced people from the tomb and mined it despite the law. They appear to care about the people, but in reality they are a profiteering organization like Pandora and the Russian and Chinese alliances. And behind them is Wade Herman, he has the Holy Relic is Joseph Goebbels. Ju Hyun asked, is it the Holy Relic Hitler they want? Miller replied, yes, their destination is the Holy Relic Hitler. The Holy Relic Hitler and Joseph Goebbels when combined is very scary, this cannot be underestimated. They want to use that power to create a new force to balance Pandora. Ju Hyun laughed and said, is that it, you know everything and want to stop them? Ju Hyun immediately called for the rope to release him, the rope obeyed and slowly untied him. Ju Hyun said, the first thing to make clear is that I do not work for them. Miller asked in disbelief, so what, so why did you say I was working with them? Ju Hyun replied calmly, I was only slightly involved. I didn't like the Gossip King from the start. Miller asked, how can I trust you, you can lie to me, can't you? Ju Hyun put his hand on Miller's shoulder and said, okay, you will see it with your own eyes, just wait, I will betray them and prove my words. The curtain has fallen, the betrayal has begun. Miller asked in confusion, what do you mean by betrayal? Ju Hyun said, isn't there a big tomb here? I want to take all of this. The play has ended, the betrayal has begun. The Excavation Alliance's plan was to conquer this crypt after I defeated you. Miller asked, why did you betray them? Ju Hyun replied, because that was my plan from the beginning. If I cooperate with them, I won't get the full rewards after conquering the tomb and there's a chance they'll betray me too. Jae-ha felt that the boss's scheme was too vicious, hoping that the boss wouldn't go to hell. Joo-hyun said, taking the initiative is the best way, betraying them first will definitely win, right now they still think that I'm fighting you. And we'll use it to finish this crypt off. Miller thought to himself, what a scoundrel. Joo-hyun urged the team to start the mission immediately. The team headed to the crypt. They went to the place where the blue light was coming from. Miller said, this is not the entrance to the crypt. Joo-hyun nodded. Joo-hyun immediately threw the Rubik's Cube towards the tomb and introduced, open your eyes, little brother. I wanted everything to be quick. The Rubik's Cube exploded, causing a terrible shock. Miller said in confusion, he just threw a holy relic and it exploded. Joo-hyun calmly replied, this is how I do it. If you pick the weakest point of the crypt and hit it, you'll get a door. Miller says Joo-hyun is breaking the law. Joo-hyun calmly asked, what law? I don't know there is such a law. Suddenly a call came in. Joo-hyun said, he called. Joo-hyun picked up the phone and asked, what's up? The other end asked, hey, Joo-hyun, it seems like you left that place already? Joo-hyun was confused and thought, how did he know about this? The other side said, I came to help you but there's no one here, what's going on? Joo-hyun replied, you came to help me, but Miller has already left that place and I'm chasing him, wait there, I'll complete the mission right away. Joo-hyun hung up the phone still full of surprise, how could he get there, this guy really? Oh well, no problem, I'm already one step ahead of him, let's go in. Everyone went inside. Joo-hyun said, it seems like this isn't one of the 7 tombs. Jae-ha said, isn't it, this is a big tomb. Joo-hyun explained that there were usually many traps inside the 7 tombs, and their auras were very strong, but there was nothing here. Why did Pandora not give her opinion about the tomb this time? Usually when 7 tombs appear they would talk about it immediately. Miller guessed, it seemed like this was just a normal tomb and it happened to be a big one. Joo-hyun hesitated, Miller asked in surprise, so he could predict the holy relics based on the characteristics of the crypt? Joo-hyun replied confidently, of course, you think you're the best at analyzing crypts and the holy relic, right? Sorry, but I'm number 1 in this matter. So do you think this is one of the 7 tombs? Miller also had similar thoughts with Joo-hyun. Joo-hyun sneered, really, as soon as he finished speaking, boom, a huge explosion happened. It turned out that Joo-hyun had blown up a holy relic. Miller was startled and asked in panic, why did he destroy the holy relic so indiscriminately? Joo-hyun didn't care and said, the whole team continued to move forward quickly. Everyone went up together, then they got past all the traps by destroying the holy relic. Miller always grumbled every time he destroyed the holy relic to open the way. It seems like he hasn't seen this supreme skill yet. Joo-hyun thought, this tomb is too big, I have to conquer it quickly. While walking, Jae-ha called, boss. The deeper we go inside the environment gets dirtier, right? Joo-hyun replied, perhaps the holy relic of this crypt is a plague holy relic. Jae-ha immediately avoided the stains and asked a little fearfully, will we get sick? Miller asked, how can you conclude that? Joo-hyun replied that it was written in the encyclopedia the holy relic. Miller was still confused, something was strange, I had my own way of finding information about the tomb and the holy relic. But now it doesn't work, like something is disturbing it. Joo-hyun thought to himself, Miller's the holy relic is disturbed. Joo-hyun tells everyone, it seems like something strange is going on, we have to hurry. This room is so big and dirty. Miller asked, how is it, do you feel anything? Joo-hyun replied, maybe we're close to the holy relic, well, because we're in a hurry. Joo-hyun said the ultimate skill loudly, boom, another holy relic was gone. Miller grumbled again, why did he do that? Suddenly a voice said, damn it, who dares to offend me? Jae-ha was confused, what was that thing like a piece of shit? The thing asked again, intruder, who are you? Seol looked up, there were also people above, be careful. The system suddenly announced, diarrhea rage, they attacked simultaneously. Joo-hyun informed everyone quickly prepare the holy relic, we must burn them, don't let them surround us. They attacked together with fire. This makes them unbearably hot. The system continued to announce, the holy relics will continuously attack, the crypt is being reshaped, all the holy relics are gathering. Looking at the notice, Joo-hyun suddenly thought, what? All of them? This means there are still a lot of the holy relics here. Why is the ground suddenly shaking? Jae-ha shouted in panic, wait. The system announced again, the crypt has been covered with many layers, you cannot escape immediately. The holy relic Goebbels is watching you, all of them will have a bad opinion of you. Joo-hyun thought, isn't that the holy relic Wade Harmon's the holy relic? Could it be that he has been following me from the beginning? Suddenly a lot of monsters appeared. Joo-hyun smiled wryly. Then he said, so we're framed. Jaeha said fearfully, framed? The monsters surrounded them and it was then that Ju Hyun realized he had lost to him from the start. Seo Ju Hyun used a flashlight to shine on the monsters? He thought for a moment and said, when he led us into the crypt's aura wasn't that great, but now it seemed like everything had been planned. Plus Wade Harmon was watching us. Miller turned to look at Ju Hyun in surprise. What? Ju Hyun said, check it out, maybe I'm wrong. Miller immediately used his strength. He checked and said, I can see the aura, it's him. Ju Hyun said he could use the holy relic gobles to monitor from a distance, but to be sure he needed to supervise directly. Do you believe me now? He and I are not on the same team. Miller replied, now is not the time to think about that. Ju Hyun agreed, we have to fight these bastards, be careful not to let them hit you. Just one light hit and you might die from some malignant disease. The leader monster ordered the monsters to attack and kill them all. All took up their weapons and prepared to attack. First Jaeha raised his weapon towards the enemy, get out of the way, don't attack me, damn it, how are we going to get past them? Ju Hyun said while fighting, fight, this is a life and death battle. Ju Hyun just slashed down. The monster suddenly spoke, damn it, my body is losing strength. Ju Hyun immediately stopped fighting and turned to look at Miller and asked to borrow the holy relic. Miller wondered, what would he borrow it for? Ju Hyun immediately used his ultimate skill to defeat the monsters. Miller angrily said, you heartless bastard. Ju Hyun said calmly, it's okay. Miller was angry, what are you talking about, you just threw away one of my holy relics. Ju Hyun said, I'll pay for it later so don't complain anymore. Think carefully about the battle plan, the whole team obeys orders, we will definitely overcome this war. They fought the monsters together. You guys keep killing monsters. After a while, the monster screamed, damn it, these people, why are they so strong? Ju Hyun teased, because you guys have big brains. Now, fire up. It's over, everyone is very tired. Lee Seola reported, we can reuse these holy relics if they are repaired. Ju Hyun replied, okay, show it to me. This is the holy relic map of the plague route by Dr. Jon Snow. Interestingly, this is the holy relic medical inside the plague tomb. Miller turned back to Ju Hyun and said, there are a few more things here. Ju Hyun immediately told him to bring them over for me to see. Miller said, this holy relic is called Gilgamesh, the bag that Gilgamesh threw away. Ju Hyun said in surprise, it's a wonderful holy relic. Miller said, I can't give it to you. Ju Hyun wondered, why? We don't know if this is a medical holy relic or a plague holy relic, Miller said. I don't want this holy relic to be used carelessly. Ju Hyun said, understood, but I won't use them carelessly. Lee Seola continued, yes, boss won't. Suddenly she kept coughing. Ju Hyun was surprised, Seola, what's wrong, are you okay? She coughed up blood. Same with Jaeha, his mouth was bleeding a lot and more than Lee Seola. At this time the immune system is reporting that the ability to fight is increasing. Ju Hyun thought, my immunity is increasing, which means someone is attacking me. Miller put his hand on his chest and said, I feel like my body is sick. Ju Hyun felt that there was still something here that was making people sick. Maybe it's the atmosphere here, if that. He immediately pulled out the holy relic house. Ju Hyun told everyone to go inside. Lee Seola turned back and asked, what about you? Ju Hyun replied, I need to conquer this tomb. Don't worry, I can handle it. After Lee Seola reminded him to be careful, Ju Hyun immediately went out. He looked up and said, you seem happy and peaceful sitting there? Do you want to kill us with this poisonous gas? That guy said, you're amazing, to be able to discover it so quickly, but it's too late, the human body can't survive long in this atmosphere. Ju Hyun laughed and asked, is it impossible to exist? Then how can there be a big explosion in this room? He released a bunch of the holy relics around. The other guy said, even if that happens, how can you escape from here? Do you want to blow yourself up? Go ahead, I don't care. Your death is certain. Ju Hyun smirked and spoke, trying to make a mistake. Look at my masterpiece. The other guy screamed in surprise. What is this? The Aegis shield. Then the explosion hit, Ju Hyun used his shield to block it. The house is shaking, is it an earthquake? Shield panicked, you bastard, I'm going to die. Ju Hyun said, calm down little brother. A big explosion took place. Fire broke out everywhere. Seola came out of the house and asked, what's going on boss? Shield now half broken lamented. Broken, completely broken. Heaven awaits. Ju Hyun turned back and said, it's over. Everyone can go out now. He held up the holy relic and said, "The legend of Hippocrates' miasma is the name of this holy relic." Li Siola wondered, poisonous gas?
Zhu Hian explains that in ancient Europe, according to researchers, dirty air was caused by the decomposition of substances and it became a source of disease. Poisonous air was considered to be a carrier of disease.
However, after the discovery of the fact that bacteria or viruses were the pathogens, the miasma theory was completely forgotten.
This holy relic was born from that story. The poisoned person would be tormented by persistent pain, Miller wondered.
So before that, Zhu Hian said, the low-level holy relics we fought before were just time delayers. Meanwhile, this holy relic has spread its aura and infected us. I'm sure we all have it.
The whole team was confused after hearing that. Zhu Hian immediately took out a small bag and said, "Don't worry, I have some medicinal herbs here. Now eat this fruit." Zhu Hian divided a little for each person. He gave it to Miller and told him to give it to Jeha because the boy was already unconscious.
Zhu Hian gave it to Miller and in return Zhu Hian would take the other bag.
Miller yelled, "Hey, what the hell? I told you this is not an ordinary holy relic.
You cannot use it carelessly."
Zhu Hian replied, "Don't worry, I'll be a miracle worker with this."
Miller said, confused, "What the hell? What do you mean?" Zhu Hian immediately opened the jar, much to the confusion and panic of his teammates.
"It stinks," Li Siola shouted.
Miller panicked, "Are you stupid? What are you doing?"
Li Siola was also full of fear. Zhu Hian drank the bottle directly, much to the fear of his juniors.
"Boss, stop it, you idiot."
After Zhu Hian suddenly drank the whole bottle of poison into his mouth. Li Siola said in confusion, "Zhu Hian, why did boss drink poison? Are you crazy?" Zhu Hian immediately coughed up blood. Blood ran from his mouth to his hand, the other hand clutched his chest.
System notification, many viruses are entering your body. Deadly viruses have invaded your entire body.
Various infections, tumors appear and many other places start bleeding.
Zhu Hian's body suddenly emitted a blue light.
The system announced again, the immunity level increased significantly by 3 times. Zhu Hian thought happily, this is it, the feeling of playing with legendary toys, but it hurts so much. The system announces again, your body is full of pathogens, the holy relic will appear after you meet the conditions. Then from somewhere appeared a man with a strange shape and spoke, "Who is the one who awakened me? He is the god of plague, son of the goddess of hell, only those with power can see him." Zhu Hian immediately spoke up, "Looking over here, I can meet the god's conditions, I can guarantee this." The god of plague looked at Zhu Hian.
Everyone was tense.
He smiled and said, "You're right, Zhu Hian is quite commendable, you have the ability to endure all these tumors."
He said, "Human, I will make a contract with you. He and Zhu Hian will be connected and he will be with Zhu Hian for the rest of his life."
The system announced again that with the amount of virus in his body, Zhu Hian had met the conditions of the contract with the god of plague.
Zhu Hian thought, "Haha, luck is always on my side."
Notification system, contract completed.
Namta, the plague god from Mesopotamian mythology.
He is known to have over 60 different diseases in his body and he serves the goddess of the underworld. Perhaps because he is a holy relic rank god, the conditions for conquering him are very strange.
The conqueror must have many pathogens in his body.
If you wander around the area filled with the holy relic plague, you will be eligible to fulfill the requirements of the holy relic.
However, you will go to heaven before leaving here.
Then this holy relic will come to you.
After you die it will take over your body and completely use this body. Zhu Hian smiled secretly.
However, in life, there is also one most important factor, luck. Now he is Zhu Hian's slave.
Li Siola came to ask.
"Boss, what is that? Why is there another holy relic?" Zhu Hian said, "Yes, we have obtained a very good treasure."
"This is the holy relic of the plague god Namta." Miller asked in surprise, "What do you mean, Zhu Hian?"
Zhu Hian replied, "You still don't understand, you're so slow.
Now I have a high-level plague holy relic."
Miller angrily said, "No, that is a very dangerous holy relic, it will harm many people." Zhu Hian smiled and asked, "What about it, is that a serious matter?"
Miller said, "Of course, how can we use something dangerous like this?" Zhu Hian said, "I know that but you're too noisy."
Siola was frustrated, they're starting again. Zhu Hian said, he was not wrong that this was a dangerous the holy relic.
Miller looked at Zhu Hian with a face full of confusion. Zhu Hian asked Miller, "What's wrong with my face? Is there anything wrong?" "Nothing."
Zhu Hian said again, "I will use this for the first and last time, then I will destroy it.
How about it?" "Okay, Miller." Miller hesitated a moment. He asked, "Then what do you want to use this holy relic for?"
Zhu Hian replied with a dangerous expression, "I want to teach someone a lesson for life.
On the other side a group was watching. The leader spoke with certainty, perhaps they had all reincarnated, but there was something to it. If they were dead, there should still be some traces left behind. He immediately sent his subordinates to investigate this matter. Suddenly a noise caught his attention. He asked involuntarily, "What is this? What is that sound?" Then from somewhere appeared a stream of water flowing towards them. Water? What kind of water was it? He shouted loudly, "This is not normal water, there is a foul smell coming from it. Damn it, run away, On this side Ju Hian is controlling the plague god to create this flood. Ju Hian said while controlling, "Do you think you can escape? The notification system and domestic wastewater have been discharged to the entire mausoleum area." Back on the other side, the subordinates were swept away by the current and kept calling for help in vain. Notification system, target burial level in wastewater is 90%. Some people are scared when they see feces flowing with them. The flowing water takes them somewhere and then stops. The leader looked at the pile of dirt on him and said, "Damn, what is this?" And suddenly there was a guy coughing up blood. Oh my god, he was coughing up blood. The people around the leader also showed signs of illness. One of them felt physically uncomfortable, it felt horrible. Another felt very hot, his skin felt like it was swelling up. The leader looked down at his hands. Even he felt something was wrong with his body. Damn it, what the hell? His skin was covered with warts, he screamed loudly in despair. The 4 people on this side have completed the mission. Yu Jaeha asked Ju Hian, "Do you really want to destroy this holy relic?" Ju Hian replied, "I said I would do it." Miller looked at Ju Hian and said, "Sorry, I misunderstood. I misjudged you." Miller continued, "I used to think you were the one who would stop at nothing to obtain the holy relic. Now that I think about it, my parents should have loved each other more so that more excellent people like me could appear." Ju Hian laughed and said, "You flattered me too much." Ju Hian said, "After finishing your personal matters, let's leave the holy relic quickly before another danger comes." Yes. Ju Hian and Miller joined forces to destroy that thing. The holy relic was surprised, "What the hell is this?" Ju Hian looked at him with a face full of kindness and no hint of villainy and told him that he would have to reincarnate properly. The holy relic roared. An explosion occurred, and the divine-level holy relic was completely destroyed. Soon the catacombs began to collapse. The crypt will be destroyed along with this divine-grade holy relic. Ju Hian said to everyone, "Okay, let's get out of here guys." As soon as everyone got out of the crypt, it collapsed completely. Miller said goodbye to everyone. It was time to say goodbye, "Thank you everyone for the past days." Ju Hian nodded, "Okay." Jaeha asked the boss, "Isn't he going to come with us?" Ju Hian replied, "Our goals are the same as his. But each of us will carry out our goals in our own way. He will continue as a guardian of justice." Ju Hian said, "We'll have conflicts even if we go together, right?" So that's the real reason. Jaeha understood. Miller said, "Just call me if you need help, I will always be available as agreed." Ju Hian smiled and replied, "Of course, remember you signed the contract." Miller laughed in response, "Yes, well after all everyone wasn't so bad." Then everyone greeted each other, pointed at Miller, said goodbye, and looked forward to seeing everyone again. As he said goodbye to Miller, Ju Hian said, "We still have one more mission to complete this big pile of missions." Jaeha greeted him but was also surprised, "It's not done yet?" Seeing that Miller had left, Ju Hian immediately said, "Go back, I need to go back to the crypt and get back the holy relic." Jaeha shouted, "What, didn't you destroy it already? Didn't you say that the holy relic had to be destroyed because it was threatening the world?" Ju Hian told him that as long as he used it carefully, nothing would happen. Ju Hian is confident, "We will use it to deal with Pandora and Old Man Quan." Jaeha blames Ju Hian, "Didn't you say you promised? If so, did you lie to Miller?" Ju Hian gave a confident and villainous smile and said to Yu Jaeha, "What promise, did I say that?" Yu Jaeha shouted that Ju Hian was such a scumbag. The two argued loudly. Seola stood there with her arms crossed, thinking, he's still as despicable as ever. The holy relic plague will be carefully collected. Yu Jaeha scratched his head and lamented, "How long will it take to collect all of it?" One morning on a private island. A woman is drifting in the water. She was relaxing when a voice said, "Let me in." That person also shouted, "I am an acquaintance of the chairman." She turned back to observe and heard the guard say, "Don't be rude, what right do you have, kick him out." It turned out that the person was Wade Herman. He shouted loudly demanding to see President Jean Chai-won. As soon as he saw him, he loudly said, "President Jean Chai-won, please give me a moment, I am Wade Herman." She slowly walked towards him. She smirked and said, "Oh my god, who is this, Wade Herman? Still not dead, I thought you were dead. It seems like you've been through something terrible." He shouted angrily in front of the president. Stop talking nonsense and help me. If I'm not mistaken, you said you have the holy relic medical, help me. Before he finished speaking, you said, okay, why should I help you? She continued, it seems like you have a malignant disease. I saw Seo Ju-hyun also drank poison, he died. Wade Herman blamed her, how can you compare him to me? Ju-hyun is a monster without mercy. However, I have completed my mission. I've lured Ju-hyun into the trap you set, that's enough. All that's left is for you to take care of him inside that tomb. The girl ignored what he said, she still sat down on the chair and rested. Wade Herman angrily said, this was her fault because she couldn't kill Ju-hyun, so she had to take responsibility for everything. She looked at him and smiled, don't make such a fuss. People will think you're a chimpanzee. You were a fish on the chopping block from the start. Ju-hyun wasn't an idiot. He had a way to fight in the tomb, but he didn't know it. Wade Herman said awkwardly, however, I have completed my mission. The deal you made was that you would give me the holy relic Hitler if I completed this. With a haggard face, he told her, I don't need that holy relic right now. I just need the medical holy relic. That's what we agreed on at the beginning. She winked and smiled, then said, deal, if you want to change the deal, I will also change my way of thinking. Suddenly a giant black centipede came and squeezed him. He cried out in pain, what is this? Her expression changed to a serious one. She glanced at him and said, never appear before me again. Then a light attack. Wade Herman lay motionless. Jean Chai-won bit her lips and said uncomfortably, it seems like the holy relic Goebbels was also taken away by Seo Ju-hyun, then he will probably also look for the holy relic Hitler. Then she ordered her men to clean up the place. She breathed a sigh of relief, scrolled through her phone, and said, who should I use next? While scrolling through Jean Chai-won's contacts, he was lost in thought, Ju-hyun, he's really strong. I can't even think of anyone who can beat him. She looked at the phone seriously and said, no. And then the evil aura around her suddenly became terrifying. The girl said, should I go see Ju-hyun now? One evening in New York. Ju-hyun is getting scolded, what the hell is he doing? You want to auction off the holy relic of the plague, which means you lied to me, lied to destroy it for the safety of humanity. Ju-hyun said to him, well, it seems like you're asking too much, Miller, how would you know, aren't you busy with your job as a superhero? Miller yelled, I found out because he advertised very ostentatiously. Ju-hyun said to Miller, that's true, but don't worry too much, I won't be selling malignant the holy relics. Ju-hyun said, what I auctioned today are all just ordinary holy relics. Miller asked in surprise, what ordinary holy relics, how could these holy relics appear from the plague crypt? Ju-hyun said to Miller, you know, maybe those holy relics will stop by the plague crypt for a visit, everyone needs to travel. Ju-hyun continued, I only used the holy relics of the plague to cure diseases, so don't worry superhero Miller, I will never give it to anyone else. Miller said, you must remember your promise this time. Okay, goodbye. Seo-la approached Ju-hyun and said, boss, we are ready for the auction. Ju-hyun turned back to ask Jae-ha and Seo-la, are you two ready to rake in the money? Entering the auction hall, saying the holy relic has no side effects so the holy relic can be used easily, and now there are a lot of people raising their hands. The rich people continuously bid, $500,000, $600,000, $1.2 million, $1.5 million. Jae-ha was happy to hear these continuous words, this sound, is it true? Ju-hyun laughed and said, I expected more than this. Jae-ha blushed and happily said, after this, we should go somewhere to find some cool girls, I'm a rich man. Ju-hyun immediately told Jae-ha to shut up and watch the auction floor. Jae-ha said disappointedly, why is that, aren't you going to test some of the goods? The numbers kept going up, $10 million, $15 million, there was a $20 million arm. One hand goes up, $80 million. Everyone was surprised and looked back to realize that the person who had just bid was Irene Hilton, and when they saw that someone had given up and her money was unlimited. The MC on the auction floor was embarrassed and said, the winner has been determined and it will be sold for $80 million. After Irene bought it, Jae-ha on this side was a bit stunned, did she buy it, why did she buy it and at such an exorbitant price? Could it be that she bought it for her prince, how is it going so well, boss? Ju-hyun blushed at this little boy Jae-ha and said, I think you've been a bit rude lately, are you kidding me? Seo-la was extremely confused when she saw her boss blushing and thinking, the boss and that girl, could it be? Ju-hyun after venting his anger said, don't be rude to me. Jae-ha turned back to look at Ju-hyun with an unconvinced attitude and said, you're so cruel to me. Seo-la whispered to Jae-ha that she had something to ask. Jae-ha approached and asked, what's wrong? She blushed and asked Jae-ha, are boss and Irene dating? Jae-ha thought for a moment and said, I've never heard the boss admit it, but from what I observed. Before he finished speaking, Seo-la panicked and asked anxiously, so what? Speak quickly. Jae-ha told Seo-la that maybe they would date soon, but why did she ask this? Could it be? Seo-la panicked and shouted loudly with a face that showed no shame and said, "No." Jae-ha was startled and said, "I didn't say anything, why are you shouting so loudly?" Seo-la pointed at Jae-ha and said, "You better forget about today's conversation, otherwise I will turn you into ashes." Then she ran away, leaving Jae-ha behind in confusion. What happened to Seo-la? Seo-la ran while thinking in confusion, is everything really like what Jae-ha said? Was this why he said that? Seo-la's eyes filled with tears. Then she remembered the words Ju-hyun had said to her before, the previous life and this life were different. "I won't force you to be loyal to me like in your previous life, you will be the one to decide your own way of life." Seo-la ran a distance and then stopped to catch her breath. She collapsed against the wall, tears rolling down her cheeks, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, what should I do? Early the next morning, Seo-la brought reports about the farm expansion for Ju-hyun to approve. Ju-hyun quickly agreed. Fake Seo-la likes it, because it might be a good time for us to launch a campaign to grow herbs and distribute them there too. Boss also bragged to Seo-la, "By playing with toys regularly I never get sick, you should go out more, try playing once to know how it feels, you will try later." But as soon as Ju-hyun finished thanking her, Seo-la's expression also fell. Seo-la asked the boss, "Are you planning to excavate any tombs in the near future?" Ju-hyun shook his head in confusion, "Probably not, what's the matter?" Seo-la said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take a few days off because I'm not feeling well." She thought Seo Ju-hyun would worry about her, but all she got in return was his indifferent agreement. Lee Seo-la with an erratic mood contacted to leave the room. At this time Ju-hyun's phone also rang. He immediately picked up the phone and said, "Hello, what's up?" "I'm very busy," the other end of the line said, "Don't talk nonsense." "I understand you too well." Ju-hyun replied, "I'm not bragging, I'm busier than when I'm at home." "It's up to you, I don't care about your business, I called because you conquered the enemy's tomb." "Do you know who reported the excavation of the catacombs?" Ju-hyun was surprised, "The excavation report?" George Hilton said, "I did it myself, I brought the report to Pandora headquarters that the crypt was captured. The system then searched for information about the crypt. Reports suggest the crypt was sold to Guinness Hauger, the gourmet king, who is currently at Pandora headquarters making a fuss about losing his excavation rights." Ju-hyun chuckled lightly at this, how terrible. He thought this Pandora system was absurd. Because of the dictatorship, when the excavators have obtained excavation rights from Pandora, they will be supported in the excavation and prevent other teams from being able to take over the crypt. This is a system that was created to prevent wars between tomb excavation groups. It sounds like every place on the territory belongs to Pandora, and anyone who wants to excavate must have Pandora's permission. Of course, with power comes money. Not only that, 60% of the holy relic they collected had to be returned to Pandora. It was enough to consider Pandora a scoundrel, and everyone had to obey that power. Of course Ju-hyun wouldn't follow that systematic ideology, but back to the matter, Seo Ju-hyun thought how he knew the tomb had been purchased in advance. "You are the one in charge, you should send someone to excavate the grave. Just play your part well, I can take care of the rest." Ju-hyun said, "I was the one who stole all the holy relics from the plague tomb, right?" George Hilton already knew. George Hilton said, "Don't drag me into illegal cases, so tell me everything you collected after conquering that tomb at the auction." Ju-hyun thought George was too strict with him, those were items he brought back himself, so what if he could buy and sell them himself? That's right, buying and selling is like that, promoting social development. Often multiple people are arrested for causing a disturbance, however, an excavation group of less than 10 people will not need to report the activity. Because the system believes that a group of no more than 10 people is incapable of exploiting the crypt. So Ju-hyun had thoroughly researched the system beforehand and was able to form an excavation team of no more than 10 people. Although in his previous life, Old Kwan was a member of the Pandora organization that wanted to take everything for himself. But unlike the other 12 excavation teams, our Team 13 instead of excavating went to commit theft. And of course, even if they were caught, their group would still be safe and sound because the group had no more than 10 people, and would be safe due to the system's loophole. Thanks to that, my team has always been actively searching for the holy relic to help him stand at the top of society. But I never expected him to betray. Ju-hyun, after recalling many unpleasant things, told the other end of the line the main problem. In the Pandora system, groups of no more than 10 people do not need to report excavations. It can be said that I did not break any laws. George Hilton was surprised. "Oh, there is such a thing?" "Yes, there is." "Try to find it." "Oh, by the way, help me find some bullshit reason to fool the gourmet king." "Okay. I'll help." The two people turned off the phone. Ju-hyun smiled. It was a good thing I had an insider there. City at night. At a pub full of laughter. Seola is decompressing alone. She thought to herself. This was really annoying. The world has collapsed and tombs have begun to appear. The holy relics will change the lives of those who possess them. But it doesn't affect some people. I still have a huge debt and my health is getting worse. That's when I met the Seo Ju-hyun and was invited by him to join excavation team number 13. At first everything was just a superior-subordinate relationship. But after going through many things together, there were some strange things in me. He always helps me in many things. Especially when I have trouble, we seem to understand each other more and more. I have started to have different thoughts about this relationship. But unlike before, the final crypt was too dangerous. It took away all the lives of the team members. But thanks to the holy relic, he was revived and returned 15 years ago. Until now, he still doesn't understand what happened. From there, he used his information advantage to achieve many things. Everything. Even the heart of a maiden, Irene. Meanwhile, what the hell am I doing? He told me not to care about past lives. So that means he forgot everything and was moving towards a serious relationship with Irene. Actually, I wasn't worried at first. I thought everything would be like in my previous life. I would go with him and everyone else to explore and excavate ancient tombs. Maybe he was so engrossed in his work that he ignored me. Seola was lost in endless thoughts. The more she thought, the more she drank. She then put her head down and screamed. What is all this? I didn't break up but you became my ex-boyfriend. Seola was lost in thought. It took him and I a few months to get closer the first time. Wasn't that the ideal amount of time? I might have fallen for him too quickly. Suddenly the waiter placed a large glass of beer in front of her. Seola was surprised. I didn't order this drink. The waiter replied. Today is the shop's anniversary. We give away all kinds of drinks for free. She looks depressed. A beer will cheer her up. Isn't beer the best drink to relieve stress? Seola was surprised and then smiled and said, that's right. She smiled brightly and said, thank you. I will drink it. Then Seola held the beer cup and drank continuously. The waiter's eyes looked at Seola as she finished her beer. There was something dangerous. A voice rang out. My God, you're going to get in trouble if you get drunk. At this moment, the disguise of a waitress was gradually disappearing in Seola's astonished eyes. The girl spoke. I can't believe you fell for such a simple trap. What's wrong with that, Seola? Seola was surprised. Jean Chai-won. Nice to meet you. Seola tried to stand up but felt dizzy. She collapsed unconscious. Chai-won smiled slyly. It was really hard to put this bitch to sleep. Look, it seems you did something stupid by betraying me. And you will pay for it. At an empty lot, a group of people dragged Seola out of the car. Then they pushed her to the ground. The Chai-won woman stepped forward and said, oh, you're awake. Well, it doesn't matter since we're here. Seola tried to stand up and asked. Ah, where is this? What are you going to do to me? The woman walked over and kicked Seola hard and said. What am I going to do to her? Guess what? Seola cried out in pain. Then the woman strangled Seola. Chai-won smiled slyly and said. First I will borrow this beautiful face. This way I can get close to Ju-hyun easily. And then what? I'll kill him with my own hands. Seola was scared when she saw her face gradually changing to look like hers. The holy relic transformed. This was bad. Gradually her face changed to look exactly like Seola's. Chai-won said confidently. What do you think? Not a bad plan. Seola tried to reply. Hee, don't make me laugh. Ju-hyun won't be defeated that easily. Chai-won said with a smile. Oh really? I don't care. No matter how great he is. I will kill him. Humans will always have weaknesses. He will never know that I disguised myself as you. Unless you tell him. Chai-won continued. What should I do so you can't talk? Of course I will shut you up by force. She continued laughing. Have I ever told you about my holy relic power? I can build a tomb anywhere I want. She then used her power to create a purple circle around Seola. Suddenly the ground where Seola was lying broke, causing her to fall. Chai-won continued. I hope you like it. This is a special tomb I built just for you. There is no holy relic in there. Just traps. Lots of them. You should reflect on yourself for betraying me while you're in there. Of course, if you can survive to think, Seola thought worriedly. Damn it. She was worried. Ju Hyun was in danger. At Ju Hyun's house. Fake Seola opened the door and entered with eyes filled with murderous intent. She looked inside and thought. This house looks nice. Is anyone here? Does he live alone? He lives with that traitor. Well, I'm glad there's no one else. I won't have any trouble with his subordinates. It's a bit reckless to charge into the tiger's den like this. Where is he? Ju Hyun? She licked her lips with delight, thinking. Let the hunt begin? Then she opened the door and walked into a room and said, I'm home. She saw Ju Hyun in the room and thought, here it is, a coincidence. Hearing Ju Hyun's voice, he turned around and asked, Seola. What's wrong? Didn't you ask for leave? Fake Seola raised her hand and scratched her head. I changed my mind. After going out and having a few beers. I think I'm fine. Ju Hyun said. You don't have another chance. You should take a break. Or you'll regret it when we're busy. Seola Fake replied. Thanks for the advice. You're welcome. Seola Fake thought to himself. Ha, I knew for sure that he wouldn't notice it. Of course it would, because this was a complicated camouflage technique. Not only did he use the holy relic disguise, but he also used illusionary the holy relics. Even if he died, this guy still wouldn't notice. She walked over and grabbed Ju Hyun's hand, saying, Ju Hyun, I have something to tell you. Ju Hyun replied. Just say it. But something is strange. Why do I look so old today? She got angry when she heard Ju Hyun say he was old. Ju Hyun approached her and continued, if you look closely you look 10 years older. Oh boss, why all of a sudden? Ju Hyun said. Is it because I worked so hard as Jin Chae-woon's henchman? You're crazy. Hearing that, she thought, you bastard, can't you talk nicer? Ju Hyun continued. I should have met you sooner. I suffered by being with her. Fake Seola was shaking with anger but still tried to act as gentle as possible and said, oh, I don't need to worry about you like that. Ju Hyun said. No way, you always said that place was hell on earth. She thought to herself, damn Seola. I should have tortured you more. Seola, if you're still alive, I swear I'll torture you until you go crazy. She still tried to say, that's right. How could there be such a crazy woman? All her subordinates complained about it. Also, I have some information for you. After hearing her say that, Ju Hyun smiled and grabbed her neck, surprising her. Ju Hyun said. Thank you for confessing, Jin Chae-woon. I guessed the crazy woman correctly. Seeing that she had been discovered, she pushed Ju Hyun's hand away and asked loudly. Damn it, how did you know? Ju Hyun said. Are you stupid? I knew it from the beginning. The woman was surprised. What do you mean, the holy relic illusion doesn't work on you? That's impossible. Ju Hyun said with a sly smile. I would have been fooled if you had come earlier. A few minutes ago while researching the territories. The system suddenly displayed. A strange source of the holy relic energy was approaching. That crow told me. So I knew someone was going to approach me and I guessed it was this woman. Thanks to the 2 holy relics, she was very confident. But however, I don't want to confront her now. Jin Chae-woon. I don't have the strength to solo her right now. This is getting tough. Then she returned to her original form. Ju Hyun said. She finally revealed her true face. Then she drew her weapon. You old witch. Hearing him say that made her even angrier. A terrifying murderous aura appeared around her. She said. Don't mess with me. If you could just shut up and take one stab from me, you would probably die a painless death. But unfortunately, that's not the case. I don't think you can recognize me. You are really talented. But unfortunately, you will have to be buried here. System alert. A terrible energy source is near you. The energy is spreading throughout the house. Suddenly, something liquid appeared on the floor. Ju Hyun said. What the hell is this slime? No way. This is part of the tomb. She said. Yes. My holy relic is different from other holy relics. I can build a tomb anywhere, anytime. Ju Hyun said. Ha, I don't know what that holy relic is. But that's an unusual holy relic. He thought to himself. I've never seen this before. Suddenly Ju Hyun felt pain in his hand. Lean looked up and saw that her hand was showing signs of ulceration.
The system continues to notify, you are in contact with a huge source of the holy relic energy.
That energy can turn people into zombies in just a few seconds. Suddenly a voice rang out. Ah, it hurts. Oh my god, it really hurts. Master, save me.
Ju Hian felt that the situation was really not good.
He immediately thought. Damn it, I naively thought that fighting in the holy relic warehouse would be beneficial to me. But these holy relics basically cannot withstand this kind of energy. If so, then run. Then Ju Hian turned and ran away. She was furious. Do you think you can escape me? Ju Hian turned his head and said. Guess the old lady.
The other holy relic said in pain.
Ah, it hurts. Oh my god. Ju Hian took out the Van Gogh painting and said. You guys come in here. We should run and review the situation. Ju Hian thought. Luckily the door didn't turn into part of the crypt.
Escaping was his forte. Suddenly the door was covered by that strange thing.
Jin Chai once said. You think you can escape from here easily? There will be no way for you. You will have to stay here with me.
Now all you can do is kiss my feet and kneel down and beg for my forgiveness.
Ju Hian thought.
She turned the entire house into a mausoleum. Then I can use my ultimate skill to destroy the tomb. Ju Hian then took out a jar from the Van Gogh painting.
He then threw it away saying.
It's ridiculous, she thought these things could stop me.
Then a big explosion happened. This caught her by surprise. What the hell?
Destroy the holy relic. Her holy relic said.
That's it. It's the strange skill I told you about.
He used a blast of the holy relic inside the crypt and created a large hole to escape. He is a man of poor character.
But there was something Ju Hian didn't expect.
The explosion had no effect on this tomb.
What? No effect? She said with amusement. Who would think that low-grade skill could affect my tomb? The tomb I built cannot be easily destroyed. Ju Hian was really uneasy this time thinking. Damn. This holy relic is too awesome.
She then used a burst of power to attack Ju Hian. The system panel keeps showing notifications. You are exposed to a very strong energy source. The rank persistence passive cannot withstand the poison and starts to get infected.
The infection level is increasing.
At this point something gradually affects Ju Hian.
Ju Hian felt an excruciating pain in his body. Damn it.
If this continues I might die. I have to do something before my body is completely poisoned.
Thinking is doing.
Ju Hian immediately pulled out a sword and said.
Alright Jin Chai won. She said. That sounds stupid. Listen. From now on I will not hesitate to destroy anyone who resists.
Apply to people always, sword. Hearing that, the sword immediately flew out of Ju Hian's hand.
After running away, he said. Forgive me, master. I cannot fight. What do you mean? Come back here.
The sword trembled and said. I dare not oppose him.
I do not want to be destroyed. Ju Hian was furious. Damn it, what are you talking about? She laughed and said. Ha, this is what I expected. You probably already know what rank my holy relic is. All your lowly holy relics can't do anything to my holy relic.
The holy relic has a mind of its own. No matter what their master's orders are, they will still tremble before stronger holy relics.
Ju Hian tried to speak. She said too much. There must still be some of my holy relics that can fight her.
Ju Hian took out the Van Gogh painting wanting to take some items to use as weapons.
The Van Gogh painting trembled as he spoke. Master, I cannot obey your orders. I cannot take them out. Ju Hian whispered. Hurry up or I'll smash you to pieces.
The painting was still shaking.
She continued. Haha, how silly. Just surrender and beg for mercy and you will live. A holy relic user who can't use the holy relic is trash.
She then continued to use her power to attack Ju Hian. Ju Hian was at her limit and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood.
She said excitedly. I'll make this fun more interesting. I'll slowly torture you.
She smiled wickedly.
Torturing you the way you destroyed your holy relics. Does it make you happy? Ju Hian's legs almost lost all strength and collapsed. Ju Hian thought. I can't hold on any longer.
Her power continued to attack, causing Ju Hian to cough up blood repeatedly.
Suddenly a voice rang out. It seems you are almost out of breath.
You are not used to life and death situations like this.
It is not like your usual self. Have you forgotten this feeling? Ju Hian chuckled and said. How funny. You think these things can make me give up? She saw this guy mumbling and asked. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy? Ju Hian stood up and said. Damn crow. She saw Ju Hian standing up and said in surprise. You can stand up. Impossible, you can resist chronic poison. System said. My power is limited. I cannot protect you for long. Ju Hian wiped the blood from his mouth and said. You want me to quickly finish this old woman? Agreed.
Then Ju Hian charged straight at her.
Damn it. The system said. I told you. I can't stay.
Ju Hian swung a fist at her and said.
You want me to kneel down? Then take the punch.
The punch was dodged by her.
Take my superpower punch. Ju Hian hit the opponent. She said angrily. Damn you bastard. Another voice rang out. Now I understand this is the crow's energy.
She asked the crow in confusion. The voice continued to ring.
But he was currently imprisoned. What is your relationship with him? Ha ha. What is this?
The energy is increasing terribly.
A giant spider-like creature appeared and said. I know it is you. Crow. This time I will kill you with all my might.
Ju Hian looked at the situation and said.
Jean Chai won. It seems like she lost control of her holy relic. It's now deformed. The system said. Why did you provoke him? The spider screamed. I must kill you.
Then it continuously attacked towards Ju Hian.
You can't escape me. Suddenly the ground was no longer flat but curved in an inexplicable way. Ju Hian tripped. Damn it. The spider rushed towards Ju Hian and said. I will kill this guy first. I hope you won't regret cooperating with that crow. Repent. Goodbye, fool. Ju Hian suddenly laughed and said. Haha, you think that's the end? What?
Suddenly a blue beam of light shot towards the spider. Chaiwan was also attacked.
What is this? Who dares to disturb me? The holy relic rope appeared and said. Don't bully my master.
Ju Hian said in surprise and emotion.
Rope. The rope said. I've been by the master's side since the beginning of the session. Ju Hian said in surprise. Huh, the rope wasn't affected by that holy relic? Rope replied. Besides, I have many other holy relics protecting you. I will give you a special gift. The rope system has just received a new skill. The rope is a legendary achievement in the world of the holy relic. Achieved a new achievement. The holy relic is always by the owner's side. The sword just now trembled and said. Damn it, rope. How dare you attack that holy relic? Are you tired of living? The rope shouted. Can't you just watch the fight quietly? The rope began to continuously attack the spider. The sword trembled and said to the painting. We will all die. The rope still steadfastly attacked that giant spider. That rope really did it. Now we will all die. The Van Gogh painting said. Do you want to stop that stupid rope? The sword replied. It's too late. We're all going to die because of that stupidity of a rope. Fuck it. I don't want to die. The crowd is in an uproar. So we just wait like this. We'll do something. It's useless. The result is the same. Even though all of us can't do anything about it. The spider said fiercely. This lowly holy relic. Can you be obedient? The spider roared angrily. You must be destroyed. The spider used its strength to throw the rope away. The rope screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts. The rope flew back to Ju Hian's side. Ju Hian saw that and said. Damn it. Rope. Don't push yourself too hard. The crow said to Ju Hian. We don't have another chance. My protection will disappear soon. Ju Hian said. But I can't leave the rope. If I leave, I will lose it forever. If it continues to fight, it will be destroyed and I will not be able to restore it. The rope was still very determined at this moment. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Can't lose. Ah. Suddenly the rope emitted a dazzling light. The system appears immediately. System notification. The poison from the rope's body has been purified. The rope's body has been reborn because of super strong determination. The rope glows. The holy rope has received a little grace from heaven, rank S, legendary, super the holy relic. The rope has evolved to rank S. The spider was surprised. No way, at times like this you could evolve. The other holy relics also exclaimed in surprise. What happened? I have never heard of something like this. My grandmother once said that if you can achieve extraordinary results, you can become chaos.
Huh, the holy relic also has a grandmother.
He really evolved and became stronger. He really is crazy. The spider said angrily. Crow, is this your work? You want to destroy the holy relic's ranking system.
If so, there will be a lot of turmoil, there will be traitors.
You planned all this.
The other holy relics continued to chatter.
This is great news.
Quickly, convey this to the holy relic worlds. The holy relic can evolve on its own.
Quickly convey this.
But my grandmother said we need a great master to evolve.
Master, that means if we stay loyal to Juhian, we can also evolve. That spider is so angry. These guys. Whoever says another word, I will destroy him.
The painting Van Gogh and the bronze sword quickly said, "Oh, forgive me, don't crush me." Then the spider turned to the rope and said, "Then I will destroy you first." The rope said tauntingly,
"Oh, try it. Try it."
Then the rope rushed to the spider and hit it continuously.
The spider screamed. You bastard, how dare you?
The crow said to Juhian,
"Come on. We have to get out of here. This is your last chance. You probably didn't expect a miracle to happen a second time, right?"
Even though the rope had just evolved,
it had regained its strength. And even if it was S rank, it wouldn't last long. That's right.
Even though the rope is rank S, it still can't beat the spider.
Suddenly cracks appeared in the tomb.
Juhian saw that and asked,
"What is that? Why did the crack suddenly appear?" The crow said, "That's because right now that spider can't concentrate anymore." Juhian said, "I see. This is an artificial tomb created by that spider."
Suddenly a new idea appeared in Juhian's head.
"I have an idea," the crow said. I felt a little uneasy.
Then Juhian ran back towards the spider. The crow saw this and said in horror,
"Why did you run straight in like that?"
Juhian said as he ran,
"If we run away,
I will lose a lot of the holy relic. Even though I can find other the holy relics to replace them, it is impossible." Then Juhian grabbed the sword and pulled it out.
"What?"
The sword was surprised.
"Master, why did you come back here?" Juhian replied, "Well, that's the thing. You don't want to die here, do you?" The sword said, "My master is very touched. He did not abandon me. If so, I will do my best this time." Hearing that, Juhian's eyes lit up. "I knew you would say that."
The sword was surprised.
Juhian continued,
"I think we can destroy this artificial tomb because that spider is distracted." The crow was surprised.
"What? Now?"
The sword was surprised.
"Wait. You want to use me as a bomb?" Juhian replied, "Don't worry. I'll fix you later."
The sword shouted, "Mother." Then there was an explosion. After that slash, a hole opened.
Juhian said happily, "It opened." The spider was struggling with the rope when it noticed something was wrong. "What? Damn human. How dare you blow up my tomb?" Juhian said. "You didn't pay any attention to me. Get the rope here quickly. We'll get out of here quickly. Come here." The rope heard that and immediately responded. "Oh, yes, master. I'm coming."
Then the rope rushed towards Juhian.
The spider said, "You think you can run away from me?" Juhian sat down and said, "Sorry, but I also have the skill to restore the tomb."
Juhian quickly used his skills to close the door.
The spider screamed, "Impossible. How could you?" The spider rushed towards the exit that was gradually being sealed. "How could you destroy and recreate the crypt freely?" Gradually the spider was engulfed in the new tomb that Juhian created.
The spider tried to grab the rope but it wriggled and the rope flew out. The rope had just come out when the door was closed. Seeing that the rope was out safely, Juhian said,
"You have to be careful. Just a little bit slower and you will be destroyed." The rope said,
"Hey, but I survived."
Juhian said, "You seem so excited but it won't last long. The same goes for this wall."
The crow then spoke. "My shield will disappear. Once the shield disappears, all the pain will return."
"Get ready," Juhian immediately said. Okay. Ju Hian said, now take out all the holy relic inside. Huh? What? Ju Hian smiled dangerously and said. See that sword? If you don't do it, I'll destroy you. Enjoy the pain. The Van Gogh painting said fearfully. Okay, I will follow. Perhaps because of the evolution of ropes, these holy relics became more docile. Even after the crow's shield disappeared, the pain ran through my body, but I was still able to suppress the pain with the holy relic herbal medicine. I also equipped myself with defensive holy relics, and then I chose holy relics that could be used as weapons. Since my opponent is very strong, should I use S-rank holy relics? Ju Hian asked, where is the Egyptian holy relic? The other holy relics replied, huh, they are here too. I saw them run away. Ju Hian suddenly said, what? The holy relics were talking to each other. Aren't they high-ranking holy relics? What does that mean? If we had known, perhaps we should have gone with them. I think it's better if we stay here. I can die and see my grandmother again. Ju Hian heard them say that and angrily said, can you guys shut up? And if the others come back, I will make them go to hell. Suddenly there was a loud noise. Ju Hian said, damn, stone wall. Many red eyes appeared. After the wall collapsed, a group of strange creatures came out. Ju Hian asked in surprise, what are those creatures? The spider's voice rang out once more. It said, these are all the holy relics I have collected, I will end you quickly, attack. Ju Hian stepped back in fear, damn it, what should I do? Over here Seola is being attacked by a swarm of spiders. Seola ran with the torch in her hand, angry, damn it. She turned back to look at them and said, this tomb is really dangerous, moreover, she can't find the exit no matter how hard she tries, running around in circles like this, sooner or later she will be exhausted. Seola thought, I'm going to die here. She turned back to look at them again and said, damn Jin Chai won. Suddenly, a spider web came from somewhere towards Seola. She was caught in the spider web, she struggled to pull it out but couldn't. She was uncomfortable, what was this sticky thing? When they caught her, they advanced towards her. She panicked and shouted, get away from me, get away. But they didn't care, still rushing towards Seola. She closed her eyes and accepted that everything was over. So where did the yellow light come from? That is Seola's the holy relic. The holy relic roared, getting away from my master. Seola happily realized, Gildel. Gildel picked her up. Seola asked worriedly, are you okay? I thought you were destroyed by her. The holy relic said, that doesn't matter. The more important thing is how we get out of this tomb. Gildel ran while holding Seola. While running, Seola asked again, how did you get in? I remember being outside. Gildel said, there was a hole outside the tomb. She carried Seola and ran to that hole. Seola couldn't believe there was actually a hole in this place. Seola asked, did Gildel create this hole? Seola continued, it seems like Jin Chaiwan is having a hard time protecting her own tomb. That means Ju Hian is fighting her. Realizing that Ju Hian was in trouble, Seola rushed back to help. We have to help him quickly. By this time the catacombs had engulfed the entire building. The monsters continuously attack Ju Hian. Ju Hian continuously fights off the monsters. Too much. Ju Hian yelled at the holy relic, come here and help me. The holy relic crowd was noisily calculating, things don't seem to be going well, should we run away from here? Even if we run, we can't escape our fate. Ju Hian, don't drag us into your business anymore. Ju Hian said angrily, cowards still talk too much. A voice rang out, so Ju Hian, it looks like you need help. Along with that, a flame rushed towards the monsters. The monsters screamed, ah, what the hell is this, hot, so hot? Nero spoke up, Ju Hian, why didn't you call me? This was a golden opportunity to show off my masterpiece, I'm very disappointed in you. Ju Hian laughed and said, forgive me, the holy relics who ran away made me forget about you. Of course it's not too late to show me now. Nero replied, of course, look here. The spider looked at Nero and said, damn you traitor, you should be ashamed of being a high-ranking the holy relic. Nero angrily pointed at the guy and said, what betrayal, what do you mean? Do you think you are the king of the holy relic or something that I have to do as you say? What a narcissistic spider. Nero continued, I have hated you since you executed Majesty. In my eyes he is a gentleman when it comes to art. Ju Hian suddenly realized, what, execution, this means that the holy relic Majesty was executed, what happened to the two of them? Nero said again, if you continue to do so we will not hesitate to attack you. He raised his hand and pointed towards Ju Hian and said, moreover the person you are attacking is Ju Hian, who has top-notch story writing skills and suits the tastes of the holy relics, it would be a great loss if you hurt this talented artist. The spider screamed, if so we can only solve it with strength. Come on, you brute spider. Nero said, I will turn this place into my performance stage, the Golden Palace. Suddenly a golden palace appeared out of nowhere. Ju Hian looked at them and smiled, Golden Palace, maybe he's really serious. Ju Hian said, those stupid holy relics quickly entered the palace, they were all surprised. They were elated, they finally had a place to stay. As long as they got in there they could survive. The door closed. Ju Hian said to the cowardly holy relics, let me tell you, if you work, you will eat, if you don't work and want to eat, you will only eat shit. If you want to escape, you must try your best to protect the stronghold, whoever doesn't want it can come out. Hearing Ju Hian say that, they had no other choice, they decided to follow any of his orders and they would not betray him. The holy relic rope walked towards Ju Hian and said, I will always be by your side, forever and ever. Ju Hian looked at the holy relics, the holy relics probably had no choice but to do this. The holy relic said, cheer up, we are always on your side. We are from the Holy Relic Association, a group of people who have always supported you. We will not let you die here, we will help you continue writing this story. Ju Hian asked, are they all from the world of the Holy Relic? There was a voice that Ju Hian recognized, we would be sad if you died. The things Ju Hian treated rudely said, we will do anything to help you. Ju Hian said, even though I treated you badly, you still followed me. I appreciate your enthusiasm, the point is, I can freely use you guys, right? Ju Hian thought, none of the holy relics seem strong or high-ranked. Then I'll use them thoroughly, I'll use that method. Ju Hian said, the holy relics were chosen to follow me, the rest go to the front lines to fight the enemy, you guys have to fight with Nero. The holy relic crowd wondered, why? Won't we always be by your side? Ju Hian said, now do as I say or I'll reincarnate you, whoever stays, listen, you guys, follow me. The rest of you stay home and take care, understand? Yes sir, yes sir. I also divided the team based on the abilities and attributes of the holy relics here, I left the Golden Palace with the best holy relics. Nero's job was to lure these soldiers and attract their attention, only then would I be able to move freely. A holy relic asks, why do we go so far? Ju Hian replied, now we will create a raid together. Raid, Ju Hian continued, now those guys have attracted all the attention of that spider. The other spider will deploy all of its soldiers forward, so its back will be empty. A holy relic asked again, so we will attack that spider? Ju Hian said, not attacking the holy relic but attacking its owner. There's no denying that the spider is a very powerful holy relic, but unfortunately it's an invisible holy relic. I looked at the body of the holy relic's owner and continued, a physical the holy relic must have a weakness. We can attack the host so that the holy relic won't be able to use its power. Ju Hian said, before that spider realizes our existence, then we must attack him together. Ju Hian replied, exactly, now what to prepare? Attacking, Ju Hian lunged at the owner of the holy relic that spider. Approaching Nero, one of the holy relics tells Nero that Ju Hian is fed up with this, when will this war end? Another says, if this continues we will be destroyed. They surrounded Nero and the other holy relics. The one who received the order, continued to drown them, not letting any traitors survive. Suddenly he felt something. He turned back to look behind him, at Jin Chaiwan's body. He noticed Ju Hian approaching his owner. He panicked and asked loudly, what are you doing there Ju Hian? Ju Hian kept attacking Jin Chaiwan but couldn't hit him. Ju Hian looked at him and said, you're pretty good, I thought you had good reflexes, you were able to move the host even though you were ambushed. He turned to Ju Hian and said, what do you think you can do by sneak attacking me? He continued, Ju Hian, do you think that if you attack this woman you can destroy me? How stupid. Ju Hian raised his hand and said, I guess I care. Then he ordered the holy relics to attack his host together. He also controlled the host to dodge and said, damn it, you lowly creatures, do you have the ability to defeat me? Ju Hian walked up to him and told him to talk less, and look at the fight. Ju Hian then raised his axe and slashed at the host and said, it seems like you in a human body can only dodge, if it goes on like this I can easily defeat you. The holy relic turned to look at Ju Hian and said, don't be mistaken, this is indeed a human body, but this body is much stronger than a normal body. Then the holy relic controlled the humans to attack the other holy relics. This made them fall to the ground, he said triumphantly, Ju Hian look at this pile, trash is just trash. Ju Hian laughed and replied, this is your full power, then you have no chance against my army, he was surprised, army. Ju Hian's holy relics, go forth, all of you. Don't you dare touch Ju Hian, our master. Ju Hian curled his lips and thought, right, just a little more. If you back up a little more and then. Jin Chaiwan's body was now tied to his feet by the holy relic. Ju Hian walked up to him and ordered Bayan Kanso and On Nio, right now. The holy relic's body was sucked into a pit. The body's hand still grabbed the door to hold itself back. Ju Hian stood there and said, "This plan is not bad, I will send her and that spider to paradise." Ju Hian told that guy, "This is the door that can take you anywhere. If Bayan Kanso and On Nio use it properly, it can be very useful." The other two holy relics said, "Thank you for the compliment, Ju Hian." Ju Hian continued, "I don't want to fight you directly anymore. With this holy relic I will make you leave this place. Goodbye and see you again." The guy screamed, "Damn it." Ju Hian rushed forward and pushed down the body that was trying to cling to the gate. The hands can no longer hold. Chaiwan was sucked into the hole and didn't know where she would go. The spider was now dragged along. The spider roared in anger. "I am the leader of the holy relics. There is no way I can be defeated by a human." Ju Hian said, "What a lousy leader. Defeated by cheap tricks. You better leave quietly so you don't suffer humiliation." Ju Hian continued, "No matter how strong you are just an invisible holy relic. You will never be able to go too far from your owner. Goodbye, weak leader." The other monsters were also very confused when they saw this. He shouted loudly, "I remember your face, I will take revenge." Ju Hian was happy, and finally successfully sent him away. The holy relic told Ju Hian, he left already. Ju Hian said, "Close the door." The holy relic door of surprise, "Huh, aren't all the monsters here?" Ju Hian said, "They are basically considered the holy relic." Then Ju Hian gave a friendly and cheerful smile and said, "Instead of throwing them away, wouldn't it be better if we catch them and use them again?" From now on, all of them belonged to Ju Hian. The entire monster army was shocked and frozen when they heard Ju Hian say that. Ju Hian said, "If the situation is bad, we will use it, close the gate." There was a fool who was not afraid. He shouted at Ju Hian, "Say it again, you bastard, how dare you claim that we are yours?" Ju Hian pointed at him and said, "Don't accept it? If you want, come here, I'll fight you alone. That spider is finished, so now you guys are just mosquitoes to me." Hearing that, they angrily said to Ju Hian, "Do you think we will become useless without our leader? Why don't we attack?" Nero also rushed to gather the holy relics to protect Ju Hian. Ju Hian looked at the situation now and it seemed like his plan was going very smoothly. Outside, the giant lump of meat suddenly exploded. People outside were curious about what was happening inside. Was it all because of the holy relic? What kind of explosion happened? Seola stepped forward and pushed her way through the densely packed crowd, asking for permission and apologizing. While she was about to go to Ju Hian, someone called her name. Seola asked in surprise, "Why is everyone outside?" Jaeha replied, "We were outside buying some things when this suddenly happened." "I just heard this news too." The others said, "We just finished our assigned work and rushed here when we got the news." "Wait, so Ju Hian is home alone?" Seola is worried, the boss is fighting Jin Chai-won alone. A big explosion happened. Seola and Irene Hilton were extremely worried. Seeing the two people about to rush in to save them, Jaeha immediately stopped them. "What are you two doing? The building has collapsed, you two don't come near, but Ju Hian." Jaeha said, "We have to wait until the battle is over, for now let's wait and hope the boss is okay. Boss can definitely get through this alone, I'm sure of it." The building collapsed. The crowd of onlookers were talking. Seola realized that the energy of the holy relic that built the tomb had gradually disappeared, which meant that he was able to defeat Chaiwan. Someone started shouting, "Captain." The whole group shouted together, "Captain." Everyone hopes the captain will be okay. Suddenly a figure came out of the rubble. Ju Hian stood up and said, "Why are you guys so noisy? It's deafening me." "Ah, it's the captain." The news was quickly updated on major TV channels across the country. Latest news, a building exploded in Manhattan, New York. Before this building exploded, there was a strange event happening on top of this building. Pandora said that it was a mausoleum created by the high-level holy relics. Specifically, the crypt was created at the residence of Sao Ju Hian, a conqueror of the holy relic, and it is still unknown whether Sao Ju Hian is still alive. The editor read this part, wondering what happened and suddenly became so panicked. "Wait, what? Here is the latest news, Sao Ju Hian survived and left the ruined building." The camera immediately turned to Sao Ju Hian. "We will contact the reporters present at the scene." Lee Seola saw him appear in the rubble and called out loudly. The captain, Ju Hian, still had the same majestic expression, and replied in a deep and powerful voice. What was he shouting about? He stood on the rubble, looking at them below, smiling and said, "You guys can deafen me. Are you okay?" Seola asked worriedly. Seeing how he had the strength to talk back to them, she knew he was okay. "You see."
I stayed in there for so long because I had to wrap souvenirs. At this point, everyone turned their attention to a pile of scrap metal next to Juhyun.
Jaeha and Seola could only open their mouths in surprise. What was that? Was it all the holy relic? That's right. Those are the holy relics that need your repair. Seo Juhyun's answer made Jaeha hold his head and cry over his miserable fate. Oh my god.
Juhyun's shocking return made Seola admire him even more. He defeated Jin Chai-won single-handedly and took all of her holy relics. He was truly amazing.
Ha, I feel so tired. As Seo Juhyun walked towards them, Jaeha realized that his expression didn't look so good. Ah, you don't look so good. Are you okay? Seo Juhyun directed the two of them to take turns giving orders.
I told you I'm fine, Seola. We have to find a new place to live.
Oh yes, the building collapsed.
So we need to find a new place to live. Slave number 1, you have to check all the holy relics. See which holy relics need repair them, and categorize them.
Yeah, it's a bit tiring. Jaeha replied with a wry smile. Okay, so now I'm going to be unconscious for a week.
Huh, while the rest were still confused about his words. Juhyun suddenly fell down, making them all shocked. Captain.
They ran towards Seo Juhyun frantically when they saw him suddenly lying down.
Boss, wake up, wake up.
Oh, Juhyun. But Juhyun is completely in a coma. Wake up. Back to Jin Chai-won, I couldn't believe it.
She still couldn't believe that she was defeated.
We were defeated by Seo Juhyun.
The holy relic beside her saw Chai-won so confused and tried to encourage her that we weren't completely defeated.
That's because he used a trick.
But this encouragement backfired when Chai-won became even more upset. So, you fell for the trick and we were teleported. A lifelong feud between Chai-won and Seo Juhyun was gradually established from here. Perhaps I could have dealt with him easily. From now on, don't take my place.
Don't you trust me?
But the holy relic didn't want it to be like that.
Don't be like that. Master, you must remember that your power comes from me.
The more it said it, the more it made her feel ridiculous.
Hee, after that defeat, you can still be arrogant.
Chai-won quickly opened the door in front of her.
As soon as the door was opened, a large amount of purple aura from inside began to fly out.
So this is where she hid her ultimate move.
This time, I will make you taste the bitter fruit. Seo Juhyun.
I sealed him away because I couldn't control him.
However, this time I need him.
The chain that bound the box was gradually opened by Chai-won.
What's inside is revealed. Chai-won immediately ordered it. Awaken, find the master you want. Immediately, the holy relic flew away excitedly. Ha ha ha, fine.
A few days later, New York. Jaeha is still in the process of repairing the holy relic while waiting for Seo Juhyun to wake up.
Hey, that hurts, can you be a little gentler? Okay, be quiet so I can concentrate.
I stayed up all night just to restore the other holy relics.
So please stop making noise. The holy relic Nero is also very stubborn. He argued back, how dare you order me around? You're not even a Seo Juhyun. You're just a normal slave.
It kept nagging Jaeha like that, making him want to go crazy.
Yeah, go away, damn the holy relic. Jaeha tiredly put his face down on the table. Irene heard a noise outside and looked in to see. What's going on, Jaeha? Are there any more holy relics causing trouble? Do you want me to punish them?
Hearing her offer to help, Jaeha immediately jumped up to stop her. No need, I was just grumbling a little.
Don't worry about it.
Seeing the other party so tired, Irene immediately suggested.
Alright, it seems like you're having a hard time. Why don't you rest? Jaeha thought she was right and agreed. It seems like I need to rest a bit. The two of them went out to the living room. The TV was currently broadcasting the news. Let's continue with the next news. Now there are many new holy relics all over the world.
But they do not wait for others to conquer them.
They immediately choose humans as their masters.
Therefore, there was a dispute between the users of the holy relic.
Jaeha was a bit curious when he heard this. What was it? A new type of the holy relic?
It seems like they said that there are a lot of new holy relics appearing. But these holy relics don't build tombs, but instead choose their owners directly.
This is the first time I've heard of this. What? Is there such a thing?
Lee Seola also found this very confusing. It was a case of the holy relic choosing its owner based on randomness. But, it was unthinkable when there were so many people like that.
It's a bit suspicious. But Jaeha thinks, well. However, I'm a bit jealous of them. They don't need to conquer the tomb but can still get the holy relic immediately.
The interviewees also shared the same feelings as him.
It's unfair, the lucky people who were chosen by the holy relic. This is not an ordinary holy relic. It seems like a new type of holy relic. I think Pandora must be doing something. Because until now they have not made any move. If this continues, there will be a lot of unrest. This incident has turned into a mess.
And more importantly, the captain is still resting and this has happened.
He has a lot of knowledge. He will definitely guess what is going on. Yes.
It has been a few days, how long does he plan to sleep? Irene sat by the bed, quietly watching Seo Ju-hyun sleeping soundly. Suddenly the sound of the door opening made her a little startled.
Seol-ah and Jae-ha went in to see if Seo Ju-hyun was feeling better. What was wrong? Was there any change?
But looking at the situation, it seemed like he still hadn't woken up.
He's still sleeping. It seems like he's very comfortable in the bed. She doesn't need to worry about it. He sleeps day and night. Right? Irene smiled in response.
When I used the holy relic, I was also very tired.
And the same thing happened. Just like him. He'll wake up soon. You two don't need to worry. Oh, right.
I'll stay here and watch over him.
You two don't need to be here.
And this was interesting. His cute face, Irene seemed to enjoy watching Seo Ju-hyun. Jae-ha, for some reason, felt a little scared.
Hey, Irene, you're scaring me.
Why are you scared?
Is something wrong?
Being teased by Irene made him blush a little in embarrassment. To break the atmosphere, Lee Seola resolutely said, "No, everyone go out so the captain can rest in peace."
Irene, let's go out. Just then, the phone suddenly rang again. It was the captain's phone, right?
The caller was George Hilton. Irene heard that and immediately shouted.
"Oh, that's my brother. Can I hear you?" She quickly picked up the phone. "Brother, what's the matter?" George was surprised to hear his sister's voice. "Irene, are you there?" Quickly asked about Seo Ju-hyun's condition. "How is Seo Ju-hyun? Is he okay?"
Then found out that he was sleeping.
He was very tired. "Why are you calling? There are two of Ju-hyun's colleagues here. Can you tell them?" Hearing this, George said to her. "Oh, turn up the speaker." He had something important to tell them. The Holy Relic user rating issued by Pandora has been updated. There are many changes now.
At this point, the number of kings, which had reached 15, had been chosen. This information made everyone who heard it surprised.
What? Does that mean there are no more king positions for us? Seol-ah asked worriedly.
What she said wasn't wrong. Not long ago, there were only 5 people ranked as king. But now there were 15 people ranked as king. Worry gradually appeared on everyone's face. It couldn't be, we only had the captain as king. So, now we can't carry out the plan to dominate the king rank.
Not really. The only way is, it's still possible.
Unless we take the king rank position.
This is strange.
Hacking the game, Jae-ha said excitedly. Regarding this matter, George was also unclear.
I don't know the details. But I think it's because many new types of the Holy Relic have appeared.
Speaking of which, new Holy Relics were appearing everywhere. This was also very strange.
George also informed them that Pandora was still looking into the details and could not confirm it yet.
However, the situation had changed too quickly.
Seo Ju-hyun, this was not the time for him to rest.
Irene heard that and slowly replied, we can't bother him, because he needs to recover his strength.
Ah, okay. All we can do now is hope he wakes up soon. After a few days in a coma, Seo Ju-hyun finally woke up. Where is this?
Irene was so happy to see him awake that she couldn't contain her joy. She hugged him.
Ju-hyun, you're awake. The atmosphere suddenly became a little affectionate between the two of them. How do you feel? Does your body feel anything unusual?
No, it feels normal.
How long have you been asleep?
Lee Seola and Yu Jae-ha outside heard the noise and opened the door to enter.
What happened? Is the captain awake?
Smiles gradually appeared on their faces as they saw Ju-hyun awake.
Oh, he's awake. He's been in a coma for a week. Are you okay? Captain, when did you wake up? I just woke up. It's been a week, actually. Looks like I was right before, Ju-hyun said in a low voice. Was everything okay while I was sleeping? His question made Jae-ha and Seola feel a little uneasy.
Looking at the expressions and hesitation of the two people, Ju-hyun knew something had happened. What had happened?
But just then, his hungry stomach started to protest. Before I hear that, I want to take a shower and eat something first. I'm so hungry. Very quickly a plate of sumptuous food was placed in front of Ju Hian. He enjoyed his food while listening to Jaeha's story, somewhat understanding the story about the newly appeared holy relic. That's right, there are a lot of news and articles discussing it. Those holy relics suddenly appeared and chose their owners, Jaeha said as she showed it to Seo Ju Hian. This was still the first time he heard of it, choosing the owner himself, which meant it didn't build a crypt. Jaeha guessed it was like that, it seemed like that. Very strange, things like that are strange, aren't they? Things like that are strange, right? Those holy relics seem complicated right away. Besides, this has happened in many places. Right. Do you know what's going on? Even though Ju Hian knows a lot, he still can't give a precise answer right now. There's too little information. According to your guess, it's probably Jin Chai 1 or Pandora, I can't be sure yet. At this moment, Yu Jaeha suddenly remembered something. Oh, and one more thing. There was another strange thing that appeared besides the new holy relic. Curiosity was evident in Ju Hian's eyes when he heard the other party say this. Pandora had identified 15 people at king rank. As soon as he received this information, Ju Hian was so surprised that he had to utter 2 words. What? Jaeha continued to explain to him more clearly. According to George, after the new type of the holy relic appeared, many people suddenly became stronger. The situation seems to be much more serious than you think. That's really news I don't want to hear. Being automatically ranked as king and reaching king rank are 2 different things. I can't interfere too much with this. But it won't change our plans much. So don't worry. And finally, Seo Ju Hian didn't think that so many things would happen in just 1 week. Still. What is it? Lee Seola didn't know about it either. Only Yu Jaeha was the one who grasped the information the fastest and most accurately. She didn't know. She must have rested too much. I've seen a lot of posts like this since this morning. He said as he pointed the phone towards Seo Ju Hian. It is said that you have avoided taxes. And you also illegally bought and sold the holy relic. There are even articles saying that we are involved in a conspiracy in this world. Suddenly being labeled like this. Ju Hian couldn't help but get angry. What the hell is this news? Jaeha, who was beside him, continued. The news was good. The worst part was, there was an article saying that he had a child from an illicit affair. Seo Ju Hian wanted to smash the phone in his hand upon hearing this. What the hell? Luckily, Jaeha stopped him before Ju Hian could act. Don't be angry. That's my cell phone. The news said that the boy was 9 years old. And that he was abandoned by you. It was all a lie. Right? Jaeha hurriedly asked Ju Hian to verify. As soon as he finished saying this, the fire of jealousy rose, making Jaeha slightly startled. Why does my left side feel so hot? Looking at Seola's fiery gaze, he could only explain. Calm down, it's a scam, 100% a scam. Now the heat is on the right. I turned to my right and saw Irene looking at me with the same eyes. Ju Hian has a child. You startled me. When did you appear? How much did you hear? Brother Ju Hian, Captain, how do you explain this? The 2 girls looked at Ju Hian at the same time and said with a cold smile. Seo Ju Hian firmly asserted that, it's definitely a scam. I'm 100% sure it's a scam. What the hell is 9 years old? 9 years ago, I was still a kid. As he spoke, he took out his phone and showed it to Irene. Okay, here's a picture, this is me as a kid. This should prove it. Looking at my white skin and blonde hair, and the fact that I'm French, it's obvious that this kid has nothing to do with you, right? They took a closer look and saw that, well, he was right. But the confusing thing was, why did this article appear? According to Ju Hian, these articles can appear, perhaps it is the power of the holy relic, that ability is similar to the holy relic Goebbels. Goebbels, not Wade Herman's the holy relic. Jaeha is right, well, that's right. When I attacked him with the sewage at the plague tomb, I stole his the holy relic, it was a golden opportunity to steal it, so I didn't miss it. Analyzing it carefully, wait, you stole it, that means that the holy relic is in our hands. Why did that the holy relic attack you? You lost that the holy relic? No way, I destroyed that holy relic with my own hands. The calmness with which he said this shocked Jaeha. What? That day I destroyed some holy relics that I didn't like because they were high risk, one of them was Goebbels. So that holy relic can't attack me because I destroyed it. Well, I did destroy it, that's why this situation is a bit absurd. There is no way that a dead holy relic could work, or maybe a holy relic with similar abilities, for example. Thinking too much would only give them more headaches, so they decided, we can't conclude now, we'll find more information after we finish eating. The news keeps getting worse, so I can't sit still any longer, but there is some relatively good news too. Ujeha also worked hard to restore many holy relics. The holy relics I often used were all restored. The holy relics have been restored and managed in various places, but there are still some the holy relics that have not been restored. It would be more efficient if I recover the holy relics that are useful to me first. So I have to sort these holy relics directly. After a long time of repairing holy relics, I'm used to doing this now. And I found some of the holy relics that seemed useful, the holy relics, the Pygmalion's carving tools, and Hephaestus, the blacksmith's fire. Pygmalion was a sculptor in Greek mythology. After sculpting the woman who was his model, he fell in love with the statue. Hephaestus was also a Greek god. He was a very wonderful person who created all the objects for the gods of Olympus. Well, this isn't exactly his holy relic. This is just a flame from his forge. Pygmalion's isn't a god either. This isn't a high-grade holy relic. But if I give it to Ujeha, he'll definitely be able to use it well. And we've sorted things out. Our suspicions are slowly coming to light. The great tombs are concentrated in Central Asia. Some diggers say there are many of them. We're going there too. Of course Seo Juhian will have to go there. Yes, I need to confirm a few things. This is a picture of a conflict between miners. Juhian said as he showed the picture to Jeha. Ah, isn't that Miller? Ujeha suddenly noticed something familiar in this picture. Yeah, it looks like he's preparing something. Look beside him. Ujeha followed his pointing finger and looked. Beside. The kid pretending to be my son. Looking closely, this kid looks exactly like Seo Juhian. Oh, he looks exactly like you when you were little. I think this kid is actually a user of the holy relic. Ujeha found it hard to believe this kid. Age doesn't matter. Remember that little Medusa? That reminds me, she was about the same age as this little boy. Right. I'm going to see this kid. I'm going to teach this kid how scary it is for a woman to know her man is cheating. And we will take all of the holy relic as our reward. Another plan is about to be put into action by Juhian. Kazakhstan, grassland area. The red light emitted an extremely powerful aura, shooting up into the sky. The resentment towards Seo Juhian has spread all the way here. Damn it. We can finally conquer a complete tomb without being bothered by that Seo Juhian guy. Yoon Si-woo said angrily. Suddenly that damn guy appeared. Why would he hinder those who wanted to conquer the tomb? And the person standing in front of him was Julian Miller. That annoying bastard. I really hate him. Last time he refused the invitation. This time. Hey, what about you? Yoon Si-woo asked the man next to him. He immediately recognized Yoon Si-woo. Oh, it's you. The one from TKBM. I tried to negotiate with him. But it was useless. He was very stubborn. I don't know what to do. Yoon Si-woo immediately came up with an idea. Me too. Are you uncomfortable with him? I guess we have no choice but to eliminate him by force. But others were worried. Eliminate by force. Julian is a very powerful user. A candidate for the king rank. A voice filled with confidence suddenly rang out. A candidate for the king rank. We also have a candidate. Why be afraid? I agree with that. We must eliminate Julian. Quickly. And conquer the tomb. Guinness Hauger said with a sneer. I lost a lot of money after buying the rights to exploit the plague tomb. So I'm very eager to conquer this tomb. Guinness is trying to compromise with the two of them. But the reaction doesn't seem to be what he expected. That's your business. Another voice suddenly joined in. Expressing agreement with Guinness Hauger. I agreed with that too. I worked hard to write tabloid articles slandering Seo Juhian. We don't know how long these articles can last. This boy is Louis Martin. The person Juhian wanted to find earlier. Louis's words accidentally touched on their purpose. Well, this is very true. We must quickly conquer the tomb to save the money. So they got together. Agreed. We should negotiate with him again. If he continues to get in the way, we'll finish him off. Yoon Si-woo smiled with satisfaction upon hearing that. This is what you guys should do. Julian Miller thus became their common target. The crowd then moved forward to surround him, trying to get inside. Julian Miller firmly said to the crowd, "Why are you all gathered here? Nothing will change. This crypt is too dangerous. If you want to enter, you must obey the conditions I give. You can only go in there one person, no one else. This condition of Julian Miller made Yoon Si-woo very angry. What do you mean? One person? You want me to go in there and give up my life? The two of them argued like that. This is a trap in the crypt. You have to trust me. I can't let anyone be in danger. What are you going to do? Be a hero?
Lewis Martin saw that the situation was getting tense and spoke up.
It was useless to argue with him. Let's get started. So Guinness Hauger and Yoon Si-woo split up and took action. Okay, we'll take them down by force. I'll draw attention. We will attack at the same time. Yoon Si-woo originally had no intention of attacking Julian. He had originally wanted to compromise with him. Hey, Julian, can you change the terms a little? If I go in alone, we'll die too. This is too unreasonable. Each team will be allowed to bring 5 people.
But before he could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly interrupted.
Hello, 500 brothers.
It's rare for 500 guys to gather here.
Want to go on a trip?
They looked over and saw that it was Ju Hyun. His appearance made them a bit worried.
Co Ju Hyun. Co Ju Hyun leisurely walked towards them.
Smiling, he replied.
Yes, it's me. Julian saw Ju Hyun and asked. Seo Ju Hyun, are you awake?
I just woke up a few days ago.
You really are a great slave. Without my command, no one can enter. You really did it. These words of Seo Ju Hyun made Julian feel puzzled.
But, you don't need to worry now.
Your handsome master is here. Hearing this, Julian couldn't help but get angry at him. What the hell are you talking about? Why am I your slave?
The crowd immediately understood when they heard Ju Hyun say that.
Julian Miller was Seo Ju Hyun's subordinate. I've never heard of this news. In an instant, Julian became their target. So, the reason you didn't let us in was because of Seo Ju Hyun? No, he's talking nonsense. Julian loudly denied. Because of Seo Ju Hyun, he became the target of the crowd's attacks.
Julian immediately turned to question Ju Hyun. Seo Ju Hyun, explain clearly, since when was I your subordinate? What you said is an insult to me. I don't think we're allies when we've only been together for a short time, and you lied to me about the holy relics being plagued, right?
Seo Ju Hyun was not far behind, sneering provocatively at the other party. If you don't like it, then come here, boy. Let's see how much stronger you've become.
He even announced to the crowd that Miller was my exclusive lawyer.
This information surprised all of them.
What, he works for someone like Seo Ju Hyun? Julian Miller, he pretends to be kind in front of us, but in fact he is only out for his own benefit. He is not worthy to stop us from entering the crypt.
Faced with the immense attacks from everyone, Julian's eyes towards Seo Ju Hyun became increasingly filled with resentment. Seo Ju Hyun. And when he couldn't take it anymore, he directly attacked Seo Ju Hyun. The blow just now created a rather loud bang.
Luckily, Ju Hyun was able to avoid it in time. Seeing the other party so angry, Ju Hyun was still teasing him.
Why was he angry? I'm not lying. This is our contract. Ju Hyun quickly took out the contract to show them.
I made a contract with the devil.
Julian shouted angrily. The two of them chased each other like that. Julian kept attacking while Ju Hyun toyed with him, leaving the others confused. Hey, what's going on here?
Looking at the situation, Lewis and the others guessed that they were fighting.
So they weren't on the same team. A plan to trap Seo Ju Hyun was quickly set up. Julian Miller was fighting against Seo Ju Hyun. If we all help Julian, maybe we can destroy Seo Ju Hyun.
So, we'll change the plan, help Julian Miller.
Not a bad idea. After reaching a compromise, Yoon Si-woo loudly ordered the others. Agreed, attack Seo Ju Hyun. They immediately went to Julian and said, we will help you, Julian Miller. We will beat Seo Ju Hyun to a pulp. We will not let this opportunity slip away. So Seo Ju Hyun was in a one-on-one situation. But he was still very calm and laughed loudly. Ha, a bunch of trash teaming up. Think you can beat me? Do you know who I am?
Those people relied on their large numbers to speak boldly.
You won't be able to talk nonsense anymore, Seo Ju Hyun. This is the end for you.
If they want to fight you so badly, then of course you can't let them off.
Shoo, idiot. And the truth behind that scene was, Ju Hyun was actually inside the tomb. The person they were trying to fight was Seo Ju Hyun's clone.
As for Ju Hyun, he really just needs to sit back and enjoy the benefits now.
Ah, I heard a lot of noise. Looks like they took the bait. What you see before you is the power of the Holy Relic Pygmalions. To be more precise, the Zhu Hian out there is a fake. While they're fighting over there, we'll take all the Holy Relics here. Then we'll go out and teach that little Lewis a lesson. Zhu Hian and the other three quickly went deeper inside. This was the entrance. They followed the path and entered. On both sides was a huge army of earthenware. This made Yu Jeha a little worried. Was he sure? The main road was too narrow. But he heard Zhu Hian shouting that the tomb owner's place was here. We'll quickly go down below. Xiao Zhu Hian quickly blew a hole. And as the rocks and soil fell below, the gate for them to go down also opened at the same time. Now they just need to hold on to the rope to get down. Their first impression when they entered was that this secret chamber was large enough to contain the entire statue. Zhu Hian thought the same as Xiao La. He felt that the energy of the holy relic was very strong. But this statue is different from what we have seen before. Well, I think there are many secrets in this tomb. Riddle? And the grid pattern at this frequency is also quite strange, then the statues here also feel familiar. It reminded him of a chessboard. Was this human chess? You want to play chess? The holy relic appears and compliments Zhu Hian. You realize this very quickly. You must stand in the position of general. I must test whether you are worthy of being my master. Okay, I'll play with you. Seeing him agree so quickly, Yu Jeha had the intention of reminding him. Boss, are you sure about this? But looking at Zhu Hian's confident smile, he knew he was worrying too much. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Xiao Zhu Hian quickly took the position of general as the holy relic said before. Please go ahead, warrior, the holy relic said politely to him. Li Xiaola and Yu Jeha who were watching from the sidelines looked very worried about him. Was this going to be okay? Boss, he really knows how to play chess. If he really didn't know how to play it, there would be no way to win against that holy relic. Zhu Hian did not choose to follow what the holy relic said. He suddenly spoke up and said, before we start, should we set some rules? The holy relic still did not understand what he meant. What do you mean? How to play this? Shall we play Chinese chess? Xiao Zhu Hian asked the other person in a low voice. Chinese chess, xianqi, in China is exactly the same form as jangi chess in Korea. In my country it is called jangi and there are different rules in the game. As soon as he said this, the holy relic looked very surprised. What? Xiao Zhu Hian patiently explained to the holy relic that in Chinese chess there is a river in the middle of the board, while jangi does not have one. The pawns can move horizontally from the start because there is no river. Zhou and Beiyang are pawns. Zhou is the term for the island side and Beiyang is the green side. In Chinese chess, the cannon can move freely. But we don't play like that here. The cannon has to pass through other objects before it can move. This is still acceptable in the holy relic. If it were those things, it wouldn't matter much. But Zhu Hian still hasn't finished. That's not all. The bishop will move more easily and can easily reach the enemy's defense. Just imagining the holy relic is already a headache. Wait, there are too many differences between the two countries. To make this game fair, we need to define the rules. The holy relic also agreed with his words. I agree with you. Hearing this, Zhu Hian secretly smiled confidently. He thought. That's right. You should do that. My prey. Xiao Zhu Hian had already researched this holy relic thoroughly. On the way here, I learned the identity of this holy relic through the text I saw. This is the holy relic, the art of war. The art of war was written by Sun Tzu, an ancient Chinese general. Some quotes in the book are very famous and receive a lot of attention. For example, if you know the enemy and known yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. However, since this is the holy relic with a very strong storyline, there is no doubt about his strength. The holy relic will easily win this chess game. So how to beat it? Because I don't know how to play chess myself. I can't force myself to do something that I can't do myself. On the other hand, each country's chess has its own rules. Chinese chess originated in India and was known as Chaturanga, then spread to the eastern countries and was transformed into xianqi, jangi, and shogi. And after being incorporated into Europe, Chinese chess became a widely popular game. During the process of spreading this game, many rules were changed. Although Chinese and Korean chess are similar in form, the difference in rules on the board is too great, so the game will not be fair. This was indeed a serious matter, quite a difference between the two countries, and he took advantage of this point to make the opponent play on his playing field. The holy relic even took the initiative to suggest, I have a suggestion, do you want to hear it? Tell me all the rules of jangi chess that you know. The current developments were completely consistent with what Ju Hian had previously gathered. He smiled and replied, "No, thank you for your offer, but can you understand everything?" It seemed very confident that I was the embodiment of intelligence. I could understand everything instantly. But Ju Hian's answer was still the same. No, that would make the game unfair. Yu Jaeha, who was outside, heard this and felt that this scene was a bit familiar. It was still the same as always. The Holy Relic still tried to plead with him. It was okay, it was very fair. Ju Hian's plan is still going well so far. I will continue to reject him. I won't play this game with you. I'll try to drop the bait again, he immediately suggested. Why don't you give me another challenge besides playing chess? Isn't direct war between two armies the way to show military spirit? All the chess pieces here are fake. You directly hit its pride to provoke it. Immediately, the Holy Relic felt himself changing the challenge. That was insulting me. But that was exactly what you wanted. I was just thinking this was necessary for you to be able to submit to me. Why don't you fight a real war? You say you are the Holy Relic that shows intelligence, but you yourself have no confidence in your own intelligence. These words from Seo Ju Hian made the Holy Relic quickly fall into silence. Come on, take the bait. And the moment it uttered the words, "You will regret it, brave man." From this moment on, it officially took the bait. Ju Hian had a perfect grasp of his opponent's weakness. Just as he thought, provocation would work on the Holy Relics with high self-esteem. The Holy Relics still didn't know that they were being played by Ju Hian, so they were still very confident in showing off that the statues weren't just ordinary masterpieces. Each of them is a very powerful weapon of war. You will have to deal with these powerful elephants. You will regret insulting me. I do not understand why you refused the challenge I have given you. I certainly gave it politely, but you still did not accept it. Alright, now it's time to start. The Holy Relic's army started moving as per its command, causing the ground to shake, making Jaeha somewhat panic. Wow, we're going to get trampled. But that was what Seo Ju Hian wanted. This was better than playing chess. Yu Jaeha still didn't understand what he meant. Really? I don't think so. At that moment, Yu Jaeha's chest suddenly tightened in pain. His body kept shaking. Ah, why does it hurt so much? Looking at his expression, Seo Ju Hian guessed that it seemed like my fake body had been destroyed. Jaeha couldn't help but wonder when he heard that. What? How did you know? Ju Hian slowly explained that if a statue made from the Holy Relic Pygmalions is destroyed, the owner of the Holy Relic or the creator of the statue will be affected. That was the side effect of the Holy Relic Pygmalions. Hearing this, Yu Jaeha couldn't help but regret doing that for him. Why didn't you tell me about it before? So, since the fake body was destroyed, they might come here immediately, right? Lycola continued to ask. Perhaps. She immediately asked, do you want me to stop them? Ju Hian would let her do it, but not forgetting to remind her that there were quite a lot of them. Don't fight them, just stall for time. If it doesn't work, come back here. Okay. Jaeha heard the conversation between the two of them and volunteered. I'll go with Seola, you're injured. That's why I have to leave. I'm of no use here. I shouldn't be a burden to you, he said firmly. Since the other party had already said so, Ju Hian didn't want to make things difficult for him anymore. Alright, the two of you go together. Don't forget that your goal is to stall for time. I'll come to you too after I've finished here. Seola couldn't help but worry about you when she saw the mighty army of the Holy Relic. Be careful. Don't worry, fighting like this is my profession, Ju Hian said confidently. Outside at this moment, people were constantly confused as they realized, hey, what happened? Why did he turn into a statue? Seo Ju Hian, that bastard, he turned into a statue. Damn, we fought a statue, we got tricked. Even Julian was fooled by you. That shocked him. What? I checked it with the Holy Relic Zhuge Liang's. But I was fooled too. How could he pull off such a perfect trick? Who did this? It must have been created by Yu Jaeha. He had greatly increased his power after that time at Nero's tomb. I never thought Yu Jaeha could develop so quickly. Is it because he was mentored by Seo Ju Hian? Looks like Julian Miller underestimated Yu Jaeha a bit. After spending quite a while fighting Ju Hian's statue, they hurriedly called out to each other. We have to hurry. That's right, we have to get into the tomb quickly. Julian heard this and once again stopped them from entering. Wait, I told you, the catacombs are dangerous. But this time, your words have no weight here. You still talk about it. It doesn't matter now. Seo Ju Hian has entered the crypt. We must catch up soon before he conquers this tomb. We must quickly catch him before he does anything again. We will make a general attack. Just like that, all of them rushed into the crypt together, completely ignoring Julian's words. Now they are inside. Being tricked so badly by Seo Ju Hian. Unsi Wu was very angry. Damn, I'm in a bad mood right now. I'll let you lead this time. I understand. Lewis replied in a low voice. We can't stay here forever. Hurry up. As he was talking, a voice suddenly called Guinness Hauger. Captain, look. They looked over and saw a statue of Ju Hian with a confident middle finger raised. The others immediately felt offended. This was crazy. This was a statue of Ju Hian. He was teasing us. Damn. His face pisses me off. Co Ju Hian, you bastard. Destroy this damn statue. Someone rushed out to stop them before it was too late. Don't do that. He must have set a trap or something inside this statue. We just need to get past it and chase after him. That's right. You're right. So they chose to ignore Ju Hian's statue and go deeper into the crypt. This made Jeha and Seola, who were hiding nearby, very pleased. Our plan worked. They all did as we predicted. I can't believe this simple plan worked. The two of them quickly followed them. Let's go too. Let's teach them a lesson together. That's right. Let's go. Jeha is impatient. We will teach those idiots a lesson. Passing through that giant door, they entered the main hall of the crypt. Their first impression when entering was that this place was too big. It seemed like there was no holy relic here. There's nothing here. We'll continue deeper. Unsi Wu loudly ordered his men. Understood. Just then, the door suddenly closed, making them extremely confused. Damn it. The door is closed. We're going to be trapped here. What's going on? More importantly, the ground was starting to crack. It was then that they realized it was an earthquake. Instantly, the whole group of them fell into the mud. What was this? It was filthy. The familiar figure standing behind the door was Yu Jeha. And of course, this scene was all arranged by him. Jeha laughed provocatively at them. Ha ha ha. Hello, idiots. You guys thought there would be the holy relic here. Too bad it's a trap. The group of people covered in dirt cursed at him. You Jeha. Idiot. Already brought out the holy relic to bully you. Brothers, prepare the holy relic. We will fight that clown. Without knowing that we are the ones being fooled. What a pity. I thought it was a good time to test out the new holy relic from boss. The lid was opened by Jeha accordingly. The next second, he threw it straight at them. Taste this, you idiots. I'll turn this place into a battlefield. As soon as the bottle landed on them. As expected, the groans and complaints started. Damn it. What is this smoke? Damn it. This smell. Jeha had thoughtfully prepared many other things for them. Ha ha ha. This stench was just the beginning. A voice suddenly rang out. Stop it. Jeha suddenly realized that this voice was a bit familiar. This sound. Turned around and saw it was Deputy. No, Julian Miller. He was late. Stop it. You should stop everything before this gets worse. Julian Miller said to Jeha in a stern voice. Jeha heard that and thought. Ha? You're on their side. I'm not on either side. I just don't want anyone to get hurt. You Jeha of course didn't stop immediately because of what the other side said. But now they want to kill us. Moreover, you signed a contract with boss. Aren't you on our side? Oh right. You're my junior. Speaking of that contract. Julian's face immediately turned ugly. I was forced to sign a devil contract. If you don't stop, I'll have to use force. Seeing Julian so agitated, Jeha was surprised. Why did he do that? That's because you provoked me. At this point, you Jeha couldn't be gentle with the other party anymore. Huh, then what? Do you want them to attack us? I'll give you a few seconds to think. Judging by Julian's actions, he wants to pick a fight with Jeha. But Jeha isn't afraid of anything. Challenge the opponent directly. Go ahead, I'm ready. There are a few other holy relics I want to try out. What are you doing? Don't make me use force. Stop it. As soon as Julian finished speaking, the holy relic that Jeha used took effect on him. Jeha was still worried. Was he affected by the holy relic? Then he saw the other party holding his head and screaming like that. Ah, what is this? Julian's mind kept seeing images of generals attacking, not retreating. This made Julian confused. What is this? Damn, this is an illusion. Jeha, I had no idea when he attacked me. But this illusion is useless to me. I have the holy relic Zhuge Liang's.
Julian hurriedly activated the holy relic Zhuge Liang's. But as soon as he tried to start it, his head hurt even more. The illusion became clearer.
My lord, where are you? What is this?
My lord, the current developments are completely beyond Julian's previous predictions. Military advisor Zhuge Liang's.
Why can't he be used? Looking at Julian's bewildered expression, Jeha on this side burst into tears of laughter. Ha ha ha, look at his face.
It seems the illusion worked.
How do you feel?
Miller, Seola just found out. You used the holy relic illusion.
That's right, this is the illusionary maze of the holy relic. I've prepared a lot of the holy relic. Plan Abx's. Yu Jeha was really well trained by Isao Juhian. You can create illusions based on what you draw. But if this is the illusion of the holy relic, he will wake up soon. Jeha has not thought of this case at all, huh?
The reason Seola could say that was because she knew that Miller had the holy relic Zhuge Liang's. And it was a very powerful holy relic.
But by the time Julian wakes up, they'll be done. No problem.
We still have plenty of time to escape.
Okay, let's get out of here.
The two of them were about to leave when they heard Julian whisper, "Lord, Lord."
Turning around, they saw him kneeling down and kowtowing. The body was still trembling non-stop as if it was crying. I apologize to you. I failed to protect you. Oh damn, this illusionary holy relic is so troublesome. Jeha didn't expect things to turn out like this. Huh, what's going on? Did he escape the illusion? This is confusing.
Julian kept repeating the phrase, "My lord." Wait, the two of them wondered.
What had happened to him? Half delirious, half infatuated. At this moment, Jeha suddenly remembered. Ah, is it because of the holy relic Zhuge Liang's? This tomb is in the Chinese style.
So I drew a fantasy scene based on that reference. The image I drew is exactly like the Three Kingdoms period.
Perhaps Zhuge Liang's is witnessing his past.
Therefore, he is being manipulated by the illusion.
This means that the Zhuge Liang's are very susceptible to the Three Kingdoms era. Especially Liu Bei, right? Seola also found what he said quite reasonable. Perhaps so. Historically, the Zhuge Liang's were very loyal to Liu Bei. This information made Jeha very excited. Isn't this very good information? Miller's fatal weakness. Suddenly, Julian grabbed his ankle. Trying to stay awake while being caught in an illusion. My lord. No, that's not right. You Jeha. Idiot. What did you do? Hearing him call her name, Jeha thought, are you awake? His holy relic Zhuge Liang seemed to be unusable. I knew his weakness. His weakness was known to the enemy. Julian was very angry. Jeha had another chance to tease the other party. Miller, you're afraid of Liu Bei, right? You don't like the Three Kingdoms era, right? Yeah, I got some valuable information. After being teased by Isao Juhian, now Jeha. It really made Julian choke with anger. Damn it. Bastard, don't tell that to Isao Juhon. Damn it. Ha, if you don't want me to tell that to boss, then respect me more from now on.
As for Eunice Iwa's group, after a while they also climbed out of the mud puddle.
Eunice Iwa's hatred for Seo Juhian increased after this. I can't believe it. I've been tricked.
Guinness Hauger immediately took out the holy relic water to help them clean. Now we will clean ourselves with the holy relic water.
At the same time, Louis Martin discovered, look, Yu Jeha was busy dealing with Julian. So he didn't realize we had come out of the swamp. We can get out of here. You're right.
The three of them discussed carefully.
Is this okay? It seems that some of my subordinates cannot go on. That's fine. We need to move quickly with the remaining people. So they continued to go into the tomb. Both to get the holy relic and to find Seo Juhian to punish him.
Now we know that this tomb is full of traps.
We need to be more careful. Seo Juhian, I won't let you escape.
But they probably don't need to look anymore because the person they're looking for is here.
It's so annoying. Who's talking bad about me? Seo Juhian, who was emitting an aura, slowly walked towards them. Cold eyes and a provocative voice. Long time no see, idiots. They saw Seo Juhian and were very angry. Damn it, Seo Juhian. He replied very calmly. Long time no see, idiots. It seems like you guys went through a lot of trouble to get here. But, I have to disappoint you. Worry gradually appeared on their faces when they heard Ju Hian say this. What? I conquered this tomb. I just defeated the owner of this tomb. As he spoke, he took out the holy relic and showed it off to them. Right now, I can use this crypt as I please. The holy relic still can't accept the fact that he was defeated by Seo Ju Hian. I really lost. Those people even thought, you don't have to talk nonsense. Are you trying to trick us? Your comrades are here to stop us. You can't conquer a tomb this big alone. You don't believe I can conquer this tomb alone? Then directly verify the battlefield I created. When they looked into the distance, all that remained here was broken pieces. How about it? Want to see? When the substance that Seo Ju Hian emitted made Yun Sai-woo momentarily scared. Louis Martin then came out and said, if that's the case then it's easy to solve. I just need to attack you and take all of your holy relics. Little did he know that he was the one Ju Hian was looking for. Kid, you're Louis Martin, right? You ruined my clean reputation. How dare you do that? You will regret it. But before that, I want to hear why you did that. Why did you do that? Seo Ju Hian still wanted to give Louis a way out, so he didn't want to attack him right away? Because of you, my parents died. Louis looked at him with eyes filled with resentment. He let out a loud scream. Yun Sai-woo was there too, adding accusations to him. Seo Ju Hian? You're a murderer. He still didn't understand why the two of them were talking about themselves like that. I don't remember doing that. I never hurt anyone without a reason. Maybe it was your parents who got to me and pulled a gun on me first. And if they do that, then they should know what the consequences will be, right? Perhaps the kid's parents were enemies when conquering the tomb. Don't make excuses. The one who killed my mother. General Kira. When his anger reached its peak, Louis couldn't bear it anymore and loudly spoke the truth. This also surprised Ju Hian. He didn't think Louis was Kira's son. Kira, this kid was Kira's son. Come to think of it, there were many children under Kira who were very good at using the holy relic. Was this brat one of them, like that girl? And that's why he hates you so much. I will never forgive you. You will pay for my mother's death. Louis already wanted to use the holy relic to attack Seo Ju Hian. Yun Sai-woo saw this and quickly reminded him. Hey, don't attack alone. Let's do this together. Who would have thought that Louis's next words would really shock Sai-woo? Sorry, but you're my puppet now. While he was wondering why he said that. Huh, what do you mean? All of his subordinates were already under Louis's control. People around you are being controlled. Everyone sees you as an enemy. They lose their senses and become very angry and aggressive. With control over those people in his hands, he immediately ordered them to attack him. Immediately, the group of people turned into hungry ghosts, rushing towards Seo Ju Hian, wanting to eat him alive. You guys are pathetic, being manipulated so easily by a brat. As soon as Louis took out the holy relic, Ju Hian immediately recognized it. Wait a minute. The holy relic, that is. Isn't that the holy relic Goebbels? How could it appear in that brat's hand even though I destroyed it? The system immediately displayed additional information that these holy relics were fake holy relics. However, these holy relics could display 100% of the same abilities as real holy relics. It is a fake holy relic. Although it is a fake, it can display the same ability as the real holy relic 100%. There are actually holy relics that can copy the ability. This information is very new to Seo Ju Hian. Only then did he realize something. Wait, the holy relic could imitate the holy relics. One of the three most influential people of the Renaissance, the holy relic by the genius artist Leonardo da Vinci. In his previous life, it was Jeha's holy relic. Thanks to that holy relic, he became a master artist. Da Vinci painted based on his scientific thinking. Thanks to constant observation, skills and knowledge of anatomy, he created many famous paintings. The holy relic of great figures like him would have incredible abilities, able to duplicate objects perfectly. Without even looking at the original holy relic, this holy relic would still be able to duplicate it. Thanks to that, Jeha was dubbed the king of scammers. Maximizing the ability of the holy relic, he could perfectly duplicate the holy relics. At first, I didn't think I would encounter a holy relic like this, but if I did, I wouldn't miss it, I would get it for Jeha. So Ju Hian had another reason to rob the holy relic. Go away, you idiots, I have important things to do with that brat. Just like that, with just one simple move, you can blow those people away. Anger was currently taking over Louis, making him more and more furious. Don't underestimate me. Humans can generally only use a few holy relics at a time, but what about this? While Seo Ju Hian still didn't understand what the other party meant? Then the system suddenly sent a notification that the enemy's atelier is being summoned. It turns out that Lewis used the holy relic to bring the artwork to life. Now you understand Lewis's intentions. Geez, these guys are art dogs and you can control them. Even though he's still a child, he has very high control, he's very talented, a professional user of the holy relic. If he had met you earlier, he might have invited you to join his team, but fate said otherwise. And now Lewis Martin is your rival. If the opponent has the ability to control works of art, then he also has the ability to summon this giant flame. Hephaestus the blacksmith's fireball heats everything. Now Lewis knew he had messed with the wrong person. No, wait. But once Seo Ju-hyun started, there was no stopping him. What? Why was he yelling like that? I was just testing the holy relic. Lewis was going to drag his teammates out to save the day. You were going to destroy this entire crypt. Your teammates are still here. But this trick also did not work. He believed in his teammates. They could definitely survive. Lewis felt a little sick listening to this moralistic speech. Just say that the person who did not care about them was the one who did. The next second, the fireball was released in such a way that it spread out all around. Wanting to burn everything, the people inside kept screaming in pain, "Damn, it's so hot. We're going to burn alive. No way. My holy relic." Ujeha and the other three on this side also started to hear this noise. What happened? The fire was so strong that it went through the door and burst out. What kind of fire was that? Where did it come from? Its heat was so strong that the three of them on this side seemed to be affected as well. What kind of fire was this? Realized the fire was coming from Seo Ju-hyun's area. Lee Seola quickly told Jeha that something must have happened. Let's go, but we should wait until the fire is out. It's very hot in there. Ju-hyun, who was using the holy relic for the first time, was very satisfied with its power. Wow, you're so strong? Just the fireball from the furnace was already this strong. I also wonder how strong the holy relic Hephaestus is. By the way, Lewis Martin wanted to escape while you weren't paying attention. But unfortunately, Seo Ju-hyun found out. Catch him. Rope. The rope didn't delay. Wrapped him tightly. Where do you want to go? Where? You can't go that fast. I still have work to do with you. The rope happily showed him. I got you. I got you. Lewis writhed underneath and said. What do you want? What Ju-hyun wanted from him was, give him the holy relic Da Vinci. Give him the holy relic. Give him the holy relic. But Lewis acted like he didn't know about it. What do you mean? I don't know where the holy relic Da Vinci is. Unfortunately, how could he fool someone as cunning as Ju-hyun? You think I'll believe you if you say that? You used the holy relic Da Vinci to clone the holy relic Goebbels, right? That's right. But I really don't know where the holy relic Da Vinci is now. That holy relic isn't mine. Lewis replied hastily. Looking at the other party's expression, Seo Ju-hyun could feel that. I don't think this brat is lying, nor do I feel the presence of powerful the holy relics from him. At this moment, Jeha and Julian also ran here at the right time. Boss, what happened? There was a big outbreak here. Oh, you guys came at the right time, especially you Miller. I then told Miller to activate the holy relic Zhuge Liang's to track down information about the holy relic Da Vinci. As expected, the holy relic Da Vinci was not here. But I got a very valuable piece of information. Lewis Martin was very stubborn at first. I told you, I don't know anything. But his mouth betrayed him. The holy relic Da Vinci was very valuable, but I wasn't even allowed to use it. Huh? Excuse me? Only now did Lewis realize he had let his mouth slip. Damn it. Tell me, who are you asking for permission from? Seo Ju-hyun coldly looked at the other party, his expression just like a villain. You need permission to use the holy relic Da Vinci. Tell me, who will you ask for permission from? Ju-hyun questioned Lewis step by step. Hurry up, you little brat, tell me everything. Looking at his face, Lewis immediately frowned in fear. Julian Miller, who was standing beside him, gently reminded him, Seo Ju-hyun, you shouldn't do that to a child. That was for Julian, but for Seo Ju-hyun, this kid wasn't an ordinary child, he was a professional user of the holy relic. I can't say it, because if I say it, you and I might get into trouble. Lewis's words made him a little confused. What? You have the right to remain silent, but you will be tortured to death here. Immediately, the rope spun him around like a top. Master asked. Answer. Make Lewis want to faint on the spot. Okay, I'll say it. So tell this rope to stop. The holy relic Da Vinci in America. This information still couldn't satisfy Ju Hyun. America is too big. Can you be more specific? Where are the people? Tie the rope.
Julian Miller saw that he was about to attack Lewis again and spoke up to stop him.
Hey, SEO Ju Hyun? Even if I say it, you won't be able to get in. The holy relic is in the Pentagon.
That Pentagon, under the torture of the ropes, Lewis could only say it all.
Master, he said, Pentagon? Pentagram. Hearing this, Jae-ha immediately felt a bit familiar. A pentagon.
He meant the Pentagon-shaped administrative body where the holy relics are directly administered by the United States government.
The other party didn't say anything like this, so it's highly likely that it's true. Probably.
It seems that the holy relic Da Vinci is very valuable. This means that, then, if we try to steal the holy relics, we will automatically become enemies of the United States.
Of course, I said you can't come in. Now let me go. Lewis spoke wearily. The rope also asked his opinion. Master, should I release him? Still can't let go.
This kid still has room to use.
Seo Ju Hyun's words made Lewis sober up for a moment. Huh? What? Seo Ju Hyun?
He wants to kidnap this child. Julian Miller kept nagging him like that, making him very annoyed.
He was starting to get angry again. Why was he always nagging?
Julian didn't seem to notice Ju Hyun's discomfort as he continued speaking. He had wiped out the entire excavation team here.
Plus, he was holding a child captive. Then Ju Hyun also told him straight. Kid, I don't care.
As long as they use the holy relic, they are all the same.
You can't be a good example as an adult. If you don't want to stop, I'll stop you. Julian, do you want to play a supporting role in Ju Hyun's glorious life again? But SEO Ju Hyun was not interested in this. Hey, I fought with you earlier. Aren't you tired? I'm very tired today. Can you let me go home and rest? No way. Ju Hyun was no longer unfamiliar with the other party's behavior. That's right. He was always like this.
Seeing this, Jae-ha couldn't help but remind Julian, hey, subordinate, if you're still stubborn, I'll expose all your weaknesses.
I'm not just talking about your weaknesses here, I'll tell it to the media. After being roasted by the holy relic, let's see if you can still do it? Hearing that, Jae-ha fearfully hid behind Seo Ju Hyun. Ah, this guy is crazy. What are you thinking? Who is roasting who? Attack him. As he spoke, the fireball from earlier was also summoned by Seo Ju Hyun. As soon as he saw the fireball, anxiety was evident on Julian's face.
He quickly used his the holy relic energy to counter the fireball from Ju Hyun's the holy relic. The heat of the fireball was so intense that even Lewis on this side could feel it.
It was so hot, oh my god. A loud bang followed, and flames once again engulfed the entire area.
Seeing this, the rope couldn't help but worry about him.
Master, be careful, do you need my help? Causing it to unintentionally let down its guard against Lewis and let him go. Lewis took the opportunity to plan his escape. Jae-ha saw Ju Hyun fighting so hard and quickly reminded him. Boss, don't be too strong, you can destroy this tomb. And moreover, can you beat Miller?
He has a very strong holy relic.
You don't know Ju Hyun's true ability. Calm down, I won't lose a solo match.
After all, if I have no other choice, I'll use another holy relic.
On the other side, Julian seems to be a bit weak too. SEO Ju Hyun, since when did you get such a strong holy relic? Ju Hyun looked at the other person with a challenging gaze and said, what are you waiting for? Aren't you trying to attack me?
As he was speaking, a rope appeared out of nowhere and attacked Julian.
Hey, rope, I didn't tell you to do that. But it seemed like it didn't hear what SEO Ju Hyun said, continuing to attack. Damn string. Hey, wait. At this moment, Ju Hyun realized something was wrong. Rope, why didn't you hold the hostage? I tied it, the rope quickly replied. But when he heard him say, what are you tying?
Then he realized that he was tying a rock, not Lewis.
Oh, what the hell is this? This made Ju Hyun very unhappy. You let your guard down and that brat took advantage of your carelessness and ran away.
Master, I'm sorry, this rope said. This is not your fault, it is our superhero's fault, and the superhero you are talking about is Julian Miller.
Now it's fun, because you made a fuss and that kid ran away. Julian was still stubbornly arguing.
I stopped you from becoming a child kidnapper.
You should thank me.
What Ju Hyun was worried about after letting Lewis escape was, damn it, he would report the situation to the US government. If that happened, he would be in big trouble.
Cheer up, you've become that kid's superhero. Let's go, we're done here.
With that, he left with a sour expression. Ujeha saw this and worriedly said, "Boss, this won't affect anything, right? Should we go and capture that kid? It will be difficult if the US government is chasing us. We'll find the kid with the holy relic map. The piece of cloth from Lewis's shirt has been in Seo Ju-hyun's hands since when?" Jaeha was really surprised to see it. "Since when did you get that piece of cloth?" The Art of War catacombs have been successfully conquered. Besides bringing the holy relic the Art of War home, I also brought back a lot of information about the holy relic Da Vinci. The Art of War is a very useful holy relic. The holy relic allows the user to use 36 strategies in battle. But, I overestimated this holy relic, although Jaeha was able to repair it normally. Besides recovering the holy relics, there are many other things that need to be done right now, one of which is finding out where Louis Martin is now. I have information that the holy relic Da Vinci is in the Pentagon. It is not a place to come and go as you please. I need more information, so I need to find that kid. Captain, Lee Seola called out to him in a low voice. Ju-hyun heard her voice and quickly asked, "Have you found anything?" But the answer was not what he wanted to hear. This was too difficult. He couldn't find any information about him. Why does a Frenchman like him have a special relationship with America? There are so many questions about that kid. Oh, and also, besides America, it seems he also has a relationship with TKBM. This is very new information. More and more reasons to chase and catch this brat. Lee Seola also specifically added that, yes, and he was also appointed as one of the new kings of Pandora. His nickname is the King of Scammers. This nickname is somewhat familiar to Seo Ju-hyun, the King of Scammers. Yes, the King of Fire Island, as he recalled, was Yu Jaeha's nickname in his previous life. Then Ju-hyun has even more reason to catch him. He knows, that kid shouldn't have left. How dare he take his subordinate's nickname? But, this made him even more certain of one thing, that brat needed to be taught more. He didn't forget to remind Seola, of course information about Da Vinci is our top priority. Yes. I know the location, so I'll make sure to double check before we move. We'll do it right away, Seola insisted. But Seo Ju-hyun didn't want to act right away. He wanted to prepare carefully before doing it. I don't think we can move carelessly. That brat is not an ordinary child. We should prepare fully then move to catch him. Your job is to find out as much information as possible. I'll try to come up with a plan to catch that kid. I hope our plan won't fail. You don't have to worry about that because I've already planned everything. If the kidnapping plan fails, of course we'll use another plan. Right? At George Hilton's building. The phone kept ringing. Looking at it, who was calling? Seo Ju-hyun? What does he want? Hello, what do you need? George sighed and picked up the phone. Before he could say anything, he heard Ju-hyun complaining on the other end. You're taking too long. I have a lot of work to do, I don't have time to pick up your call. Hearing that, Ju-hyun quickly said, Hey, calm down, I have a few questions. Say something. What Ju-hyun wanted to ask was regarding the Pandora organization. At this time, in Pandora's rules, there are no regulations regarding the ownership of the holy relics for minors, right? No, do you think these rules need to exist? George still didn't understand what he meant. Seo Ju-hyun continued, children could get into trouble if they had something dangerous like the holy relic. George felt the same way. Yes, that was quite true. What Ju-hyun wanted the other party to do was, so complain a lot and tell the other Pandora members, make a rule of possessing the holy relics for minors. On the screens of shopping malls, the news that Pandora's new regulations regarding usage restrictions were announced today. Pandora raised some points regarding the rules for using the holy relic. This is a very hot topic all over the world. First, holy relics belonging to children under 12 years of age must be kept in the custody of their guardians or parents. Second, children need their guardian's permission to use holy relics. These rules were enacted to ensure that if an accident with the holy relic occurred, Pandora could find out who was responsible. Seo Ju-hyun was satisfied after seeing this news. George Hilton is working efficiently. Yu Jaeha mentioned this name and asked, George Hilton? Did you recommend him? He immediately replied, yes. Seo Ju-hyun continued, this rule is to restrain that brat Louis Martin. Yu Jaeha was surprised again, Louis? Don't you want to catch him yourself? Why did you come up with these rules? He explained, if we can limit its activity, it will be to our advantage. We can exploit this rule if our kidnapping fails. You still don't seem to understand after listening, how to exploit the rules. Seo Ju-hyun continued to explain, do you remember the scam articles he did? At this moment, he suddenly realized something, he was the illegitimate son of him and that woman, don't tell me. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted, yes, I will do so. Seo Ju-hyun's face now revealed a dangerous expression, if I became his father, I had the right to keep his holy relic, just to keep it for him.
Jaeha, who was standing by, saw that expression and immediately felt scared. What a scoundrel. He disagreed and said calmly, who told him to look for trouble with me? However, Jaeha still felt something was wrong, but this was just a rumor in the newspaper. How could Pandora believe it? What really surprised me was what he said next. I asked Edward to do a DNA test. Looking at Jaeha's panicked expression, he calmly said, why are you so surprised? Of course I will change the test results. Jaeha couldn't believe what he heard. Do we really need to do that? Jaeha continued to convince everyone in the world would really believe that he was his father. Was he sure about this? But it seems Seo Juhyun is really determined. This is necessary to get the Holy Relic Da Vinci. We can clean up this matter after getting the Holy Relic Da Vinci. After explaining everything he asked for, okay, now our main goal is to catch that brat Lewis. If you don't want a naughty nephew, then prepare everything well. Hearing that, Jaeha was startled and stepped back. Don't drag me into your dirty plans. Jaeha shouted, that was stupid. Lewis Martin on this side immediately became angry after hearing the announcement. He really didn't understand why Pandora had such rules. What was the point of this? Did children need someone to supervise them when using the Holy Relic? Guinness Hauger saw him so angry and explained. This would be easy if your parents let you use the Holy Relic. Hearing that, he replied, I don't have parents. It continued, if General Kara were here, this wouldn't be a problem. Yunisai Wu immediately revealed a greedy expression after hearing that. This might be a good opportunity for him to recruit this kid. This is a chance for him to receive a bonus from the chairman. He walked up to Lewis Martin and asked, even though you don't have parents, you can find a guardian, right? Why don't you look for that person right now? Yunisai will continue to lead it, or if you want, I can introduce you to Chairman Kwon Tae-jun. Hearing that, his eyes lit up. Oh, is that okay? Of course, he continued, the president has noticed your talent for a long time. I'm sure he will agree to this. Yunisai Wu kept persuading, if the chairman became his guardian, this would be very beneficial. With the guardian's consent, he would not be responsible for the use of the Holy Relic. Lewis Martin heard that and asked. You're right, can I contact him now? Yunisai Wu quickly replied. Okay, I'll give you an answer soon. It was still having fun without knowing that it had been led into a trap. TKBM was a large company that had conquered countless the Holy Relics. I was sure I could take advantage of them. A few days later at Seo Juhyun's company. The phone rang loudly on the table. Seo Juhyun quickly picked up the phone. Yes, that's right, Edward. The person on the other end asked. Big bro, do you have some free time? He listened and replied. I'm doing the last check before I go catch that kid. So are the fake test results in yet? Edward replied. Sorry for calling while you were getting ready. The test results are in. But something strange is happening here. He heard that and asked. What is that? Edward asked him back. The hair you sent for DNA testing. Is that really the hair of two different people? Seo Juhyun answered without hesitation. Yes. How? He was a little surprised after hearing that. No, the results seemed a little strange. He told the story. I told them to fake the DNA test results. But the fake results were the original results. His next words completely stunned him. Later, analysis showed that the two hairs had a very high degree of compatibility. He couldn't believe what he heard and immediately asked again. What do you mean? Lee Seola heard the noise from inside the house and quickly ran out to listen. Next up is Yu Jaeha. Everyone seemed extremely curious. Seo Juhyun asked again. Are you sure about the test results? Edward also quickly replied. Sure. I also felt that this was very strange. So I had people check many times. And the result is still the same, that's why I asked if you sent two hair samples of the same person by mistake? Edward continued. Because these two models are too compatible. Even surpassing the compatibility between parent and child. The specialist said that this level of compatibility only happened to twins. He broke out in a sweat after hearing this. What was going on? Lee Seola spoke up now. What's the matter, Captain? Seo Juhyun said. I sent two hair samples of mine and that kid for Edward to do a fake DNA test. I took that kid Lewis's hair when he was tied up. And the remaining hair sample is Yu Jaeha's. He heard his name mentioned and immediately started in fear. He angrily questioned. Hey, why did you pull my hair? But he calmly said. I pulled your hair because you neglected your work. Work was piling up and you were sleeping. He continued to explain. Since the results will be altered, I don't think there will be any problem sending your hair. Yu Jaeha still didn't feel satisfied. I still didn't feel comfortable.
The voice on the other end continued to ring.
Is that you, Jaeha there? The two samples that the boss sent me have a pretty high compatibility. You still don't understand. So what? Yu Jaeha was still bewildered.
The other side continued to explain.
This shows. You are the father of Louis Martin. Yu Jaeha immediately held his head after hearing that. What the hell? This is too absurd. But Edward explained. It was just a mechanical result. There was nothing I could do. Numbers never lie.
But he still couldn't believe his eyes.
You're joking, right? If you wanted to fake the results, why would you need a DNA test?
It was ridiculous. Edward patiently explained. At least we needed the original DNA results to change the results. And that was the result.
Yu Jaeha continued to hold his head and cry. This was impossible.
Jaeha collapsed and hugged his arm and asked.
Big bro, tell me. Is this a joke? Seo Ju-hyun didn't answer but asked again. Are you sure you're not doing something behind our backs? Jaeha didn't understand. Why did he ask that? He replied. What else do you want to ask? Maybe you had a colorful past and you never told me. Jaeha was angry after hearing that. What do you mean?
I was dumped after a month of knowing each other at the age of 20.
Seo Ju-hyun continued to tease. Congratulations to you, Jaeha's father. Jaeha cried painfully. Please don't make fun of me anymore.
But this is strange. This level of compatibility goes beyond the level of father and son.
Seo Ju-hyun asked again. Do you have a twin brother? Yu Jaeha was angry. Twin brothers? Do you think this is a Korean comic? What kind of twins are 20 years apart? Seo Ju-hyun smiled. Yeah. It's happening right in front of us. Yu Jaeha still couldn't believe it. How could this happen? Could it be that the test results were wrong? He replied. At first I also thought that the test result was mistaken.
But after many experiments the result was still the same.
How should this be explained? Seo Ju-hyun started to find things interesting. Louis Martin, that kid. Maybe he wasn't an ordinary person. Yu Jaeha immediately agreed with him. Yes. I'm sure that kid is not normal. Lee Seola heard that and asked. Isn't he a normal person? She said. Could he be a holy relic? But he has the appearance of a human. Seo Ju-hyun explained. High-level holy relics can change their appearance at will.
Take Nero, for example.
He was very human-like. Thinking back, he was indeed. Right? He was very human-like. Seo Ju-hyun frowned.
Next time I see that Louis brat, I'll have to take a closer look at him.
Yu Jaeha was also very determined. That damn brat. He continued speaking.
By the way, Edward sent me the test results.
Jaeha was surprised when he heard that. What do you want to do with the test results? He replied. I will make the most of the test results.
He calmly said something that startled him.
He could become its father without changing the outcome. Yu Jaeha was angry. What? Now you want to give your child to me? Jaeha continued to cry. No way. Don't do this, Seo Ju-hyun. Please. Calm down.
I told you it was just a backup plan.
If we can kidnap it, then that test might pass. But if it fails, you have no choice. You will be its guardian. After discussing, they set out together to carry out the plan. Seo Ju-hyun said as he drove. Get ready. We'll be at that kid Louis Martin's place soon. He asked, Lee Seola. You have confirmed that brat's main location, right? She quickly replied after hearing that. Yes. Yu Jaeha was trembling with fear. We must kidnap it successfully. Otherwise, I will become its biological father. Jaeha was lost in thought. Was he really his son? Of course not. Obviously not. Impossible. Lee Seola spoke up. Stop. We're here. It's this building. He's in this building. Lee Seola suddenly spoke up. Ah, Captain, look. In front of them was the sight of Louis Martin and Yoon Sai-woo going somewhere. Seo Ju-hyun asked. What? That kid. Where does he want to go? Lee Seola also wondered. Isn't that Yoon Sai-woo from TKBM? He replied. Yes, that's right. What are they up to? Keep watching. Don't let up. They're in the car watching. Get in the car. Looks like it's leaving. We have to keep an eye on them. He asked her. Lee Seola, can you tell Gildal to break into that car? She quickly replied. Oh, okay. Of course I can. Seo Ju-hyun made a plan. He would give the listening device, tell Gildal to put it on that car. We would know what they wanted to do. Lee Seola replied. Okay. I'll let you know if Gildal succeeds. Yoo Jae-ha saw the red light. Red light. This is our chance. Gildal also quickly arrived here. Lee Seola spoke up. Please help me. After hearing the order, she immediately ran away. Very quickly she was at Louis Martin's car. The listening device was also placed perfectly in the car seat. Lee Seola reported. It was a success. Seo Ju-hyun said. Okay. Let's hear what they have to say. She quickly turned on the remote control. The voice immediately came out. It was okay. Almost there. There was a constant voice coming from the other side. I understand. If you don't mind, after the meeting is over, we can go out to eat. There are many 5-star restaurants near the company. You can ask for anything you like. The president will buy everything. When he heard about the company, he wondered. Will they come to TKBM? Yoo Jae-ha asked. If so, we will go into the enemy headquarters. Big bro, is it okay to go there? He was still thinking. Let's hear what they have to say first. It was Louis Martin's voice. Thank you very much, the other replied. No need to thank me. It's your right. After the deal is successful, the chairman will be your guardian. Just say it, and the chairman will give you the holy relic. Yoo Jae-ha heard about the holy relic and asked. What does this mean? Old Kwon will be Louis Martin's guardian. Seo Ju-hyun also understood. He explained that due to the restrictions on the use of the holy relic that Pandora had put in place, since he had no guardian, Louis Martin must have been very disappointed. Then TKBM offered him a solution. And of course, Old Man Kwon would not miss this rare opportunity. He must have been keeping an eye on the kid and now he has the chance to recruit him. Yoo Jae-ha heard that and said, what they did was no different from our backup plan. He argued, it was different, our plan was not to use a guardian, but Louis Martin's biological father. And coincidentally, his father was the one sitting behind me. Jae-ha got angry when he heard the words father and son. No, I'm not his father. Seo Ju-hong teased, I expected this to happen more but they acted much faster than I thought. If they sign the contract today, it will be troublesome. Lee Seola also spoke up, oh no, what should we do? He smiled slyly, continuing our plan, kidnapping this damn brat. Yoo Jae-ha seemed familiar, I knew he would do the same. In no time, those people were at TKBM Company. It was Louis Martin and Yoon Si-woo entering the lobby. They quickly arrived at the back door of the place. Next to the sleepy soldier is a dangerous holy relic. It quickly attacked the back of his head. The other guard also fainted. Seo Ju-hyun appeared at this time. Okay, breaking in is wrong. But we have to do it. Lee Seola said, I will let Gildal check the location of the surveillance cameras. On the other side they have given the contract. The president brought the contract in front of Louis Martin and said, sign here and I will be your guardian. With it you can use the holy relic as you wish. He continued, and not only that, I will support you in every problem. Hearing that, his eyes lit up. Thank you very much. But he took advantage of it. Instead, I just wanted to know how to use the holy relic Da Vinci. It quickly instructed him. It was easy. If he asked the people in the Pentagon, they would let him use it. Although there weren't many people who could use this holy relic, I was sure he could use it. The chairman immediately looked happily at Yoon Si-woo after hearing this. He had found a child with extraordinary talent. He would receive a reward. Yoon Si-woo was also happy after hearing this. Thank you, Chairman, for your consideration. Louis Martin also picked up the pen and signed the contract. I just need to sign here. Right? Before anything could happen, all the lights in the room suddenly went out. They were all confused. What was going on? Why was the power suddenly cut off? A bright spark also gradually appeared. They backed away in fear. Was this poison gas? Kwon Tae-jun saw that and immediately shouted loudly. Damn it, we're under attack. Louis Martin was having difficulty breathing and coughing continuously. It looked around fearfully. It couldn't see anything. Behind it, a mysterious person appeared. He was quickly kidnapped.
The chairman saw that and immediately gave the order. Quickly chase after the boy. All quickly chased after that bastard. The company's alarm lights also came on. Lock all exits. Everyone get in position. They kept yelling. Hurry up and catch him. Lewis Martin, after waking up, immediately looked at the person next to him in panic. What is this? It's a ghost. Seo Ju-hyun also appeared beside him at this moment. How are you, my nephew? He asked. Are you that eager to find a supervisor? He smiled that evil smile again. But don't worry. You don't have to worry about guardians or rules now. It just looks at you and hates you. You again? From behind them suddenly came a shout. Stop. It was Yu Jae-ha and Lee Seo-la. They were surrounded. The soldiers quickly surrounded them. Seo Ju-hyun was surprised. What a surprise. How did you find me so quickly? Yoon Si-woo stood in front of them. The chairman ordered us to use the holy relic detector. So you're the commander? Seo Ju-hyun provoked. Hey, damn old man. I don't think it's possible to not use that brain. The other person was angry. You're in trouble. Bastard. It's Chairman Kwon. He's gritting his teeth in anger. You stepped on a landmine. You think you can escape this time? Seo Ju-hyun. He gritted his teeth in anger. I will crush you into pieces. He still calmly teased. Really? Let's try. He laughed and said, don't be foolish. You better get down on your knees and beg for mercy. You won't stand a chance. He held out the contract as he spoke. Lewis Martin has signed a contract with me. I am now his guardian. Seeing that, he thought to himself. Damn it, I thought I would kidnap him before signing the contract. But now. He kept showing the contract and threatening. If you don't return Lewis Martin, I will ask Pandora and the international police to hunt you down. This is my right as his guardian. He was also angry now. Was that really it? Yu Jae-ha noticed that the situation was not good and stopped him. Big brother, don't say it. He continued. When it comes to the rights as a trustee, we have those rights too. Jae-ha was still helpless and kept on stopping. No, it's not like that. All of this left the stunned chairman confused. He finally confessed everything. He pointed at Yu Jae-ha and introduced him. This was Lewis Martin's father. The chairman was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Yoon Si-woo is no different. Hey, you bastard. Do you think you can fool us? He didn't explain but quickly took out the documents. Do you think I'm lying? Look at this for yourself. With that, he quickly threw it towards them. Chairman Kwon immediately got angry after reading it, leading to grinding his teeth. What is this? Both the chairman and secretary Yoon Si-woo couldn't believe their eyes. What is this? Seo Ju-hyun spoke up. This report proves that he, Yu Jae-ha, is Lewis Martin's biological father. Not only the chairman but also Lewis Martin were stunned after hearing this. It screamed angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? But the Seo Ju-hyun remained calm as if it were a matter of course. What's the matter, Lewis? My lovely nephew. He continued. You made so many fake articles saying that I was your father. Now you can meet your real father. Shouldn't you thank me? He was screaming in anger. The whole article was fake. I just wanted to give you bad news. But you recorded it all. Okay, thanks for telling the truth. I recorded it. The chairman looked at him and said, Seo Ju-hyun? This report is useless. Do you think I will believe it? Did you alter the results of the report? He kept cursing. You are a scoundrel. You must have done it. Am I wrong? He tore it up in anger. This report was a false report. He looked at the chairman and smiled in response. If you don't believe me, you can have someone test it. I'm more than willing. Secretary Yoon Si-woo saw that his expression was a bit off. Chairman, he was very confident. But he didn't think so. His confidence would disappear after I had someone test him. He threatened. Look. Seo Ju-hyun, after everything is cleared up, I won't let you go. Old Kwon immediately had someone retest. At this point, he must have been very confident that the test was fake. He had someone waiting here to arrest me even though the test results weren't out yet. But once the test results come out, they won't be able to do anything to me. This prediction of mine will come true.
Looking at the test results, they couldn't believe their eyes. What do you mean? He really is Louis Martin's father. The results were like that. Seo Ju-hyun said confidently. Look. I'm not lying. But the president is still angry. I don't believe it. He looked at Louis Martin and said. Louis said he didn't have any parents. He replied. Can't you see?
They both look very much alike when they're together.
Right?
He said cheerfully.
Okay, since everything is clear. We will leave. Please step aside.
He still did not accept. This was ridiculous. The old man trembled.
I couldn't believe it.
I lost a potential member right before my eyes.
Seo Ju-hyun? You are.
Before he could finish, he interrupted.
Anything can happen in life. Goodbye, Chairman Kwan.
After saying that, he quickly left, pleased.
I did it. After successfully capturing Louis Martin, I decided to go to the Pentagon. I couldn't stay long. I decided to take the train to the Pentagon. Before I got there, I needed to prepare. And Yu Jae-ha was still in deep shock. This was the father. This was the son. The two of them were a family. One family. Seo Ju-hyun looked at the absent-minded person before him and spoke. Wake up, slave number one. How long do you want this to last? He replied gloomily. The news that I am this kid's father has spread everywhere. I want to die. Calm down, calm down. I will take care of it later.
Louis Martin, who was being held by them, was also angry.
Hey, hurry up and settle this little mess. I don't want to go to the Pentagon with you. The holy relic that was tying him up was also threatening. You have to be polite to your uncle. He replied. Be quiet. I will not let you go until Da Vinci is in my hands. He kept threatening him. Just figure out how to get the holy relic Da Vinci out of the Pentagon and I'll let you go. If you can't do it, you'll have to stay with me for the rest of your life. Lee Seola looked at the situation and it didn't look good. He didn't seem very cooperative. He wouldn't get in our way, would he? She continued. Besides, our enemy this time is the US government. He also replied. Don't worry. I will make him listen. He took out a holy relic and introduced it. This was just Shakespeare's holy relic. He could use it to make him act the way he wanted. We need to get him to talk. We need more details about the Pentagon. Remember what this kid says. This trick won't work twice. She was surprised. Isn't he strong? You can definitely control him. Seo Ju-hyun said confidently. Calm down. You are confident in controlling others. Suddenly on the train tracks in front of them appeared the strange holy relic. The whole train was shaking violently.
They both felt something was wrong.
It kept covering their train. In a moment a big explosion quickly occurred. Everyone on board was terrified. The holy relic rope is now also alarming. Danger, danger.
A serious explosion occurred.
The train derailed and went astray into a forest. It was still burning and moving around. It finally stopped and crashed.
The holy relic rope protected Seo Ju-hyun.
It asked. Master, are you okay? It seemed he was still fine and thanked it. He looked at everyone and asked, Ly Seola, Yu Jae-ha, are you okay? They quickly replied, we're fine. He quickly let out a sigh of relief. It was good that they were okay.
Before them was a fierce purple halo.
What was going on here? Seo Ju-hyun spoke up. It seems we are trapped in a tomb. He was furious. Damn it. How did a tomb suddenly appear here? I don't feel the tomb energy and the holy relic energy. Louis Martin was also angry and resentful. What kind of strange tomb appeared like this?
The system screen displays a notification.
The effect of the holy relic has accelerated the appearance of the tomb. Seo Ju-hyun was surprised. Did the effect of the holy relic speed up the appearance of the tomb? Did this mean someone had a hand in this? Is someone attacking this train? He asked Lee Seola. How many people are on the train? She answered quickly. Not many. Probably a few dozen. He ordered. Tell Gildel to take the survivors to safety.
This is not an accident, he explained.
Someone is attacking this train. Be careful. We don't know what will happen next.
It would be ridiculous if we died in this mess, he continued.
Seo Ju-hyun took out an item from his pocket. Use this. The invisible necklace. This is an artifact. Gildal is very vulnerable to this holy relic. On the contrary, he thought the holy relic would also be useful when together with Gildal. Gildal appeared. Grandpa and you. We're on the same side now. Seo Ju-hien was delighted. Just as he thought. There's a reaction. Let's try using those holy relics. Gildal stretched. It felt like I was getting stronger. Seo Ju-hien requested. Now go evacuate the passengers. You have to be careful too. He looked around and thought. I think I should go out and see what the situation is like. Suddenly a voice rang out in front of him. What a surprise. This train had been completely destroyed. This voice. I've heard it somewhere before. This is the King of Destiny. He and his gang are coming towards you. This train is completely destroyed. It's really cool. His soldiers spoke up. It seemed that the ordinary passengers were also seriously injured. But he answered indifferently. Who cares? Who told them to take this train? He continued to speak calmly. If you want to find someone to take responsibility, then blame TKBM and Old Man Quan. It's all because that old man tried to turn the king of fraud Louis Martin into his subordinate. Find him and arrest him. On this side Jeha and Louis Martin were hiding together. He asked. Are they trying to chase you? Suddenly the holy relic rope came from somewhere and tied him up. It was Seo Ju-hien. Whatever happens, I won't let anyone have this kid. Let's get out of here. Suddenly Louis Martin broke free from the rope and disappeared. They were surprised. Damn. They had the holy relic kidnapped? Louis Martin now appeared on their side. We had the king of the rogue. Louis Martin screamed. Let me go. What are you doing? But the king of fate didn't seem to care. Our objective is complete. What am I doing with Seo Ju-hien? Are you running away like a mouse now? Seo Ju-hien. He looked crazy. If that's the case, I'll just blow up this whole train. The King of Destiny spoke. Our objective is complete. What am I doing with Seo Ju-hien? He's probably running away like a rat right now. He had a crazy look on his face. If that's the case, I'll just blow up this whole area. Both Louis Martin and his subordinates were a little scared. He ordered. Bring me the holy relic nuclear bomb. Seo Ju-hien heard from afar and got angry. What? Nuclear bomb? That guy is crazy. Yu Jeha said fearfully. Big bro, he's going to use a nuclear bomb. We're all going to die. Seo Ju-hien calmly replied. Don't make a noise. We have to prepare some defensive holy relics. First, I'll use Aegis to counter the explosion. This holy relic was sad after he brought it out. Me again. I don't want to get hurt. The impact of the shock will be absorbed by Hammurabi. It will also help reduce the burden on Aegis. Nuclear bombs were also brought by his subordinates. End it all. His subordinates spoke up. Report. Target identified. Seo Ju-hien on this side gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. He still happily ordered nuclear bombs to be launched at them. It was rushing towards him at a terrible speed. Very quickly nuclear bombs fell on their position. The holy relic Aegis created a barrier to protect them. But things don't look good. This damn holy relic is too strong. Nuclear bombs are one of the most terrifying weapons ever created by man. People's fear of bombs has spawned many holy relics of that type of bomb. In fact, some of the holy relics have more powerful explosions than the original nuclear bombs. That's because the holy relics were created out of fear of all the people on Earth. The nuclear bomb created a large crater after it exploded. He clapped his hands happily after seeing that. The King of Fate kept laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, very good. This is art. He thought happily, this explosion effect is amazing. But after the smoke cleared, he was surprised. What? Why is the ship still okay? He angrily shouted at his subordinates. Hey, are you sure you aimed correctly? Didn't I say to kill them all? He replied fearfully. Yes, I did as you said. But he was still very angry. Damn, are you kidding me? A voice came from in front of him. Calm down. Joshua. He saw him grit his teeth immediately. Seo Ju-hien. He spoke up. There are holy relics that are worth using. And there are also holy relics that are not suitable for using. Are you going over the line? He angrily carried the powerful holy relic behind him. You will pay for everything. An eye for an eye. An ear for an ear. A bomb blast will cost the same. The powerful aura from his holy relic continuously emitted, making him dizzy. It became brighter and brighter. Its aura was indeed oppressive. His subordinates were equally stunned. They are trying their best to hold on. Seo Juhian looked at them and smiled. So? How does the bomb taste? Seeing his men completely down, he stepped forward. That's the price you pay for confronting me, Joshua. Seo Juhian looked at Louis Martin pretending to collapse with his subordinates and threatened. Get up, stop pretending. I'll count to 3. Yu Jaeha said worriedly, it seems like he's seriously injured. Aren't you exaggerating, big brother? Now he started counting. 1, 2. Sure enough, he woke up before the 3rd hour. Yu Jaeha was surprised, he was still alive. Seo Juhian explained, I tried my best not to let the explosion affect this kid. He was about to turn away when suddenly a voice came from behind, wait. It was Joshua who was walking towards him in pain. Seo Juhian, this idiot. He looked at him in surprise. Oh, I can't believe you were able to stand after that explosion. He said wildly, these wounds are nothing. I will recover in a few minutes. He glanced at one of his subordinates and said cruelly, you must sacrifice yourself for me. The other one was scared and begged, no, please, Joshua. But he still didn't care and still took action. What a cold-blooded guy. He quickly approached and grabbed his neck, draining his spiritual energy to restore his strength. Louis Martin looked at the scene before him in fear. What was going on? Seo Juhian explained, he was a selfish bastard. He had now recovered and left his poor subordinate rolling on the ground. He sarcastically said to him, I feel sorry for your subordinates, Joshua. He angrily retorted, you have no right to say that, you have killed many of my people. He quickly responded, is that not okay, you were the one who attacked first. He continued, at least I didn't betray them like you. He didn't take those words to heart, well said, let's see how long you can last. Seo Juhian quickly called the holy relic rope over. It quickly engulfed Louis Martin. He was angry, why did he tie me up? He looked at him and smiled, I won't let you run away like the last few times. He looked at the person in front of him and thought, maybe I'll have to be busy with this guy for a long time. Seo Juhian shouted, let's start. Yu Jaeha above observed the situation and asked himself. Will Big Brother be fine? I don't need to help him, right? He had a manual catapult in his hand. Big Bro would fight him one-on-one. If anything went wrong, I would step in. But he was discovered. Joshua glanced at him. Kid, you think I don't know what you guys are planning? Yu Jaeha was surprised, how could he find out? He interrupted, I won't let you use the holy relic to bother me. Very quickly after that, the holy relic he was holding in his hand quickly melted. Seeing that, Juhon immediately said, don't worry, let me deal with this guy. He looked at him determinedly, okay, let's play for real. That bastard, he used his own holy relic. The holy relic he uses is probably Nostradamus. The holy relic Nostradamus' ability is to control the future. Nostradamus was a physician, astronomer, and a highly respected man in France. He is famous for writing Les Prophéties, a book of prophecies written in poetic form. In the book of prophecies there are hundreds of predictions. From predictions of war to natural disasters, he wrote in this book. Some of Nostradamus' predictions have come true. The holy relic born from that story is a trump card that can help the King of Destiny turn the tables. The King of Destiny has 2 the holy relics that can predict the future. First is the Delphi Temple, a holy relic that gives him a picture of the future. It is a space holy relic that cannot be used in battle, the holy relic can give him a picture of the future when he sleeps in it. That's why he can only use the holy relic Nostradamus in battles. The holy relic is likely a class 5, Nostradamus core. This holy relic cannot show the future, but he can create the future. Once he says something, it can come true. The holy relic is very terrifying and a very difficult opponent. Thanks to Yu Jaeha trying to attack him earlier, I can tell that he can now maximize the use of this holy relic. At this point, his mouth is a very terrifying weapon. He frowned determinedly. Seo Juhian takes out his own holy relic? If so, I won't give him a chance to open his mouth. Thinking that, he immediately rushed towards him. His axe blade quickly slashed through the man. But it seems he dodged it. He exclaimed, you're good. He spoke contemptuously, before coming here I had a little training session, you won't be able to defeat me easily. He doesn't leave his room often, but he's basically a very talented person. I can't delay for a second, I have to defeat him as soon as possible. After saying that, he quickly swung the axe towards him. but once again it missed the target. Teleportation, could he use Nostradamus this way? He continued, no way, Seo Juhian. You can't beat me, you know why, because you're going to die here. He was starting to get scared, damn it, he was starting to say it. He frowned, I was hoping this would happen. Seo Juhian once again picked up the holy relic and charged towards him. Joshua shouted, Seo Juhian, at any time, you will not be able to kill me. Because you will die soon. He kept threatening, but, how did you die? He kept describing the scene of you dying under his hands, you hindered us, so you should die in the most painful way, first your fingernails and toenails will be pulled out. Then the leg will break first. Then there will be a hole in the heart. While he was talking, he used all his speed to rush straight towards him. He didn't understand why it didn't go as he expected. Seo Juhian stood in front of him and raised his fist, what nonsense are you talking about? He immediately got punched in the mouth. He was not like he said, on the contrary, he was beaten down by him. He was in pain, not understanding, what, why, I already used the holy relic Nostradamus. He still kept approaching him, you are the great king of fate, whatever you say will come true, he was scared and retreated, don't come here. Seo Juhian continued, if you are the king of fate, then can you know what you will be like in 10 seconds? He walked up to him and grabbed his collar. Joshua yelled frantically, what are you doing? The sound of fists rang out again. Yu Jeha, who was watching this scene from above, was a bit surprised. He commented, what king, he is actually like a speck of dust on a rainy day. Seo Juhian still kept punching him in the face? He was beaten by him until his teeth were broken and his nose was bleeding. Joshua quickly collapsed at his feet. But he still wasn't convinced, this was absurd, why wasn't my power working? You go to him, you just use the holy relic Nostradamus, and whatever you say will come true. He asked in surprise, why do you know that? He calmly replied, these things, I know everything from reading comics. It's too fictional to be true, like I said, but how do you combat these fictional things? Suddenly at that moment, this thought just popped into my head, no matter how great a prophecy is, more than words, it will be useless if no one listens. He was lying on the ground but still tried to get up and asked, do you have earplugs? He pulled something out of his ear, it wasn't just an earplug, it was a holy relic. He introduced it, because it was so noisy, my ears couldn't hear anything, it had the best non-stop songs and some extremely cool Vina House songs installed. He was stunned and asked, there's also the holy relic. He continued to introduce, it also has a few more chapters to read. Seo Juhian admired himself, even though it was just a test, he didn't expect it to be extremely effective, but it hurt his ears a bit when he wore it. He kept cursing him, the shameless bastard. Joshua tried to get up, damn it, by using that trick, you only temporarily neutralized my attack. He frowned and thought to himself, now he had to find a way to deal with it. He slowly walked towards him, come on, let's end it here. But he raised his hand to stop him, wait, don't rush. He tried to convince him, calm down, sit down and make a deal first, this is a great deal. But he was full of energy, drew his weapon, and said nothing. I couldn't hear anything. Seo Juhian asked him, what happened to you, do you want to make a deal with me? Suddenly he said something that scared him, but never mind, I don't want to talk to you much. He quickly swung his knife across his neck, syrup quickly spraying out in a terrifying manner. Both Louis Martin and Jeha were shocked to see this scene. Oh my god, his head is rolling around like a chicken's head. Jeha asked in surprise, big brother, kill it, he replied, there's nothing to be surprised about. He replied as if he knew everything, that name was just fake. The person in front gradually changed appearance. Seo Juhian said, it seems the owner of this body is a prisoner. Somehow, this body was controlled? Louis Martin asked worriedly, but was it definitely fake? He replied, sure, but he didn't expect that guy to go find a body double. Jeha looked down and said, so this is just a corpse. He continued speaking, but the operator might suffer the consequences of this blow. Specifically, when I cut the corpse's neck, the pain will immediately be transmitted to the controller. On this side, he was really holding his neck and screaming non-stop. His subordinates saw this and immediately ran over, Joshua, what's wrong? He said painfully, my throat hurts so much. He looked really miserable, I couldn't get out of that body in time, he slit the body's throat and I was also involved. The other person saw that and asked, are you okay? With the cut clearly visible on his neck, damn, the feeling of being cut still remained. He was angry, the body was taken, this time he failed. He got out of bed, is there another body this time, I have to make a new one. Joshua kept searching for information, where was he, this time he had to handle this guy more carefully. He finally found the news, asking for Seo Juhian's elimination. But it doesn't seem very useful, why is there so little information on this name, all the information is already written in here. He looked at what was written on the newspaper and thought, this is enough for me to come up with a new plan to deal with you. I don't know what John Smith was like, but he is supposed to be an example. He smiled a sly smile. Seo Ju-hyun, see you again. On this side they have gathered all the passengers on the last train. Seo Ju-hyun asked Lee Seola, are the passengers here all there? She replied, Gildal will now bring the last 4 people. Thanks to the holy relics bestowed by the leader, Gildal became much more capable. The rescue ended quickly because I was able to use some ghosts. He continued to ask, then, is it completely over now? She replied, yes, but I'm worried because there are quite a few injured people. He threw a bag towards her and said, now, I will give you medicine from the borocho fruit, if anyone is about to stop breathing, use it. Seo Ju-hyun said then turned his head in another direction, and I will rob this crypt as quickly as possible, I need you here to protect those passengers and Louis Martin. He looked at Yu Jae-ha and said, follow me. Hearing that, he got angry, why is it just me? He smiled and replied, because you are my #1 slave. He reluctantly followed, well, I understand. The two of them walked and talked. Yu Jae-ha spoke up, but this tomb, why does it feel familiar? Seo Ju-hyun felt the same way, I know, right, I feel like I came to the mountains of Korea for some reason. He was shaking with fear but still pretended, well, the scenery was beautiful. Seo Ju-hyun looked forward and announced, the crypt was right in front of us, he could feel it. In front of them was a poetic river, and above it was a shining palace. He explained, looking at the shape of the building, it was an old holy relic in Korea. He exclaimed, it looked beautiful. From ahead of them came a voice, the guests have arrived. It continued to say, what are you standing there for, come here, he exclaimed, or give me a look at the holy relic area. A boat appeared in front of them along with a voice, now I will give you 2 a hand, cross Wolji. He asked, surpass Wolji now? It is the ruins of Gyeongju. This holy relic is most likely the holy relic of Silla. He called Jae-ha, let's get on the boat, even if there was another boat, it wasn't certain we could go. Seo Ju-hyun said, first, let's get on the boat. Yu Jae-ha hesitated, getting on the boat, wait, even if it's to the holy relic, is that okay? He was worried, who knew if the boat would capsize or if a monster would appear in the middle of the lake. He reassured him, it's okay, it doesn't look like a dangerous the holy relic, it's obvious from the way the holy relic area talks. He continued speaking, looking at the way it was surrounded by Wolji, I could roughly tell its true form. He stepped onto the boat first, so let's go. But he still didn't fully believe it, it was crazy, really. The holy relic kept talking, how nice it is for you to come, just when I was bored to death. When you get off the boat, please go to the watchtower in front, I have prepared everything. The two of them were just like that, taken by boat to the holy relic. Finally they arrived, they walked up the stairs together. Yu Jae-ha looked around and said, there was no preparation, really didn't know if he should continue going or not. Suddenly the two of them stopped. In front of them were rows of tables and chairs with food and wine spread out. What the hell, what are these wine tables? Yu Jae-ha couldn't seem to resist the lure of the food here, this aroma. Seo Ju-hyun thought to himself, as expected of the owner of this tomb, as I correctly guessed the appearance of the holy relic. Wolji is a place inside the Silla Palace surrounded by an artificial lake, for banquets and enjoying the scenery. In the mud at the bottom of this lake, there are also many holy relics, among which there is a very famous one. It's a 14-sided wooden dice, Ju Ryonggu, each side has a different sentence written on it, if asked what the content is. Dancing without music, drinking 3 cups of wine at once, composing a poem and more. In short, it was the instrument that determined the punishment of the drinking game of the time. Drinking games have been played since ancient times, how interesting. This story soon spread, enough to give birth to the holy relic. He looked at the tables filled with wine and food, these were prepared, 99% of them were the holy relic. The holy relic spoke, please help yourself. Seo Ju-hyun replied, then I won't be polite. Yu Jae-ha seemed convinced, is that okay, the scent is great. But he sat down, it was okay, he wasn't the type to play with food. He also slowly sat down, really, it felt good, a free meal. The 14-sided dice Ju Ryonggu has appeared. It spoke up, looking satisfied with its seat. You can sleep as much as you want, however, there is one condition, which is playing games and drinking alcohol. Seo Ju-hyun, as expected, this is a test from someone else. It praises you, you are indeed sharp, only an excellent game player will be recognized as my master and obeyed. This banquet is also to test whether you are those people or not, so you can guess, good intuition. Come on, whoever gets drunk first loses. If I lose, I will recognize you as my master. If you lose, I will soak you in wine. If you came here without permission just to waste my wine, you will pay the price. He was a little angry, but he had revealed his true nature. Yu Jae-ha glanced at him and asked, Captain, isn't this dangerous? This kind of bet, do we really have to play? He quickly replied, don't worry, it's not like there's no chance of winning, just change the rules a little to make it fair. He spoke up, alright the holy relic, to make the bet more suitable, we also have a few requests. He continued, the game is inherently about going in circles to be correct and at no time should one teach how to play. It also agreed, okay, just that much. He was also very satisfied, okay, indeed a reasonable guy. Then the banquet officially begins. The errand servants were also called in to fill the empty seats and the banquet began. Like all the holy relics, this one was also full of confidence. However, he would not know that recently drinking games are not only about luck but also require many other things. Judgment, reflexes, memory, these things become more and more scattered as alcohol enters, regardless of the betting strategy winning or losing from the first round. As the first match worth testing my rules, I will mobilize the most combative drinking games I know. From the dark forest a voice rang out, I won. Lee Seola walked over to check, confused, what is it? Seo Ju-hoon and Yu Jae-ha were so drunk that they were lying on the ground. She asked them, how did it turn out like this? What makes the crypt shake and then fall silent? Why is it in the middle of the road? Seo Ju-hoon drunkenly replied, I said I won, probably the reaction of the tomb when the winner and loser were clearly divided. He took out the wooden dice, looked, it was the holy relic owner of the crypt. He cried, I lost? Huh, drunk. Lee Seola asked, that's great, so now close the crypt and come out, right? He was stunned but still tried to reply, well that's true but why can't I walk straight? He continued, in the collection of miscellaneous items, although they were redundant but it would be a waste to throw them away, there were also a few holy relics that could cure drunkenness, could you help me find them? She replied, I know, but where is it you have to show me? But he just said he was sleepy which made her angry. The holy relic in the middle of the lake emitted a bright light again. The surrounding river water also rose violently. Very quickly there was an explosion in it. The crypt is gone, they're really out. The passengers whose lives he saved came up to thank him, really thanked him very much. But Yu Jae-ha realized another problem, but what to do now? It seemed like no cars passed by in such a remote place. He picked up the phone to check the situation, the phone was still connected, just call the rescue team. He continued, the problem is we have nothing to go for either. Lee Seola suggested, then how about getting help with those people? She added, it's better to go back to the accommodation first and get organized, then continue. Seo Ju-hyun glanced at Louis Martin, if possible I want to fly straight to the corner 5th floor? Louis Martin looked at him in confusion, what, why are you glancing like that? He said, just get as close to the city as possible and leave, and there's no need to make any major adjustments. Suddenly a series of cars with lights appeared in front of them. They looked ahead puzzled. What are those cars? They were very happy, it seemed like a rescue team, so fast, there were also many cars. But this seems dangerous, no, just about to call the rescue team, what are these cars? A car has stopped, what is it? The car door also opened quickly. A series of soldiers from the cars quickly ran down. They all pointed their guns at everyone, don't move. The system screen displays a message, the enemy's holy relic has set up a barrier, the system's holy relic cannot be used at this time, escape. Using the holy relic, preparing to attack? They kept pointing their guns at this side, clearly not the rescue team, even so it didn't look like Pandora. He asked, what are you guys? One of them angrily shouted, I told you not to move. He calmly replied, I didn't move. A guy came from behind, even if he knew who we were it didn't matter anymore, Seo Ju-hyun. He threatened, because this will be your burial place anyway, if you surrender obediently I will let you go without pain. Then soldiers appeared one after another in great numbers. He kept saying, we know a lot about you. The crypt summoned by the faithful king was a normal mid-level crypt of luck, even the free meals and wine were wiped clean. However, there was a problem here, suddenly being surrounded by these soldiers. He spoke up and said, give it up, Seo Ju-hyun, we know your weakness like the back of our hands. Yu Jae-ha asked fearfully, what are these guys? Seo Ju-hyun replied, I don't know, they look like American soldiers. Seo Ju-hyun said, you guys, looking at the weapons that look like American military, suddenly point your guns at innocent people here. Is that acceptable? They said, your existence is a crime, especially in this case. Except for innocent civilians, of course. Now, these hostages, follow the instructions and go in one direction. Seo Ju-hyun angrily said, hostage, watch your words. Those are the people I saved. He laughed and said, you saved people, even a passing dog would laugh. He continued, mean, what, okay, let everyone go on one side. Then he turned and said, we will go there now. Lee Seola was also startled by his words and glanced over. Seo Ju-hyun told everyone, don't worry, they won't hurt you. Everyone replied, really sorry, only we are allowed out. He was happy, no need to think like that. He thought to himself, just everyone stay out of the way. I will make sure those guys' parents don't recognize them. Taking advantage of the moment when the passengers were leaving, Gildal would disguise himself and sneak in. It would be a miracle if he wasn't discovered, but even so. As the passengers disembark and facilitate the fight, Gildal will draw their attention and create an opportunity. At this moment a soldier suddenly saw Gildal. For example, the soldier spoke up, wait on the other side. Right now, Gildal immediately used his power to attack that soldier, making them very surprised and cry out miserably. Devil, it's a devil. Where was this? It's the holy relic. Seo Juhian was now ready to fight. Come on, everyone use the holy relic. Take out everything you have. Ujeha suddenly asked, I'm fighting too. He replied, is there anywhere to escape here? Use Salieri. He started yelling, those things. Seo Juhian pulled out his sword and said, what are you saying? Then Seo Juhian rushed forward and killed many soldiers. They quickly pulled out their guns, over there, and fired. Seo Juhian starts using the holy relic, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, appear Hammurabi. What a hassle, he said. Aegis is best suited for both offense and defense, but it can't be used to stop nuclear bombs at the same time. Anyway, Hammurabi, spin those bullets. You'll be lucky to get one or two. The soldiers were scared and said, what? Why are the bullets going back? Li Siola said, you have enemies on this side too. Salieri was called out and said, these guests are really noisy and uneducated. How can they perform in this environment? Ujeha said, don't mind it, do anything, please. He continued, haven't you heard the saying that an artisan is indistinguishable from time to time? Salieri said, probably Dogirul. But I mostly know what you mean. It seems reasonable. If so, then let the show begin. Seo Juhian smiled as he saw the heated battle. Everyone is doing well. So should we make a decision now? He shouted, no, stop it, hit it. That guy's weakness, use that. The holy relic of temptation collection. Seo Juhian saw it and his eyes widened and he was motionless. Many beauties started to cling to him. He stood there frozen, not knowing what to do. He laughed loudly and smugly. How is it, no more spirit, right? He asked, what are you doing? He said, stop playing dumb. Your weakness is the temptation of the holy relic. I know it all. Seo Juhian replied, I was very scared when I heard you said you knew my weakness, but now, it's completely unnecessary. Then he immediately went to attack him, dying. He slowly advanced with the sword in hand, look at this. So it's using the holy relic for defense. What, just one more hit and it'll be over, right? He fearfully backed away, no, don't come here. He continued, however, before, you said you knew my weakness. Tell me everything you heard and where. He caught them all and shouted loudly, eyes looking straight ahead, hands raised. Ujeha was angry, I just want to kill them all. I won't let you guys off, really. Captain, is it still far? Seo Juhian replied, wait a little longer, why rush? Ujeha was hit in the heart and immediately replied, scared, what's there to be scared of? Who told you to be scared? No, those guys have a bit fierce gaze. He said, then there's no problem, just keep watching. I told him, you said you were getting information from here anyway. He was scared, yes, that's it. A regular holy relic, let me check. He's beaten up, yes, as long as you're happy. Seo Juhian opened it to see, let's see. He looked at it and smiled, there are a lot of confidential documents, seems good for me. Then suddenly he saw his image in it. The mandate to eliminate Seo Juhian, so this is it. Seo Ah wondered who this document was. He said, well, let me read it all. The commissioner is John Smith, my picture is also posted, looks like a recent picture. However, the rest of the information is fake, family tree, education, occupation, all written for show. But the information about the matches is accurate. Which holy relic do we bring, what strategy do we mainly use? He thought to himself, even mentioning the holy relic Black Crow, this is something only a few people know. Seola said, hey, if the information about the match is correct, then this is also true. The holy relic fanatic loves the beautiful holy relic more. If it is the female form of the holy relic, it will be even more embroidered with flowers. There is a high possibility of using the male form of the holy relic. Seo Juhian was surprised, what? At this moment the soldier spoke, that was the part, we fought based on that. He angrily replied, can you believe this, that's why you guys failed? Others wondered, then it can't be true? he replied, "No, I do value the holy relic but not that kind. Look at the real and virtual information mixed together. However, this real information is very valuable. The fake information is just added to fill the information, so that more people are confident that they can fight and eliminate us." Who did this? Someone who might know about the crows? Julian Miller?
No, he wouldn't use such a devious method.
Pandora? Possessing the King of Destiny, so these guys have some ability too. Ah, what is this? Ujeha asked curiously. There was a dog paw stamp. He was very surprised. A dog paw. He said, "Here it is, right next to the signature." Seeing it finally made him remember. There it was, knowing about crows and hating me. Names that could sign like this. 3 Egyptian puppies. These kids, they definitely caught it. Ujeha asked, "Were those Egyptian dogs responsible?" Seo Juhian replied, "Most likely." He wondered, it couldn't be. Haven't they been listening to him lately? He said, "Listen to what the hell, those bastards ran away when I found their leader." Suddenly he remembered. Yes, everything will be clear if I summon them. Let's see. Then he started using his power to summon. The system pops up a message board. You cannot summon the holy relic. They seem to have moved to a place where they cannot be summoned. They seem to have gone completely hidden. Seo Juhian angrily said, "These dogs, I can't call them up. They must have done something." Ujeha was surprised, right? That's betrayal. He was so angry that his face turned black. "Let me find them. I will grind them to powder, all the way to the 5th floor." The other guys came to bring the cars. "So let's take them." Seola asked, "What should we do with these soldiers?" Seo Juhian replied, "Leave them alone. We have already confiscated their weapons and the holy relic. That is enough. We can give the remaining cars to the passengers so they can go home." He had a plan in mind. This is his chance. The chance to wipe you all out. Those cars were full of explosives. We can turn the tables by blowing you up. Waiting for the signal. No, not just turning the tables. This will be our resounding victory. He smiled triumphantly. Good, the subordinates all understood. People are walking towards the car. Just a moment. Just a moment. He had the detonator ready. Waiting for the right moment. At this moment Gildel's eyes suddenly lit up. Seo Juhian's hand just touched the car door. The soldier thought to himself. Now, then he pressed the button to activate them. As expected, the bombs exploded in a huge explosion. The soldier was filled with joy, triumph and satisfaction. That's right, I sent them to heaven. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind. The person said, "Who goes to heaven?" He turned around and said, startled, "You're fine." What the hell? His subordinates began to tremble and worry. "Oh no, we're done for." Seo Juhian said, "That dirty trick. I was wondering why you were so submissive." The soldier was still laughing, "Damn it. But at least I delayed you. Those cars are all blown up. We can only go on foot." He replied calmly. "But I can totally fix it and move on." Then he said to Ujeha, "Hey, first slave. Use the holy relic to repair the car. The frame is already disassembled so you can do it, right?" Ujeha was surprised, "Huh?" He yelled. "Now you're telling me to go fix cars? I'm a maintenance shop." Seo Juhian was angry. "Why don't you just shut up and do as I say?" Ujeha had no choice but to comply. "I'll try." He turned back and continued. "You help too, kid." Louis Martin shouted. "Huh? Why should I help?" Seo Juhian said, "A son who surpasses his father is a blessing to the family. He really is not filial at all." The holy relic pulled him away. Come on. Let's go help our father. Let's go help our father." Louis Martin refused. "Ah, let me go." "What father?" The father and son worked together to restore the car. They were a little confused at first because it was so different from what the holy relic maintained. But they got it fixed. We called in the rescue team to look for the passengers who had lost their way again. There were probably quite a few patients. I had a bit of a slip with the soldiers. The key is now inserted into the car and started successfully. The 2 repairmen were overjoyed. It was a success. The car was working. Oh my gosh, it was so hard. He smiled and said, "You guys fixed it. See, you need to save your ability. So we're leaving." Strong or not? Stupid. The leader soldier, despite being beaten up, still tried to say. No. Even without you guys blocking the way, the Pentagon is going to be destroyed. You're not going to get what you want. He thought. It's going to be destroyed. He wondered. What happened there? The suspicion became reality when we arrived. Seola pointed and said. Boss, look. The cars are coming in the opposite direction. It became a convoy that filled the road. All civilians with frightened looks. And the silhouettes of several carts loaded with luggage. Seo Juhian thought, as if they were evacuating? There must be a problem. Seola quickly checked the news and said. They said it was because of the boss's tomb. A tomb was formed on the Pentagon floor. Seo Juhian asked again. The catacombs, she replied. Wait. The news is on. Let me turn on the speaker. A giant catacomb has swallowed the Pentagon and national monuments. And it's even causing a stir in Washington, D.C. Pandora has classified this crypt as a disaster level. The highest level. Lewis Martin is now awake. What's all the noise? Hey, where are we? Are we almost there? I fell asleep because I was so tired fixing the car. But they didn't tie me up. I must have been sleeping. Lewis Martin thought to himself. Now's the time. Seo Juhian? How dare you insult me like that? I will curse you to death. At this moment, Yu Jaeha suddenly walked in and asked. What are you trying to do? He held out a bare keychain and said. Looking for the holy relic? Lewis Martin was surprised. Why is it with you? Yu Jaeha laughed in response. I searched you while you were napping. Don't try anything else. Rope. You see. Tie him up quickly. The rope replied. Come here, come here. Lewis Martin tried to scream. Let go of Dad. Don't you have any shame? Do you want to take his place when he tortured you like that? Yu Jaeha shouted back. Every bite kills me. But I get paid to suffer. The two of them started arguing back and forth. Money is everything to you? You really know how to raise children. Oh, you're the only child here. You brat. Seo Juhian should speak up? Hey, be quiet in the back. He continued. How come the crypt is so big and we don't know about it? Seola replied. It seems like this crypt was formed not long ago. She asked. Don't you think the crypt appeared while we were in the tomb of the King of Fate? He said. That makes sense. So we don't know. Things are getting worse. Attacking the 5th floor is pretty tough. Suddenly the system appeared. The Great Crypt had appeared. This was the Desert Crypt. The Valley of the Kings had appeared. This was the Crypt of Wrath. One of the 7 Great Crypts. I was very surprised when I finished reading it. Just looking at it made me feel so big. Look at the desert and the Valley of the Kings. Wonder if there is a holy relic of another Egyptian god. Seo Juhian thought to himself, I might meet those Egyptian dogs again. Holy relics with the same culture often stick together. At this time, in front, there were many people setting up fences to protect and control people going in and out. More soldiers. I'm getting sick of them. Seo Juhian stopped the car and got out. The soldiers immediately spoke up. The area ahead was dangerous because of the catacombs. He replied, it was okay, we were the excavation team. The soldier continued, even so. We cannot let you pass. But. Why are you guys sitting in our military vehicle? Seo Juhian was startled. Damn. The car made them suspicious. Should I continue fighting? Why do I keep wasting my energy? At this moment, someone spoke up to reprimand him. Stop, don't you know who this is? Matthew Tyler rushed out. It seems my subordinate was rude. You are Seo Juhian, right? He introduced himself. I'm Matthew Tyler. I'll show you the way. Seo Juhian thought to himself. Oh. Finally someone I can easily approach. At the 5th floor corner. The Dungeon of Anger. Anubis opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Look at the crypt. Doesn't it look like a perfect fortress? He continued. It should be worth fighting Juhian in this place. There were too many requests for expulsion. He was definitely going to be attacked fiercely. So he was definitely weakened by the time he got here. Lightning heard that and spoke. Of course. That's how we catch that bastard. Wouldn't that be the result of crying and begging in someone else's grave? Osiris yawned so hard that tears came to his eyes. Others. We are all the holy relic of Egypt. We are colleagues. What's wrong with helping colleagues? Anubis replied. Though that was quite embarrassing. I am currently in an even more embarrassing situation. As soon as I found out the leader was coming, I ran away immediately. I was afraid that I would die if Juhian made me the holy relic. But what happened? Rumors were already spreading everywhere. Everywhere I went, I was stared at and eventually caught by another leader. You know what they say? It's only a matter of time before you die. We were ordered that we could only live if we killed Juhian with our own hands. Lightning was very indignant when he heard this. Who do they think they are to lecture us? Anubis wondered. But why? Wasn't it the right thing to do? I think we should think differently. That statement of Set made him doubt. How? After all, didn't Juhian fight the leader and win? So we didn't need to run in the first place, right? Anubis nodded. Oh really? Lightning was annoyed. Oh really? Right? Osiris didn't care about those problems. Oh, what a bother. I just want to watch TV at Juhian's house. Anubis looked disgusted. Is it because of the TV that you're like this? He smiled happily. I want some more chicken. The kind with sauce on it. Lightning agreed. Right. You humans make really good fried chicken. Anubis looked puzzled. What the hell are you guys talking about? It roared. Now was not the time for idle chit-chat. Suddenly he sniffed. There it was, Juhian's scent. The end is finally here. Because Lightning and Osiris are in that situation. We will have to try our best. Well, he was attacked by humans. He was weak. So it was worth a try. We'll see. But when Juhian's image entered its eyes, Anubis was stunned. He was completely fine. But I'm sure he was attacked. Or he just met weak people. Weaklings. Plus, I'm pretty sure I let the holy relic curse break the bond between him and the raven. But why is that link still there? You useless people. It doesn't do anything. Lightning scratched his neck absent-mindedly. Those guys were like that. Juhian was quite strong. Anubis said determinedly. I can't give up like this. I will go into battle myself. You two stay here. With that, it disappeared like a gust of wind. Leaving Lightning and Osiris staring at each other in confusion. What else can we do? A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky where Juhian was standing. He observed it and then curled the corner of his mouth. The man saw that and asked. Mr. Juhian. What's wrong? He replied. No, I thought I saw something. What were we talking about? Oh, right. We were talking about cars. That's right. His army cars. But we didn't mean to steal it. Because you attacked us first. Juhian continued. Since we were caught up in the battle and had nowhere else to go, we had to borrow his car. Actually, we didn't have a car to begin with. He replied. I see. I apologize for that. Honestly. We're in a mess right now with the situation at the south corner. There was some argument from the higher-ups, but then there was a loss of contact. Some units were trying to neutralize the excavation team in this area. Juhian chuckled to himself when he heard that. The man's voice continued to ring out. However, we are trying to stop the spread and get things back on track. Instead of boycotting the foreign excavation team, we want to cooperate with them. The president also wants to open a professional discussion with the potential team. Juhian, you can be among them. Follow me, I'll take you to see the president. Juhian thought. The president? The car door was pushed open. A voice came from inside. What's going on? Juhian replied. He said he would take us to see the president. Jeha looked surprised. Wow, the president of the United States. It seems that all the holy relics inside were swept away by the catacombs. They even sought help from foreign excavation teams. Juhian continued. I knew they would make us do this and that. But I thought it was good to know more. So I listened to them for now. This is how things are now. His voice rang out. It was better not to leave the brat behind. The boy was confused when he heard that. Huh? What do you mean? Juhian replied. It was obvious. It was a tomb itself now. You couldn't appear with us. It would only make them more suspicious to see you here with us. The boy protested. Even so. Not letting him finish, Ju Hyun raised his voice. Jae-ha, yes. Seeing Jae-ha's scary expression, the boy panicked and dodged. Oh no, don't kill me. Ju Hyun's voice rang out. Who said he would kill you? Put that kid in van goes the holy relic. Ah, I knew you would say that. Then Jae-ha raised the picture in his hand. Here kid, you won't be in danger while you're in here. So don't worry. Ha? What is it? The painting began to suck the boy in. Jae-ha smiled, but there was a lot of stuff in there. Be patient with the cramped space. The boy was getting too big. I don't want it. These bad people. As we got closer to the Pentagon, the scene was one of devastation. Everything was so destroyed by the catacombs that the original structure could not be seen. But after traveling for a while, their convoy was stopped in the middle of the road by a group of people. The leader stood with his arms crossed, looking extremely intimidating. The man in the car got out. What's going on? Why are you blocking the road? We are bringing guests to see the president. The other replied, the president has gone to an urgent meeting. I was sent to bring the guests straight to the conference room. From now on, I will take over. Seeing the commotion below, Ju Hyun also got out of the car. What's wrong? Why are we stopping? The other person spoke up. Hello Mr. Ju Hyun, I am the commander of the White House. Well, I will guide you from now on. Tyler yelled in annoyance. I had not received any such order for me to verify. Ju Hyun objected. Is that necessary? I just need a guide. I'll follow him, so let's stop here. Thank you for the hospitality. Hearing him say that, his expression became even uglier. Finally Tyler produced a card. At least take my work card. He smiled and said, I'm really interested in excavating tombs, so I hope to work with you one day. Ju Hyun smiled and turned away. Okay, I'll take it, but don't get your hopes up too much. Well then, goodbye. He walked closer to the car. Then he knocked on the door. Everyone, come out, we're going to walk from now on. There's a new guide who will be leading us. The car door slowly opened. Seola got off first. She wondered, why did they have to change the guide, was the new one more reliable? Ju Hyun said, don't worry. He seems like a trustworthy bastard. He will obediently lead us like a dog. Hearing that, Seola had a face full of question marks. The halo in the sky grew whiter and whiter. Ju Hyun said as he walked. All right, Commander. He said something that surprised everyone. Walking on two legs, is it difficult? Commander Will sweat dropped. He pretended not to understand what he meant. What do you mean? Ju Hyun lost his patience. He shouted. Stop acting. Anubis, you trash dog. Instead of revealing the situation, Anubis in the form of the commander quickly turned around. Ju Hyun quickly punched him so hard that he couldn't dodge. The powerful punch sent his body flying far away. Dust flew up. Jae-ha asked, stunned. Why did he suddenly attack him? Was he really Anubis? The smoke cleared to reveal Anubis' true form. It growled angrily. This brat. Jae-ha looked surprised. It was him. Ju Hyun continued. Ever since I got here, I've been looking for you. You put a lot of effort into hiding. You dog. He rubbed his knuckles and smiled wickedly. Now it was time to pay for running away, wasn't it? Anubis sensed danger before even engaging in battle. His body was covered in sweat. Ju Hyun's voice rang out. Now, isn't it time for you to pay for running away? Anubis roared angrily. You think I'll give up that easily? You're so wrong. It summons countless skeletons with glowing red eyes. Ju Hyun frowned in warning. If you keep acting like this, the consequences will be dire. Anubis didn't care. It replied arrogantly. Only if I get caught. Just wait. Attack it. He curled his lips. He didn't seem to mind it at all. Have you forgotten that these skeletons are useless? He said and slashed at them. Anubis looked down on him. It seems you've gotten stronger than I thought. But I can create an infinite army. As soon as he finished speaking, the destroyed skeletons stood up again. He thought to himself. And this is just a distraction. Keep stabbing the skeletons. You're about to explode. Suddenly, Jae-ha's pocket lit up. He reached out and saw that there was a change in it. The holy relic Van Gogh. Even Anubis was affected. Ah, it hurts. What's going on? Immediately after, the boy trapped in the painting was suddenly released. He asked, rubbing his wrist. What just happened? Suddenly a strange feeling arose in his head. Anubis's dark voice rang out. You useless fool. What have you done? He rubbed his head uncomfortably. Is this telepathy? But why does it hurt so much? Anubis continued. Of all the people ordered to be killed, you are the closest to Juhian. Hearing that, the boy shouted angrily. What can I do? I didn't even have a chance. You had plenty of chances. Damn it. Anubis spoke. Whatever. Give me back the cursed holy relic. I'm talking about the copy of the holy relic Merlin's. He scratched his head and stammered. It was stolen by Juhian's subordinates. Anubis couldn't stand it anymore. What? This idiot. Can't do anything. Seeing the unconscious boy, Jeha quickly approached. Hey, you back there, wake up. Suddenly his pocket glowed again, this time it was purple. The purple light quickly shot out, Jeha helplessly shouted. Another one escaped. What the hell is going on? Anubis ordered, go forward, the holy relic cursed, breaking the link between Juhian and the crow. Juhian looked back warily, Jeha's shout rang out at the same time, boss, be careful. The bear charged with unpredictable force, luckily Juhian dodged in time. He cursed in frustration, missed, next time will definitely hit, take it. A huge source of power oscillates in the sky. The cute bear from earlier was now gone, its muscles bulging. Jeha shouted in shock, wait a minute, why is it so big now? Juhian covered his wound with his hand, the way he looked made me feel uneasy, the attacks would probably be as dirty as his appearance. The system pops up a message, this is a copy of the holy relic Leonardo da Vinci, this is a copy of the holy relic Merlin's can temporarily block the scent of the crow. After reading it, he immediately thought, if he blocks the crow's scent, will the entire system be blocked? The notification bar shook because of its attack. The bear that looked dirty was making some extremely unsightly movements. It laughed in an impolite tone, ready to go, so Juhian, ha ha ha. He stood there watching, sweating, silently telling himself that he needed to be careful not to get caught in this trick. Then Juhian raised his hand to summon his strength, if I wanted to continue hitting without getting hit, then I would have to counterattack even harder. He summoned a giant monster with hellfire surrounding its body, now burning them all. Anubis was stunned by the sight, this bastard, since when did he get such a formidable holy relic? Juhian's voice rang out, after you ran away, a lot of interesting things happened. The bear and the skeletons were about to charge, oh yeah, but you were alone while there were as many of us as ants. Juhian's giant holy relic has begun to make its move. It punched down so hard that the whole area exploded, the people standing outside secretly trembled, if I had come any closer, I don't know if I would have been able to keep my life. Siola spoke up, I have to go help, you stay. Jeha asked in surprise, huh, what are you going to do? She called out her holy relic and replied, when that dog disappeared, Gildal had also changed a bit, I might be able to catch him off guard. Anubis saw that his side seemed to be losing, so he shouted loudly and punched hard. I can create as many reinforcements as I want, so just attack them. Suddenly a body emerged from behind it, causing Anubis to frown in alarm. What is this? Those clones are Siolas the holy relic, who is assisting Juhian in destroying the enemy. The guy smiled and said, oh great, I was wondering how to increase the number of people. Siola said, I will take care of the skeletons. Juhian replied, okay, then I will take good care of the muscular panda and this dog. His voice rang out, did you hear that, panda? Come here to daddy? Both sides charged at each other at breakneck speed, seemingly only a flash of light could be seen passing by. Juhian said as he made his move, after observing the way you fight, even though you know how to use dirty tricks, it seems like your real ability is still poor. Seeing its face start to frown, he continued to provoke, what did I say wrong? With that, he slashed straight at its six-pack abs. The deep slash exposed the cotton inside its intestines. The muscular bear cried out in pain, no, my precious cotton. Seeing him let his guard down, Juhian kindly reminded him, watch your head. Behind it was the giant holy relic he had just summoned, the attack in his hand preparing to strike down with force. The bear saw it but didn't have time to react, its face was filled with tears as if it was about to cry, it was extremely funny. The last punch landed, smoke and fire covered the sky, the bear was nowhere to be seen. Anubis was busy fighting the other ghosts and turned around. How could it be? No, it seemed like he couldn't believe that his capable subordinate would be destroyed so easily. The muscular bear was now nothing more than a rag wrapped around a bundle of cotton. Juhian's voice rang out, well done, one down. He slowly walked out. Now it was this dog's turn. Anubis was scared but still spoke boldly. Come here, you think I'm afraid of you? He tried to suppress his trembling body. Despite his boasting, he was actually very scared. Anubis saw Ju Hian approaching like the king of hell descending to earth. His mind was in chaos. What to do? Should he run away? Run away before things get worse. Okay, let's run. Having made a decision, it immediately turned around and ran away resolutely. Ju Hian cursed under his breath and ordered, "That dog, grab him, rope." The rope listened to the command with great excitement, "Grab the dog, grab the dog." The rope was pressed against Anubis' back. It kept shouting, "Stop, stop." Anubis was startled when he saw it chasing after him. "It's you again, really annoying." Anubis was determined to summon some skeletons to block his way. This time he couldn't get caught. But the rope quickly broke the siege, avoiding it. Anubis ran and cursed in his heart, "How did that brat get to S rank? If I get caught I'll die, damn it." It glanced around, silently thinking, is there anywhere to hide? Not there. Finally it saw a door. There it was. The string chased and repeated itself, to no avail, to no avail. You hide in the toilet, so dirty, so dirty. But I will still catch you, catch you. The rope started searching each room. Where are you, where are you? Is it there? Or here? Oh, the last chamber? Gone, gone. The rope looked around in confusion, lost it, lost it. But the dog was actually still in there, clinging to the ceiling to be exact. Anubis trembled trying to keep his body steady. He gritted his teeth and begged, "Go away, please go away." He was about to collapse, sweat pouring down his forehead, his nerves on edge. Seeing the rope about to go out the door, he was secretly happy. Yes, yes, go. But the rope below kept dragging back and forth. So strange, it must have come in here. Suddenly it came to an idea, or was it above? Saying that, it looked up. The dog's body suddenly stiffened. The rope immediately rushed over. It turned out you were on the ceiling. Anubis was so scared that he said, "Nonsense, no, I'm just a fluorescent light." Not letting it protest, the rope was wrapped tightly around its neck. Let's play, let's play. So after all the effort of running away, Anubis finally got himself into trouble. The rope happily pulled the dog back to the owner. Caught it, caught it. It jumped around excitedly. You did well, you did well. Ju Hian's compliments made Anubis turn to stone immediately. Great, you're very good. The rope was very happy to be praised. He, the master praised me, the master praised me. Ju Hian's eyes suddenly became sharp. Now, what should this dog be made into? That question made Anubis tremble even more violently, its black face pale. He continued, I'll let you decide. 1. I'll boil you alive. 2. I'll chop you into 100 pieces. 3. Make you into a roast dog. After hearing that, Anubis immediately pretended to be stupid. What are you saying? Ju Hian ignored its question and spoke up. The first choice would be soup, the second would be sashimi, and the last would be a whole grilled dog. Anubis felt a chill down his spine. This guy was laughing so horribly. His voice rang out again. What kind do you like? Just say it. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the sharp knife in his hand. The dog started to sweat. It was not going to kill him anyway. He silently prayed, forgive me, I was just trying to survive. I thought the leader would kill us if we didn't run. So a high-ranking holy relic like me, Set or Osiris, would be severely punished if caught serving humans. Ju Hian heard that and immediately looked enlightened. Oh little brother, your reason is really convincing. Anubis felt like there was a way out of death. He excitedly looked up. Do you understand? Suddenly his expression changed 360 degrees. Understand, but thinking about me losing to someone like that, I can't ignore it. Anubis roared, what do you mean? Such a person, he is the leader, the leader. Leaders are almost all the manipulators of the world of the holy relic. Ju Hian folded his arms in response, seemingly losing all patience. Your crime is daring to underestimate my ability to fight any enemy. Furthermore, didn't you have plans to rebel even after I defeated that leader? The order to kill SEO Ju Hian, how do you explain that? Hearing that, Anubis jumped up. How did you know? Look at you, struggling to find a way out. Just stay there. Looking at the man and dog arguing back and forth, Jeha and Seola's faces both showed helplessness. In the end, Anubis was lying miserably on the ground. Ju Hian said as he walked away, restore it. Jeha shouted in frustration, hey, if you intend to restore and use it, don't make a mess of it. He cried and said, I have to take on more work, I'm already busy. The halo of light once again appeared in the sky, two silhouettes gradually approached. It turned out to be Lightning and Osiris. Anubis was moved to tears. Wow, as expected, you two came to save me. Lightning frowned and shouted his name, Seo Ju Hian. Looking at their faces, it seemed like they were about to fight, but unexpectedly these two guys lay on the ground and pretended to be angry. We are innocent, we just followed that bastard. Anubis was stunned as if he couldn't believe his eyes. You guys came here to surrender? Ju Hyun thought, without evidence who would believe. Seeing their expressions and gestures, the guy had to accept it. I will believe you guys. The tale told the truth. They shamelessly made a request while Anubis was lying dejectedly in a corner. So can we go home and eat chicken? I want to watch TV. Ju Hyun thought to himself, these guys really became pets. Oh well, that's fine. Finally he spoke up, that sounds good, but in return, you guys have to listen and watch out for Anubis. If it escapes again, there will be no chickens or TVs, understand? Hearing this, Set and Osiris' faces became distorted, and they answered in unison. Yes. Then the two of them simultaneously turned to attack Anubis psychologically. You hear me, Anubis, don't try to escape again. Hurry up and apologize to Ju Hyun right now. Anubis felt wronged but did not dare to say anything. How did the powerful and sacred Egyptian holy relic become like this? They started arguing. I guess I don't care, fried chicken is more important. I want to watch TV. Egu. Jaeha was annoyed. I need to heal him so everyone stay out of the way. Ju Hyun said to Seola. The Anubis are done, let's focus on the crypt now. She replied. Good, I'm a little nervous about excavating the crypt right now. We haven't had a single minute of real rest yet. The guy thought and opened the phone book. Should he call for help? Ju Hyun then pressed the button. A greeting came from the other end of the line. He asked, Irene, are you busy? Hearing the other person's name, Seola's expression changed. Irene quickly replied, I was on my way after hearing the news. She worriedly asked, Ju Hyun, are you okay? The other side replied, I'm fine, everything's fine, I was about to call you. After hanging up, he informed Seola that she was coming. She tried to hide her jealousy, he must be happy, right? Suddenly the ground shook violently. The system displays a warning, the crypt is expanding due to the power of an unknown person, the crypt is out of control. Ju Hyun was stunned for a few seconds before reacting, the crypt was expanding, could an existing crypt change? He turned around in frustration, that dog Anubis, what did you do? It retorted indignantly, it wasn't me. The three dogs' voices rang out, it's the leader, huh? The leader, he stole our power to reform the crypt. The power of all three of them was being drained. Anubis cursed under his breath, which meant the leader had seen it all. Jaeha panicked and shouted, Boss, what should we do now? Ju Hyun replied, we're too close to the tomb and will be swept away, watch your head. Hearing that, he panicked even more, is this it, is there no way out? Ju Hyun frowned in thought. A beam of light appeared in the sky, shining straight down from the sky. It got louder and louder, Ju Hyun's voice became urgent, if anything, your brother would have tried it. The scene suddenly changed, strange statues appeared before the group's eyes. They were teleported here without knowing it. Ju Hyun cursed in frustration, damn it, I'm in the crypt. Then he turned around and said, hey, you three idiots. Waking them up, they responded in unison, yes, sir. They started licking each person's face one by one, using this method to wake them up. Jaeha stood up with a pained face covered in drool. Ju Hyun asked, is everyone okay? For a beginner, Jaeha seemed fine. He replied painfully, it hurts so much. Why is my environmental protection job always like this? Seola interjected, I'm fine too. Good, that's a relief. Lightning tried to wake up the last brat, stop pretending to be dead. Get up, this guy is really good at pretending. He finally sat up and wiped his drool. Set thought to himself, this guy has pretty good taste. Ju Hyun's voice rang out, we can get out if we succeed in the raid, so it's not that big of a problem, we were trying to get in the first place anyway. Isn't it a matter of us being stuck without any preparation? Jaeha also interjected, yes, we were also hurt. Lightning looked annoyed, we should be restored before starting. What, is it that bad, are our limbs about to fall off or something? Ju Hyun replied, no, not that bad. Just bear with it, I'll restore you guys when we get out of here. Lightning said annoyed, hey, don't be so unfair. Fried chicken. Suddenly a piece of chicken thigh appeared in the air. Lightning pretended to frown. SEO Ju Hyun, what do you think I am? You dare to use fried chicken to seduce me? That's insulting. Finally his expression changed 360 degrees, but this time I will let it go. Anubis saw his friend being corrupted and cried in pain. Lightning was not like this in the beginning. Then they continued walking forward. Good, let's go deeper inside. When they reached a turn, two figures appeared ahead, causing them to stop an alarm. Seola spoke, I think I heard someone talking. Ju Hyun replied, me too, you stay here, I'll go check. It seems we are not the only ones caught up in this. The rope asked curiously, "Who is it, who is it?" The man over there shouted, "Hurry up and act. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We lost that kid Lewis, so this is our only chance to get Da Vinci's holy relic. It's definitely in this crypt. Search every nook and cranny." Ju Hian heard the plan. Wasn't that Chairman Quan? He came here to find Da Vinci's holy relic. He smirked. No way. Chairman Quan and the archaeological team are all here. They came prepared. Ju Hian said they brought a whole team of hunters with them. Seol Ah wondered. Hunters? It's slang, he explained. They're for scumbags who are better at fighting than digging. Right. So they were mostly heavily armed. But on the other hand, I ran here like crazy. There was no time to recharge the holy relic. Most of the holy relics I used were already pretty weak. And since we haven't had a moment's rest yet, we should save our energy and avoid unnecessary fights from now on. Jaeha was happy to hear that. It was a wise decision after all. Ju Hian continued. We have to go in anyway. No need to worry about running into them. Let's go. The dark hallway echoed with uneven footsteps. The group gradually entered the center of the crypt. Pharaoh statues lined up in 2 rows on either side of the walkway. Ju Hian spoke up. Everyone get ready. I think we'll have to fight a bit in this room. Jaeha asked in surprise. Huh, we've reached the room containing the holy relic? His voice rang out. No, this is a trap. At the same time, everyone felt the danger lurking around. One of the statues gradually grew larger and moved. It shouted angrily. Who dares to disturb the pharaoh's sleep? The crowd also shouted in panic. Ah, the statue is turning real. Only Ju Hian kept his composure. You're surprised by that? Jaeha jumped up in panic. It would be strange if he wasn't surprised. It's just a small trap anyway. Just break his shoulder. Don't worry. It's easy for you, boss, look at them. So scary. Ju Hian curled his lips. Stop grumbling and attack. The statue roared angrily. A huge stream of power instantly shot out. Jaeha was scared and quickly ran away. Ha! Attack or whatever. As long as someone like me survives, that's fine. Ju Hian, who was fighting, heard that and said. Then don't die and endure it. I'll take care of this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp slash cut across the statue. It was quickly cut in half. The heavy head fell to the ground before Lewis's astonished eyes. Fear of the rope saw the boy and rushed towards him. It wrapped around Lewis, making him angry. Hey rope, you don't need to fight. It replied. I'll keep an eye on you. Keep an eye on you. Suddenly a large boulder flew towards Jaeha. Luckily Ju Hian saved him in time. You're blaming him to death. Pay attention. The statue finally fell to the ground, sending dust flying. Ju Hian stood straight in that smoke without any danger. He smiled triumphantly, as easy as pie. Jaeha still couldn't get over his fear. He asked tremblingly, is it really over? Ju Hian said firmly. I told you so. It's just a small trap. Jaeha wondered again. Wait. Then why didn't we avoid it in the first place? Ju Hian's answer left him bewildered. Here was the shortcut. He asked as he walked, where does this shortcut lead? Ju Hian replied mysteriously, you'll know soon. Suddenly Ju Hian pointed forward and said. There she is. It turned out that Irene was right around the corner ahead. Ju Hian chose to fight the statue instead of avoiding it because he wanted to meet her faster. She saw them and happily called out. Ju Hian. Ju Hian spoke up. You're here. Jaeha was surprised. Huh? We came here to find Irene? Irene breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't know how to find you. Ju Hian. What a relief. She recounted. Suddenly there was an earthquake and I was swept into this. He replied. Finding you was easy. I have located the scent of the holy relic Midas. Jaeha seemed to have figured something out. So that's why we're all in here. Irene asked worriedly. Oh no, are you all okay? Of course we're okay. The torch is lit to light the way. Now all we need to do is get to the chamber containing the holy relic. Wait a moment, let me find the way. Ju Hian spoke while lighting the way. I could detect it through the carvings in the tomb. The walls were covered with ancient writings. Jaeha asked curiously. What holy relic was in this crypt? It must have been engraved there too. That's right. But, why? Is something wrong?
Ju Hian rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
There were just too many things written here.
I bet when he got here, a message that the Valley of Kings had appeared. The Valley of the Kings was a famous pharaoh's necropolis during Egypt's New Kingdom period. The tombs were built by digging out the rocks in the valley.
The famous pyramids we know today were tombs from the ancient kingdom of Egypt.
They took a lot of time and money to build and were very vulnerable to theft. That's why the pharaohs of the new empire created these tombs.
In the end, it became a trap.
Seolah saw him silent for a long time and asked.
There were too many things written.
His voice rang out. There was a high possibility that there were several holy relics inside this crypt. It was not surprising that there was more than one holy relic. Among the 7 great crypts, the crypt of lust and jealousy was the same. Ju Hian continued, but here it's different, there's more than 1 or 2.
From what I've read, there's a lot of information about a large number of the holy relics here. Some of the Pentagon's holy relics might be in here too.
Jaeha and Irene were delighted to hear that, then they had hit the jackpot. Ju Hian said again, but because there was too much information, I couldn't tell who the real owner of this tomb was. Then he turned a corner. I could guess, but go ahead, this way.
The footsteps of the group echoed.
At the fork in the road ahead, the 2 groups were about to meet.
Chairman Kwan's men panicked and retreated.
The leader swung the axe in his hand and ordered, "Don't move." Ju Hian laughed and said, "Calm down, we're just an excavation team. These guys, judging by their clothes, they seem to be Americans.
So you guys must be pretty good, right? Looks like you can handle the holy relic."
Those guys shouted loudly, "The right to excavate this tomb belongs to us. Now that you have been caught by us, you must stop immediately and obey our instructions." He pointed at Ju Hian. "I heard you guys cooperated with foreign excavation teams, but you lied to me." Ju Hian calmly replied, "I'm still on my way to meet your president. We've already contacted the other teams."
The officer continued, "We have contacted the other teams, but I know your name is not on that list, Seo Ju Hian."
Hearing that, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this guy knows me."
Then he turned to Irene and whispered, "Can you help?"
"I don't think these guys will let us go."
"Just a little attack." Irene heard that and replied with a smile, "Just a little huh, okay."
Seeing that, the other guy shouted, "What are you guys whispering about? Hand over your weapons and surrender." Irene summoned her power and replied, "Sorry, but we can't help it." The energy beam attacked them directly, causing them to writhe in pain. Strange changes started to appear on their bodies. Hair is growing all over my body. Another one was holding his throat. I have gills, it hurts.
Seeing that situation, Seo Ju Hian's facial muscles suddenly twitched. "Can you be more gentle? Is the strength too hard to control?" Irene asked worriedly. That's gentle enough."
The system screen displayed a message. The ruins of the crypt had been combined with the power of bankruptcy, the power of the curse had been amplified.
Ju Hon read it and wondered, "Curse, is there a curse attribute in this tomb?"
Seeing the officers still struggling in pain, they said, "Let's run, this is the right time." Suddenly the system flashed again. It says, "The curse of the pharaoh is starting to attack you right now." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious purple power was released and covered the entire group.
Jaeha almost screamed, "What the hell, my whole body hurt like crazy." Seolah hugged her chest and tried to speak, but I did the opposite.
Ju Hon saw the purple light and frowned. After a long while, the smoke cleared to reveal unusual changes appearing on their bodies.
The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. "What is this?"
Seolah touched her face. She hesitantly said, "My age has changed."
Irene looked in disbelief. "It's true."
Ju Hon was equally surprised. He exclaimed, "How absurd." Among them, Jaeha was the most unnerved.
He cried out in pain, "It was absurd. Why did I turn into an old man? How can I turn back? Do something?"
He pointed at Ju Hon indignantly.
"Boss, you're the only one who's fine, how could that be?" Ju Hon replied indifferently.
"Who knows, maybe it's because of the difference in status."
He thought to himself.
It was more about stamina than rank. But now was not the time to explain.
Jaeha turned his attack to Lewis. "What's wrong with this brat? Why are we the only ones getting hit?" The brat replied angrily. "Wouldn't it be better if one less person got transformed? Why do you have to mock me?"
Ju Hon calmly replied.
"We won't know anything if we keep shouting why. What's important is what we should do now." Jaeha replied. "I'm fine. Say whatever you want." "Okay, everyone calm down. Is anyone hurt? Can everyone talk?" Seolah spoke up. "Yes, my brain is still the same." Irene tried to look up at him. "Me too, Ju Hon."
His voice rang out. That's good, but that attack just now gave me a rough idea of what kind of holy relic was in this crypt.
Jaeha was curious. Huh, what is it? He explained. This age-altering attack is called a curse. This entire tomb is a curse.
It is what increased Irene's power. There is the Valley of the Kings and the curse keyword.
Then the owner of the tomb is the holy relic of Tutankhamun.
Jaeha hesitated.
Tutankhamun. I think I've heard of him somewhere.
He replied.
Yes, you've probably heard of him at least once. Although the pharaohs of the New Kingdom were buried in the Valley of the Kings to guard against theft, that did not completely deter robbers.
But there is one place, one intact tomb, that is the tomb of Tutankhamun. Along with a large amount of buried treasure, and attracted the attention of the whole world in the blink of an eye.
As people began to pay attention to the place, a demonic rumor arose that anyone who dared to approach Tutankhamun's tomb would be cursed to death. Although the sponsor of this excavation team, Loro Canaban, an English aristocrat, was indeed dead.
He had been in poor health since he began his work. Many other authorities reported that he had had a wonderful time. In the end, most people believed the rumor to be an exaggerated story.
However, since these holy relics are derived from those stories, Tutankhamun's holy relic may also have curse abilities. How annoying. Jaeha wondered, a holy relic can curse people to death, so how do we capture it?
Ju Hyun replied, we might have to fight once we enter that room. But the problem is we might get caught before we get inside. The curse can hit us anywhere in here. Need to move and avoid his tracking as much as possible. From now on I will not use the holy relic anymore and just move lightly. He held a torch and led the group, giving instructions as they walked, making sure to avoid the trap rooms and avoid running into other teams. Moving slowly was not difficult. We could avoid the traps from the tomb carvings and avoid other people if we stayed calm. This is a situation where you need to quickly get past the holy relics to solve the riddle on your junior. It is essential to stay calm and move carefully. But it seemed like they were in trouble when Ju Hyun's footsteps suddenly stopped. Ahead was a bottomless pit. Jaeha cursed in frustration. This was a vertical air duct. Vertical air duct, it was used to prevent robbers, but it seemed like there was one here too. Ju Hyun warned, since it was made from the holy relic, it must be very deep. If it falls, the movie will be over. Jaeha broke out in a cold sweat. Their voices echoed, I thought we need to go down to get to the other side. Should we use the rope to go one by one? The rope was surprised. Me. Ju Hyun explained the plan. If you move each individual one by one, that damn holy relic won't be able to catch it. Rope, tie me first and take me to the other side. The rope asked again, really, can I tie you? I don't care, just keep that thought in mind, use as little energy as possible. Yes. Don't worry, it said comfortingly and quickly flew down below. Ju Hyun slowly slid down the rope, a voice suddenly sounded above his head, oh this is really good. Ju Hyun finally set foot on the ground. He ordered the rope, good, it worked, now go back and bring Irene and Seol over here. Since they're both small, you can easily carry both of them, right? Of course. Louis stood at the end of the line and saw the situation before him and thought, oh wait, isn't this the right time to run away? The rope is gone and Ju Hyun is quite far away, I can run away in the opposite direction without having to fight. The boy smirked, good, let's run. It won't be good if those two sisters catch me, so I'll go when they get to the other side. Then he looked at the innocent Jaeha, and I can easily fool this guy. Jaeha had no idea about Louis's escape plan. He excitedly shouted, be careful underfoot. The rope was carrying two girls flying down at the same time. At this moment, thinking that, Louis turned and ran away with a triumphant smile on his lips. Jaeha was stunned by the sudden action. He shouted and stopped. The movement up there reached Ju Hyun's ears. He looked up worriedly. What happened? Louis ran away smiling. Ha, success, no longer their prisoner. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed the boy's arm. It turned out that Jaeha quickly caught up with him. This brat, you think you can escape when I'm watching your school? I can catch you easily. Louis counterattacked and pinned him down. Do you think I'll let someone like you catch me? Jaeha cursed and flipped over to pin him down. This brat, okay, let's see. Louis was pressed down and immediately rolled his eyes. You're crazy. The sound of the two arguing echoed down below. You're as heavy as a pig, damn it, I won't let you go, brat. Ju Hyun sighed inwardly. It seemed like there was trouble again. The upper echelons started to punch each other. Wait a minute, how is that possible? How can you move like that when you're an old man? My hips are killing me, so shut up. Jaeha tried to shout, it's okay boss, I got the brat, give me the rope quickly, so I can tie him. He had not finished speaking when he was punched in the face. Louis tried to jump out to escape, accidentally pushing Jaeha back. It seemed that they did not expect the situation to turn out like this. Both of their faces were distorted. Jaeha finally lost his balance and fell straight into the hole behind, his scream echoing throughout the crypt.
It seemed like Ju Hyun had anticipated that scene. He anxiously called out, "You Jae-ha."
Hold him with the rope. Okay. The rope responded and quickly rushed away. Suddenly his face became tense. Only after I shouted out of reflex did I realize that, in order to save the falling Jae-ha, the rope would obviously have to increase its speed and strength. And so all his efforts to avoid it were in vain. The thing he least wanted happened.
The strange purple power found them again.
So you guys were here.
The system pops up a notification. The Pharaoh's curse is getting closer.
Before the rope could catch Jae-ha, his body was gradually covered in purple gas and disappeared. He shouted in confusion.
"Where are you going?"
Seo La was also in the same situation. She turned to Ju Hyun, "Boss," in confusion. Irene was also not free from the curse. She worriedly called his name, Ju Hyun. He couldn't react in time and could only watch as the cursed people gradually disappeared. Ju Hyun stared at the purple smoke in shock.
They were gone.
I thought he wouldn't be affected by the curse like before.
But now Ju Hyun's body gradually became blurry. Finally turned into wind and disappeared in this strange crypt.
Seo Ju Hyun suddenly felt himself trapped in a dark place. He tried to knock on the side to get out.
What is that? It's so dark I can't see anything. And I'm trapped in a dark, dilapidated place. The air is so dusty.
The guy tried to push but it was useless.
Nothing moved.
He couldn't keep calm anymore and angrily slammed his fist and shouted.
"Open up, I don't have time to play in here." A voice rang out in the air.
"Oh, I heard something."
"Master, is that you?" "What? What is it?" "Master is here."
The voice made Seo Ju Hyun look at it in shock. He called out with all his might.
Rope, are you there?" The rope quickly responded to its master's call.
"Yes, I'm here. The other holy relics are here too."
Hearing that, the guy was delighted. "Really? Is that good?" He continued. "I think I'm stuck somewhere. Do you know? Can you open it?"
The rope said, bewildered.
"This is strange. What is it? What is it?"
The worm beside him was also angry at the rope's stupid question.
"Idiot. Don't you know it by looking at it? It's a coffin. The rope still asked in confusion. "But it looks like that. "What else?" "That guy is stuck in a coffin." The worm replied.
This made the guy both angry and scared.
"What?" he yelled. "What the hell? In a coffin?"
The scream seemed to want to destroy everything. On the other side, two little girls fell on top of each other in pain.
The two girls looked around and asked, "Where? It seems like this is another hallway. It seems like we were teleported."
The red-haired girl raised her hand to adjust her shirt and asked, "This time the holy relic has changed us.
Are you okay?"
The blonde girl replied,
"I'm fine. And you?"
The red-haired girl looked down sadly.
"So did I, but it looks like we're stuck in here. How do we find the boss?"
There was really no other way but to use the holy relic. The little girl beside her opened her eyes wide when she heard that. Then she clenched her hands in fear and said, "But what if I use it and get cursed?" The red-haired girl was helpless to answer the truth.
"There is a real danger, but what can we do now?"
She smiled and comforted her friend.
"Don't worry, searching is Gildel's specialty. Just using a little bit of energy is enough," she said eloquently.
"Just like when the boss used the rope earlier.
Do it, or you'll get caught."
The little girl beside her looked at her with sparkling eyes full of admiration. The girl with the red eyes started to act.
"I'll try to call him."
The kid beside cheered. "Okay." The girl used all her strength to perform the magic.
She said, "Go, Gildal." Immediately Gildal appeared. The girl stared and thought, "Now, take a big risk. Please." Gildal asked, surprising the girl. "What did you call me, master?"
The little girl beside him said.
"All right then."
The redhead breathed a sigh of relief.
"I don't think we've been discovered." The blonde couldn't hide her joy. "Glad, you're so good."
Then she gave an order.
"Gildal, find the boss. He must be somewhere in the crypt. And bring the boss back here. But you must remain as hidden as possible. Just go slowly. I am being followed."
Gildal bowed his head in acknowledgement.
"Understood, I will return." The two girls glanced at Gildal. Waiting was happiness now. The blonde girl happily smiled and praised me. I thought about it for a long time.
But her skills are amazing.
Knowing that Sao Juhian has such a talented colleague, I don't have to worry anymore.
The red-haired girl was so shy that she blushed. She turned her head away and stammered, "It's nothing."
Tall figures appeared on the wall. Those are the guys wearing TKBM shirts. They walked proudly in the crypt.
Suddenly an old bald man with white mulberry hair fell down. The fall landed him on top of a guy who was face down in pain and shouted, "Who is this?" The old man held his head and cried in pain. His head. The young man still spoke loudly. An old man he had never seen before. The old man was still shocked and scared when the group pointed weapons at him.
"Hey, old man, where did you come from? Why are you harassing us?"
The old man turned his head and looked around, thinking.
These crazy guys. Is this the TKBM excavation team? Where's the boss? I'm alone. What should I do? One of them shouted when he got no answer. Not going to open his mouth.
The old man who was scolded was scared and tears fell like rain, begging for mercy.
God, please spare me.
The young man beside him saw this and tried to stop him.
Hey, calm down. He looks harmless.
He could just be a commoner who got sucked into the grave.
It could be. But I could smell the holy relic.
The old man was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat.
Everyone shouted.
"Old man, give me all the holy relics and raise your hands." The old man held his head and cried in fear.
Oh my God, they are just junk. I mean it.
Seeing the old man's fear, they laughed mockingly.
Ha ha ha. I told you not to be impatient. He's scared pale.
We'll take all the holy relic and chase him away. That's respect for the elders. The old man heard this and thought to himself in surprise.
Wait, these guys. Don't they realize who we are?
The old man looked at those brats and thought.
There's no way these bastards will let Sao Juhian's group go.
I guess it's because of that curse that changed my appearance.
There is a way out.
He knelt down with a guilty face and said.
If you want the holy relic, I will give it to you. But since I only collect them for fun, they're not that interesting. The other guy was happy to hear that. It's okay, just hand them over.
The holy relics are dangerous objects. We'll take care of them for you.
A voice said. What's going on?
Hearing this voice, the old man glanced at the man.
The staff replied. It's nothing, sir.
Just a civilian who suddenly appeared.
Chairman Quan.
He was surprised here.
The staff continued to speak.
We intend to take the holy relic and let him go.
Chairman Quan replied with a sinister face. Oh really?
The staff began to flatter.
Yes, sir. You told us not to leave any traces. We will always remember your words.
Chairman Quan stared at the old man with a sinister smile.
He said. A commoner, why do you look so familiar?
His words made the old man sweat with fear.
Damn it, he recognized me. Chairman Quan spoke. You Jae-ha. Why are you here alone? Where is your boss? This made everyone panic in surprise. You Jae-ha.
A frightened employee replied.
Is that old man Jae-ha? The president glared angrily at the useless employees. Can't you see it? How disappointing. Jae-ha, determined not to reveal his identity, stammered. What are you talking about? I'm a little hard of hearing. Old Quan grinned wickedly. Then I will help you hear clearly. Cut off my ears. Jae-ha screamed in fear. Ah.
The staff received the order to step forward and hold the old man's ear and said.
That's the chairman's order. Do you like the left or the right ear better? Jae-ha tried to struggle to get free. Not me. I'm not the person named Jae-ha. I'm just a hired hand. I don't know anything. Old Quan's hand looks like a devil's. Stop denying it.
Jae-ha's ear was pinched but his body suddenly showed strange signs. He was surprised to notice this change looking at his hands and body. The guy froze when he saw his body return to its original form. He wanted to turn back but not now. The crowd suddenly exclaimed.
This guy really was you Jae-ha? The crowd looked at Jae-ha with fearful eyes.
The guy knew there was no way out so he knelt down and clasped his hands together to beg for mercy. I apologized for lying.
But both the phone and laptop were from TKBM.
All the devices in my house came from TKBM, so just this once.
Chairman Quan ordered, kill him.
Jae-ha was so scared that his mouth was wide open.
He continued. If this brat dies, that little Louis will come back to us. Jae-ha said in a panic. Wait. Why are you like this? I have to live to be of any use to you. I can only be of use to you if I'm alive.
If you spare me, I'll reveal all of Seo Ju-hyun's weaknesses.
The guy thought to himself. I'm sorry, boss. I'm just trying to buy time. Really?
The young man's hands were clenched into fists on his thighs, shaking with anger.
Old Quan laughed horribly. How interesting. Let me hear it.
Chairman Quan crossed his arms and sternly ordered.
Seo Ju-hyun's weakness. Interesting. Tell me. Jae-ha was forced into a corner, sweating and stammering. It must be worth listening to.
He glared and gritted his teeth in a terrifying manner. The crime of wasting my time is very serious. The guy said nervously. Of course it was worth it.
This was too risky. Damn it. He thought to himself. He smiled evilly and said. Tell me.
Jae-ha was so nervous that his hands clenched into fists on his thighs. I wanted to get his attention, so I said I would tell him about boss's weakness.
But what should I say? Does someone like him have any fatal weakness?
The staff saw the guy hesitate and scold.
What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what the chairman said?
Jae-ha said, startled and scared.
Okay. Okay. The sound of someone's footsteps approaching and speaking. It seemed like they were having a good conversation.
The boy with the romantic blonde hair pushed his glasses up and said.
How about I join? Everyone was surprised by this appearance. Julian Miller. Chairman Quan asked Julian. What are you doing here?
Julian walked closer and calmly replied.
This is one of the 7 most beautiful crypts, isn't it? My purpose of coming here is the same as yours. While I was searching for Zhuge Liang's relics, Seo Ju-hyun's excavation team seemed to be in danger. So I was heading there. Chairman Quan frowned and asked again. In danger? Seo Ju-hyun.
They encountered an accident and were running around in all directions.
Jae-ha was stunned to hear the news about his comrades. Julian continued.
You Jae-ha being here alone proves it.
Seo Ju-hyun is now all alone.
That's why I'm here to retrieve the relic.
It's easier for us to exchange information since we've met here. Old Kwon Tae-jun was puzzled by Julian's actions. You planned to attack Seo Ju-hyun? You were close friends with Seo Ju-hyun. It must be because of him that we cut off contact. Julian frowned and replied, I'm close friends with Seo Ju-hyun. It's meaningless. We didn't sign any contracts either. Seriously, nothing was broken.
Chairman Kwan's secretary also whispered to him.
That's right, Chairman. Last time I saw the two of them fighting and it was very serious.
He smiled smugly.
Is that so? So, it looks like our common enemy is Seo Ju-hyun. He raised his hand and smiled wickedly. So why don't we cooperate a little? You said before you know where Seo Ju-hyun is. Julian replied. Yes.
He spread his arms proudly.
Perfect. You can lead me there. And maybe find that brat's weak spot. Julian agreed to cooperate. Good idea. Let's go. Kwon Tae-jun smiled happily. You seem easy to cooperate with. Julian reminded. Then we must hurry.
The chairman frowned and asked the reason.
Why? The guy explained. The curse protecting Seo Ju-hyun is weakening.
If we delay, we will lose him and the number of people in the group has increased.
We need to hurry. We'll hear about his weakness on the way there. Jae-ha was scared as he listened to the two's conversation. The president turned his head and gave an order. Okay. Let's get ready to go.
The staff responded in obedience.
Yes, boss. Julian pulled Jae-ha's hand roughly. If you understand now, stand up and leave. The guy being dragged away said painfully. Take it easy. I'm in pain.
The boy with glasses said softly.
Stop nagging. I did it to save you. Jae-ha was startled and confused when he heard this. Jae-ha frowned in disdain. How fickle. Julian also frowned at the young man's attitude. I passed by here and heard human voices. This is your punishment for making mistakes every day. Can't you and Seo Ju-hyun live in peace? Jae-ha pouted at being scolded. Old man. Julian reminded. Think about revealing Seo Ju-hyun's weakness? The guy replied. Okay. Jae-ha breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thanks to him I'm still alive. Now to find a chance to escape.
On the other side, the red-haired girl was deep in thought. There was a problem.
Gildal couldn't find boss. The little girl beside him asked worriedly. How could that be? The girl explained. She thought he was hiding somewhere special. The little girl held the book in her hand. Let me see if there is any other holy relic that might be useful. Ah, the wind of Chiram. Here, the older sister asked. What is it? She explained. With it, I can know what danger Juhon is in. No matter how far away he is. The wind won't tell us the details. But we can learn important information along its path. Would it work anyway? If found out, the older sister asked. The little girl replied under her sister's worried gaze. It was worth a try. The red-haired girl asked again to make sure. Siola, you know it's dangerous, right? The little girl said with a smile. I just couldn't bear to just stand by and watch. Siola put the book on the floor and reminded her. Stay back. We don't know what will happen. Okay, be careful. The older sister said. Irene started flipping through the book. Let's see. The holy relic, tell me what danger Juhian is in. The red-haired girl asked. Was it successful? Irene replied. If I'm not mistaken, I see we haven't been discovered. Suddenly the little girl cried out, startling her older sister. The book started flipping open and closed. The red-haired girl ran over. What was this? What was wrong? She read the notes of the cryptic book. Imprisonment, body, and rope. Irene heard that and was scared to tears. Both of them were screaming in fear. What exactly happened, Juhian? If it was a rope, was it a rope? She turned to look at Gildal. Wait, Gildal. Go find the string. Gildal obeyed. Okay, I'll be back. The two girls' faces were filled with worry and fear. Juhian always carried the string with him, whether he was eating, resting, or watching TV. Has Juhian's image changed? Objects rather than people. Irene thought about it and burst into tears. Her older sister suddenly said, What are you talking about? The confused older sister comforted her. I sent Gildal away, so wait for him to come back. Irene was still sobbing. What do you think boss will do with the rope? The red-haired girl was bewildered and in disbelief. Don't think about it. It's completely pointless, right? Impossible. Then they both cried. Irene was enough for me. But now she was jealous of that string too. Ah, wait. What does that mean, Siola? Seo Juhian was still lying still in the coffin. He asked. Are you done? The rope wrapped around the coffin replied. It won't open. Because gold will liquefy if melted. We will save Juhian by heating this coffin. Come on, burn it. Nero raised his hands and ordered. Juhian inside the coffin cried out. Ah, it's too hot, can you stop? The guy cursed. Bastard, I'll burn to death before this coffin melts. Nero was stunned by the scolding. The human body was weak. Then the guy looked ahead in confusion. A message appeared. In 5 minutes, the mummification ceremony will take place. After becoming a mummy, you will be reincarnated to a wonderful place. The guy was stunned by this information. What? What do you mean? This is a mesmerizing experience that no one can imagine. Let me explain first. First, I'll take your brain out through your nose. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. Am I really going to become a mummy? Seo Juhian couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Damn it, I'm still alive. Why are you doing this to a living person? Hey, those things out there. The rope asked again. Master, what's wrong? Juhian was irritated by the rope's stupid question. Bastard, do something to open this. The holy relics outside asked in unison. What should we do? Yes, we don't even know how to open it. The guy was helpless because of their uselessness. It was of no use. A voice rang out. Master, it seems you are in trouble. Let me help you. Seo Juhian heard this voice unexpectedly. This voice. It's hard to do it for free. How about a deal? The guy recognized the voice too, it was the worm. He asked. What do you want to do? The worm quickly replied. Oh, what situation are you in that you agree so quickly? The SEO guy couldn't keep his cool anymore. Will you guys hurry up? Wait until I get out. The worm spoke. First, his entire fortune. And give up all the artifacts you have. First, all credit to you. And give up all the artifacts you have. Shouldn't you give up everything to save your life? The guy was annoyed by this arrogance. This worm was really cruel. The worm continued to make conditions. Let me go again. I want to go to Elisa. You only gave me work without paying me. I want to quit. Ju Hyun was irritated by the worm's conditions. Who is Elisa? He shouted. Hey, worm, don't you think that's a bit much? Do you think I'm crazy? Do you think I'd accept that kind of deal? The worm was angry at not being accepted. You don't want it? You must be crazy. If you don't want it, then so be it. I gave you a good chance. Shouldn't you be grateful and accept it? If you want to live like a mummy. Strong footsteps came forward. Hey, you jerk. Did you upset the boss? A familiar voice said, this voice. The guy spoke. Siola, is that you? Irene held her hand and said. Siola, I heard Ju Hyun's voice. Irene approached the coffin and asked. Ju Hyun, are you in there? He heard her voice say. Irene, you're here too? That's a relief. Now I have someone to talk to. She asked, how did this happen? Siola held the worm tightly in her hand. I think this thing is bothering you. Boss, what should I do with it? The worm looked aggrieved. What are you talking about? I just want to help. The guy said, I think that bastard knows how to get me out of the coffin. But he said he wouldn't tell unless I left him all my assets. Can you two help me? Irene and Siola angrily crushed the hateful worm in their hands. Both said at the same time, roast it. The worm cried out miserably. Save me. The other holy relics also found it terrifying. Oh my. The worm finally gave in. Okay. Just reverse the order of release. Siola couldn't take it anymore and shouted. You do it. The worm said fearfully. Okay. The worm started chanting. Blah blah blah. Yada yada yada. Ju Hyun smiled smugly. It opened. The coffin lid opened and both girls called out names. Ju Hyun. Boss. The guy jumped up and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought I was going to suffocate in there. Irene saw him with tears in his eyes. I'm glad you're safe. She ran towards him happily. But the rope was faster than she could reach and wrap around his face. I'm fine. But if you keep this up, I'm going to suffocate. Irene was worried outside. Ju Hyun. Are you okay? What happened between you and the rope? The guy replied blankly. I'm fine. But this coffin was really tight. The rope tried to save him from the coffin even though it couldn't. The two girls looked at each other helplessly. Irene said with sparkling eyes. We were worried when Kairam's wind prophesied that something strange was going on. It spoke of imprisonment, bodies, and strings. The guy said to the two girls. Being stuck in the coffin is like being imprisoned. The other two. If he stays in there for long, he will turn into a mummy. It must be just the mummy dedication. Irene sighed. I get it. That's why he didn't mention the rope. She smiled brightly. What a relief. We thought you were going through something bad. The man said quietly. He couldn't think of anything worse than becoming a mummy while still alive. Anyway, you're still alive and escaped. What you need to do is find you Jaha. Siola pointed at Gildal and said. Gildal can find him. I asked him to find you and it seems like we've avoided the surveillance of the artifacts. Seo Ju Hyun clenched the paper in his hand and said. That's good. Do me a favor. Siola is willing to accept the mission. Okay, I'll send her. While Gildal was out gathering information, we sat down and rested. Fortunately, there were no lost or damaged artifacts here. It would be nice if I could do something about the curse on the two of them while I was thinking about what to do. Gildal had returned. But the guy got the information. What? Yu Jaha was with Chairman Kwan. Siola replied worriedly. Yes, they were talking about his weakness. The guy sighed. Ju Hyun crossed his arms and said, he must have run into Chairman Kwan while running away. Yu Jaha, that guy is unlucky. He rested his chin in his hand, thinking. Surely he wouldn't say much about my weakness. No need to worry. He didn't know anything about levers. But it would be troublesome if he made a deal with Chairman Kwan. Siola clasped her hands together and said. Boss. The chief is there too, so Ju Hyun was surprised. What? Miller? Why is that bastard there? Irene looked at the two people talking in confusion. Seola continued. They all talked about his weaknesses. He listened attentively. Well, with Julian's artifact, Julian can see Aura's lever. So he can actually find his weakness. Seo Ju-hyun started thinking. Where were they going? This changed everything. Seola grabbed the guy's shirt. She whispered in his ear. What do you think about getting the chief's memory back? Then things wouldn't be so bad. He thought. Yes. But the problem is if it goes bad in a negative way. There are too many things between him and me that we don't agree on. So I'm sure we'll fight even before we die. He crossed his arms and said, if we bring up memories for him, it might bring up bad memories. Seola replied, that's true, but it won't be worse than the current situation. He colluded with Chairman Kwon to harm you. And that was everyone's Chairman Kwon. How could that be? If you leave it like this, it will be the boss's fault. Ju-hyun said quietly. She was right. Okay. I'll use the artifact to restore his memories next time. Now, prepare to escape. Irene asked, bewildered. What's wrong with Jae-hasan? The guy consoled. Don't worry. Nothing bad will happen. It's just a matter of reason. The guy smiled, confusing Irene. Footsteps echoed in the crypt. The TKBM excavation team members walked in a line. Chairman Kwon frowned and asked. When will he arrive? Did we lose him? Julian replied. Of course not. Jae-ha looked at Julian and thought. I think that old man is getting more and more suspicious. Are we going to be caught like this? The sudden flash of light made everyone turn to look. What was that? Behind me, I heard a voice behind me. Ju-hyun appeared with a confident smile. Jae-ha turned back to Julian worriedly. What? You brought everyone to the boss? Julian denied. No. He frowned. I think he came looking for us. Chairman Kwon said disdainfully. Seo Ju-hyun? We meet again. The guy calmly walked up and said. Forget it. I don't care about you guys. Old Kwon was surprised. What? The guy smirked. I came here to see Julian Miller. Julian was annoyed at being mentioned. Me? Seo Ju-hyun replied. Yes. I heard you join hands with them to attack me. I won't put up with this anymore. Come out here. Julian yelled. Hey. Seo Ju-hyun? You misunderstood. So? Chairman Kwon laughed contemptuously. Ha ha ha. That's interesting. It seems like they really don't get along. The secretary also chimed in. Am I right, Chairman? Julian ordered. Get out of here. Shall we have a duel? We'll get the spoils. The guy was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Seo Ju-hyun? Listen to me. There's no reason for you and I to fight. Ju-hyun interrupted. You can say whatever you want, but I came here because I had made my decision. Then his footsteps rushed forward strongly. He rushed forward with all his might. A hand holding a sword passed by. Julian Miller was surprised but still dodged Seo Ju-hyun's attack. He shouted. Wait, Seo Ju-hyun. Stop and listen to me. Even so, Seo Ju-hyun still kept a cold attitude and attacked. Seo Ju-hyun just now replied? If you have something to say, then I'm doing what I want. As he spoke, he slashed his sword cleanly. Uncle Kwon Tae-jun was very excited when he saw the fight just now. Ha ha ha, what a good thing. It's like hitting your nose without touching it. Unlike the excitement of his uncle Kwon Tae-jun, Jae-ha was quite scared. He watched the two of them fight and sweat profusely, thinking to himself, oh not too bad, I have to stop the boss. But how? Julian Miller seemed to have lost all patience with the swordsman in front of him, he growled. Then he roared, bringing with him a punch. The force seemed quite great. If you keep coming this way, I have no choice but to fight back. As soon as he finished speaking, Julian launched his counterattack, a blinding light bursting from his punch. The blonde still kept up his strong energy with no intention of giving in. He looked straight at Ju-hyun's face and said loudly, listen carefully Seo Ju-hyun, I only pretended to cooperate with those bastards to save you Jae-ha. If I didn't act, you Jae-ha would have died, but because I knew him, I couldn't abandon him. Hearing Julian Miller's words, Seo Ju-hyun opened his eyes wide in surprise. What, is that so? Did I misunderstand? But then suddenly Seo Ju-hyun smirked, but like I said, that's not the problem now. Now it was Julian Miller's turn to be surprised. Suddenly boom, a pretty big explosion happened. Everyone around was startled, quickly covered their eyes with their hands. What's wrong? My eyes hurt. Suddenly something was brought out. The water landed squarely on Julian Miller's face, successfully stunning him. The next second he suddenly held his head, lay down on the ground and screamed, "On my head." He seemed to be in great pain, holding his head and screaming. Gradually he felt something strange in his mind. What is this? Is it an illusion? No, it can't be. The image of an angry Seo Ju-hyun appeared before his eyes. Seo Ju-hyun, huh? He seemed to be clawing at someone's beak. His tone was very angry. Stop talking nonsense and go do the mission, okay? Then Julian saw Ju-hyun grab his shoulder and say loudly, "It's a trap. The rescue team won't come here. It's all because of Chairman Kwon." Miller was still hesitant and afraid to follow Seo Ju-hyun's words. Seo Ju-hyun was still adamant. "I can't let my people die. You take them out. I will be the bait." Julian Miller didn't seem to want to do this mission very much. The sight of monsters with fanged mouths, huge horns on their heads, and bloodshot eyes appearing before him made him hesitate, but if he did, before he could finish his sentence, Ju-hyun would scold him. What else could he hesitate about? Just shut up and go. And then what had to happen happened. Julian witnessed Seo Ju-hyun charging into the monsters alone, despite him shouting loudly behind him, "Boss." At this point, Julian Miller understood everything. Yes, I remember, Seo Ju-hyun sacrificed himself to save everyone. Lee Seola's tears flowed down, calling out in vain, "Boss." As she was about to rush forward, an arm blocked her view. "We need to go this way." Seeing herself being stopped, Seola spoke loudly with a bit of anger, but the girl had not finished her sentence when he interrupted her. That was an order. Julian thought to himself that he had done everything to complete his last order. Everyone had been running for a while, but in the end he still had to make the same decision as Seo Ju-hyun did. The group of people walked for a while and suddenly stopped because of an obstacle. Someone cursed when he saw all the red eyes in front of him. Damn, that was not a few rats but a whole bunch of rats. Those rats looked scary with cloudy eyes and wide open mouths with super large sharp teeth. Julian Miller turned back and said to everyone, "Keep running, I will handle them myself." The people with him were worried when they saw him wanting to solo the rats. They hesitated, but did not let them worry more. He immediately reassured, "I will follow right behind, so go." Standing alone in front of that huge, strange group of rats, normal people would definitely feel a little scared, and Miller was no exception. But he only dared to feel scared secretly in his heart. Actually, he had no confidence, but only doing so could make him feel secure. The war between him and the rats began. Of course he alone could not fight those rats. He remembered that he died in that room. Those disgusting rats had torn his body apart. Breaking free from the illusion, Julian crawled up, groaning in pain. A voice said, "Do you remember?" As soon as he heard that voice, Julian Miller was stunned, his whole body stiffened. This voice. He raised his head, looked at the person in front of him and asked in a rush. "Seo Ju-hyun, what happened? Did we escape the tomb safely?" Ju-hyun calmly replied. It's a long story." Suddenly from behind came the voice of a middle-aged man. "What is going on?" This voice completely scared Julian Miller. His eyes suddenly widened. That person was Kwon Tae-jun. He seemed annoyed and asked his secretary. What spell did he use to make him remember like that? The assistant was also confused. "I'm not sure either." The answer he received was not as expected. Kwon Tae-jun angrily ordered. "Then go find him." It seemed like the blonde man had realized who the owner of the voice behind him was. This voice. His face was filled with anger, mixed with a hint of hatred. He gritted his teeth and said each word, "Chairman Kwon." Julian Miller slowly walked towards the chairman. As he walked, his entire body emitted a powerful energy, causing the people around him to be shocked by that energy. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Seo Ju-hyun quickly mediated. "Hey, calm down, these bastards are all dead." Although he was verbally protesting, Seo Ju-hyun was secretly happy inside. A human who couldn't even kill a bug could release such deadly energy. It seemed like he had regained his memories. Yu Jae-ha standing beside him couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, what's wrong with you all of a sudden?" But Julian just coldly threatened, "Get out of the way or you'll turn into ashes." He walked away with anger that seemed to have reached its peak, his whole body still filled with that terrifying energy. "I have something to settle with Chairman Kwon." Seeing Julian Miller as if he had come back from the dead stronger, the chairman seemed a little scared. He stood behind the tall bodyguards and said to the outside, "What are you doing, Julian? You said we would cooperate, but now you intend to betray us?" Miller gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp and cold. Then he shouted, "You betrayed me first," followed by a momentum attack. He only needed to launch one move to make those tall bodyguards fall down, screaming in pain.
The chairman's assistant noticed the urgency of the situation and suddenly understood a problem.
If he saw a person suddenly transform into another person, he probably wouldn't know that Seo Juhian was controlling him. The assistant hadn't even finished saying the two words when he was already hit by Julian's combo attack.
Chairman Quan didn't know what to do, he could only open his mouth and curse, "You bastard. Come here, I will show you." He is not afraid of heaven or earth to challenge that angry person.
In the distance, Seo Juhian put his hands in his pockets, leisurely and happily watching those people fight. Wow, they are having fun. I knew this would happen. Boss, suddenly a voice rang out from the beginning. Yu Jaeha walked over, holding many weapons of all kinds in his hands.
Seeing Jaeha excitedly in front of him, Seo Juhian lightly scolded him. If he had the chance to run, he should have run faster. "What are you holding?" Yu Jaeha happily replied, "A lot of weapons, I got them all." "Oh, that worked," Juhian praised.
"Now step back for a moment," Seo Juhian reminded. Jaeha was confused and asked him back, "What are you going to do?"
Seo Juhian slammed his fist on the ground. "I just meant to break the ground. Take this opportunity to take them all down," he said smugly.
Yu Jaeha was worried about his teammates, but what about Julian?
But then Juhian firmly affirmed that he would find a way out and help them up.
At this moment, the ground started to move due to Seo Juhian's influence. Julian couldn't help but be confused. What's going on?
The ground seemed about to crack. And then it split in two, causing both the chairman and the guy with glasses to fall into the hole.
The chairman immediately screamed, "Seo Juhian, you bastard."
Juhian sat above, looking down, looking very satisfied. "Wow, this is so refreshing.
Okay, now let's go."
He started to plan with Jaeha. "Seola and Irene should have escaped already. We should go to the chanting room when we meet again." Suddenly Xiao Juhian stopped talking and stared at something.
"Ha! Wait, that sword." Yu Jaeha was still confused. "Huh, what is it?" Juhian picked up the sword, examined it carefully, and asked, "Isn't this Liu Bei's relic?" The system now displayed an explanation. Zhou Dynasty Emperor, Liu Bei's sword is 5th rank, hero rank, antique, has attributes. Seo Juhian was very excited now, stroking the sword and constantly asking, "Why is it here?" On Yu Jaeha's side, he still couldn't figure out what the other person was saying. He was confused. Liu Bei from the Three Kingdoms? Speaking of this topic, Yu Jaeha immediately expressed his opinion about his teammate. "Oh right boss, about Julian, it seems he doesn't understand the Three Kingdoms. Could it be that the artifact is keeping Julian at bay, especially if it's Liu Bei?" Jaeha seemed to be wondering. Hearing that, Seo Juhian burst out laughing. "Huh, you're right, that's right." Holding the sword in his hand, Seo Juhian happily said that this artifact had come to the right place. "Because some of my subordinates already had Zhuge Liang's artifact." Suddenly the sword moved on its own. It seemed to say, "What, who are you to dare to bother me without permission?" Then the sword itself flew out of Juhian's palm. "Only a qualified person can be my master." Looking at the sword that was emitting a green light, floating in the air, Seo Juhian immediately compromised with it. "Telling me what your request is." The sword immediately responded with the request to become its master, an emperor, or at least someone with such qualities. That was superiority, the divine sword demanded. But before it could cause trouble for the person opposite, it was already in a panic. It looked at Seo Juhian in front of it. His entire body was radiating an extremely powerful energy. The sword did not believe it, continuously denying it. How could it be superior to others? That was only the first condition. But Juhian had great confidence in himself. "I am confident in my own excellence." The sword saw that it could not be difficult, so it quickly put forth a second condition, but there was still a second condition. Just caring about excellence was not enough. Seeing the sword's request, Yu Jaeha whispered into Juhian's ear, "Isn't that very dangerous?" Juhian didn't understand what he meant, and asked innocently, "What do you mean?" The divine sword looked at Seo Juhian's handsome face, and he couldn't believe it. What the hell, his leadership ability is also outstanding. You have the potential to become an emperor. Hearing the sword's comments for a while, Yu Jaeha was extremely angry. "Fake sword, you really don't know how to judge people." Seeing that, Seo Juhian got a little angry and said to Yu Jaeha, "Are you going to bother us again?" The sword, after carefully examining it, walked over by itself and neatly placed itself in Seo Juhian's palm. It said, "All right, it seems you are worthy, I will lend you my power." Holding the sword in his hand, he said to it, "If you were more reasonable, wouldn't it be easier to accept me?" The sword immediately became angry. "I can't do that." He thought to himself, "Great, I can easily obtain Liu Bei's relic. It's good stuff and takes work to get. But it's worth it to keep your power." Juhian and everyone else entered a large room. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this room was so big. But that's not all, is it? It looks big but there aren't many doors. They walked around the house together. Seo Juhian saw a rope. He immediately said, "The door ends here." On this ceiling, Yu Jaeha immediately responded, "Oh right.
I think I saw another string nearby. Yu Jaeha turned his face back to look at a string that was glowing. The string was shaking slightly, me. Everyone looked up at the ceiling where the rope appeared. Ju Hyun suggested, we'll probably have to go up using the rope. I'll go first, we also need to be careful of the traps up there. 4 people looked up at the rope. The rope suddenly got longer. Everyone was excited. Oh, the rope was getting lower. Seo Ju Hyun took the rope, looking satisfied. Okay, it seemed certain, but before climbing up, Jaeha wondered. Seo Ju Hyun continued, I have to create a barrier to prevent intruders from entering. There are many traps in the room, but to be sure those bastards. Yu Jaeha wondered, did they all fall into the tomb? Seo Ju Hyun answered him, but maybe they didn't fall all the way down, meaning Chairman Kwon and his secretary. Ju Hyun stood still in one place. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses rushed out from nowhere and attacked Ju Hyun head-on. Yu Jaeha was stunned. Julian Miller appeared from somewhere, his face was dark, there was still some energy left in his hand. Julian Miller snapped angrily, so Ju Hyun, you bastard. You didn't even help me after pushing me down. Despite the person in front of him being so angry that he wanted to explode, Ju Hyun calmly said, who told you to rush up and fall down with them? Julian's voice of complaint still didn't stop, he exposed him, he even stole my artifact. Yu Jaeha was about to go crazy, he helplessly asked his brother, did you steal from him, when? Seo Ju Hyun's face paled a little when he was caught red-handed like this, you bastard, you noticed quickly. Ju Hyun then opened a bottle of exquisitely designed wine, I just picked it up when he dropped it when he had a headache. Miller continued to yell and scold, if he found it, he should have returned it. At this moment the guy with glasses suddenly became serious, and what did you do to me? I'm sure it wasn't an illusion, but what was it? Faced with that question, Seo Ju Hyun was not shaken at all, he answered bluntly, I said it was a very long story, like you said it was not an illusion. It was something that happened in reality. Receiving the answer, Julian was immediately confused, how could that be, that means I am. At this time Seo Ju Hyun gently said, everything ended badly, you were even thrown away, then I was the same. I don't know if it's time travel or reincarnation, but the important thing is that we're living in the past but still retain the memories of that time, Seo Ju Hyun said. Seo Ju Hyun looked determined and seemed quite excited, this is a good opportunity. Speaking of which, I will definitely not let something like this happen again, and I need your help, he suggested to the person opposite. Julian Miller's eyes were thoughtful, he called the name of the person in front of him, Seo Ju Hyun. Then he took out the bottle and said in one breath, then I'll take this bottle. Ju Hyun smiled lightly, haven't I told you yet, what's yours is mine, what's mine, of course is also mine. The blonde boy was annoyed, stop fooling around, give it back. Seo Ju Hyun also refused to give up and argued back. Why are you like this? I even think you're crazy. Seo Ju Hyun suddenly turned cold, if you still insist then I will have to use my last resort. If I use it you will never win. New to my collection, Liu Bei's sword, Seo Ju Hyun pulled out a shining sword, successfully scaring the person in front of him. Looking at the sword in his hand, Julian realized in horror. Wait, this isn't the closest strategy, Zhuge Liang, no way. He felt like his whole body was on fire, Emperor, that was the embodiment of Emperor, the person inside was an Emperor, not calm at all. Julian frowned and groaned. Then he knelt down on the floor. Bowing down to Ju Hyun's feet, respectfully bowing to you, Your Majesty. Seo Ju Hyun was very pleased, haha very good, it seems like this is effective. Julian Miller doesn't care at all, Seo Ju Hyun you bastard, my Emperor. Seo Ju Hyun continued to order, listen carefully, I got it, you join the archaeology group and will be my subordinate. Because you are my subordinate and you have to obey me, but that's nothing new right? We even signed a contract, he pressed the sword against the neck of the person kneeling before him. Julian Miller trembled, slave contract, is that what you call a contract, you made me stamp it. Seo Ju Hyun spread out a new contract in front of him, a slave contract is of course unfair, knowing that I have prepared a revised version, here, read it carefully. Ju Hyun was happy and pleased, but Yu Jaeha still seemed to have some doubts, but why? Holding the contract in his hand, Julian wished he could tear it up. Hey Seo Ju Hyun. Throw that contract away. Julian shouted. It's the same, except the salary is 0. Ju Hyun was still calm. With Liu Bei's relic, you're in my hands, right? Who would sign these contracts? Julian was annoyed. Oh my, come out here Liu Bei, Seo Ju Hyun suddenly threatened. Oh my god, really, Mr. Miller is really scared. The ground shifted again. A hand appeared. Mr. Kwon crawled up. Below him was the angry Chairman Kwon. Wait until I catch you, Seo Ju Hyun and Julian Miller, I will kill you. His secretary was like a ghost. Chairman, are you okay? The president is sure that with my physical strength, I am completely healthy.
Now find a way to escape from here. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the chairman was fine. It was good that he was fine. But the condition of everyone, he hesitantly said when he saw everyone lying on the ground. Suddenly Mr. Kwan shouted loudly, "Useless guy. Gather everyone who can move," he shouted. The secretary can only obey, understood. Chairman Kwan was annoyed. Of course, nothing went my way. As expected, Chairman Kwan gathered his remaining subordinates and moved immediately. What an inhuman old man. His subordinates, they went very quickly and arrived in front of the office where Julian found me, but I had already set a trap in the room. Those people kept walking and saw ropes hanging from their heads. They were happy. "Look, Chairman, there are so many ropes." One wondered, was it a trap? Another reassured, but there was nothing scary about it. They also found a lot of antiques around there. "Look, there are so many antiques here, we won the lottery. Is this the room where the antiques are kept?" Those subordinates were excited, they took them all. Chairman Kwan stroked his chin smugly. "Haha, look, there must be something worth making up for all that trouble." His secretary was also very happy. "I don't know how much it's all worth, Chairman." One of the subordinates picked up something. "Huh, what is this? Something I lost." Seeing his subordinates whispering, he reminded them, "What are you guys talking about?" "These are all the things we lost when they fell down," the subordinate explained. Another person wondered, "Why are there, so many similar things here?" The chairman seemed to have realized something. He shouted, "Damn it, it's fake, leave it now." The secretary panicked, "Fake." Boom, a huge explosion happened before his eyes. The president and his secretary had to try to stand firm or else they would be thrown out by that explosion. After the huge explosion, Kwon Tae-jun's subordinates were lying on the ground. He asked, "How was the damage?" Yoon Si-woo replied, "I think it was quite big." "Damn, I suspected it." Suddenly a laugh rang out. "You idiots, I prepared a trap because I knew you guys would come here." He quickly recognized that it was Seo Ju-hyun's voice. The soldier guessed, "I think it came from above." Tae-jun thought, maybe he climbed up using those ropes, so he loudly ordered, "Those who weren't injured should climb up there and see right away." They heard that and immediately got up. His voice was very close, definitely not far away. They climbed up one by one. When they almost reached the highest place, all the ropes broke at once, even though they could only bear the weight of that many people just now. Because of that, those guys fell flat on the ground. Kwon Tae-jun lost his patience and shouted, "Get out, Seo Ju-hyun." At this moment, the Egyptian coffin behind him stood up, and Ju-hyun's voice came from inside. "Wow, he's really noisy." Ju-hyun slowly stepped out of the coffin. "It happened without you looking carefully." His eyebrows furrowed, "So you're hiding there, Seo Ju-hyun, you bastard." Ju-hyun ignored his anger and confidently explained that the voice he heard was just a recording. Kwon Tae-jun shouted, "You bastard. Take that as a compliment. Thanks for the compliment, can we get this sorted out now?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Seo Ju-hyun, it seems you misunderstood. You think you can beat me just because I don't have anyone. My strength is enough to easily defeat you." The killing intent radiating from Kwon Tae-jun grew heavier. But Ju-hyun wasn't mentally ill, he calmly replied, "Of course, who doesn't know how strong he is? I only act like this when I have a plan. Come out here, golden coffin." The coffin immediately appeared. Kwon Tae-jun heard that and laughed disdainfully, "Golden coffin, it seems like you picked up something useful somewhere. But who knows if it will betray you? But this is just a trap, that coffin is not an antique." Ju-hyun chanted the spell, "Yes, sir, please come in. Rest in peace." The coffin's pupils immediately lit up. Without waiting for Kwon Tae-jun to understand the problem, his entire body was sucked into the golden coffin in an instant. Leaving the secretary still stunned. "What's going on? The chairman has disappeared." Yoon Si-woo pointed at him and questioned, "Hey, where did you hide the chairman?" Ju-hyun just exclaimed at how effective it was. "Hide where? What do you mean? Listen carefully." Yoon Si-woo was silent for a moment, then heard a noise coming from inside the coffin. He listened and immediately realized something. "Mr. President, are you in there?" Kwon Tae-jun inside couldn't open the coffin lid. Yoon Si-woo was worried. "President, hey Seo Ju-hyun, what did you do?" Ju-hyun just explained, "It's a trap in this tomb, only to hold the king. I've been in too, it feels so exciting. It would be a waste if I were the only one to experience it, so I brought it here." Yoon Si-woo thought, this guy is really crazy, as long as others are suffering, he will do anything. Ju-hyun still had a joking expression, thinking positively. Wasn't the artifact in there already recognizing him as king? But the secretary knew it would be of some use if he was stuck in the coffin. He just answered vaguely. "Yes, that's the problem. Just take your time and save him." Ju-hyun turned and walked away. Yun Wu shouted from behind. Stop, save him before you leave.
Standing there, just finished speaking, there was a sword pointed straight at his neck.
Zhu Hian threatened. Don't you know you can't beat me alone? Stop bothering me and mind that coffin. Yun Wu muttered bitterly. Just you wait, Xiao Zhu Hian.
He just gave him a provocative smile.
Waiting for what? I'm not scared. Zhu Hian left. He thought to himself. Those bastards can't bother me for a while now.
The members of the expedition team are all crazy and Chairman Quan Taejun is stuck in a coffin.
Now it was time to meet the tomb keeper again. We opened the large door leading to the relic room.
The room could be filled with treasure and I could complete the quest. However, something the group did not expect happened. When the huge door opened, what they saw was not the glittering light of gold and silver, but instead a sandstorm, a desert. The group still couldn't believe their eyes. Zhu Hian rubbed his chin doubting himself, was my memory wrong?
I was sure there was a room here but Julian remembered it too. Siola wonders, can the future be changed? Zhu Hian also doesn't know, who knows? We have to go inside and see.
The five of them entered, the heat of the desert quickly causing them to sweat profusely.
Suddenly, Julian and Zhu Hian turned around.
They were shocked to see the door slowly closing.
It was so narrow that even a person could hardly fit through. By the time Julian reached out to touch it, it had completely evaporated. He wondered, was this a trap? But Zhu Hian replied, maybe not. I can feel the presence of an ancient artifact. It can't be an ordinary room. Yu Jeha's side was in a mess. What should we do?
We'll burn and die.
Zhu Hian replied calmly. We'll find something before we die.
Even though he said that, Zhu Hian couldn't help but worry because this was an unexpected situation. In the completely empty desert, he couldn't even see the holy relic or a way out. After walking for a while, Zhu Hian pointed forward, let's rest under that tree. Yu Jeha looked at it doubting life, that's a tree, it doesn't even have shade. This was better than nothing. Zhu Hian was drenched in sweat and could only say yes. Suddenly Zhu Hian's pupils contracted, as if sensing some omen. A sandstorm suddenly came towards them. He asked Julian to protect the children and run because Siola and Irene were already weak from the curse. Julian asked, it seemed like there was a lot going on, could he protect them alone? Okay, this way seemed better. Julian turned to them and asked, you three follow me. Yu Jeha suddenly asked back, just the three of us? Siola wondered, her face filled with worry, what about boss? We can't leave him alone. Julian calmed down, he helped her understand the problem.
Think about it, do you think you can fight that body?
And I'm sure he won't accept that help from you, even if you ask him. It seems like he's hurt by something in the past. We will handle ourselves and avoid contact with the surroundings, let's take another chance. At this moment, from the sand emerged countless black cobras. Zhu Hian looked at the snakes and whispered, snakes are the thing he hates the most.
But that doesn't mean I won't hit them. More than that, I will take them down. Come on kids.
The huge black snake cursed, get lost, you thief, you are not qualified to carry out the mission.
He raised his head and looked at the snake and asked again, what did you say, is there another mission, after you all left like this? The black snake raised its head and laughed loudly in contempt. Of course not, but you won't get any valuable artifacts.
It looked straight at him, his expression was extremely serious, it thought to itself. The warden has already blacklisted you, you are not allowed to enter the tomb and are not allowed to carry out the mission. After thinking, the snakes started to scream loudly, now kill him. The snake heads gaped, revealing hideous teeth, and fiercely lunged at him while he stood still. They screamed at each other, killing the bastard and taking back the power of the sun god that had been absorbed into the crowbar. His whole body began to appear covered with green smoke. The snake realized, it opened its eyes wide in surprise wondering, what was that overwhelming power? He strongly swung his cold hand and cut the snake in half, blood splattered everywhere.
He gently opened his mouth, you guys won't tell me the mission, right?
He smiled triumphantly and continued, then I will make you tell me. He lifted his feet and jumped off the ground. He slashed the snake fiercely, causing it to scream in pain and blood to splatter everywhere. The move sends a straight line straight down at the scorpion.
A scream rang out.
Master, danger, very dangerous, he suddenly realized, eyes glancing to the left. The giant snake opened its huge mouth and rushed forward, preparing to swallow him. Where did the golden light come from and the loud scream come from?
What do you think you're doing? Where did the rope come from to tighten the snake's neck? Xiao Zhu Hian stood on the scorpion's back and praised it with satisfaction, well done, rope. The rope was praised and smiled happily, thinking to itself. I was praised. I was praised. The
The snakes thought to themselves. Look here.
Seo Juhian's artifact, attacking us is the same as opposing the ruler.
It seems these snakes can communicate with each other through thought.
It thought on. No problem. No problem.
But suddenly it felt something was wrong and looked at the rope in panic and wondered.
What?
He smiled half-heartedly, raised his sword and said to them, I have fought with your master before. Do you think all the artifacts must obey the words of the administrator, if you still want to use tricks? He ran up and charged towards the snakes with his sword in hand.
He continued.
Instead of your master, I will deal with these damn snakes myself.
He cut a snake's body. He thought.
The poisonous snakes and scorpions were only scared for a moment.
The problem was that killing them was never ending.
More and more pieces of meat flew out. After finishing off the animals that kept crawling out of the sand, the artifact's stamina began to run out. The sword began to turn black. It used its mind to connect with its master and spoke to him.
Master, I have tried my best. If I try any harder, the blade will break.
After hearing this, he looked at it in surprise and said,
What? This will be troublesome.
A series of giant snakes began to laugh triumphantly, surrounding him and saying threatening words.
Stop and surrender. We will continue to attack you even if your weapon is lost.
He was not afraid at all. He just sneered and pulled out another sword, continuing.
Just try it. I have plenty more.
I will use ancient artifacts that I have never touched before.
You will make excellent test subjects.
His words made the snake startled a little.
It grimaced fiercely. It roared angrily.
You bastard! He quickly jumped up high, preparing to slash at them. He took the knife and stabbed it straight into the ground, causing blood to spurt out. The snake was in so much pain that it opened its mouth wide, as if it took one bite of him, he would be completely inside its stomach. Its eyes opened wide and it cried out, ah!
Ah, look, it's drying up very fast. The snake is slowly fading away.
I'm still on top of it stabbing the knife and despite the snake struggling and screaming in pain.
He still hasn't given up. He asked with a smile.
Have you heard the story of the 10 servants?
They were all famous eunuchs in ancient China.
The knife stabbed into the snake and emitted a strange green light. He continued to explain.
This is their relic.
I will kill you until there is not a drop of blood left. He jumped high and charged towards them. His eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Now who's next? Come on. The snakes saw this and panicked.
He stabbed straight into them, causing them to scream in pain and shout for each other to retreat.
Suddenly there was a loud shout. Stop. That person.
He heard it and stopped moving. His eyes looked towards the source of the sound, wondering. The ground suddenly shifted. There was an earthquake. The human-shaped stone wall fell down. The earth's gravity becomes heavier. He smirked and glanced at him, whispering.
Ha, you finally showed up. Shouldn't you have shown up sooner? The sound rang out again. You are as impolite as I have heard. You should understand that they won't give you a mission. And yet you're still so stubborn? The sound kept coming but no one appeared.
He laughed heartily in response. I was very cautious with the missions before.
Not anymore. Because I can destroy everything to get what I want.
The other person asked in panic.
What?
You bastard.
Let's see if you can really do that.
With that, black figures with red eyes began to appear in the hazy sand wind.
Go up. Legion of the Holy One, capture that guy and make him kneel.
The ones that appear are probably the Holy Relic ancient Egyptian mascot. They shouted to each other, fighting for the king. Suddenly gravity pressed down on them, causing them to collapse and scream.
Ah, what is this? Yu Jeha looked at them in confusion. Are these real people? Julian Miller answered the question as he heard it.
They were ancient cavalrymen, just disguised as humans. Then they were surprised, confused.
They passed us by. Siola said with a tense expression. They are going to the boss. There are too many of them. Will the boss be okay?
He folded his arms and opened his mouth.
Fuck it. The ancient cavalry turned back. These guys keep coming. They surround you. You taunt. Look at you guys gathering. Teasing is just teasing.
But the truth is, the situation is really worrying. He sweated profusely.
Thinking and calculating. This is not good. This is not something an ancient artifact can control on its own.
He looked at the things above that were emitting pink energy and thought. On top of that palace, those ancient artifacts must have gathered power. They are all Pharaoh's relics.
This is the burial place of Pharaoh, the king's valley. His face darkened. He spoke. I admit your army is large. We will have to fight. Come out. Pat. With that, he smiled wickedly. A beam of light suddenly appeared from his body, with lightning bolts shooting out. The notice board appeared. The god of war, fierce, ruthless, and tearless, and the fall of dynasties. The lord of dynasties had fallen. The head of dynasties had perished. He thought, what are those? They are really unnecessary. A dog's paw landed. The mysterious person spoke again. His words faltered. Clear. Then it screamed. They were Osiris, Set, and Anubis. Yes. They were the great gods. What appeared were these three adorable dogs. The ancient cavalrymen looked at each other and exchanged smug smiles. How could they attack us? That's right. Why would they attack their own kind? He smiled cheerfully and said to Osiris, Set, and Anubis, look at those idiots standing there, pets, don't waste your energy on them. His three dogs obeyed, simultaneously jumping into the air and releasing lightning bolts that stunned the ancient cavalry below. They shouted in disbelief. How could this be? You are a god, why would you do this? He looked at the situation and said indifferently, it seems like the gods are very angry. The dog stepped forward. Set looked at him, using his mind to ask, my conscience was a little troubled, will you reward me, master? He bluntly gave the conditions of the duel, 4 boxes of chicken, 1 of each kind, and a lot of pickled radish. I don't want to comment, but if you're a god, then act like one, Set, I'm so embarrassed. The scream echoed, hey, come here and kneel down, oh my god, Set, why did you do that? Unlike the noise, Ju-Hyun just stood there with his arms crossed and smiled faintly, not caring. Set looked at him seriously and said to Osiris. Osiris, try a little harder, I will let you meet the singer you often see on TV. Osiris asked in surprise, what? The boy was so excited after hearing that, all his emotions were shown on his face as he asked him again. Really? He replied, yeah, you haven't been to the fan meeting yet? It became serious and affirmed, wait for me 5 minutes, I will quickly defeat these guys, come here, oh no, seeing this scene, you can only laugh smugly, but you don't understand clearly. Anubis asked him with some grievance. Master, what about me? He looked at him and replied with a smile. You know your stamina is very weak after encountering trouble. Don't be so serious. The words made the boy's mood become sad and disappointed. He could only bow his head and say thank you. It seemed like he was about to cry. At that moment, on the other side, his dog completely overwhelmed the cavalry. He looked on and thought smugly. These guys were almost defeated. They didn't think that the gods would attack them. A green smoke surrounded him, smiling ominously. Now just keep going. Under the command and temptation of matter, the 2 gods Osiris and Set released a great source of energy to attack the king's legion soldiers. The ancient Egyptian soldiers were terrified, trying to raise their shields to block the attack. Impossible, why would the spirit beast attack us? The spirit beast Set lost his composure, angrily shouted, shut up and obey So Ju-Hyun. I need to end this battle quickly so I can eat chicken to my heart's content. Ha ha ha. The relics in the tomb were not willing to surrender so easily. Damn, those spirit beasts were crazy. They were almost obeying that damned human. Nothing is impossible. They were determined to fight to the end and shouted war and attacked. The soldiers became excited and radiated golden energy. Their eyes were shining like stars as they turned to the enemy and said to each other. That's right. Set has turned black. I can't let him be like him. He heard and got angry. What? Those insolent bastards. Master, I think I should punish them for real. Set turned to him and received his approval. Go ahead, I've been meaning to do this for a while. But the god of destruction seemed worried and asked to Seo Ju-Hyun. Is that okay? If I use my power, you will no longer have superiority, because you are my master. Seo Ju-Hyun looked at it with interest and said. What's wrong? Are you worried about me? What an honor. But his spirit beast was embarrassed and loudly objected. Dream on, who's worried about who? The spirit beast Set started crying and said miserably. If something happens to you, who will buy me chicken? Chicken, I can't help but curse. How rude. The guy smiled confidently and said. Who do you think I am? Don't worry, just do whatever you want. Set also smiled and replied. Oh, you seem confident, huh? Then I have to use my power. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of destruction began to release a huge amount of energy. An explosion caused by the spirit beasts right in front of him caused smoke and dust to fill the sky.
Under the strong sand wind, the king's soldiers looked in amazement at the direction of the spirit beasts and shouted, "Ah, look!" The shape of the big dogs was changed into strong bodies that made them gape, spirit beasts. Now appearing, they looked in amazement at the human form of each spirit beast. Set's eyes glowed with a brilliant light and looked proudly towards the universe. The three divine beasts, Orphanhood, Set, and Anubis, completed their transformation into the form of an ancient god. Set couldn't help but laugh out loud, "Haha, this is really amazing." Feeling the legendary power flowing through his body, Set waved his hand and said happily, "You fools, taste the taste of a sandstorm." The system notification panel appeared. The god of destruction was calling for a sandstorm. The wind of destruction was coming and tearing everything apart. A sandstorm passed by, sweeping everything away. The king's soldiers became just another ants that were crushed by the sandstorm. "Ha ha ha, destroy them all, tear them apart." He looked at the excited divine beast Set and smiled bitterly. It seemed like it was very excited. The soldiers serving the king quickly carried out a counterattack plan. They aimed poison spears at the spirit beast and shouted, "Attack, attack the evil spirit beast." Small but sharp spears like toothpicks pierced the side and arms of the god of destruction, making him cry out, "Poisonous, what is it?" "Ah, you bastards, you've poisoned these spears." Orphanhood looked at his spirit beast friend and exclaimed, "Alas, what a pain." Set immediately replied, "You're just standing there watching, don't you also have something to get?" Only then did Orphanhood remember the deal with him and said in surprise, "Oh right." The god Osiris shouted, "You bastards, you dare attack the spirit beast?" Then a series of lightning bolts appeared from the sky and struck down. Those who were struck by the lightning were all blown away. According to his words, the soldiers who were struck by the attack were indeed blown to pieces. After beating the soldiers to his heart's content, Orphanhood smiled bloodthirstily and said, "Now it's your turn to be struck by lightning." The god of destruction was also scared and said, "Wow, crazy, you pretend to be gentle but look at the way you attack." The ancients in the pharaoh's tomb were hit by a powerful lightning strike, causing them to panic and hide from each other. "What is this? Isn't Osiris very obedient? Will he kill us the way he was killed?" The artifact in the shape of a statue of the pharaoh's head seemed to have become a loud-speaking leader. It was Set who provoked Osiris. The other artifact asked, "But why did he attack us?" They looked towards the only person who hadn't joined the fight and hoped, "Calm down, there's still hope, look at Anubis over there." He did not attack us. The god of death was still standing on the sidelines looking at the king's soldiers who were almost completely defeated. They continued to discuss, "Maybe he is on our side, yes, we should ask him by intuition." Said to make the ancients call, the spirit beast Anubis, the ears of the cave's god of death heard the cry and replied, "Ha." They all begged and pleaded, "Please stop them, if the manager finds out, no one will be safe." At this moment, the god of destruction saw them and shouted, "Ah, they are there." Anubis looked at Set who was madly attacking the artifacts, not very happy, Die, die." He frowned and thought to himself, "They think I'm on their side because I didn't attack anything. I should do something, but I don't know what to do." Anubis tried to think of another way to show his power. "I will attack with words." "You bastards, how dare you disobey the spirit beast's orders? You dare to call the army to attack the spirit beast. Not only that, you don't even know why we are angry." The antiques were startled and scared but quickly thought of some other crazy things. "Wait a minute, it only scolds but does nothing, this is big trouble." They once again transmitted their own voice to the god of death. "If you do it for the two people beside you, then shake those carrots, we will secretly help you escape." "These guys." Anubis angrily raised his hand and started to use his power, then cursed out loud, "You bastards don't understand what I'm saying." A raging fire descended on the soldiers, leaving them unable to react. "I really have to open the gates of hell for you to understand." The wrath of the god of death descended, causing the soldiers and the ancients to be scared out of their wits and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Oh sorry sir." After a while of showing off his power, the spirit beast Anubis sat down on the ground, sticking out his tongue and panting. "Now you can go, running away is the best thing to do." The god of destruction let out a big laugh. It was like that after opening the door to hell, it just chased them away, Osiris could not bear it and said, "Oh my god, Anubis suffered so much, just because he was out of strength." Osiris took out a somewhat elaborate-looking holy scroll and arrogantly said, I guess I have to help you." Osiris wrote down a list of names. The names written on it would lose their lives and be thrown dead to the kingdom of lions. The king's soldiers were pulled away by the power emitted from the book, causing the crowd to scream, "I'm being pulled inside. Help!" Seeing the horseye fight scene, Seo Juhian smiled with satisfaction and said, Very good, you guys cleared the way first." At this moment his teammates returned and called out, "Boss, Seo Juhian." "What? I thought I told everyone to run, what are you guys doing here?" He was surprised to see them here and his teammate explained, "We don't want to leave you alone, and there's no safe place in this desert anyway." Soldiers appeared near where we were. Julian Miller gave the reasons for their return here and received an exclamation from him.
It's good that you came, the battle will be over soon. It seemed that Julian Miller was feeling very uneasy and asked if he was okay. Seo Ju-hyun didn't understand, so he asked again, what? He turned his gaze to the three gods who were fighting fiercely and spoke. He revived all three spirit beasts at once. Normally that would be suicide, right? When using an artifact, both physical and mental strength are consumed. I bet you know that even just one artifact consumes a lot of energy. Using too many artifacts will kill you. Seo Ju-hyun smiled confidently in response and said in a gentle tone, I know. But I can take it, I look so strong. But somehow, the teammate wanted to continue asking but was interrupted by him saying, now let's clean up, go capture the artifacts over there. The god of destruction stood with his hands on his hips, looked at the captured relics and ordered them to stand up. They answered in unison, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Seo Ju-hyun didn't make things difficult but smiled and said, now you know fighting is useless, right? All of you are mine now. The trembling mask relic representative replied, I will obey your orders. Seo Ju-hyun continued speaking, this is Tutankhamun's mask, are you the commander? I guess so, the mask replied in a soft voice. Seo Ju-hyun looked at it with a sinister gaze and ordered, gather all the artifacts in the tomb, they are all mine. Tutankhamun's relics replied fearfully, all the relics are here, there is nothing else. Seo Ju-hyun frowned angrily and then roared unpredictably, is that so? He looked up at the sky and said, what is that flying bird? As far as I can see, it's also an antique. When the bird that was about to escape heard it, it was so scared that it broke out in a cold sweat. Seo Ju-hyun used a golden string and threw it around the mask that had the shape of a pharaoh. Since you command them, shouldn't you bring it here yourself? He tied the end of the rope tightly and spun it around, making it scream, my head hurts. Come on, Seo Ju-hyun threw it hard towards the bird that was escaping in the sky, scaring it to the point of losing its voice. Oh my god, you must escape, the relic of Tutankhamun cried urgently talking to its fellow. The ancient bird could do nothing but say, hey, I want it too, I want to escape. But then the two artifacts still collided with such great force that the bird could no longer fly. Collect the relics of Thoth and Pharaoh, the hunt is complete. The number of artifacts collected in the king's tomb is huge, almost all the artifacts of Egyptian civilization were taken. Starting with the artifacts of the best experts like architects, priests and officers. We even got artifacts from pharaohs like Cleopatra and Hatshepsut. And the most important artifact among them is that of Tutankhamun. He is the master of the tomb and the symbol of wrath. A purple notification panel appears, you have obtained the ultimate key, the key of wrath. Once you have obtained it, you can use the power of wrath, widespread explosion, temporary increase in the ability of the artifact, and level up the effect of the artifact. Seo Ju-hyun felt confused with the amount of information just now. What exactly is the supreme key, and don't send any more notifications. Perhaps because Tutankhamun was the son of a king, he was able to use age-changing magic. Soon after, Seola and Irene's curse was lifted. And there is another artifact that I must have. Mythological level, artifact of Thoth. In Egyptian mythology, he was the god of knowledge, science, and the moon. Like the medicines in the pharmacy, he appears in many stories and is the one who gives advice or helps. He also serves as a scribe to record the judgments of the court of the dead in hell. If he had already obtained the ultimate artifact, then his luck must be extremely good. He smiled and said to the thing in front of him, hey, little bird, stand up straight. Because you are the god of knowledge, you surely know everything, the bewildered bird replied, what? Tell me where the relic of the pentagon is? The relic was buried under this tomb, so it must be somewhere around here, right? The angry bird flapped its wings, what do you know? Even if I knew, why would I tell the humans? Ju-hyun stood up with his legs crossed and said in a frivolous tone, oh, are you challenging me? But you picked the wrong opponent, the bird quivered and cried out. Obviously the artifact had taken a beating, the crowd watching this animal torture scene could only remain silent. Ujeha wept as he lamented, and so everything ended as usual. Now he was asking me to heal it. The bird was beaten until its face was bruised, and it trudged ahead, leading the way. This way, shouldn't you have confessed right away? Seo Ju-hyun opened his eyes and looked, oh my. So they were here, decorated like artifacts in a tomb. First, we need to find Da Vinci's most important relic. He began to search through the pile of objects, and it turned out that he had already reached his destination from the start. Look carefully, it must be around here. Jaeha was confused, oh my god, I need to know what it looks like to find it, right? Ju-hyun was also helpless, right? He picked up a book, it gave off a thin halo of light. Great, found it, Leonardo da Vinci's idea notebook. Seo Ju-hyun threw it over there, caught it, yours? Ujeha exclaimed in panic, what, mine? But why? Why did you give me this antique? Seo Ju-hyun didn't answer but held out his hand and said. No need, if you don't need it then give it back, I'll sell it. Jae-ha held the book tightly, indignantly exclaiming. Ah, how can you take it back after giving it away? Ju-hyun laughed, ha ha, just kidding. It's only used by people with a talent for painting, just keep it and use it. Julian Miller rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That is, the artifact that turned you Jae-ha into the king of lies. Lee Seola nodded worriedly and said, yes. However, we don't know if that will happen again this time. Seo Ju-hyun smiled, now, I'll take all the things here. Julian startled and said, wait. He asked again, what, are you making a fuss because I used your stuff, give me a drink. There are already a lot of Go's antiques, Julian Miller replied confusedly. No, that's not it, aren't all the antiques here from the Pentagon, so America owns them, right? Seo Ju-hyun replied, probably. But it's mine. The magic bottle, drain it. He poured the bottle out, red smoke coming out of its mouth. Julian was startled and shouted, hey Seo Ju-hyun. Why are you trying to make more enemies? Besides, our enemy is the US government, they are not easy to defeat. Seo Ju-hyun didn't care, he said, are you stopping me from taking all the relics? No way, and think carefully, what did Kira do with those relics? Julian suddenly stopped. She's the one who started the war. Wouldn't it be better if the hunters were on my side, so I could win? Julian suddenly realized and got angry. No, wait. Kira is gone so there is no one to start a war anymore. He clicked his tongue, well, you are not convinced, are you? No matter what, I won't share these relics. The world is about to change to a place where those with more relics will have more advantages, am I right? Julian frowned at him, feeling like he was getting more and more vicious. I'll take that as a compliment, you should get used to it. We're getting out of here, follow me. Yes. Everyone followed Seo Ju-hyun out. Yu Jae-ha hesitantly said. Boss. Why are we out at this hour? I don't know how to get in but getting out is always simple. Sesame, open up, is that what you call a spell? Seo Ju-hyun glanced at him, when did I say that? There you go, just go through this wall and you'll be out. He placed his hand on the wall, and an electric current ran through it. Boom, a big bang. I think this tomb is useful, so I want to keep it intact. Julian looked at him with judgment. Who knows, if we take away the artifacts here, the tomb might collapse. Look, there's an immediate reaction. The ground shakes, and rocks start falling. Seo Ju-hyun still confidently said, who allowed it? He held out his hand, his right hand emitted a few rays of light. I will use tomb preservation magic to prevent it from collapsing. Seo Ju-hyun called, hey, Tombkeeper, come out. Tutankhamun's relic appeared, huh? He ordered, use your power so the tomb doesn't disappear. The artifact replied in confusion, you want me to keep a tomb on someone else's land? Do you know how much strength I have to use to keep the tomb stable? Ju-hyun grinned, that's your business. The tomb guardian said angrily, don't you think that's a bit too much human, why should I do that? I really like the traps in this tomb. Hearing Seo Ju-hyun's answer made the artifact feel like a question mark. On the other side of the tomb, Director Yoon. The staff ran to report, rescue has arrived, what are the losses? Where is the chairman? Others worriedly said, we got the news that day we were stuck in the coffin, the man with glasses replied, yes, that's right. But the coffin disappeared, everyone shouted at the same time, what? Yoon knelt down on the ground with his head in his hands, damn it, I was watching him carefully, wait, don't panic. Use the search artifact, it's an emergency, we have to find the chairman. Underground, in an Egyptian king's coffin, the man shouted, you people, I am here. He pounded on the coffin lid and screamed, why can't you find me when you're right above me? How much longer, I'm going crazy. No matter how hard I try to smash this coffin, it won't do any damage. And my relics won't work either, damn it. Kwon Tae-jun angrily shouted, Seo Ju-hyun, you bastard. I will kill you as soon as I escape. The coffin suddenly lit up. The man emitted a red aura, it was useless to his subordinates. Then he heard the voices of people above. What is this? An earthquake? Is the tomb going to collapse? Let's get out of here, yes, we need to survive first. Kwon Tae-jun panicked and shouted, what, wait, no. Where are you going? I'm right here. You're almost there, just dig a little more. Disloyal, you bastards, as soon as we get out, I'll fire you all. He glared, these bastards. Seo Ju-hyun, a pillar of light appeared in the middle of the tomb. In a corner, Seo Ju-hyun lamented, my ears are so itchy. The rope artifact wiggled and asked, let me scratch it, let me scratch it. Breaking news, official announcement from Pandora, the Royal Valley. Special CMM bulletin, the tomb is full of traps, many people are injured.
As the excavation of the Royal Valley continued, it was reported that not a single artifact had been found. Still, many traps were in operation, and more casualties were being taken out.
Pandora announced that they would be more vigilant from now on.
They assumed that the crypt might not be normal, there were no artifacts but only traps. It will take some time for the excavation of this Royal Valley to have an impact on nearby residents.
Ujeha asked him, "What is that?" Seo Juhon replied, "I requested that Tutankhamun's relics be kept in the original state of the tomb." Chairman Quan was locked inside. Jeha was surprised, "What?" "He's still trapped," Juhon said. "That trap is strange, it only holds the strong. I was trapped and didn't know what to do, so I thought Chairman Quan should give it a try too. It would be good if he never got out." Ujeha broke out in a cold sweat, afraid of his boss. So evil. He covered his mouth and yawned, he did so many bad things that he deserved it. "I'm going to bed, I'm tired." The tangled rope said, "Master, you are tired." "Are you tired? I will prepare a bed for you, okay." Seo Juhon comfortably said, "Okay, sure, thank you." Don't worry, the rope said and flew away. Hee, sleeping with the owner, sleeping together. It happily patted the mattress. "It has been a long time since I have slept in a comfortable place. So happy, so happy." "Oh, who said that?" The rope jerked up, "You." The fox, the angry fox, is Dalji. "Dalji, I have a name, don't call me fox, even though I am a fox." Dalji said arrogantly, "You must have the intention of sleeping with the master." "I came here first, so give up that idea." The string replied irritably, What? "Mean, so mean. I prepared the bed for him. The fox turned his head away proudly. "Humph, you're just bragging about being good at housework, what?" Dalji spread his tail, looking at the rope with disdain. "Do you have a beautiful tail like me to look so graceful?" The rope angrily rolled up and said, "When I roll up like that it's very soft, very soft." The fox's face fell, "What, you're not soft at all." He licked his lips, How about this?" A cloud of smoke appeared. The woman smiled, Hi. There's no way that transforming into a human wouldn't attract the attention of its master. It would be strange if he wasn't attracted to a beauty. Dalji transformed into a human with a charming hourglass body, but its 9 tails remained. "You can't do it? Give up, limp rope, I can't do it." It turned away gloomily, wishing it could turn into a human. Dalji sat on the bed and laughed at it. "Oh, are you going?" "That's right, you chose right." The fox licked his lips, just for today. Seo Ju-hien noticed. "Rope, why do you look so sad?" "Master, good night. Ju-hien entered the room, he angrily threw Dalji off the bed. "What are you doing here again? Your eyebrows are falling out everywhere, so I asked you not to come into my room anymore." But the rope was still frustrated. "I want to turn into a human. It went to the black dog. Wake up, ah." Anubis shouted, What are you doing? Teach me how to turn into a human." The dog was puzzled by his suggestion. What was there to point to? Any S-rank artifact would do. Of course, no matter what form it takes, it can turn into a human. The rope suddenly, isn't it strange? Anubis continued, "Only those with unique abilities can. Even though I'm already rank S, I still can't do it. Why? The dog turned away, You didn't originally reach that rank. Maybe you mutated, you wouldn't know. But just in case, teach me. No, why, you're so annoying. Stop being curious and be quiet, you are just a mutant." Anubis' words angered the rope. It wrapped around Anubis' neck. Tell me now, Hey, let me go, you crazy person, tell me. It's clearly a low-level artifact, yet he's treating a high-level artifact like this. Is there no order here? It's really messy. The chained bird in the corner glanced disdainfully at the 2 artifacts. A thought crossed his mind, I have to escape, I can't stay in a place like this. It seemed that Crazy String was obsessed with transforming. I must take advantage of that to get things done. On the other side, the proud and noble Anubis has turned into a miserable, deformed dog. Look, rope, Let me help you, the rope still around Anubis' neck asked again, really? Whether it is true or not, listen to my request, what is it? Thoth held out his legs. Look, your master has chained me like this. If you can unchain me, I will show you how to become human. If the rope had a face, it would be puffing up its cheeks in protest. No way, you'll run away. The bird glanced at it, well, it didn't seem so stupid. But the bird still tried to convince it, I need to be released to show you the transformation. That damned human used his strength to tie me up so I couldn't move. Still, the rope turns away. Wait, I have another way to help you, another way. Thoth looked after it. Oh, how? A tempting fried chicken appeared before it. What, chicken? The angry bird roared, do you think I'm like those dogs? Okay. A bag of assorted seeds. This is mixed cereal, you will like it, right? The bird trembled with anger, am I a chicken? Thoth, you bastard, don't fool yourself. The other animal stepped forward, making the bird jump. Don't you know that there are many eyes watching you here? If you escape, we will hunt you down too. Thoth flapped his wings in anger and scolded, you lunatic. Set said, what do you mean, crazy? You think I have to watch you? It turned its head to look at the rope and called. Hey, rope, do you want to transform? Rope quickly replied, yes. Don't mind that bird, go find that worm. It knows a lot of relationships and can find some ancient artifact to help you. The rope was happy, really. It quickly ran away, conveniently punching the bird. Cash and coins, someone counting each one. 1, 2. Bang, the rope opened the door wide and scared the worm to death. Squeak. Oh, you scared me. Open the door quietly. I have a request. Teach me how to become human. Set said he could help me. The worm sighed in response, he really pushed all the work onto me. Sorry, but I don't think I can do it. Shapeshifting is a natural ability. I know it only exists in high-ranking artifacts. The rope still hadn't given up hope. It asked. He said he might know an artifact that could help me. Do you know anyone? Anyone? The worm pondered. An artifact. You mean a shape-shifting artifact? If you use that transformation artifact, you can only change your appearance. The rope asked happily. Where is it? Tell me. Please. You really want to turn into a human that way, you really do. I've been thinking about this for a while, but you're weird. Then a thought flashed through the worm's mind. Wait a minute. Doesn't it look desperate? This could be an easy money-making opportunity for me. The worm made a noise. Ahem. Okay. Let me introduce you to the transformation artifact. The rope swung. Oh, really? But I want my fee. Nothing is free in this world, right? How much? The worm laughed evilly. Foo. It's simply 100 million. It adds units. Dollars. While Jaeha was busy getting his phone back from the holy relic, Ju Hyun's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and realized it was an unfamiliar number. What was going on? Whose number was this? Even though he didn't know who was on the other end of the line, he picked up the phone. Hello. He immediately heard the other person's voice. You're SEO Ju Hyun, right? I am Jacob Gray. As soon as he heard the other party's name, Ju Hyun's eyes showed surprise. Because this character is a very influential character. He says he is Jacob Gray. He is the President of the United States. Why is the President of the United States calling me? Jacob Gray called you with a request. I want to meet you as soon as possible. Through Matthew Tyler, you requested a meeting with me, right? Oh, yes. Ju Hyun replied in a low voice. But I got stuck in a crypt on the way there. At this time, Julian Miller happened to pass by. Seeing Ju Hyun's serious expression, he asked him. Who is it? President Jacob Gray, Ju Hyun replied in a low voice. Just like CO Ju Hyun. Julian heard the name. His voice was filled with surprise. What? What does he want? I don't know. Let's listen. CO Ju Hyun immediately turned on the speaker so they could both listen. At this time, Lee Seola was also there. On the other side, Jacob Gray continued speaking slowly. I apologize for this. But on the way to the meeting place, you suggested getting out of Tyler's car, right? You choose like that, you won't be stuck in this crypt and you will take all our artifacts. Ju Hyun was surprised that he was able to hit the nail on the head. Damn, he knew he had taken all the relics from the Pentagon. Despite his nervousness, he tried to stay as calm as possible to talk to him. What are you talking about? But it really couldn't fool Jacob. Don't try to lie. There is a holy relic which is the silver temple of the pavilion hidden inside the Pentagon. And I also found out that the holy relic is owned by Pandora. The holy relic is registered by Julian Miller. You worked with him before, right? Jacob said this part, making Ju Hyun really unable to deny it. He turned to Julian Miller and questioned him. What did this mean? Did he register the holy relics under Pandora? Yes. It was not illegal. Julian replied in a low voice. Seeing Julian Miller's calm expression when answering that question really pissed Julian off. What was he thinking? Why would he register confidential information with Pandora? Julian Miller was yelled at by Seo Julian and argued back loudly. I just remembered the memory, so I didn't understand until recently. I thought that the law created by the international organization would be kept secret. Hearing the other party say this, Julian was really speechless. Wow, I'm so proud of you. Sooner or later, you will have to go there and definitely get the report. Until then, do not use the reported artifacts. Julian had to do as Julian said even though he didn't want to. Okay, I get it. Jacob on the other side continued, all of our relics are being sold on the Pentagon. And everything is sold as soon as it appears, we can prove ownership. So, return all the artifacts to us. It's not hard to guess what he's asking. Ah, I knew it. This time, Julian actually agreed to compromise so quickly. Okay, we'll give it back. His answer satisfied Jacob perfectly. Well then, we don't need to drag this out any longer. I'll give you the time and address for the meeting. Bring all the relics. Okay. The conversation ended quickly. Seola was surprised to hear him talking like that to Jacob. Boss, are you going to return all the artifacts? But it turned out that she was worried too soon, of course not. My plan is, I'll fake everything and bring it to them. You don't have to worry about anything. Julian heard that and immediately spoke up to stop him. What, he would only make this worse. Julian has calculated everything. Now he needs Jaeha's help. Don't worry. I will make a copy that is exactly like the real thing. Slave number 1. It's time to work. You have to do it quickly. Jaeha, who was wrapped in ropes, asked loudly. What to do at this time? Julian still had one more question. If he only wanted to bring fakes, then why did he want to meet them in person? The reason Julian was so confident in meeting them in person was because he knew. He thought they would immediately recognize that this was a fake. Of course not. And honestly, I didn't want to meet them. I thought I could get more information from the president. Right after the conversation with the president, the plan to fake the artifacts began. This was the perfect time for me to check the Da Vinci relic that I sent to Jaeha. Da Vinci could not only imitate the appearance of relics, but also their abilities. The fake relics made by Da Vinci would definitely look exactly like the real thing. I don't expect to achieve perfect results in a short time. Moreover, it takes perseverance and intelligence to be able to use the Da Vinci relic, because many people have tried but failed to control it. And it would be difficult to copy everything perfectly because it would take a lot of time to use Da Vinci. The first time he tried, Jaeha looked very nervous. As evidenced by the number of the holy relics he needed to forge, he was shocked. I have to do all of these? It's too much. Boss. As for Julian, I can't wait to see the birth of a master con artist. Jaeha is always busy creating. Right? Boss, am I doing it right? As expected of a master con artist, he completed the job on time. You really did not misjudge the person. Is there anything else I need to do? I'm done, right? Jaeha said lifelessly. Jaeha's part is done. Now it's SEO Julian's turn. You can rest. Now it's my turn. As Jaeha was about to leave, he noticed the item in Julian's hand. Wait, isn't this an antiquity? That's right. I didn't just give them fake relics. I also wanted to give them a priceless gift for President's Day. How kind of me, right? Just thinking about it made him excited. Jaeha beside him looked extremely worried. Wasn't he going too far? Finally, the artifacts that were exactly like the real thing and the Calamity artifact were completed. And even meeting the president came. The car loudspeaker blared the news that, breaking news, the excavation team involved in digging the King's Valley had gone missing. The Austin Rockefeller team had announced a reward of hundreds of millions of dollars. Lee Seola heard this and turned to them and asked, why didn't anyone notice that the tombs had been excavated? Julian shared her thoughts. You're right, the Americans don't know that we've excavated those catacombs. They don't tell the media. Julian also chimed in, it seemed like they were too busy thinking about the missing artifacts from the Pentagon. Maybe this would be announced in a day or two, when President Gray brought the artifacts back. One more thing, now that I think about it, isn't President Gray getting re-elected 5 years from now? Yeah, it looks like the future changed again. It seems he wants to start another war. I don't know, Julian's eyes immediately became a bit more serious when talking about this matter. Jacob Gray rose to power as the war between the relic hunters raged. He eventually became one of the reasons that led to the World War. And the reason Kira, the god of war, can do whatever evil he wants, with the help of the president, who was behind Kira in the war. That's the real Gray. He's ruthless and unpredictable. We'll get there soon. That's why he wanted to remind them to prepare well. Because we're about to enter the tiger's den. The White House, the residence of the US president. Ju Hyun and Julian Miller were already in the conference room waiting for him. Where are the artifacts? President Jacob Gray immediately got straight to the point as soon as he appeared. CO Ju Hyun politely stood up and greeted him. Ha, I can't believe that's your first words in this meeting. You seem to be losing your patience. Don't worry, I brought the relics from the Pentagon, he said as he placed a large bag on the table. Jacob Gray was very wary of him. I don't think you'll keep your promise. There are rumors about your bad character, so I have to be careful. Ju Hyun smiled and denied it when he heard that. The rumors about me being bad were all nonsense. His words made him feel a little funny. Ha, it seems so. At the same time, another group also entered here. Ju Hyun couldn't help but wonder when he saw them here. Who were these people? Jacob immediately told him that they were from the Restoration Institute. I invited them here to test if there is any damage to the artifact. Jacob said these words, but Ju Hyun understood clearly. I know you can't lie to me. I know you invited them here to test if the artifact is real. Simply put, the Institute of Restoration is a place to study prehistory. They come from a group of talented historians who consider themselves to know the world well. Their group holds a key element that makes other historians incompetent. Nevertheless, their ability is impressive. As he had heard about President Gray, he would not be easily persuaded. Unfortunately, these were replicas of Da Vinci's artifacts. They would love it. It was all within his expectations. The artifacts were displayed before them one by one. The restoration team silently examined them. What do you guys think? Jacob asked nervously when they didn't say anything. After a thorough examination, the restoration team was able to confirm that nothing was fake. Sorry for our rudeness. It's okay, it's good to be careful today. Since Jacob said so, of course he didn't mind. Thank you for understanding. Now the US president has some respect for you. You have proven those rumors wrong. It is a pleasure to continue working with you. This feeling is hard to describe. Let's get some more information. That's the real purpose of this meeting. Oh right, can I tell you something? Jacob didn't intend to refuse. Oh, sure, please sit down. Thanks. Ju Hyun doesn't get to meet the US president very often, so of course he had to talk for as long as possible. CO Ju Hyun was about to sit down when he suddenly saw a beam of light flying out from his pocket. Jacob saw Ju Hyun standing there still and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah, nothing," Ju Hyun replied in a low voice. "It feels like an artifact just ran away, but I have to focus on talking now, I can't miss this opportunity." Just as Ju Hyun had guessed, his artifact was running out, and it had just had a slightly painful landing. "Who dares to throw me out like that?" the angry puppy howled. Suddenly, another voice rang out, "Damn it, show yourself." At this time, someone also discovered it, Anubis. Anubis slowly approached and was shouted at by the other party, "Get out quickly." "You, what is this, who is this?" Done, the next second, Anubis was ambushed by the opponent. The sword from somewhere stabbed straight into Anubis's body, causing him to feel pain. "Ah, you. Hee, goodbye, Anubis. When did these two artifacts get here with Anubis? Damn it, how dare you do this to me?" "The powerful master will kill you," Anubis said angrily. They surrounded Anubis, threatening him in cold voices. "You will die and disappear. Any last words? It has stabbed you right in the middle." What the hell? Anubis' body was shaking non-stop after being stabbed by the sword. "How dare you attack your friend? Do you think the master will just stand by and watch after knowing this?" Anubis wanted to fight back, but his current strength did not allow him to do so. The next words of the beasts made Anubis even angrier. "Who do you say is the master? Who else but the one who asked me to do this? The master ordered us to do this. You are no longer of any value to us. You are no longer Sao Ju Hyun's property. The master asked us to find the remaining Egyptian artifacts. He said they were all trash. It was your fault that you died. Artifacts that bow to humans would be killed by the master." Anubis screamed in pain. "It's not fair. I didn't bow to Sao Ju Hyun. I even followed my master's orders to kill him many times. No matter what he said, the holy relic still didn't pay any attention to a word. You think we care? You said it so many times. So why didn't it work every time? The moment they pulled the sword out of Anubis' body, the pain it brought made Anubis want to die on the spot. Farewell Anubis. Anubis' body also began to transform into its original form. Mom, my body, it's starting to fall apart. They're fading away, it looks like I'll end up like them. I tried my best, but I still die like this. Anubis really couldn't accept it. Just then another voice suddenly rang out, asking Anubis what was going on. It's a rope, huh, a rope. The rope caressed Anubis's face as if assessing its situation. It came here because I was emitting an unusual amount of energy. Does it hurt? Huh, I'm dying, Anubis replied painfully. You must be healed. I can't take it any longer, send my words to Seo Juhian. Anubis' body has already half disappeared. But I'm afraid I haven't conveyed it enough until that day. But the rope doesn't want that to happen, you can't die. Listen rope, the most important information about those guys. Rope urgently wants to find Juhian, stop talking, your body is dissolving. But Anubis seems to be exhausted, now or never. In the midst of the danger, the rope and Anubis also encountered humans. Hey, look, isn't that an artifact? Why is there an artifact here? It seems like today is our lucky day. The appearance of humans makes the rope flustered, don't come near. Motherfucker. No, puppy, Anubis' body had completely disappeared and only its original form remained. The human happily went forward to pick it up. Ah, great, this artifact can change shape so it's easy to carry. The master will definitely be pleased if we bring it to him. The rope immediately stopped them. Ah, let me go, my arm will break. At the same time, he sent a signal to Seo Juhian, Master, I'm in trouble, big trouble. Damn it. On this side, Juhian was still talking to Jacob. As he said, America asked the god of fate to see the future. We received positive information. We can actually share the information with you, but there's something you need to do first. You will help us explore the prophesied tomb. For this, Juhian is not too difficult. Initially, you will agree with him, no problem. But the purpose behind it is, I will definitely betray you later. While speaking, Juhian suddenly heard a signal from his artifact, the master. He turned around and looked outside. This action of Seo Juhian made Jacob somewhat confused. Julian Miller also asked worriedly, what's wrong? Is something wrong? No, I thought I heard something. Juhian replied in a low voice. But the sound repeated again. Master, I'm in trouble. Hearing this, Seo Juhian couldn't calm down anymore. Sorry, but I have to stop the conversation for a moment. Something must be happening out there. Juhian left in a hurry. Seola and Jeha were sitting on the couch when they suddenly heard the door open. Turning around, I saw Juhian entering. Huh, are we done meeting? Not yet, I want to check a few things, Seo Juhian said in a low voice. The wire sent me some signals. I guess something's going on out there, he said worriedly. Jeha was a little confused when he heard that, the signal. Wait, are you sure you can leave the meeting like this? Juhian said urgently. Yes, something happened, I have to go check it out. I can feel the rope energy nearby. They must be outside the compound, let's go. He quickly led them out of the compound. As soon as I got out into the courtyard, I heard the sound of the rope. Get out, don't touch. I can feel its energy nearby. The rope is trying to stop those people from getting closer to Anubis. Don't come any closer. What's the matter? Juhian asked them. The rope immediately recognized the owner when it heard the familiar voice. You're finally here. Rope, what are you doing here? Seo Juhian asked it again. He quickly recognized the two men, they were from the Restoration Institute, right? That's right, we came here because there were many reports of damaged artifacts. They turned to Seo Juhian and spoke calmly. You can see for yourself here, but this rope keeps us from getting close. Juhian then realized that his artifacts were all damaged at the body. Who did this? Worry was evident on his face when he realized that. Jeha was also very excited when he found out. Wait, is that artifact Anubis? Just as Jeha said, it was Anubis. He meant this. Seeing the other party holding it up like that, Jeha became even more agitated. Ah, be careful, he had to assess the level of damage first. They heard that and said unhappily. I'm just holding it, you're making too much noise, and we're more capable of fixing it than you are. Being insulted like that makes Jeha very uncomfortable, huh? Do you guys have a license? According to Pandora's law, only professional restorers can repair S-rank or higher artifacts. Are those guys actually using Pandora's law to talk to you? If you crazy people like you keep it like that, the artifact will shatter in an instant. When it comes to artifact, Jaeha's attitude is much more serious than usual. What do you mean by that? Now I guess, you guys are the ones who got Professor Jang arrested, right? As soon as this name was uttered, Jaeha's eyes showed shock. He is our respected master in the restoration industry, you think you are better than him? Going to restore this artifact, so get out of here. Being continuously provoked like this, Jaeha was really annoyed. Jacob Gray was also there. He immediately suggested that they should do it, they were the best in the restoration department, so the result was certain. Seo Ju-hyun was very unhappy with his words. He directly refuted, saying that if he said that, then he would underestimate my restoration skills. Okay, please. But it seems that your companion is even more agitated than you. If you guys think you're so good, then fix the artifact right away. Hearing that, Ju-hyun quickly turned to talk to Jaeha, this guy. Hey, what if the artifact was destroyed by them? But because Jaeha was too agitated, he said that, then, but they drove me crazy. As for this, Seo Ju-hyun didn't mean to blame him, he was right, we can let this go. As he said, you guys try to restore it now, but if my artifact is damaged in your hands, Seo Ju-hyun specifically warned the restorers. Then I will not let you off easily, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Those guys are still very confident right now, threatening us won't work, we are the best restorers left. We will show you what real power is. The restoration of the relic has begun. Ju-hyun also had something to ask Jaeha, what do you think, if they successfully restore Anubis, won't you be in trouble? But Jaeha confidently replied, don't worry boss. Jaeha's eyes were filled with confidence as he spoke about this matter, these people. It would be impossible to restore Anubis, and just as he had predicted, the restoration group was completely unable to do anything. What was going on? Why was the restoration unsuccessful? I already knew you two would fail, Jaeha said sternly to the two of them. I knew from the moment you rudely picked up the artifact, you didn't even know what was wrong with it, right? It's not just broken, give it to me, I'll try. These people think that if they can't do it, then others can't do it either, you won't be able to do what we can. Jaeha bluntly replied with a harsh sentence, give it to me, you can't do anything with it anyway. Even Seo Ju-hyun found this very difficult and dangerous. Restoring a damaged antique was not easy. Technically, it was completely different from repairing a normal antique. But if it's him, there's still a possibility, he's you Jaeha, the scammer, the question is can he do it? If he fails too, then I'll lose Anubis, but what's more worrying is how much it will hurt him. Yu Jaeha was also under a lot of pressure when restoring Anubis, I lost all my confidence after competing with Jang Richard, still in control. But you can't help it, yes, I already know exactly which part needs to be restored, let's try. As soon as Jaeha touched the pen to Anubis, a powerful energy suddenly radiated around, overwhelming even someone like Ju-hyun. The other two were also surprised by it, what was it? And this actually worked on Anubis? Huh? What's going on? This feeling, my human body is slowly returning to its original state. Now Jaeha could breathe a sigh of relief, it worked, like this Anubis could be saved. The pen in his hand also spoke up to remind him, Master, what is this, it's too difficult, I'll stop here, the restoration process will be completed soon. Okay, I'll stop because I don't have much stamina left, I stopped Anubis from disappearing. Well done guys, anyone want to say anything? Now you can speak up in front of the crowd. No way, what happened? Anubis can now transform back into that puppy. I thought I was dead, but you guys restored me just in time, you damn humans. Rope was so happy to see Anubis recover, puppy. You're saved, stay away from me, motherfucker. Very good, slave number 1, Ju-hyun is also very proud of Jaeha. And of course, Jaeha is also very proud of himself, when you have the restoration items, remember to come find me. Who would have thought that before he could be happy for more than 3 seconds, he heard Seo Ju-hyun say that he had a cold and that he should go restore the remaining broken antiques. It really makes me angry, why are you so unreasonable, you always pile up work for me. Consider it as experience, I'm sure your ability will increase after restoring all of them, Ju-hyun said calmly. Well, that's true, but it's still difficult. After being humiliated by Jaeha, the group of people reluctantly left. Let's go. Seo Ju-hyun did not forget to mock them a few more sentences, you guys are leaving, shouldn't you say something before leaving? You guys just insulted my restorer, who just successfully repaired the item you guys made. We're sorry, that's what they wanted to say to Jaeha for looking down on him. After that, they fell completely silent, their honor crushed. They were so arrogant and claimed to be the best restorers in the world, which made them even more stupid. I went back to the conference room and ended the meeting with the president.
I told him what TKBM did in the mausoleum, that TKBM tried to take the Pentagon's relics for himself. This information was also false. After hearing my fake news, he seemed angry. I was sure the government wouldn't let Quan meditate, and of course Quan had to escape the coffin first. I have sold a lot of fake antiques and gained a lot of useful information. At the meeting I brought back a lot of things. It's been a long time since Ju Hian had some free time, so tired, but today I have to enjoy it. It's really fun.
Just turned around and saw Anubis standing at the door. What's wrong, puppy? Do you have something to tell me?
Anubis hesitantly said, no, nothing.
I just want to thank you for saving my life. That's what it wanted to tell you. So that's what it was about, but Ju Hian didn't care too much about it. You don't need to thank me, but Jeha. I told him. He said you were the one who brought him to the campus and told me to thank you too, Anubis continued. Thank you very much. I will not forget your kindness for the rest of my life. From now on, I will regard you as my master and obey your orders. If Anubis said so, then you have to make full use of it. It seems you were sure about this. Alright, here is the first order. That's fast. The mission you want to give it is, do you remember the question that killed SEO Ju Hian? Mentioning this, Anubis felt a little embarrassed. Yes, it's my dark past. Even though there was only a small piece of paper in your confusion, I was still bothered by those who tried to kill me out there. But it seems he's not affected, that's what he thinks, but the truth is, no, it's really annoying, so much so that sometimes he even has nightmares about it. What order? That is the seed you must sow, clearing up the mess that statement causes. This will be your first task. Anubis immediately took orders from him. Yes, master. In the empty warehouse. The man is being chased by another man, damn it. Give up, you can't escape me. This familiar voice belongs to none other than John Smith. With him was also SEO Ju Hian's familiar rope, tie him up, obey, obey. Immediately, the rope wrapped tightly around the opponent's leg, causing him to fall to the ground. John Smith held the other party's file in his hand and said in a low voice, let's see, Evan Goldman, 34 years old. Looks like you're the drug dealer, right? Evan Goldman asked, trying to untie the rope. Who are you? You were ordered to kill SEO Ju Hian, why didn't you do it? John Smith asked Evan. I'm your client, John Smith. Evan heard his name and laughed out loud. What, so it's you. Why are you so impatient? I'm just getting ready. If you wait any longer, I will kill him for you and sort out all his artifacts. Evan did not know that when he said this, John Smith's face became unsightly. Evan originally thought that John Smith was on his side, but what happened was completely contrary to what he thought. Indeed, you need to be taught a lesson. How dare you insult my master? Making him panic. What, master, so SEO Ju Hian is your master? Wait, then why did you make that request? John Smith immediately ordered his holy relic, deal with it, Tutankhamun. Obey, you will suffer the consequences of disturbing your master. No, stop, that's ridiculous, you're the one making the request. Evan said loudly in fear as Tutankhamun's curse was coming down on him. What is this? As soon as Tutankhamun's prayer was fulfilled, Evan's body was immediately covered in a stream of liquid. Immediately after that, Evan's body was slowly evaporating. That was Tutankhamun's wish. Now your lifespan will decrease very quickly. And in the next second, his body had petrified into the same form as Tutankhamun. Oh, he's dead already. Enough, let him go with the rope. After finishing the task, the rope quickly turned around to ask John Smith for money. Pay me for overtime, pay me, now you think of nothing but money. Here, 501, the rope just saw the money and his expression became cheerful. Money, money. John Smith secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately the boss scolded him, otherwise he would definitely run out of money. Ju Hian had reminded him earlier, understand rope, asking for money is normal, but asking for too much is not good. And I let you do a few things, really, right, so don't charge too much, okay? Got money, the rope is really a greedy holy relic. It seems very enthusiastic about making money with John Smith, who is the next target, Anubis, wait and see. At this moment, inside the TKBM organization's meeting room, the atmosphere was very tense. What was really happening? Why did all of our people suddenly disappear? They were reportedly cursed. What curse? Someone must have attacked them. Each victim had something in common, they all received orders to kill Seo Ju Hian. Most of the victims were in the process of preparing to attack Seo Ju Hian, but instead, they were ambushed first. The answer is obvious, Seo Ju Hian is our man, he is the one who caused this. Why are you so sure? Isn't it obvious? By the way, everyone's mistake was letting him become the boss. What, you agree too, right? No, I'm just saying that you can't follow the system of those artifacts. Unisai was sitting here listening to them argue really made him confused. This is giving me a headache. There's been a lot of trouble, and Chairman Quan is still missing. Chances are his subordinates won't be loyal forever. They're definitely plotting something big against TKBM.
I have to stop them before TKBM collapses. Just as they were arguing, a loud knock on the door suddenly rang out.
His somewhat forceful appearance made the TKBM group feel uneasy. Who are you?
The other party went straight to the point of coming here.
Tell me where the relic security system is. Speak quickly, I need to cancel my artifact registration.
As soon as they heard this, they strongly objected.
What are you talking about? Do you think we will let that happen?
So I'll make you tell me how to use it. It turns out that the person who kicked the door was Julian Miller.
Just a wave of his hand was enough to destroy this room. Screams started to ring out. Save me.
On this side, Ju Hyun was still silently monitoring the situation of his subordinates. He said with satisfaction, I didn't think Anubis would handle this problem so well.
But Seol-Ah was a little worried about this. Was it okay to show off an ancient artifact like this? There's no doubt about its loyalty to me this time. It won't betray me like last time. Let it handle this.
It's also to save time while we do other things.
Yu Jae-ha suddenly had something to say. But boss? Saving time, does this kid also go back to work?
His vision gradually shifted to Louis Martin, who was tied up and gagged beside him.
Ju Hyun just heard his question.
The first thought that came to mind was, yes, that was a stupid question.
We would benefit greatly from it in America.
We could also be in trouble if we let it fall into the wrong hands.
Didn't you almost die because of it too? Hearing Ju Hyun say that made Jae-ha angry again. That's right.
Hey kid, you better prepare yourself. I'm going to make you go through endless nightmares. Looking at Jae-ha's scary face, Louis's body involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat.
Okay, your job is to keep an eye on it.
At this moment, the phone suddenly rang.
Leader?
No, it was a call from the Ministry of Defense.
Listen. Seol-Ah quickly picked up the phone. Huh? Why is it so noisy? Seo Ju Hyun frowned and said.
He then heard Julian Miller report, Boss, I completed the mission.
Where are you? Why is it so noisy? Ju Hyun asked curiously.
He was told that I was in Pandora.
Huh? Why are you there?
I came here to request that the list of artifacts I stole be deleted. But instead, they started arguing.
Seo Ju Hyun sympathized with him on this point. Yes, it was difficult for them to come to a conclusion. At least you're okay. Why did you call me? Julian called you to tell Seo Ju Hyun something. Oh, and I just learned some interesting news. There is someone here who was killed by Anubis. Eunice Iwu was here too. I asked him about TKBM.
It seemed like sooner or later
something was going to happen.
Ju Hyun was more interested in this story when he heard this.
Did you ask for more details? Okay, do you remember Chairman Kwan's son?
Oh, yes. I think they are targeting TKBM's position since the chairman went missing.
This information is very interesting.
Yes, that Kwan guy has 2 sons and a daughter. They each have their own company and live a lavish life. They really had nothing to do with the antiques trade. Because Kwan was so successful in it, they had to live in his shadow. If he remembered correctly, they were also very good at using ancient artifacts.
The 3 of them definitely could not be underestimated. Eldest son, Kwan Sung-woo. Now that their father is missing, they must be planning something. And I don't think the 3 of them are close. They definitely don't work together. There must be internal conflict. This is a good opportunity.
Ju Hyun's familiar smile appeared again. The smile of starting a new plan.
This is Mr. Kwan's eldest son, Kwan Sung-woo.
It was not wrong to say that he had no talent in controlling artifacts.
Back then, Pandora had rated him as D rank in controlling artifacts.
This time was no different.
What did you say? Yang Chen. Sung-woo asked his subordinate in a low voice. Yang Chen immediately reported back that Miss Ju He said she had no interest in antiques. Moreover, she was still in school. Hearing this, Sung-woo couldn't keep calm. He raised his voice and said, Is this the time to think like this? The little girl doesn't even understand what's going on. Ah, yes. Hurriedly ordered Yang Chen. Go back there and persuade it. Yes.
If my father had returned safely, I wouldn't have had to face so many troubles like this.
Brother, are you sure you can't open it? The other party's question made Sung-woo even more annoyed. Cold warning.
Yes, even though I am your son, I am not good at controlling ancient artifacts.
Why are you still asking about that? Do you want me to take you to the sea? Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately apologized. Quan Sung Woo specifically reminded Yang Chen to speed up the process.
Ju he might be able to open it, so we need her on our side.
Act quickly before that idiot Quan Sung Jae pulls her onto his side. Yang Chen asked again, Sung Jae can't open it either? It really pisses Sung Woo off. How did I know? Why are you asking again?
You're just making me crazier. Yang Chen looked at Sung Woo's madness and quickly bowed his head and said.
Sorry boss, sorry. If you're done, then go to Ju Hee. I don't dare delay any longer. Leave immediately, obey. Sung Woo seemed to have great ambition. His father's antique must be his.
He was his father's eldest son.
Unlike the eldest and second daughter. The youngest daughter is quite good at controlling the artifacts.
I was the one who taught them how to control them in the past.
Yang Chen quickly arrived at Ju Hee's house. He quickly took out SEO Ju Heen's file for her to look through. This is SEO Ju Heen. She can see what he did in the report. He is a man without rules. And also a great danger to TKBM. We need your strength to fight him. Yang Chen keeps talking. And you're just looking at Ju Heen, Miss Ju Hee. Are you listening? I'm listening. He's so handsome. What is he doing? Quan Ju Hee is probably also captivated by SEO Ju Heen.
Of course he is an archaeologist.
Yang Chen said a little uncomfortably. Ju Hee still had no intention of paying attention to the other party. Completely focused on Ju Heen's picture. No, what was he doing now? Was he an artist or something? I don't know and it doesn't matter.
This is not the time to be infatuated with his looks. It was only when Ju Hee heard this that her gaze gradually shifted to Yang Chen. He continued to show her pictures of Jae-ha and Seol-ah. These were his two subordinates. They were also trouble. Quan Ju Hee saw the photo of the two of them. Her eyes became even more interested.
Wow, you Jae-ha, I've seen him on TV before. Lee Seol-ah, wait, he chooses people based on appearance.
Oh my god, even Irene Hilton made them.
Crazy, look at that dress, it's so beautiful.
Yang Chen sat there watching her ramble on for a while. His expression became more and more unsightly.
He shouted angrily.
Miss Ju Hee, making Ju Hee jump.
What? We're talking about rivals. Please be serious.
Now you're back to talking to him properly. Calm down, my brother will deal with them.
The problem is that the two of them are too different. Imagine if the second brother monopolized the chairman's relic. Could he deal with my opponent with that attitude? She and Sung Woo are TKBM's last hope.
Yang Chen slowly persuaded her to side with Sung Woo. But Ju Hee herself.
But I'm not interested in antiques.
Even if you say so, Yang Chen still can't give up. Even so, come back and work for us.
Sung Woo and I will solve all the problems.
Quan Ju Hee heard this and looked at him with eyes filled with suspicion.
Really?
Of course, but you have to come back and work for us. A smile of victory gradually appeared on Yang Chen's face right after that.
Success.
With this, all of the chairman's artifacts will be in our hands.
And we can order SEO Ju Heen's archaeological team. On this side, SEO Ju Heen is also keeping an eye on the three Quan brothers.
Oh, shit, I want more information on what the three Quan children are doing.
Julian Miller didn't understand why he wanted to do this. But why? It was because Julian knew that they were definitely fighting each other.
The eldest son, Quan Sung Woo, definitely intends to take all of Quan's relics. The arrogant second son, Quan Sung Jae, will do his best to stop his brother from taking them. The third child, Quan Ju Hee, is not one to stand between the two brothers. She could be taken advantage of by her brother. I will take this opportunity to exploit them. And we will steal Chairman Quan's relics. I know where all of that old man's relics are hidden. He kept them inside an impenetrable security system. And he hid them where no one could find them. Even if I found them, I wouldn't be able to open them myself. Only Quan and his son could open that line of defense. That's why I haven't planned to steal his relics yet. But if the three brothers turn against someone, that's when the opportunity opens up. We will take advantage of the chaos and kidnap one of them to open the defense line. Julian Miller heard this and commented, how can he say all the things he intends to do? But to do that, we need to know their situation now. Seol-ah heard that and immediately suggested, do you want me to keep an eye on them? If you've taken the initiative, then I have no objections. Can you keep an eye on them at the same time? I'll try. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ju Heen wondered, who is it? Let me go see. Who is it? Jae-ha called out from inside, and immediately heard the other person's voice. Excuse me. Hearing this tone, he immediately recognized it as.
Ha? Korean? This man came to find Seo Ju-hyun. Is Seo Ju-hyun among them? Jae-ha heard that and turned to call Ju-hyun. Boss, he's looking for you. Then why didn't you open the door? Jae-ha quickly opened the door and asked the other person. What do you want from him? Are you Seo Ju-hyun? Kwon Sung-jae asked with a smile. Of course the answer was no, me. No. I'm the one asking. What are you here for? Kwon Sung-jae has no intention of talking to Jae-ha. The person you're looking for is Seo Ju-hyun. Well, aren't you Seo Ju-hyun? Tell him I need to see him. Hurry up, I'm busy. This arrogant attitude of Kwon Sung-jae's is making Jae-ha start to get annoyed with him. What kind of guy is this? You can't meet the boss without an appointment. Please go home, he said, and then mercilessly closed the door, ignoring Kwon Sung-jae, who was yelling outside. What? Hey, don't close the door. Kwon Sung-jae kept banging on the door outside and shouted loudly. Hey, you, who do you think you are? It really annoys Jae-ha. Huh, what a weirdo. Ju-hyun also came to the door at this time. Who is it? Just a weird name. Don't mind it. Jae-ha had just finished speaking when he heard Kwon Sung-jae frantically knocking on the door. Do you know who I am? Who are you? This time the person who opened the door was the one he was looking for. You must be Seo Ju-hyun, right? You look different from the person just now, Kwon Sung-jae said in a low voice. As soon as he saw the other person, Seo Ju-hyun immediately recognized him, this person. It's the second son, Kwon Sung-jae. Kwon Sung-jae quickly took out his business card and introduced him. Wait a minute, let me show you my business card. Here's my business card. You can recognize me from this. But Ju-hyun already knows everything about him. No need. I know who you are, Kwon Sung-jae. Sung-jae didn't expect Seo Ju-hyun to know him, so he looked very surprised. Oh, you know me? Ha, it seems I'm very popular. Seeing him laugh with such delight, you can see that this brat has never changed, just like before. If you already know me, then it will be easier for us to talk. Seo Ju-hyun, come work for me. Kwon Sung-jae went straight to the point of this meeting. He immediately took out money to recruit Seo Ju-hyun. I will pay you a decent amount. Oh, why do you want to hire me? Ju-hyun leisurely said. Jae-ha also came out to listen to the conversation. The thing is, my brother and I are fighting each other. I'm trying to succeed my dad, but he's getting in the way. So that's why you want me to be your ally. Yes, everyone knows how capable you are. How much you want? Just say a number, 1 billion, 1 or 2 billion, Sung-jae said with a smile. Money is not important to him. Ju-hyun didn't reply right away. He thought to himself, this is interesting. I didn't think he would come to me like this. I thought he would say a number, but what Ju-hyun wanted to say was, don't mess with my kids. Sung-jae heard that and said in confusion. What? A kid? They are worth much more than money. Ju-hyun sternly warned the other party. Ju-hyun seemed to be disapproving of the amount Sung-jae had just offered. If you want to hire me, you should offer something more valuable than just a few dollars. His words took the other party by surprise. Hey, 10 million. No, I gave you 20 million. And you said it was a few dollars. And, I also introduced you to a beautiful girl. I thought that when I said this, he would agree, but I'm afraid that women are just a passing fancy to Seo Ju-hyun. Ju-hyun directly refused. I don't need that. I already have one. I don't need anyone else. As he spoke, he held up a picture of him and Irene for Sung-jae to see. Who should be surprised now? Damn, isn't that Irene Hilton? You really have the best. Seo Ju-hyun reassured him that don't worry, there are still many things I want. What? His answer was relics. Without beating around the bush, Ju-hyun went straight to the point. He wanted to cooperate with me because he wanted to take over his father's position. Right? That means he would get all the relics he had. Yeah, my dad has an excavation team. Before Sung-jae could finish his sentence, he interrupted. I don't care about that excavation team. If you take over his position, you have to give me half. Sung-jae got angry when he heard this. Huh? Half? Are you crazy? If I only have half of the relics left, then why would I hire you? In that case, Seo Ju-hyun will give him a little discount, okay 30%, but I will get to choose the one I like. Sung-jae listened and carefully calculated for a while, 30%, wait a minute, 1, 2. Ju-hyun looked at his series of actions, his expression a bit bored. I shouldn't let him do this, it takes too much time. Immediately spoke up, what are you waiting for? If you're alone, you won't be able to get all those relics, right?
Okay, but I won't tell you the effects of the relics you'll only get to see them before you get them.
Sung Jae offered him a compromise. He was able to come up with a favorable request in a short period of time.
Ju Hyun had a high opinion of the other party in this regard.
So the agreement between the two of them was quickly established. Okay. Kwon Sung Jae received So Ju Hyun's approval and clapped his hands in satisfaction, saying good, good.
So, our deal is done. Sung Jae didn't know that his previous condition was completely useless against Ju Hyun. The Divine Crow would give him information about all the relics, so this request wouldn't affect him at all.
So he happily suggested, let's discuss the details. Like the others I hired, you guys should serve me a cup of coffee right now.
Jae-ha originally intended to advise Seo Ju Hyun, boss, don't you think it's best not to let him get involved, he's an idiot, no matter what you do to him. But Ju Hyun didn't mind that too much, this wasn't a problem, we accepted the offer, so we had to discuss the details together. Alright, come in, the second son of the Kwon family heard this and leisurely walked in, even sneering, saying, this is something you should have done from the start. Seo Ju Hyun immediately asked someone to get him water, but it wasn't coffee like Sung Jae wanted before, but a can of energy drink. Sung Jae looked at it and said, don't you guys have anything else besides this? Seo Ju Hyun calmly replied, that's all we have, it's an energy drink, Jae-ha uses it when he's overworked. Furthermore, drinking water is not a problem now, do you have a plan in place, can you explain it to us? I'm sure your relationship with your brother has been broken for years.
Seo Ju Hyun really knows the Kwon family situation very well, right?
Oh, by the way, I sensed a lot of precious relics around here. Ju Hyun gave the other party a puzzled look when he heard him say that. But he also happily replied, I sell them here. Sung Jae heard that and laughed loudly, teasing him, really, you don't sell them anywhere else?
Even we keep normal relics at home and sell precious relics elsewhere. So you left them all here, huh?
Wariness gradually appeared on Seola and Jae-ha's faces. When they saw the other side summoning power to strike here, well then.
I will take all your relics. Sung Jae didn't know how much his actions had upset Ju Hyun, this bastard.
Seo Ju Hyun still wanted to go easy on him, and even had the heart to remind him, hey, you're trying to steal from me, this wasn't included in the agreement. But Kwon Sung Jae still didn't know the way, and confidently said, so what's the problem? Don't you know how this world works, I'm the strongest person here, so I can freely do whatever I want. You're very confident in yourself, huh?
In contrast to Seo Ju Hyun's calmness, Jae-ha on the other hand appeared very displeased. I told you boss, I knew he would do something like this. Ju Hyun directly challenged the other party. Alright, go ahead and try. What? We are weak, no one is capable of defeating you. This statement of yours made Sung Jae's confidence increase even more. You are not as strong as they say. Jae-ha was panicking. Boss, what are you talking about? What if he takes all my relics? At this moment, two holy relics also came to ask. What's wrong? Master, why is it so noisy here? Sung Jae noticed the success. Oh, this relic looks really cool. You will be mine from now on, obey me. Sung Jae directly attacked Anubis. He wanted to control this holy relic of Seo Ju Hyun. What is this?
Immediately, Anubis was transformed back to his original state, the pair of puppies returned to their original appearance. Ju Hyun naturally thought highly of him, he had an excellent dominating power. As expected of a member of the Kwon family, he was much stronger than the others.
That's simple, here we go. With that, Sung Jae directly sucked the two holy relics towards him. Hold on to them. This made the three Jae-ha worried, while Ju Hyun remained silent and didn't say a word.
Boss, we're going to lose both of them, don't just stand there, do something.
Boss, do something, both are.
But in the next second, Sung Jae's facial expression immediately changed. His hand was slowly being affected by the holy relic, his hand, the damned piece of wood.
The Kwon family's second son seems unable to control these two powerful holy relics.
His actions have angered the holy relic, how could you do this to me, you must be punished for what you just did. I will finish you. As soon as the holy relic erupted, it directly pushed Sung Jae away. He shivered as he realized his hand felt like it was on fire. What was it, his hand? The puppy was now walking closer to him. Die, the holy relic roared angrily. This scene was still the first time Jae-ha saw it, making him a little worried. What was going on? Ju Hyun had kept a calm expression all this time, he slowly said, simply because they wouldn't obey his orders because his dominating power wasn't strong enough. This pair of children are among the most powerful relics, just activating them costs a lot of energy, and even more to control them. Moreover, to control them, he must have supreme power to sever the relationship between them and their master. The more precious the relic, the more dominating power it requires.
Sung Jae regretted it now, but it was too late. This couldn't be happening. In Pandora's list of dominating power, mine was higher than yours. He said that because he doesn't know Ju Hyun's true ability. So what? Is the reason he's confident in himself because of that list? Now, you will feel my inferior power. Ju Hyun simply stood there, but the energy he released was enough to make the opponent afraid. Sung Jae was completely overwhelmed by Ju Hyun's overwhelming power. It was impossible. Let Ju Hyun teach him a few sentences, believing in baseless information. What a fool. You're the one who really doesn't know how the world works. You don't understand what Pandora really is. Ju Hyun's performance just now even broke the furniture in the room. If you were me, would you show your full power to your opponents? The control power they know about is only half of my true power. I can't believe you came here so casually. You're really interesting. If it were anyone else, I would have ended it right here. But you are Mr. Kwan's son, so I won't kill you. You have to open Mr. Kwan's safe for me. This is the authority of a truly capable person. You should thank me. Sung Jae was extremely embarrassed right now, damn it. Besides, he had to pay for all the damages just now. His voice became difficult to speak at this point. What? What? Ju Hyun continued calmly. You turned my house into a mess. You have to pay for all the damages. What are you talking about? Aren't you the one who made my house a mess? Sung Jae protested loudly. But Ju Hyun just raised his fist and threatened. How can you talk to me like that? Call me Hyung. He immediately trembled and became obedient. Oh, I'm sorry Hyung. You have to buy me new ones for all the things here. You're done for if you buy the wrong brand. Oh, yes Hyung. Seo Ju Hyun even specially called his holy relic. Come here rope. What's the matter master? What's the matter? So you want the holy relic to join in on this? You said you need money, right? Ask that guy. The rope brightened up when he heard about money. You'll give me money, right? Give me money. But Sung Jae, no, I just need to pay the damage fee. Ju Hyun said sternly. You also affect my relics, so it is your responsibility to make them happy, especially Anubis. You really make me angry. Aren't you going to do anything for me? Can I ask him for money? Can I ask him for money? Sure. He has a lot of money. Great. Give me money. Money. Sung Jae's nightmare has really come. No. No, Sung Jae shouted in frustration. But there was no stopping the rope from pulling out all the money in his wallet and even his bank cards. Money. Money. The Kwan's second son tried to stop him, but it was no big deal. Don't take them out. Stop. The one who was happy was the holy relic, so happy. So happy. The one who was heartbroken was Sung Jae. Why did his relic have a bank card? As soon as the rope was swiped, Sung Jae's phone immediately lit up. Then came a series of messages that made Sung Jae cry. You successfully transferred 8 million to the Earthworm Company. You successfully transferred 10 million to the Earthworm Company. What the hell is going on? What kind of company is this? You successfully transferred 20 million to the Earthworm Company. Received a large sum of money. The holy relic happily left. I have received your transfer. He. Come on. Rope. Just a little more, you will get $100 million. Ju Hyun then spoke up. You've received a decent amount of money today. That's enough rope. You can continue tomorrow. I have business to discuss with this guy. Understood. Understood. Damn it. Thanks. Wait. Haven't you had enough? Sung Jae looked at Seo Ju Hyun with a resentful expression. Ju Hyun replied without hesitation, well, it's your fault for coming here. Now, let's get to the main point. Do you have any plans to take over your father's position? What do you need me to do? Sung Jae's face brightened up at the mention of this. Actually I already have a plan. Just then Lee Seola suddenly walked in, having something to say to Seo Ju Hyun. Boss, sorry to interrupt, but you have to look at this. It is the latest news about a powerful energy source that has appeared in some places in France. Investigators believe that the cause is one of the 7 catacombs. The Proud Catacombs. The French Prime Minister ordered the closure of the areas surrounding the catacombs. Ju Hyun's face gradually became ugly upon hearing this news. This was terrible. Why would one of the 7 catacombs appear at this time? Information is spreading everywhere. Competition to own this crypt will break out. I think it's most important to focus on this now. Seo Ju-hyun also has this thought. She's right. Just then Kwon Sung-jae's phone rang. Oh. Wait. Someone is calling me. As soon as he picked up the phone, Kwon Sung-jae's eyebrows furrowed. Hello. What? Excavation team. Deputy team leader Yang Chen. I understand. Let's wait and closely monitor the situation first. This is worse than the Proud Tomb. Ju-hyun wondered. Who was it? What did they say? Kwon Sung-jae didn't intend to hide it from him. He immediately told Seo Ju-hyun, his brother and right-hand man. They planned to take over the Proud Crypt. Who is Yang Chen? The name you just mentioned. Ah, he is the deputy captain of my father's excavation team. He's always by my brother's side. It makes me sick. This Yang Chen character has Ju-hyun paying attention. That's how he exists. Yang Chen is a very ambitious guy. So ambitious that he is willing to betray his comrades. Now he is trying to build a relationship with Kwon Sung-woo. He is definitely waiting for an opportunity. And when the opportunity is right in front of him, he certainly will. So Ju-hyun decided that tonight we will go to the first tomb. I will take the relics in the tomb. If you want me to help you become the heir, you have to listen to me. Sung-jae didn't like this. Damn it, he really just liked to do things his own way. But still have to agree with you. Okay, I'll listen to you. Good then, next target approved. Inside a sarcophagus in a crypt. But there was a man in there. Oh, me. He looked like a dried-up corpse. I was hungry and thirsty. How long had I been here? Luckily, I always wear Achilles' ancient armor. If I didn't, I would have been dead long ago. No, now is not the time to think about these things. I have to find a way out of here. I can't stand it any longer. When will the rescue team come? I formed a rescue team to save me in situations like this. And my family. What are they doing? Why aren't they looking for me? At the same time, an excavation team is also here. Wow, this tomb is intact. It's really just like the rumors I heard. Yeah, we need to carefully study this tomb. The excavation team was busy cursing Seo Ju-hyun. But we researchers were grateful to him for keeping this tomb intact. The man inside the coffin was very upset when he heard that. What? What the hell were they thinking? Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. Ah, an earthquake. Everyone saw that and ran away in a hurry. I guess there are still some traps here. Get out of here. The man tried to create a signal to let them know he was here. Wait, don't go, save me. And the other people really realized. Hey, it seems like there are still people stuck here. He shouted loudly again and turned around. As for Ju-hyun's group, we quickly prepared to excavate the Proud Catacombs in France, but there was still a big problem standing in our way. The French government issued many orders to protect the Proud Catacombs, even the European Union joined in to supervise excavation teams coming from other countries. All major airports in Europe have tightened security. If we go now we will definitely be held up. So at this time, we won't be able to use private jets. Irene heard him say that and worriedly asked, oh no, what are you guys going to do? Ju-hyun tried to reassure her that, well, we have to take a regular plane, we have to blend in with the tourist group, I'll have Jae-ha make some fake IDs. Take care Ju-hyun, I'm worried about you. Don't worry, I'll see you again when I get back. Coincidentally, Jae-ha was standing right behind him. Ju-hyun calmly said, you heard it right? Do it quickly. It really made Jae-ha want to curse. I won't make you do it alone, so don't worry. Jae-ha's expression brightened up when he heard this. Really, who will help me? He already had a good partner, it would help him speed up the work. The person Seo Ju-hyun wanted to talk about was none other than Louis Martin. With this family, we can finish this job immediately. We will fake ID for everyone who comes to the crypt. Before, it was only Jae-ha who was complaining about his fate, now there is Louis too. It has always been like this. He is crazy, too much. And we will go to France by regular flight, for convenience of action. I took first-class tickets. I'm exhausted, so tired. Jae-ha looked exhausted, speechless. Seeing this, Seo Ju-hyun calmly replied that he could rest comfortably in this first-class cabin. If I don't say anything, Jae-ha will get angry. How can I sleep comfortably? It's all your fault. You always make me work too hard. I'm used to your lies. I won't make you do anything more. So shut up and go to sleep. You have to take care of your health. If you really care about my health, you shouldn't push me too hard. Ju-hyun didn't want to argue with Jae-ha anymore. He just said, do whatever you want. We'll be busy after landing. So be prepared.
Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized something. Ju Hian quickly stood up and turned to look behind him. Wait, although it was very faint, this source of energy was very familiar.
It must be Yang Chen. Just as Seo Ju Hian had sensed, Yang Chen and Quan Sung Wu were in the economy class.
It was really uncomfortable for a rich person like Sung Woo to sit here.
Why were the seats on this plane so small? I couldn't even stretch my legs. The reason was because, well, this was economy class.
Yang Chen explained that we had to blend in with these people to avoid any trouble.
You don't want us to be forced to turn back right after landing, do you?
Damn it, this problem can be solved with money, Sung Woo said uncomfortably. But Yang Chen sitting next to him retorted that there were many things that money couldn't solve, like what was happening with the 7 crypts. At this moment the plane also announced, "Attention passengers, we are about to land, finally."
Seola also received news from Ju Hian at this time. Yang Chen is here too? That's right. He was hiding in the economy class. Quan Sung Woo was here too. Even though I hadn't seen them, I could feel their presence here.
This made her a little anxious.
Are they following us? What should we do now? But Seo Ju Hian could only say that we still don't know their plans. But we must definitely act first.
This may be our chance to end our partnership with them.
Now, don't let that guy know about this. He might mess things up.
Okay.
You and Jeha are the only two who know about this. Get ready. Seol-ah immediately received the order. Understood. Jeha, on the other hand, didn't want this at all. I don't know anything. I just want to sleep. No, I'm sleeping.
Ju Hian immediately went forward and directly pinched his cheeks and pulled him up.
Wake up, this plane has become a battlefield. Jeha cried and said, I don't want to, can't I just live peacefully for one day? Wait, why is this plane a battlefield?
We're 9,000 meters above the ground now.
We could die. That's it. That's why I can't wait to finish them off right now. Now, what should I use to attack them? Right now, Jeha was starting to regret joining Ju Hian's group.
I want to go back to my grandmother's house.
Oh, Seo Ju Hian unexpectedly found something pretty cool in his bag. It's been a long time since I used this. Should I?
Long ago made a contract with the Hammurabi Code.
I'll send this contract to Quan Sung Woo after he sees it. He'll definitely want to tear it up.
But tearing up the contract is useless, because the contract is written in such a way that if it is destroyed by someone, it will bind it to that person.
Ju Hian ordered. Bring this to Quan Sung Woo with a rope. Understood, understood. Jeha exclaimed in surprise. Your attack is more terrifying than I thought. Seo Ju Hian asked again, what kind of attack do you want me to make? He replied, I thought you would just go and finish them off with your fists. Ju Hian smirked, I wouldn't do that. This place is too cramped, we shouldn't attract the attention of the remaining passengers.
There will be a lot of witnesses if we act directly now.
It would be perfect to do so.
The main purpose of sending the contract was to provoke him. In the economy class, there were 2 men sitting next to each other. One person bowed his head to work, the other turned his head to look around. Suddenly a sound caught the attention of the bespectacled man. Take it, take it. Yours, yours. The rope suddenly jumped out with the paper, making him startled.
What is this? A relic, it looks like the one Seo Ju Hian had.
He took the paper and pondered. The string danced around.
Read it.
Goodbye, goodbye.
Seo Ju Hian's name was there.
He said that hearing that name, the other person's face showed clear panic. He quickly rushed out to grab the rope, causing it to scream in annoyance. The bespectacled man was surprised.
Hey, what are you doing? It must be his relic. I have to catch it. The rope kept screaming. Let me go, let me go. Let go, let go.
The loud noise made the passengers in the cabin turn their heads to listen.
Let me go, let me go. Shut up.
The man gripped the rope in his hand and summoned his power. He pressed the string inside a piece of paper and said firmly, I will make this relic mine.
Oh, what's the content of the contract? Huh, you're just now noticing this?
The bespectacled man clenched the paper in his hand as if to show his displeasure. He wanted me to give up all my stocks, buildings, and money.
Damn it.
I'm sure he's on the same flight as us.
He must be spying on us. We can't just sit here like this. Let's send some guys to scout him out.
There are some of our men in disguise mingling around here.
Seo Ju Hian definitely doesn't know. I'll make this place your resting place.
The in-flight meal was served. Steak with bread and juice was very attractive in color. Jaeha said while chewing his food, the rope hasn't come back yet. Looks like it was caught by them. Ju Hyun didn't seem worried at all. If that's the case, then it's perfect. I have a lot of faith in the rope. He bowed his head and thought, no, Kwon Sung Woo and Yang Chen couldn't be caught easily. Did they catch the rope? If so, they must have read the contract. If what I had guessed about their personalities was true, then I had definitely succeeded in provoking them. They would be here soon. Soon. Maybe even now. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of flight attendants approached him. The maid spoke up. Excuse me, sir. There was a complaint that someone was carrying dangerous goods. Could we check your passport? Hearing this, he chuckled, it was indeed true. Ju Hyun replied calmly, I feel the relics around here. He slowly enunciated each word, seemingly coming from his body. The concubine saw that they had been discovered and laughed gloomily. Your guess is completely correct. But suddenly Ju Hyun felt danger approaching. A kick hit him straight. Ju Hyun reacted quickly, he raised his hand to block it. The concubine had not yet had time to retract his leg. He smirked triumphantly. Ju Hyun propped himself up with his hands and assessed him. Damn, you're strong. I can feel a faint aura coming from you. His words hit them where it hurt. I guess you guys are running on cheap energy. Sad. The truth is your energy comes from drugs. Ju Hyun told Louis and Jaeha. Hey, protect yourself. I can't guarantee your safety right now. He pulled out a sharp knife and held it tightly in his hand. He immediately assumed a fighting stance and taunted them. Come here. You drug users. The two sides began to fight. Ju Hyun quickly slashed out a powerful slash, with the cut causing the flight attendant to frown in pain. He lunged forward and grabbed Ju Hyun's weapon-wielding arm. Got it. But that opening was just a trick he used to lure the enemy. As soon as his hand touched him, he used all his strength to kick him painfully as revenge for earlier. The guy lost control and flew backwards, slamming his back into the wall right next to Jaeha. The suddenness of the incident left him gaping in shock. Jaeha crouched down and tried to crawl away. I have to get out of here. I have to run. But where should I run? It's too small here. Things weren't looking good on the other side as Ju Hyun was being held by another guy's neck. He was choking and shaking. Get your damn hands off him. Seola suddenly rushed over with a stick in her hand. She shouted. Don't touch my boss. She used force to hit the guy on the head, making his eyes roll. Ju Hyun finally got out. He praised. Good job, Seola. Boss. You should be careful. She continued worriedly. We can't act freely here. Ju Hyun rubbed his neck. This is so annoying. This plane is too cramped for combat. I can't move. It's so uncomfortable. And most of all, I can't use the relic freely. Ju Hyun gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, if this wasn't a plane, I could have easily taken them down with my strongest relics. But if we use them here now, the plane will be damaged. If it is damaged, many innocent passengers will die. Just one of my powerful relics can easily destroy this plane, the number I can use is limited. So they used the power-up relic to fight barehanded, which was a smart choice. Kwon Sung Woo really can't underestimate you. He dodged the attacks while thinking. No, this might be Yang Chen's idea, how should he attack them now? The door to the smoking room was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Kwon Sung Jae said as he walked out. Ah, it feels so good. It's been a long time. Ha! Aren't you guys part of my father's excavation team? The sweating concubine, Mr. Kwon Sung Jae, why are you here? Seeing that the two of them seemed distracted, Ju Hyun smirked, it was at this moment. The weapon in his hand cut through their bodies, his provocative voice rang out, apologizing for interrupting. Seeing that Ju Hyun's target was not them, the two of them worriedly shouted, stop him, protect Kwon Sung Jae. Even that guy was surprised by this action. You, what are you doing? The sharp blade was pressed against Kwon Sung Jae's neck. He threatened, listen to this you fools. He screamed in panic. You, Ju Hyun's voice continued to ring out. If you don't get out of here right now, I'll kill this guy. What the hell? The two flight attendants cursed in frustration. Damn it. Kwon Sung Jae didn't understand what was going on. He had clearly just come out of the smoking room and was being held hostage. Tell me what's going on quickly. Ju Hyun continued to threaten. Shut up.
We don't know each other. And I'm not kidding. Hearing that, the young master's face turned pale. His mouth opened in surprise. He was so scared that his whole body was shaking. Tears and snot were flowing. Ah, save me. Do something. The clock on the wall ticked. The boy was confused with thoughts in his head. Juhi is coming. Should I tell them? The incident happened a few days ago. Kwon Sung-jae was taken hostage by Ju Hyun. He shouted in fear. Ah, save me. Do something. I don't want to die here. The fake flight attendants turned pale when they saw that. Seo Ju Hyun, you bastard. Let him go. Don't you know who you're holding a knife to? Ju Hyun curled his lips provocatively. Of course I know. He's Mr. Kwon's second son, right? And you guys think I'm scared? As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp blade in his hand pressed against his neck, causing blood to flow out. Kwon Sung-jae trembled and shouted. Ah, save me. Stop. Save. Seeing that he was serious, the others compromised. Okay. Stop. We won't attack you anymore. But Ju Hyun's voice made their faces freeze. You guys should have been good from the start. This isn't what I wanted. Tell me where Mr. Kwon kept the relics. And stop all this harassment. Finally, transfer all of Chairman Kwon's shares in the group. The leader seemed to not believe his unreasonable request. What? Relics and shares? Are you kidding? You almost want to take all of the chairman's assets. Why not? Are those things more important than the chairman's son? Then he started threatening. And if he was worth less than Mr. Kwon's assets, he should be dead. Kwon Sung-jae's hair stood on end. Ah, do it. Give him all my shares too. Okay, we'll give it to you. Now put the knife down. We'll fulfill all your requests when the plane lands. Louis and Jaeha were stunned by this forced sale. Ju Hyun's voice rang out. No, not now. I hate waiting. The other side shouted back angrily. What can we do while we're still on the plane? I wrote the requirements into the contract, he continued. Which I forwarded to your boss. Did you hear that? Right? If you want to save your sister, sign that contract quickly. The voice from the other side made Kwon Sung-woo's face contort. Do you want your sister to die? I'll give you 5 minutes. He was so angry that he threw the thing in his hand to the ground. Kwon Sung-jae was such a bastard. Oh my god, how could he throw away such a rare object? His body trembled. Why is he here? Yang Chan replied. I don't know. Maybe he followed us. Kwon Sung-woo was completely helpless in this situation. If he had told me, he would have been safe by now. I didn't understand how he had been taken hostage so easily. He rested his forehead on his hand and thought. There was no other choice. Yang Chen was shocked when he heard that. You really intend to sign? This is the only way. Kwon Sung-woo's voice rang out. Furthermore, this is just a normal contract. Signing this contract cannot harm us. He thought as he signed. We have to save Sung-jae first. After we get off the plane, we will find a way to change the situation. Let go of the rope and tell him to bring this to Seo Ju Hyun. Yang Chen gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. The rope was released and jumped happily. Ha ha. Freedom. Freedom. Suddenly its attitude changed. What did you just do? Do you want to die? Yang Chen fearfully stepped back. Don't worry. We have a contract. So you take this back to your master. It continued, pay me the shipping fee, pay me the shipping fee. This request surprised him. You go ask your master for this. The rope replied. The master told me to get it from you, from you. Hearing this, Yang Chen felt unbelievable. This was crazy. He was too much. Not letting him finish, Kwon Sung-woo handed over a stack of money. All right. Relic. Take this. This is about 2 million won. This is all I have. But he still wouldn't stop. He pulled out the card reader from somewhere. No problem. You can pay by card. Pay by card. This action stunned both of them for a few seconds. The rope's voice echoed throughout the cabin, attracting everyone's attention. You have to pay 30 million won. 30 million won. Kwon Sung-woo's heart-rending scream responded. What? Hey, when did you take my card? Give it back to me. You can't do that here. The rope got what it wanted, immediately hugged the contract and flew straight up. Goodbye. Goodbye. Quan Sung Woo cursed under his breath. Damn it. Yang Chen's expression didn't look much better either. Damn rope. I knew I shouldn't let it go. Suddenly someone came up. Boss, something is wrong. The other man looked worried. Can we really land in France safely? Quan Sung Woo wondered. Who is he? Yang Chen replied. Oh, he is the leader of the foreign excavation team I hired. The European Union started to control all foreign excavation teams coming in, and I think we cannot excavate the catacombs relying on TKBM teams alone. So I hired a foreign team to help. Just think of them as a bunch of grunts. Since they were communicating in their native language, of course the guy didn't understand. He shouted angrily. What are you guys talking about? Tell me. Quan Sung Woo folded his arms and asked. What question do you have? The guy replied. I heard your men caused a ruckus in the first-class cabin. What if my team gets caught up in the chaos? There's a 90% chance we'll be affected by it. Yang Chen quickly said. I assure you this will not happen. The guy looked incredulous. Are you sure? What if this trouble gets bigger and we can't enter France? I agreed to do this with you guys for the money. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll get into France. But you can't guarantee it, so we'll do it our way. I'll do my best. So go back to your chair. But that guy just kept biting and wouldn't let go. Trying his best, with this attitude? Explain it to us in detail. This made Quan Sung Woo's face turn extremely unsightly. Damn it. Just you wait. Yang Chen explained anxiously. They often get into trouble everywhere, so they are sensitive to problems like this. Hearing this, he became even angrier. Then why did you hire such cowards? The guy kept asking. Why are you ignoring me? Answer my question quickly. Okay, I'll tell you the details. In contrast to the tension over there, the rope returned in a very excited mood. Master, I got it. I got it. Ju Hian quickly praised. Good, give it to me. Here, here. He slowly opened the contract in his hand. Oh, this was really his signature. The flight attendant spoke up. The young master has signed the contract now. Release Sung Jae. Ju Hian's strange voice rang out. Release him. He smirked. I said I wouldn't kill him. But did I ever say I would let him go? I'll hold him until we land. Ju Hian continued. And will release him after your master completes the terms of the contract. Seeing his attitude, the flight attendants had no choice but to compromise. Then we will stand here to ensure Sung Jae's safety. Ju Hian's voice rang out. Stand if you want. But if you want to sit, you have to clean up this mess first. Even though they didn't like it, they still had to clean up. They cursed under their breath while doing it. Damn it. Ju Hian thought to himself. I can use Quan Sung Jae to get out of this dangerous situation. Plus, while I'm on this plane, my safety will be guaranteed. The problem will come after landing. I can tell with how loud the rumors are about the group, there's a good chance the police have been alerted and are standing guard at the airport. Suddenly the leader of the foreign excavation team lifted the curtain and entered. He shouted loudly. Excuse me, let us pass. The flight attendant was startled when she saw him. Why are you here? I told you to stay calm and blend in with the passengers. The guy smirked. Oh really? This is no longer useful. The two of them were talking to each other. We asked the pilot to change to another cabin. Ju Hian looked up at them. What was he saying? Suddenly the flight attendant shouted. Don't be stupid. Chairman Quan Sun is on the plane. The guy replied. This is none of my business. No one asked them to create a mess and affect our entry into France. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted loudly. Charge, boys. Kill everyone who stands in our way. I will not let you pass. Ju Hian calmly observed the situation before his eyes. The terrorists suddenly appeared and attacked the TKBM group. It seemed like they were on the same side at first, but something went wrong and now they were attacking each other. Louis and Jeha shivered, hugging each other and standing close together in the corner. Boss. What do we do now? Oh my god, we're all going to die. Suddenly he said something that made Quan Sung Jae's face go blank. Damn idiot. When one charged, he quickly counterattacked. Ju Hian used force to kick that guy straight out. He shouted anxiously. Seola, Jeha, hurry to the exit. We have to get out of here. They quickly left that place. We have to go to the economy compartment. He would do something to stop them. His voice broke suddenly. The situation up ahead was no better. The fighting was fierce. It seemed that the fight was not limited to first class. The entire plane was a battle between the TKBM group and the terrorists. Passengers were running around screaming for help. Then he laughed. Ah, this is really a disaster. There is no possibility for this plane anymore. Hearing this, everyone panicked.
You mean there is no hope for this plane?
You don't need to explain further. That's the situation. Ju Hyun's voice rang out. The worst-case scenario was that the plane would crash. Jaeha's face paled at that. He was startled. Crash. Look. They're fighting over a foreign object. Among the people here, one of them must have a rare foreign object. He continued. If they get too excited about fighting, they might crash into part of this plane and make it crash. Jaeha shouted. No. Ju Hyun turned to look at him. We can't avoid this fall either. But if we follow the steps correctly, we can still survive. His eyes became determined. Now listen to me. I will explain the plan. The fight on the plane's decks continues to rage on. You fools. Can't you stop fighting? Kwon Sung-woo frowned in annoyance. How dare they do it right on the back of my chair? Yang Chan replied. Sir. I think this situation is difficult to handle. He also gave Ju Hyun the same answer. The plane will definitely crash. He was startled when he heard that. What? Yang Chan's reassuring tone rang out. Don't worry. We can still use our relics. Just finish off the traitors and the disturbing witnesses. I have a pretty good plan for this. If we're lucky, we might even be able to finish off Sao Ju Hyun. But, well, this isn't the time to hesitate. You're worried about the other passengers. They're all unlucky anyway. There's nothing we can do for them. He ignored Kwon Sung-woo's pale face and pushed himself up with his hands. All right. Once we're ready, we'll start right away. Footsteps echoed through the chaos on the plane. Seol-ah accidentally caught sight of that leisurely figure. Yang Chen, what is he trying to do? She hid behind the door, calculating in her mind. No, the boss had ordered her to ensure the safety of the other passengers. There was no time to keep an eye on Yang Chen. Seeing Seol-ah approaching, the two passengers hugged each other in surprise. They were scared and begged. No, please. I have nothing. Please don't kill me. She reassured them. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. Seol-ah continued. The other passengers are gathered in business class. I can help you get through safely if you want to go there. Really? Thanks. Thanks a lot. Later, by the way, do you know where the other passengers are? It seems like there are still a lot of them there. They can't leave the place and I think a lot of them are hurt. Thanks. I'll be there. Okay. Be careful. She hurried away. She had to avoid getting involved in their fight and find the passengers who needed saving. I'm more worried about getting them out once I find them. Suddenly her train of thought was interrupted. The image of a girl with an extremely leisurely demeanor appeared before her eyes. Seol-ah was extremely surprised, it wasn't her. We are in a war so we will need to talk more. We will use it to heal our comrades. The arguing sound. Please help me. I am injured. Didn't I get injured while you were fighting? I don't think we hurt you so we're not responsible for your injuries. That's right. I'm sure those bastards attacked you. The child was frightened by those loud words. He trembled and tried to hold back his tears. The father suddenly became angry. No, I know you guys are holding a medical relic. Let me use it. Oh. Are you crazy? The sound of arguing mixed with footsteps. Stay out of my sight or you'll get hurt. Bastard. Suddenly the girl appeared with a tube of medicine in her hand. You need this? You need this medical relic to heal your wound, right? Then she applied medicine to his wound. The man exclaimed in surprise. Oh. It really worked. My wound is healed. The others saw this and immediately spoke up. Wait. Isn't that a relic? The customer called for help again. It's a miracle. Please let my wife use it. She's injured now. Okay. Where is she? Suddenly a voice interrupted her. Hey. Wait a minute. The guy asked us to see the relics. They look very similar to our team's relics. The girl laughed without paying any attention. Of course. I took it from you guys. They didn't expect her to admit it so frankly. They shouted in surprise. What? Look. They're all buried under there. Was it her doing? She put her hands on her hips and condemned them. Her whole body seemed to radiate a shimmering halo. How pathetic. They have medical relics but they don't use them to talk to the injured. The group of people felt like they had been stabbed in the right place and immediately rushed forward in anger. That damn woman. Finish her off. Bring out our team's relics quickly. The girl stood before their attack but remained extremely calm. His eyes became extremely fierce. His voice was full of disdain. Do you think I'm afraid? Saying that, she quickly kicked a nearby guy in the chest, sending him flying away. Unfortunately, I'm not as weak as you think. You're the first one to be killed. With that, she rushed forward again. The concubine was kicked straight in the body without having time to fight back. A loud laugh rang out. Ha ha ha. Give me all your belongings. I will use them to help the other passengers. Seola was hiding in the corner watching the whole scene. It was clearly Chloe. She was our team's doctor. I never thought I'd see you here. She's attacking and taking the relics of those terrorists. But it seems she's not allied with TKBM either. The battle finally ended. Chloe obtained countless relics in her hands. She walked towards the passenger who needed help. I will use the relic to help everyone. Where are the other passengers now? Seola watched for a while and thought. Look at them helping the passengers. We'll both be on the same side. I have to keep a close eye on her. Elsewhere, Joo-hyun crossed his arms and looked down. Hey you fools. You're not done yet. Jae-ha yelled in frustration. Of course not. He gave me a mountain of new work in such a short time. Lewis protested. A slob. Why was I called a slob too? Too much talking. If you're not done, do it quickly. You talk as if you've already finished the job. Me. Of course. I've calmed down all the chaos around here, haven't I? Well, I mean I've protected all the passengers. Joo-hyun smiled brightly. Seola would definitely bring all the passengers to safety when she returned. I guess I've done my job. Jae-ha just felt that smile was extremely annoying. I wanted to beat this guy up. Then he continued to focus on the task at hand. It's okay. We'll be done soon. Jae-ha's voice rang out, but the fake passengers we found weren't perfect. Joo-hyun heard this and immediately changed his form and said, don't worry, I'll help too. How is it, like this? Jae-ha shouted in surprise. Stop, it's better if you stay quiet. Meanwhile, the chaos inside the plane is getting more and more out of control. I will take this opportunity to overthrow the image of TKBM. The plane will definitely crash because of their battle. The passengers are safe in Van Gogh. I will drop fake passengers on the plane so they won't notice anything. The real passengers will be leaving this plane with us. I don't just want to save innocent people, I also want to do something beneficial for myself. They all know that the TKBM group is the main culprit behind these things. Suddenly a voice called out. Sung Jae. Yang Chen entered the cabin and said, here it is, hurry up. Joo-hyun provocatively replied, do you think I will let that happen? He argued, the director signed the contract you gave him so you have the obligation to hand him over to us. Joo-hyun smirked, I said I wouldn't kill him but I didn't say anything about letting him go, right? I will return him when we get to the airport and I will make sure the contract is valid. Kwon Sung-woo heard that and gritted his teeth in anger, you were so cunning. Yang Chen spoke up, calm down director. He whispered his plan, this distance is enough, I'll blow it up. We just need to catch Sung Jae when we pass through here. His voice rang out, I'm sorry, so Joo-hyun, but you won't make it to the airport and you won't get anything that was written in the contract. Yang Chen's face gradually became distorted, he played with the lighter in his hand, because this plane was about to explode. Hearing that, Joo-hyun's eyes widened in surprise. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion occurred, smoke and fire engulfed the entire plane. The explosion was so sudden and terrifying, the fire like a demon devoured the entire plane. Everyone's screams of panic rang out, what is it, something is about to explode. Joo-hyun frowned, with this much damage, the plane would definitely crash, he didn't even have time for anything else. He tried to regain his composure and ordered, get all the fake passengers out, we can't waste any time, we have to get out of here as soon as possible, quickly hold onto the rope. He shouted, rope, tie up all the passengers and our teammates, do it until you run to the back of the plane, Seola and the other passengers are still there. Rope quickly responded, yes sir, I will come back, I will come back. It rushed to grab the passengers on the plane. They didn't understand what was happening and were scared and shouted, "Ah, what is this?" Sung Jae was affected by the explosion and fell on the floor of the plane. He tried to sit up with his hands. Yang Chen anxiously crawled closer. "Sung Jae, come here quickly. We will use the defensive relic." Sung Jae heard that and immediately realized their plan. What? He was the one who intentionally set up this situation. Yes, that was the only way to escape the chaos on this plane. Yang Chen's voice rang out, "If you want, you can blame yourself for secretly following us and getting caught." "Yes, I have nothing to say, but did you have to blow up this plane like that?" He clenched the lightning-emitting foreign object in his hand and said, "Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone there was surrounded by a barrier. Because of the explosion that happened just now, the plane was out of control and plummeting straight down. It crashed into an island in the sea and exploded into smoke and dust. A huge fire engulfed everything. Yang Chen was protected by a barrier and was not affected by the explosion. He thought to himself, "Sao Ju Hian definitely could not survive that accident." The twisted smile that appeared on his face was terrifying. "You're doomed." Quan Sung Jae held his chest and breathed heavily. Nearby, luckily we used a defensive relic. Quan Sung Woo urged. "Let's go. What's the nearest city?" Suddenly Yang Chen spoke again. "Wait a minute, let me see what happened to Sao Ju Hian." With that he approached the ruined plane. His eyes glanced to one side. Lying motionless on the ground was none other than Sao Ju Hian. Yang Chen thought smugly. "He's dead." He put his hands in his pockets and looked down at him like a god about to judge someone's life or death. Even if he was still breathing, he would still die right here. Well, surviving in a situation like this is extremely difficult. You have to accept it. Sao Ju Hian. This was followed by another explosion. Both Quan Sung Woo and Sung Jae were amazed at the scene before their eyes. The two people's trembling voices rang out. "What are you doing?" "I guess he blew up the rest with the relic." Yang Chen said indifferently, "I just helped them reach the other world faster." "What about Sao Ju Hian?" He continued. "I saw his body. Or rather, his corpse. I also checked all the bodies of the passengers." "Okay. Very good. Get out of here. I want to rest a bit." "Yes. Then we'll go to the catacombs." Sung Jae got goosebumps listening. He condemned. Both of them were heartless. That sentence seemed to hit Quan Sung Woo where it hurt. "Shut up. You're the one who caused this incident. Why are you following me?" He scratched his cheek in embarrassment. He couldn't think of a suitable response. Yang Chen's voice cut in. "Both of you stop. Let's go." "It's okay." Quan Sung Woo and Yang Chen then left the crime scene. "If I were stuck there, I would definitely become the corpse he saw." "What a shame." Ju Hian smirked. "Oh. Did you think I was dead?" Jae-ha stood beside him, shivering. "I think I'm the one who's dead. Or rather, frozen to death." Snow was falling, covering the ground in white. The sub-zero cold made both of their noses red. Ju Hian glanced at him discontentedly. "You don't give me time to be cool." "But yeah. You're right." The rope wrapped around his cold body. It cried out happily. "Master. Are you cold?" He pretended to praise it. "Well done, rope." Suddenly Quan Sung Jae jumped out from somewhere and said, "Brother, where exactly are we?" "I guess we're at the North Pole." The rope continued to chatter in his ear. "Warm, right? Warm." Hearing that, he shouted loudly. "The North Pole? Are you crazy? I will never stay here forever. This guy is really Quan Sung Jae. The person accompanying Quan Sung Woo and Yang Chen is fake. Of course the body he saw was also fake. Jae-ha and Lewis didn't just create fake passengers. They also faked our group members in Quan Sung Jae. Jae-ha had taken them all out before the plane crashed. Those dummies were enough to fool them. The real guests are tied up with ropes. We all run away with the Lonely God's invitation relic. Looking at the people huddled together shivering over there, he thought of something more important. But the problem now was that we had moved to the Arctic. Better do something about them. Seol-al approached him and asked. "Boss, are you hurt?" Ju Hian replied. "Oh, I'm fine. It seems like she's fine too." Then he clapped his hands. "Hey slaves, do you want to live here forever? Do something for me?" Jae-ha asked, startled. "Again? What time is it?" His voice rang out. I need a means of transportation out of the Arctic. A train. I thought. Jaeha and Louis rolled their eyes.
They both shouted in unison.
You want me to be a train? Ju Hyun urged. Hurry up. Jaeha stomped his feet in frustration.
No, this was too absurd.
How could he create a whole train? Why not? Didn't I give you the Da Vinci relic? You can make the train.
And your son can make the railway.
Because it's cold here. Remember to be quick. I'll give you 5 minutes. Jaeha was so flustered that he couldn't respond. Seola thought to herself. Boss is busy handling the situation here. I'll report to him about Chloe later. I have to keep an eye on her for now. Can we be on the same team again? Chloe. The news is on.
This evening, a plane from New York to Paris was reported to have crashed.
The wreckage of the plane was found on a small island in the ocean.
Of the 296 passengers, only 16 have been confirmed alive.
Most of them were employees hired by TKBM using relics.
They succeeded in using the relic just before the plane crashed.
Unfortunately, their relic's power was limited.
They were only able to save 2 passengers.
Kwon Sung-woo,
director of TKBM, apologized for only being able to save 2 people.
He promised to compensate the families of the deceased a large sum of money.
As a victim of the incident, he always cared for the families of the deceased.
Due to his kind gesture, TKBM's stock price skyrocketed.
Irene was also listening to the news. Her face was filled with anxiety. From New York to Paris, and at such a coincidental time, no way. Her hand reached for the phone on the table.
A call came through. Mr. Julian Miller, hello, this is Irene Hilton. Have you seen the news?
There's news about a plane crash.
I think Ju Hyun was in the plane.
The other end replied.
It seems so. Watch Channel 4.
According to the information gathered, it is believed that the plane crash was caused by an act of terrorism. The perpetrator is suspected to be a famous miner, Seo Ju Hyun.
A huge explosion occurred at the time when Seo Ju Hyun's excavation team caused a commotion.
The plane crashed due to a huge explosion incident. According to the information we received, all members of his excavation team died in the collision.
Irene's face turned pale in shock. What? No way. Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun. Julian Miller spoke up. Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
He was stubborn.
But he wouldn't commit a terrorist act on a plane like that.
The news mentioned TKBM members on the same plane. Right? And they're the only ones trusted. Something must have happened inside the plane. It could be that TKBM members terrorized and took down Seo Ju Hyun. He continued. I will find out more about what happened. I can guarantee that he is still alive somewhere. He will not die so easily. Hearing this, Irene's trembling hand clenched the phone.
She said with determination.
It's okay. I'll help. In the magnificent city of Paris, tall buildings are lit up all night long. The news everywhere is about the plane crash. The end of the Seo Ju Hyun excavation team. Who will it be next? Who will the tomb fall into? TKBM becomes the strongest candidate.
Kwon Sung-woo propped his arms on the back of his chair.
He sat in a very relaxed manner. The article in this newspaper was very interesting. Seo Ju Hyun was portrayed as a criminal while our company was portrayed as a hero. Yang Chen spoke up. We'll do another interview next time. Okay. Let's do our best. But what about the passengers we rescued?
Oh, that old man. After I promised him a large sum of money, he immediately swore to be a witness in our favor and give Seo Ju Hyun a hard time.
Fake Sung Jae also chimed in. Are you guys sure this is okay? What if more passengers survive and they find out about what you guys did? Yang Chen replied confidently. I have ensured that no other passengers survived.
The only ones who did were our hired men and 2 other regular passengers.
His face darkened. I don't need to say this twice. Right? Sung Jae replied shakily. Well, no, it's not that I'm unhappy to hear that. But why are you looking at me with such a scary gaze?
We sacrificed some of the regular passengers.
These were for the sake of ending Seo Ju Hyun. This was the only way to end someone like him. He can no longer be called human. He has become a demon. If I don't kill him first, I will definitely die by his hand.
But now that he is dead, I can relax a little. Kwon Sung-woo spoke up, his opinion was invalid.
It always was.
All this happened because he allowed himself to be captured by him.
Sung Jae retorted angrily. Hey, how long are you going to keep bringing up hostage situations for me? Calm down, go ahead and attend the interview. Fine.
At the same time in the North Pole, the cold wind kept blowing. But the passengers were still happily sitting and warming themselves by the fire. It turned out that Ju-hoon had used one of his relics to maintain the fire in such a cold place. He drank water and raised his voice.
Hey slave, how long? Jae-ha shouted angrily. You think making a ship is easy? It's not like you're helping me. Ju-hoon replied, I know it's not an easy task.
Jae-ha said, the mechanism of a train is quite complicated, I'm not even sure if this thing can work.
Suddenly Ju-hyun said, can you book a restaurant for me first? I'm hungry. I'm working hard, and this guy wants to go out to eat. Jae-ha angrily cursed, you bastard.
But in the end, slave number 1 tries to make the train ride in the middle of the snowy forest. It started running without any difficulty.
Jae-ha breathed a sigh of relief, thank God, it was running. With this, we can immediately set off south.
Once I reach a city with cell signal and network, this game will finally end. All the passengers of the flight placed their trust in me. After all, I saved them from the plane crash in the cold snowy forest. They already knew that TKBM was responsible for the whole plane crash.
I didn't even have to say anything.
They all wanted to expose the truth of the matter. They were shouting indignantly.
We must expose everything. Let's boycott TKBM. We can't be fooled by them. Let's sue them together. That's a good idea. Let's do it.
Ju-hyun leaned on his hands and looked at the scenery outside while listening to those words, Kwon Sung-woo, that bastard wouldn't think of it.
Suddenly something caught his attention. The bag on the chair suddenly emitted a blue light. He wondered, what is this? Ju-hyun was surprised to see the glowing object in his hand. Looking at the rock before him, a thought popped into his head. The contract, they had breached the contract. It was true. The contract was now being burned bit by a fire. The reason why this holy relic is shining so brightly is probably because he violated the contract. Yes, they probably thought I was dead, so there was no point in keeping such a contract. But all they did was activate the holy relic and what was written in the contract became true. Now, I will ask Jae-ha to perform a special restoration. Suddenly someone rushed to him and called him urgently, brother. The holy relic's effect took effect immediately. Sung Jae said hurriedly, I remember where my father's safe is. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm not sure why I couldn't remember where it was before, but the location just now suddenly came to mind. Ju-hyun calmly replied, sit down first and tell me the details of where it is. First of all, Chairman Kwon's safe position came to me through knowing the intermediary Sung Jae. He continued speaking, honestly. This was very strange. I was still confused as to why the location suddenly came to mind. Ju-hyun didn't explain but just replied. We don't have much time, so let's go. He smirked. This worked. Now I just had to figure out how to crack that safe. Seola came forward and said. Boss, I've seen a lot of buildings in the Western Hemisphere. Good. That might be the closest town from here. Let's go there. Listen. I really didn't expect this plan to work. But when we got closer to those buildings, we actually found a densely populated place there. But the people from our flight were too many compared to the population of the tribe. The people from that particular tribe were very surprised. Although they were willing to help us and I could finally get some rest. Turns out we were in northern Canada. It's not as far as I thought. Seola came to inform him. Boss, we can use mobile network here. There's also mobile reception. He smiled back. All right. Get everything ready. Time to strike back. In a building in Paris, a panicked cry rang out. Deputy Director Yang Chen. This is bad. What's going on? The news is on TV. It is revealed that the passengers of the plane that crashed on a remote island in the ocean have survived. They are now on a small tribe in Canada. What is even more shocking is the truth of the incident that they revealed to us. And the truth from their report is completely opposite to what we know so far. Passengers said that the attack inside our flight was not caused by Seo Ju-hoon but by TKBM. That's right. Seo Ju-hoon was the one who saved us. Because there were conflicting reports about the cause of the plane crash, the incident would be reopened. Yang Chen's expression immediately became extremely distorted after reading it. He had never expected things to turn out like this. What the hell was going on? Just as he was confused, Kwon Sung-woo kicked the door open. He shouted angrily. Yang Chen. His trembling voice replied. Ah yes, this can't be happening. I guarantee that they are all dead. Kwon Sung-woo shouted again. Then why are they all still alive? He was responsible for all of this. People are going crazy and trying to boycott us. If this continues, we will definitely suffer a huge loss. Yang Shen bowed his head in apology. I will clear this up. I will handle everything. Quan Sung Wu rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Of course he had to handle it. He left a sentence then turned and left, do it carefully. As soon as he raised his head, Yang Chen's face was filled with extreme hatred. Xiao Ju Hon, that bastard. The young man's fingers skimmed across the electronic newspaper page. The situation had completely turned upside down. Ju Hon said with a smile. Oh, Miller is calling. He must have seen the latest news. He picked up the phone and said hello. The other end of the line lost his composure and asked loudly. Xiao Ju Hon. What really happened? Julian Miller exclaimed. I was sure you were still alive, but you really did something. Ju Hon replied. You think I'm that weak? Irene became happy when she heard his voice. Ju Hon, what a relief. The conversation between the two continued. Even though you're still alive, why did you choose to go to Canada? I used the holy relic to escape and was teleported there. Is that so? What do you plan to do after that? Do you need my help? Oh, I have a plan. Unfortunately, this plan doesn't need your help. He spoke his shocking plan with a very calm expression. I will break into Chairman Quan's safe. Thanks to the people of this tribe for their help. My group and the rest of the passengers managed to get through this crisis. But it seemed that to reach the mainland from this remote island, we would have to cross the ocean. We were in a situation where the tribe's food supply could quickly run out. So I had to ask Jeha to build a ship. But after learning about our situation, the Canadian government decided to help with food supplies and transportation. Passengers spend their time cursing TKBM, while I try to spend my time doing other things. Jeha wondered, do you know Chairman Quan's safe location? Ju Hian coldly replied. Yes. Ju Hian spoke up, Quan Sung Jae told me everything in detail. The good news is that the location isn't too far from here. He continued, after we are ready, we will go there by small plane. Siola hesitantly called out, boss, I think it would be better if at least one person stayed here to keep an eye on the passengers. She volunteered for that task, I'll stay. Jeha startled and scolded her. Hey Lee Siola, are you afraid that you have to leave? How can you do that when I want to stay here too? What if a fight breaks out? You're much better at fighting than I am, aren't you? So let me stay and watch over these passengers. Siola angrily shouted back, don't set me up and just go there. Jeha asked, surely she had her own reasons for choosing this, right? Yes. She explained, in fact, among these passengers. Suddenly the phone rang, interrupting Lee Siola, wait, it's the co-pilot. Lee Siola frowned and thought, I didn't even have the chance to tell him about Chloe. He's very busy right now. Luckily all the passengers made it here, so I didn't lose track of Chloe. Now I have to keep an eye on her, Lee Siola told herself. The plane arrived on time, and I, Quan Sung Jae, and Jeha departed on that plane. We flew over the ocean and uninhabited islands. From what Sung Jae said, I thought it would be close, turns out it's quite far, hope everything goes smoothly. Jeha walked and complained, my legs, how long do we have to walk like this? You lied to us, you said this place was close. When they arrived, the object before them was covered in giant sharp chains. As I thought, the archive itself was a relic, and this relic was a safe. Jeha's worried voice rang out, no way, what if this is just a trap? It doesn't matter, just go. The sight before them overwhelmed them, it was so huge, no wonder this warehouse was hidden on such a remote island. Ju Hian curled his lips, what are you waiting for? Sung Jae replied, alright, fine. The door is too big, even if I blow it up, it will still stay closed. It's lucky I brought Sung Jae here. The door was opened, and the sparkling light inside was extremely dazzling. The inside of this vault was filled with Quan's relics, it could even be called a mountain of relics. Jeha exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, this is crazy, there are so many here. Your father's position is now yours too, I'm happy for you. Ju Hian turned to look at Sung Jae, before that you will give me 30% of the shares, right? He replied, I still haven't forgotten about that. You can choose whichever one you want. Okay, give me some time to choose. Quan Sung Jae must have thought I was picking it randomly. Actually, with Raven's help, I was able to scan the abilities of the relics here. Compared to the relics Quan brought with him, the relics here were not of the same level. But I was free to choose any relic I wanted. Among the relics here, I will only choose the ones that seem most useful and take them before Quan Sung Jae's eyes. He thought I would really give him 70% of these relics, right? After a while, Ju Hian spoke up,
I finished choosing, you can take care of the rest.
Is there any way to bring all these relics back?
Yes, of course.
Okay, clean up, I'll wait outside. Oh, I'll be out soon. With that, Ju Hyun and Jae-ha walked out of there.
After walking a few steps, Ju Hyun suddenly turned back. The sword in his hand was also constantly glowing. Then it immediately hit Sung Jae straight in the back of the neck, making his eyes roll.
Jae-ha was extremely startled by that sudden action. Boss, what are you doing?
Ju Hyun replied, I just made him sleep for a while.
Now bring all the relics here. Jae-ha seemed to not believe his eyes, didn't he say he would let him rest?
He smirked, of course it was a lie, did he really believe it? He wondered, so why did he choose to have 30% of the relic here right now? His voice rang out, it was to catch him off guard. If I choose the relic first, he will definitely believe me, right? Put it in a different place from the previous relics, so it's easier to distinguish from the rest.
I know. After stealing all of Kwan's relics, we returned by plane.
As for Kwan Sung Jae, I will still let him live. Even though he was the only witness to our actions, I guess I shouldn't kill him. A girl's voice rang out, yes, the operation has been stopped. So it was Chloe, she said into the phone, no, it wasn't TKBM who started the commotion. Yeah, that leader was also responsible for creating the commotion. Seola hid behind and watched the girl's every move, she was calling someone in a quiet place over there.
Who is she talking to?
Quite suspicious.
You bring back your relic, Gildel, can you go up close to her and listen in on the conversation?
Okay, I'll try. Chloe continued to chat, I went to the mainland first to find the poet Gamhang, having no choice but to ask for help. It seems like she already knew about Seola's actions, but hey, I'll call back if there's any new information. The other end of the line asked in surprise, it's not over yet, Chloe, you can't end the call.
She explained, I feel like I'm being watched.
What, okay, we'll end the conversation here. Then suddenly Chloe turned around, Gildel quickly hid in a hidden corner behind the house. Nothing appeared in her sight. But Chloe's eyes showed doubt.
Seola tried to suppress her abnormally fast heartbeat.
She knew it, her instincts were very sharp, she had to be more careful. Suddenly her eyes caught sight of the plane in the air, and she thought to herself in surprise, boss. Ju Hyun's long, leather-clad legs approached her.
His voice rang out, nothing happened right?
Seola hesitantly replied, but where is Kwan Sung Jae?
He calmly said, I threw him out.
Ju Hyun's face was calm, it didn't matter, he was useless now so I threw him out.
Suddenly he was startled, what was that?
He smiled, making both Jae-ha and Seola surprised and wondering what was going on, oh my, look at this.
As soon as Kwan's relic fell into my hands, something interesting seemed to be happening.
A hand slammed angrily on the table, our company building was sold, and so were my father's shares. Kwan Sung Woo shouted angrily, how could this happen, I never signed it.
We're not even sure what really happened. Get to work and find out what happened, prepare to take everything back.
Yes, sir.
His face was extremely ugly, damn it, what the hell is going on with this company?
All of Kwan's relics are ours now, this is just the beginning. I have to thank Kwan Sung Woo for breaking the contract, thanks to him the terms within it came true one by one.
First, the TKBM building fell into his hands at a bargain price, the same thing happened to Kwan's investment shares.
I had Edward and Irene come there first, that if there was a strange deal that would benefit us, especially if it involved TKBM, to accept it.
The results were as he predicted, the newspapers continuously reported on the decline of TKBM. Kwan Sung Woo was extremely helpless, it was getting worse, a subordinate approached, sir. He replied, what, wait, don't tell me, no, don't tell me.
What's worse, Sir Sung Jae disappeared. Our colleague, who was next to him, said he suddenly turned to stone.
Suddenly Kwan Sung Woo slammed the table and stood up with an extremely terrifying aura.
Yang Chen is also in a very difficult situation. No, don't continue, I don't care how you guys do it, by all means destroy it all. He looked up and saw that the atmosphere around Kwan Sung Woo was very serious. His voice made Yang Chen stunned, I have to return to Korea.
Korea, what about the grave?
Kwan Sung Woo made a difficult decision, everyone here will return to Korea. We have lost too much, we also could not go all the way with Seo Ju Hyun.
What is left for us now? The next information he said made everyone even more surprised. Plus our brother is a liar. This time we really have to forget those 7 graves. Yang Chen couldn't believe his ears. What, Sung Jae? It was clear, we were played by Seo Ju Hyun from the very beginning without even realizing it.
We were part of his control scheme. His hands clenched as if to show his unwillingness. We had no choice but to return to Korea and fix things.
Yang Chen's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth. That bastard Seo Ju-hyun. The TKBM excavation team has decided to leave France. They were once the strongest candidate to conquer one of the 7 catacombs in France. Other competitors were certainly stunned to hear of TKBM's departure, including me. While I spent the rest of my time in Canada, the news that one of the potential candidates had been stripped of his rights to 7 catacombs in France made me even happier. Suddenly someone called out to him, "Young man." Ju-hyun turned around and replied, "What's the matter?" The old lady smiled and said, "The ship sent by the Canadian government will arrive soon. That ship will take you to all the airports. With that, you can finally go home." He also smiled and said, "Oh, thank you very much." The old lady waved her hand. "We should help each other in this difficult time. Tell the passengers to prepare to leave." "Yes." After the old lady left, Ju-hyun raised his head to look up at the sky and let out a sigh. My short vacation is finally over. In the splendid city of Seoul, even though it is night, the tall buildings are still constantly lit up. The atmosphere at the TKBM shareholders meeting was extremely serious. First of all, thank you everyone for taking the time to attend. Everyone is getting impatient. Now is not the time to celebrate. Let's get straight to the point. Right, how is the situation on TKBM's side? From what I see in the media, it seems to be quite serious. The host's voice rang out. That was more or less true, but we will definitely restore everything from its starting point. Can the leaders here help us? With your help, we will definitely return everything to its original position and punish Seo Ju-hyun. Kwon Sung-woo continued, moreover, we are certain that we will become the most successful company in Korea, no, in the whole world. The shareholders below heard that and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, your proposal reminds us of your father. Well, we can't refuse this offer since we have a close relationship with TKBM. For that reason, we can't cancel this meeting. But personally, I feel a little nervous about being dragged into this mess with TKBM. Is there any other company willing to help TKBM besides us? Of course we first got help from the chairman and the overseas corporation. Another person expressed concern, oh, are they big companies? Everyone turned to talk to each other, we don't need to worry about that. Okay, we will help you solve the TKBM situation. I will help too. Seeing that the situation was starting to improve, Kwon Sung-woo smiled and replied, thank you very much. He secretly rejoiced, very good, returning to Korea was a very correct move. Seo Ju-hyun, you're done for this time. Even though you have taken over the entire building, the holy relic, my father's holding, I still have a personal relationship. I'll show you my true power, Seo Ju-hyun. Suddenly someone pushed the door open, General Director, we have a problem, O&X Corporation. He was halfway through his sentence when he realized that there were many leaders in the room. Oh, you're in a meeting, excuse me. But someone below was wondering, what's wrong, did you just mention O&X Corporation? Kwon Sung-woo tried to interrupt, well it's no big deal, let's get back to the meeting. But the shareholder wanted to get to the bottom of it. No, I need to know exactly what happened, if you don't tell me then I'll find out myself. Director Kim, please tell me. As soon as they saw the information on the phone, their expressions became extremely serious. O&X Group. Kwon Sung-woo asked worriedly, what is really going on? The employee's words made his face pale, well, that. All the investment projects and transactions were eliminated. And suddenly the factories exploded, and most importantly, their executive director had all his bank balance stolen. He took out the phone in his hand, and both the directors of O&X corporations received such an email. The crowd was shocked after reading it. It was Irene Hilton, she was the one who did it. What? Bankruptcy by Irene Hilton. Rumors were flying. If he thought so, wouldn't she be Seo Ju-hyun's person? In other words, anyone who goes against Seo Ju-hyun will go bankrupt. Wait, so if we help TKBM now, will we go bankrupt like them? Kwon Sung-woo angrily slammed the table. No, we still haven't determined the truth of this matter. It could all be just rumors. A shareholder spoke up. Sorry, I can't put my company at risk. Others also kept getting up to leave. Haha, let me think about it. My company is struggling right now. Oh, I just remembered that I have other issues to deal with. I'm sorry but... Finally, only Kwon Sung-woo was left in the meeting room, dejectedly hanging his head. It seemed like everything was going to be successful, but in the end, it collapsed because of one incident. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Another staff member came in. Excuse me. Director, we have another problem. Our employees have been resigning one by one recently. They are afraid of going bankrupt. Kwon Sung-woo angrily threw the mailbox in the employee's hand, making him extremely panicked. He trembled and bent down to ask. Sir. What about this? Kwon Sung-woo's dark tone replied. Forget it. Suddenly a voice called out in the quiet night. Brother. Quan Ju-hee spoke up. I just called Sung Jae. He seems fine. He replied. Try video calling him. There's something I want to tell him. Okay. She asked worriedly. His face looked pale. Are you okay? The company situation was getting out of control. Monuments. Shares. Buildings. Personal relationships. Employees. Oh. It was all connected. The screen she called connected. Kwon Sung Jae smiled awkwardly. Oh. Hello Ju-hee. Seeing him still as clueless as ever, Kwon Sung-woo was petrified. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He shouted angrily. That bastard brother. A scream echoed through the night. You bastard. The other end of the line replied. You scared me. Why are you yelling at me? Kwon Sung-woo asked angrily. Do you know that all of this is because of you? He replied angrily. Huh, hey, you're also a victim. Sung Jae pretended to be pitiful and complained. Why did Ju-hee leave me here and I caught a cold? I almost died because of him. Luckily I was able to endure it. Oh, I see. Then why did you go to the North Pole with him? And why did Seo Ju-hee save you along with the other passengers? Hearing this, he became flustered. Huh, that. Kwon Sung-woo exposed the truth. It was obvious that the two of them were working together with some kind of conspiracy against this older brother. Kwon Ju-hee asked in surprise. Sung Jae, is that true? Sung Jae retorted. Hey big brother, it's all because you kept holding on to all of Dad's assets. Otherwise, how would it have turned out like this? Are you out of your mind? The sound of arguing continued to ring in Ju-hee's ears. You're the one who's losing your mind. After all, I'm still a much better manager of the inheritance than you. You think you can run this company just by managing the family legacy. You were the one who lost your mind from the start. Kwon Ju-hee couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly. Don't you two get tired of arguing with each other all day? If you don't stop this, I'll end this call. Kwon Sung-woo replied. Oh wait. He continued. TKBM will go bankrupt due to Seo Ju-hoon's actions. I think both of you should know what the situation is. That's why we have to gather here today. First, due to Sung Jae's carelessness, Seo Ju-hoon easily stole all of his father's assets. Along with that were the high-rise buildings and shares of TKBM. Kwon Ju-hee wondered. How much damage is estimated? The eldest brother replied. Huge, countless. Hearing this, the girl was extremely angry. Oomph, what bad luck. It will all come back to us one day anyway. Sung Jae retorted. Hey Ju-hee, why is everything yours? You think a little kid like you can handle everything? She pointed at him angrily. Hey, you're going too far. Shut your mouth. Kwon Sung-woo's voice interrupted the two. Both of them fell silent. Because the situation was dire. He had asked some of his father's connections for help. But because of the bankruptcy, no one was willing to help us anymore. What's worse is that most of our employees are starting to resign. I'm really stuck trying to find a solution right now. Ju-hee asked. You know about the boycott too, right? He replied. Yes. The atmosphere between the two of them began to fall into silence. Ju-hee's voice rang out. Brother, don't tell me you borrowed all my money to keep TKBM from going bankrupt. Sung Jae suddenly interjected. Okay. Since the situation is like this, why don't we stop looking for Dad? Kwon Sung-woo argued. You're crazy. But he kept talking. You know that. If you keep searching, after we find him, we will all die by his hand. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. Yeah. You're right. He asked again. What else? Kwon Sung-woo spoke up. All right. But he wouldn't stop this search. He would postpone it for a while and then continue when the situation got better. Dad will definitely be in for a surprise when he sees what's going on. Everything is for your benefit. Ju-hee said with a smile. Good. Is that the decision? Suddenly a staff member pushed the door open and rushed in. There was a bright smile on his face. Director. How amazing. The information he revealed shocked all three brothers to the point of being speechless. We found Chairman Kwon. He's still alive. A chorus of screams echoed through the night. What? At the same time on a ship in the middle of the ocean. Seo Ju-hyun is lying leisurely on the bed surfing the phone? Suddenly a voice called out. Boss, look at this. He wondered. What is it?
On the screen was a news article with a picture of an ancient Egyptian coffin.
They found Chairman Kwan.
They found the coffin and identified Chairman Kwan inside.
Ju-hyun glanced and then smirked. Huh, found it. Didn't expect it to be so fast.
Jae-ha scratched his head worriedly.
So it's true? Are we in trouble? I think he'll get revenge on us soon. Seo Ju-hyun replied. Yeah, but it's not that easy. He wondered. Why? He said as he walked. Call someone. Huh, the boss suddenly wants to make a call. Call Kwan. He was finally found, right?
I think I should at least say hello to him.
Jae-ha replied awkwardly. He would definitely be happy to hear that. In a luxurious building, a shout rang out. President. Kwan Sung-woo asked worriedly. Are you sure my father is in this coffin?
The other person replied. Certainly, according to confirmation, it can be exactly the same size as Chairman Kwan lying inside.
And he is alive. We tried to talk to him and he can answer us. Kwan Sung-woo heard that and called out loudly. Dad, it's us.
Ju-hee also spoke up.
Dad, are you okay? The atmosphere was still completely silent. He wondered. Why was there no sound in there?
Huh, strange, he used to be able to answer us. The employee's words stunned them.
Or maybe he was dead. He ordered. Open the coffin quickly. The other replied. It cannot be opened, we tried so hard but it still won't open. If we could open it, we could get him out. No matter, it's urgent. Maybe the relics will open it. Suddenly the phone rang. What is this? Doesn't he know I'm busy? Just said hello.
The other end replied in a mocking tone.
Hello, young master. Has the coffin been opened yet? The sound just rang out. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. This voice belonged to none other than Seo Ju-hyun. Ju-hyun continued. Didn't you want to open it?
But it won't be free, tell your father.
He has to give up all his belongings. That unreasonable condition made Kwan Sung-woo shout in anger. What? You think you can fool me again? I'm crazy to need your help. Damn it. But Ju-hyun continued. Really? Didn't he want his beloved father out of the coffin? And then at least he wouldn't have to buy him a coffin? He could just bury him.
So the boy approached the coffin and said, Dad, I don't know if you can hear me, but Seo Ju-hyun can open this coffin.
However, he wants you to leave all your belongings behind.
As soon as he finished speaking, the coffin that had been lying still until now suddenly shook violently.
Curses came from inside. Damn it. Everyone was surprised to see that. President, Dad, he's still alive.
The screams from inside the coffin continued to make Kwan Sung-woo a little scared.
He slowly backed away. Chairman Kwan's voice rang out. Even in this situation, he's still blackmailing me. Damn it. Fine, but I've put all my relics in a safe place. That idiot Seo Ju-hyun thought that giving up my ownership would free the relics. He said smugly. I've dumped him. But Kwan Sung-woo's mood was not as good. He bowed his head in confusion. Dad, actually that. On the other end of the line, Seo Ju-hyun and Jae-ha patiently waited for an answer. Finally the other side replied. Dad gives up ownership. Hearing this, he curled his lips and said. Oh good, I just checked. Kwan only gave up his legacy when he was in dire straits.
The first thing I had to do was make sure he had really given it all up. Even though it seems like he gave up on them, I'll still check them one by one.
And honestly, I can't open the coffin. But if Tutankhamun closed the tomb, the coffin would open by itself.
The other end of the line cheered.
It's open. The coffin is open. Dad. Ju-hyun replied. Congratulations. I'm hanging up. The coffin lid gradually rose into the air.
A blinding golden light emitted from inside.
Everyone waited anxiously. President. Dad.
Suddenly all three of their faces turned stunned.
Everyone's mouths were open in disbelief.
Chairman Kwan inside now looked like a dried corpse.
Wrinkles appeared densely on his haggard face. The crowd was extremely shocked to see Chairman Kwan in such a state. Kwan Sung-woo's whole body trembled. What?
What is this? Kwan Ju-hee also tried to suppress the scream in her throat.
Dad is still alive, right? Don't scare me. He ordered urgently. Call for an ambulance. Get them here immediately. Yes.
Sir. Suddenly the hand inside the coffin moved. Chairman Quan jumped up and shouted.
Seo Ju-hyun. Grab him by the neck immediately. Everyone was stunned and shouted. Dad. Dad, lie down quickly. He shouted back angrily. You think I can calm down right now? Bring that guy here now. We have to kill him. Kwon Sung-woo tried to calm down. Him. Dad. It's best to let the doctor check his health now.
He trembled in response.
Bring him to me. Then you can examine my health.
All the relics.
The diplomatic connections. Everything.
His voice continued to ring out despite the pallor of his clam's face.
I will give everything just to destroy Seo Ju-hyun. Only then can I feel at ease. I've decided. Getting rid of him will be TKBM's top priority. He kept stuttering, unable to speak. Dad. That. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. What was going on? Why wasn't Dad following his orders? What was going on with that strange demeanor? Chairman Quan shouted again. What are you waiting for? Damn it. Get everything ready. Yang Chan replied. Chairman. But first, go to the hospital.
He still stubbornly refused.
No, I have to get Seo Ju-hyun. Just tell me what's going on.
Kwon Sung-woo pursed his lips. It seemed like he was trying to decide which words would have the least impact.
Finally he spoke. Dad. All the relics you kept were stolen. Every building and every stock. Everything has been sold. Chairman Quan was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Kwon Sung-woo's voice rang out evenly. All the employees had resigned. Suddenly, the chairman's loud shout interrupted him. Don't be so silly. You tricked me into going to the hospital, didn't you? He replied shakily. I hope it's a joke. Here are all the recent articles. You can look through them if you want. Sure, give them to me. He watched and wondered. Is this true? Immediately after, Chairman Kwan's eyes whitened and he fainted.
His scream echoed throughout the room.
Dad, wake up. At the same time on a luxury boat in the middle of the ocean. Cheerful shouts rang out. Wow, watching the ocean while sipping coffee and some snacks. How wonderful.
The earthworm kept gnawing on the food on the table. I didn't expect those idiots to do this kind of favor. Wow, so sweet and delicious. Suddenly the rope rushed towards it, making it startled and scream.
Ah, what the hell? The worm said angrily.
Hey brother, how many times have I told you to knock before entering?
Never mind the rope,
give it here, give it here.
The rope spoke angrily. I gave you $100 million.
It was $100 million, you said you would help me become human, become human. The earthworm heard and exclaimed.
You are more rude than I thought.
Hurry up, hurry up.
Okay, here I go. Let's see, where did I put it? Oh, where? Then he pulled out a roll of paper. He happily exclaimed, here it is. The rope read and wondered, is this a relic? On the paper it was clearly written that all relics were not to be used or sold to others. If you broke this law, both the buyer and the seller would be punished with a heavy penalty. It wondered, what made us follow this? Earthworm replied, I was also very interested right then. So I did not notice there were rules and plans to sell the relic to you. Sorry. Oh, about the $100 million I received from you, I can't return it. Sorry. It continued speaking through the trembling rope, condoling with what you are facing. But now I am busy, so I cannot stay here any longer. Oh, would you like some snacks? Go ahead. But the rope's attitude changed 360 degrees. It grabbed the earthworm and shouted. You promised to give it to me, give it to me. The earthworm still did not stop playing around. Ouch, I'm suffocating. It shouted, let me go. What are you doing? If I sell the relic to you, we will both be punished. So put your dream of becoming human aside. Hearing this, the rope became limp. No way, I can't give up, I can't. The worm tried to comfort. Calm down, let me go. Suddenly another voice cut in. You are a master of cunning. The one who arrived was none other than Set. He spoke up. Hey Rope, don't be so naive as to believe in those silly rules. Rope asked happily. Is it fake? Is it fake? Set replied. Yes. The earthworm was upset when he saw that the matter was about to be successful, but then it was exposed. Set, don't interfere in my business. The argument broke out. What? You're clearly lying to it. The rope shouted angrily. You lied to me, you lied to me. The last worm finally gave up. Ah, pain? Okay. I'll give it to you. But let me go first. The rope spoke cheerfully. Really? You'll give it? You'll give it? The earthworm trembled on the table. I thought I was going to die. Then it held out a garlic bulb and a handful of leaves. Here. Take it. This is iris and wanwang garlic. You will become human if you eat it. According to legend, you have to eat it continuously for 100 days. But this relic is not like that. You will become human immediately after eating it. Really? Really? He thought happily. Finally, he can stay by his boss's side without leaving his side. He can't leave his side anymore. What should he do first with him? Oh, how happy. The earthworm saw that it was not eating, so he urged it. What are you waiting for? Eat it quickly. Okay, okay. The rope hurriedly bent its head into the pile of leaves. But still could not eat a single bite. The other two said sadly. If only you knew about it. Its body trembled as if it couldn't believe this painful truth. I have no mouth. No mouth. The earthworm added to its pain. That's right. And here's the problem. The rope screamed. Ah, no, no. It asked, not giving up hope. Do you have any relics that can give me a mouth? A mouth. Set scratched his chin. Ah, no, your request is too far-fetched. Set turned to look at the worm. The other relics were similar. Good Lord. I remember you saying you had everything. The rope sadly hugs the leaves tightly. Hick. Even though we try to work. Try to work. The cry made the other two look dumbfounded. After a long vacation, finally arrived in northern Canada. There are many major airports here, so we can get to our destination. After a while, the passengers finally relaxed. It was understandable, since they had just been caught in a terrorist attack. Ju Hyun spoke up to remind everyone to make sure not to leave any of their luggage behind. Ah, Seola. Get ready to leave. She replied. Boss, there's something I need to tell you. Seola's voice rang out. Chloe was among the passengers. Ju Hyun replied. Ha? Chloe Lauren, my colleague? Yes. Seola recounted. I saw her before the plane crashed. It seems she is a terrorist against TKBM. I'm not sure what organization she belongs to or what her intentions are. I've been following her for a while now and I think it's time to tell you. Ju Hyun thought for a moment and said, okay, that's good. But are you sure she's part of that organization? It doesn't look like she'd do anything. Seola replied. That's why I've been following her. He turned his head to look around and asked. Where is she? She's still around. We have to make sure we don't lose track of her. The two of them continued to discuss. Do you want me to use Gildao? No need. She is very observant. She will realize that she is being watched. Suddenly the girl in their words curled her lips into a smile. Seola felt something unusual. But when I looked back, I didn't see anything strange. She thought in surprise, she disappeared? Seola gave me an interesting piece of information. Chloe was one of the passengers on that flight. Chloe is the doctor of my group. She is extremely talented and possesses the holy relic Nightingale. Because the world will be destroyed when the holy relic appears. It will be difficult to maintain the current body form. All members, including me, owe Chloe a lot. But according to Seola's suspicions, Chloe seems to have joined a terrorist organization. We need to quickly find her and confirm the truth. But then there's a problem. Ju Hyun asked, did she disappear? Seola replied, yes. She continued, I definitely kept an eye on her but she still suddenly disappeared. This was the first time someone was able to escape my guard. She seemed to have noticed it from the start. What? She was very intelligent, and with her keen instincts, she realized she was being followed and looked for an opportunity to escape. He could keep an eye on her in a small area like on a train or boat into an isolated village. But once we got to the city, where she could hide among the crowds, she could instantly disappear from our sight. Seola said worriedly, I'm sorry. Ju Hyun replied, don't worry, we just need to find her again. His voice rang out, and I was also happy to know that she was able to escape her watch. It meant that her abilities were still the same or maybe even stronger than before. As soon as the ship weighed anchor and we reached the port, Chloe disappeared. She seemed to have disappeared from Seola's sight. I guess she used the holy relic to escape. Chloe certainly possesses some amazing abilities, he thought to himself. At the same time, a trembling person walked over. Ah, I can't breathe. Boss, I can't run any further. Ju Hyun glanced over. No, why didn't she even run? The person responded, you should have told me so I could prepare. Then he turned to Seola and said, find a place to rest and get some rest, I'll call Julian. Okay. The phone on the table kept ringing. Julian Miller quickly picked up. So Ju Hyun, what's up? The person on the other end said, please follow someone. Ju Hyun spoke up, I met Chloe but she suddenly disappeared. Chloe, the Chloe we know, right? Yes, but her actions were unusual. Seola suspected that she had joined a terrorist organization. She easily escaped Seola's surveillance. I want you to track her down. We want to find her but we have to go to France to find the catacombs first. Julian replied. Okay, we have to find Chloe before she meets Chairman Kwan. What? Chairman Kwan. Have you heard the news? TKBM just announced that they are looking for someone with healing abilities because the chairman's condition is very bad right now. After we found a hotel, we turned on the TV. There was a lot of news about the return of the missing Chairman Kwan. Chairman Kwan is currently in a very bad condition and will have a hard time recovering without using his healing powers. Is SEO Ju Hyun being blamed for everything that happened to Chairman Kwan? The TV news kept saying that TKBM said that they had contacted a qualified medical practitioner and were certain that the chairman would recover soon. Ju Hyun speaks up. Julian says that maybe the person they're contacting is Chloe. That means that according to the terrorists who attacked TKBM on the plane, they were working with TKBM from the beginning. If Chloe was helping Chairman Kwan, then maybe she negotiated with the chairman. We can't let her fall into Kwan's hands, he continued. Seola continued, yes, we can't let that happen. Only Jaeha had a blank expression, who was Chloe? Ju Hyun's voice rang out, and now that our position was quite close to her, we had to protect Chloe first. Being ignored by everyone made Jaeha confused. Hey, can someone explain to me who Chloe is? The two of them continued to talk and ignored him. We will postpone the plan to go to Paris for now. Okay, hello, someone needs an explanation. On the bed in the room there was a Christmas ball rolling back and forth, so comfortable. The earthworm happily exclaimed, so soft, so beautiful. Suddenly a shadow blocked the light, causing it to jump up. Huh, Set, did I disturb your rest? Set coldly replied, I don't care. It continued, don't you have any ability that can turn the user into a human? The worm startled and asked back, no, wait, you ask because of the rope? Yeah, honestly I don't really care. But I couldn't sleep because its crying was so heartbreaking, impossible. These two started arguing, mind your own business. Wherever it goes, it will cry while eyeing the power you have. Do something, you have other superpowers, right? No, I don't have any. Set's doubtful voice rang out, really? As far as I know, there are many types of abilities that can help the user change their appearance. In the world of superpowers, a lot of people like to use transformation to kill people, right? That's true but... The worm hesitated, that doesn't mean I have what humans need, it's over. Set frowned in frustration, oh, really? Does that mean it's okay if I find you? I won't mention this anymore. But the earthworm turned and ran away, screaming, no no? Set asked me, why did people run away? The sound of arguing caught everyone's attention. Come here, don't bite me. Ju Hyun spoke up, what? Be quiet, we're leaving, so keep the room clean. Set replied, holding the worm in his mouth. Okay, I get it. Finally the earthworm pulled out something we should have done from the beginning. Okay, here it is. This is the secret to becoming a mermaid. With that Set put it in his mouth and turned away. The worm continued, can you return the iris leaves and won garlic? Because it's useless, please, hee hee. Set replied coldly. No, go get it yourself. Earthworm pleaded. Set, please. The rope was still hiding in the corner, sobbing in self-pity. Suddenly a voice called out, making it raise its head. Hey rope, ha! Set approached it and said, I give you another spell so you can become human. The rope happily asked, really? You can use it even without a mouth. Thank you, thank you. The rope happily abandoned the leaves in its hand. It grabbed the shell and flew away. I will use it now. Set suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Was this the right decision? Hopefully I can sleep peacefully. At the headquarters of TKBM Company. Everyone is busy with their own work. Of all the foreign minions in the crypt, only one girl has healing abilities. We must find her quickly. Yang Chen spoke up. She took away our group's power. She is the one who can save the chairman. A cheer went up. Manager Yang Chen. We found her. Her name is Chloe Laurent.
She is now in Canada with the other passengers.
Oh right. This person is related to an organization. Yang Chen wondered. Organization? Suddenly he became annoyed. Were all the minions working alone? I think she tricked us. Chloe Laurent is involved with an anti-materialist organization called MANHUA. Anti-materialism, huh? It's an organization that is against all users of the Holy Relic. Their goal is to help the world return to a primitive age when the Holy Relics, those superpowers, didn't exist.
I didn't know such an organization existed. They tend to use brutal methods. The organization also does not hesitate to massacre people with different opinions. They also do not discriminate against gender or age.
They also almost think we are enemies.
Yang Chen made a decision. Call her away. I can easily control this kind of person.
He gave a very creepy smile. If that doesn't work, I'll bring her here. Ha ha ha, I'm very happy, really very happy. From now on, we can become human.
While he was gloating happily, suddenly a voice came from behind.
Hey, why are you so noisy?
The clam was startled by it and screamed in panic.
Oh my god, who are you? Please let me become human. The rope said in confusion, huh? Why should I use my power for you?
The clam said angrily, because I paid for it.
I paid for it. The rope heard that and asked in confusion, huh? What are you talking about? I haven't even received a penny from you yet.
The clam closed its shell directly.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. Then quickly leave, I'm going now, goodbye. The rope said in confusion, huh? Why? Where are you going? Come here now. The stubborn clam said, no, what can you do to me? Then they chased each other for a long way. Suddenly the clam bumped into someone. Huh? What is this? Who is it?
The man slowly picked it up.
The clam said uncomfortably, who are you? Let me go. It hurts. Let me go quickly. The rope ran over and said shyly, huh? That's mine. The girl thought to herself, could this holy relic be what helped me escape from the plane? She smiled and said to the rope, really? Is it yours? This holy relic is really polite. The rope immediately replied, yes, that is mine. The girl heard that and continued, all right, you quickly keep it. The rope gratefully said, thank you very much. The clam angrily said, why did you give me to someone else?
Just then, suddenly the rope was grabbed tightly by a hand.
The man said arrogantly, what is this? Is this a new type of the holy relic, Chloe? The rope kept struggling, what, who are you, quickly let me go. Chloe told him, it's not mine, why are you touching it? The man heard that and happily said, what, then I can take it away. Chloe immediately criticized him, how shameful, why did you take it away when you don't like the holy relic at all? The man calmly replied, because I need the holy relics to be able to terrorize, I guess. If we achieve our goal, the captain will release them. The rope angrily said, I will tie you up. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't move. The man continued, it won't work, the glove I'm using is also a holy relic. Hey, stop struggling, if I use my other hand to grab you, you'll be done for. Chloe reminded him, hey, let it go. The rope stubbornly said, no, I won't give up, let me go. Suddenly a beam of light appeared. The two of them were blinded by the light, huh? What is this? What is going on? The rope is starting to transforming into beautiful braids. Then it directly transformed into human form. The others saw this and were surprised and shouted, a human, it has become human. The rope gently landed on the ground. Then, she ran away on all fours. The man saw this and quickly chased after her. She escaped, I will go and catch her. Just as he was about to chase after him, Chloe standing beside him quickly blocked his way, causing the man to trip and fall face down on the road in pain. Chloe smiled shyly and said, oh, sorry, my legs are too long. The man angrily shouted, hey Chloe, you're tripping me on purpose, you made me lose track of that brat. Damn it, forget it, she's not human anyway. Chloe turned to them and asked, are you here to pick me up? The other person said, yes, let's start. We all have a mission when we all gather. Chloe heard that and exclaimed in dismay, what, I'm so tired, please spare me. The other man firmly said, you have to do it. Not far away, after running for his life, the rope panted and worriedly said, "He won't get rid of me, right? He will come, right?" Then the rope accidentally stepped on a piece of broken mirror next to it. When looking up at the mirror, the rope could not help but widen its eyes in surprise. It cried out happily, "I have become human." In the end, wow, so happy. The clam beside him angrily cursed, "Stop saying things that everyone knows. I used all my power, that's why you became human." Only then did the rope notice its presence. "Oh, you were here all this time?" The clam tightly gripped the rope's chubby cheek. "Of course, you think I'll let you go that easily." The rope cried out in pain, "Oh my god, it hurts so much, let go." The clam continued, "You have destroyed all my pearls. Do you know how valuable my pearls are? You should apologize to me." The rope trembled and said, "I'm sorry." The clam immediately replied, "Yes, you should feel sorry, and you're in big trouble too. If no one recognizes you within 10 days, you will turn into a bubble forever." Hearing this, the rope panicked and said loudly, "What did you say? Why is that?" The clam said to it, "Have you ever heard the story of the mermaid? I can't go into detail, it's part of my power, and I can't do anything more." The rope innocently asked, "Wait, you recognize me, right?" The clam couldn't help but scream, "Of course I recognized you, I meant someone else, you idiot. Being human also can't use human language as much as you want." The rope sighed in frustration, "This is difficult, but more importantly, I have to go see the owner." The clam was startled and said, "What?" "Oh, that guy, forget it, it won't work on you. Hopefully we have plenty of opportunities for others to recognize you." No scene changed to another place. Julian just sent information about Chloe. Yu Jaeha asked curiously, "What was written in it?" Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, Julian had gathered some information. Chloe used to be a pediatrician and rumor has it that Chloe is a member of an antimatter group called NOAA. Yu Jaeha asked in confusion, "Antimatter? What kind of organization is that?" Seo Ju-hyun then explained, "This is an organization that is against the existence of the Holy Relic, not just the Holy Relic. They are against the users of the Holy Relic, the crypt, and anything related to the Holy Relic. They want to destroy it all." Now we understand why Chloe was able to escape Seola's control. All members of this organization are very good at hiding. He thought to himself, but there was something that happened in the past. If she belonged to the antimatter organization, then how could she have infiltrated the TKBM facility, where the users of the Holy Relic resided? How strange. Yu Jaeha said, "That's Chloe, she's really a dangerous individual. Why do you want us to find her?" Seo Ju-hyun told him, "First, we should prevent her from taking over Chairman Kwan's power. Furthermore, we should have a doctor in the excavation team. The wound cannot be healed by the fruit, it can only be healed by the Holy Relic." Yu Jaeha trembled and said, "Is there any other way without hurting?" Seo Ju-hyun bluntly replied, "Stop complaining too much, just act quickly. We need to find Chloe." Just then, the rope from afar ran over and grabbed him tightly. Seo Ju-hyun fell to the ground without any warning. Yu Jaeha and Lee Seola rushed over, worriedly asking, "Boss, who is this kid, are you okay?" Seo Ju-hyun frowned in confusion and said, "Damn, what the hell is this?" The rope smiled excitedly, "Finally, we meet Master." Yu Jaeha wondered and asked Seo Ju-hyun, "Who is this kid? Boss, do you know this brat?" Seo Ju-hyun replied indifferently, "No, quickly help me get rid of this brat." Yu Jaeha was surprised when he heard that. "You don't know her?" Then he quickly ran to grab the rope to the side. "Hey kid, let go of the boss right now." The rope wriggled furiously, "Let me go, let me go, let me go now." Yu Jaeha flusteredly said, "Hey, don't hit me." Lee Seola approached and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Seo Ju-hyun nodded and replied, It's fine." "Okay, so, who is this kid really?" "You know me, little boy," the rope happily shouted, "Master, it's me, don't you recognize me?" The clam said to it, "You fool, they can't hear you now." The rope said, "What, really?" The clam continued, "Well, not only can you not use human language, they can't hear you either, but..." The rope sighed and said, "Okay, then I'll use this, let's use this." After saying that, the rope took something out of his pocket. She smiled and said, "They will recognize me when they see this." Seo Ju-hyun asked in confusion, "Kid, what are you trying to do?" Lee Seola standing beside said, "Perhaps, it is trying to communicate with us?" Seo Ju-hyun laughed wryly, "Well, drawing something when it can't talk is a good idea, but... what the hell is it drawing exactly?" Yu Jaeha shouted in confusion, "You think we can understand it by drawing it like this?" Lee Seola then said, "Maybe it's some kind of code symbol?" Seo Ju-hyun said confusedly, "What is this painting? I don't understand what you're trying to say." Rope said sadly and disappointedly, Really? "Ah, I have an idea, a good idea." Suddenly the rope came up with a thought. Then it suddenly ran towards Yu Jaeha, causing him to panic and scream, "What the hell? Why are you running towards me?" The rope directly snatched Yu Jaeha's phone.
Then he smiled and said, I'll borrow this from you.
Yu Jaeha was so angry that he couldn't do anything. Hey, give me back my phone right now. Well, then it tried typing, but why did it have to be my phone? Seo Juhyun picked up the phone and praised, wow, you're such a smart kid, now I can know who you are and what you want, right? As soon as they saw the text on the phone, the three of them immediately froze. Huh, what is this? Give me the holy relic, what the hell? Yu Jaeha immediately said suspiciously, oh my god, he must be a pickpocket. Lee Seola also joined in, hey kid, you're still young, don't do things like this. The clam said to the rope, hey, you did it wrong. The rope said, what, no way, no way. Humph, I don't care, I just want to continue hugging master. Seo Juhyun was suddenly hugged tightly by the rope, confusedly saying, oh, this kid is really. Yu Jaeha said again, big brother, why don't we take him to the police station? Lee Seola, who was beside him, also agreed, that's not a bad idea, we can take him there so we can find his parents. Seo Juhyun nodded in agreement, Yu Jaeha, you take this kid to the police station. Yu Jaeha quickly replied, okay. Then immediately pull the rope away, let's go to the police station. The rope refused to cry warm, no, I don't want it, let me go, let me go. Lee Seola said in confusion, who exactly is this child? Seo Juhyun said calmly, who knows? A moment later, they finally arrived at the nearby police station. The rope's face was full of grievance and injustice. Yu Jaeha said to the policeman, okay, I look forward to your cooperation. The policeman quickly replied, yes, goodbye sir. He turned to the rope and said, hey kid, you shouldn't mess with strangers. The rope replied angrily, I didn't mess with them, of course, no one heard what she said. The clam said, you are in big trouble, you won't be able to do anything if you are stuck here. I will help you, let's get out of here. The police asked again, does the kid know his parents' contact information? The rope shook his head and said, I don't know. The clam then sneaked away to another place. Well, that's difficult, because we can't communicate with this child. The other replied, I know. While they were talking, suddenly the alarm bell rang, startling them. They said urgently, what is going on? I hear it over there. The rope saw this and said happily, oh, this is an opportunity. Run fast. The scene shifts to another place. The rope wandered the streets alone. Oh, the sun was setting, and it was getting colder. Hey, when are we going to get there? The clam wondered. The rope said innocently, where to? The clam looked at it in confusion, isn't it the person who was going to the inn? The rope smiled shyly and replied, I don't know the way so I just go wherever I like, wherever one like, hee. The clam was surprised, what, hey, we can't waste time like that. You want to be turned into a bubble, it angrily bit the rope's cheek, the rope painfully said, I don't know the way. Suddenly they saw a figure nearby. Hey, there's someone there, ask them for a ride, give them a ride. It was the two guys from this morning, they were happily saying, hey, we got quite a harvest today, this guy has a bunch of the holy relic. The other guy continued, well, although it's quite troublesome to have corpses like this. The red-haired guy said, make sure his body can't be seen from the outside, the other guy said, okay, I get it. At this moment, the rope slowly came forward. Tell the two of them, hey, what are you doing here? They were scared out of their wits by her, screaming in panic, oh my god, what the hell, where did these children come from? Rope said excitedly, give me a ride. The other one worriedly said, is it because he saw us killers stealing his holy relic? The red-haired one confusedly said, are you sure? Hurry up and put it in the car, the rope still innocently said, you guys gave me a ride, thank you very much. Ah, damn, my head hurts. We have to do something to shut this brat up. The other guy replied awkwardly, I don't want to kill a kid like this. The redhead agreed, saying, well, I don't want to be a child murderer either, I guess the police won't care about reports about this child. The rope heard that and happily said, really not. Go there, they cried in panic, hey, what are you doing kid? Don't touch the wheel, do you want us to have an accident? Hey, do something about this kid, knock him out right now. The other guy said awkwardly, do you think I can be so cruel as to do that to him? The red-haired guy yelled angrily, so you want us to have an accident? Do something quickly? Can you stop for a moment, brat? The uncomfortable rope directly bit into his hand. He was in so much pain, hey, what are you doing? Hey, kid, you're not a zombie. Ah, let go, get down now. At this moment, the red-haired man angrily pulled out his knife, this damn brat. The clam saw that and quickly shouted, no. But it was too late, he directly stabbed the rope man. The other guy panicked and said, hey, are you crazy, how could you hit a child? The red-haired guy angrily replied, what other choice do I have, you idiot, do you want us to crash the car? The other guy suddenly noticed something ahead. Hurriedly said, "Hey, look ahead, you annoying red-haired guy, what's this again?" The other guy shouted in panic, "There's someone in front of us, it's too late, we can't avoid it now. We will stab him. It's too late, we can't avoid it now. We will stab him." Seo Ju-hyun stood there, waiting for the car to approach. Just as the car was about to hit him, Seo Ju-hyun quickly rushed forward. "Use your power," causing the car to flip over. The crowd screamed in panic. Seo Ju-hyun saw that and smiled smugly. The car spun around and then hit the ground and broke into pieces. Seo Ju-hyun cursed under his breath, "Idiots." Nearby, the clam was calling loudly. "Hey, Ruff, are you okay? Oh my god, this is bad, wake up, you can't die like this. If you die in human form and no one recognizes you, you won't be able to turn back into the holy relic and turn into a bubble right away." The weary rope replied, "I can't, I'm so sleepy, so sleepy." The panicked clam said, "Wait, you really want to turn into a bubble? Oh my god, I shouldn't have turned you into a human. No, it's all my fault, it's all my fault." The red-haired man struggled to wake up. He was so angry, "You bastard, what do you think you're doing in someone else's car?" Seo Ju-hyun smirked and said, "Rest first and stop talking. One of my holy relics is in your car, give it to me quickly." He was confused, "What, when did I take your holy relic?" At this moment, a rope shot out from inside. Joyfully hugging Seo Ju-hyun tightly, Master, Master came to see me right." Seo Ju-hyun smiled and said, "I knew it was you." The clam looked at them in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" Ruff's master could recognize her, which is why she didn't die when she turned into a bubble. Seo Ju-hyun then turned to the other guy and said, "Now that I have found my holy relic, I have something to discuss with you." The red-haired guy asked in confusion, "What else do you want?" Seo Ju-hyun went straight to the point, "There was a corpse that fell out from behind your car, moreover, a crate full of the holy relic also fell out from there. It seems like you guys just killed someone and took their holy relic." He panicked and explained, "No, we just stole the car, we don't know anything, leave me alone." Rope heard that and said, "That's not right, he moved the body into the car, I saw it with my own eyes, I witnessed him doing it." Seo Ju-hyun said, "Oh well, drag this guy away, okay, tie him to the post." The red-haired guy screamed madly, "Ah, damn it. Fuck, I'm going crazy." Seo Ju-hyun said again, "I'll let your mouth open, so now tell me, who are you and explain clearly. Otherwise you will get special treatment." His whole body trembled under his cold gaze, his face paled, and he was sweating profusely. At this moment, Yu Jae-ha called out from behind, "Boss. What are you chasing that car for?" Seo Ju-hyun said, Everyone is taking their time." Seeing the horrifying scene before his eyes, Yu Jae-ha was shocked and said, "Oh my god, did you just get into a car accident?" Seo Ju-hyun calmly replied, "Well, that's what happened, this guy intentionally stabbed me and this is the consequence. You don't have a choice this time, look, my subordinates are here. As for the numbers, you can't read them either." The red-haired man hesitantly said, I was just following orders." "I was just following orders," Seo Ju-hyun said in confusion. "You mean someone told you to kill someone? What kind of person is he?" Seeing him stay silent, Seo Ju-hyun sighed and said, "This seems difficult, Lee Seola, you take care of the guy who passed out in the front seat. Yu Jae-ha, you take all the holy relics in the back for me, I will give this guy a big treat." He saw that and immediately trembled with fear. Then Seo Ju-hyun directly beat him up, "I don't care who they are or who ordered them. Bandits who only hurt and kill others and take their holy relic like them are everywhere. I just hate the fact that he touched Ruff, and on top of that, he stabbed me on purpose, I will never forgive this guy." But I received some surprising news. Lee Seola found out that these guys were part of a group called MANHUA. It was also the antimatter group that Chloe was also in. Yu Jae-ha hurriedly said, "Boss, look at this." Seo Ju-hyun directly questioned him, "Hey idiot, do you know Chloe? I know you know her, so answer honestly. There's no way a group of antimatter would come to this city without a reason. I'm sure you're here to pick up Chloe. Because your group doesn't usually operate in a small city like this, did I say something wrong?" The red-haired man said with difficulty, "Yes." Seo Ju-hyun continued, "Okay, quickly tell me where you'll meet her, we also have something to see her about." He hesitantly replied, "Well, we met her and gave her some of our summaries, then we went our separate ways, now I don't know where she is." Seo Ju-hyun asked again, "What is her next mission?" He said, "I don't know for sure but, I think she has a plan related to TKBM." Hearing that, Seo Ju-hyun frowned and said, "I knew it. Our assumption that she and TKBM's people appeared to meet Kwon was correct." Yu Jae-ha asked worriedly, "What should we do now?" Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, "Chairman Kwon won't be able to go anywhere with such a weak body, I guarantee they will meet in America. First, let's go to the airport. We immediately went to the first airport. We searched for Chloe inside and around the airport, but couldn't find her anywhere. Searching for her all day had exhausted our energy. Yu Jae-ha breathed heavily and said tiredly, I can't find her. Lee Seola, who was beside her, also said, I can't find her either. Seo Ju-hyun said, I'm sure she hasn't left this place yet. Let's end our search here for today. We'll search around this place and narrow down the area tomorrow. Yu Jae-ha happily continued, finally having a day off. We went back to the hotel and got some rest, but the next morning, while Seo Ju-hyun was in a daze, Lee Seola hurriedly called out, Boss, I found Chloe. Hearing this, he suddenly sat up in surprise. Huh? What did you say? Lee Seola continued, I told you, I found her. But, it must have been a trap deliberately set. She had always kept her whereabouts hidden, but today she suddenly decided to show herself. Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, Are you sure it's Chloe? Lee Seola quickly affirmed, Yes, I'm sure. Then, Seo Ju-hyun quickly got out of bed, Okay, then let's go. It doesn't matter if it's a trap or not, we'll be able to see her once we get there, right? Lee Seola successfully found Chloe's location. We immediately decided to go to where Chloe was. Lee Seola looked worried all the way there. It was only natural, since she was her beloved childhood friend. Gildel scanned the entire airport but was still completely unable to find Chloe, most likely because Chloe had used a holy relic to disguise her whereabouts. But Chloe, who had been hiding her movements perfectly all this time, was suddenly discovered by Lee Seola. Whether we wanted it or not, we had to wonder if this was a trap. Lee Seola told them, Come here. Yu Jae-ha worriedly said from behind, but Lee Seola, what if this is really a trap? Seo Ju-hyun continued, then we have no choice but to fight back. We better prepare ourselves first. And if we really have to fight, you should find somewhere safe to hide. Yu Jae-ha glared at him, Hey, are you looking down on me? Lee Seola told them, There she is, she's right here. She looked very comfortable. Yu Jae-ha doubtfully said, Boss, isn't this definitely a trap? Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, Okay, let's try it first. The rope quickly replied, Yes, what is it, master? Seo Ju-hyun said to him, I need you to tie up that woman over there. Hearing that, Rope was stunned and said, Oh, but that woman is good, she is a good person. Hearing that, Seo Ju-hyun was bewildered and said, Have you met her? Well, she's a good woman, that's why I want to save her. So let's tie her up gently. He thought to himself, where did Ruff meet her? Ruff happily agreed, okay. Seo Ju-hyun continued, Lee Seola, we will wait for the right opportunity to come. Let's assess the situation before we act. She immediately replied, yes. We have to act like we're walking into a trap. Yu Jae-ha panicked when he heard that, and said, are you really going to do that? Seo Ju-hyun then said, there's no other choice, Ruff, quickly tie her up. Then, Ruff quickly rushed over. It carefully approached Chloe. Confused, he thought to himself, didn't she sense his presence? Okay, I'll tie her up. Seo Ju-hyun saw that and smiled as he ran over. What was this? Was she caught so easily? Lee Seola couldn't believe her eyes. We caught her, but why was it so easy? Seo Ju-hyun said calmly, that's good, let's take her somewhere secluded. Then they went to an abandoned house. Chloe shouted in confusion, what the hell, how did you find me? Seo Ju-hyun smirked and said, what are you talking about, you're the one who doesn't hide yourself well. Lee Seola standing beside her continued, I still doubt if all this is a trap. Chloe angrily said, what, when did I ever do that? Seo Ju-hyun said again, no problem, I will quickly use this. Whether this is a trap or not doesn't matter, she will return to being on our side when her memory returns. Chloe, this might give you a bit of a headache, so bear with it. Chloe said in confusion, what are you trying to do? Then he immediately poured the medicine on her. Chloe was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Then a series of memories flashed before her eyes. What is this all about? What is this? What the hell is this? She painfully clutched her head. Seo Ju-hyun also wondered, why does it look so unusual? At this moment, the system displayed a notification, a power emitted from the holy relic gluttony was interfering with the recovery process. At this moment, Chloe suddenly whitened her eyes. Quickly rushed towards Seo Ju-hyun. She looked like she was going crazy right now. Chloe raised her hand. Intended to attack Seo Ju-hyun, but luckily he was quick to avoid it. Then he immediately counterattacked. Gave her a painful punch. Made Chloe faint directly. Seola ran over worriedly. Are you okay? Are you okay? Yu Jae-ha, who was standing next to her, was so scared that he froze. What just happened? Seo Ju-hyun also suddenly told them. This is really surprising. I feel gluttony's power coming from her. They immediately said, gluttony's power? Jin Chai-won, how could she do that? Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, in other words. With this, I now understood what was really going on here. I was suspicious because Chloe never let her presence slip like this. Actually, the one who prevented her from hiding her whereabouts was the holy relic gluttony. Lee Seol-ah understood now. And that was the reason why she didn't sense us approaching her. Right? Yoo Jae-ha said happily, but isn't this a good thing? Thanks to that, we were able to capture her easily. Seo Ju-hyun said bluntly, it's not necessary. Jin Chai-won could never act without a reason. She could have deliberately set us up with Chloe and sent someone else to Kwon. I'm sure she's planning to make his situation worse. Lee Seol-ah wondered, why would she do that? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for us? Seo Ju-hyun said again, I guess she didn't want to miss the opportunity to approach the cautious Chairman Kwon. There's a call on her phone. Huh? It's TKBM. Lee Seol-ah quickly picked up the phone. Hello. The other end of the line said, Miss Chloe, this is TKBM. We're at the airport, where can we meet you? Lee Seol-ah immediately replied, oh, I'm on my way, please wait a moment. The other person said, okay, please contact me once you get to the airport. Lee Seol-ah hung up, okay. It seems like TKBM sent their men and I guess they came to pick up Chloe. Seo Ju-hyun frowned and said, they're that cautious, those bastards. Lee Seol-ah said confusedly, we knocked her out, what should we do now? Seo Ju-hyun thought for a while and then said bluntly, Yoo Jae-ha, I will disguise myself as Chloe. Yoo Jae-ha heard that and shouted in panic, what are you talking about? Seo Ju-hyun smiled and said, disguise yourself and go see the chairman, and then curse that old man to death. Yoo Jae-ha said wildly, wait. Are you really ordering me to go into the enemy's lair? Seo Ju-hyun replied calmly, he couldn't just go, of course he had to come back alive. Yoo Jae-ha panicked and shouted, how can I do that, it's impossible, I won't accept it. Seo Ju-hyun said again, don't worry, I'll lend you a few the holy relics for protection as well as the holy relic to help you escape. Yoo Jae-ha refused and pointed at Lee Seol-ah, forget it, take this woman instead, she's stronger than me. I'm the weakest member of that team. Seo Ju-hyun directly refused, no, it has to be you, you're the only one in our team who's good at using the holy relic disguise. Lee Seol-ah and I are not good at disguises, you see, we are not suitable. You have to believe in yourself my friend, you can do it. Yoo Jae-ha cried, hoo, this is so scary, what the hell are friends? No, wait a minute, how can I pretend to be her, I don't even know who she is. Seo Ju-hyun immediately said, that's right, I guess you have to prepare in case you get arrested. Yoo Jae-ha angrily shouted, what does that mean you bastard? Seo Ju-hyun told him, you can refer to Lee Seol-ah, they are quite similar, get straight to the point, don't say anything unnecessary, and don't express too many emotions, okay? Get ready, I'll lend you some of my holy relics. Our plans took a sudden change, but it looks like everything's going to be okay. I have to commend Yoo Jae-ha for his ability, he successfully transformed into Chloe in such a short period of time. If he completes the mission well, he will definitely gain more confidence, we will also successfully deal with Kwon, killing two birds with one stone. Seeing Chloe coming, they said, hello, you just arrived too, please follow us, Miss Chloe. Yoo Jae-ha said shyly, I'm a bit late, right? They replied, don't worry, you're not too late. Please get to the plane immediately. Yoo Jae-ha smiled wryly and thought to himself, I hope we miss the flight. The other person said again, I will take you there, please follow me. Yoo Jae-ha trembled thinking, no matter how much he thought about it, this was really crazy. I can't believe I'm alone in the middle of an enemy like this. Can I do well? I want to run away from here. Should I say I'm not feeling well? Just then, the rope came out of the bag and said worriedly, what's wrong, are you sick, are you sick? Yoo Jae-ha was startled. Hastily said, oh my god, why did you come out, get back in the bag right now. You are my only guardian, I can only rely on you. Having said that, he tried his best to stuff it back into his pocket. The rope said uncomfortably, what's wrong, what's wrong? Don't push me, then slap him. Yoo Jae-ha sat there, silently cursing, what kind of bodyguard is this? Is he trying to make things worse for himself, that damn bastard? The rope said angrily, I'm here to do it, I'm here to do it. Yoo Jae-ha glared at it, fine, you can do whatever you want, but please don't attract other people's attention for me. The rope smiled and replied, don't worry, don't worry. Garlic, mugwort, and crushed wormwood, what is it trying to do? Hey wait, what is it, don't tell me, no, stop it right now. What did we do wrong? We did nothing wrong, we did nothing wrong. I only do this because I have no mouth, I just have no mouth. Maybe if both were pounded into powder I could use 2 people, I could use those 2 people. That powder, wait, no, save me. What do you want from me? Thoth asked in confusion. Seo Juhian told it, the power from your boss's the holy relic has interfered with this woman, find a way to neutralize it. You are the god of wisdom, right? Thoth said in confusion, my boss, which boss do you mean? Seo Juhian said calmly, that hot-tempered insect. Hearing that, he was startled and said, huh, is that her? She's the top commander, you want me to take back what she did, she'll take my head if I do. Seo Juhian looked at it coldly, I don't care about those ranks or the world of the holy relic or whatever. I am your master, so you should listen to my orders, isn't everything that simple? Thoth stammered, but. Seo Juhian lost his patience and said in a harsh voice, but what? Thoth was scared, okay, I'll do it. Let's see, here it is, if I do this can you see it? Seo Juhian wondered, what's that on her head? It quickly replied, it was a brainwashing holy relic. He said, we might be able to bring her memories back if we destroy it. Li Seola standing beside continued, can we destroy the holy relic without hurting her? It's too dangerous to try something so uncertain on a human's head. Seo Juhian said again, but we can't just leave the holy relic here, right? There's a chance Jin Chaiwan also planted a spy among us. I will do my best to destroy this holy relic. Then he gently placed his hand on Chloe's head, a beam of light emitted. Chloe cried out in pain, stay away from me. Seo Juhian frowned and said, stay there Chloe. Oh it's coming. Then he quickly grabbed it, I got it. Li Seola immediately said, boss, you succeeded. Seo Juhian told her, I don't know, let me destroy this holy relic first. Just then, Chloe woke up in a daze, has she regained consciousness yet? Li Seola slowly approached, worriedly asking, Chloe, are you okay, you noticed us not? Seo Juhian said in confusion, we have destroyed the brainwashing of the holy relic, her memory should have returned by now. Chloe sat up with difficulty, holding her aching head and said, where is this place? Li Seola quickly replied, you are at my place, I quickly brought you here. Suddenly Chloe remembered something, wait, boss. Seo Juhian smiled with satisfaction, from the way she called me it seemed like her memory had returned. I'll explain to you, we're now in the same place we were 15 years ago. By bringing back all of our memories from the past. Before he could finish his sentence, Chloe interrupted him. She asked worriedly, boss, are you okay, how is your wound? Has the bleeding stopped, boss, what happened to your missing leg? Seo Juhian looked at her confusedly, calm down, you're confusing me. She was just saying nonsense because her memory just came back. Maybe she still thinks her condition is the same as before. Seola hurriedly ran to stop her. No, Chloe, look around you. Chloe said nervously, what are you talking about, this is urgent, the boss is dying. Seo Juhian gently told her, this is not an emergency, calm down and slowly look at everything around you. Chloe calmed down and looked at him blankly, asking, who are you? Seo Juhian looked at her in confusion, wasn't she going a bit too far? It's me, Seo Juhian. Chloe said doubtfully, no way, the Seo Juhian I know isn't like this. He was older and looked like a walking corpse, he had lifeless eyes. Her words were like 1,000 knives stabbing his heart, stop it. Chloe quickly questioned, did you use those strange holy relics again? Seo Juhian immediately said, no, so did you get something strange again? He said, no. Chloe shouted angrily, you must be doing something strange behind my back, right? Seo Juhian said in a daze, she could say that and that's why this happened, do you have a personal grudge against me? Anyway, you don't have to worry about it, we went back to the past without any side effects, you understand? Chloe absolutely did not believe it, she said cautiously, do you think I will believe it? Lie down, I need to dissect and examine you carefully. Seo Juhian looked at her in confusion, are you crazy? Why dissect me? Li Seola smiled and said, Chloe, I was like you at first, but all of this is real, we've gone back 15 years. Chloe was startled and said, wow, now that I see you, you look younger. Li Seola laughed out loud, if she saw herself in the mirror, she would see herself as younger too. Chloe said blankly, wait, so we really went back 15 years? How is this possible? Seo Juhon immediately said, if it was of the holy relic that did this then it could happen, right? Chloe nodded in response, yes, there was a high possibility that the holy relic caused this. Seo Juhon continued, the point is that we have returned 15 years ago, and we also know what the future holds, I will definitely not let us repeat that fate. Chloe said to him, that sounds like a good idea. Seo Juhon reached out and said, right, so Chloe, will you work with me again? Chloe hesitantly said, this is. He quickly handed her a contract and said, just sign it. Lee Seola stood beside her and said, boredly, you never forget the contract no matter what happens.
Seo Ju-hoon smiled and continued, get used to signing contracts, no matter how small the problem is.
Chloe said, but I guess the content of this contract is a bit prominent.
At first, Chloe had complained about the contract that Seo Ju-hoon had given Chloe, but after reading the contract carefully, she finally agreed to sign it. With this, he had finally succeeded in gathering all of his former teammates.
At this moment, Chloe was signing the contract.
Suddenly her phone rang, she picked it up and didn't know who it was.
Then suddenly Seo Ju-hoon snatched her phone in a flash.
Chloe angrily scolded him, hey boss, but Seo Ju-hoon didn't care. He looked at his phone and smirked. Let me see, oh, this is from your friend. And then he blocked her messages from his friends.
Chloe quickly advised him that he didn't need to go that far.
Despite her strong objections, he still blocked them all.
You are working for me, right? Then you should listen to me from now on.
Hearing this, she temporarily calmed down, feeling that what he said was right. Otherwise, they would have destroyed her soon. Seeing what she said about them killing her, Seo Ju-hoon was puzzled.
Chloe told him they were planning to hand me over to TKBM. We had contacted TKBM before, right? So it's very possible that the same situation will repeat itself.
Seo Ju-hoon only now removed his doubts. No wonder he had a feeling that there was something strange about her. She was an antimatter member and yet she joined TKBM. Things gradually made more sense because since they knew that the woman called Benjani would become the medic king and leader of Noah, she ordered her followers to kill all users of the holy relic. She secretly collected them. Favorite words were, I will use these holy relics to return this world to its original state. In the end, she was consumed by greed and went along with a company that monopolized everything. Chloe told him more about how she later transferred it to TKBM on the condition that she was the owner, which Seo Ju-hoon had already guessed. Seo Ju-hoon suddenly had an idea and said, if so then we won't have to block her, I'll give her some smart advice.
Chloe heard that and panicked, grabbed his shoulder and told him to stop. What if he sent her some weird messages?
But her words were not as fast as his texting speed when he had just sent it.
Chloe helplessly collapsed to the ground in a mess. No, what if she blacklisted me and chased me?
Seo Ju-hoon calmly told her not to worry, her life would only get better from now on, compared to when she was with them. Damn, he was right, but it was still dangerous. On the other hand, in Jin's house's bathroom, she comfortably breathed a sigh of relief after finally having time to relax.
It was quiet when suddenly someone called, hey, Jin. While she was enjoying herself, she was called, making her annoyed and saying, what is it, can you please not disturb me while I'm relaxing? The other party immediately replied, this is not the time to relax, one of the holy relics brainwashing implanted into the human has been destroyed. As soon as the other party finished speaking, a giant monster appeared right in front of Jin. The monster told her, something terrible was happening, it felt Ju-hoon's energy when that holy relic was destroyed. Jin heard that, she replied indifferently, what about Ju-hoon? Well, it's not strange, since he can do that. This is the reason why I told you to kill him at the last meeting. At this moment, she stepped out of the bathtub and said as she walked, so let me ask you this, who is the one who is upset right now? Who is the one who made things so complicated? I am so tired of your complaining about this. The monster immediately looked in her direction. It watched Jin's every move, facial expression, and gesture and blamed her. Why did she look so pleased when talking about him? Was it because they both had the same personality? She replied silently, personally I can recognize his talent, I am happy that I can get to know someone worthy enough to be my opponent. Then Jin smiled lightly, secretly enjoying himself and exclaiming, Seo Ju-hoon, you're getting more and more interesting. Scene changes to hospital. Chloe arrived here and was stopped by the security guard, who told her to wait here for a moment, I will come back here and meet you once President Kwon is ready to meet. Chloe comfortably told him, okay, no problem, he heard that and gratefully thanked her. But on the surface, Chloe appeared calm, but her face was so tense that she was sweating continuously. She went crazy and shouted loudly, I'm really in this TKBM headquarters, what should I do now, what should I do now? This really made her go crazy. At that moment, a rope with a golden light surrounding it suddenly came out of the bag she was carrying and approached her. Chloe was startled and turned to look and scolded, hey, I told you not to go out. She suddenly smelled something strange. As she expected, the rope sprinkled garlic powder and mugwort on her body, making her whole body smell terrible. It asked her now, is this okay, is it effective, or should I turn into a human? I become a human. Chloe was stunned, asking what the hell it was trying to do. Without hesitation Chloe grabbed the string and stuffed it into her pocket, crawling in right away, you're not allowed to go out when you smell like this. She reminded him, I'm about to go inside to meet Chairman Kwon, you better stay inside, otherwise we'll both die if we're discovered. Hearing that, he obediently listened, okay. While talking, the bodyguard suddenly called Chloe, Miss Chloe, the president is ready to meet you, making her startled and panicked. Entering the room, I saw a group of people sitting there with serious faces. Meanwhile, Chairman Quan was lying weakly in the hospital bed. The bodyguard then led Chloe away and announced, "President, here is Miss Chloe, she will proceed to treat you." Then said Chloe could start treatment. Chloe quickly glanced at him to assess him. He looked like a corpse. Was he wearing Achilles' armor? Thanks to that holy relic he was able to live until now. This made Chloe even more worried. Seeing her staring at him as if calculating something, Quan then spoke up. Looking at Chloe with a considering gaze, he said, "It was nothing, please heal me." But the atmosphere, when everyone there kept staring at her, made her feel nervous. One of them looked threatening, the other had a cold gaze. Looking at them, Chloe reminded herself to finish cursing Chairman Quan and quickly get out of here. She then told them, "His condition is very worrying. I need to use the holy relic to heal him." "Fine, just use it." Chloe reached into her bag and thought to herself, "Now I just need to use the holy relic, a curse disguised as a healing holy relic." But unexpectedly, as soon as she put her hand in, the rope suddenly wrapped tightly around her wrist. She cursed the rope. "Hey, are you crazy? Let go." Seeing her strange look, the bodyguard asked, "What's wrong? Do you need my help?" Chloe panicked and replied, "Oh no, it's no problem." Then turned to scold the rope, "Did you hear? You almost exposed me." "Whatever, just let me go first." The rope immediately agreed. Only now did he let go of Chloe's hand. She successfully obtained the holy relic. "Excuse me, my bag is a bit messy. Here is the holy relic that I need. I will start the healing process now." The bodyguard immediately asked, "Okay, the chairman will recover back to normal, right?" "Yes, don't worry, just 3 minutes is enough to treat him." Having said that, Chloe turned to Quan and smiled sinisterly at him. "I will send you to your death in 3 minutes. She quickly brought the surgical wand closer to Quan. From the outside it looked like a healing holy relic, but in reality, it was a cursed holy relic that was personally chosen by a Seo Juhian. Although Chloe herself felt a little guilty about using this holy relic on a dying old man, that was because the holy relic curse could bring about a very terrible curse. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected incident. She looked up at the people standing there. Chloe now realized something was wrong, but before she could think much, Quan's hand grabbed hers. She tried to escape but couldn't. He suddenly sat up with a strange look on his face. Then in between the two emitted a terrible light energy and a loud explosion quickly broke out. At this time the bodyguard's footsteps ran hurriedly. It turned out that everything was Quan's arrangement. He was actually in another room. The room that Chloe entered was just a simulation room. After Quan learned that the room exploded, he happily laughed like crazy, then ordered his subordinates to bring Chloe to see him. Quan Juhi was also there now, confusedly turning to ask her brother, what did he mean by being blown up? Dad never wanted to cooperate in the usual way. Quan immediately spoke up, "A person who uses the holy relic to heal is very rare. I can't let her heal me once and then leave so simply, so I set up that trap to turn her into someone who was willing to listen to my every command. And the ones Chloe has encountered so far are all their clones that are designed to explode at the right time." Quan Juhi wondered, but what if that explosion killed her? Her brother immediately told her not to worry. The explosion, although pre-programmed, was guaranteed to only knock Chloe unconscious. And in the room where the explosion took place, Chloe was indeed knocked unconscious by the explosion, and the rope was trying to wake her up. At the same time, the other holy relics came out from her bag and told her to wake up quickly. "I know you're not dead yet, so wake up. You're not even injured, so wake up quickly." The space suddenly became quiet. Then the next second, Chloe jumped up and shouted, "I'm still alive." She was bewildered when that old man Quan exploded right before her eyes. She looked at the holy relic that Seo Juhon personally selected and prepared for her. It automatically protected her without even needing Chloe's direction. Thinking back to when she came here, the holy relics she brought with her were all instructed by Seo Juhon. "Now your mission is very simple, protect Jaeha." It turned out that Chloe was Jaeha's disguise from the beginning to the end when she came to see Quan, following Seo Juhon's orders. When he saw that he was scared, he reminded him to rest assured that even an atomic bomb wouldn't be able to kill him. And turned the holy relic items like armor, helmet, shield into jewelry to wear on Jaeha's body. Seeing that they had to be turned into jewelry, at first they refused. But because Jaeha transformed into a woman, they were forced to transform accordingly. But the armor still firmly objected, saying, "Master, we can change our appearance but our true appearance is also our pride. We will just hide ourselves somewhere and appear to protect him when he is in danger, okay uncle?" Seo Juhon heard that and disagreed. "Hey, do you think someone like him can smell danger and find help in time?" So just like that, they had no choice but to turn into jewelry. Remembering those things, Jaeha felt humiliated for letting these holy relics underestimate him, but he was still grateful that they had saved his life at this moment. Thinking of this, Jaeha patted his face and reminded himself, no, this is not the time to think about that. I need to think about the next step. That bastard, if he really wanted to kill me, he should have done it from the start. But thinking about it, the only thing that could happen was that they were wary of Chloe's healing ability, so they brought me here to test her. but Jeha kept feeling that they had another motive for this. After thinking for a while, he concluded that the purpose of this explosion didn't seem to be to kill him. But the helmet meant something else. He was right, but I was a little different. I didn't feel any pain. I don't really understand what you guys mean by pain, but what I'm saying is they didn't mean to kill me. The holy relics were so confused right after. Jeha added now, which I guessed was probably true. They must have another purpose for this. They probably intended to capture me and do something to me. That means that old man will send someone to arrest me alone. In case that happened, Jeha prepared some interesting gifts for them before they got here, only to see him take out a golden book. On the other hand, Quan kept coughing loudly. Then he asked why Jeha, who was disguised as Chloe, hadn't been brought here yet, why they were taking so long when they could just bring an unconscious woman here. Quan Ju he worriedly told him to receive some treatment first. His condition was very critical anyway, but Quan firmly refused. He still thought that Jeha would easily fall into the trap he set up since he now had a reason to save him. His subordinates, upon hearing this, immediately praised him for being smart. At this moment, the subordinate announced, "President, we have brought her here." Seeing the unconscious Jeha being brought in by two subordinates, Quan laughed happily and told his subordinates to bring her closer. He would wake her up himself and make her heal him. He was delighted at the thought of having another holy relic user as his subordinate. He felt lucky that at least being trapped in that tomb brought him luck. And he has waited for this day for a long time. Suddenly one of the bodyguards grabbed Jeha and walked quickly towards him. Then he grabbed Quan's collar and pulled him up. He saw it and shouted in confusion, "What the hell are you guys doing?" Yang Chen hurriedly ran over and grabbed the other person's shoulder. "What are you guys doing to the chairman?" He suddenly realized. Immediately use your own energy to attack the opponent, causing the disguise to gradually melt away to reveal Jeha's true face. Yang Chen realized he was Seo Juhon's henchman and quickly ran to capture Jeha. Just like that, Jeha was caught. Just when they thought they had caught the man, footsteps came from behind. "And say, you guys are a bunch of idiots." By the time Yang Chen raised his head, he saw that Jeha had actually caught Quan. They rushed to catch him again. But Jeha was one step faster and used his strength to attack Quan. "Goodbye, old man." He was scared and kept saying, "No." In a pinch, his subordinate swung his fist and rushed forward. Hit Jeha in the face. Then he pushed her down on the bed, Quan's children standing worriedly beside her. Yang Chen said proudly, "You can't fool me anymore, I know you are the real one." But right after that sentence was a slap in the face. A flash of energy. The person he caught turned to stone. Yang Chen was furious when he found out that he had been fooled again. They were confused at this point. Seeing that everything was fake, they wondered where the real person was. At this moment, Quan coughed up blood. His children asked worriedly. Yang Chen shouted loudly, calling the medical team to come and check his condition. He suddenly realized it. He ran back to the window, looking through the glass with a bitter face. When he saw Jeha had actually used the helicopter to run away. Jeha also did not forget to laugh contemptuously and mock him. Made him explode with anger. "You little liar. You'll be seeing me again soon." He just watched Jeha successfully escape. On the helicopter flying back to the apartment, Jeha was delighted. He couldn't believe he had done it. He had escaped the enemy base so easily. No matter how strong they are, they were fooled by the fake trap I made. I guess my energy is high. Jeha was happy with his recent achievement. But still not recognized by the holy relic. Look at him happy. Never mind. His level is still very low anyway. But Jeha didn't care. Looking forward to telling Seo Juhian this good news. Suddenly the rope brought it to him. A sprig of mugwort and garlic. Jeha asked it. "But why is there only half a garlic bulb in mugwort? Hey, are you trying to tell me to restore this? To crush it again?" The rope nodded and said, "That's right. That's right." Jeha yelled at him in annoyance. "Dream on. I won't do anything strange again." His words completely irritated the rope. It threatens Jeha back. "Then I will crash this helicopter. I will crash this helicopter." Jeha still did not give in and called out to it. "Shut up. I have to update the boss first. I'm about to tell your master. Don't bother me now." The furious rope had no choice but to temporarily stop attacking him. Back to base. Seo Juhian received a call from Jeha. He heard Jeha's joy. It was good to praise him like that. And he also did not forget to brag that my abilities must have developed too. Seo Juhian replied. "Okay. That's good. You go to the motel on the New York side immediately. We'll be there soon. Jaeha asked Seo Ju-hyun if he would give her any reward. Okay. There would be. Then go to the hotel quickly. Lee Seol-ah immediately went to ask. Jaeha succeeded? As expected. The ability of the king of con men cannot be underestimated. He said and took out the remote with the big red button. Now let's do an intelligence test. What is that holy relic? I'll show you. Next, a 14-sided dice from the Silajuriango kingdom, Seo Ju-hyun distorted its image a bit so that it would follow the plan. And to activate it you have to press the button and roll the dice. He pressed the button as he spoke, and the dice spun like a pinwheel, no matter which side came up. Something happened to Chairman Kwon, too. He was currently suffering from the curse of the holy relic that Jaeha had cursed. Jaeha's mission is to simply put a bit of the dice's power into Chairman Kwon's body. The system now announces, the dice have been rolled, the chosen penalty is Young and Tabai. Meaning everyone will punch Kwon's nose. Hearing this punishment, Seo Ju-hyun felt very amused. It seemed like a good start. Injuring his nose would only make him suffer more. And as soon as it took effect, Kwon's subordinates seemed to be driven out of control by the force. Seeing them charging towards him like hungry tigers, Kwon was bewildered. What happened to all of you? Why are you charging here? As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the nose by his subordinate. Then several others also took action. He cried out in pain. Yang Chen outside heard him and rushed in. Young and Tabai means everyone will punch that person in the nose. Sam Jan Ilgeo means everyone will drink 3 cups of water at once. Ubiam Gongwa means don't move even if you are run over. The bottom line is that Juriangu is all about punishment for drinking. They just use it for fun while treating it like a game. Or even if they accept the punishment of drinking alcohol, they will only have more fun. But if the punishment is too much, it will become torture for the other party. Seo Ju-hyun understood the meaning of punishment in that dice very well. He became more dangerous pressing the button continuously. I hope you will be subjected to Gong Yeo Asaigwa, which means having to memorize a poem. Seola spoke up to remind him, sorry but boss, didn't you say you had something to tell us? Oh right, where were we? He was so engrossed in the feeling of playing with Kwon that he forgot the main thing. At this time, he sat down with everyone and asked Chloe, did she introduce herself to Julian and Irene? Chloe shook her head and said no. But even if there was, it wouldn't be of any use, Chloe said, isn't he still a normal deputy leader? And why is the king of bankruptcy with us? Why do I have to work with the king of bankruptcy? Chloe said as she looked at Irene Hilton. Hearing that, she immediately felt embarrassed and said, that's a bit too much, Chloe. Isn't it a bit rude to say that to someone you just met? Seo Ju-hyun is starting to see the situation is going a little too far. Immediately order Irene Hilton's earplugs to be put on. She was a little surprised to see that. Seo Ju-hyun said calmly, oh my, I have to use the noisy holy relic again, forgive me, but please wait a moment, Miss Irene, but she had her ears covered and couldn't hear what he said. Putting this aside for now, he turned to Chloe and said, there are many familiar faces here, but not all of them have memories of their past lives like us. And except for Irene, all 4 of us have memories of our past lives. Some may have different personalities than their past lives. Seola continued after him, not only Irene but also Jaeha didn't remember his past life. This made Chloe surprised. Seo Ju-hyun then suggested, first of all, the number of holy relics needed to restore a person's memory is limited. Second, it would be better if they had no memories of their past life. He reminded Chloe, Jaeha in the past was troublesome and very noisy, and Irene who lost her entire family also had a pretty bad personality. And he didn't think they needed to recover all their memories. It would be better if the 2 of them became our trusted partners. Chloe then realized that Seo Ju-hyun had not been on Pandora's side all this time. The reason she thought that was because she saw that he had a good relationship with the king of bankruptcy, so she thought he was on Pandora's side, even though she said she would help him. But if he was actually on Pandora's side or any company, Chloe would reconsider her decision. Seo Ju-hyun sat silently listening to her. Seeing that she still firmly maintained the old rule, which was that the holy relics needed to be destroyed. This world started to spiral out of control since the holy relics appeared. Miller slipped up and told her not to worry about it. This bastard wasn't on Pandora's side. Hearing that, Chloe was shy and silent, while Seo Ju-hyun clapped his hands happily when he saw Miller protecting her. Julian Miller, it's been a long time since I've heard such sweet compliments from you. After he finished talking, he ordered the earplugs to come out of Irene's ears. And tell everyone that our next target is the proud catacombs in France. The good news is that the catacombs have not been excavated, the bad news is that security around the catacombs has been tightened. Seo Ju-hyun's group is definitely on Pandora's blacklist now.
They caught wind that we were heading to Europe when the plane crashed. Chloe sarcastically said, Pandora blacklisted you guys are quite famous, right? But Seo Juhon didn't pay much attention. He continued speaking. He had found some more information about that tomb. And saw the article about Pandora sending the king to explore the catacombs in France. And he was sure that it wasn't just those people there, which was why they needed to plan carefully before coming to France. First, they needed to find a way to infiltrate Europe without being detected. It is necessary to register with an excavation team that is licensed with Pandora. Miller heard him say it and thought it was a good idea, but we didn't know if he was going to cause any more trouble. At this time, Seo Juhon added more about the plan, using Jaeha's disguise to make the plan more perfect. Miller immediately followed up and asked, which team are we registering with? Immediately, Seo Juhon's answer, of course, was TKBM, which stunned everyone. Seeing this expression, he told everyone to calm down. But Miller couldn't calm down. He shouted, why is it them again? Won't it be hard to fool them again since we've done it so many times already, Seola said worriedly. But Seo Juhon's intention was to tell them to follow and tell them why it had to be the TKBM excavation team. Seo Juhon said, I will tell you why it has to be the TKBM excavation team. Julian Miller replied. I'm listening. First, he continued, we must choose a team that Pandora will least suspect. That way, the King of Scouts won't try to dig deeper into us. It could be said that Pandora and TKBM had a cooperative relationship. Even though they were both competing to obtain the Holy Relic, it didn't seem like they would fight each other, right? Julian Miller thought for a moment. That was true. Even if Pandora has a King of Scouts, we wouldn't ask her to investigate our own allies. Right? Even if Pandora did, there's a chance that TKBM would know. And if TKBM knew, their cooperative relationship would be broken. It would only be a loss for both sides. Julian Miller said, that makes sense, but there are many other teams besides TKBM's team. Seo Juhyun immediately replied, wait a minute, there is another reason? Previously when Chairman Kwan was trapped in the death zone, TKBM suffered many losses. His children were fighting over the chairmanship. They were also ostracized because of the plane crash. Their stocks and buildings were also sold at low prices. That's why most of their employees resigned. And most importantly, since Chairman Kwan is back, they will definitely prioritize the excavation of the Pride Tomb again. They are lacking resources now. Right? Seola said, that means it will be easier for us to blend in with their excavation team. He replied. Exactly. TKBM is known to be very strict in selecting their teams, he said. But this time they will definitely accept anyone who applies. So why don't we take advantage of this opportunity? We can kill two birds with one stone. Julian Miller said, so that's your real intention? At first they said TKBM was pitiful. But now, they finally all agree to target TKBM. I also told slave number 1, who just arrived at the hotel. As expected, he reacted like that. Yu Jaeha received the news and shouted loudly. TKBM. Again? He scratched his head in panic. Did he lose everything to TKBM from his previous life? Seo Juhyun said, it was useless to object anyway since everyone had already agreed to the plan. Disguise me a bit. Seola and Julian go. You're surprised. What? He said, it's just the three of us going this time. Fighting while maintaining our disguises is impossible for you, right? Yu Jaeha replied. I understand but, I just got back. He said, yeah I know. Yu Jaeha shouted. I just came back from that incredibly dangerous enemy base, right? He replied. But this time you're just looking after the house, so you'll be completely safe and comfortable. He ran away crying. I don't want to. I want to rest. Boss is so cruel to me. Seo Juhon said. I'll give you 2 days. After resting for an hour, slave number 1 immediately got to work on my orders. He managed to finish it in under 2 days. I used a disguise called Han Ji-sang. I asked for a face that would give off an innocent and completely harmless feeling. The result was quite impressive. Julian used the name James, and Seola chose the name Linwon. Their disguises were also perfect and completely indistinguishable. We immediately applied to join the TKBM excavation team. It was obvious that they were short of manpower. The process is simple and their standards are loose. You can be accepted immediately as long as you know how to use the Holy Relic. The result is as expected. I have passed. Sent from the web. Good afternoon. This is the TKBM excavation team. Congratulations on passing the test and interview to apply for our team. More details will be sent to your email. Thank you.
Julian and Co. Lau were also approved. Thus, the TKBM excavation team was formed. It feels quite strange to support TKBM. As soon as the training is over, some of you will immediately move to the Pride Crypt. This will seem too quick to everyone. We understand that. But there is a saying that you should not miss the opportunity to change your life. If you do well, you will get the results you deserve. Seo Juhon thought to himself, what a pile of trash. I can't believe they sent new people to the crypt right away. But with this I don't have to spend much more time to get to the crypt. So happy with this. The day we had to move to the crypt finally came. Yu Jae-ha gave instructions. Got it? You guys have to remember this. Because I can't follow everyone to act as a disguise. There's no other choice but to carefully extend this disguise. Make sure everyone gets out of the crypt as quickly as possible, he replied. Understood. Yu Jae-ha continued. And if injured, the duration of the camouflage will decrease rapidly. And if anyone gets seriously injured, the camouflage will be destroyed immediately. Be careful not to lose the camouflage too quickly. Seo Ju-hyun asked. Why are there so many weaknesses? Yu Jae-ha replied. This is the best result you can get. You didn't even give me time to rest. I had to work for a short time and you didn't treat me well. Seo Ju-hyun said, what? How dare you? We'll miss that flight. The entrance to the crypt creaked. People ran out screaming. Damn it. We failed again today. How many times have we failed? Too many traps in this crypt. Every time we try to enter, all we get is more casualties. Yoon Si-woo said. But at least we've made some progress. So let's keep trying. Let's just be glad that we don't have any competitors around right now, so there's no need to rush. Suddenly someone asked. I think you are mistaken. Haven't you heard the rumor? He asked. Rumor? People say Seo Ju-hyun is rumored to be hiding around here. Yoon Si-woo shouted. What? No way. He's been pretty quiet lately. Hasn't he? There's a chance that it's actually happening. He tried to say. No, but. The others continued. I guess the rumors were true. Many people thought he had disguised himself as a member of TKBM. Yoon Si-woo was furious. What? What are you guys talking about? Someone pointed out. TKBM has always had the highest casualty rate. That's why you guys are recruiting new people every day. Right? He replied. It's irrelevant. Not related. Doesn't it seem like TKBM isn't recruiting new people? That's right. How do you guys make sure Seo Ju-hyun doesn't infiltrate the team? He shouted angrily. Don't worry. We have carefully selected. There will be no intruders from outside. It's unbelievable. At the TKBM excavation team camp. Everyone saw him and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Yoon Si-woo. Yoon Si-woo asked. Is there a problem here? They replied. No, sir. He was secretly pleased. See? Everything is running smoothly. That rumor is nonsense. They just want to put our team at a disadvantage. There's no way Seo Ju-hyun is here. But in reality he was disguised as someone else and smiling smugly. If you have any questions, raise your hand. If not, go ahead and register for your team. Everyone take orders. Yes. At this moment, someone from behind tapped Seo Ju-hyun on the shoulder. He turned back and said, What is it? Then Julian handed him something. Take it. Seo Ju-hyun opened his hand and was surprised. A button? Julian said. You can use it like this. Seo Ju-hyun was surprised. His voice. This is the button of the secretive secretary. Grade C, the holy relic can burn. Availability is 992 out of 1000. Oh, this holy relic can be telepathic? Seo Ju-hyun smiled. You've kept a pretty good hold on the holy relic. Julian said. Shut up, you idiot. We're right in the middle of enemy base now. Yeah, I know. I really can't wait, he said. You can see it too. Right? At the TKBM excavation team camp. Julian Miller said. I have the excavation tools ready. Everyone laughed. Oh good. Then you can go ahead and have a cup of coffee. Your name is James. You look trustworthy. Yes. Even though you are new. Julian said. Thanks. They were gossiping among themselves. Even though all the new recruits seemed to be good people. What's wrong? What's wrong? Captain of the 3rd squad. Sir Yoon. He took it out on me just because I heard someone say that our squad might be set up. Oh, isn't that just a rumor? Don't mind it. Julian thought. As expected. I can gather a lot of information while in the enemy camp. I have to hear all about it. He called out. Linwon. She answered. Deputy. No, James. He asked. How was work? She replied. Everything was going smoothly. No one had found me. By the way, I've heard rumors about us. Julian Miller wondered. What rumors? Seola said. Unisaiwu visited each excavation team and asked them. How can you prove that no one can install a device and infiltrate your team? It seems like he became more sensitive after hearing the rumor. Julian Miller said. I heard the same thing. Seola asked. What do you think? Has our disguise been discovered? Julian Miller replied. I don't think so. First of all, I will. At this moment, someone in the team suddenly spoke up. Everything is so troublesome. Is it because of SEO Ju Hyun? Even though he was just hiding like a mouse, he showed up and caused a lot of trouble. Isn't that right? Many people told me that all those rumors were just baseless. Seola was shaking with anger. How dare they talk about the boss like that? Julian quickly stopped her. Calm down, Lee Seola. You should know what will happen if you act rashly, right? Even our idiot boss looks serious like that. Seola said. Sorry. I just can't stand it. At this moment, Seo Ju Hyun was walking into the crowd. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Hands worked nimbly. Glided behind the others. Then quickly took their holy relics. Not a single wasted move. Just like that, he quickly passed through everything without anyone noticing him. Just then everyone realized and panicked, where is my holy relic? Hey, has anyone seen my holy relic? Julian Miller was surprised. Seo Ju Hyun, this guy is crazy. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Didn't you tell me not to use this for any improper purpose? Of course that doesn't count, he replied. Why did you steal their holy relic? Seo Ju Hyun said, even though I only stole 100 holy relics. Julian Miller said, that's already too much. Stop it. He replied, I did it because there were a few that were really useful. Just wait a little longer. I'm going to take these useless things apart. Look, I just put something useless in my bag. Then Seo Ju Hyun made a surprised face and shouted. Hey, I found it. I found the missing holy relics. Everyone was surprised. What? The holy relic is in the pocket of the 3rd team captain. Unisaiwu, he's right. These are all lost, the holy relics. What the hell is going on here? Did Unisaiwu steal them all? Unisaiwu came out wondering. What's going on here? Everyone shouted. There he is. What a bastard. How dare you steal our holy relic? I am disappointed in you. Captain, Unisaiwu said, what are you guys talking about? Since when did I steal your holy relic? Here is the evidence, don't even think about escaping. He argued, I didn't do that. Kwon Sung-woo grabbed his collar, I knew it. Ever since my father died, strange things have been happening at TKBM. Are you trying to betray us? Unisaiwu said, there's a misunderstanding here. I didn't do that. Someone must have set it up. It must have been you, right? Deputy Director Yang Chen. Yang Chen was furious. The two of them argued back and forth. Why did I have to steal their holy relic? That's right, he had indirectly insulted the vice president. Why did he hit me? Seo Ju Hyun stood aside and chuckled, watching them fight. Julian Miller asked, was this your idea? He replied, that's right, seeing as how the relationship between Unisaiwu and Yang Chen isn't good. If I can create even a little more discord between them like this, they'll make a fuss. So my plan worked. He said, isn't this perfect? Julian Miller says, it's effective, but what good does it do us? Isn't it your intention to blend in with them and go to the crypt? If we can't go there because of something like this, it will be disadvantageous for us. Seo Ju Hyun said, don't worry. He continued, no matter how bad the situation is with TKBM, we will definitely be fine. And if we talk about the benefits from this, we will have them too, right? Julian asked, what is it? Seo Ju-hoon replied, I was entertained. Julian said, shut your mouth and control yourself. People started talking loudly, these people, what are they doing here?
That's the King of Scouts and her assistant.
Kwon Sung-woo asked, why are you here?
The King of Investigation said, I came here to check on the TKBM excavation team.
There are reports that the Seo Ju-hoon might be hiding here.
The other teams asked me to check, how are you guys?
They think that the TKBM captain overreacted when asked about Seo Ju-hoon. Overreacting? Kwon Sung-woo turned back angrily and said, Eunice I-woo, you bastard, what have you done?
Eunice I-woo shouted, no, that's all nonsense.
It's not my fault, it's you guys who doubt me. The king asked, then why do you have to make such a fuss? Wasn't there a chance for you to explain?
If you don't cooperate with us, it will only make you more suspicious.
We will conclude that TKBM is really working with Seo Ju-hoon.
At this moment, Yang Chen stepped forward.
He shouted, covering for him?
On our side, nonsense. We're the ones who suffered the most because of Seo Ju-hoon. At this time Kwon Sung-woo spoke up, stop it, they are not wrong.
Okay, I will cooperate with your investigation. You don't need to delay the investigation. However, if Seo Ju-hoon really isn't here, you need to come and make it up to me.
Compensation for cooperating with the investigation team and exposing our power.
How does that sound?
The King of Scouts said, I will send it to you right away.
He said, good.
A moment later, all members of the TKBM excavation team gathered before the Search King.
TKBM decided to cooperate with the investigation team. The three of them started chatting. Jay, how did they find out?
I don't think they'll come to investigate.
How would they know we've infiltrated the team?
The King of Search said, quite a lot. I will divide everyone into groups and use my holy relic to search. She said, this group first. Everyone on the team suffered the pain caused by her holy relic. They were screaming, what is this, my head hurts.
Seola wondered, what kind of holy relic was that? How could she make them writhe in pain like that?
Seo Ju-hyun replied, no, in other words, it was a really strong holy relic. Of course. After all, it was thanks to the holy relic that she became king. But there's a possibility that it's a new type of the holy relic. The King of Search said, there's nothing inside.
Kwon Sung-woo shouted. Hey, what if you hurt my team members?
She said they were just experiencing some side effects.
He said, just some? None of them could stand up after her last attack. I'll finish this as quickly as I can. And move on to the next group.
The guy collapsed screaming.
My stomach hurts so much. Seo Ju-hyun said, how lucky we are not in the first and second groups. What should we do now? It's our turn. How do we avoid her detection? He replied, well, let me see.
The King of Scouts said, he is not here either.
Now there is only one group left. I'm guessing he must be somewhere in here.
I'm sure we'll get him this time. She smiled smugly.
Now let's begin. On this side the rest of the people are at home. Chloe asked, Irene. Irene Hilton said, what's wrong? Chloe wondered, I thought we only followed Pandora and TKBM. Why do we have to follow the Middle East, America, China, and Russia?
Irene Hilton happily replied, yes of course, if they have the ability to harm Seo Ju-hyun then we have to continue monitoring. Instead, everyone can be a threat to Ju-hyun. First of all, there are people important to Ju-hyun who are living in Korea. That is why we have to monitor the actions of the Sino-Russian alliance as well. There is also Bulrocho Agriculture and his company in America. They can easily be attacked by Pandora or any other opponent. So we have to ensure their safety. Chloe wondered, wait, all of that belongs to the boss? I mean, doesn't the boss have a lot of enemies? Irene Hilton said, well, that's how it is. Chloe thought to herself, pretty good huh? Boss, you're living a very different life than in the past. At this moment Irene Hilton said, my phone, wait a moment. She said, hello? Brother? George Hilton said, oh Irene, is everything okay? She said, yes, how about you? What happened? Her brother replied that he was fine, though it was a bit boring watching the people of Pandora do stupid things. By the way, there's something I need you to tell Seo Ju-hyun. Irene Hilton asked, tell Ju-hyun? What is it? George Hilton said, Pandora has sent the king to scout the TKBM camp. They are sure that Ju-hyun is hiding there. She was surprised after hearing that, what? How could they find out? Her brother replied, he guessed it was because of the prophecy of the King of Fate. She said, the King of Fate, oh yeah, he's with Pandora. He continued, yeah, I thought he didn't want to get involved with Ju-hyun.
But it seems like he decided to do it anyway. I think the Scout King has left for the TKBM base camp. We have to tell them this quickly, right?
She said, yes, I will try to contact them.
Okay, good luck. Chloe asked, what is Pandora doing again?
Irene Hilton replied, yes, they sent the king to scout the TKBM camp.
Chloe was surprised, what? I'll tell Ju Hyun to avoid her, but will I have time to tell him?
There was no other way, she said.
This is the best time to try it.
A strong beam of light shone down. The others being examined also cried out in pain.
CO Ju Hyun is no exception?
He thought to himself, she is too strong. This is probably more than a new type of the holy relic.
The crow appeared at this moment. What's wrong, are you in trouble? He said, why did you appear at a time like this? Are you trying to be discovered? The crow said, no matter how hard you try to hide your identity, you can't fool him. Who is he wondered. It said, he was called Heimdall. From Norse mythology, he asked. The crow replied, yes.
He said, well, it seems he's a new type of the holy relic.